Hi YouTube, how are you doing? And welcome to Sunless Sea. This is one of my all-time favorite games, and it does not nearly get the attention it deserves. You may have literally never heard of it, but hopefully that is going to be changing today. In this game, you are on a boat on a massive underground ocean in a world where London has fallen deep beneath the earth. And this ocean and the people that inhabit it have some incredible stories to share. However, in order to experience those stories, you have to first survive it, because this world wants to kill you. Everything out there, the terrors, the creatures, the people, the unexplainable horrors that we will experience want to cut us down a piece. And oh, did I mention this game has permadeath, and a full playthrough can take anywhere up to like 40 hours if you're playing it for the first time. So in order to experience its stories, you have to learn through pain and suffering, and that is exactly what I have done by myself by the many hours that I have played this game and just loved every second of it. And today I am going to be sharing with you a full complete playthrough where we are going to be doing all of the main quests, as much side content as possible, and I want to truly show you my love for this game and all of the beautiful stories and terrifying creatures and all of the things that make this game as incredible as it is. I really hope you enjoy this massive video. If you are not subscribed, please do so. If you like the video, like it. If you dislike it, dislike it. But let's not waste any more time and let's hop into the game. Let's go. And here we are. Welcome to the world of Sunless Sea. We are the captain of this little ship right here, currently docked in fallen London. 3 decades ago, in the reign of Victoria, London was stolen by bats. Now it lies a mile below the surface. It was dreadfully inconvenient for everyone, but it opened a vast black ocean to you. Welcome to the Unterzane. We're going to start by choosing our past, which is one of many titles that you can choose, which will give you a bonus to some of your starting skills. And we're going to be a poet, educated and articulate. You seek sensation at sea. How lucky you had a legacy to spend. Your long-vanished father had a rich patron. It seems this will give you a bonus to pages, the skill of trickery and knowledge. A wise soul. Experience, you have intuition. And your friend, the sly navigator, he's a little vague, but he probably knows what he's doing. Perhaps you can find someone better eventually. We can talk to the navigator to find out why he went to Z. We get some starting money, a huge bonus to pages, the sly navigator, and somebody is looking for passage. Now, every time you start a game of Sunless Sea, you can choose your ambition, which is kind of like your default win condition. If you complete this, you can end the game, but there are lots of other ways you can win and end the game that aren't on this list, and we're going to be picking one that I think is very fitting for a poet. Fulfillment. Gather 100 tales, learn all you can of the Z, write a masterpiece, and retire. And then we choose our pronoun, which we're simply going to be captain, and we're going to be this guy right here, of course, titled after me. A little green looking, but we're going to learn a lot on the sea itself. And then we get welcome to fallen London, deep, dark, and marvelous. All voyages start here. And this is where successful voyages also end. We can check out the tutorial where you can learn about lots of different mechanics of the game, but I'm going to be kind of your guide. I will be your tutorial. So we're just going to sell this book. We're going to do the same with the submariner tutorial, which you can turn your ship into a submarine, which I have actually never done. It allows you to go under the ocean and find even scarier things. So we're going to be doing that throughout this playthrough and learn together, I guess. We're going to close that for now and then pick up our passenger. Agree to carry the August travel rider to Gator's Morn. He's prepared to pay handsomely for transport and is keen to commission your ship specifically. Welcome to board. The August travel rider shakes your hand. His grip is distressingly strong. Thank you, Commander. It's Gator's Morn I'm bound for first, he says. I hear they, He hurries over to your stoker, who is carrying his steamer trunk up to the gangplank. No need to trouble yourselves. Give it here. Remember, Captain, Gator's Morn. I'll pay you 150 echoes when we arrive. That is a lot of money. All right, we are bound for Gator's Morn. Now, in fallen London, you can check out the city itself and your lodgings. We're going to quickly go to our lodgings and read the morning paper, which will give us recent news and also a coupon for some supplies, which is going to be nice for the journey ahead. In London itself, we can pick up our very first officer, which is going to be the Blemigan Gallivanter, this little mushroom guy right here. Now we're going to be needing a lot more officers because currently we only have the first officer and the mascot right here. Now, in this game, There's a lot to read, there's a lot of information, and I've already played this game a lot. I love the story in this game, and I'm going to be sharing all of that with you, but there's also a lot of reading that doesn't really tell you much, or that is just kind of fluff reading, and in order to make the video smooth and kind of make the experience well-paced, I'm going to be skipping over some of the reading and summarize other reading, but we're going to be doing a lot of it, don't worry, you're not going to miss anything important. And before we go out to the Z itself, we should quickly visit the Admiralty's office as well, which is a very important office that you're going to get very familiar with because we're going to be handing in our port reports here, and we are also going to ask where they want us to go to gather information from the Z that they might not have themselves. And very fittingly, they want us to retrieve strategic information from Guider's Morn in the Corsair Forest, somewhere not far from the home waters. Now, that is very convenient because that's the exact same place that our passenger also wanted us to go. And before we go to find it, we should also pick up some additional fuel here with a little bit of starting money that we have. We're not going to spend everything, but we are going to buy 5 additional fuel. And then I think it's time for us to get out there and see what we can find. Now, as we start, you immediately notice that we are pretty slow. Now we have the starting ship. As we upgrade and go buy different ships, we're going to be getting faster, but still then, it is a very slow-paced, methodical game, and I'm going to be sharing a lot of that with you as well, but because it is a video, I can cut out some of the very slow sections of the game. But I want to keep it true to the nature of Sunless Sea because I think this game is fantastic. I kind of went through like a love, hate, and then love relationship with the slow pacing. It feels like it's sometimes wasting your time, but it really is vital to the experience of this game to feel alone at sea, not knowing if you're going to be making it to the next port, if you're going to be finding your way back to London. And that slow pacing also means that some of the enemies are going to be very scary because they're going to be a lot faster than us. Now here, we have found our first island, so we're going to be going across the ocean, exploring different areas, finding islands, and Hunter's Keep will probably be the first island you find because it's always in the same place right next to London, and all other islands, or most of the other islands, are kind of randomly placed throughout the world, so they could be in different spots for you if you play this game yourself, but Hunter's Keep will always be here. And when you enter a location, there can be a lot of stuff immediately to see. What I recommend is at least checking out this top part right here, which will kind of give you a little information as to where you have landed your ship. A hump of dark rock swathed in mist, like 100 other Untersea islands, but here there's a grand house, windows aglow, lawns impossibly green and lush in the fall starlight, raked gravel paths. You stand on the dock as the sea nudges the ship's sides. An unexpectedly warm breeze carries the faintest trace of lavender. We have lots of options here. One thing that you should always do when you enter an island is quickly get the port report, which will be we will be able to hand this in back at the Admiralty in London to give them information about what's going on here. The sea's silence. Ships rarely come here. Nothing changes, even the weather. The house is the heart of the isle, the house and the sisters. But the Admiralty may be happy to know that nothing's changed, at least. And then we have different options. Now, when you choose an option, the main thing you should look for is if you can do it at all, which there's conditions sometimes that show up down here, which if they're in color, that means you have this. If they're grayed out, that means you don't have this, and you can hover over them to see why you can't do that. And other things, such as this one right here, can sometimes require you to do a skill check. Which in this case, your Veils quality gives us a 75% chance of success. So we have very low Veils, but still a pretty decent chance of success here. So we're going to try that first. And we succeeded in the challenge, and we get some fragments, which this bar right here. As we explore the world, we will be unlocking fragments, which you can turn into secrets that you can use to upgrade these skills up here. Piano music drifts across the terrace. You peer through a half-opened French window into a grand parlor, grand in size, if a little reduced in style by dust and neglect. A dark-haired, pale-skinned young woman bends earnestly over a piano keyboard. Another fair-haired, but unmistakably her sister, sprawls on the sofa with a book. A third sits by the fireplace, staring sorrowfully into the embers. Soon, she says, and the piano music falters and stops. We'll go hungry, and then the end will come. For me, but not for you. The pianist raises her eyes from the keyboard. Hush, if we don't speak of it, she frowns. Has he seen you at the window? You withdraw. We know something of Hunter's Keep. I love the writing in this game so much. It is just so beautifully written. There's a lot of sometimes very complicated words that I might even have to look up throughout this video because a lot of the words are definitely not familiar to non-native English speakers. And now there's only one option left. We're going to present ourselves at the house. Why hide? Knock and enter. A maid with smoldering topaz eyes shows you into the parlor where the 3 young women wait. A visitor, the youngest cries. The next youngest chuckles, the eldest sighs. Do excuse the indecorum, she says. Visitors are rare. You are very welcome. I am Cynthia. The noisy one is Phoebe, and the cheerful one is Lucy. You are in good time for lunch. Will you join us? We can choose to lunch with one of the 3 sisters, and we are specifically going to be lunching with Cynthia, the oldest one. Cynthia grasps your arms and whispers to you. Her eyes are wide and blue. Her hair is wild and tangled. Bats might nest in it. It seems to you that you are sitting on a hillside above a wide blue lake, listening to a story of a murder, an axe, a net, blood on scented water. Another chop? Cynthia asks. You've barely touched your food. Here, I'll have the maid wrap something up for you. You can't be hungry. It's not safe to be hungry. Now, we get a lot of stuff from this. We get a tale of terror, a little bit of terror from her scary story. We get some supplies. Thank you very much, Cynthia. We lose our hunger. And very importantly, we get the Gods of Salt's attention, which we're going to be using a little later here. And that pretty much concludes our visit to Hunter's Keep. We can give them the news as well to lunch with them again, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to move on. Now, the map is very large. There's going to be a lot to explore. And for Gator's Morn, it should have said it somewhere, but I know that it's usually somewhere to the east. So we're going to be going east here and see what we can find. Now, there are going to be lots of other ships and other ungodly monsters out there on the ocean. Usually they're not that close to the Fallen London area, so we should be a little safe here, but we are going to Gator's Morn. Oh, and apparently not, because we are in combat right now. Let's see. There's a ship. Okay. Immediately a pirate. Now, in order to fight this pirate, we have a gun right here. We can choose to shoot early or wait for it to fully charge so that we can guaranteed land a hit. Now, the big thing with the combat in this game, especially against enemy ships, well, really only against enemy ships, is that you want to be behind them. Because if you're behind them, you can't be shot. So if we can kind of go onto this little dance where we go in circles around them, especially since we only have the starting gun right now, we are going to be very happy here. Now, as you can see, they haven't even shot us yet, which is very convenient for me, and I think this should just be an easy takedown. I don't know why they're not turning around and trying to shoot me, but I will just take it. We can do anywhere between 10 and 14 damage, so if we get lucky, we can shoot them here, and we do. Now, when you kill something, you can go onto where the supplies little boxes were on the ocean to grab their stuff, loot, and scuttle her. And then you get a cache of curiosity, which can give you just completely random thing. So let's see what we get here. We get a firkin of prisoner's honey, which is just like a barrel of honey that we can sell at a shop. So that's very nice. Plus, we didn't die, which is also very convenient, of course. And then this probably means that we are kind of close to the place we want to be. I'm going to hide this right now just to get more screen space for the game itself. Now, as you can see, as we are going around, we discover locations, which gives us fragments as well. And there's sometimes little lore bits that show up. As you can see, we are in 1887, a long time ago. It's a different universe that does take place in our own, but there is all kinds of fantastical beasts, demons, devils, monsters, gods. There's all kinds of stuff that we're going to be encountering. I'm not seeing Gator's Morn right now, and if you want to find something around you, it's very useful to press the Z-Bat button right here, which sends out a little bat to scout for you to see if there's anything around. And apparently, Gator's Morn is somewhere to the south, so then you can open your map and see what the bats found. They found it right there. It's a very useful way to scout, especially as your map is still all hidden, because as you can see, while we're exploring, we unlock the map, of course. So eventually this map will be fully explored. But right now it's just one dark slab that we need to fill out ourselves. Over here you can see our fuel. Currently we have 11. We've already gone through quite a bit of fuel. And as we move, this goes down. And if we run out of fuel, we're going to starve to death on the ocean. So that's going to be bad. And speaking of starving to death, these are our supplies. And our crew will eat supplies based on how many crew members we have. So the more crew you have, the more food you're going to need. And we have reached our destination of Guider's Morn, which is kind of like a pirate capital here. So let's hope we can survive. The Morn is a stalagmite vast as a crag, and its foot has no safe harbors. The Corsair Citadel nestles halfway up. An intricate system of winches takes the strain, and your ship rises slowly from the sea. Our hull creaks in protest. Still, grizzled sailors groan and clinch to their stanchions. Complicated word. Higher and higher. Now the Untersee shimmers like glass below. Children clamoring in crevices cheer and wave alarmingly. The winch motor slows, and you hang in a cradle next to a red-bowed pirate cutter. We can drop off the August travel writer who wants to go here. Here's your payment, Captain. I'll be back by the evening bell. We'll discuss my next destination then. Let's do that. We get 150 echoes. Very nice. By the evening bell, the travel writer sits across the planks with good speed, his briefcase in his hand. It seems heavy, although he claimed it held only documents and writing equipment for an interview with a pirate king. The day passes relatively peacefully. There are brawls, but in good fun. The blood washed away with the celebratory beer. By night, the boisterous cheer has given way to whispers about an uncommonly brutal murder executed within an experimental shipyard. They say you couldn't enter the yard without stepping in the victim. The travel writer returns. He greets you with a curt nod as he boards your ship. A second request. Apparently this is what he looks like. Okay, the August travel writer flips through his notebook while on your deck. Awful thing, that murder. Commonplace here, I suppose. Fortunately, my interview was illuminating and my business in the morn is complete. We can depart. I've another port to visit if you'd care for another 150 echoes. We definitely care for that, even though he might have just committed a brutal murder. We don't know, though. We're going to give you passage. Splendid. The travel writer snaps his journal shut like a trap. The Cumean Canal next, I think. All right, we're going to be finding wherever that is eventually. Now, we also were sent here by the Admiralty, so we are going to pay the loitering drunk for his strategic information. The Admiralty sent you? Price has gone up. It's not safe here. You'll pay the difference, won't you? We're going to pay you 5 echoes, apparently. Well, we just earned 150, so we're not in trouble. A grin. You're a generous soul. You'll have your reward the other side of the river one day. And here's a little reward for you now. Good sailing to ye. The report is barely legible. Perhaps that's part of the code. The Admiralty will know. We lose some money, but we gain strategic information that we can report back to the Admiralty. Now, this place is a bit evil, and some islands are nicer than others. The pirate capital is not going to be a very nice place to spend a lot of time, so we're not really going to be choosing to spend a lot of time here. We will, however, do this to try and gather the port report of this place. Now, it is only a 30% chance that we do this without gaining some negatives. However, we are just going to click the button and see what happens. We have failed, and one of our crew got murdered. A dislike of spies. You and one of your more villainous-looking sailors joins a dice game. Villainous-looking, but you know for a fact that she ties to charity and has a delightful singing voice. The topic turns promisingly to pillage and ambush, but your sailor is a little too forward with her questions. There's a scuffle and a stabbing. You escape. She does not. Well, rest in peace. Luckily, we don't necessarily care that much about our crew. They are kind of just a resource in the game, as evil as that sounds. And as long as it's above 50% of your total amount, so 5 in this case, 5, half of 10, we will be largely fine. But if it drops below half, you will be moving even slower. So that's definitely something you want to avoid as much as possible. And then we're not really going to spend any more time here. Now, we can get rumors of a pirate poet, but we're going to be encountering the pirate poet ourselves while playing the game. So we're just going to leave that. Now, you can check the shop window of every place, which is useful. You can even make notes of this if you want to be like a pure trader, because different prices will be in different areas. So sometimes you can buy something in like Fallen London and then bring it halfway across the ocean to sell it in another place for a profit. For example, we can sell our prisoner honey here, which I think we're just going to do that. Sell it to the pirates, get a little bit of additional money. Now, if you remember when we were in London, we could buy fuel for 10 echoes. Here it costs 30. So yeah, prices go up as you go further away because supplies are going to be harder to get for the people. So we're going to not buy that here. We can also sell a bunch of very illegal goods, such as an unstamped crate of human souls. But we're going to try and avoid that for now. All right, so we've reached our main destination. but we still got quite a bit of fuel left. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to go a little bit more east to see if we can find another island out here in the ocean. Let's send out our bat. Now, the bat itself will not always find stuff. So here, there's no islands in range. It can also find you things that you can just explore, like not dockable islands, but things that you can go to get some fragments, which is going to be very important early game as well, which our skill that we picked, the pages skill, will increase the speed at which we convert these fragments into secrets. So we're going to be getting slightly more secrets, which will give us more skill points over time. I see another lighthouse over here. Oh, and there's an enemy, actually quite the scary enemy. So let's go turn off our lights, which is how you can kind of hide from enemies. Now, as you turn off your light, you will also build up more terror. Oh, there's an island right there. Look at that. And terror, the higher it gets, the more scary and bad events are going to happen to you. So you kind of want to keep this below like 50 as much as possible. Now, we have found another island that we're going to be docking on. This is the Abbey Rock. You literally just want to dock on every island. There's nothing bad that's going to happen from just docking, but there are definitely bad choices you can make when you reach an island. A black spit of an island, far away from anywhere anyone would want to go, and that's how the Sisterhood likes it. Here stands their fortress convent. There are bear traps that look friendlier than this. We can sell some of our supplies for 20 echoes, which is how much it costs to buy them, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're just simply going to get the port report here from Abbey Rock. Now we can watch them. This is, by the way, this is something I should mention. As you are going across the ocean, sometimes you will hit this little bell, and it will say something awaits you in port. This is every minute that you're out on the ocean, this will happen. And that means that next time you reach a location, you can do specialer events, which kind of the way that the system works is that you can't just like leave and immediately land back at a place to get another event. You need to be out in the ocean a little bit before events are allowed to happen again. So we can do this. Let's watch the convent. Let's see what we get. Exotic refuse. The convent is silent. A few lights prick in its bulk. Bells sound the times of prayer. You're almost ready to give up when a side door opens. 4 nuns march out, carrying something wrapped in a blanket, and fling it into the sea. You creep down to examine it. It was likely unidentifiable, even before the nuns used it for weapons practice. Now it leaks fluid from a dozen puncture wounds, but it smells of the Z. We get a strange catch. Okay, then. We can knock at the gate with news, but we're not going to do that. We can search our surroundings. Every time you start a game, you can get a special event called Beginner's Luck, which will give you a big bonus at the start. We're going to hold on to this for just a second, because, I mean, we might want to pick that up on the way back here. Kind of want to explore a little bit up here. There's a few interesting islands that you can find in the early game that can allow you some trading opportunities to get like a bit of money right away. And in order to be able to do those, we need to have an empty hull, or an empty hold. That's what it's called. Right here, we can carry up to 40 things right now, and we are slowly running out of supplies, so we should be careful. And we found another island. We're finding lots of stuff right now. Let's see, what is this island? There's the dock. I'm going the wrong way. We have reached the Shepherd Isles right here. Sheep, lichen, and standing stones. Gosh, the bearded watchman tells you, there are no extra sheep here on Shepherd Island. Sheep are mostly illegal here. No, indeed, it's just the name of the gentleman that found the islands. The Greybird sitting in the village square nods solemnly. No sheep, one says. Plenty of tails. Ask us anything. We can picnic at the Standing Stones. This is an option that you're going to see on a lot of more nicer locations where you can spend some money to lower your terror. Now, we are only at 10 terror, so we don't really care. We can get a tail of the Standing Stones, of the 3 graves and Thornwall Crofts. Let's get of the Standing Stones. A long way from home. You heard of the Pillared Sea, where Irem lies? Wise man from Irem came here, 80 years ago. He planted 3 pillars. They were as big as fingers when I was young. Now they're as you see them. In my son's time, they'll be as big as dog cranes. They usually spin you a wild tale in this area. We get a memory of distant shores, and that's all for now. We are going to quickly compile a port report. And then we can engage an officer, the sigil-ridden navigator. Let me guide your ship. I know all the sea, how it was, how it will be. Please, the headaches only stop when I'm working. The navigator is a first officer who increases mirrors and veils. We need to spend 50 coins to get you, which I guess we will do. Thank you. The nonsense here was a distraction for a while, but only the Z can help me now. Oh my god, the air, it's clearer already. Let me chart a course for you. Oh, my head. Appoint your new officer by dragging him over here. We can have a first officer, which is going to replace our sly navigator, because this guy is much, much better. He gives us many more skills than this guy does, which this is something we can introduce now. You should talk to your officers to get little quest lines. So, for example, we can talk to this guy, and then you can increase your skills, in this case, mirror specifically, by giving them a secret. Or we can also gain, like, their quest line. So we're going to do that for this guy. What does he want? The Z is enough. But now you mention it, I've always had a desire to see Frostbound, the place where the Z rises to become a castle. The place where questions and riddles do battle for truth. He sighs dreamily, but he is watching you carefully. Yes, Frostbound. Frostbound can be found in the very north of the Z. This is going to be a faraway island that we'll probably not reach immediately, but it's good to know. Now, this game has a lot of stories and quest lines that you're going to be going on, and a thing that often happens on a first playthrough of this game, that you get so many things at once that you're going to be completely overwhelmed and forget what you're even supposed to be doing. And what I honestly kind of recommend for that is if you open your Steam overlay, you have this section right here. You can write notes, and like you can genuinely, what I think is a good tip is just writing down Sly Navigator wants to go to Frostbound. Now you don't have to do this because you can in your journal find information, or you can just talk to them again. But your journal right now looks pretty easy to overlook, but will eventually have like 100 different logos that you need to hover over to find out what they mean. Such as like whatever. You can hover over all of this and read it, but that's going to be a lot. So we're just going to take some quick notes sometimes, and that's everything that we can do on this island. So we're going to move on. Check the shop real quick. 20 bucks for a fuel. We're not really going to be bothering with that. I think we're going to be going up a little bit. Or actually, let's go down a little bit, because we're going to be going up after we go back to London, I think, here, since I want to set a journey to Venderbite soon here. Let's hide this once again and see what we can find to the south. I'm seeing an island already up ahead. I see two islands, one over here and one over there. So I guess we're going to be having our work cut out for us here. This looks like Station 3. Yes, okay. We're going to be reaching one of the more mysterious islands. Now, every island has lots of things that can happen on it, but they won't always happen immediately. And some islands just don't even really want to talk to you at all because they do some secret stuff, such as what we're going to be seeing here in just a moment. We have reached Station 3, just got our something awaits you. We may infer a Station 1 and a Station 2. We may conjecture a Station 4. Machinery hums behind high steel walls. Up the hill, there are visible outlines of warehouses and a building with a spire, but the lamps are low where they burn at all. And your ship, the only one in the harbor. We can train our telescope on the shore. Might be best to get a look from a distance. Church or something else? You stand on the high point of your ship and look over the shore. There's a steepled building on the horizon, by far the largest thing in sight. No cross marks the top of it, nor any other symbol you recognize. We now have a port report of Station 3. So sometimes you need items in order to even get the people on the island to want to interact with you. In this case, we'll need a long box to enter Station 3 and explore further. But we will, however, try the gate. The only way past the walls is an unimposing but sturdy-looking gate, of triple-barred silvery metal, a sign that reads, Deliveries. No way in. The metal is steel-hard and icy cold to the touch. Attempts with chisels and crowbars fail. Perhaps you could bring the ship's guns to bear, but no. If you return with a certain delivery, the gates will open. You'll know if you find it. We can also search for signs of other visitors, which is a tough challenge that we have a 40% chance of succeeding, but we're going to click the button anyway, and we did indeed fail it, so we got absolutely nothing, no evidence. That is fine. No shop here, of course, because they don't even want to open the door for us, but we did get the port report, so we're going to be moving on. And very importantly, we also found an island, right? Finding islands and adding them to your map will allow you in the future, when somebody tells you, I need to go to this island, you can just look at your map and find the island instead of having to like randomly go around to look for them. Now I'm seeing something underwater here. Gonna be popping out. I'm gonna click on it to try and aggro onto it. Oh, it's a little crab. I think we want to shoot you. We're gonna aim. I think you have like 20 HP, so 2 shots of our gun, if we can stay far away, should do it. You're gonna be turning around though and trying to ram us, which is gonna be nice because that's gonna bring you closer to me. That's why I'm gonna wait. So I can shoot you when you're closer, so I don't have to go as far to pick up your loot. The Megalops defeated. With a forlorn and wailing cry, the Megalops turns on its back. Legs neatly folded. As bluish blood gouts from its wounds, its golden glow begins to dim. We can dissect it for knowledge, which our pages skill, because we increased that, gives us 100% chance of success, or we can butcher it for supplies. Now, it says supplies, but as far as I know, it will only lower your hunger rating, so we're just going to get some knowledge from this, which gives us 25 fragments that we can use to turn that into a secret eventually. Now, I think we're going to be stopping at Abbey Rock and then going like slightly below Gators Morn to head back to London, because we are slowly running out of fuel. We only got 7 fuel left right now. This is simply the same island that we had already gone through. I didn't realize it was the same one. However, since we are now kind of low on fuel and supplies, we should probably do the beginner's luck thing. You can't be the first to come here. Let's search the surroundings and see what we get. We find a cache. You follow the tracks into a sea cave. Someone has stored food, supplies, and ammunition. It can't be the nuns. These crates have a cannate, Luke. The Admiralty will want to know about this. We get strategic information, 5 fuel, 5 supplies, and a torpedo component. Very useful, which means that we will definitely be able to make it back to London, which we're going to be very happy about. So right now, kind of just want to go underneath Gators Morn, although there might be some pirates here, so we might want to take a bigger way around now that we have more fuel. And just try and slowly get back to do some of our reporting, since we have found a lot of important information already. There's also a little crab right there again. We're going on quite the journey, and I have not found any islands. I saw some small bits right there, which might lead to other islands, such as these guys right here. Wait, let's see. We have discovered the Labyrinth of Eels. Okay. I don't think that's an island. I think that's just some spooky stuff that we might be able to explore from underneath at some point, when we have the submarine option, but that we don't have just yet. Mudden Island is some distance to the northwest. The bats have found something. That is some distance indeed. There's a few islands that are always in similar locations, and because I've played this game a lot, I know of the island that we are looking for the passengers should be somewhere right over here. So we're gonna forego going to Mudden Island for just a second here so that we can go to the Cumian Canal that he wanted to visit and pick up another like 150 echoes, which in the early game, if we can pick up a little bit of money, that means we can buy trading goods and stuff that we can then sell at a profit, which will start like snowballing ourselves. We got another crab here. Let's target onto you. Oh, and there's another island right there. Oh, this is the Cumian Canal that we're looking for. Look at that. All right, well, I think we're going to avoid this crab then and just go to the Cumian Canal, which is a special place that's been built to allow people from the Untersee to go back to the surface. Now, as you can imagine, living a life in complete darkness in a cave a mile under the surface doesn't really mean that we are now capable of going out to the surface anymore, because our skin has adapted to the darkness and we are going to be burned by a deadly laser up there, as you might imagine. Now, we're gonna land Cumian Canal. Let's see what our guy wants us to say. The canal ascends through locks and gates, and shadow turns to the sunlight of the surface. We can drop off the August Travel Rider. As before, Captain, here's your payment for bringing me here. I'll be back by nightfall. We'll speak more then. By evening bell, the Travel Rider sets swiftly into the port, his briefcase hanging easily at his side. In the middle of your afternoon tea, a crowd rushes by the cafe. They gather at the foot of a lamppost, gawking, shrieking, gasping. A woman is strung from the light, her face sliced like Venetian blinds. Heavens, a pale navigator whispers, "Isn't she the explorer? Said she meant to plant a flag on the seabed?" No one replies. You spy the Travel Rider in the crowd, frowning. I'm not sure if we're doing the right thing by by bringing this person to different places, but we're getting money, so I guess it works out. The August travel writer makes a few notes in his journal as you walk back to your ship. His suit is immaculate, though his hands are ink-stained. I've one last sport to visit, he says quietly. There's 200 echoes for you this time. 200 echoes, I can't say no, I'm sorry. We are bound for the Khan's heart. Okay, you'll be with us for a while, because we're not going to be reaching that for a little bit. The travel writer snaps shut his journal. I've only one last place to visit. Yeah, we're going to take you there. Take me there whenever is most convenient. All right, you're going to be chilling on the ship for a little while then, because it is not going to be convenient for quite some time. We are going to gather a port report. The gates open and shut, the locks remain free from sabotage. If anywhere besides London is safe in all the Untersee, it's here. The surface nations have an interest in keeping the way open. We gain a simple report of the Cumean Canal, and we're going to listen for some surface gossip. A sorry end. A card game ends badly when one surface sailor knifes another for all the usual reasons. The other players scrabble for the coins that spill from our pockets, but you snatch up a scrap of paper they overlook. Curious markings, dates, times, code names, spies work? You now have one move in the great game. Moves in the great game. The nations of Europe and beyond compete for influence. Their plots reach even to the Neath, which is the location. That's what this place is called, the Neath. The Admiral and Diplomat, among others, will be interested to hear this. Okay, now this is also something very useful for us right now, because if we go to our hold, strategic information right here, so the way that this works, this is our cargo, which is the cargo limit right here. These are our curiosities, which is kind of like, they're not material things, they are like knowledge-based, or they just don't have any weight. You can have infinite of these things, such as strategic information. Now we can right-click the strategic information and use it. And by using a move in the great game, which is like a political thing that we just gathered from the surface, we can use that with some of our mirrors and 2 strategic information to turn the 2 strategic information that we have into a vital intelligence. The bigger picture. They thought no one would recognize the pattern. They hadn't counted on you. So now we have turned 2 things that would have given us some money into one thing that's gonna give us a ton of money when we get back to the Admiralty, which I think that's exactly where we're going to be going. I'm just checking. Yeah, we could buy some fuel here. It's going to be very expensive. We are honestly fine. 8 fuel will definitely get us here. We can also stop by the Mudden Island on the way, gather some more information and some more port reports for the Admiralty. There it is, Mudden Island, Quaker's Haven. Fires on the hillside. Once this simple fishing village was part of the London suburbs. Before London fell and the waters rushed in. Smoke spirals from cottage chimneys. A lonely hill rises behind the town. We can explore the shore, which apparently can kill our crew. Otherwise, why would we be needing it? We'll chat to the fishermen to get the port report right here. Pirates plying the way, smugglers at their work, Khanate ships putting into resupply. Nothing dramatic, but enough to interest the Admiralty. That's the same place we need to go for our passenger, the Khan's area. I guess we will explore the shore. We'll see what happens. As you prepare to go ashore, your first officer salutes. Captain, 4 of our crew intend to perform a concert on the Z shore. You and I are both invited to attend. It'll be good for morale, and perhaps some of them can actually carry a tune. Ignore. We can do something else. We can perform ourselves, which gives 75% chance. Sure, we'll perform. We'll do a dance. We have succeeded. We gained a memory of distant shores, and we lose some terror. Very nice. A joyful noise. All of you together. They're there on the doorstep of the deep, making your uncertain way through recent Mahogany Hall favorites. It's a light little bubble of cheery London light. There in the teeth of the night, you catch your cook's eye and grin. Do we even have a cook? We don't have a cook. Who is that? Who's laughing at us? We can get a cat, which will be awesome, but it does cost us a bunch of supplies. But who could say no to a cat? We gotta do it. We get a wretched Mog. Which, what do you have for us? Let's see. A little cat. much worse than the one we already have, but we gotta pick up the cat at least. We can't talk to you. I wasn't expecting that, but gotta try it anyway. We're not buying any fuel because we're about to reach London, of course. So we're gonna move on from here. We've got quite a few port reports to hand in here, as well as our vital intelligence, of course. And then I guess we're gonna be making our way to another location up here, probably, because they all wanted us to go to the north, right? We've done this little route. We actually found a lot of islands. Like, you don't usually find this many islands so early, so that's honestly kind of nice to get all these port reports in. And knowing where an island is can be really important because it'll tell you, like, later, you need to go to this place, and then if you know where it is, you can just go there directly, whereas otherwise you're just kind of, like, going randomly around. I'm seeing a crab here, which we can't shoot. We gotta shoot it twice, though. We gain a secret as well. Please stay back. Crab, now, because we're in the fog, we're gonna be having much harder time shooting this guy, and probably he's gonna hit us right here. Bonk! A little damage, 2 damage, not too big of a deal. We'll take that and we'll shoot you on the second try. There we go. Now we can get it for supplies, which I guess is actually kind of useful here, because we're... So once it reaches this, the hunger bar reaches the middle, you will have to eat a supply, which I don't think you can move this bar. Maybe you can, but I've never been able to do so. And when you have no supplies, I think bad things happen when it reaches the end right here. That's why the bar goes longer. But if you eat this, if you butcher it for supplies, you lose all your hunger. So now we basically save a supply that way. We are getting very terrified here, but we're only at 18, so it's not too bad. We're about to reach London. Very nice. Oh, there comes the music. I love it. Every time you reach London, it plays the music. You know you're safe from the dark sea. Well, our first trip was an insane success. That might be the best first trip I've ever had in this game. Getting a vital intelligence on your first run through. We also... Her Enduring Majesty's Custom Service works closely with both the Ministry of Public Decency and the Masters of the Bazaar. Today, they have selected you for an inspection. Don't cheek on them. We can let them do their worst, because we have none of the illegal goods that they would be very mad about. We could set something aside. We don't have to do any suspicious business because we are not suspicious right now. We will collect messages from the Harbor Master. Now, when we reach London... There will be different people that might want to talk to us, especially in the early game. There's going to be lots of people that want to start quests with you. We can consider hiring a specialist, the Clattery Heir. She is staying at a respectable boarding house near the docks and has made it known that she is available for work. I specialize in amputations. It's easy to acquire unwanted appendages at Z. We can employ her, which means we are going to have a surgeon, which is going to be awesome. It costs 30 echoes. That's not too bad. We will do that, of course. And put you on here. We get a doctor aboard, which will be useful in certain events. We get 6 hearts and 6 iron, very useful. Trying to increase our stats for like skill checks and stuff. We have a very shifty looking guy who wants to give us a gift. We're gonna look at that in a second. The Roser's Wharf right here. It's kind of like a special market. The Rose Market caters to collectors and eccentrics, anyone with exotic tastes and the gumption to harass Z-captains. According to the archaic rules of the market, you can only make 1 trade per visit. Choose wisely. This is like, yeah, here, people at the Rose Market will pay above the usual price for specific goods. So they ask for specific goods. Now, this will stay like this forever. So you can make a plan to like try and get an unread log or an extraordinary implication, which we might be able to get this in particular. Or you can use your free evening. Every time you reach London, you get a free evening. You can use that to reset this. But I think we're going to try and get the extraordinary implication. So we're going to leave this one here. And we could talk to you. We have very few supplies right now. So I think we are absolutely going to talk to you. A little gift. A very fine evening to you, Captain. What you might call mentor is very fond of adventurous Z-captains, and he would like to offer you what you might call a dispensation. On account of he is so fond of Z-captains. Behind the blind bruiser on the dock stands a dray piled high with fuel and supplies. We can accept it. Do make sure you have 15 points of space in the hold or come back later. It will be embarrassing to have to leave it on the dock. Or we can inquire further. Who is this patron? Is there a catch? We're going to not ask too many questions here, although I think we're going to be meeting this guy later anyway. A courteous nod. Well, my patron hopes that you find these little gifts to your liking. And he expects that perhaps one day you might choose
to call on him at the Medusa's head. Should that day come, we will make sure you are very welcome, and give you any safe conduct what you might require. Good evening to you. He salutes, and he is gone. He gives us 10 fuel, a massive amount of fuel for a whole extra trip, basically. 5 supplies. We have accepted the proposal, and we have a suspicion. This will increase as you conduct criminal activities or have contact with rough sorts. The higher your suspicion, the more fiercely the excise will search your ship. Yeah, we're going to be... I mean, this is an incredible deal. We're absolutely going to take that, not asking too many questions. Now, what I think we're going to do for our next trip... well, before we do that, we should quickly... I should go over everything you should do in London every time you reach here. There's the Admiralty's office. You always want to go over here, because unless you had a complete fail of a trip, you will most likely have some port reports that you can hand in. We've been gathering quite a few of those. Now, the port reports, you can give them to the Admiralty, and you will get some money, a favor if it's your first time doing the report for this area, as well as a fuel usually. Now, this fee specifically is going to be higher the more difficult it is to gather the port report, which can either be far away, or in this case, because it's a pirate haven and we had to pass like a skill check, we get 30 echoes, which is quite a lot. We're going to do Hunter's Keep, which is going to be very little, of course. Shepherd Isle, which is where they're spinning a bunch of tall tales for us. We can have a 21% chance to submit this as a fact, or we could just say as unsubstantiated hearsay. We'll try it as a fact, and we succeeded with a 21% chance, getting 50 echoes, a favor, and a fuel. That is very nice. Sometimes this is why it's... I mean, there is a mode in this game, so you can manually save in this game, which I might have to do eventually. I'm trying to not do it, because I think the most fun way to play in this game is just roll with the punches and see what happens. Because you can like completely save scum all these skill checks, but it kind of like breaks the game, because like if you just treat any chance above like 70% as a guaranteed success and anything below 30% is a guaranteed fail, you'll miss out on a lot of like exciting events where you'll randomly succeed a 20% skill check or get into a lot of trouble by getting really unlucky and failing an 80% skill check. This is just kind of like the way the game is supposed to be played. So I really like rolling with it, although it can lead to some very bad situations, but it could also give you a big payout, just like what we got right there. Station 3, excuse me, just let me call a colleague in. Omitted. This is my colleague, Mr. Villain, of the Ministry of Public Decency. Mr. Villain, this good captain's report is here. If you would care to, yes, the fire is already lit. Let us. There we go. Now only ashes remain, and it might have caused such a lot of trouble. Thank you, Captain. We appreciate your discretion. Here's your payment. You need not trouble yourself further in this affair. I have a feeling we have gathered some news that we were maybe not supposed to see, which is why they're giving us a massive payment of 100 echoes in order for us to shut the hell up about this in the future. And I don't think we can do this port report ever again, but we are getting a lot of money here, which is very nice. 100 echoes. We do Abbey Rock. 20 echoes right there. Cumian Canal, they don't give a shit about this one. We don't even get a fuel for that. Quaker's Haven, 5 echoes. And we can ask them where they want us to go next. Oh, but we can first meet the Admiral himself, the dark spectacled Admiral. You're ushered into his office of the mansion spire, a cramped room with a vast desk. He surveys you across that desk. Ah, yes, the merchant captain of whom we have heard such complicated things. We can go to the dry dock to use our favors to get supplies for our ships, or we can also submit vital intelligence. Vital intelligence can be crafted from 2 pieces of strategic information, which is what we did, or you can earn it through spy networks and other opportunities. We are going to hand that to you and get another 350 echoes. Enthusiastic nods. I'm glad you brought this to me. I have a colleague of sorts, a diplomat so-called. I will tell you because I trust you. This diplomat will pay better, but I will put the information to better use. He leans forward. There are powers in this world I cannot speak of. There are affairs of the Navy I am not proud of. Bring me more information like this and we can set matters right. Now, This right here, you now have recovery X supremacy London. There are different things you can do which will change like the world around you, and based on what you have done in certain quest lines, others will become unavailable or available, and like reactions of people will change. And we have now also gotten a contact for a different person, the diplomat, which usually you get this one way later because it takes you a while to get a vital intelligence, especially if you don't know how to turn your, strategic information into vital intelligence, which is something I didn't know for like the first 50 hours of playing this game. But yeah, we get a bunch of echoes and context to the ferocious diplomat. I think that is pretty much all. Oh yeah, we should quickly ask where he wants us to go next. Retrieve strategic information from Mount Palmerston, somewhere northeast of London. Well, it seems like everybody wants us to go north, so I guess that is definitely where we're going next. And we're going to be having a chat with the diplomat now. The diplomat lairs near Mansion Spire in a second-floor office above a gymnasium for pugilistic ladies and gentlemen. Your conversation is punctuated by distant shouts and blows. The diplomat smiles fondly at the sounds. We can pick up an agent. I have a friend. The diplomat says casually, who would be grateful for passage somewhere else, the Khanate, for instance, or Port Carnelian. An agent will allow you to establish an intelligence network and sometimes grow it later. This is really cool, and honestly not something I really like understood at all until like way longer into playing this game. But it's really cool that we get this so early. So yeah, we're gonna pick up this diplomatic agent and then try to put them down somewhere where we might be able to build a spy network. Now, we're not really going to chat too much to you guys. We're going to be learning more about them later. We're going to quickly go to our lodgings and read the morning paper, lose some terror, get some, well, no fragments apparently, but we do get the news. And then in London, there's another location that you're going to be getting very familiar with as you play this game, and a lot of your money is actually going to come from this location, the university right here. The university has an inexhaustible appetite for secrets. See specimens and other tidbits of esoteric lore. Provide a secret to prove yourself worthy of entry. We can give them one of our 4 secrets to get access to the university. Quite impressed. Oh, yes. The university's maritime liaison whispers breathily. Oh, yes. This is quite a tasty one. Let me explain it to you. He explains, teeth glinting. We lose a secret, but we gain a page, which is very nice. And we meet another character, the Alarming Scholar. The Alarming Scholar is mercurial, to say the least. A creature of sudden moods and provoking teeth, possibly her. Is it her? Appointment at as the university maritime liaison was precautionary to keep his razor-sharp enthusiasm from causing too many injuries in the faculty. Ah, yes, the scholar whispers breathily. I have a budget for acquisitions. What have you brought to me? So you can sell a lot of your knowledge, like these different stories or like searing enigmas, which are going to be even rarer that we might find eventually, or extraordinary implications. You can sell all kinds of stuff to them. So if you pick up something weird, you can go to the Alarming Scholar and they'll probably want to pay for it. Now, especially with the ambition that we chose, we're going to be saving a lot of these things, so just the memories and the Z story. So we're not going to be sending these. You can give them to the Alarming Scholar for like $10. Which can be, like, if you have 10 of these, it's $100, but we're going to save them for now. We're also going to save the Strange Catch. I just wanted to open this one because we're going to be needing you for sure to make some money later. Now, we have $900 almost, which is kind of crazy. We can hire some new crew. We have 7, so I tried to keep this number, like, between half and the full amount because, as I said, the more crew you have, the more food it uses. But as long as it stays above 50, you're kind of fine. So we're going to leave it this way for now. And we're going to carouse in the Wolfstack docks. There's no danger here. Try to enjoy yourself. We have an 80% chance of having fun. Which we were unlucky. We did not have fun, in fact. We did lose terror, but we lost the 80% skill check. It goes to show it can go either way sometimes. Anyway, that's all right. We still lost some terror. Now, since we're going north, we should probably offer passage to a tomb colonist. An immigrant will pay to be taken north to Venderbite, which these are tomb colonists, which we're going to be finding the tomb colony soon.
These are people that, like, it's seemingly hard to die in this world, and people that, like, become very, very old, instead of just dying of old age, will actually turn themselves into, like, mummies and put themselves in coffins, kind of just staying alive, whereas usually they would die in our world. We're gonna pick them up. It's oddly difficult to die in fallen London, but when a Londoner is too tatty and wretched to live, they wrap themselves in bandages and take ship for the tomb colonies. Your crew cart these ones aboard in padded coffins. They'll sleep there until the journey is done. The tomb colonist is in your hold. Take them to the north, to the colony of Enderbite, and sell them there. Now, I have already played this game quite a bit, and I know that this will start a very short quest, where you're going to need a few goods in order to be able to complete it. So usually you would go there and then learn about the quest and then go back to get the things you need. However, we can already pick it up right here. Now we need 10 spaces of cargo hold, so I think we're going to sell like 1 fuel here. Wait, do we have anything else to sell? We have the strange catch, which, by the way, we can use that by talking to our surgeon here. Let's have a dinner with our surgeon. That will get rid of one of our supplies. Does she wield a fork the way she wields a surgical instrument? Precise bite sizes. The cooked flesh arrives still in its shell. From the claws, 8 legs, body, and head, she renders a dozen neat bite-sized piles of shredded flesh, sutured with mushroom or pinned together with a needle of kitten. Perhaps she has missed a calling as a chef. She denies it. My mother was the child of a surgeon in the first city. You might say the knife work runs in the family. There's a wicked, quirking smile in the corner of her mouth. Then there are rumors about my father. She would deny there's any truth to those. We lose a supply, but we get a little bit more familiar with her. Now, there are different reasons you would want to complete the quests with your officers. It's fun. That's one. It can give you secrets and other special loot, or in some cases, it can also massively upgrade their stats so that you can have an even better officer. And sometimes it can just be bad and they will literally just die and then be gone forever. It's kind of up in the air. Her father, we can ask about her father, which is where we can use the strange catch. She becomes quite talkative when she has something to cut. Perhaps you can get her to say more about her father. Who was he then? There's flensing, deboning, an orderly arranging of scales from large to small. This was the creature's favorite organ, she says, working briskly with tweezers and blade. Don't touch it. The purple bits are toxic. She only turns to personal matters when she's had a chance to rinse her fingers. I get my proficiency with metal from both sides of the family, she says, watching your expression closely. Then, Mother was a favorite with Mr. Iron. She says that they only work together, that Mr. Iron sponsored her work and provided her with tools, sharper tools that do not bend so easily. We lose a strange catch, but we learn a little bit more, and then we are going to need a live specimen to be able to get her to talk even more, which we don't even know how to get that at all. Now, you can also have an affair with your officers, but we're not going to be doing that right now. Okay, so then now we have more than enough storage space. Here we got 29, so we are going to buy 10 casks of mushroom wine, because I know we're going to be needing those. And then we should probably get, with the 1 remaining spot, we'll get 1 extra supply. We got more than enough right now. I would rather have a few more supplies than this much fuel, but I think we're going to be okay. All right, and with that, we have gone through a lot of stuff here. We have done pretty much everything we need to do. We handed in our port reports. That's always important, and we're going to be heading out once again to get up over here. Now, Venderbite is one of the locations that's always in the same space. It's going to be up here somewhere, so we're just going to be heading up there. Now, if we can find any other islands along the way, it's going to be awesome. We have explored quite a little bit. This was our first journey here. We're going to be making lots of longer journeys as the game goes on. Let's hide that right here and just see where we can go. We should probably take a little stop at the Hunter's Keep, as always. Just say hi to the sisters. You can use your news there, and honestly, in the early game, you can kind of just use your news there every time. But later on, there's going to be other locations you can also use news. But right now, we are not going to be going that far just yet. Although, we are going to be going quite far to the north, I think. Because if we want to get to Mount Palmerston, it's usually up here somewhere. We're going to be going pretty far and finding some very dangerous creatures along the way that we are probably just going to completely try and avoid, since we are not very strong. Now, we would have been able to maybe buy like a little bit better engine or a little bit better gun, but I like in this game to save up
like a big chunk and then buy the best gun right away. Because if you buy a mediocre gun, then you have to sell it again at half the price and you lose like some money in the process that way. That's gonna put you behind, especially when you have this good of a start. If we can make it even better by making our money that much more effective, it's gonna be a great time. All right, we have reached a Hunter's Keep. We can do a little port report as always, and then we can give them some news. Knock and wait. We have used our news, but we can talk to the sisters now. Since we have a little bit of terror, we're not going to be talking to Cynthia again because we already have the God of Salt's attention anyway, and we will instead talk to Phoebe. We could talk to Lucy as well. It doesn't really matter. We're going to talk to Phoebe here, get a memory, lose some terror. We get the God Storm's attention here, so we have 2 gods' attention, and we gain a supply as well. And that's pretty much it. Phoebe has a story to tell of 2 lovers parted by water, of a raven that carries messages, of a fragment of the moon. She beats time on the table as she speaks, as if to a song only she can hear. The effect is hypnotic. Your attention drifts out through the skylight of the dining room to the false stars glittering in the roof of the cavern. You drift like a puffball spore. The Unterseas shimmers below. Islands lie like a mineral specimen on black velvet. Ships bob like wood chips between the islands. Vast spined things pulse in the depths. There is a scent like the scent before a storm. The storm came, says Phoebe quietly. Everything changed. Somewhere in there, you finish the last course. The scowling maid reluctantly serves cheese and Bath Oliver biscuits. Alrighty then. We're going to be moving on. Thank you very much for the story. We're going to just kind of head up here. See if we can find an island over here before we get the vendor bite. Always be sending out your Z-Bat. I often forget this. Once you get later in the game, you kind of don't need to do this anymore because you've obviously found every location. But early especially, you just want to kind of spam it. There's really no downside to doing this. I didn't really find anything here, but I did find this crab and the first signs of our location that we're going to, vendor bite. Let's shoot this little crab right here. Maybe we can shoot it before our food runs out here, so we can actually eat it and save ourselves a supply. Bonk. Stay back. Big strategy to fight these creatures. Oh, you go underwater. Is to just kind of like back up and keep them at like the end of your range. And then they will charge you, but they will cancel their charge if they're too far away, so you can kind of like outrun them that way. Now, since we have so much hunger, we are absolutely going to take the food and make our supplies run that much longer. So yeah, this is going to be our location here. Now, I gotta be honest that for the longest time, I read it as Vendor Bright. So if at any point I say Vendor Bright, that's because I thought it was like that for a long time. The trouble with tomb colonists. You've brought this decaying immigrant north. Now what? Days of shrooms and roses. The new tomb colonist surveys Vendor Bite, shaking her head. It won't do, she says. It won't do at all. A plan. I had no idea the place would be quite so unprepossessing. Perhaps we can liven it up a little yet. If only I knew his helpful Z-Captain. Bring 10 units of mushroom wine to Vendor Bite, and perhaps they'll have something for you. Well, luckily for us, we already knew that was going to happen, so we brought those 10 units of mushroom wine. Now, we can decide 2 things here. We can provide wine and join the celebration with a bunch of mummies that are going to be probably doing some ungodly things, or we can just provide the wine and just sit this one out, which I think we're going to sit this one out. That sounds like a bit of a scary thing. Muted satisfaction. They're a little disappointed you won't join them. So few fresh faces, one sighs. So few faces, in fact. But they show their gratitude with a sheaf of banknotes and a curious box. We lose the mushroom wine, but we gain 400 echoes. We now have 1,000, and we get a Soothe and Cooper long box. On first sight, it looks like a tomb colonist coffin. On closer examination, it carries stenciling reading Soothe and Cooper and a handwritten tag, delivery to Depot A, Station 3. Well, speak of the devil, we know where that is. We're going to be making our journey there soon to try and deliver this and further the quest line, even though the Admiralty might not be very happy with that because they did not, in fact, want us to investigate this further, but we absolutely want to. Now, this is a lot of money. We can actually buy, I think, the best gun with this amount if we were to make it back without spending it. Now, we might have to buy some supplies on the road here, so I don't know if we can do that, but we're going to try. The tomb colony of Vendor Bite. On deck, you can hear the sound of the 1,000 bandaged dead make as they shuffle and cough. It's something like the world's most restless concert audience or the world's most plague-ridden cathedral. Someone is trying to get your attention. One of the tomb colonists takes an obvious interest in your crew, specifically the clattery heir. Voiceless. The tomb colonist draws you a little away from the clattery heir.
Don't tell her you met me,
he says in a hoarse rasp.
Her mother cut my voice. Hope to fix it so I wouldn't be able to look for my daughter. So I wouldn't want to.
He wheezes.
Didn't work. Operations never. Completely effective. Need to know my daughters well. Happy. Finding enough patients. Getting enough to eat and so forth.
In exchange for the simplest news, he explains himself.
I'm a father,
he says.
Ordinary engineer. Not the sort of parents you would want.
If you wish to tell the heir about this encounter, you can do so by speaking with her. Interesting. We have a bunch of things we cannot do because they are locked. We can explore Venderbite. Here, they favor candlelight over gaslight. The shadows are swagged like cobwebs. The tomb colonists stand still enough to be mistaken for sculpture until they laugh or cough. One building in 3 seems abandoned. We are going to be doing that. A corkscrewed street. At the twisty tip of an odd little side street, welcoming yellow light glows from the gilt-lettered windows of a restaurant. A sign reads, Vengeance of Yona. A beefy tomb colonist bustles up. A gray mustache pokes impertinently out from under his bandages.
Come in, come in.
A bandaged poisonnier. Poisonnier? Probably some French thing. At Venderbite, seeks passage with a Z-captain sympathetic to intrepid cuisine. We have lost a terror, and we can recruit you for 300 echoes as a cook. Now, that is very expensive, but we do not have a cook, and getting your officer slots filled out as fast as possible is actually incredibly important because they give us lots of stats. That will make skill checks much easier, which will mean that we can maybe complete quests that we otherwise will be failing if we didn't have enough skill points. So we are going to be spending 300 here. Avid enthusiasm.
Ah, my captain, the things we will catch, that we will consume, that we will experience. We will discover the 7th sensation, you and I. The taste that one tastes with the heart. You there, sailor. Careful with that brazic alembic. It is worth more than your wretched soul. We have a new officer that we are going to immediately appoint right here. 6 hearts and 3 more pages. So even faster secrets, and we will be able to avoid terror a little bit more. Very nice. We can go eat at the restaurant for a bunch of money that we don't want to spend. And now you can do this right here. This is a very big quest that you do want to do. However, this is kind of the quest that made me like kind of give up on the game when I first played it, because if you click this button and you like start the quest, you get like 1,000 different items that you need to, that you have no idea what the fuck they mean, and you need to gather stuff, but it doesn't tell you that you need to do that, and it becomes wildly confusing. So I kind of recommend you just avoid this quest. There's no like rush in doing this one. It kind of just wants you to gather weird things. So every time you find like a weird thing or you kill a big monster and you get like a special item from it, you can probably go here and then give it to the first curator and get some rewards from it. And once we pick up one of those, I will lead us back here, and then we'll start this quest. But we're going to leave it for now to not be confused. We are going to gather some a port report right here. And then we have this quest available to us, the last tour operator. You definitely do not want to do this until you have more of the map explored, because it's going to tell you to go to different locations, and you might not know where the hell those locations are until you have explored a little bit more. But it is a good way to make some money. Now we could buy some stuff. We're not really going to bother. You can even sell your stories here. Look at that. We have the 10 mushroom mine are gone now. Could buy some supplies. I think this is quite expensive. So now we have choices. We could either go back over here and try to find some easier islands. The rule with this game is pretty straightforward. The further you go from the circle around London, like the further you go away, the more dangerous things are going to get. So if you're over here, things are going to be crazy dangerous. If you're right over here, you're going to be relatively safe. Up here is going to be quite dangerous, so we're going to have to be like completely on our toes. But if we can do all kinds of quests. We can complete the
Sly Navigator, the Sigil-ridden Navigator, like everybody wants us to go up here. So this is kind of high risk or high reward situation that we are going to be going for. Now we might have to turn off our light at some point. I think we're going to try and like stay maybe over here. Going to be a bit risky. We have also found more locations and we are immediately in combat, but these are just bats, so I'm not really worried about that one. Oh, and you also get fragments for finding... Oh, I could have shot already. For finding bats. Unfortunately, I did not get lucky with that shot, but that is fine. There you go. We are very low on terror, so we're just going to gather the corpses, gain 1 terror, and get the supplies. I'm just keeping an eye on the map. Now, the further north, the colder it's going to get, and the more scary monsters. So far, I think we've only seen a few boats, and like crabs. I think jellyfish, maybe. There's going to be lots more scary stuff out here that we are definitely not... Oh, I think I see one. That we are definitely not strong enough for yet. So we're going to turn off our light to try and avoid it. Yeah, this guy right here. He can absolutely demolish us. We want to stay as far away as possible from this literal living iceberg. Now you can put full power to the engines. This will have a chance of exploding and doing a bunch of damage to your ship, as well as maybe killing some of your crew, so you kind of want to avoid it. But if this guy were to aggro onto us, we would definitely try and rush here underneath this arch. But I think we are kind of slipping past. It is kind of turning around, but it didn't seem to spot us, so I think we're good. Now you can see we saw fog storms, or like fog banks before, which make it harder to shoot your enemies. These are like snowstorms or salt storms, whatever. Which will make you go slower, so you kind of want to avoid those as well, because if you find an enemy in one of these storms, you will not be able to go very fast away from them, and then you might get just completely murdered, which is very normal to lose in this game, by the way. It literally says when you start up the game that your first captain will probably die, and then maybe later captains will succeed. We're gonna try, however, to stay alive, but there is a chance we will die. Obviously, it is permadeath. Wither. Behind the great arch over the bay, the pale wastes stretch, white and silent as the face of the moon. From here, you might almost imagine they were snow. North of the city, the salt pools fizz with an unlikely color. We can explore the town to get a random event. We will first gather some intelligence to get the port report. The citizens of Wither enjoy questions so much that they always answer a question with another question. This can make intelligence gathering rather frustrating. Are you asking for any particular reason? At what time of the day? Is that your hat? Might it be 6? It could be 6. Eventually, you cobble together enough implication and supposition to compose a report. We can do shore leave, which this is a thing you can do in lots of places to lose some terror for some money. We will explore the town. We have this something awaits you. You kind of want to use this whenever you have it, because you will be getting this as you travel along. In the early game, you will pretty much always have this whenever you get to a new port, because it's based on how long you spend out at the open ocean. And eventually, we will get such powerful engines that we can actually go so fast between islands that we will not have this by the time we get to the next island. But right now, we don't have to worry about that. So we're going to do that. Oh, a contest of riddles. This is where you can do, depending on your pages stat, which we have invested pretty much everything in the pages stat, but you can see these are still really, really hard skill checks. You can spend money to do like a chance at doubling it or something, which we can get 10 echoes, 33%. I don't think this is worth, or we could get 2 echoes for a 67%. Nah, let's not do that. We'll just let them be here. Oh, and this is a special store. That's going to be something you can see in different places where they don't really accept currency. You can buy things and sell things for items instead, which is kind of cool, which can sometimes, mostly is not something you're really going to be engaging with, because the items are usually way more, like a Z story is way harder to get than a fuel, so we're not going to be doing that. But some items like the muter salt here is pretty hard to get, so you might actually have to spend this on it. But anyway, we're just going to leave this be for now. We got the port report. We will definitely be sent back here at some point. Now, if I am correct, we are going to hide our light here because I don't know what's going to be lurking out there. I know what's lurking out there. It's an iceberg. There is almost always another island right here. Yeah, I think there's a handful of islands that are in the same place every time. But most islands can randomly spawn around, or especially islands that are like floating around. Islands that are at the edge of the map can be in the same spot, but even those can shift around sometimes, although on this side it's always in the same spot. So yeah, we find another island, Codex here, which I don't think are gonna get much here, but we're gonna check it out anyway. The Isle of Codex. Codex, a desperate cave full of mute exiles and an inexplicable colony of shivering, bad-tempered monkeys. We can compile a port report. That's all we can do. The exiles see many come, fewer leave. Some are even willing to communicate, but their gestures are unfamiliar. The meanings unclear. Even when you can understand, these are answers without questions, as useless as a key without a lock. We get a port report, and that's all we can do here right now. We can buy fuel and supplies, but we're going to leave that for now. We're going to hopefully get that a little bit cheaper here. Okay, so we're going to try and go along the top here, stay in the north to be able... Our terror is still really fine, so I'm going to try and keep my light off, save some fuel, and also avoid monsters. Because you usually wouldn't want to be here with the engine, the starter engine. You want to get something a little better, so that if you do get spotted by a monster, you can avoid it. However, if you just be very quiet and very scared of your life... Oh, and we immediately find another island. Yo, this is exactly what we're looking for. This is a really useful island to find the location of, with this lava right here. It has a volcano on it, and it's one of the locations you can actually buy fuel at a cheaper price than you can in London, which is not very common. Most of the time, it's a lot more expensive to buy things out at Z instead of buying it in London. And we're also going to meet... Like, this is an introduction to something that I don't think I've talked about yet. Oh my god, that is a scary motherfucker right there. That in this universe, hell is just here. Hell is here. Hell is us. And there are devils walking amongst us. We're gonna just try and get to this as fast as possible. Once you're at port, oh my god. Once you're at port, you cannot be attacked anymore. There you go. That was quite risky. You are safe in port, so as long as we just stay here, they will ignore us and go away. We are gonna go up to the crater. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So devils, demons, and like agents of hell are just walking among people, and there's actually a whole like political intrigue going on between humans and hell, which we're going to be learning more about that here. Up the road, do they admit visitors to the Brimstone Convention? Probably not, but you never know. They might sell tickets. Above the bay, look down and see Port Palmerston. Like a toy and the ruins like gravel. You've come far, but the volcano's cone still rears above you. Rest a little before you go the last half mile. We are going to be meeting the Wistful Deviless, which you can tell when somebody is a devil by their like red eyes. The road to the crater ends in a brass gate in the crater wall. Besides it stands an oddly charming little cottage. It's thrown together from pumice and basalt, but it features honeysuckle. An equally charming Deviless in a tea gown leans against the cottage wall, twirling a parasol and fanning herself. I am the guardian of this place, she remarks languidly. You may not pass, but I can offer you a cup of malaria tea. We can have tea with a devil. Yeah, let's do that. Sure, why not? What could possibly go wrong? We gain a secret. Terror in a tea gown. No doubt she'd be much less pleasant if you tried to break down that gate, but just now, she's a courteous, soft-voiced woman in a tea gown. The tea is hot and nutty and rather pleasant. She asks about your voyages. She is desperate for news of London, of its mist, its nights, its sick, its poor, its fires. She tactfully turns aside questions about the convention, but she shares some of the secrets of the Neath. Come and see me again, she says. Next time you're here. She shrugs gratefully. Bring me a present, if you like. What present could we possibly bring a demon? Let me give you a hint. We are going to be looking for souls. Mount Palmerston, I think that's how you type it. We are going to need a soul next time. We're going to write that down as well. We gained 60 fragments, which gave us a secret. And I think that's going to be it with the Deviless for now. But that is a quest line we're going to be going on. Engage a new officer. Ooh, interesting. Sullen lights glow green at the jetty's edge behind the port buildings. The island is knee-deep in ash. There are ruins here and there of houses destroyed by fire. Far above, the mountain's top flickers red, just for an instant. We will chat to the port folk about the Brimstone Convention. A shrug and a curse. There was a revolution in hell, and the aristocracy of devils fled here. Here they plot in exile. A shrug and a curse. They don't do us any harm. They stay up in there, and we stay down here. If hell's fighting itself, that's good for us all, isn't it? Again, a port report. We can find our contract. Oh, are we going to be doing something bad here? You have a rendezvous in the ruined granary up on the headland where the last generation of farmers died in the volcano's flame. Oh, it worked out fine. Hello, I have something for you. A cowled and buzzing shape clasps your elbow. It whispers in your ear. Its breath is lava and old brass, and a queasy vibration shudders through you where its gloved appendages has taken hold. You have what you came for. Back aboard ship. Quickly. Your vision blurs. Perhaps you are unwell. We gained, this was for the Admiralty, we gained the strategic information we needed. We also gained a terror from that, but that's fine. Very nice. It's actually, like, this is kind of how the early game goes in this game, especially when you're, like, new to it. You kind of just talk to the Admiralty. They tell you, because they give you, like, a direction on where you should go to find the location they're asking you to go to. And then it's easy. Like, if they ask you to go north, just go north, try and find it. That's how I played most of my first playthroughs. I just went to that location. But once you get a little bit more familiar, you can, like, plan your journeys, knowing where in the general area things are going to be. You'll never know exactly where they are, but it leads to a very satisfying, like, back and forth where you think, oh, I might be able to find this here, and then you can chain together multiple islands and get multiple rewards all in one trip. We can dig amongst the ruins, use up our supplies. We are not going to do that. We are, however, going to buy some stuff here. We are going to buy a few supplies, as well as a bunch of fuel here, since it's $9 compared to $10 from London. I think we're gonna buy, like, just genuinely 5 more, and then, like, 4 more here. We're just gonna be real prepared. We got lots of stuff right now, which we might have to throw some overboard, but I want to just make sure that if we go further here, we're gonna be able to survive. Now, we can't really do much more here, so we're gonna leave. Now, when I click escape here, this ship will not target me. Because I am in port, it will ignore me. So you can kind of just wait a little bit, and then try and sneak out, turn off the light, sneak away from them. We want to find another island. There is a... Oh, so these blue ships? I thought for a while that they were like ghost ships or something, because sometimes you'll see them go around and then randomly disappear. But these are merchants. You can't click on them to fight them. They have a lot of HP. I don't know if they can fight back, actually. I don't really do that. But you can shoot them and then gain their stuff. But your crew will be mad and you will gain a bunch of terror, because, like, your crew probably didn't sign up to be pirates. They just wanted to explore the Z and get some stories to tell their children. Oh, God. That's coming directly to me. It's coming directly to my face. I don't want to talk to you. I'll try and stay away from you. I guess we're going down here. Anything? Chapel of Lights is some distance to the east. Oh, that's where we want to go. Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hello, Mr. Merchant. We don't want to talk to you. We're just trying to stay away. This is actually perfect. Holy shit, what a run so far. Everything has just been exactly where we wanted it to be. Ay, 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 ay. That's the scariest motherfucker of all time. We're gonna use the fuel. We're gonna burn extra fuel. Luckily not explode. Try to get as far from this guy as possible. I have to admit, I've never killed that guy. He is absolutely terrifying. Okay, we snuck by, just barely with the skin of our teeth. And we can land on the Chapel of Lights. Whew. Alright, that guy. We might be able to fight him during this playthrough, since I'm planning to be quite thorough, but we'll see how it goes. Chapel of Lights. Furtive faithful gather in the shadows between the many, many candles. A bell tolls in the chapel tower. Cracked iron laughter, beware. The aisle is full of voices. We can eat of the chapel's bounty. A smiling priest unlocked the door of the storehouse for you. Here, he says, eat, but take nothing away with you. Very lucky for us, we have exactly 48 hunger, so we can eat this and save an entire supply that way. Rich and red, they have shark steaks plucked from the sea. Thin slices of cavern tuna, translucent and delicate as paper. Little crimson cakes flavored with cinnamon and coated with poppy seeds. Tomatoes impossibly ripe and sweet so far from the surface. Gorge yourself, leave with the juices dripping from your chin. We are going to gather some intelligence. A smiling priest in a red cassock tends to the chapel. The congregations are shy of light. They come and go in little ships, and it's strangely difficult to count them. Perhaps some of them are imaginary. Still, you note the name of a ship or two. Now, we wanted... Excuse me? Did we not talk to this guy yet? I swear I wrote that down. I did I've been recording this over multiple days, so I think I may have done an oopsie with the editing and forgot to show you this, but I did write it down. Oh yeah, here we go. I'll read it now because I must have not included it. Forgetfulness. Seconds then thirds disappear in small, hasty morsels. He is nervous and not a gifted conversationalist. You do your best to plug the silence. When you ask about his past, he winces. I can't say, Captain. This. He taps the livid sigil on his temple, which twitches like a scorpion's sting. Has burned away my memories. I recall I have a brother, but not his name or where he is. I remember the names of the ships I've served on. The Implicit, the Bonnie Swan, but not their crew. How did he come by the sigil? He clutches his head. I don't know. Thinking about it is like fire in my skull. He grits his teeth. Someone must have hated me very much to curse me with it, but I can't even remember my enemy. We will talk to him again, which this is what I assumed we had already done, but apparently not my fault. My sleep is riddled with dreams, captains. Dreams of bells and candles. A destination. He paces the deck. I see a lonely house lit by tallow and a wick. A bell is ringing. It rings now. Do you hear it? He scratches at his sigil, which has begun to bleed. Do you know this place, Captain? Can I plot a course? A place of candles and bells, the chapel of lights, a northern church where no sin is too terrible. Well, there we go, a destination. Funny, we are already here. Your situated navigator races towards the chapel. This is the place. So did I even introduce that you can talk to these guys then? We talked to the Clattery Air just now, right? We haven't talked to you yet, but yeah, you can talk to your crew to gain quest lines, such as this one right here. This is the place. The bell. Within, you give chase. Within, the air is heavy and hushed. You enter to see the navigator shaking a smiling priest by the collar. Let me hear. Tell me what it means. Look at it. Look at it. The priest disentangles himself as politely as possible. I'm sure we can find a path to put you on, my friend. He examines the sigil with the professional air of a collector. We will need your help in return. We can pay a price, which includes giving them live specimen, or we can pay another price. Now, we are going to pay another price. How are we going to do that? We are going to attend a service at the chapel. Now, with our pages skill, we have a 100% chance to succeed this. The great bell tolls. The few ragged and faithful gather for St. Arthur's lesson. Bring your offerings. Now, this is why I wanted to have so many supplies, because we're going to need 5 supplies to be able to attend the service. Echoes in the chapel. Oh, yes. The priest says, smiling. The drowned man hums tonight. His song like fish roe clouds the water. He waits for the congregation's assent. We will feel him in the harps of us. And if his tune is caught, it will be raised to the sky where the bright birds pass. Here the congregation cry out like birds, and the cries rattle away into the rafters. And the air hangs sultry, and the gods no longer frown. At the end of the service, you leave. Your lips still wet and your stomach filled with secrets. You could grow rich on this diet if you live. We have gained a secret. We lost our supplies. We have gained terror. We have attended the church, and we now have menaces unaccountably peckish. You have the cannibal taint. We can attend it again, but we're not going to do that. We are, however, now going to choose this different option. We are going to pay another price. The priest slips his arm around your shoulders. For you, a lesser payment, he whispers. Post no guards tonight on your ship. Ask no questions. And in the morning, perhaps you'd like to join us for breakfast. A red and white smile. We're going to click that one. A new destination. The chapel's congregations are soft-footed. No one on board hears them come or go. In the morning, a crewman's bed is empty. You divert your crew's concerns. Later, you take part in a late, warm, red breakfast in the church's crypt. When you emerge with the smiling priest, your navigator hurries forwards from a pew. The sigil. What does it mean? Who carved it on me? What did I do to deserve it? The smiling priest raises a hand. You are on a journey, my friend. Take one step at a time. I've seen your sigil before, carved in the eyes that Frost found. Go there. You will find your first question. Answer your first question. That will lead you to the next. The navigator thanks are muted. He plods back to your ship. Before you leave, the smiling priests give you a wink. We have lost one crew because they ate it. And we did gain another menace. These menaces are kind of like negative things, but you can also use them for positive things. But largely, you kind of want to avoid going too deep into some of the menaces. And yeah, but I don't know if we ate stuff ourselves, but we do have the cannibal taint. Hopefully people won't notice. And we did lose a crew member, but luckily we are still above 5. And we got the further of the quest because doing the life specimen thing is really, really hard to do. Anyway, because getting those can be quite tough. We can reject what we've learned to get rid of our cannibal taint, but we're not going to do that right now because there might be further uses for this yet. There's no shop available here. We already got the port report, so we are going to be heading further. Now, I did talk to this guy, right? I did do that? Yes. Well, we already talked to him. Frostfound can be found at the very north of the sea. Okay. So hopefully that is going to be somewhere over here. Now I am considering we are like very far from home right now. This is kind of a dangerous journey we have found ourselves on. We do still have lots of supplies and lots of fuel, so we can keep going. I think we are going to try it, although we do need to turn off our lights here, I think, and maybe put the engine on max. Definitely hide that so we can see if there's any enemies coming from the top. Enemies can kind of hide behind your logbook down here, so that can be kind of dangerous. You're going to see anything here. I mean, our terror is building up extremely fast. Does this look like an island, or is it just mist? Avid horizon, some distance to the north. Perfect. Nobody here? Another location. Now, the Admiralty is going to want to pay us quite a lot of money for all these very far locations, so if we can make it back unscathed, we might end up rich. And we have found the Avid Horizon. It has the same sigils that are on Codex's islands as well as on the kind of looks similar to the sigil that's on his head, I would assume. Now, I did not know about these quests for a longest time when I played the game first. That you can talk to your people and gain quests that way. It's already quite an overwhelming game when you start off, so like doing all of these quests simultaneously can be quite crazy. 2 vast winged shapes. Let's look at it. This is what it looks like. 2 vast winged shapes guard a gate of something like resin, smooth but uneven. It is a deep gant, the color that remains when all other colors have been eaten. Eyes cross over the crack between its valves. Approach, and your breath freezes. Falls tinkling in shards from the air. It would be utterly foolish to touch the thing. A merciless wind blows from everywhere to everywhere. It passes without effort through your bridge coat, your flesh, your lungs. The dock lies empty. We can look into the stars to gain a bunch of terror that I don't think we should be doing here. We can gather intelligence, such as there is to gather, out here where nothing moves. We're going to do that. Nothing moves. The stillness is itself of interest to the Admiralty. It is not impossible someone foolish might attempt to open the gate. It is not inconceivable that it might open from the other side. And what then? Your journey here may attract the attention of a certain crimson patron. Return to your port report to the Admiralty in London to unlock a new story. Interesting. Yeah, we might, I think, unless things go horribly wrong and we die, we are definitely going to be seeing more of this place throughout our story. And we have also heard a story, the ice by the gate's edge, there was a whisper about a hunting quest and a final revenge. And we need to give up some of our fragments to gain a hunter's eye behind the ice. Yes, this is what the rumors meant. A hunter frozen in the ice, hands contorted to claw, mouth agape. With her left hand, she had plugged her own eye from her socket. It lies very close to the surface of the ice. If the stories are true, there's a dark virtue in that eye. Take it then. Perhaps you should put it in a jar. We now have a hunter's eye. Very creepy. There's nobody here, so no shops for us to interact with. We are going to try and keep our terror somewhat low, so we're not going to be interacting with this right now. We're just going to be moving on. This is not really a place we have much to do with right now, but we will maybe be investigating later. All right, we're actually kind of like, this is still like, I think around 2 hours into the first playthrough here, or the playthrough here. You're not usually going to be this far away from London this early. You can kind of just like hop between, oh god, is there monsters there? Between starter islands for a while, gathering port reports, doing some of the simple quests that are close by. Now, the Admiralty sent us here immediately. They wanted us to go all this way. I want to use my Z-Bats to see if there's any islands in this area right here. There are no islands in range. I'm going to try and keep the lights on. We are, like, next to these rocks, so if there is something that pops up here, we might be able to rush inside of all the rocks. Now, we're staying very close to the top, because the more down we go, the more monsters I think we're going to be encountering, potentially. Ooh. Is this going to be what I think it's going to be? Ragged Crow is somewhere to the southeast. Okay. That is a... looks like a lighthouse right there. Not necessarily. Sometimes it gives you locations of places that you can just investigate, but that aren't actually islands you can stop at. So yeah, that was one of those, which is fine. There is something underwater some distance to the south. Probably want to leave that alone for now. I'm very curious how the what is it? Submarine is gonna work, where you go under the water. I've never done that. That's gonna be really cool. I saw some like absolutely terrifying screenshots. I looked away immediately because I wanted to experience it firsthand in this video right here. We're not really getting anywhere right now. I mean, we're not getting attacked either, and we have more than enough fuel and supplies. No islands in range still. That is kind of concerning. We are almost still way over here. Is Frostfound not here? Excuse me. I was hoping we'd be able to find Frostfound and then just go back from there. I'm seeing some glow. I think this might be it. No? Ooh, yo, hopefully. No, still not. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay, we've reached it. Quite the journey. Frostfound is some distance to the east. There we go. Now, I think when we explore these areas for the first time, I think it adds to the playthrough to have some of it included in the video, but I will be making some cuts later when we're doing like long journeys. We're going from place to place to complete quests. But right now, we have never seen this before. And we have found Frostfound. We gained yet another secret. This is where multiple quests are going to continue here. Oh, and we get some music as well. Let's go. Frostfound. Towers and ramps and galleries and stairs of ice, raised and spun like an architect's honey dream. No spider ever wove so complex a web. The towers are utterly pristine, untouched by human life, but a pitiable encampment squats by the dock. We can engage an officer, the tireless mechanic? Bro. That is such an important officer to have. The tireless mechanic has had enough of Frostfound. He smiles at you over his spectacles, teeth chattering. Brr. So glad to see this a ship at last. Ready to offer my services. I'm an engineer. Finest you ever hire. Treat engines like my own children. Not that I have children. Too busy. Usually busy. We are going to do that. Absolutely only $20, bro. Spot of rust. Soon see to that. You there? You there! Help me with the spot of rust. We are going to appoint our officer. We now have every single spot filled except the gunnery officer. We gain 8 vills and 5% fuel efficiency. Very nice. Awesome. We are going to complete... Oh, we need an outlandish artifact to complete this one. That's unfortunate. We don't have that one. But we are going to complete yours. Allow the sly navigator to examine the tower. He climbs the steps, panting eagerly. This is the sea, you see? He calls back.
The Z risen to become land. Ice is the soul of the Z. The soul of the Z.
Bro, this guy's...
In ice, we find the Z at her most exemplary, and he's off again. You leave him to examine the tower, staring up at the battlements, his breath dragon huffing.
Okay. Oh my god, how convenient.
Where is he? Only a few minutes later, you glance back and the navigator is gone. You climb the steps to examine the spot where you saw him last. His coat lies in the snow, his footprints end at the tower wall. You poke through his coat and find a brass telescope from the Khanate, a much annotated chart, tobacco, an alarming quantity of lice, but the navigator is gone. You never see him again. And we gain an outlandish artifact, which is extremely convenient, as that is exactly what we needed to be able to complete or continue the quest of the sigil-ridden navigator. Show the squatters your navigator sigil. A plucky researcher recognizes it. I know it well. I can show you, but the way isn't easy. I'll not take anyone frail. You'll need ropes, crampons, skins, tents, and I'll want paying, of course. My bursary is wearing rather thin. Sorry, I can't speak. Well, we're going to be doing that. It costs 5 supplies. Can we buy supplies here? I think we can get some supplies by doing take tea with the squatters at the dock. A surprising warm welcome. We're keeping the steps for the game of truths. A helpful riddle fisher explains, as she fills your cup for the 3rd time. Every year, the people of Iram and Wither meet here for... She pauses. Contests, she whispers, finishes vaguely. The difference between a question and a riddle. One day, someone will prove themselves enough to enter the castle. You spend a pleasant few hours while the tea is supplemented with Irami liquors, pale withern beer, and something the riddle fisher describes blandly as snake cake. They offer you fuel and supplies before you leave. We keep enough to spare, the riddle fisher grins. From time to time, a captain gets lost up here and comes up here, and we always feel bad for them. We lose terror, 10 terror, gain fuel and a supply. Very nice. Yeah, we are going to be doing this. Almost never remembered. He didn't exaggerate. The eyes as slick as an oiled mirror. You need batons and spiked boots to navigate the slopes, and a misplaced foot will send great chunks of it thundering into the thirsty sea. The air bites like a bound shark. Your face is numb, your fingers stiff, your throat raw. The climb takes you around a sheer white cliff, the waters below shimming with shards of razored ice. At last, a frozen ledge, a vertical sheet of ice rises before you, reflective as a conjurer's glass. Engraved upon it, 20 feet high, is the navigator's sigil. Impressive, isn't it? The researcher says, dropping his pack, is one of the oldest accords between Wither and Aram. It means almost never remembered. Your navigator approaches it warily. The sigil on his temple sparks with blue fire. It reaches out his fingers, touching those of his reflection in the ice, and his reflection lunges forwards, whispers something in his ear. The navigator crumples into the snow. Oh, the plucky researcher says, damn. We're gonna have a devil of a time getting him back to the ship. You do, but you manage it. Back in your cozy cabin, you imbibe mulled rum. Will you ever be warm again? Speak through your sigil-ridden navigator to learn what happened. We lose a ton of supplies. You have 1 wound. At 3 wounds, you will die. If you ever have 3 wounds, you are dead. They will heal when you rest in your lodgings and from time to time at Z. So yeah, you don't want to build up too many wounds, but you can get rid of them. We're going to also make a port report. This is a fascinating place. We're going to be coming back here at some point for further investigations for sure. Bickering amiably. Not all are Aremi or withered. There's the odd researcher, the occasional deranged ice sculptor, now and then a very cold, very sad rubbery man, but for the most part, an atmosphere of friendly rivalry reigns. We now have a port report. Yo, that was sick. Let's talk to our officer, shall we? Oh, we need to wait until we have a something awaits you. Oh, and we need to have a doctor aboard. Well, very conveniently for us, we already have a doctor aboard. Okay, so we're gonna have to be a little bit more careful now that we have lost so many supplies. We should most definitely be heading back through here because if I remember, that's going to be where this quest is going to continue as well.
as maybe we can find some additional islands here. Oh, well, maybe we should take a, a little look-see down here first, because we have reached the Khan's Glory. Wasn't that where we needed to take the one passenger? I think it was. Now this is kind of a mysterious place that, like, it's another kind of faction that has beef and, well, beef. They have a war, I guess, with London. So the Admiralty will be very interested to learn about this place for sure. There's also evil Khanate ships floating around. Khan's Glory, a place of stately isolation. Here are the palaces of the Khan and his court, each a fortress to itself. Sleek lords and ladies in belted robes break breakfast on balconies. An unlikely antelope peeks at you from a park. Guns rotate easily on motored gimbals. We have a lot of stuff that we cannot do at all. We can take a meeting concerning a matter of no importance. A servant of the Timon is missing. His loss is in danger. Interesting. This is the part of the DLC, the Hunter Z-boat thing. Interesting. We should, however, use our... Can we talk to you? No? We still cannot talk to you. I guess we're gonna do that. I'm curious. Let's see what this is. There's a place one doesn't speak of. Officially, a former servant of the Timon, who did not engage in the gathering of strategic information, did not disappear to the undersea port of Anthi, which officially does not exist. At length you hear what his servant did not look like, and strict prohibitions against pursuing him. Officially, no one in Khan's Glory would have any interest or be at all inclined to reward you with money and connections if you were to go to Anthi. They would not care for a report of the situation or any information he may be unable to bring home. Okay, I get the hint. We want to be figuring this out at some point, which I don't know how fast we're going to be able to get the underwater exploration abilities, so we're gonna keep that in mind. I usually tend to take screenshots if there's something that, like, I think I might be interested in later. You can write it down on the notepad here, or you can take screenshots to just remind yourselves. Besides that, I don't think we really have anything to do. We're just gonna leave this place alone for now. We are gonna be doing some intrigue here later, but the place I think we really needed to go to is gonna be down here. Ooh, oh, and there's so many locations here to explore. Like, look at all these things we're finding. I love this place. I'm assuming is based on, like, Genghis Khan or something. Like, oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about this place, I gotta be honest. We're gonna be learning it together. But I think that this port right here, you can see all the ports are highlighted with this, like, slight glow to it. Which is gonna be Khan's Heart, if I remember correctly. Which is where we need to drop off probably the final destination of our passenger. We are quite the ways away from home. I think I'm gonna do it, like, wait here for a second. Because what you can do, so this thing, right, that shows up every now and then, the something awaits you. You can just get it by sitting still. It'll magically pop up just after a minute of being out at sea. There it is. Yeah, so you can just kind of, like, sit in a port and also get it, which is a little cheesy. You can get multiple of those in the same port that way, but I just wanted to make sure to collect it so that we could talk to our officer and continue this right here. There we go. New purpose. His sigil has grown. It reaches down to his cheek now. The skin it marks is pitted and gray. Captain, the ice told me. The sigil's reflection was its opposite, or inverse. It doesn't matter. We must go north, north and north and north to the avid horizon, to Void's approach. He struggles to rise. Where are my charts, my compass, my sounding line? Take your sigil-ridden navigator to the avid horizon to recover his memories. Okay. And we are going to drop off the August Travel Rider. Your payment, Captain. It has been a pleasure. By evening bell, the Travel Rider sets across the... So this was our passenger, right? That we brought to the Gators Morn and then the Cumian Canal. The Travel Rider sits across the planks with good speed, his steamer trunk in his arms. A storyteller pesters you for coin as you eat your dinner at a steam-filled restaurant.
You throw him a coin for quiet, but before you can resume your meal, an explosion tears through the next street. Citizens, sailors, and the white golds hurry to the crater. Once the smoke has cleared, you can see the innards of a secret shipyard, torn brass and steel, mangled faces staring lifeless from the rubble. The white and golds argue in their own tongue. The storyteller ambles up to you. They are saying that the leopard made underwater ships here, in violation of an agreement with London. He whispers. They say London's assassin has visited. You might want to slip away. Interesting. An agreement enforced. Notable stories seem to turn up where the August Traveler goes. Yeah, very, very interesting how that works. And we gain some suspicion from the white and golds. Interesting. So we probably, like, carted around this, I guess, spy, pretty much. Anyway, that was it for us. We don't have a submarine. We can seek our commercial license, but we probably cannot do that. Let's see. Did we read this? Khan's Heart, London's rival. An oasis of light in the salt. In the salt black wastes, canals thread the painted city. Street lamps glow and water taxis putter. Seek a commercial license. The Kanagians, Kaganians dislike merchants and they dislike foreigners. Foreign merchants induce paroxysms of antipathy. Perhaps sufficient bribes will buy your way into the Nephrite quarter. Not here, surfacer. Surfacer? But the Kaganians have been generations underground, and to them, all Londoners are surfacers. Surfacers? Sorry. It seems you'll need to go to Khan's Glory, the nearby palaces of the nobility, to seek a license. We're going to be having to bring them a bunch of stuff in order to get access to this, but we will be doing that in due time because you can actually get a bunch of money from trading with these people. We could try and gather a port report. We could also try and establish a spy in how much? 100 echoes? 43% chance. Ooh, that would be one hell of a shot in the dark, huh? I kind of want to try it. If you're caught, it'll mean trouble. If you're successful, you can tap your network later for intelligence. The dark spectacled admiral and the voracious diplomat, amongst others, will be interested. This is obviously gonna most likely fail, but let's give it a shot and see what happens. We have indeed failed. The white and golds are watchful. Your agent does not return. Have they spent your funds and run? Are they chained upside down somewhere in the Timon stronghold? We lose our investment and we gain more suspicion from the people, from the white and golds, the Kaganians. And we lose our agent. Unfortunately, we can get another one in London, though. That was worth a try. We could gather crew. Interesting. Pay a storyteller. This is where you can like click all these buttons and build up a bunch of suspicions, which are gonna like bite you a bunch later. I kind of like to avoid interacting with this much until I have like access to the Nephrite quarter and like am able to trade with these people. We could gather a port report. As Kaganian suspicion increases, the action becomes more difficult. If you have an intelligence network, it becomes easier. Yeah, we're gonna try and avoid that. We have delivered our guy. That was mainly why we were here. And I think we're just gonna bounce. So we can try and buy stuff here, but it says like this. What is it? Purchase fuel at an outrageous price. The Khanate merchants grin when they see you coming. An unlicensed foreign captain? They'll pick a price and triple it. So yeah, we're not gonna be spending 50 echoes or 50 echoes on supplies here. Although actually we are quite low on supplies, but I think that's too ridiculous to be able to, or to pay that. So now I think what we're going to be doing is just kind of like retracing our steps to try and avoid the ships that are usually to the side of this place. Obviously there's a bunch of islands over here, but we will be coming back here in due time. I kind of just want to go to the Avid Horizon to continue the quest of our sigil-ridden navigator. We're going to keep our light off because our terror is not that high yet. And we're kind of just going to be going on our trip. Probably stop by at Frostfound to get another supply there from the people. Wait, we didn't lose our something awaits you by talking to our guy here? I guess. I mean, we know where we need to go for him. We're just going to be stopping at Frostfound before we get there. There we are. So yeah, there are entire other cities and
like so many places that are just like absolutely fascinating. This one of the many reasons I love this game, like how cool the exploration is. Yeah, we will be taking tea with you guys so that we get a supply, lose some terror. So we're actually like doing totally fine with our terror, even though we're like in a very scary place right now. We gain more fuel and we're gonna be fine. We cannot buy stuff here, but that's okay. Yeah, you can't gather multiple port reports. Also this, by the way, enter Frostfound. A long flight of stairs rises glistening to a sheer tower. There is no door. Your reflection hangs in the cloudy ice. You cannot enter Frostfound if your terror is greater than 20, and you should not enter Frostfound without a good reason. I love sometimes this green text. So this green text is kind of like the breaking the fourth wall and like telling you some information about the game. Sometimes it will literally just say, you really should not click this button. And then if you click it, like something horrible happens and you're like, well, I guess they did tell me. So yeah, anyway. Okay, we're gonna be going to the Avid Horizon now. As long as we do this safely, I think it's gonna be a relatively smooth journey here. Look at that, we found Cthulhu's Rage, which is a scary looking vortex here that we are going to steer right around. Don't want to be caught in that one. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that giant, you can just barely see it, giant moth over there. Definitely don't want to get anywhere close to that thing, that's for sure. We're gonna be going down here, hiding in the fog bank. So yeah, that is, I've tried to kill one of those before. They are just kind of like very fast and very angry, so I tend to just avoid them if I can. Honestly, avoiding things is generally a pretty good idea until you have like a much better ship that has like multiple guns on it, because right now you can see we only have one gun. There's a lot of slots for things that you can use in combat over here. Oh god, it's coming. Coming closer, you spooky MFer. Just gonna be going this way if that's alright with you. Almost at the Avid Horizon. Oh my goodness, there's this guy again. Turn off the lights. You're not usually this far up, dear friend. Yeah, we can only see the tip of this guy. He's probably huge. I wonder if we can get to fight that guy from under the water. We'll see. But anyway, here we are. We have arrived in the Avid Horizon. Lead the Sigil-ridden navigator to a certain dock pillar. Oh, we need to give up our strategic information. Interesting. Yo, this is all worked out like so perfectly. We've just barely picked up. So you can see here, this is why this game can be quite a struggle when you first play. And I mean, I got pretty lucky here. But you can like get to a place like this, see you need the strategic information, not have it, and then just like have to fuck off and go somewhere else. And then eventually remember, oh, wait a minute. I need to go back there. So kind of how I did most of these quests was just going around in like big circles, hitting all the islands and then like checking the options and then being like, oh wait, this option, I remember I needed this and now I have it. And then you click the option eventually. But yeah, if you get lucky or you plan it very carefully, you can get multiple things going pretty fast. So yeah, we're gonna lead the Sigil-ridden navigator to a certain dock pillar. Scraps of paper stiff with northern frost are stuffed into its cracks. Unforgiven. A message is carved into the wood. If you wish to return to London, if you seek the forgiveness of the Empress, if you will sacrifice all to make amends, record your name and crime. Your navigator hunts through the slips of paper. They are a library of villains and villainy. Here are murders, betrayals, treasons, and perjuries. He stops, stares at one, pulls it free. This is mine, he says. I wrote this. It is a confession. Beneath, in more recent and less careful letters, he has added a note. You did not answer. If I cannot be forgiven, then I will forget. The Chapel of Lights will help me. For a price. He laughs wildly. Twice. I paid them twice. Once to take my memories and once to guide me back to them. His laughter deepens to hysteria. 2 crewmen help you drag him back to your ship. Speak to your navigator on board to learn of his confession. Let's do that immediately. Captain, may I speak with you? In private. His voice is dull. His sigil throbs red as embers in the neathly gloom.
his forgotten crime. He hands you his confession, retrieved from Void's approach. Please read. Read the first page. To whom it may concern, I hereby record my full and honest confession in the hopes of absolution in her enduring majesty's service. In May, my brother Richard and I took service on the Bonnie Swan. He as a boatswain and I as a navigator. The captain, Swinburne, was a good man, but ambitious. When we reached King Eater Castle, our supplies were low, but we pressed on in the hope of finding land. There was none. Read the second page. Our stores nearly depleted, we turned back, and here I committed the first of my crimes. I mistook my readings and set a bad course. For days we steamed northwest, not west, into the empty dark. Our supplies ran out, and still no sign of port. Hunger set in, and terror, and what I pray was madness, ravening, desperate, raving. We agreed to draw lots, with the loser giving up life and flesh so the others could go on. Read the third page. The first of us to draw the short straw was the captain. The second was my brother. My dear, solemn, solid Richard. There was more after. 7 times we drew. 7 of our numbers went into the pot, and not one of them quietly. Those of us who made it back to port swore to never speak of our crime. But one of us, someone with a keener conscience than mine, confessed. I fled the news to Z again. I regret it all. I will do anything. Please. Here, he scribbled on his later note when the Admiralty failed to select him for absolution through service. You did not answer. If I cannot be forgiven, then I will forget. The Chapel of Lights will help me, for a price. His eyes meet yours when you look up from the page. They are dull as old iron. I am done, Captain. I am done. I have one last thing to ask of you. His last request, the truth has broken him. Parting ways. He buries his face in his hands. Even if I could remember, I would not want to. But it is only a matter of time until this. He runs a finger over his sigil. Take something I can't do without. Maybe I will forget how to breathe, or which way is north. Perhaps I will strand us all at Z again. And it'll be oaths of silence and straws in the dark. Be rid of me, Captain. Put me ashore somewhere I can be forgotten. Your sigil-ridden navigator wishes to retire. Speak with him to learn where he might find peace. Ask where he would like to disembark. Leave me on Codex, where my silence won't be noticed, or at the Empire of Hands, where no one will care.
Or you can suggest another option. It would be a release of him of sorts, and it has a certain sanguine poetry. You can, if you have enough cannibal taint, request that you maybe should eat him as a bit of an ironic justice, I guess. But we are going to just pick this option instead. Choices. You have heard that the mute exiles on Codex reward anyone who brings them a new initiate. They pay with secrets of fire. There will be no such recompense from the apes of Port Stanton, but your navigator offers you to leave his tools, charts, and notebooks in return for his passage. Abandon your navigator at Codex to earn a valuable item, or at Port Stanton in the Empire of Hands for a lesser reward, but an increase in your mirrors, or perhaps there is another, less pleasant option. Now, since we have already just found Codex, I think that's going to be a beautiful place for us to return to, and just pretty much take this route back through, because we have also already sneakily picked up an item that we are going to be able to turn into the last curator. So we are going to, I think, just hop between these islands back, because we do need to pick up additional supplies here. I think I'm just literally going to keep my light off the whole way, because we are only at 35 terror, and anything that spots us here, such as this motherfucker, will be an absolute disaster. I'm trying to keep away from him. Is he coming this way? It is really unfortunate you cannot hide this screen, because it makes it like, I don't know where the fuck he is. Oh, there he is. I need to get to, I'll try and go up here. As long as you keep your lights off, you have a much easier time getting past things. Now, he is literally at the place where we need to go. We're gonna try and just completely sneak around him. If we see him pop up out of here, we're gonna need to boost our engines immediately.
Now you can like go crazy and boost past him to get to the port because, as I said, the ports are safe. But this guy in particular, you really want to avoid. Like 2 hits of that guy, and we are sunk. We are dead. So yeah, really don't want to encounter him. Okay, can we get around? Looks like he kind of just went further down, so we are going to just try to sneak through. No problem. We need to get some food here. What's that? Oh, we can eat. Unfortunately, we had to make the runaround, so we couldn't eat food before we had to use supplies for hunger. But we will still eat of the chapel's bounty and just lose 3 hunger, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, we cannot buy anything. So we're going to be, I guess, just going there. Ooh, turn off that light. Don't. It automatically turns on. I don't know if we should go below or up. There's a storm raging here, which I really want to avoid. Because there could be icebergs in that. But I think as long as we just go nice and... Okay, there's the iceberg. So we can just go up and around. As long as we stay next to the rocks, it should be a totally safe journey. I think we'll be okay. Uh-oh, hello there. We're gonna boost this engine and get the hell out of here. Because this guy just spotted us, which we are probably gonna get shot here at least once. Stay away. Oh, he didn't actually see us. It activated the combat mode, so usually that means they spot you, but apparently he did. Alright, well anyway, we have reached Mount Palmerston again. So we're gonna be stopping here for some supplies, because I think we can buy them here at like $22, which isn't that crazy. We can also talk to you again, sure. Visiting the wistful Devilis. Perhaps it is time for a cup of honey fungus tea. Almost there. Look down and see Port Palmerston like a toy and ruins like gravel. You've come far, but the volcano's cone still rears above you. Rest a little before you go the last half mile. And indeed, we need to give her a crate of human souls to be able to continue this, or we could give her our own soul, but that's probably not a good idea when talking to a demon. So instead, we are just going to explore the island, I guess. Let's see what we get. That doesn't look very good. We could creep and eavesdrop or attack them. Let's just creep. This is a higher chance, 50%. It's a 43% chance. Attacking seems like such a bad idea. We might lose our crew and then be really, really slow, which would just mostly be an inconvenience. At this point, I think we can make it back. So let's stay far away. Hopefully that's not going to kill somebody. Oh, and we succeeded anyway. Okay. Creep close and eavesdrop. The Republic is privy of the gossip of hell. Creep close and you may learn impossible secrets. Fragments of meaning. They are speaking of a raid on Khan's glory from which they stole pieces of prayer, of a boast that a rival band made about stealing the Empress's wedding dress, of a sort of spiced meat which fills the heart with love, but they speak too, almost coherently, of privateer lairs in the western wall, of passwords in use, of brass embassy protocols, and of tuning techniques for drawing lost souls close. A buzzing rises in your brain as you listen until your eyes become unfocused and your tongue feels thick and heavy. You creep away before anything worse can happen. But this is an odd and useful miscellany of facts. Okay, we just gained 44 fragments and just not anything bad. I'm mostly glad about that. Let's buy some supplies here. We are going to want to buy like 5 of this. I think we can make it back to London with that much. And then you can buy things. I wish you could see it from here. You can buy things and then see how much they would go for in London. Which this right here looks pretty interesting. I'm just going to buy one of these. I think it's probably going to be a loss, but you can buy it and then you can go to the hold and then right click to assay it. Okay, you cannot be sold in London. Well, I guess we have an ambiguous eolith now, whatever. Can we do this one? This would fetch 20 echoes in fallen London. Well, we could buy this at a profit of $1 singular. Probably not too interesting. I'm going to buy some fuel here. Although we're going to be getting a lot of fuel, so I think it's actually, I should not buy any more fuel than that. I'm just going to get like 1 additional supply here. Maybe 2, just in case. All right. Anyway, with that, I think have the supplies we need to be able to get back to at least Codex here, which is going to be our next destination, to try and hand off the Sage over to the Navigator, which this is
So every time in this game, if you can complete a quest and it is fully done, you should honestly consider that a great achievement, because it is so easy to start like 1,000 quests in this game, get like a bunch of different quest objectives, be completely overwhelmed with all the different locations people tell you to go to. That's why I honestly would recommend just focusing on like one quest at a time. Just be focused on something and try to actually see it through all the way, which can be quite complicated. As you saw here, we needed a bunch of different items to be able to complete some, or to do some of the like steps in this quest. Luckily, we had all of them, so we could do it. But you can't quite, you can get like stuck in a dead end and then just go open a bunch of different quests and just have like 50 different quests before you even know it. But anyway, we have almost reached Codex. So far, so good. This was quite the journey, I gotta be honest here, but it all worked out very well. Up here and back, yeah, you can see we got like almost to the very edge of the map. Which, I mean, we avoided all the creatures, but if you were to actually try and fight any of the icebergs or the giant mountain or the moths, you would absolutely be murdered in an instant. So yeah, like the further you go, the more you should play stealthily without trying to actually fight anything. Well, here we are, Codex. I think we're gonna have to say goodbye. Allow your navigator to join the mute exiles. The stones of Codex crawl with sigils. Your navigator steps into the enfolding silence of the glum gray shore. Glum gray shore. His tattoo shivers like a nestling gull. Goodbye. It was an honor. I love this guy's story. Just like being out. It's kind of like a foreshadowing of what can happen to you as the player, where you might also be stuck at King Eater Castle, which is a place we're going to be going to at some point throughout this playthrough, and then be running out of supplies and have to eat your crew, and then maybe go down a similar journey as this guy. Goodbye. One of the mute exiles brings him a loaf of brown algae bread. Another gives him a chipped jug of water. The navigator does not thank you or say goodbye. From the moment he sets foot on the isle, he does not speak at all, but he takes your hand in his briefly before turning to the exile's cave. As you leave, one of the exiles tugs at your sleeve. He leads you to an unmarked stone the size of a church Bible, produces a chisel and a hammer from his robe, and strikes the stone 3 times. It splits in half. Inside, a sigil the color of quartz glistens. Trapped in the stone like a fossil, the exile gestures at you to take it. We now have a searing enigma. Mysteries are fire. Truth burns. A very hard to come by item that will fetch a massive amount of money if we decide to sell it. So yeah, that is the completion of one quest. We have officially completed our first quest. Now, of course, that did lead to us losing our first officer, so we're hopefully going to be able to pick up a new first officer when we reach London, which we recruited you last time, right? Yeah, you can recruit every time you return to London, especially early. Eventually you can't anymore, but you can recruit 1 officer, so hopefully we'll get lucky and we'll get a first officer. Okay. Well, with that, we should quickly stop at Wither as well. Just, is that where the first curator is? I always forget if it's in Wither or if it's in Venderbite. I think it's in Wither. It is not here, so yeah, it is in Venderbite. Never mind, my bad. We could explore the town, but this was the one where we could do the riddle, so yeah, it wasn't here. And we can also really buy anything, so bye-bye. We're going to Venderbite. There we are, and this now. So now we're gonna start this one here. Visit the first curator. Z captains, the first curator gives the audience. The first curator is responsible for the preservation of tomb colonies. It has been here much longer than London, like all the oldest tomb colonies. But even tomb colonists dissolve in the end. Its time is close. No more light. The obsequious steward cautions you. The curator is terribly afraid of moths. He opens a door and you step into the darkness. Near darkness, a pair of luminous lamplighter bees buzz in a latticed ivory tube. There is no other source of light. A bandaged shape no larger than a child lies crumpled on a couch. It lifts its head with obvious effort. It takes several seconds for you to distinguish its voice from the soft buzz of the bees.
Listen to a whispered request. See, Captain, Silkskin, not much left of me. I will go into the Grand Sanatorium. Bring me colors, 7 colors. Pay well. 7 colors? Cosmogon, Irigo, Belagan, Steward, has list. Find them here and there, across the wide Black Sea. We can ask about the Grand Sanatorium. One hears the name whispered here and there in the arcades of Venderbite. A long, low chuckling. Oh, Silkskin, you don't want to know. The chuckling becomes a cough. We don't die here below, not unless we go to Z. So we need something else, somewhere to end. And we will accept the commission. Thank you. This poor flesh thirsts for colors. Now watch this. You get this. No more words. It collapses, rustling back on the couch. Even the effort of speaking seems to have diminished it a little. The audience is over. As the door opens, it shrinks from the finger of the light that reaches across the floor. Outside the obsequious steward nods. The book. Yes, the book. He hands you a slim, illustrated volume. The curator is old as dust. We will all be grateful if you do it this one last favor. We have all these different pages. Now, we actually... So, it basically asks you to collect 7, like, unique things that have a certain color. I don't really know the logic to this, to be honest. But basically, every time you pick up something unique, you can come back here and test if it's one of the things. You could also look this up on the wiki, of course, but like that's a little less interesting. But I think I know all of them by now, or at least the ones that I think we're going to get in this playthrough, which hopefully we can go back to you immediately to give you one of them. There we go. Give it your hunter's eye. That's the one we picked up at the Avid Horizon. We have to give them some fragments for it. I saw it once. I saw it long ago. When first I came here below. This will get rid of our Pelican. You basically need to get rid of all these pages in order to unlock this, to get the final reward. This is a big quest. Now look at this. The Dreest of Chuckles. My left eye is blind. Should I replace it with this one? It will be no blinder, but perhaps I will see within. It raises the hand of the hunter's eye towards its concealed face. No sound is indescribable, but some should be. This is one. Let us not trouble ourselves with its nuances, its reminders of marsh and gangrene and chrysalid emergence. Take, it says. Its voice is ragged. It gestures at a side table where a spore tusk sits. A pearl tiara is perched jauntily atop the tusk. Both, apparently, are yours. We gain a captivating treasure, which is gonna fetch us a lot of money. So this is this quest is one of the most important quests to get a reliable source of big income. But like, as I said, there's no rush because until you find important stuff that you might be able to hand over to them, you will not be able to complete this or continue this quest anyway. So yeah, every time we pick up something cool, we will be coming back here to give it to this guy to get a captivating treasure, and we get a hunting trophy as well. Very nice. So yeah, now we have both a searing enigma and a captivating treasure, and we did one of the 7 different colors that we're going to be getting throughout this playthrough. And with that, I think we are going to be leaving you alone. Not much else to do here. We could explore Venderbite, which... could obviously lead to bad things, but let's do it anyway. We gained a Tale of Terror, some fragments as well. We'll take it anyway. Now, I am considering... Obviously, we can just go back, but quickly peeking in here to see if there's any islands. I think we do have supplies for this. I mean, it's a greedy play, but I think it's going to be neat if we can find, like, one more island here to have an even better journey and kind of know what's up here, because otherwise we're gonna have to do like a separate journey, which I guess we could do a separate journey through here, but you kind of want to just, honestly, in this game, if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, just going into a place where it's dark, you'll find something. You'll find something. This game, it's just, I think what really changed my enjoyment with this game is just the patience. Like, you need to have the patience to just like sit down and like go to a place and like read a little bit.
which, I mean, in our current day and age, reading is like apparently a really hard challenge, which, I mean, it's a little sad, I guess, but anyway, I really love the writing so much in this game that it feels like you're just like going through a really good book that is like, you're basically deciding your own adventure in it. Let's see if there's anything close by here. I'm not seeing anything directly, but our bats should be able to find something, right? No islands in range? Okay, then. Well, I guess we're gonna just... I mean, there's gotta be something here. Come on now. We did have a lot of islands close together over here, so sometimes you have like a cluster of islands together and then another area where there's like nothing. Okay, no islands here still. I guess... Oh, there's one. Ooh, shit. What are we fighting? I don't know what we're fighting. Hide the light. I don't see nobody. Leave me alone, brother. Ah, there's a ship coming up from there. Is that a fast one? Looks kind of like a fast one. What is it? I wish I could see if that was the pirate poet, but whatever. Because it would be really nice to get the pirate poet. Any more islands? I mean, there's lots of these small islands, but not really anything of note. There are no islands within range. Could go down from here. Is there nothing there? I mean, maybe over there then. Well, I mean, it's largely safe out here. You can find some really nasty ships. Now, I did already shoot a ship in this playthrough, right? It's been a few days since I've recorded like the first hour, so if I'm sounding like I'm talking about stuff that hasn't happened, that might be why. But in order to fight things in this game, you kind of want to stay like behind them. But eventually you'll find ships that have cannons on the back as well, so staying behind them is not going to be safe anymore. Now luckily those aren't going to be in this area, I don't think. There's a lighthouse there. Should probably turn on my light again. Anything here? The Mo Island. Where's that? Somewhere to the east. Okay, sure, we'll go to the Mo Island. There's a huge fucking crab over there. Look at that guy. Just saw barely the tip of it. Those guys can be really, really annoying. They can dash from very far away. Most of the creatures, like the monsters, can go underwater as well, which means that you cannot shoot at them. Oh god. That old fury. A sailor has run mad. She roams the ship, cudgel in hand, smashing comrades to the deck. She cries, "He is angry! Oh, he is angry!" We can shoot her dead. It is the only safe thing to do. She's already killed one man. Oh, fuck. If you've already killed one man, then we're gonna be down to 4, which is gonna be awful. And capture her alive. We basically have no chance. We're gonna shoot her dead. That's awful. Yeah, we lose 2 crew. We gain the Storm's... we lose Storm's attention. And now we're gonna be slow as fucko. That is very annoying. Yeah, you can see right here. I think that's gonna mean that once we get to this island, I'm just gonna do the sail of shame back to London by myself and spare you guys the absolute pain of going at the speed of a damn snail. Anyway, this is the Iron and Misery Company Funging Station. I&M is a funger operation here, felling giant bulgus mushrooms for building materials, harvesting Kirali for its medicinal properties. It's a desperate little outpost of something like civilization. Up puffs the affable Factor. "Oh, hello, Captain. Thank God for visitors. We'd go quite mad out here otherwise." Quite mad. "How can we be of assistance?" We can have tea with the Factor. The poor fellow needs the company, and he can spare an hour away from his schedule. Oh, accept a volunteer! Never mind! Yo, we want that! One of we can get one more crew member here. One of the company's Bolligus fellers has negotiated an early release from her contract. It's the sproutlings, she tells you, her face bleeding. "I keep picking them out of me porridge, and me hair, and me eyes. Take me away, I'm a good worker." 1 echo. I will absolutely do that. Yo, and we gain 5 crew, which is perfect because it's exactly half, which means that we are no longer going to be going at 1 speed. Very nice. And we will absolutely compile a port report as well. Of course, I&M's activities here don't seem that interesting. Nevertheless, you record what you can. That is absolutely fantastic. Let's check the shop here. We can buy some more supplies and fuel, but I think we're just gonna... We have so many port reports now that we kind of just want to sit on this. I don't even know if there's going to be anything over here anymore, if we're just going to go by the Shepherd Isles.
You kind of just want to island hop, like, as much as you can. I really wonder if something is going to be over there. Kind of want to check. Instead of going to the Shepherd Isles again for just a simple port report, I would love to find... Oh god, there's an enemy. Let's fight this guy. So let's target on you. You have only 5 crew. You're going to be kind of a piece of shit here. We might take like 1 hit, but I think that's going to be fine. So we block with you. This buoy is going to block us. And then we're going to go behind you. Oh, apparently you did get a shot on me. I thought you were behind that. Oh god. Can you get out of the way? I want to not have... I think he's going to get 1 more shot. Maybe not. He's turning around. Oh, it's so free. It's so free. There we go. What do we get? We get a loot box pretty much, and we gain 3 supplies from the loot box. Very, very nice. That basically saves us 60 bucks right there. And let's quickly check if there is in fact no island here. I guess we're not checking up there. Come on, bats. Can you find anything? Or are we just gonna be going straight back? I don't think there's much here. Alright, that's fine. We're just gonna make our way back to London slowly at this point. There's some bats there. Which I guess we're gonna go fight these bats. That will also give us a supply. We are quite high on terror at this point, though. You will be quickly at a point where you can one-shot. Bro, it's so... You can shoot, like, super early, but you basically never hit when you shoot before you fully charge. Even when you charge, like, all the way up here, it still almost never hits. Well, it hits more the higher you charge it, but it can still absolutely miss. We will just gather up the corpses and get some more supplies. Alright. I think with that... Unless there's a secret island hiding here, I think we're gonna be meeting you back in London. Oh, we're getting attacked. By what? There's a ship. Another ship has arrived. This is a slightly bigger ship. Uh-oh. That's fine. Though, as long as we stay behind it, you can honestly, like, take on massive ships as long as they don't have cannons on the back. There we go. We get... a bolt of spider silk. All right, we can sell that as a trade good in London, and we're almost there, so let's go. And here we are, finally back in London. It's been a long journey, but a very successful journey, I would say so. And let's see what's waiting for us. The Revenue Man. They will be looking for any illegal cargo. We have none, so you can do your worst. Oh yeah, every time you reach London, if you are above 50 terror, you will be set back to 50. And if you are really above 50, you'll usually get a nightmare as well, which is like, can lead to bad things, but it can also be good, but you do have to be careful if you get nightmares. Anyway, we're fine. We're gonna collect messages from the Harbor Master, and look who's back! The Blind Bruiser, of course. Good evening, Captain, and what a marvelous evening it is, if you don't mind me saying so, and given it is my impression you are an obliging sort, I imagine you would not mind at all. And since you are so very obliging, perhaps you wouldn't mind making a little detour via Mount Palmerston. Okay, well, that's where we just came from, with a few articles of cargo if you happen to be in the area. The cheery man will, of course, cover your expense for this trifling inconvenience. You will need at least 1 unit of space. We can accept a commission. Ask if there is another task you could perform instead. Because Mount Palmerston is kind of annoying. It's kind of far out of the way. So we might want to ask this instead. Ask if there is another task you could perform instead. I see your hesitance. Perhaps you find Mount Palmerston unbearable, and who could blame you? Well, if you have the vinegar, there's another matter which you might be able to assist me with. I think we're gonna go with that one, because I was thinking to do a different journey, and if we have to go all the way back to Mount Palmerston, that's gonna be kind of out of the way. So let's try and see what he wants instead. I see. So, yes, I think this will be very suitable for this task. You will be very suitable for this task. Very suitable indeed. What is the task? My employer is a gentleman of considerable vitality and also humor. However, as much as it pains me to say, he is not the man he was years ago. An ingrate of no current importance poisoned him with Cantagaster venom, and he hasn't been right since. Can't walk most days. I have made what may yet transpire to be a rash promise to restore him, and I am hereby soliciting your assistance. We can accept. Can you restore someone's youth and vigor? You can try, or refuse. This is a fool's errand. We'll try. I don't know how much we can do, but let's see. A wayward rogue. Some time ago, we sent an emissary to the Fathom King's hold. He was to ascertain whether his complexity was aware of a treatment that would restore my employer to his, what I am not embarrassed to call, glory. Regrettably, the emissary has yet to return. Would you mind tracking him down and ascertaining exactly what the bloody problem is? Okay, that is much better for us, because Fathom King's hold is actually in the area where we are going next, so that's perfect. Okay. We'll do that instead. Now, there's a lot of people that want to talk to us here. Let's talk to the tattoo artist first. A visit to Clatherman's Tattoo Parlor. You're a real sailor now, after all. You could go to one of these tobacco and pray places by the docks, but the prices at Clatherman's are reasonable, and his daughters are real artists. But what sign will you choose? I actually don't know if this has any other effect beyond just an immediate stat increase. I guess you can only do it once. We need stories for these, so we can't get the pages one, but we already have a lot of pages anyway. I'm thinking we probably just get some iron to get some more damage. Mirrors can also actually be kind of good, and we are a bit low on that because we lost our first officer. I think we'll go with that. I usually go for the Dauntless Hand, so why not spice it up? The Unflinching Eye. You've seen such sights. Seems more fitting for our character anyway. This will cure up to 25 points of terror. Very nice. And we get 2 mirrors. We get a spooky eye. The gold needle pricks. Lily Clathermont hums. At the end of the process, the tattoo's gaze is so expressive you almost expect it to blink. You are almost hesitant to look at your own arm in the eye. Okay, so we did lose a bunch of terror and we gained... I feel like that would gain you terror, but alright. We'll take it. Now, since we lost our diplomatic agent, we should pick up another one at the diplomat right here. There's quite a few things we're going to do before we go out on another journey. We should talk to the merchant. The merchant venture. An urchin tucks your sleeve. Governor wants a word. A brooding figure awaits at the lamplight's edge. Speak to the merchant venturer. I have need of a reliable agent. Failing that, an inventive one. Here are my requirements. An opportunity for profit. He has very specific needs, but he'll pay much better than market rates, and he won't ask you how you came by these things. So this is kind of similar to the Roser's Wharf, where you can hand it, but he has much larger orders, as you can see here. He wants 7 outlandish artifacts, or 7 bales of parabola linen, which that's going to be a little bit before we can do that one. But yeah, he will pay 1,500 echoes for 7 outlandish artifacts, which that would be amazing to get. He will pay 700 for this, but this is actually kind of hard to come by. You do want to do these quests because it will lead to a further quest once you have completed quite a few of them. Anyway, check out the Roses. Oh yeah, we had these ones, the Extraordinary Implication, which we still haven't found the location I was trying to get this from, but we'll get there eventually. Let's go read the morning papers. We lose even more terror. We need to get rid of our terror because I kind of want to do some spooky stuff. Oh yeah, we have some very, very good stuff to trade in here. So 2 things that we picked up, the Captivating Treasure and the Staring Enigma, are very much beloved by the alarming scholar at the university. Captivating Treasure, shiny, and you polished it before you brought it in, so it's even shinier today. Now specifically the Staring Enigma, so we are doing the, knowledge ambition, which requires you to collect a lot of things related to, secrets and knowledge, which, by the way, that is the main reason why I haven't been using my secrets. This is an important mechanic in the game. You can talk to your officers to increase your stats. Like, for example, here we can increase our vills by talking to them, but I'm saving a few secrets right now because you need a ton of these in order to be able to write the epic book that we are trying to write. I don't know if I said that already. Sorry, I've been recording these kind of after stream in the middle of the night, which has been kind of fun, but sometimes I might forget things that I've said a day ago, so do bear with me if that's the case. Okay, so we're gonna trade this one in, and look at this.
1,000 echoes. Yes, glinting eyes. Oh my, teeth bared in a hungry grin. There's something odd about these teeth, as if it were too many of them. This will make quite a dent in my acquisition budget, but worth it. I think, yes, worth it. That is a huge amount of money right there. And then the Searing Enigma, we are also going to trade that one in and get another 1,000. So yeah, doing both of these two quests that we did. We got this one from the Navigator's quest and the other one from like one part of the Curator's quest. Can be very profitable way to make a lot of money. What? Give it to me. Yes. Yes, now I understand. Listen, the net, the law, the harm, the sky, the light, the clock, the Z, the I, the night. Leave me now. I have things to do. I don't know what you're talking about, but thank you for the $1,000. Now we're not going to hand in anything else. We're going to save the rest. Now that we have this much money, we can actually make some pretty big improvements to our situation. So right now, we are still running the absolute starter ship with the starter engine, the starter gun, and we want to improve these. Now, you can get a better ship. You can go to the shipyard here and improve our ship. What I think we might be doing is getting the Corvette, which has an extra gun and a much stronger hull, so you don't die as much. And then maybe try and get this one after, but this one's really expensive. So if you just save up for this off rip, you're not going to have a new ship for a really long time. Now, we can't buy this one right now. And even if we could, it might not be the best idea because then we're not going to have any money to actually buy the guns that we need. So what I think instead we're going to do, which will always be useful, is we're going to go buy a really good gun. This one right here, the Caminus Yards Health Thresher, is the best one you can buy. In London itself. There's this other deck weapon here, which does plus 15 for 500, so it's pretty close. This plus 15, so the whole damage is to ships, life damage is to, like, the creatures, crew damage, just how many crew you take away, which I don't even know what that really does. I guess it makes them shoot slower if they have less crew, and also go slower, I guess. But this one does 18 damage and 2 crew. So yeah, but it is more expensive, but we are going to buy this one now. Buy the gun. So now we have a better gun. We're going to sell our existing gun, which we are going to be replacing here. And then I'm thinking with the remaining money, so this will also always be useful, having this better gun, because once we upgrade ship, we can just take this gun with us, and then we already have a really good gun to go with it. So that's going to be nice right now and in the future. And then I was thinking we could also finally get a better engine. So we are currently using the starter engine, which has engine power plus 800. We now have enough money to buy this one, which pretty much doubles our speed, which is going to be very nice to just go to places faster, as well as like be able to outrun enemies more reliably. Now, you can save up for even better ones, but how much does this give? This one gives 2,500, but at the price of 4,000, which we don't have at all. This is kind of a neat middle ground. Now, we can sell it back as well. There is an even better engine here. This one. I don't even know. What is the Caminus Yards? The dangerously jovial Mr. Fires manufactures the most intimidating, least carefully tested devices. So we can get for 5,000, 3,500 engine power. However, the big downside of this one is that selling it gives you nothing. So you basically just throw away 5,000. Well, yeah, you get a really good engine out of it, but there are better engines, or there's one specific engine that's going to be our end goal, and then we can't sell this back. So I think we're just going to stick with this very simple one right now, get some upgrade, and then we can always sell it back for 500. So let's get that now. We are going to be much faster, much stronger. So we went from, I think it was 11 to 15 to 20 to 26. So just almost doubled our damage right there. And then we should sell the existing engine, which is only 10 bucks. But that's fine. We just want to get rid of it. And then we're going to go hand in all of our port reports at the Dark Spectacled Admiral. And we should also hand in the revelatory chart that we got from completing the Sly Navigator's quest. So let's do that. We get 250 more echoes. A careful inspection. He scrutinizes the chart minutely through a lens. He
He doesn't, you notice, remove the dark spectacles. It passes the muster. He remarks, the usual fee applies. Thank you. Thank you for 250 buckaronis. Let's see where he wants us to go next. He wants us to go to Frostfound. Now, that's not going to happen in a little bit. Maybe we can do like a crazy journey all the way through the bottom and get back to Frostfound. We're going to just shelf that one away for now. And then we're going to submit all our port reports. We are going to just literally hand it all of these 5 echoes. Let's see, these are new. So 40 echoes for that one, Mount Palmerston. 10 echoes for Venderbite. 20 for Wither. Chapel of Lights, also only 20. Interesting. Avid Horizon, only 10. I hope you intend to tell me that everything is quiet up there. Oh, yeah, and when you hand in the port report for Avid Horizon, you get a visit from Mr. Sachs, which is a very cool quest that requires you to do things fast. And I would recommend kind of leaving this one be until you have explored more of the map, because it's going to ask you to go somewhere and you need to do it in a certain time frame. So if you don't know where the location is, you're going to kind of be screwed. So we're gonna leave that one for now. Frostfound, 30 echoes. Codex, also 20. Demo Island, 20 as well. And just like that, we have another 900 echoes. Very nice. The London area, we should go once again. We need higher crew. Let's do that first, because we are at 5 right now, which is kind of the danger zone. So we get 2 crew. We're at 7 now. That might be good enough. That might be good enough. Let's go cruise in the Wolfstack docks and see what we get. We lose 30 echoes. We were fortunate. We lose some more terror. We get recent news, which we already had. And then very important, we need to go get a new recruit. Hopefully we can get a first officer or a gunnery officer here. That would be nice. So let's see. We get a gunnery officer. The Presbyterate Adventurous. Afternoon, Captain. Looking for a gunnery officer? I'd like to help you blow up some monsters if you'll have me. Or we could get you, the Irrepressible Cannoneer. So we have to choose. We cannot see their stats. Interesting. We can either get the Adventurers is a gunnery officer who increases iron and veils. The Cannoneer is a gunnery officer who substantially increases iron. What are the prices looking like? 50 echoes, 20 echoes. Captain, are you looking for a gunner? I'm looking for a ship. Here are my references. Here are more references. Here's my design for a whistling shell. Here's my colleague. He'll stay on shore. Here's my hand. Will you take it? Honestly, this sounds pretty good. I just want some substantially increased iron so that we can do more damage. I'm sorry to the Presbyterate Adventurers. We'll probably pick you up later because I think they do stick around. So we're gonna get the cheaper one. This is interesting. Room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. Wait, let me make notes. Paper. Let's see. How much do you give me? We get +8 iron. Boom. Just like that from you. And while we're here, let's do some chatting. We should talk to the chief engineer. We have not dined with you yet. His tastes are Spartan. He eats little, drinks only water, barely sleeps at all. So you need only lay a simple table. An appeal. Thanks for the meal and thanks for the company. No wine. It makes me sleepy. Oh, yes, I can sleep too easily. That's the problem. He hesitates. There's a draught I take nightly to substitute for sleep. It works well enough and it keeps me sane and upright, but I wish I could enjoy just one night's sleep. If you could help me. We need a Clayman from Polythreme. We'll need a mirror catch box, and we'll need to go to Hunter's Keep. I'll explain when we get there. No, I'm serious. I would owe you a great deal. So he's asking us to get all kinds of different stuff, which I guess we can write down once again. We should get rid of some of this, since we've already completed this. He wants a mirror catch. He wants a Clayman. And then go to Hunter's Keep. And this is for the, what is it? Engineer. Engineer? That seems better. All right. Or it's the mechanic. Never mind. I don't even have to type this word. Mechanic. Crisis avoided. And so we need to go to Mirror Catch Box is Incarnate, and then Polythreme is the Clayman. I know that one. Okay. We're going to keep that one in mind as we're going to go along.
And then we should talk to our other officer too. Let's see. I can't talk to you because you need a bunch of like exotic goods to be able to be dined with. Also, look at this mustache. This like mummy guy with the mustache. And we can talk to you, our brand new officer. Oh, he needs 5 torpedo components. Excuse me? I've had enough to eat, thank you. I don't eat much, but I'd like to demonstrate some ideas I've had. Can you meet me on the after deck at 8 bells? 10 fuel, 5 torpedo components, and 5 supplies? Brother, are you crazy? I guess we have the money right now to replenish these. That is kind of an insane thing, but I guess I do want to start his quest. Sure, we're gonna buy... What could possibly go wrong? Is gonna blow up the ship? Let's see. We're talking to you. Don't use up all of this, please. Oh my god, he did. Flowers of Flame. The cannoneer has found ways to calibrate your weapons for additional death and explosions. When the smoke clears, however, it is impossible to deny that the risk and expense of most of these tricks is a little too great. Only a couple of minor modifications are safe to use. But do you know, the cannoneer says, squinting thoughtfully, it reminds me of a story. The Iron and Misery Company were testing something, destroyed one of their outlying stations, destroyed it to bits. If you can find me the prototype, I can make it work for us. Can you take me to Demo Island? I used to know the factor there. He might talk. We gained 1 singular iron, some fragments, a tale of terror, and we lost a ton of supplies. So I guess I'm glad we did this in a port where we can replenish these supplies, and he wants to go to Demo Island. So let's write. These are just... you can actually irrepressible... Just... Gunnery. Gunnery... He wants to go to, this is a crazy word, Demo, is that how you type it? I don't know, close enough. We're gonna be heading there. We already found this, right? We found this location over there, so that's not too far. What I was planning for our next trip, which I guess I haven't shared yet, is that I was planning to go... So we have not found the island I was looking for, which is the Salt Lions, anywhere here yet. It should be in the starter area somewhere, so I was thinking just going down here, and then finding it in one of these spots, and then exploring over here for another island that I am looking for that's going to start a very important quest that I would love to get a head start on. I am considering getting the crew maxed out. Before we do anything, though, we should buy the fuel that we just lost. So for this next journey, I'm thinking we probably want big supplies. So we have $800 right now. I think we're just going to buy it to 10 supplies here. Just be out, or 8 maybe, and then 20 fuel. So we gave up almost all the fuel that we got from the port reports immediately. But we still got 500 right now in the pocket. So yeah, you can talk to this guy. We're going to do this later, so we're not going to really bother inspecting this now. But that will be a quest that we're going to be picking up once we... probably next time we're back. We'll see how it goes. It kind of depends on how the situation is going to turn out. I'm just looking around. You always want to like kind of scroll around to see if there's anything you missed out or you forgot before you head out again. But I think we are kind of good. I'm just considering if we have enough. We could decide to take some Foxfire candles with us, because that does give you... We find a specific island. I think 1 flare and 5 Foxfire candles can be like immediate massive payout. But I think we'll do that on another trip. Let's just get 2 more supplies. Let's be nicely stocked up here. And then just 5 more fuel, so we have more than enough. We still got 500 in the bank. Yeah, it's really the money that came from that, selling those 2 big things that are going to be nice. Oh yeah, and this is also why I wanted to go in this direction, because we found the Soothing Cooper long box, which we can hand in at Station 3. So I thought that would be a perfect journey, just heading over here, going below, going to Station 3, handing that in, and then exploring what kind of islands we can find over here. It's there's going to be lots of different things to find there. All right, so I think we're good to go. So let's... Well, we haven't repaired our ship, which we could do. It's quite expensive. Maybe we have 13 Admiralty favor. So what we could do is get a cheap repair here, or for 3 favors. This will completely repair your hull for only 25 echoes, instead of like 75 echoes over here. Sure, we'll do that. We'll repair, and then we are just completely safe to go now. No problem anymore. So let's head back out there. Now you can see we are much faster, but it's still like, never in this game, until you get, like, actually the best possible engine, are you gonna really be zooming around super fast. But it does help quite a lot to have that bit of a boost already. I think we're gonna, so you wanna, like, island hop, so we're gonna stop at Mutton Island and then maybe stop there as well, although I don't think they really care about the Cumian Canal, so we can kind of just skip out on that one. And I think we want to save the recent news for a later area that we might head into. I don't know how crazy it's gonna be. We might get all the way to the bottom here. We're just gonna kind of take it as it comes. I have somewhat of a plan, but you can't really plan perfectly in this game because there's always gonna be, like, islands in different spots, so you don't know what you're gonna encounter. There we are, and let's see, we're gonna just take the port report, chat to the fishermen, and then we could explore the shore or visit the hilltop. Let's just explore the shore with the something awaits you that we got. Oh, this is also riddles. I don't want to do riddles. No. Does that use it? It did not use it up. Then let's visit the hilltop above town. We have a 100% chance of success. There's not much wind to the undersea, but Mutton Island suffers eerie gusts and buffet of an inexplicable local fragment of weather, and the air on the hilltop sometimes carries interesting scents. We gain 2 terror and we get some fragments. Sure thing. We'll take it. And we're gonna head back out again. We just kind of wanted to stop there. This is like a good way, like a good rule of thumb, just island hop, and especially early game when you get the something awaits you, every time just go at an island and use it in one of the events. And just make sure you're not like going to the evil islands, which I guess we haven't really found any like outright evil islands. Like the Iron Republic is a relatively evil one. Sometimes you don't even want the port report there, because the port report can also actually lose you stats, which is crazy. Like there's some wild things that some of the island can do to you. What is this? I see rocks. Oh, this is the labyrinth of eels, if I remember. You have discovered labyrinth of eels. There you go. We're gonna go further down. So we're skipping out on the Cumian Canal. I mean, this has definitely been a much improved speed to our journey here, which we don't really have to go anywhere except maybe Frostfound, which if we can do this crazy journey all the way up, go past all these islands again, and then go back. Oh, we found crab cake, which that's not really useful to me. There's a merchant boat over there. Pigmode Isle is some distance to the southeast. Okay, Pigmode Isle, the second culprit to why I did not understand this game for the longest time until I kind of got more into it. This island has an absolutely... Oh, we're gonna get attacked here? No. Has a massive quest associated with it, with like a novel-sized amount of content. Like, there's so much to read, to the point that I think we are going to leave this just like go past it for now, because we're gonna be here for like quite a bit, and I'm kind of wanting to just go on a bit of a journey right now, just explore around. We're gonna come back here. If we stop here, we're gonna be it's a fun story, and you get to make some important choices, but if we do that right now, we're gonna be in for the long one. Oh, the merchant just disappeared. That's why I thought they were ghost ships. They're just gonna like disappear for now and then. I don't know what's up with that. So yeah, we're gonna come back here later, probably on the next trip. Ooh, we get spooky sounds. Now we're kind of in dark waters here. Anything here? Salt lion's visage as well. But I heard the salt... Where did it say? You are close to the salt lions. Where? Where are they at? And visage is right there. Interesting. Am I going up to the salt lions? I feel like Salt lions somewhere to the northeast. Oh my god, finally. After all this pain and suffering. Now, unfortunately, the place we're going, we still need the... We're not going to be able to do what I wanted to do here early game. The salt lions location can really decide how well your early game is going to go. So this would usually be... I think this is the worst possible location for the salt lions. Well, this is also a pretty bad location. Since you can do a very profitable mission here in the early game that we might do on the way back, I guess. But let's stop here so that we can investigate. The Basalt lions, there's a vast sorrow in their empty eyes. Two basalt beasts, cathedral size, they frown eternally at each other across the black waves. The north one carries an encampment. Creeping human figures eat away at its features like rot. Picking. There's a supply dock below. This one. Carry Sphinx Stone to London. You will need a deposit of 200, so that's kind of rough in the early game, but once you have that, you can carry 20, and you need 20 units of cargo space, and then you can carry this back to London and then make 500 by delivering it. So you can get a profit of 300 every time you do this. Plus, if you get the attention of the salt, the god of the salt's attention, you can also get an extraordinary implication, which you can turn in for 250. So you can do both this and this a few times, going back and forth. This is like a really reliable early game moneymaker. Just go to Hunter's Keep, get the salt's attention by talking to Cynthia, then pick up the cargo, get this, hand it all back in at London, go back out here, and you just get like 500 every trip you do, which can build up really, really fast. We're going to compile a port report. Record the activities of the Unmaker such as they are, Rite of Stone and Silence. Now, I would do this, but I know that there's a quest coming up where we're going to need the attention of the God of Z. So we're going to hold on to this for now, and just, since we already have a lot of money and we already got like 2 massive upgrades, we are going to visit the Unmakers. We lose some terror, and that's basically it. Thank you very much. Wait a minute. We should read this. Muscular pick wielders rest on camp stools, watching you approach, passing hip flasks around. An unctuous overseer beckons you to sit. We get funding from the bazaar, it's true, but Station 4? I wouldn't call it Station 4. It's a little grandiose. The stones are stuffed with secrets, but most of them are used as guarded statuary, or occult ballast, most of them. Some go down to the places under the bazaar. More tea cakes? Thank you for the secrets. We can't buy anything here. We're totally fine. We got the port report. We found the location. There was Visage down here that is one of my favorite islands in the entire game. I love that one. It has such a fun story attached to it. I'm just thinking whether or not we should go there first and then go to Station 3 or go to Station 3 right now. I think we'll do the Visage quest now and then pick mode out, because these are both relatively long quests, but I love this one so much I want to go check it out with you guys, because like all the different islands that what I had to get used to. So this is based on a like universe, the Fallen London universe, which I had not heard about at all until I played this game, which apparently has been like a browser game for like many years, like over a decade. I mean, this game is 10 years old, so yeah. this game is already that old, and the browser game is even older. But I've never done anything with that, so I can follow the story relatively okay, even without all that knowledge. We're discovering all kinds of stuff. And here it is. But it kind of feels like all the different islands are like separate. They're kind of completely separate sometimes in the way that their stories work. And it's like sometimes hard to see an overarching narrative in all of them. I think that's kind of what I struggle with. There's a ship right there, but we're gonna land here, so we'll be okay. Look at that mask. We are at Visage. What a cool island. I love this island with the giant mask on it. And let's see. Hide your face. Hide all your faces. Visage. This is the port of Visage, where faces may not be naked, except one, a stone monument the size of a village church, serenely gazing upwards, flourishing of years. We will get a port report first. That will have to do. A departing merchant gives you a confused account of crocodiles and honeycakes and something about ear blockage. To this, you add your own impressions about the street layout close to port and the types of commerce here. When the lights are especially bright, it is possible to make out the details of the profile of that great stone face. And then we can go ashore, inward and upward. Once you set foot on Visage, you may be here for a little while, which is totally fine by me. Let's do it. Terms. All those who enter must play their parts. The sign is visible only after you've crossed the threshold.
On the lower slope, stone buildings, flat roofs, archways. In the architecture, there lingers a memory of lotus and palm fronds. The hill above is a face, forever looking up at the ceiling of the Untersee. No one inhabits its cheeks or the hollow of its eyes. The ears, though? Check in at the customs house. One may not wander visage at will. A changing room. All visitors must pass one by one through a room guarded by a person in the mask of a moon moth. Masked in an assortment of shapes and colors wait. Asked to go about without any mask. Your own face, fair face will do for you. Thanks very much. Don't even try that. You're gonna need to have a mask. Is it gonna explain this to us? It's not gonna... No? Moon moth unfolds and folds its wings. Not suitable, it says. On visage, everyone is masked. To walk on the island with your own face would give scandal. Alright, we're gonna ask the significance of the mask. Maybe there's more to it than a question of aesthetic taste. Assorted pestilences. Moonmoth explains. Each mask declares a different intention towards the denizens of visage and must be accompanied by suitable behavior. The frog is for visitors who, though perhaps clumsy and unfamiliar with local etiquette, have come in order to observe local ways and to make uncouth comments about them. The locust is for those who seek profit in visage and would carry away as many goods as possible. You prompt about the bat. Moonmoth hesitates. Bat is an ill-omened visitor. Sent as a messenger or a spy. Bat always dies. So the idea of visage is that it is an island, like it's a masquerade kind of, where people have to act in a way according to the mask that they chose. So we're gonna have to choose a mask and then act like that mask. Now, there's lots of, let's see. There's the frog mask, the locust mask, and the bat mask. I personally kind of know the way that you should act as a frog. I don't really know the other ones very well. So in order to do this properly, I think we're going to go for the frog mask because I have done this one before. So we're going to take that one. Moon Moth lifts the mask and places it over your head. The eye holes are larger and they are fitted with spectacles. These improve your view of the environment, though you must look bulb-eyed from the outside. There is also a mechanism attached to the mouthpiece which magnifies any sound you make, even your breathing. You start to thank the Moon Moth and it comes out as a booming croak. May you profit from your visit in knowledge, says Moon Moth. Its wings fold neatly over its back. We now have a frog mask. Let's go. And then on the lower slopes, oh, this is the same. Now we can choose where to go. So we're gonna, I guess, start by visiting the Library of Parts. So called because all the books are fragmentary, perhaps. Stoop at the lintel, enter the dark. A room of heavy stone guarded by a golden statue of a woman with outstretched arms. The scroll niches sorted to correspond to a variety of masks. The jackal and the lioness, the crocodile and the dung beetle. A woman in the mask of a lotus blossom is standing at the lectern, reading in silence. Moon Moth stands to one side as your escort and tour guide. We can ask, so we're going to have to act in a certain way, but let's first start by asking the purpose of this room. What sorts of parts are they anyway? Moonmoth filled under M for masked. Moonmoth explains, people think it means something like Library of Fragments, but this is wrong. The parts in question are like parts in a play. This is where the denizens of Visage come in order to learn how to perform their masks more accurately, more completely, with a truer spirit. Now, we can study the scroll in a bumbling way. They look very old, after all. We could steal the most valuable looking scroll for later sale. Not very frog-like, but who cares? Or we could write notes in the margins. If your frog glove will hold a pen, that is. We will start by, I think this one is fine. Studying the scrolls in a bumbling way. We are curious, right? The frog is curious, so we need to act curious, so we're going to do that. Hearts guarded. Taking the nearest, you read it aloud. For guarding against the loss of the heart. Moonmoth takes it from you, rolls it tightly, and returns it to its niche. There are as many ways of guarding against the loss of the heart as there are different masks. It explains in that same light and in different voice. That was fine. We acted fine. We're gonna go back because we're also gonna be doing this one, writing notes in the margin. If your frog glove will hold a pen, that is. Hold there. Moonmoth is startled. Apparently no other frog has gone so far as to attempt to deface the library's holdings. It gets the pen away from you, expostulating. Later you find it writing down a record of what you just did, to be added to the library of parts, a recollection of what can be expected from frogs. We did well, we even gave them some new knowledge. Let's go visit the flood court next. High water. The flood court is a long stone room with 2 ranks of columns on each side. Currently the court is ankle deep in water. The water stains on the stones show that the flood has often reached higher, sometimes up to the height of your waist. In a raised niche at the... That's how you say this word, right? Niche? It's such a weird word. At the far end of the room sits a statue of a man with the head of a ram. He holds a jar from which water flows out onto the floor. We will ask about the purpose of the room. It doesn't really look as though it's good for anything. Depth per day. From a corner, Moonmoth picks up a graduated stick. He shows you how a person standing at the end of the room may dip the stick into the water and use it to measure the water level at a pre-selected point, and how the measurements are compared with the measurements written on a calendar. If the water level does not match the calendrical position, an assembly of pipes and drains is used to adjust it. It used to be, says the moth, that the water rose and fell of its own accord, and the people before wrote down what height it reached. Now the water is still, but thanks to their actions, we can replicate the rise and fall so as to still be pleasing to the god of flood. It completes the explanation with a half-bodied bow towards the statue of the ram deity. I just love how this island is like, they're just playing in like a play, but the play is their life. And they're just like kind of faking all things, but it works somehow. We can show an oafish enthusiasm for this wonderful indoor pool. Frogs like pools, right? Let's do that. You exclaim at how much you admire this room and its excellent pool. Your words are, as always, amplified into a croak. Other masks turn towards you, crocodile, lotus, blossom, crescent moon, but no one speaks. You have garnered a suitable degree of disdain. Moonmoth quietly applauds your performance of froghood. They're happy with me, even though they hate me. Let's go back there. Oh, never mind. We can't go back there. We're gonna trade masks with the Moonmoth. So if you at any point like do an option that doesn't fit your mask, they will just kick you out. They're like, you're not acting like a frog, get out of here. Trade masks with the Moonmoth. It has been making subtle overtures for some time. You only now understand them. It is keen to go. It draws you aside into a closet in the customs house. Had enough of visage. It tells you frankly, here, you take my mask and pretend to be me, and I'll trade in the visitor mask and get on some departing ship, get my life back. Its face, no, now you see, her face, is aging but unlined, a lifetime of never needing to use a facial expression. Well, now we have a different mask, a moon mask. I guess we're gonna go visit the house of the chief geometer. Lines in wet ground. Each morning, the man in the cobra mask draws lines in the mud flat with a pointed steel rod. This apportions to each inhabitant a small trapezoidal area from which to harvest mushrooms and to scrape salt. No plot is ever preserved from one day to the next. This man is the chief geometer, the keeper of directions, master of land measures and sea measures. Now you have been invited to his home, at the time customarily appointed for him to receive those who are not his equal in rank, yet not so far beneath him as to deserve to be ignored. What ceremonial gift will you bring? There's a lot of options here.
I, on my very first playthrough, just clicked this one and it worked. So I've ever since just been clicking this one and every time it works. So we're going to do that one again. Bring a necklet of lapis beads. If they do not suit him, they may suit a wife of his. If they don't suit her, he can use them for an offering. Feeling blue. He gives them to a servant with orders that they be crushed, and the powder made to pigment, and the pigment used for painting. It is uncertain whether this is a deadly insult. You aren't thrown out of the house, at any rate. So we're building up our expertise in the parts. And I guess we're going to go visit the Temple of Apis now. The Wounded God. In the center of the temple is a black bull with a white diamond on its face. It is tied in place with heavy ropes, and it is wounded in the thigh. From this wound, it bleeds copiously without dying. What the fuck? The priests gather around the bull, capture its blood in cups. We can try to bandage the bull, but we have a very low chance of succeeding, so maybe not a good idea. I guess, we're gonna go collect the blood. Perhaps it is a holy relic. Perhaps it could be sold as one to unsuspecting buyers elsewhere. The priests don't prevent you, but they aren't precisely pleased either. In fact, they are highly suspicious of why Moonmoth would want such a thing until you explain that you need it to educate some especially ignorant and impious visitors. Then they let you go ahead, and that gives us one of the 7 that we need for the merchant outlandish artifacts. This belongs in a museum. Let's see. And then... Can't we go back? How many do we need? Unlock. Visit the side of the face. Let's see. The stone cheek of Flourishing of Years is visited as a pilgrimage by the inhabitants of Visage. And if you are in good favor, you too may go. At the proper time. You must of course wait until your work with this day's crop of frogs and locusts is complete. It will not be suitable to bring them along. We have all kinds of options. Up on the hillside, the buildings become scarcer and then vanish entirely, leaving you looking at the bottom of a great chin. We can offer instructions to the frog that found its way up here, or we can study the ancient marks. That's the sort of thing your moth would have done to you. Well, let's try that. I mean, we have a pretty decent chance at winning. What does this say? Deface the stone with new markings. Imprint yourself on history. This will get you kicked off the island in all likelihood. Let's try that one. Credible on both sides. We succeeded. Nice. You tell the frog a partially true story about how this face was carved. The frog replies with an amplified belch and a story it heard about the sphinxes known as the salt lions. It's really a very good frog. And now we are going to enter the Hollow of the Ear. It is a place of still greater pageantry. This is a journey of several steps and may conclude your current visit. Well, we don't have any options, so we're going to pick it. A proud nose. It is a festival day. The great stone face has been illuminated from forehead to chin with blazing torches so that the profile is visible from the side more clearly than you have ever seen it. Flourishing of Years is awake, says the genderless figure in the crocodile mask. All the denizens of Visage are walking towards the ear together. There is a place in the procession which belongs by right to the wearer of your mask. We are absolutely going to fall in line with the others. How else will you discover what lies within? We don't have a flare, so we cannot take a flare. I don't know what that would do. I've never done that, actually. Among your own. You go as though you were truly one of them. You carry nothing with you but mask and your costume. May your heart be as light as a feather, says the woman in the lotus blossom mask, as you fall into line behind her. The road you follow leads up through switchbacks along the side of the face, and finally to the ear of the Flourishing of Years, and into the cave that is her ear. The tunnel bends back on itself, and all lights have now been extinguished. There is nothing to guide you but the hand of the person behind you on your back, and the movement of the person in front of you. The one who walks beside you wears a bat mask. A spy. Fortunately, the floor of the tunnel is very smooth and presents no stumbling blocks. Sound carries strangely in this place, however. Sometimes you cannot hear your own footsteps, and sometimes a breath comes back to you audible from someplace ahead in line. You can try to run. You do not really know what this festival is or what it means,
We are gonna continue. There is a secret in the dark. In line, the footsteps of the people are steady and synchronized, and you go together. For how many years has it been done? And for how many more will it be done in the future? Watch your step here, says Bad Mask to you in an under voice. Its accent is the accent of Wolfstack docks. Floor is about to get squishier. And sure enough, it does. We gain 4 Visage Ritual participant score. At last, the tunnel opens out. You and all the other congregants spread out in a cavernous space. A voice speaks in the darkness, a ritual preparation. Here at the new year, we gather under the one mask of flourishing of years. Her face is turned to the gods. Protected by her mask, we may remove our own. Protected by her script, we may speak outside our parts. Here and there is the sound of people fumbling with ties and strings. Your own face feels different with the mask off. We can wait and listen. There are things to learn here, perhaps to your advantage. We can tell one of our own secrets, but we don't have a lamentable relic. We can fight the urge to giggle. Come on now. Or we can receive the confidence of a stranger as holy. Those who come as spectators may remain as participants. Let's just listen to a secret. Let's keep it simple here. We get 100 fragments. Not much for blackmail. You move stealthily through the dark, hearing one knot of conversation and then another. The secrets exchanged do not offer much leverage. You can't see the owners of the secrets. Here and there you catch the smallest fragment of something that might serve you on a future occasion. The memory of a voyage east. A half rumor about the Carnelian coast. A muttering about the Admiralty. And then we're going to do nothing. The hour of confidence is drawing to an end. If there is anything else you need to do, now is the time. Well, apparently nothing. We get... Look at this. Last bell. At the end of the hour, there comes a woman with a feather of shimmering silver, which she tucks into your hand, symbol of the innocent heart that will not be eaten by the jackal. Then a bell rings and the time of speech is over. You all begin to put your masks back on. It is possible, you cannot know for sure, that in this cover, someone has exchanged a mask with someone else. It is an orderly and perfect line that emerges again from the ear of flourishing of years. If anyone watches from above, they must surely be satisfied. We get another captivating treasure, which, as you might have remember from last time, we could turn in for 1,000 echoes in London. And we gain a secret as well. Very nice. And we are now going to end our performance. You can't stay in character forever. Calmer. When the other citizens are distracted, you find your way to the familiar customs house and rid yourself of a mask and rope. There is satisfaction in laying aside a role well performed. We lose 10 terror. Very nice. We now only have 11 terror. And that's it. That's Visage. So yeah, you can... as far as I know, maybe if you keep playing for a really long time, you can eventually do that again. But that, like, going into the ear and, like, doing the whole secret thing for the treasure is something that happens, like, the first time you do it right. But you can come back here to lose a bunch of terror and, like, do other options as well and maybe be the Locust and get some money out. But yeah, I love this one. I just love the idea. Because it's one of those things that I did not understand when I first played, because if you don't read properly and you don't read that you have to act like the mask that you pick, it gets kind of confusing and they just kick you out and then you don't know what happened. So yeah, as always in this game, patience and like actually paying attention is rewarded massively. All right, so that was Visage Quests. Let's head over here. There's also potentially an island here that we might want to stop at real quick. I think I'm going to do that because that could be the exact island that we're looking for. If we are lucky, it's actually in that place. There's some enemy ship, but that's fine. We also have many secrets now. 13 secrets. We could turn this into stat points, but we're still going to hold on to them for a little bit because we need them for our ambitions. Is there no other island here? We're just checking. If there's nothing, there's nothing. There's something here. Some kind of light on that? I don't know what that is. There's like a little lamp on this like rock. So far, so nothing, though. Oh, there's an island. There's something. Wait, what is this? Is this just a rock? It does look like just a rock.
That's a lot of rocks, though. Excuse me. Sleep when you're dead. You're hurt. Spend time in bed. It really is where you should be. Oh, because we have that wound because I didn't rest in London. My bad. Well, I guess we're gonna do this. And then we lose a wound. Okay, well, I mean, that's good. We lost its supply, but we also lost the wound. So now this will kill you if you get 3 of them. I don't think there is anything here. There's just rocks. I mean, there is more to this side over here somewhere, but that's like for another journey, I think. Ooh. I'm just going up a little bit to see. I'm looking for a specific island. Oh, God. There is a boat. Evil boats. If I can sneak up behind you, actually, you turned around. I'm turning off my light to sneak up behind you. Since we have that better gun, we can now maybe get like a... Come on. A rat barge. 130. Gonna get behind you before you shoot. That's what I really want to do. There you go. Absolutely outplayed. I missed. I don't know how I missed. I'm pretty sure I waited as long as I... But I guess I didn't fully charge it. So now we do... That was only 14 damage? How is that possible? Ah, there we go. That's a lot more damage. You don't do any crew damage until you get... I should turn on my light so I shoot faster. My bad. Because you can see when it gets green, it charges even faster. I'm kind of absolutely destroying you by just staying on your butt. As I said, I think I said that right, that some ships will have guns at the back, which are going to be very dangerous later. But right now, you are just absolutely outplayed. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me even once. Easy peasy. We're going to loot you. What do we get? We get a bolt of fabric. Now we have 2 bolts of spider fabric, which we can sell at a profit somewhere else. All right. I think we're just going to head back now over here. We explored that area. There's not much there. There is more islands all the way over here, but we got places to be right now. And we're just going to head back across here until we reach this next darkness. Reef of Roses. Hello there. Is over here. Look at that. So this is what coral looks like, I think. I think this is supposed to be coral. Some kind of shiny rocks that we're going to be seeing quite a bit here. Nothing else so far, though. It's very pretty. This is not an island. This is just some stuff. I'm a little scared that there's just going to be like randomly a massive monster here in the dark. These buoys, though. These are the lights here are the buoys. I don't know what they do. They just give you like a light, but that's basically it. Uh-oh! Don't really want to talk to you. Ooh, nice music here. I guess I could sneak up behind you, but... No islands here, man? Where are my islands? I think that might be good, actually, that guy. We can get close to that, because that means there could be an island there. Just sneaking back around. Sea of Lilies is up. Wait. I'm gonna go down here first. There's a guy here. It's hard to see when you go down. It's kind of scary. There's an island. What's this? Oh. Melting Isle. Let's go check that. Okay, this guy is sneaking up on me. Stay away. Don't you dare. If I can land here, we're going to be totally fine. Uh-oh. We gain secrets. Is this even an island I can stop at? I actually don't know. It is. It is. I need to sneak in there. I'm gonna go around. You can't stop me. Oh, wait, I know this place. Dude, there's so many... It's so satisfying in this game, like, once you start understanding how it works, like, go to each island and, like, complete the little quests for loot on each island. And then, I mean, obviously you're coming back to these locations through quests that you get from your officers and stuff and other islands, but... Usually these further away islands also have their own missions to complete on them, which we have now reached the Mangrove College. The wise and wicked seek sanctuary here, where the fruits are plenty and the woods wild. The Mangrove College, a steaming sprawl of parasynthetic vegetation, and a village, barely a village, hold walls, roofs in disrepair, stilts leaning dangerously. It looks to have been assembled by drunks in a hurry. Dock carefully.
We can engage an officer. Is an engineer. We already do have an engineer. But it costs us nothing to get you. Which, okay, there's a lot of options here. Let's go through a few of them. An intense stare. Yeah, we can't do these because we need to have the submarine thing. Let's just do the simple one here, or at least start with this. The Mangrove College is named for its scholars and philosophers. They have long abandoned civilized comforts for life of the mind. Sometimes they want those civilized comforts back. We're gonna pick up somebody. Let's see. A shady sort. The Corsair's Forest, please. Guiders Morn. No, I'm not in a hurry, but I think I might stay below decks. I don't carry the fee on me. You have to trust me for when we arrive. Thank you. A pleasure. We pick up somebody that we need to bring to Guiders Morn for a fee. We can eat, drink, and be merry. We can gather supplies. We would like to have some supplies. That might not be a bad idea, but let's start with the port report as well. We can gain supplies from this. What? All shall be well. Sages, scholars, philosophers, naturalists, poets, dreamers, here to pursue their rarefied ideals in a land of muddy fecundity. Fecundity? The thinkers of the Mangrove College continue their untroubled and sedentary existence. New schools of philosophy are born and die like bubbles. Extraordinary poetries are written in water. The occasional retired pirate tries and fails to get invited to salons. We are going to take that. Thank you for the port report. And I am considering, I think, we could go beachcombing as well, but let's see about this. The Mangrove College unlocked with propagation. Let's just see what this is. 6 supplies? Your cruise strips a stretch of shoreline bare. It'll have burgeoning again by the next week, no doubt. Okay, I'll take it. And I guess we will also pick up an officer. Hello, where are you headed? On second thoughts, I don't mind. Can I come aboard? Yes, I'm an engineer, but I'm an engineer in a hurry. Welcome aboard. If anyone comes looking for me, well, I'm not accepting callers. Can I trust you to pass that on? You don't want them distracting me from my duties. Let's see what you give. You give 6 veils, 3 iron, and engine power. I think the fuel efficiency, especially with our fuel being this low, is going to be better. So we're using more fuel now because we have a stronger engine. We're pretty much using it like twice as fast. I can't buy any here. I do have to keep in mind that I do need to buy fuel here soon. If we can get to a place. And that's everything we could do on this island. So we're going to move on here for now. The main thing that we want to do here eventually is go into the wisp ways. The swamps around the village are full of mud, crocodiles, and vegetable treasures, including the notorious parasite called Sunless fruit. The fogs and spreading branches occlude all light. We need to take a bunch of foxfire candles to get in there, which we don't have right now, so we're going to leave that. And we're just going to move on. Sometimes, even these further islands, you're not going to get anything right away if you get there. I guess we're going to go up more. We'd go down there as well. Is that island not... I think that island is in the same space, but we need to do something else first. So let's just go... let's go up here into the darkness and see if we can find other islands. And there's the Sea of Lilies that we got told about just a moment ago. I see big frog, huge frog. Oh, it's this way, actually. Through the fog. Look at these massive frogs. These lilies are the size of my ship, bro. What the hell? Uh-oh. This is where the evil sharks are. Evil sharks in the Sea of Lilies. Don't talk to those guys until you're a little stronger. I mean, we are stronger now. We have a better... we should get to Station 3 as well. We have a better gun, but the sharks are real evil. Wisdom. The prison walls are mercilessly steep. This is a prison built on a lily pad, I guess. Nup-Mid built this place as a prison for the Khanate. Now it answers only to its governor, and its governor answers to no one. We can hand over a prisoner if we have one. We don't. We can exchange a secret for a prisoner, but we can't do that until we have like 175 pages stat, which I don't know if that's ever happening. We will compile a port report. Not so many goings. Ships from the Khanate are most common, but you see Chelenite vessels, polythreme, triremes, with chained and sulky unfinished men. Corsairs disposing of their miscreants, even one furtive Eremi skiff. The wardens pay them well for their prisoners. And then we can ransom a prisoner, which we have a 12% chance to succeed, and it costs us 3,000 echoes. We can rescue a prisoner with an 11% chance. It says this is unlikely to be profitable unless you have someone specific in mind. So yeah, until something tells us to rescue somebody here, we probably should leave this all alone. We can buy fuel though. It is quite expensive here, double the price, but we're not getting anywhere close to a place where we can buy cheaper fuel. So I think I'm buying 5 fuel here for $100 to just keep the journey going. We do have a lot of supplies though, which is nice. Okay, now I think we should head through here to get to Station 3 so we can hand in the Sooth and Cooper long box. So we're finding lots of new places. These two didn't really do much. And this one also didn't do much. These places are going to be important later. Right now, they're just kind of there. I mean, we're going to get money from the port reports, of course. And just knowing where they are in general is fairly important. Just trying to stay away from these angry-looking sharks. There's something underwater to the east. Don't really want to find out what that is. I'm just going to keep going to Station 3 here. We hear those voices that will not be drowned. This is the sea of voices. We are close to Polythreme, where nothing is truly dead. Okay, so Polythreme should be somewhere over there, which is where we need to pick up a Clayman for the tireless mechanic. But we're gonna first stop here. Station 3. Deliver a long box. The only way past the walls is an unimposing but sturdy-looking triple locked gate, silvery metal. A sign besides it reads delivery. The gate stands open. We will need a long box to enter, which we did pick up in Venderbite. There are no Steve doors, however, and no wagons waiting to help with the heavy cargo. There is only a sign which reads deliveries and a painted hand which points insolently up a rock-cut staircase. Make a delivery. There's cargo in the hold marked for this destination. A long, low, heavy box. It'll be fun getting it up the stairs, no doubt. Up a twisting staircase. There's a great deal of grumbling from the crew. The stairs are sharp-edged and wet. The box is heavy and its contents inclined to shift. After a few slips and a bad bruise to the shin, you resort to placing crew members along the stairs, handing the box along. There is a warehouse at the top of the stairs, but it is not apparently your destination. Another sign points along the narrow path towards the building with the spire. Deliveries, it says. More aggressively this time. Someone in the spired building is singing. The song sets your teeth on edge. You have a long, heavy box, the winding path ahead that runs perhaps a quarter mile through the mist. A crew that is beginning to mutter about having to do landlubber work. There's a warehouse just to your right, but the sign says deliveries are to be taken onward. Says it rather empathetically, as a matter of fact. We can break into the warehouse and deliver the box. The sign says deliveries, but doesn't mean that the deliveries are obliged to comply. We can carry the box on the building with the spire. Going the extra distance might mean you can charge more for your efforts. You got 60% or 79%. Let's see. Warehouse, the sign says, well, we should do what the sign says, right? We're gonna carry it. We're gonna carry it all the way. I don't know what happens if you fail this, so let's not fail it, hopefully. We failed it. All right, well, that's great. Delivery profoundly not included. The path is slippery and lined with mushrooms. You and your crew struggle with the boxes, but they get lumpier and more awkward. The mist gets into your clothes. The building with the spire looks further away now than it did when you started on your path. We get a terror. Caught in the act. What? One of the shadows move. An austere acolyte steps into the light. She is covered head to foot in protective black, her fingers thickly gloved and goggles perched on the top of her head. It is plain she's unimpressed by what she's seen of you this far. Well, unlucky, I guess. Deliveries go up this path, she says, nodding towards the steepled building. Apologize for the form of your meeting.
Who knows? She may be responsible for paying the delivery charges. We'll apologize. That could have gone better. You offer an apology. She listens, but indifferently. You are very nearly sure she is humming something faintly while you talk to her. Well, whatever. Not much later, you are standing in the mist watching a parade of clay men. They hoist the boxes on their shoulder and march away, surprisingly quiet, towards the building with the steeple. An austere acolyte leads them, her lamp swinging on a chain. So clay men, we're going to be meeting and learning more about this in Polythreme, are like, they're basically like constructs. They're made of clay, and they kind of they're just like servants. They just do work. That's it. Well, there's also unfinished clay men, which the reason they weren't like turned into servants all the way, so they actually have free will to a certain degree, and they can hold grudges and like be mad, which is interesting. That's what the pirate poet is, an unfinished clay woman. An austere, okay. Follow because you haven't yet been paid. These folks seem disorganized. Who's to say they'll remember to bring you payment? Follow because you're curious. The shipment would appear to be something other than provisions in the ordinary sense. Follow because the singing has gotten into your bones. Let's follow because we're curious. Thumping cargo. One of the clay men stumbles and his box slips from his shoulder. There is a sound as though a sleeper's head inside. Wait. There's a sound as though a sleeper's head inside had thumped against the lid, but no one wakes and the box is soon back in position. The austere acolyte directs the arrangement of the long box in the room under the steeple. There are many other boxes there already, stacked in rows, 3 or 4 times as many as you have brought. In another corner of the room is a pile of wood from previous boxes already emptied and dismantled. Singing to herself about a mountain upholstered in velvet, she takes a crowbar to the box. The corpse inside is permanently dead, in a way that the dead of London often are not. Not a drowny, not a tomb colonist, but not coming back either. It looks pale and ordinary, except for the slight distension of the skin over the breastbone. Gently, the acolyte presses there and nods, singing about tulips embroidered with yellow floss. She lifts the body onto a marble slab, without pause in her lyrics as she prepares a scalpel. Your presence does not seem to bother her. We can watch with medical interest or just watch. 44% chance. Well, we just filled a 60% chance skill check, so this means that we're guaranteed to succeed this one, right? That's the rules. It worked? Maybe? I don't know. It's a long message. Excellent precision. Whatever she's about to do, it's sure to be anatomically informative. The austere acolyte makes an incision over the distended place on the body, laying bare a heart-sized sphere of silver metal. It has grown there, apparently over many years, because the ribs of the corpse have curved around it without cracking. She has to break 2 of the ribs now to take out the ball. Behind it, the heart is intact but bloodless, its color a milky gray. She notices you watching and halts her song just enough to say, "They do not always grow in the same place, but over the heart is the most common." With a giant nutcracker, she cracks the sphere, and another sphere inside that, and another. Finally, in the center, she comes to something heavy, small and black. She lifts it out with tongs and looks at it through her goggles. The song falters, but she manages to keep humming, though the words are lost. She puts the black and heavy thing into a jar marked with a word of the correspondence. She closes the jar and seals it with red wax. Finally, when the corpse is removed again and the marble slab wiped clean, she comes to pay you. Though she doesn't offer any further comment, she seems pleased by your careful attention during the autopsy and almost smiles when she makes her payment. "A pleasure," she says. "Return another day, and I may have something else for you." We succeeded. It worked. We gained a secret, and we gained 5 earning the acolyte's favor. So that's a nice head start on earning her favor. Very nice. Let's see. Errands for the acolyte. And inside the little gate, the inner port is open to you now, although it is clear that your welcome is conditional. Let's see. We can exchange a long box for a hard metal ingot. We don't have another long box, and we don't have another thing.
We will return later, I guess. Perhaps not. Errands for the Acolyte. From time to time, she'll admit that there's something you can do for her. We can guard the yard, 72% chance of success, or a novel present, 44%. She asks you to keep a night watch on the dump where she throws away the unused heart stuff. Well, 72% chance is pretty high, so I guess we're going to give that a shot. And we succeeded. Smugglers along the shore. The place proves to be a wide field knee-deep in the dark matter. Thousands of hearts worth. Looking too closely at it makes you dizzy. Looking too far away from it makes you a poor watchman. It makes for an uncomfortable couple of hours pacing around the dumping ground, which runs all the way down the beach. In the last quarter of the watch, there's stealthy movement, a rowboat, 3 hooded figures. We did it. We got 3 more favor, and we succeeded in the challenge. Scavengers of dark matter. They move stealthily in the dark. They haven't noticed you yet. We can challenge them immediately, which is basically guaranteed, or we can watch until you know what they're up to. Well, let's take the guaranteed chance, pretty much. 4% chance of failure. Come on now. We succeeded. Splashing in the dark. They panic and scramble back into the boat. From the sounds of it, it's a damp and squelchy business. Not only do they not get what they came for, but they leave some of their supplies behind. We get 2 supplies. Very nice. And that's pretty much it. We will return later. Back to the dock. Down the steep stairs. All right. Can we buy anything? We cannot buy anything. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we started this quest. We're gonna have to get more long boxes though, and the hard metal ingot will also be needed for some quests, but we're gonna have to pick up more long boxes in order to do that. And we cannot, in fact, get another port report. They never want to hear about this ever again. I don't know what's in the heart. I don't know what they got something out of the body and then they cracked it open and then they put it in the jar. We're gonna have to learn more. I don't know. I didn't get very far in some of these quests. Like, I haven't done 100% of the game because there's just like hundreds of hours of content in this where you have to do like very specific things in order to get anything done. I think we're gonna go explore more up here because I'm really looking for a specific island that should be around this area. Ooh, these guys right here, they're evil as fuck. Oh my god, look at that. There's faces in the water. You seeing that? There's a big face right there. Luckily, it's not eating us. We're gonna have to get behind you. You are pretty damn strong. But if we... Oh, you're gonna shoot me once, aren't you? Oh, no, you're not. Nice. Dude, get behind you and absolutely wrecked. Very nice indeed. There we go. Fragments of clay. So this was unfinished pirates. They were unfinished clay men. Fragments of clay are littered across the deck. They crunch underfoot like potsherd. Unfinished men do not surrender. Investigate the hold. What treasures did these villains take? We get a cache of curiosity and even more spider silk. Okay, we have 3 spider silk now. Interesting. Very nice. And there it is. Is this the polythreme we were looking for? I see a dock on the map here. But until you find the island, it's gonna be very dark. Hello? Should be right ahead here. Oh, and there's another face. Look at that. Looking freaky. Face under... under the water. So, wait, you can go above them, I think, without getting eaten? Wait, there's what? There's a dock here, but like no dock? That must be a thing for the... Oh, that might be underwater then. Interesting. Probably. Oh, and this is an island though. That I think we can stop at. Another one with a... yeah, isn't this Godfall? I think so. We're gonna be making a return here for sure. Godfall indeed. Sometimes, just occasionally, bits of the roof fall off. Be glad you weren't there when this one did. This is a cathedral that just fell from the top of the cave and just all the way down here, and somehow is still standing. The brawling, bearded men who live here call themselves monks. They pay lip service to Saint Stalactite, which fell from the roof, but their chief interests seem to be wine, blood, and shouting. Speak with the monks about their newest member. They escort you to his cell. Used to be a jailer, one whispers. We were hoping you could help us work out what's wrong. Sure. The supplicant. An old bearded man sits cross-legged and naked in Godfall's smallest monastic cell. At the sight of the group, he flinches. His wrinkled skin is covered in faded scars.
No more freedom, he whispers. 10 of the clock, we are to sweep. 15 past 10 of the clock, we wash. There are orders. There must be orders. No more freedom, please.
A monk hands him a mop and bids him to clean the entire chapel by first bell. The supplicant squeezes it tight.
Yes, master,
he whispers, tears of gratitude swelling up in his eyes as he scampers off. There's an awkward silence.
He should make a very devout monk, one of the other ventures, once we finally get him into the habit.
Interesting. That's just a little story, but nothing else there. Let's go get the port report here. Tales. They're eager to talk about their history. The stalactite, they assure you, was one of the citadels of the starved men who dwell in the roof. When it fell, a few of its occupants survived to become the monks' progenitors. How does that work, you wonder? With their vow of celibacy, they become vague and are suddenly eager to speak of the details of passing shipping. We can give them a hunting trophy for their collection, which we are not going to do. This is something we do want to do, though. We're going to come back here. Explore the shattered citadel. Before the stalactite was a monastery, before it ever fell from the roof, it was a citadel. The fall shattered it and killed all its occupants, probably. Why don't you take a look? The more foxfire candles you have, the better. Bad things will happen if you run out. Now, it requires 5, but you definitely want more than 5 if you want to go, like, to the end of this quest line. So, yeah, we're going to have to make a return here. So, there's this place. I guess we should write these down. There is the melting aisle. We need, like, I think it's something like 5 foxfire at least. And then here in Godfall, I think the amount you want is something like between 8 and 10. But like the more the better. 8 and 10 foxfire. I'm just writing it down so we remember that we have this quest. All right. Well, besides that, there is really nothing to do. Can we buy some fuel? We cannot even buy any fuel, so I guess we're just gonna move on here. Polythreme should be around here though. So because it said that it was talking about that, right? Which I guess could be, I mean, up here is going to be more islands as well. I'm just checking to the side here to see if it's going to be in this way before we rotate back around to get up. Oh, there's another pirate. Well, we got him first try, so why not try again? This is a decent way to get some loot along the way, and sometimes you can actually, like, almost entirely live off of supplies that you stole. Oh god, he's going to shoot me for sure. Never mind. Supplies that you stole from pirate ships around the sea. All right, one more shot after our silly little dance. There we go. What do we get? A sack of skulls. Oh, well, how convenient. A sad little chain of bottled souls. It is hard to be sure if souls have eyes, but when these ones emerge from the sack into the light, they turn their blindly questing faces towards you in what seems like excitement. Then all at once relax, disappointed or relieved. We have a crate of human souls which we needed for the devil at Mount Palmerston, which I guess in the end we could have just done the quest of the bruiser, right? The blind bruiser to get the go over there then, if we're gonna go there in the end. But anyway, this is the Tides of Appetite, as you might be able to tell based on the mouth that might just eat me. I'm gonna stay away from that for now. Oh my god, there is another one. I guess we're just gonna take them all out. I mean, hopefully they also give me some supplies. They haven't really been doing that, but I'm kind of running out of fuel and running out of supplies to keep the journey going here. No, we got shot once. What a disaster. 11 damage, though. You can see that if you don't do the dance properly. Oh god, we might get hit again. You can absolutely take a bunch of damage really quickly because these guys have decent guns at this point. They're just very bad at getting a good shot in, which is why those ships that have back guns are so fucking dangerous, because you cannot avoid getting hit there. Especially with this little starter ship that we still have with very low hull. Not taking damage is incredibly important. All right, what do we get? We gain a sack of dark drop coffee beans. Sure, we'll pick that up. And then, I mean, I didn't see it here. I don't know if it's just in this little bit of shadow here that we didn't get. But I am just gonna keep going up, because there should be islands here for sure. Here we go. The Noctic Lobe. More of this, like, coral crystal looking thing, which means that we are, in fact, going in the right direction. Look at all this, man. All these weird spiral patterns. Scott's Reef, apparently. That looks like it would be very spiky under the water. You see that? And there it is. This is, I think, my favorite. Well, it's my favorite island because the quest here is incredibly profitable. But, plus it's, like, very fun and mysterious. But this is just, like, also a really cool island. There's just lots of fun little quests on the different islands. And there's many islands we have not seen that have very fun quests as well. But anyway, we have found Port Cecil. Definitely want to land here if you ever get the chance. It can be in lots of different places, though. It's kind of hard to find sometimes. Oh, and there's an eel. Port Cecil. I'm assuming that's Cecil? I'm just going to say Port Cecil. If that's wrong, I'm sorry. A sourceless silver glow. A haven for players of games. Rumpled convolutions of coral fill the water, glimmering with silvery light. The harder you look, the more you see shapes amid the chaos, almost as if they were sculpted. This one could be a crenellated castle. That one, a horse's head. A neat little port huddles into the side of a coral island, prosaic imperial docks, and houses tucked away in a baroque organic chaos. In that curious silvery light, among the frozen chaos of coral, the scene has the unreal air of a pencil sketch, crumpled and discarded. We can play chess here. Let's first explore gather intelligence. I want the port report. Chess dreams silver light. The older inhabitants of Port Cecil carry coral incrustations like a disease, splotched with silvery light. They like to go up into the limestone heights behind the harbor to lay their heads against the pillars and towers, stare at the roof of the Neath, dream open-eyed. Sometimes they speak of things far away, the Khanate's work, the smuggler's wars, the Fathom King's secrets. Perhaps it's not all invented. We get a port report. I love the music here. This is like the Port Cecil music. We can gather Skintalak, which is like coral. We only have 30% chance of success. We can explore the coral now, but let's do chess. Let's do some chess, shall we? Luckily, this is based on our pages skill, which is the one skill that we have the most of. Chess is popular in the principles. The port is full of exiles, drunks, and washed-up Z traders. They all play often, obsessively. Be careful. The chess pieces are carved from Skintalak here in the principles that can be very dangerous. Sure, we'll have 100% chance of success, so I'll take it. One more game. You don't know how long you've been playing. You want to match another? The rough coral tips of the chess pieces are smeared with blood, yours, your opponent's. But you have begun to realize that your moves recapitulate the movements of the powers of the Neath, the flukes and their shapelinks, the bazaar that lurks in London, Mount Nomad that prowls the sea, which is, Mount Nomad is that giant mountain that we ran away from earlier. Salt, stone, storm. With every move you take, the shape of it becomes clearer in your mind, sharper. Checkmate. You say, one more game? Your first officer is tugging at your arm. Ignore them. You have chess to play. We gain a secret, win enough games, and something else will occur. We also gain a page, which is very nice. We still have 100% chance of success, so we'll play another game of chess, thank you very much. Another discipline success. It's different. Odd thoughts bubble up each time you touch a chess piece. This one longs for home. That one has a secret desire for revenge against a slayer of its rank mate. This one will be a queen one day. Those would do better as metal. You taste the metal. You ignore these thoughts and move methodically through a victory over your opponent. He blinks. Checkmate? He asks helplessly. We get another page and some fragments. We still have a high chance, so we'll play another game. 87. We get another discipline success, same message as before, 150 fragments. Now it gets a little tougher, but we are going to keep going. And we still win anyway. Another 200 fragments. Now it's 45% chance. Let's keep going. We're on a roll. We fail this one. A distraction. You don't often look at chess pieces. Not really look. Not really look. The bishops with their hooks. The knights with its mane and teeth. The kin and the cream. White mingled with red. The roots that pin the corner of the board down to keep you safe from your opponent. You lift a paw toy with it. Touch its velvety pads. Checkmate, your opponent says. She grins. Look too closely, did we? You need to be careful with the skintillack chess sets. Her face is blank and white as the dome of a chess pawn. Get out. Get back to the ship until the waking dream of Coral clears. We unfortunately gain 5 terror, but besides that, nothing really bad happens, so we're going to give it another shot. We fail again, only 1 terror this time, a loss. Your opponent shakes your hand. Time to go, she tells you, but don't worry, you'll be back. Her touch lingers, her fingers are cold. Try again? Fail again with another 5 terror. Okay, this has been proven to be quite unlucky. We did succeed that time. We gained 5 secrets! What the fuck? Dude, we got 25 secrets. We could get 25 stats. Like, I'm definitely holding out. We gained another page. That we got a lot of pages from this. Is that it? The chess players watch you carefully. Chess? No. One tells you, no. There's only one left who will play against you. You'll need an extra move to find it. An extra move. As you reach the crossroads in Port Cecil, a voice whispers, pawn to bishop 6. A roaring shape the size of a cottage, rather like a mitred bishop, indeed, stands 6 yards to your right. A crevice in its coral side might be a cave mouth. We're gonna go in there. A stronger silver. You squeeze through the crevice into a narrow space like a stair. Irregular steps lead down. The silver light is strong here, and it grows stronger with each step downward. Silvery light fills a sea cave dripping from the walls. It condenses to pools of whitish fluid on the uneven floor. Sea sounds fill the cave strong and slow like the long beating of a heart. On a square slab of coral, someone has set up a game of chess. The pieces are different from the ones used in London. You see the spiraling bishops, the corner roots, the kin, and the terrible cream. As you touch each one, a deep voice whispers its name. We can move a paw, the cat's paw, perhaps, or the skin's paw. This is a safe move. Or we can move a knight. The knights are fanged like lions. A touch will wound you. This is an aggressive move. I think we're just gonna take a safe move. Let's play an opening. The cavern breathes around you. That felt charming. Thank you. Thank you, R. The game soothes the pangs of dissolution in, but I want so to be less. I am tired of thought. Will you help me? Sleep will not enough. I desire no dreams. Will you help? We gain a page, another page for the collection. We will offer assistance with dissolution. In the flow of air through the cavern, you hear the voice of the principals, languorously pleading. I offer an assistant. It flutes, and skintillack. You enjoy skintillack, aren't you? I'm skintillack, such a strange word. An assistant. A rubbery man rises from a cyst in the floor. An iridescent cicatrice crosses its face. Even in this flood of silvery light, it pulses like a fevered moon. It shuffles closer. Shout flange, it wheezes. Unprecedented. A rubbery capable of human speech, in however debased and pitiful a mode. My emissary, the cave whispers, treat it gently. The whisper follows you back up the steps. Take it to the salt lions. You now have one Necrius outcast. Its brothers and sisters have abandoned it. Pearly light drips from its mantle crest. The principals have touched it, and not gently. But it can work miracles with salt and fish flesh. Okay, well that's going to be our next mission. What are you again? You are a cook, but we already have a cook. You gain 4 hearts, 2 pages, 2 mirrors. We get 9 stats from you and 8 stats from you, so we're going to leave that. Can we buy anything here? We can buy. We definitely need to buy some fuel here, I think. Or unless we can find it, we could gather skintillack, which we have none of that yet. I think we're just going to explore. Let's see what we get. Ooh, Captain, I'm a good seaman. I'm yours if you have me. Will you have me?
I'm hungry. I'll work hard. He seems likely enough, if a little ragged and sorrowful. We can take him with you. You could use an extra hand, or we could leave him here. Never do this option. Or we could pay his passage home for $250. We don't really want to do that. We're just going to take him with you. Taking a chance. You won't be sorry. I'll work double watches. Ask anyone, they'll tell you I have a good name. Yes, yes. Eventually you get him to stop talking. His enthusiasm is promising, if a little pitiable. There may be further effects from this decision. We do gain a crew. Welcome aboard, stranger. And then almost always it just instantly does this. Yeah, I don't know if this is supposed to instantly happen. This is the Zailor who came begging to you for a berth. He's done good work, this one, but he's keeping a little shrine to the salt, the nameless god of the horizon, at the back of the hold. We will permit it. Out here, a captain needs all the help he can get, even from sad, strange gods of farewell. You don't really want to piss off the gods, because it will lead to very bad things. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't have known that this event was going to happen, but this is another way to get the God of Z Salt's attention. But anyway, a breath of fresh air. You let him keep his salt circle and his chalked arrow. That night, as you stand on the foredeck, a soft breeze comes out of the east, the salt's direction, tussles your hair, and it passes. We have the god's attention. Very nice. And I don't know if there's more that results from that. I think that's basically it. So yeah, we have done everything here. We should just pick up a bit of fuel here. So yeah, we're using fuel like at an alarming rate, which just means that you're spending a lot more on fuel sometimes on the open ocean. I'm just thinking if I want to go up to, we should get the salt lions, which is all the way down there, but I kind of want to go up a little bit. We're also relatively close to Frostfound, so it might be good to stop there for the strategic interest. Like go through here, stop there, go through there, down here to find some islands, and then going back to the salt lions. I think that's going to be the way to go here, which in that case, we should probably spend more money on fuel here. We're just kind of spending all our money, but it is what it is. We're going to come back and then hand in, like, we're going to get 1,000 from the thing already, so we should be largely okay. I just got to be careful. So we have super many, oh god, I got to be careful of this guy. We have many, many secrets. Now, in order to write the big book, you need 40 secrets, and you need to make a bunch of items that also require secrets. But while making those items, you also get stat points. So a normal playthrough, you would usually get your stats by like talking to people a bunch, but we're gonna get them by writing things, which is what we need the secrets for. Now, if we see like a really tough skill check that we want to get, we can use the point. Like you can use the point sometimes before doing the skill check and increase your chance right away. Before clicking the button, but sometimes it locks you out from doing that. I don't know if there's gonna be another island. I don't think this is actually something we can stop at here. I think this is just an underwater thing that we can get to eventually. We did not end up finding polythreme, unfortunately. What did we need again? We needed a mirror catch box. I don't think we're gonna have enough money for that. Yeah, there's something underwater some distance to the north. I think that's what this is. So I don't think there's much more here to find for me. We have arrived safely. No enemies along the way. Frostfound. We'll pick up port report first. And then, oh, we have a chance for this. A high-risk challenge. We can speak to a Withern contact instead for 50%. It's just a really tough challenge. I mean, 50%. It could go either way. Let's see if we get lucky or not. We get lucky. Nice. We get the strategic information. I think otherwise you would just not get the strategic information and then just have to do another one. Interestingly, a Withern dock squatter is also wearing a red and blue scarf. What are the odds she'll give you an answer at all? Why would such a ship come here? The Withern is even more elliptical than most of her kind. You realize quickly that she's trying to warn you off. There must be an enemy agent here. Take that information back to London. Sometimes the absence of an answer is an answer in itself. I'm thinking strategic information. That's the only one we have right now. Yeah, I think, yeah, we do. Let's see. We will take tea with the squatters on the deck, on the dock, to get the supply and fuel and lose 10 terror. Very nice right here. So, and then with that, I think we're gonna go, we could either go through Khan's Glory or go around it and find islands over here. We don't really have anything to do here besides trying to get another spy network, but that costs a bunch of money to do.
So I think we're gonna go the way around. Now, there are some very scary monsters here. So we're gonna have to do this very carefully. Probably turn off our light if we see anything pop up on the horizon. I don't want to... Oh, God. What's here? Okay, there's one of those ships. These are the... If they have this shape, this, like, pointy shape, they can have... Oh, God, there's bones and shit. They can have guns on both sides of the ship, like, on the back as well. Look at that. What the fuck? Freaky as hell. Okay, we are far to the side. We could find, like, an absolute terrifying beast here. So I'm being very mindful of what pops up at the bottom here. Ready to book it backwards at full speed. If I see anything pop up, we should be sending our bat here. I was just a little focused. Stay away from you. Gant Pole is somewhere to the east. I think that's an underwater thing. So we're not going to be doing that right now. Oh boy. Okay, we stayed away from all the enemies. Or at least these for now. They're usually on the sides of the Khanate. There's these, like, evil ships. Oh, and there's an island. All right, turn on the light. We should be largely safe here. We can always stop here. We did it. Kellanit, right? Chelanit? I don't know. Sometimes it's sometimes it's I don't know. English is confusing sometimes. Shabelport. Oh, what is that? Some kind of light over there. I don't know what that is. Here we go. Waves lap the slabby sides of a vast turtle shell, bigger than any cathedral. Chelonites loaf on wooden docks around the shell sides, staring sullenly. Lamps hang like decorations in a festive butcher's window. All around you, the sea is rank with scraps of ancient flesh. An opportunity from a redolent flesh merchant. Even the Chelonites' hardy folk keep their distance. A trade in flesh, no more than... Never click this, by the way. Obtaining a doomed monster hunter. You see this and you're like, wow, that should do something. This is a useless item that costs you 1,000 to get by giving this. It's very rarely that trading in like an item for another item doesn't like give you at least something better. In this case, it's completely useless. I think it's like ammunition for a very specific gun, but it's just not worth it at all. Don't do that. I think you can trade a Searing Enigma somewhere else for one of these as well. Never do that. An opportunity for the flesh. He slithers, drool pouring from between his rotten teeth. The Gant Pole where the beasties die. Bring flesh, we sell this to the turtle. Whatever the fuck. Fresher meat, big bone. Money is to maketh. The Gant Pole is said to be deep underwater, mostly by sailors who do not believe it truly exists. Okay then. We will compile a port report. No matter what details you try to record, the stench creeps in around the edges of the sentences. The Chelonite watchful despite the reek. Movement among the miasmic scraps of long-abandoned monster carcass. Frequent duels where the stink is thickest. It's a very stinky place, apparently. Tales for the bone. Someone is crying. Unusual wares. Follow the sound. A scrawny man squats beneath an awning of Gant-colored willskin. Bring me your tales, he cries. Tales for the bones. We could give up our hunting trophy, but I need one of these soon here. So I'm going to hold on to it. But you can pay the chronicler to inscribe a Z story onto a hunting trophy, and he will give an outlandish artifact in return. Which can be worth it if you are doing a lot of hunting and you're getting a lot of hunting trophies. I don't think we're going to be touching that. We could buy Stygian Ivory. I think we need one of these as well, so I'm going to take this too. Just one for now. Pick that up. You can buy a bunch of this and then sell it at a slight profit in London as well, but we just don't have the money for that right now since we might have to buy additional fuel. So yeah, this is like the back of a turtle. We are going to go around, I think, the other way, this way. That I never really did much with this, but that's going to be very interesting if we can get underneath this. I'm assuming we're actually going to be able to meet
the turtle or fight it or whatever is gonna happen down there. Can I keep off my light? I would love to keep off my light here because just the shit you can find here is gonna be real bad. This is gonna be a really profitable place to be eventually, but right now it is not up to our. We're just not strong enough to fight anything here. Because like enemies here can kill you with like 2 hits, so if you just mess up slightly, you're done. It's like you really want to be careful. I'm not seeing anything. Let's send out the bat. Any islands around here? Any lucky break? Oh. Con Shadow. Wave market. Oh fuck, we need to go up there. Oh, this area. The evil spider. Oh god, look at all the spiders. It's fucking freaky. The wreck of Nocturne. Board this empty mausoleum. The webbed hulk of this once proud vessel refuses to be dragged beneath the black waves. Board this empty mausoleum. Superstitions of the Z give even cynical sailors pause before ransacking half-drowned vessels. Still, nothing in the code prohibits indulging curiosity. We need to give up Foxfire candles. We're not going to be doing that because we don't have none. Plus, I don't think that's even really a good thing to do anyway. So we're not even going to really bother with that. I should stop at the... Should I stop at the Con Shadow? I think you can buy relatively cheap fuel there. As far as I know, the Conate is always like in this general area. There's like 3 ports around there, which you... This one, I think, gives you a free port report as well. Oh, there it is! Yo, it pops out of the... Look at all those ships. I don't know if they're all still able to go on the water, but it's an island pretty much built entirely out of just a bunch of ships melted together. With, like, I guess a crane in the middle. Wanderer's Haven. You can buy some, like, illegal goods here. They can be really good for trading. Not as good as the stuff you can buy in the Khan's Heart once you have access to that, but we just don't have the resources yet to gain access to that. Khan's Shadow, the city that swam. Long ago, the Khane turned its back on its warrior traditions. It has no place for pirates and would-be nomads, so here, in the shadow, the exiles make their home, amid 100 wrecked, grounded, decommissioned ships. This is also, you can also acquire a doomed monster hunter here. Never, once again, never do that. Approach the man staring at you. We can't. We will just do a port report. Conniving, debauching, speechifying, drinking, singing, speeching, poeting, now and then a drunken duel, very occasionally a savage ritual murder. You can buy... We can sell the devil bone dice here. You can buy ivory. You can get a crate of human souls here. Oh, and this is where we can get the empty mirror box, which I guess we can get that because we can sell the captivating treasure for 1,000 here. It just means that we won't get the favors with the antiquarian, but I think this money is something we're really gonna need right now. So I think we're just gonna sell it here. Do that. Then we could buy... Okay, now we have a choice. 6 of these would cost... we would have the money for that. So then we would have enough outlandish artifacts to get the 1,500 echoes from the merchant in London. I'm considering buying the mirror catch box and like some supplies instead, though. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the empty mirror catch box since we're gonna need that for the other quest. And then this feels actually slightly cheaper, so we should stock up big time. I'm just gonna actually buy maxed out inventory of fuel right there. This does not take an inventory space. We could still buy a few of these. But I'm just gonna try and gather these through other means. It can be slightly difficult, but I think I have a plan to try and get some of these if we can get it to work out. But for that, we need a lot of fuel. So here we go. This is gonna be quite the long trip. So it is not necessarily super profitable, or you lose a lot of money by doing this. Like right there, we spent, I mean, we still have 600, but we spent quite a lot of money on fuel. So like, with this tiny ship, we cannot hold enough fuel to do these long journeys. So we kind of have to buy fuel along the way at like a double the price pretty much. Oh, Nuncio. Oh, damn, we do find that. That is the island I was considering taking the Foxfire candles for. But it's fine. We're going to be coming back here. This is a really cool island. I love this one. Look at that right there. We have a giant statue of a guy holding a rat. Some kind of spiral. And a few houses here.
I really love the art in this game so much. McMaster's Haven. Oh, and we also got another secret from all the fragments we've been collecting. Do not return, sender. Taciturn functionaries walk the docks in the uniforms of postmen. An enormous crowned statue casts a chilling shadow. The shadows gleam with rats' eyes. Their ceaseless chittering rolls like the tide. Welcome to the Postman Island. Let's assemble a port report first. You may not be familiar with the locals yet, but you can provide a preliminary overview. Surface details. There's the statue in the middle of the island. That's hard to miss. There's the way everyone wears a uniform and the way they call each other by their ranks in the postal service. There's the way the port authorities refer to regulations. There's the jargon, the curious habit of referring to any used up thing as cancelled, as though the whole world were made of stamps. You write about vestigial bureaucracy and about the trappings of order retained far from home. Let's go to the... Well, let's maybe explore along the beach. There's a long stretch of shale dotted with washed-up kegs and barrels of smaller flotsam. Shifty going. The rocks slip and slither underfoot, but you keep your balance. We can argue with the man. Every lap of the waves drags up some new letter or parcel. The face of the water is dotted with them. As far as you can see in this blackness, carried by a powerful current. We can argue with the man holding a broom. We can assist the man holding a broom, or we can rescue a dripping parcel. Both of you together still won't achieve anything, but maybe he'd feel better. Sure, we'll help. Surprisingly soothing. In the long term, what you are doing won't make the slightest bit of difference. Every sodden bit of paper you fling out to sea will come back in a few hours, but for now you manage to clear a little patch of shore, a few feet on each side. The stones are bare, as they should be. Your companion turns his head towards the sound of your work and gives you a little nod. We gain a little bit of knowledge about the postal secrets, and we gain some friendship, and we lose some terror. Pretty nice. Study the odd currents here. The water that brings flotsam ashore does not follow the usual patterns. On all sides, you make a complete circuit of the island. The whole shoreline is alike, all of it covered in debris, all of it washing steadily inland from every direction. Not the work of some directional current. It's more as though the whole Untersee were draining into Nuncio. Except, of course, the force did not affect your ship when you came this way. It does not stop ships leaving, evidently. It only works on the post. We can do it again, but we don't need to. We're going to go back to the docks. And let's go to the Postman's Tavern. The Inky Blotter, it's called. The sign doesn't look like much. Warmer inside than it looks. Faces turn in your direction, but no one seems surprised to have a new arrival on the island. Lit by two roaring fires, one at either end of the room, the bartender is in postman's uniform. Like almost all of the patrons, a noseless postal inspector called Blunt Thomas delivers the drinks, clears tables, stacks the firewood. We'll do that in a second. Let's do the other stuff first. Listen in on postal tall tales. Fishermen brag about fish that got away. Postmen brag about hard deliveries. Amazing what you get for a penny stamp. The delicate bottles lowered down chimneys on a rope. Do not fold under any circumstance. Letters curled through a narrow slot. Rattling, groaning crates brought back to the same address every day for 22 days running. The windows they pried open, the servants they bribed, the delivery surcharges they paid out of their own salaries just to get rid of one more packet. It is hard to tell which they hate more, the senders of the mail or the recipients. Stands to reason, if the message was a welcome one, they'd tell the other fellow in person, reflects the hairless postwoman. We gained another friendship. Let's ask why the local currency consists of rats. 2 strings of rats for a pint of ale. 3 strings for wine. 5 for the tolerable brandy under the bar. Scarcity is not an issue. The hairless postwoman at the end of the bar smiles mirthlessly. Or maybe it's just the lack of eyebrows that does it. Long enough carrying the things around, you get into the habit, she says. Then she tells you that if you stay out late enough, you'll see some of the postmen making a procession to the center of the island, stringing up rats around the statue, like Yolitude decoration.
Decorations. In prayer to an ancient deity of this place. From the coughing and choking elsewhere in the pub, you'd guess this is a story they often tell to newcomers. Do not ask why the postman is hairless. That's rude. Postwoman is hairless. Legacy of some interesting explosive package, maybe? No, it's a faux pas. Ask about the big statue in the center of the island. If there were a guidebook for visitors, it would have to be the first entry. The monumental postman. Oh, that? It's all of us, isn't it? Sort of the spirit of the island. Most of them don't seem troubled for more of an explanation than that. Though the hairless postwoman tells you it didn't always look like a fallen London postman at all. That it used to have a different face and a more old-fashioned outfit. We gained another friendship. Ask how they occupy themselves all day. There must be more than this. Dead letter office, big building, center of town. Hard to miss. You can work there too if you want. It's not clear whether this is a generous offer or a threat. We will ask to borrow a uniform. Look but not touch. They're polite, even apologetic about your request. You're welcome here, and welcome to take shifts at the dead letter office, but you cannot wear the uniform unless you were a postal employee back in fallen London. Regulations. Blunt Thomas lets you have a look at his uniform jacket, at least. Neat stitching, gilded buttons, a thin but dignified circle of braid at the collar. Inside a patch that goes over the heart stitched with 6 letters. You can't read it, but it makes your eyes itch and your scalp feel like burning. Well, we're not doing that. Ask why letters wash ashore here. Maybe one of them will know. The pool. It's the pool, they tell you. Dead letters are like so many iron filings. Dead letters are like so many iron filings drawn to Nuncio. See for yourself, suggests the hairless postwoman. Go down the shore, collect up a bunch of what's washed up there, and you'll feel it soon enough. Saves time for the rest of us, says another voice. Apparently beach scavenging is a civic duty hereabouts, like working in the dead letter office. We are familiar with the pool. Now we are going to do this one. Allow the Clattery heir to offer her services. She could remove the call from a postal worker. They wouldn't be a worker anymore, of course. The hairless postwoman won't hear of it, but you do get one taker. I miss London, he says. I'm tired. The inside of my mouth tastes like stamp glue. But Blunt Thomas gives you a bottle of rum and the use of the basement. No amenities, but I don't fancy cleaning the blood off a better floor. The patient takes off his uniform for the last time and lies on the cold floor. No spectators, says the Clattery heir harshly, and puts you out of the room. She comes out later with a scrap of skin from the patient's chest. The patient follows, whistling a tune from Mahogany Hall. We now have one Clattery souvenir, and we did a treatment in Nuncio. That'll be something that we need later. Don't worry about it. All right, let's do a shift at the dead letter office. Extensive tour. Blunt Thomas takes you to the office, a small collection room where those retrieving letters may state their business. A much larger set of back offices where newly arrived letters and parcels are collected and sorted. A dank, briny smell that never goes away, presumably because so many of the parcels spend time in the water before they arrive here. In the back room is a machine ratted? By a postal rat, a Ratus Faber in a pinstriped hat. It shovels sludge-damp letters into the machine's hopper, and they come out dried, cleaned, pressed, and sorted into slots by size and quality of paper. We can work shifts now. One has various possible occupations here. None could be described as fast-paced. We can make a study of what goes on in the back room. We can man the collections window. We can offer employment to a postal rat. We can pay for a parcel with postage due. Or let's just talk to him first. Why doesn't it make a machine like this? Why doesn't it make a machine like this one back in London? Might lead to fewer dead letters in the first place. Regulations. Oh, no. That wouldn't be permitted at all. There are strict rules about the initial handling and sorting of posts. An experimental machine might mangle the letters. It's only the dead material that is unimportant enough to be entrusted to a Ratus Faber. His voice isn't bitter, but he twists a coil so hard that it springs sideways out of the machine and pings off your shoe. We are trusted in Nuncio at this point. Ask the rat for a key to the basements. There are doors in the dead letter office that you've never seen opened. Surely you can be trusted. No trouble at all. He's surprised by the request. Most postmen don't like it down there, but no one ever asked for a key. But it'll cut you a new one. Just be careful in there and come out if you start to feel wrong. Open the back rooms. We're opening the back rooms. The key is warm in your pocket. Deep and deeper. You had expected a few shelves of supplies, more files and letters, a few years older. No, it is a pit so deep the lantern light does not show the bottom. A spiral walkway descends along its wall, and that spiral opens wider as it goes, as if you were looking through the narrow end of a very large shell. Listen, lining this wall are shelves and nooks unevenly sized. Some are few inches square and contain single scrolls of papyrus. Others support crates bigger than coffins. They're made of a woody fungus grown to meet requirements. There are no marks of carpentry or any of the postal's rat handiwork. 3 turns down the spiral and you feel you can't breathe. Time to leave. You can come back later. Maybe. We gained some terror, and we've gathered some knowledge. Tell the postal rat about your basement's findings. Gives you something new to chat about. Troubled, but not surprised. They say that's been there since before we came. Before there were Londoners in the Neath. Before there was a dead letter office. There was someone else. And they built the last layer on top of what was there before. And so on. When you press him a little further, he said, I've been down there. Didn't like it much. But I wanted to test my machine. Thought if it could handle some of the very old dead letters, that would be a good sign, you know? Evidence the machine was in working order. Good, strong sorting categories and so forth. He pauses. There's letters down there that set your hair on fire if you so much as look at them. See the bald patch on my left leg? That wasn't a machine accident. Oh no. That singed right off as soon as I put my nose to one of them letters. We gained a tale of terror and an extraordinary implication. Interesting. That's profitable. We can descend into the basement with mirrors for an 18% chance at completing. Or we could take foxfire candles and a flare and do it that way. I think we're not going to take the 18% chance. That like 1 out of 5 times we'll get something, but most of the time we'll just get screwed. We can pay for a parcel with postage due or make study of what happens in the back room. We're on like a story-based approach right now, like getting as much information as we can, so let's do that one. We failed! Well, unfortunate. 72% chance. Does not guaranteed, I guess. Intricate restorations. The postal rat explains its activities willingly. What he says would doubtless be most stimulating to anyone with a taste for gears and finely extruded wires, but you follow very little. Alright, unfortunate. Yeah, we're not going to do this. I think that's going to be bad. Let's just end our shift. So yeah, it is a postal island where, like, I guess we could explore along the beach again. So yeah, here. What is this? Collect material for the dead letter office. We can just pick up dead posts. Will of its own. You make your way along the shore with a big sack. Many of the envelopes are too damp to read. Their addresses permanently lost, but a surprising number are still legible. There are also parcels here and there, and here and there is a crate, a message in a wine bottle, a sealed cask that has bobbed up out of a shipwreck. Your sack ought to get heavy with all these contents, but it pulls upwards and away, straining inland towards the dead letter office like an unmanageable dog. And we gained 1 dead post, and you can just do this over and over again. Over and over you can gather posts, but let's take in the soundings. Perhaps there is some evidence of the great hollowness underneath these shores. Interesting. Depths below. Striking the ground causes the stones to shift and rattle. It is hard at first to hear anything more than that, but if you try long enough and strike hard enough, the whole beach shivers like the surface of a drum. The flotsam letters quiver and align themselves in concentric circles around the point of impact. The next wave brings ashore 3 or 4 times the usual freight. Interesting. Let's not do that too many times, huh? Let's go hand in this post, I guess, at the office. Feed your undeliverable letters into the sorting machine. The gleaming hopper awaits. 52 categories. After prolonged wearing, the machine begins to distribute 7 invitations etched in gilt into the correspondence of the aristocracy slot, 2 oversized parcels probably containing books into the books tray, 1 stamped bronze tablet that drops with a clang into a bin marked First City. The postal rat watches all of this with an air of satisfaction. Let's do it again. And do it again. Yeah, we don't really get anything for that. You can just do it forever, basically. Dude, imagine you click this and you just get lucky. That would be insane, but let's not do it. Okay. I think that's about it. That's about it. We can buy some fuel here, but we still have fuel. I think we're good for now. And we are just going to keep going. I love these ones that are just like... I mean, we're going to come back here and learn more. But I really love all the stories to find. All right, so let's see. We're going to go, like, along this way. I think. And then go... We need to go to the salt line. So I guess we did make a really short little detour here. So that we can... Oh, God, there's another vortex right there. And, oh, yeah, these keep getting stuck in the vortexes around here. Which is very annoying, because if you get into a fight with them, you can't get behind them, because then you're going to be sucked in there as well. They do eventually kind of get out. Which I don't even know if it kills you. I've just never decided to go into a vortex that looks that evil. Like, come on now. Seems like a dumb idea. Nothing here so far. Oh, we're in combat? Are we? I guess the guy that was coming up behind us, which we're just avoiding that guy, so... Please don't talk to me. Oh, look at that. There's a mushroom. The udder shroom. Well, well, well. We did not find the Fathom King's hold, unfortunately. I was hoping for that, since we needed to go there for something. What is that? Oh, that's a big crab. Big evil crab. Yeah, this is... Welcome to Mushroom Land. There are giant mushrooms just poking out of the ocean. And this is a mushroom so large they build a town on top of it. Let's see what they're up to here, shall we? We got these wheat hat buildings. The Udder Shroom. Climb the fungal fiber ladders to its summit. Shaggy, suspicious villagers scratch a living here amidst endless clouds of spores and scurrying mobs of plant-animal hybrids. None of them ever leave. Monsters. One explains darkly. Sea full of monsters. We'll gather intelligence. What happens here on top of a mushroom the size of Marlborough? A slow survey. The villagers live a shabby but sufficient life. The Udder Shroom provides. They are secretive, taciturn, and curious. Ships rarely visit. We have this guy, if you remember. That's the first mascot we picked up in London. The Blemmigan Gallivanter, who is a mushroom in and of himself. So how about we encourage our Blemmigan Gallivanter to explore? It might feel a kinship with the place. It's certainly very mushroomy. Unaccustomed silence. Your ever-present Blemmigan is for once nowhere to be seen. The engine room is quiet. Your maps are exactly as you left them. Not one is defaced or crumpled into a ball. Finally, you spot the tip of a tendril poking out from under a pile of unwashed clothing. Your Blemmigan indicates that under no circumstances whatsoever will it be emerging. What could be so bad about the other shroom? Did the other mushrooms bully it? We can visit the village. We'll do that as well. Hospitable? Not exactly, but they usually don't chase you off with sticks, and they usually let you sit beside their mildew-smelling fire. A day of stories. We gain a memory of distant shores. The central contradiction of shroomer existence. They hate the other shroom, but they will do anything to avoid leaving. Monsters. Today, they're telling the story of how they came here. It features a shipwreck. A rain of orange jewels, the mother's blessing. There's a great deal about adversity and survival. Wistful hints about their homeland somewhere to the west. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much all we can do here for now. We can trade honey to get Blemmigans, which we do eventually want to do. But we don't have honey, so we're going to let that be for now. All right, anyway, I think now... I feel like the island that we are looking for is going to be down here. So it's going to be worth to take a bit of a detour to find it, since we still have 20 fuel at this point. Because we just need to get to the Salt Lions. But, like, we're here. Might as well... this is, like, how I play the game, and then I get, like, utterly overextended. We do these huge explorations. This is our... What is it? This was our first journey. Second journey here. Third journey is, like, fucking everywhere. That's kind of how it goes. This is how I like to play. I like to do these big exploratory journeys, and it feels like so satisfying to then get back to London after a long journey like that and continue quests over there. It feels more efficient time-wise,
for me. But it's a bit of a risky way to play, and it costs a lot of money because you need to spend a lot on fuel. I'm not seeing any island as of yet. This is a really fun part about this game, that things are in random places. You can't ever, like, play fully optimally. There is, so when you die in this game, you can choose, oh, there's something. The Fathom King's Hold, well, there you go. You can choose a legacy, which allows you to, oh god, turn off the light, which allows you to take some stuff from your current captain that died back, and keep it for the next one. And one of the things you can do is keep the map, which is kind of crazy. But it does mean that if you do that, is you don't get any fragments anymore to gather, like, because everything that's already been explored is going to stay explored, so you won't gain fragments and not many secrets, but so it's kind of a weird option. Ooh, here we go. The Fathom King's Hold. This is the first time we've seen this. Sometimes when you get to a location, you get this, like, full background view. More immersive, I guess. Lurkin's Port, named for the most enterprising of drownies. Phosphor cells burn green. Somewhere below, the king awaits. Like an iceberg, like a Mazar master scheme, like the Neath itself, most of the hold is invisible. You see only a tiny portion of sculpted coral. The rest awaits below the surface. The Fathom King's bone rooms and aquaria, his pearls snared and his dining chambers. We can descend to an audience with the Fathom King, with a Z story, but let's first find the cheery man's former agent. You find him splashing in the shallows with other drownies. He's gone native, his skin is pale, his eyes are dead, his songs are sorrowful. So when people drown, they become drownies, I guess. Unrepentant. I serve a proper king now. The recent drowny crowds. King of the Z. Not of some ratty spite pub. Not of some ratty spite pub. And I'm not afraid of his bruiser neither. Already dead, ain't I? Sank to the bottom and swam back up. There's nothing he can do to me. He leans close, his breath smells of brine. But let me share what I learned on the way. What's lost is lost. The Fathom King won't heal the cheery man's leg. Even if he would, his cheeriness wouldn't want to pay that price. Tell him to stop dreaming. Return to London to deliver the bad news. Well, at least we gathered the news. Let's compile a port report. Others who come and go, those granted audience, return dazed, awestruck. The king is not generous, but occasionally he is fair. Ascend to an audience with the Fathom King. The Fathom King is the lord of the drownies, those dead who won't stop swimming. By some accounts, he's the lord of all who die at sea. Bring him a story that tickle his curiosity. We only have one singular story, but I guess we're gonna do it. Speaking to the porter has the skin of a shark. She has a drowned woman's eyes. It is not permitted to look at her hands. Yes, she rasps. That story is sufficient. She opens the valves of pearl and permits you pass into the conduit. The Fathom King. This is the salt-blown heart of the hold. The Fathom King floats in his throne. A gem-starred bowl of sea stone, the size of a banqueting table. He's wearing a dressing gown of purple brocade, soaked dark with salt water. He leans his chin calmly on his hands beneath the surface of the water in his throne. His hidden regions pulse constantly, insistently. I have come to plead for a sailor's life. This is an expensive way to gain crew. We're not going to do that. Listen to a Kaganian emissary. Here's a visitor from the Timon clan in a gray robe patterned with leaping fish. She describes events at the Khan's court, skirmishes with the Chelanet Z-Beast attacks, or we can ask for the boon of a king. You have brought the king a story gift. You may ask for a gift in return. It is impossible to know what you will receive. Let's ask for this. Let's get some more knowledge. Knowledge is money as well. Ooh, we gain strategic information. Valuable information. At last, the king nods and awards the emissary a pouch of drowning pearls. The hour of audience is past. Thorn-armored guards escort you back to the surface. But the emissary's words and the king's questions have taught you a great deal. We gain some fragments and another strategic information. Now, we could turn this into another
vital information, or vital, is it vital information? But we will do that later, because sometimes you need strategic information for missions, so it's good to hold on until you need to do it. Okay, well, that's about all we can do here right now. We're not gonna do shore leave, no thank you. We're gonna head back out of the Fathom King's Hold. All right, and with that, I think we are just going to make our journey back to the Salt Lions now. I think it's about time. We're gonna go through here just in case there's something, but I don't imagine there's gonna be something, but maybe. Oh god, what's that? Oh, it's a, did you saw that? I don't know if you could see that. It was a tiny spiky ball. It's a sea urchin kind of looking thing. They're very evil, but they're one of the best things to hunt once you get strong enough to kill them. They can give you huge rewards. Now, I mean, we could try with the ship that we have, but it's too dangerous. I'm not gonna try that right now. I mean, I don't think... It is possible. It has like 400 HP, and like 2 hits kills us. Nah, it's a bad idea. Bad idea indeed. I'm thinking. Do we go there? I'm still considering. I'm still considering trying. Let's see if we can get a good angle on him. How much? We have full hull. This could be the death of us. Hello there, sir. Is he still here? Are you still here, you spooky fucker? He can. This can be a really long and annoying fight. Okay, there he is. Let's see. If it's a savage one, we don't do this at all. Let's turn off our light and go real slow. It's just a regular. Oh, it's 600 HP. Good lord. All right, stay back as much as you can. We do gain fragments for that. This could be a huge... Oh, he's gonna start screaming at us. We do a lot of damage, though. You just need to make sure to not get hit by his charge. The scream is fine. It does 2 damage every time. The main part that makes this one so annoying is that he goes underwater, and then he sometimes, like, fakes you out by going underwater and, like, baiting you to charge at him, and then he will, like, be close enough to kill you. Now, you really kind of just want to be at this range. You want to just be at this range. It's going to take a while. I don't know if he's going to actually do enough damage with these explosions to eventually start inflicting terror and stuff. But it's much better than having him charge us. 500 already. Taken quite some damage. I wonder if we're going to have enough hull to do this. Or if this is just a bad idea all around. I mean, we're still here. Okay, that's what he does sometimes underwater. He, like, makes a fake charge. We've done 200 damage. He's done 10 damage to us. He's going underwater. Well, almost 200 damage. Dude, if we can kill this man, you have no idea. It's gonna be so worth it. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Backwards, backwards. Don't shoot too much, sir. If he's gonna charge us, we're gonna be in trouble. He's screaming. Screaming more. Don't charge me right now, buddy. If we get 2 shots for every one of his attacks. I'm just looking at my bar, because once it starts going below... And it needs to get below, like, 30 for there to... That's the fake out. You piece. We're losing a lot of fuel, too. Risky fucking move here. Okay, we did not even get hit at all there. If he goes on the water, you lose your charge, unfortunately. We're just trying to play this safe. This is a really drawn-out fight because the weapons we have are not that great. Go backwards. I think we're far enough that if he charges, he's not going to hit us. Okay, he's screaming. He's half HP. I've taken 16 damage. That is doable. We are going to maybe start gaining some terror here. Beyond the point where we are comfortable. Boom. Don't attack me, buddy. Okay, let me hit you again before you go underwater. No! What did I just say? Getting 1 hit for 1 hit is not worth it. He's bleeding. If it bleeds, we can kill it. You gotta be so fucking careful here, man. 1 charge of this guy, he's gonna be close enough to get a 2nd charge, and then we literally just die. But if you stay too far away, He's gonna go underwater more often. 200 HP remains. We have not gained any terror from this yet. But we are here. Come on. Come on, buddy. Don't go underwater just yet. No, dude, that's so fucking fucked up, man. Oh god, that's not good. I mean, maybe I'm staying too far away, which is causing him to do the underwater dive too often. How much? 200 more HP. Yeah, I'm trying to stay at like a range where he might just like... He might decide between the charge and the... Don't do it. Nice, we get 2 hits. I'm trying to... Get another hit. Nice, 3 hits for 1. Oh my god, 140 HP. Oh, stay backwards. He's gonna do the fake out. I fucking know it. Oh, he did do kind of. Come on, let me hit. Okay, he's getting pretty close. Shoot him again. 2 hits for 1 is fine. You can shoot as long as you shoot before he goes underwater. I'm scared. I'm so scared. God damn. Oh, the fake out. The fake out. Don't do it. Don't do it, you fucker. Shoot. Oh god, he's coming close. Come on, let me hit again. Nice. 2 hits. Oh, he's charging. What the fuck? In like a really weird way. I don't know why I powered up the engines. That was stupid. There's no need to. Fuck you. And let me shoot. No, what? Like 1 more good hit. This is when you start making mistakes. You think you got him. Come on, stay close. Stay close, but not too close. He's gonna hit me again. Don't make me lose a crew, bro. Die. Oh my god, it's been done. Oh, you still take damage. Terror is increased by 10. So that's gonna start ticking up like crazy. Okay, we did get him, but I don't know if that was overall worth it. But anyway, the Lorn Fluke is destroyed. A pulpy flesh shivers with the energies of its failing language. Already, it is disintegrating into the waters. A very modest challenge. Please, after all this, don't fuck me. Dangerous, but what an opportunity. A very modest challenge. Come on. We succeeded! The deliquescing body is full of incomprehensible organs that collapse at your touch. You sketch what you can, cock an ear to the departing harmonies of its violent language. At its center, you find a vast lump of resin or congealed gall, the size of a barrel, flawed with darkness in the fall star light. It is a deep, violent purple, irigo. Your doctor whispers, the color of forgetfulness. We gain 3 secrets, and we gain a colossal fluke core. Very good in many different ways. You need several of these throughout your playthrough, but we are now in a much more dangerous situation, but we survived. Colossal fluke core. Sentiments and histories coil, poisoned by irigo, as the irigo is poisoned by amber. Mourn the mind that has passed. I think these are like creatures that like gather human memories or something from the water. I'm not really sure how it all works, but hey, we got the core. Okay, and with that, we need to go to the Salt Lions ASAP. I was hoping to go to the Salt Lions and then go back to Port Cecil. I don't know if we're gonna have the luxury to do that journey anymore. We don't really want to be Melting Isles. That is where the sharks are, right? I think. I don't want to be hit by a shark right now. That would be very, very bad business. So our terror is insanely high now. Definitely worth maybe just going... Oh no, Sea of Lilies is where the sharks are. Wait, never mind. But this might be where the eels are, though. We're gonna want to go... get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't think... We're gonna see what situation we're in when we reach the Salt Lions. And maybe we're gonna have enough courage to move on to Port Cecil, because that'll give us like a bit of a head start. But I don't know about that. It's gonna... Actually, it might not even be that useful. It might be better to do a separate trip for that, but we definitely want to get to the Salt Lions here. I really hope there's gonna be another island there. Might be down there, then. We need one specific island for our missions. Alright, well, we lived. Oh, and there's a ship that I really don't want to
get into any fights with. Oh, but now I'm gonna have to... Shit. You fucker. You fucking fucker. I could, if I get behind you, get, like, supplies off of you, but it's just too risky. I'd rather just... Oh, God. Rather play it safe. I might have to start getting more engine power here. Stay away! I need to get up there, man. No reason to stop here again, necessarily. I mean, we could maybe... Actually, wasn't this the place where we found a lot of supplies last time? We are kind of running low on that shit. Because you can use the something awaits you to get things out of areas. Under the depends. Let's see. Give me something good. Eat, drink, and be merry, or gather supplies. Let's do this again. 5 supplies. Holy shit, it's huge. Can't buy anything, but that's amazing. You can also sometimes, if you do run out of fuel, turn your supplies into fuel if you're lucky. So that comes in very, very, very handy. You know what we could do? Oh, that's a good way to make this trip, like, not feel like a loss going back now. I mean, it was an insane trip, regardless. But going to the Salt Lines and then going to Pick Mode Isle to do the Pick Mode quest. We went on quite the journey here. We've already furthered many quests. So we're, like, on pretty good pace. I mean, not beat the game. The game is very, very long. And it can be quite sprawling. It's just... I think what's really fun about it is just how much it rewards, like, actually... Oh, God. Properly paying attention. What the fuck is this? That's scary. The cry goes up. Drownies in the water! The pale faces of the drowned dead bob up like lamps. They're singing. Drown out their song with the roar of the engines. Ignore it as best you can. Stop your ears. Set to work. You can't spare the fuel. Drownies are drawn to fear, like pickpockets to crowds. Stoke the engines as hot as they go. It will use fuel and may damage the ship, but you will drown out their wretched song. We are like so high terror that we have to just do this. We lost a hull, we lost a terror, we lost a fuel. Steel and fire, your engines thunder, drownies circle, but the poisonous sweetness of their song is almost lost in the din. At last they tire and sink below, waving as they go. Fuck, that is like... We're gonna get more events. Oh, there's a port here, but, like, I think that's only a port if you are going underwater. Oh, there's an evil motherfucker, bro. You have to just go up. Up and out of here. What a perilous journey I've created for us, doing that, doing that very risky battle. I mean, it paid off. And we're gonna be happy to have the fluke core in several situations. Right now, I just want to get the Salt Lions. Nothing else here. I'm sending the bat. Show me an island. There are no islands in range. You absolute piece. We do have money and enough storage spaces, right? To do this as well. Probably. Oh, this actually takes up a storage space. That's unfortunate. Because that can give us a neat little payout. Then we might not go. I mean, Pick Mode Isles... It is on the way, but it is relatively out of the way as well, given our 5 fuel. We'll have to see here. Let's just stop here, and then we'll see the situation. I mean, you can see how much faster the fuel goes away. Once you have, like, even crazier engines, this shit just, like, blasts through fuel at, like, an insane rate. Oh, man, this terror is crazy. All right, Salt Lions. Salt Lions. You've brought the Nacreous outcast here. With luck, it will know why. You need the Salt God's attention, but we can do that. Unexpected grace. The face of the Northern Sphinx is all but gone, but the Nacreous outcast scrambles doggedly up. It pauses at the top and then flips into the air. An arc as precise as a compass line down into the darkness of the sea. It's gone with barely a splash. You wait. There's no reason for alarm. It can probably breathe water. You wait longer. There's a certain degree of decorous alarm, longer still, and the alarm manifests in the form of sailors clustering casually by the rail. Only casually, because no one would admit any concern for the fate of a rubbery man. The rubbery man surfaces. It mounts the steps to the quay, with the ceremonious delight of a vicar mounting the steps to a pulpit. It holds a sphinx stone chess piece aloft in its hand. Principles, it wheezes. Your Gods of the Sea quality is gone, but we have a minor piece. The coral is changing. We're gonna have to go back to the Port Cecil now.
Let's visit the Unmakers. We lose some terror. Very welcome. Thank you. And then let's see. We have exactly 20 hold spaces. So I mean, we would be silly not to do this. We gain 20 Sphinx Stone. If the stones weep, an Unmaker advises you, ignore them. Unless they flood your hold, of course. Then you should probably drop them overboard. Don't tell anyone I said that. Okay. So now let's see. Like 4 fuel. I mean, it is, how much shorter is this over this? Pick mode, I think if we stop there, we'll be able to pick up fuel potentially. So we're gonna do this. We got the spooky music coming in. We're almost there. Saints Haven here, and let's see what they got for us. Pig Mode Isle, 2 houses, both alike in dignity. On a lonely desert beach, there's no habitation in sight, no market, only an old rotting dock. A stretch of sand thickens into damp black earth, from which sprout stunted palms? Not quite. Tall fungal growths with frond-like caps, as if someone had sculpted the idea of a tree into a mushroom. We will disembark. War? As you step on the quay, you hear clamor, shouts, and shooting. You can see, off in the distance, smoke rising from beyond the hill, and dots of fire flecking the horizon. 2 tiny figures stand a little further down the quay, unmoving, as if waiting your approach. The following is an extract from the popular diary of a Z captain from London to Arem, and what we did there before we arrived. Washed ashore on Mudden Island and subsequently serialized in the unexpurgated Gazette, the author's identity remains unknown. The Tale of Pig Mode Isle, in which a delegation is made, a choice is presented, war is declared, a most singular treasure is sought by all, and a new empire is founded with tooth and claw. The Tale of Pig Mode Isle. Chapter 1, the delegation. The figures were rodents. To my left was a Radis Faber wearing goggles, a blacksmith's apron, and an assortment of tools. To my right, an unusually large guinea pig, wearing a helmet and a breastplate reminiscent of nothing so much as the high Middle Ages. The rat stepped forward first and bowed. Welcome, Captain, to Red Star Island. I am Edgar, 2nd Chief Engineer of the 3rd Rat Brigade. I welcome you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense. The only cost to you is a choice. The rat stepped back. At precisely the same moment, with what appeared to be the ease of long habit, the guinea pig scuttled forward and made a declamatory chirp. Welcome, Captain, to the Isle of Caviar. I am Lady Augusta Devereaux Swinks of the Blackwater Swinches, Seneschal of our King Gracenaw, first of his name. I invite you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense. The only cost to you is a choice. The 2 stood at attention, looking at me expectantly. We will talk to the chief engineer first. His eyes had a cold glint to them, and he wore his scars like jewels. A rat in the making. I asked the chief engineer to elaborate. He looked at me for a long, measured moment before speaking gruffly. We came to this island to make a home for ourselves, away from London. It's cats and snuffers. It's rat skin suits. We came to live as citizens of our own republic. We came with our tools, our teeth, our clever hands, and we made a beautiful city by the light of the rat star that shone bright and blue on Mount Ararat. The chief engineer nodded towards the distant hill. One day we braved the depths of the chicken woods, and from the top of Mount Ararat we plucked a rat star to be our light, our beacon. But the pigs of Kavi saw the light and they lusted for it. They sent armies to rule us and steal our star. We will not permit them to take what is ours. We will resist to our last breath. Will you join us in defeating them? Well, let's talk to the other side as well. How did an armored guinea pig manage to look so regal? A knight out of habit. The seneschal cleared her throat with a delicacy to rival the duchess's own before speaking. Gracenow the king, our lord and sovereign, full 7 months had sojourned on the sea, conjured this land and won the southern main. Now no fortress against him shall remain, no city walls be left for him to gain. Save the rats that squeak behind the mountains, unlikely was the lamb of our deliverance. Assured shall be our glory in their fall, when our lady's eye restored be to our hall. The seneschal composes herself, then added, we saw truth and beauty by the light of Our Lady's eye on Mount Caveat. But the rats, with their guns and their chatter and their pleasant politics, stole it from us. We will subjugate them and take it back. They are a rabble, and we will rule them with the steel-shod velvet of our paws. Will you join us? I have heard more than enough, so they both kind of say somewhat the same thing, but the rats were here first, and they came on the island and just, like, said that it was... it was theirs. They were just like, no, it's ours. the caveats. I've heard more than enough. I was ready to make my choice. So here, you have to make a choice. I've never tried the bottom one, actually, to attempt to broker a peace. You can either side with the rats or the guinea pigs, and it's more of a choice that you want to make based on how you read the stories, which the way I read them is like the rats came here, they like built a little city, then they saw the light, and they grabbed the light, the like big crystal that they're talking about, and it's kind of like a religious thing to them. And then the Cavias came on the island, fought them, and just like saw the light as well, and were like, well, that's ours. But the rats already had a city here, so it feels to me like the most likely, or the most moral choice, I guess, in a way, is to side with the rats. But it's kind of just up to the reader, or up to you to decide, and you could do either way, and both are going to have like positives and negatives, and you need to make choices along the way. So let's see. The chief engineer is the rat. The seneschal was the cavia, right? Was it her charm or a fondness for London's rat skin coats that swayed me? Perhaps a little of both. At any rate, I was keen to find out more about the civilization. We're gonna do the rat. We'll do the rat. I sided with the chief engineer. He seemed grumpy, but honest. Also, I knew all too well what rat-made weapons can do. A friend to rats. I extended a finger to the chief engineer, who shook it grimly. The seneschal hissed and chattered her teeth in disgust, but kept her distance. You've made the right choice, said the chief engineer. Let me show you around. We have gained a fuel and gained 1 supply. Chapter 3, A Rat in the Making. The chief engineer led me to the northern side of the island, skirting the chicken woods. We passed through a number of what can only be termed as checkpoints. As fierce-eyed rats shouldered their derringers and saluted the chief engineer. Soon we came upon a small colony, smaller than some of the infestations I had encountered in London flats. Perhaps only 50 Ratus Faber altogether, working diligently to fortify their side of the island. The first thing I noticed was a brilliant light beaming out from a stump of chickenwood, about 6 feet high. It bathed the whole settlement in a clean blue glow and was almost too bright to look at. But By its light, I could see several raised mounds of earth, suggesting shallow tunnels. An efficient fishing operation was set up by the water, an albino rat mending nets while others stabbed sharpened sticks into the waves. Further inland was a barracks where a sergeant barked drills at a small squadron of fighters. My arrival drew attention, and several rats paused in their work to look at me curiously. Welcome to Marinia, said the chief engineer, voice warm with pride. It is not much to look at now, but it will be once we've rousted the cavies. Take a stroll around while I summon the war council. With that, he vanished into one of the mounds and left me to explore. I visited the rats' barracks. The drill sergeant appeared to be sizing me up. Were the few rats around her really all she had to launch an attack? We were fighting impressive odds. I approached the sergeant and went so far as to salute her, which earned me a grunt of satisfaction. The sergeant dismissed her troops and offered me a bit of chickenwood jerky to gnaw on. There's more of us below ground, she explained, but not enough. The cavies are bigger and there's more of them. We're better with weapons, but haven't got the stuff to make 'em with. Most of us came here as stowaways and brought nothing but food, tools, and the fur on our backs. We can fish and we nibble the chicken woods, but we can't make guns out of trees. The cavies came with their own steamer and seem to have endless supplies. We raid them sometimes, but there's so few of us, and we can never hold onto the territory gained for long. But that's of no consequence. All we want is to be left in peace to build our republic and the Rat Star. She added thoughtfully after a moment, of course we want that too. The chief engineer led me to... This is the same. We are gonna take a closer look at the Rat Star. An excitable-looking rat was peering at it through smoky goggles, twitching her whiskers and making notes on what appeared to be real paper. Blue as sapphire, but endlessly more brilliant. It is not a star, of course, not really. But try explaining that to the others. The chief engineer doesn't want me working too hard to convince them. Says this is better for morale, but just look at it. Look. She offered me her goggles. I managed to work them over just enough for one of my eyes to see the truth of what she was studying. It was scintillac, but unlike any I've ever seen before. Blue as sapphire, but more brilliant. Something about the clarity of its color was tremendously soothing. The chief science officer tittered with pleasure as I handed her goggles back. Those of us who've been to the cavey side of the island and lived to tell of it say there's plenty of glow there, plenty of bright in the water all around, but nothing like this. We took it from this island center, Mount Ararat. Only it's not a mountain, of course, any more than this is a star. It's hollow, there's sweet water inside, and coral crawling all up the walls of it, but nothing that glows save this. It's ours now, and no one can take it from us. I headed down the beach. Whoever heard of a rat mending a net where the green billows played? An albino rat smiled up at me from his mending work, looking dainty and a little shy. Chicken root floats, especially when it's dried out and sealed. We're able to paddle out a bit and cast our nets. We come up with all sorts of things, blind fish, crabs, sometimes a chunk of broken tentacle. But the fishing would never be so good without the Rat Star. He beamed. I think it only draws good fish and keeps the scary ones at bay. I know the chief science officer doesn't believe it, but I do. That light is our livelihood. I finished my exploration. The bells of the War Council rang. I was summoned. The chief engineer emerged from underground with a motley assortment of other rats. He introduced them as weapons experts, strategists, and field commanders. So you're gonna help us beat the cavies? He said, a hard edge in his voice. But how exactly? Yeah. This is where we kind of just have to fucking go for it. Unfortunately, I thought we could maybe access the hold here and be able to use some of our secrets to get some more iron before we could do the skill check. Unfortunately, we can't. So I guess we're just going to take the one with the highest chance, which is 60%. I mean, it's more than 50, so guaranteed, right? I determined to take the lead. I had a ship, I had cannons. We would steer her to the southern side of the island and have at those uppity animals. We failed, you fuckers! Come on, man, I never get lucky with this. The bitterest of defeats. I gave clear orders. My navigation was impeccable, but it seems the cavies got wind of our intentions quickly enough that they were able to man the guns of their grounded pinnace? Sorry. And give us a bracing dollop of what for? Their ship was already sunk, and its crew provided only tiny targets, but it was an impossible battle. The shame of being defeated at sea by a brace of guinea boars was bad enough. Worse, however, was the several members of the crew had complained that the triumphant weakening of the cavies now haunted their dreams. That's insanely unlucky. Feels bad. 60%. I mean, it's not like, oh, we can try again? I mean, we gotta. It's 60% again. You succeeded. Okay, all right. Not too bad, I guess. A palpable hit. The rats gave me what information they possessed about the cavey settlements, but I had to improvise a great deal on the spot. A perfect storm of speed, stealth, and strengths in arms favored us. Our cannons letting fly a volley of shots onto the beach before the cavies could scramble onto their grounded ship to man its guns. Screams and squeals filled the air, and the enemy fled. A damp hush settled over my crew as the smoke cleared to reveal the torn, bloodied bodies of guinea pigs littering the shore. A grim business, but I had honored my commitment to the rats and found a wealth of scintillac, bringing the beach to harvest as spoils. We now have, so we're basically building up a society here now. I have a feeling we're gonna have to throw some shit overboard, unfortunately. A nation is born. So we got a bunch of stuff there, by the way. The House of Cavi had fallen. Marinia was triumphant. All that remained were the celebrations and the continuation of our voyage. Oh, how we feasted long into the night then. And then, you can invite a Ratus Faber, which is like, a mascot, but this will lower the... So you have different stats of the civilization that you're building, and this will lower one of the stats by taking one of their tinkerers, so we're not going to do that one. We can intercede on behalf of the KVs. They were crushed, defeated, and I could see their spirits broken without the light of the rat star to guide them. They needed an advocate. We will try to broker a peace after we literally just murdered them. It's kind of fucked up, but here we go. Satisfaction of victory. I appealed to the chief engineer's moral fortitude and sense of fair play. Perhaps the KVs suffered the loss of the light from the center of the island. Perhaps they were only trying to get it back, not steal it from the rats. The chief engineer looked troubled, but shook his head. You fought one battle, Captain, he said gravely. We fought hundreds against them. They're monsters, pure and simple. The sooner we rid of them, the better. Rid of them? I saw by the light of the scintillack a dozen rats using the steam pinnace supplies to build some... This is not how you say that word, I have a feeling. Pinnock? Whatever. You'll correct me, probably. Supplies to build something that looked remarkably like a sausage machine. Are you gonna get the guinea pig sausage? The white dark sea beckoned. We're not gonna get the Radis favor. Oh, and there we go. That's actually jump scared me. We have 5 too many things. Let me think. What should we throw overboard? Well, we could throw overboard, which would lower our payout by quite a bit, is some of this. The devil bone, I feel like this is going to be less. If we throw 5 of this overboard, it sucks, but... Or we could throw some supplies overboard, but I don't think one of these is going to give us 20. So the total gives you 500. So if we drop 5, we lower that by a quarter, which will be like a little under 400. I think that's fine. Instead of throwing away the supplies that we're going to need, you know? So you still be able to complete it, you just get a slightly less reward. Also, this is a anglerfish. I just noticed that for the first time. I never saw that this up close like that. Alright, well, it's fine. We have too much loot. We're suffering from success. Our hunger quality is gone, which is very nice. The end! There, you finished your diary entry and the final dregs of the rats' surprisingly good wine. They line up to salute you as you leave the victory banquet, escorting you to your ship through the foundations of their new republic. We did it! The rise of Picmote Isle. Hail Marinia, the Neath's most adorable nation scurries around your legs. Scintillack harvesters drag heavy bags of the island's bounty to their silos. Industrious rodents work hard on towering edifices, some of them almost neck-high. London will never believe a bloody word of this. We can help resolve a dilemma, but we need... So you can help them out by resolving dilemmas. And so there's these different stats. There's spirit, there's might, and there's civilization. We could request repairs. It costs 130. Are you crazy? I mean, that's fucking expensive as shit. Steal the rat star. You can steal the rat star to take it for yourself. We're not going to do that, though. We can visit the KV ghetto. Can we do anything there? Marinia has not been kind to his enemies. Smuggle food into the ghetto. The KVs have little to offer except their gratitude. Success will improve the Isle's spirit. Attempt to broker a unit. We have not enough spirit yet. Assist the KV revolution. This guarantees you the rat star, but will cost 5 veils. Interesting. So getting the rat star is actually a really good item, but we're trying to get that through other means. Also, look at these guys. They're so cute. I had to make a choice. I'm sorry. They're very cute. Look at this mustache, man. We are gonna try and help them, though. We'll give them this. Supplies. We've gained a spirit, and we have lost some supplies, and we gained a parabola litten. Okay. Can we just do that again? Keep helping them out. We have more. We'll do it. We gained another spirit. We are content now. We gained 2 fuel, very good. That's a very nice trade. Now, could we... A very chancy challenge. We're not going to do this again. Can we buy anything here? We'll have to come back here later with more supplies and then keep doing that to try and broker a union so they can be, like, at peace and not, like, torture the guinea pigs, because that would be sad. But anyway, we're gonna leave here for now because we can't do anything, and we are so low on supplies. We got to get the fuck out of here. Did we not even get a port report? I don't think we got a report. Or maybe we did? I'm not sure. Anyway, we're moving. So now, literally, just get the fuck out of here. We need to go back. We should stop at Guiders Morn if we can, because we have that person that we should drop off there. But we are going back for sure. Up the Guiders Morn, back to London, ASAP for sure. Oh, and then we're gonna have to decide our journey from there. We found Lick a Monkey Crag and a shark. Lick a Monkey Crag. What a name for a rock. Anyway. Man, we are running this down to the wire. Only 3 fuel and 3 supplies remain. But here we are in Guiders Morn. We could explore, but that's usually bad. We are just gonna drop off the shady sort here. She inhales the air and smiles, perhaps for the first time, as I remember it. She remarks, less mud, more rum. We gain 120 echoes, business concluded. Very nice. And then we could gather intelligence, but we really should not do that because I think it's gonna gain us terror and we're like in so much trouble. I'm wondering if we need to buy a bit of fuel here. I think we're gonna buy 1 fuel, as expensive as it is, but we're just like slightly too far off. But with that, we should be more than safe to go back to London, get rid of all this terror, which, holy fuck, our terror is so high. Pretty darn bad. Hopefully it's not, I should stay out of this fog here to keep the terror low. Although I can't kind of stay out of the fog. I guess I'm just gonna go straight through. The music from London. You'll love to hear it after almost not making it back in peace. We did have to spend a bunch of money on extra fuel. It wasn't the cleanest journey, but hey. Oh god, congratulations are in order. I hear that you bring happy tidings, Captain, which makes me all that more glad to welcome you back to London after your certainly perilous voyage. Now to our business. Relay the Drowny's message. The Bruiser listens and peels another orange. Ensure you have about 10 cargo spaces in your hold before choosing this. Well, unfortunately, you don't let me do anything. So this is fucked up. What a piece of shit. I can't get rid of any cargo spaces, so that's unfortunate. Oh, we only have to drop 1. Okay, what did you give me? I don't know what you gave me. I'm gonna drop 1 fuel because we're gonna get lots of fuel from port reports. We're gonna have to get rid of some of this stuff though. Okay, what happened? The blind bruiser looks out to Z. Our once colleague is mistaken on several points, most notably that he is beyond consequence. I may not be an intellectual man, but I am occasionally imaginative. Regardless, I am not one to hurt the messenger. These here crates are consideration for your services thus far. Unfortunately, our labors are incomplete. We must resort to a secondary scheme. I have heard of a once great poet who knows much about things what are presumed gone. He has fled himself to Khan's shadow in the east. Find him. I have included a little something among your payment to sate his appetite and pave your way. Okay, so we need to hold on to the honey, but we did gain some fuel and some supplies and 100 echoes. The once great poet dwells at Khan's shadow. Did I write it down before? We just need to go to Khan's shadow for Shady Man. I always call him the Shady Man. I think he's called the Blind Bruiser, but whatever. Oh, an inspection, but we have nothing to hide, luckily. So we're just gonna do that. There we go. We lose a suspicion even. And then a breath of relief. As soon as the gangplank touches the quayside, the terrors of the deep sea lighten. Walk taller, smile more readily, but what dreams may cling? Yup, 2 nightmares. Oh boy. Terror is always reduced to 50, but we gain a nightmare because we had so much. It's fine. We're gonna fight the nightmare, don't worry. Collect messages. The blind bruiser attends the dock. Well, we already talked to him. We get a free evening and lots of stuff to go through. All right, let's see. So this one, we do have an extraordinary implication now. So we should get big money here, I think. Because you don't, yeah, I mean, we can give it to these guys too. Or to the alarming scholar, this one. But it will pay you less. So we're gonna do this right here. and give you the extraordinary implication. The fortune teller, under her many scarves, sips tea in a quiet corner of the market. She'll pay well for something portentous. And we gain 375 echo, whereas we usually would only get 250. So very nice. And then we should go hand over... actually... No, we need this for other things. You can hand it over here and get money, but I don't think that's a good idea. We should hold this and get a bigger reward from it. You wanted this. We have 2. That's not enough. We only have 1 of these, so that's going to be not yet. Let's hand in these swing stone. Yeah, here we go, so we can get some space. So we lost 125 echoes. That was quite... So it did cost 25 echoes per dropped thing. So that was quite expensive, but we made back our money like twice. Sign. Here's a receipt. Here's a discretion contract. Here's a penalty contract. Your vision is blurred by the end of it all. The cart rumbles off into the coiling fog. Here's your reward. We lost 2 terror. Very nice. And we now have space again. Let's carouse in the Wolfstack docks. We gained recent news. We were fortunate. We lost some more terror. And here we go. Trouble in romance. That night in Wolfstack, you find yourself sharing a table with a likely lass. She tipsily claims to be a spy, whatever she is. She is easy to like, and when the evening ends, you're still together. An interlude the next morning. She gives you a pewter locket. As you reach for it, she grips it briefly in her fist. Don't you dare forget about me, she says. We now have this. 1 locket with a likely lass. One of the things you can do in this game is actually like start a family and get a child, which this is an important step in doing that whole thing, so very nice. We also should check what our new recruit is gonna be. Ooh, we get a first officer. Yes, that's the only one we're missing. Engage an officer, the Carnelian Exile. Captain, I know the way. Let me show you. The Exile is the first officer who increases mirrors and pages. It costs 50 echoes. We are going to do that, absolutely. Here I am. A ship, I suppose, is both always here and never there, because there becomes here. Wow, that's deep. Anyway, you're going to be joining the crew immediately. So now we have another 6 mirrors and 3 pages, and we're full on this, which this has been the main way we've been increasing our stats because we haven't been using secrets. Really on this. We have 31 secrets right now. Good lord. That is a lot. We could also now, I think, turn the strategic information. Can we do that? We need 40 mirrors to be able to turn a memory into, or to use the memory. So we're going to do that. We're going to talk to somebody that can increase our mirrors, which there must be somebody, right? There we go. Our new officer, who has a kind of suspicious looking tooth right here. We also need an insane searing enigma to dine with her. Holy shit. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We need 4. 1, 2, 3. We have more than enough secrets. Like, we should honestly be using these way more. Like, this is not, don't do as I do as I say, I guess. You definitely don't want to be sitting on this many secrets, because you can use, like, we could have 27 more of any stat we choose right now. Well, not the pages, because you can't get that one. But anyway, we got 40 now, which means we can use the strategic information and turn a memory of distant shore into a vital intelligence. That's what it's called. And then we can hand that over to the voracious diplomat, who is going to pay us, what the fuck, a whole bunch of stuff. We gain Supremacy London Promising, Rising Supremacy, the Dawn Machine. Oh, the Dawn Machine. And then we get 500 echo instead of 350 echo that we would get otherwise. Very nice. We are gonna have to hand in all of our port reports as well. We have more than enough space now. Yes. We have a lot of goods that we can trade. I'm just considering if we want to trade any of them, like the spider silk and the linen. I think we do want to sell those because they are kind of holding up our inventory while, like, we could fetch quite a bit. We're going to save the crate of human souls for the devil, and we're just going to sell these guys so we get... I wonder if you can sell them somewhere else better. I'm just going to get rid of these. Sell all of that. We have 2,000. Very nice. You wanted these, but I don't think I'm gonna ever get 7 in total. That's too many. These are easy to keep gathering because they don't take a space in your inventory, whereas these do. So let's hand in all of our port reports now. Submit port reports. Cecil, we get 30. Godfall, another 30. Nuncio, 30. Big Mode Isle. I'm not certain I heard you correctly. Are you quite certain this is the report you wish to make? So be it. I don't know if they believe me. Udder Shroom, 50 echoes for the Udder Shroom. Mangrove College, 50 echoes. Visage, 40. Holy shit, we're getting rich. Frostfound, 30. Telenet, 50. Fathom King, also 30. What is all this? Oh, these are always fun. Come on, let's hear it. Report submitted. Other officials gather around to hear your tales of bloodshed and debauchery, and the jokes about the con that the Shadow produces so efficiently and so entertainingly. The one about the con and the donkey produces a roar of patriotic laughter and encourages the deputy recorder to unlock the departmental drinks cabinet. We gain 5, we lose 5 terror from that. Very nice. Wisdom. The prison. Salt Lions is also 20. Quaker's Haven, they... Been trying the original rubbery lumps, have we? 5 gold. And where does he want us to go now? Let's see. We should talk to the Admiral directly. He wants us to go to the Avid Horizon. Why does this motherfucker want us to go north every damn time, bro? All right, I guess. Sure thing. We'll keep that in mind. We're not gonna bother you much longer. We should, however, rest and like let's first do this. We need to fix our ship. Fix our ship big time, which I guess we have 25 Admiralty favor. We could do that. We could just fully repair our hull for only 25. Definitely, because we're gonna buy a ship. Actually, we can buy a ship with 3,000. The like better Corvette, which would make those fights that we just did like really fucked up much easier. So I am kind of considering doing that. But we're also, I think for now, like 25, we should just fix. We should just fix for now. I think I'm gonna hold on to the money though to get the better boat. And then we should also, we could consider doing this now that we know where many things are, but I still don't know like where quite a few islands are that he will ask you to go to. So I think we still just wait. I said we would do it the next time we head to London, but we're gonna push it back one more time. All right, let's see how much fuel we have. We have 20 fuel, 40 supplies. That is a lot of fuel, and we still have lots of important stuff. I think the main thing I want to do right now is head over to Port Cecil again. So that means we would go through here to try and see if there's any islands over here, and then get there. Maybe to the Avid Horizon, and then through Polythreme, Venderbite, back to here. Port Cecil being this far away from an island down here is pretty unfortunate. That actually means that we should absolutely... I was planning to use Skintalak in an island down here to get bigger rewards, but since we're not going to be going there anytime soon, we should definitely make some space by selling the Skintalak right now. So we're gonna be gathering a bunch more of this. So this is $70 every time you sell it. Huge money. Devil Bone Dice, we can get up there somewhere, so we're gonna sell that too. I'm gonna keep the Stygian Ivory. We could consider buying. You can like buy some goods to sell them, but I'd rather just have more fuel, to be honest. Or if we're gonna go there, we're gonna get so many things that we should just buy. These? Is Nuncio close by? Nuncio is pretty far. We could do like a detour to get to Nuncio and use the candles, but that's quite the insane detour, and I'd rather do that when we're going to the Isle of Hands over there, which is another important story that we're going to start. So let's just buy the supplies. We're going to get up to 8 supplies, 20 fuel. I'm just going to get maxed out fuel here, like 6 more fuel. And then we're gonna get going here. We have fixed everything. We're good to go. We know of our mission to gather intelligence from Frostfound. And off we go. We have a big stack of money, so we can always buy more fuel, but we should try and save it so that we can buy the ship, the upgraded Corvette, so that we can have an extra gun, at which point, I'm thinking if we wanna... Shit, actually? No, I bonked! I lost 1 hull! I think we should quickly actually go rest at our house so that we can get rid of this terror. I just realized that I forgot to do that. My bad.
We can also, by the way, get an elegant townhouse, which costs 1,000. That will put us back on gathering the money we need for the Corvette. So I think we're gonna hold off for that for now. But we would be spending so much more money on terror. Let's just do it. We're gonna get 1,000 money easily back throughout our mission. So let's buy the townhouse. A good address on Hollow Street. It won't be cheap. You have your crew cart your things from the blind helmsman to your new address. If anyone respectable calls, they'll pass as servants. Resting is now more expensive, but way more effective. And we gather a bunch of options here that we're going to be needing. We can sell it. We're not going to sell it, of course. You can do things like, if you go to your study here, this is important. Once your lodgings are large enough to support a study, you can create items such as an ironclad will, a whispering trophy cabinet, or the Zong of the Z, which is the thing we need to win the game. Which is why you eventually need to get a house. And you can also build, these are the items I was talking about. You can make all these different items that will, the process of creating, so a Shrine of Stone, for example, you need a captivating treasure, you need the attention of the god of salt or storm, and then you can make this and get 7 hearts, and it gives you an item that you can equip for an additional 7 hearts. So this is but you also need 7 secrets. So this is a reason we're saving so many secrets, because we need to build every single one of these different items, which all cost 7 secrets, in order to be able to make this absolute monster of a book. You have assembled a store of lore and a collection of antiquities. Your knowledge of the Z rivals that of any captain of history. Write it all down. This will create the Song of the Sea, which will allow you to retire happily if you have the correct ambition, and is a pretty nifty item in its own right. It requires the cabinet, all of the items. So you need every single one of these items, and you need 77 Memories of Distant Shores, 77 Z stories, 77 Tale of Terrors, 40 secrets, and then a bunch of port reports and a Dread Surmise, which is also really hard to get. So this is a very long quest, and it's not necessarily recommended to pick this one if you don't know the game very well, because gathering these in large quantities can be really, really tough. But we're going to be doing that over the course of the gameplay. It's going to be fine. You can also write a will here, which will give you additional things if you die. When you die, you will be able to keep stuff for your next person. You will retain your lodgings and any heirlooms. You can create these heirlooms by getting the treasures and not selling them in this playthrough, but turning them into money for your next character, which is if you're about to win the game, or just in general, it's useful to have these and build them up slowly, and then you can start your next character with a bunch of money and then immediately buy a ship so you're in a much better condition and just build up from there. You can kind of snowball out of control that way, but it does cost a lot in this playthrough to be able to do that. We're not going to do this right now because I'm just really planning not to die, because that would be a disaster anyway. And then we can't really do anything else. So we're going to just leave this be for now. But now we know that we need to do that, or that we can do that with our townhouse. And what we're instead going to do is rest in our townhouse. Now, this costs 100 echo, but it will heal terror by 15. And we gain restful nights, which is going to be really important to survive the nightmare that we just picked up. And I think we're going to do this an additional one time. Rest in our house. Now we're down to 5 terror. You cannot stack more than 2 restful nights, but that is fine. You can even get a more expensive house, a Z-side mansion, but that costs 10,000 echoes. So yeah, we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be moving on. So yeah, now we have the townhouse, and we're going to be able to rest much more effectively. So mission right now, we will stop by. We need to get the Port Cecil, right? But I'm considering stopping by here, but I guess we should do this way and then back that route. Because we want to go to Vanderbite as well, but it is kind of out of the way. So we'll just go on a bit of a journey to this one right here. We also might as well stop by Hunter's Keep again to give them some news and get the port report so that we can get the Salt God's attention again. There you go. We get the attention, which we might need for certain quests. I think we have almost all the gods' attention at this point. Oh, look at that. Don't you dare forget me. You stand on the bridge with a likely lass's locket in your hand. We can either
Keep it. It's a risk for both of you. Shorebound lovers grow lonely and Z captains die young. Or you can throw it away. With enough time and effort, you could break her heart or she yours. No, we are obviously going to keep it. Close your hand over the locket. The Z air is cold, but the heat of your blood has warmed the metal of the locket. You keep it close. We now have a sweetheart in London, which is gonna be growing over time. Also, there's a boat here, but we don't have news anymore, so we can't really stop there. And I did kind of go out of the way a little bit by accident. I guess we're gonna have to go a bit more east. Oh God, recurring nightmares. You have begun to dream of a vast eye. It knows you. You cannot evade its gaze. Isn't it literally the tattoo we got? A black, unsleeping taste. Again and again, you are alone on the white black sea. The eye is aware. Your nightmare will come upon you from time to time, inspiring terror. Gain restful nights at your lodgings to help you resist it. If you defeat it, you may gain a secret. That's why it can be good, but you do have to defeat it. Also, somebody is fighting me? Oh, it's bats. It's bats. Bats? Can you just leave me alone? I don't want to fight you. Well, apparently it's not leaving me alone. Fuck me. Well, we could one-shot it, though. I'm literally turning around in the most... There we go. We one-shot bats now. We will get the supplies. Thank you very much. Anyway, we're on our route. Quickly gonna stop here just to get the port report while we're here anyway. The Iron Misery Fungi operation. Oh, wait. Bargained with the Factor for a secret. The irrepressible cannoneer is convinced that the Factor knows more about a weapon. The company's terrible prototype. You will need a bribe. It is only fair. Sure, I guess. A shared and sordid past. Even with the bribe, the Factor is reluctant to talk. But it seems the cannoneer knew him in the old days, and he's even more reluctant to have the cannoneer talk about the old days. Finally, he gives in. It was a place called Astival. Do you know it? It's, a striking place. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. It's east, a long way east. We took it off all the maps. Not that maps last at Z anyway. That's all I know. Now, shall we let the past lie where it fell? Travel to Estival in the east. Okay, you wanted to go there. Now you want to go to Estival, which is in the east. That's all we know. And it costs us 200 echoes. Quite pricey, huh? Let's do... we get the port report, and we will do tea with the Factor, I guess. Sure thing. Losing some terror, gaining some supplies. Very nice. And we're off to the next place. There's an evil eel here that's gonna try and attack me. But we have reached our destination. I'm looking at the hold spaces we have, and we don't have many. Which is somewhat unfortunate, because we're gonna get some stuff here if we complete this. Not much we can do about that. Let's just land here before this guy is gonna eat me. Get out of my way, please. There we go. Port Cecil, an extra move. Let's gather intelligence and then go extra move. Setting up. The outcast toddles eagerly over the chessboard to place the Sphinx Stone piece at one corner. Oh yes, the voice of the principal sighs. Oh yes, that will be very good. But I ache so to be reduced, to be less. Will you bring me more? I will pay most in Skintalak and in secrets. Oh, immediately we got stuff? Well, I guess we're gonna be ditching one singular fuel for this. Yes, I'll need to complete my chess set, and then you'll need to defeat me. Bring me a wakeful idol to be my new bishop. Bring me a monster tooth to be my new knight. Bring me a hard-shelled silver to be my new root. Bring me a little flint to be my new paw, and bring me a fluke core for my kin. At each phrase, the outcast nods and sways. Somehow, it looks frightened. We need to collect all these different things. Now, we already have this one, and this one. We need to get these two. But every time you do this, you get 7 Skintalak. So if we were to hand those in now, we would like have to throw it overboard. So we're gonna do it like on the way back, I guess. And we're just gonna explore a little bit running through some of our fuel before we do that, and we might be able to sell the Skintalak to another shop, so then we'll be emptier when we get back here. Because yeah, we can go here, and then you want all these 4 different things. So we're not gonna do that right now, but this is gonna jumpstart this quest like crazy, because if you complete this quest, you get an insane item, which is why I've been setting up and why I really wanted to kill that one thing. We could explore the shore, which I guess we will. What are we doing here? Some disturbance of the undersea has brought sunken ruins up to the surface, but these stones were lost beneath more than the sea. They are half encased in a smooth, translucent orange substance like amber. Even as you watch the ruins groan and shiver, the convulsions that brought them up will soon take them below again. We can chip away some amber to sell, but that will give us an item maybe. So let's just do, or maybe this will be an artifact actually. Wait, let's try it because it might be an artifact. It's just money, 200 bucks. A half gold haul, I'll take 200 bucks. Thank you very much. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, well, we're just gonna keep moving. Can you fuck off? So right now I'm thinking we need to go to Avid Horizon, right? Avid Horizon. For the, I didn't write it down here, but the guy wanted us, the Admiralty wanted us to go there. And we could deliver the soul there as well. I mean, we might as well just do a quick journey. Let's go Avid Horizon, go here. Get the hell out of here before this guy kills us. All right, a change of plan. I was going a little out of the way to dodge an enemy, so I decided to go to the Khan's Shadow because we needed to do the Shady Guy's quest here, if I remember. Yeah, here we go. Healing the cheery man. Take honey with a once great poet. He can smell it. He baggy eyes grow suddenly sharp. What the fuck? Nothing's forgotten, nothing's gone. I have seen it. There was a wood once, a place where things that were are. Dream with me. Sure. Transportation. He leads you to his dismal chambers where the air is sweet and rotten, like fruit left in a bowl. Pages of unfinished poetry litter the furniture. Sit. We will take a spoonful each, you and I will show you the way. Dipping a spoon into the honey, he shovels a blob of it into his mouth. You too, quickly. You dreamed. Ember light pushed between the branches of bare white trees. Sand crunched underfoot. No, not sand. It was too white, too mealy. Bones, as brittle as summer bracken, jutted from the earth. The air smelled like a mausoleum. Follow the once great poet. This way, this way. He scampered along a thorny trail, his weariness left in the waking world. A journey. As you crossed the dusty stream, a flock of birds waddled from the water. Their necks were as sinuous as swans, but their bodies were as fat and flippered as a penguin. They clattered their long, narrow beaks at you. These are the edges of the wood, the poet explained. We will keep them. The things in its heart are older and never learned to fear us. The amber sun never sets on your journey, though you grew tired and rested and traveled again. At last, a black cliff rose. At the foot of the cliff was a cave, and before the cave a fire burned. Its flames were white and wan. The poet hurried forward to join the people sat around it. We spoke to the smiling young man. There's a lot of people to talk about, but let's not end this. We spoke to the smiling young man. You took a seat. You traded tales of London. His were from the days before it fell, of markets on the frozen river and odd outlawed street names. Yours are from the after, the flutter of bats about the chimneys, the flickering glow of the bazaar sigils, the schemes of the masters. Afterwards, he strokes his beginnings of a beard. Times change, eh? There's no going back, of course, but there's sometimes new beginnings. He gives you a smile, crooked teeth. We spoke to the promising poet. He and your guide were talking in low, fierce voices. You felt like an intruder. A passing acquaintance, the promising poet shook your hand and inquired politely about your affairs. Soon, though, he fell back into conversation with his once great companion, and you were forgotten. You left him involved in lofty arguments. You left him involved in lofty arguments about meter? You spoke to a love-struck princess. Her dress was of archaic Khanate design. She wore a leather strap around her wrist like a falconer. Her eyes were fixed wistfully on the fire. Poor company. She would not tell you her name or where she came from or why she was there. Those aren't answers you want, she snapped. You won't want this one either, but I'm giving it to you. What's done is done. Make do. Well, all right. We spoke to the distracted composer. Occasionally he would sing snatches of lyrics in a resonant baritone, something about candles and bells. He had little to say. I must ask you to forgive me, he said brusquely. I'm almost finished with the area. In the meantime, I make poor company and get little sleep, but every dream has its price, doesn't it? You left him to work. And then we can now ask them to restore the cheery man. You cut down a white sapling. No, let's ask them to restore the cheery man, because we're trying to complete this quest without getting killed by a guy that will stab us with a knife. The cure! Enter the cave, said the smiling young man. Find the pool, said the distracted composer. Drink, said the love-struck princess. Find the pool, drink. Okay. You did as they bid. The cave was black as Vickers' cassock. The pool, when you stumbled into it, was cold as old teeth. Cupping your hands, you drank. The water was bitter, washing away the sweetness of the honey. You wake with a start. In the once great poet's chamber, your mouth is full. Snatching an empty wine bottle from beside the chair, you spit a measure of silvery liquid into it. The cheery man's medicine back to London. That's disgusting. But okay, we have what we came for, I guess. Alrighty, let's get the port report. Can we sell our... We cannot sell our Skintalak here, unfortunately. Still considering... we can buy other stuff here. If we want to buy the outlandish artifacts, we need 6 of them. Let's fucking do it so we can make some money. We're gonna go buy 7 of these so we can turn them into 1,500 money at the merchant, which is obviously more than we spent right here. Okay, so with that... we have choices. We can go up to complete. The Admiralty is not like a super important quest line. It's just going to keep giving you like places to go. It's a way to make like reliable money. And if you can do it while going somewhere that you want it to go anyway, it's kind of useful. But if you have to go completely out of your way to get there, it's kind of a useless endeavor. So what I think we're going to do instead is we're going to head over here and go to other locations that are around there instead to just... Maybe we can gather enough quests that are in the north so we can go back there without feeling like we're just kind of wasting our time. Oh no, it's the spooky spider zone. We're back here. You see all those guys? There is actually like a really rare chance that something crazy spawns in here, which usually it does spawn if you spend long enough in the game, but it won't always be there right away. You're gonna have to come back here later. Now you don't, oh god. You don't necessarily want to find it. Wait, is this even the area? Oh god, this crab is getting me all kinds of nervous. Hopefully this monster is not here in the spider zone, because then we're gonna be getting in a lot of trouble here. I'm not seeing it right now, but there can be something large and in charge. And this is another port here where I don't think we can do very much. But might as well take a quick trip. I'm looking at the corner here, but I'm not seeing it pop up. Oh, we're literally on the edge of the map. Now, you can go off the map, but I think scary things happen when you do. Savior's Rock. The sound of their constant motion is like pebbles on a beach. The scuttering reaches, spider. Intricate webs stretch into a darkness where the shadows are never entirely still. Gossamer threads stolen by the breeze tickle the goosebumps on your skin. 1,000 unseen eyes promise 1,000,000 more. We can risk exploring without candles and have a 9% chance of success or getting eaten by spiders, probably. And even with candles, we only have a 13% chance. So let's just leave that forever. Ooh, the haunted doctor. Please, I must leave this terrible place. The sorrow spiders will not take me back. Please. Yes, we will take you away from Spider Island. Welcome aboard. The haunted doctor hurries aboard the ship. He pauses, looking at the cursed wasteland of Savior's Rock. The lady said I would never be able to get it back once it was thrown away. I see she was... Never mind. Is this my cabin? Yes, it is more than I deserve. We now have a haunted doctor. Well, hello there. A delivery of trinkets. An almost entirely legitimate silk trader urgently requests your help with the delivery to Fallen London. Sure thing. Trinkets? Just trinkets, confirms the man. Holding out the box, shaking it, you hear a rattling and see a sudden look of horror on the man's face. He says nothing, though, merely backs away as quickly as good manners permit. We can assist with festival preparations. The assistant of an experienced captain and crew will hardly be turned down. Quiet murmurs of appreciation. The traders of the Nativity have little practice showing appreciation, but at least put in an effort. In particular, they not entirely accidentally let slip the secret of the Accord of Grace, a hospitality granted visitors by generous neighbors of whom they will speak no ill. They do, however, hint that this only applies to travelers arriving through the port. Those unlikely to run aground on the rocks can consider themselves, but no. A sorrow spider might hear something they would of course never say. We learned a little bit. We're a stranger to spider, and we got some fragments as well. And then in order to get a port report here, we need to hand in some wine that we don't have. So, yeah, that's not going to happen. And we could trade supplies for silk, which is a way to get silk at like a slight markup. But we're going to need those supplies for the journey ahead, so we're going to leave it. So, I mean, this place doesn't necessarily give you very much. It's just useful to eventually go fight that very scary monster that will spawn, which I think we can just go through the middle here, since I don't think it's going to be here. And otherwise we'll get to see something sick and then run away immediately. Oh my god, it's actually there. Oh my god, it's there. Wait, get out of the fucking logbook. That fucking thing. The fucking huge Spider-Man. What the fuck? It's already here? Okay. Yep. Well, no, we're not going this way then. We're gonna go along the side. So yeah, it has like 800 HP or something, and it screams at you. You're kind of gonna cheese it a little bit in order to fight it properly with most ships. But anyway, I will not be getting anywhere close to you. And we're gonna instead just hug the wall here. Let's just go through this like different area that we haven't been to before. And pick up some stuff. And then maybe check around here, because there's got to be some islands that are like in the shadow that I didn't explore. Oh, look at that! Is that the sun? Cobb's Way Bay. Well. Estival, the island that I think the cannon guy told us to go to. And here we are. Sun, a great beam of sunlight bathes this island. Squint into the dazzle. Far above, there's a hole in the roof. In that light, you see beaches of white gold sand, trees heavy with bright fruit, the reds and blues and greens of the surface. We can seek the Iron and Misery company prototype component, but it will consume the supplies but not the crew. Are you kidding me, man? You can fill your mirror catch box with sun here. Interesting. Warning, this may increase your wounds. Let's get a port report first before we do anything. A burning after image. Your eyes water, the pages blur. The report is one of joy-filled complaint. Estival has a beauty too bright to be appreciated, but perhaps the Admiralty can find something of use. Let's go gather supplies, because if we can get enough supplies, we have more than enough slots. We can do the other thing, gather supplies. 11 supplies? Exotic delights. Breadfruit, sugarcane, coconuts, soft-shelled crabs, and plump birds. Too stupid to know a hungry sailor from a tree. Estival is ripe for treasures unknown in the neath. Fill your hold. Holy. Okay, well, in that case, we're obviously doing this. So this will consume the supplies, but not the crew. The cannoneer points. There. The black rock on the south side of the islands. There's where nothing grows. We'll need labor and supplies to dig it out. Estival's secret. Days of backbreaking labor unearthed a cache of old bones, curios, and a meteorite. A broken armature of steel and copper sheathes its sides. The sailor falls back before it as the glyphs on its side crawl with fire. This is it, the cannoneer cries. This must be what broke the roof. It's very frightening.
A seal of the red science. I never thought I'd see such a thing, but it's sleeping. We'll need a judgment's egg, and my friends in the Iron Republic, we might be able to find an egg in Iron. The crew shrink back a little. Oh, such larks, such larks. Take the seal and a judgment's egg to the Iron Republic south of London. We gain an artifact, 2 relic, a story, a secret, and some terror. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. So we need to get a judgment egg somehow. I don't know how you get these. You just kind of get them sometimes from certain events. So we're going to just keep an eye out. And it does say you can get them from the Irem, but I think it costs a lot of money. So now that we did that, we should just remove this. We need judge egg plus go to Iron Republic. That's where we got to go next. Anyway, so yeah, that's a lot of good stuff right there. And an Outlander's artifact. I guess we have too many now, but that's fine. And we have lots of supplies, but very little fuel. Is there anything else we can do here? Investigate the ruins. There was some sort of installation here, and what looks like a handsome country house. Who was here, and what happened to them? Red bird singing. A garden overgrown with berry bushes, a wooden trestle table set for a meal, chair strewn with bodies, a half-dozen skeletons, a red-breasted bird perches on a grinning cranium. It cocks an eye at you and bursts into a song, a liquid, thrilling sound. It seems unperturbed as you approach to poke through the bones. No signs of violence, no fire, no bullets, no bites. These people died peacefully, sitting down to breakfast, as the surface sunlight spilled over them. Sunlight could kill at any time. The longer you remain here, the more danger you're in. So why did they stay? Perhaps they stayed because Esteval is as beautiful as anywhere in the Neath, and 10 times as gorgeous. It's a fine place for a colony. You could found your own pocket of a kingdom, your own pocket kingdom, if you could do something about the sun. But what? What has the power over sunlight? What makes the impossible possible? We need sunscreen, guys! Oh my god, no. To found a colony, bring something to Esteval that can protect against sunlight. You've gained 1 memory of distant shores. So we can, this is another way that you can win the game by starting your own colony. We're not gonna get any sunlight because we need this mirror box for something else. All right, well, with that, we have found a beautiful place, one of the prettiest islands, that's for sure. And we're gonna get out of here now. With our fuel, we don't have much fuel. We might be better off like going around here somewhere and kind of playing it safe, going to like shores that we already know about. Although there is like an important island here. I think we keep going a little bit to get the important island because it's going to give us a quest that we're going to be doing over the course of several trips. Now, as you can probably tell, we have been picking up like a lot of separate quest lines. Like, whereas in the start of this playthrough, we started a quest and then we finished it. Eventually, you just got to accept that you're picking up more leads that you can finish at once. And that's kind of happening now a little bit, but I'm trying to keep it as clear as possible. Anyway, we should be coming up on a new... Oh, where did you come from, bro? What the fuck? It just popped out of nowhere. Spooky motherfucker. That is, this ship has guns on the front and the back, and he will absolutely destroy you. You don't want to deal with that guy. I mean, you can once you have a better ship, but we do not have a better ship. We, in fact, still have the starter ship. How much money? We only have 500 money remaining. Where did all the money go? Didn't I have like 2,000? Oh, I did spend like 1,000 on the townhouse. And then I spent another 1,000 on like a bunch of artifacts. I guess that's what happened. We have reached the Empire of Hands. A very cool place. And there's another Lornfluke. We are not going to be dealing with you. We could. But anyway. A stern reminder from the Admiralty, in the name and the power, by the power of her enduring majesty, a trade embargo and quarantine in absolute perpetuity has hereby been declared on the Empire of Hands. No ship of London is to permit aboard a Pentecost ape without express and prior permission from the Admiralty. Any and all acts of spirifage are prohibited. They know what they did.
Beware of stowaways. Keep a tight grip on your soul. Excerpt from the Standard Naval Regulations, Volume 4. The flea-ridden mayor. With the regulations in mind, it is a surprise to be greeted by a mere itchy monkey in a tattered yellow rope, barely walking with the help of a ceremonial staff. An official greeting. Hello, cries the mayor, in the broken voice of one not yet used to human speech. Come, make shelves at home. All souls welcome in bountiful empire of hands. The crew shifts uncomfortably. They know the stories. It will take more than the natural beauty of this place to make most of them risk shore leave here. Let's go see about this. An audience with the flea-ridden mayor. King of an empty castle. The flea-ridden mayor scratches himself on a chair made of crates, surrounded by boxes of long, rotten trade goods. As a five-souled ape, he would be able to petition for membership of court. For now, the trade embargo has left him trapped on the outside, a three-souled overseer with no talent for order. Look at this monkey. They're so freaky. You can acquire fresh supplies at 20 echoes. Not the craziest, but the fuel costs a lot of money here. 40. We're not going to do that. I just wanted this guy. Like, just the portrait of these is so freaky. Let's go explore the island, shall we? Communal wooden boats offer free passage to all travelers willing to row between the islands. A scouting trip to the sovereign island. A wooden palace stretches across the whole island. Passage to it lit by a field of tiny glim buoys. The heart of the empire. Many boats circle the island, all keeping their distance. The one that gets closest is an extended rowboat painted in yellow. Yellows, whites, and reds. 4 servant monkeys strain at the oars while its true passenger sits in comfort behind. A gauze curtain, sorry, weird word. Just for a moment, an eye catches yours, but only for a moment. It would not do for a high-souled ape to see something so beneath its notice. That's the kings of the empire, I guess. Today, the sprawling palace is called the Wild-Willed Court. Tomorrow, who knows? The world of the Pentecost apes is one of cruel whimsy, where stolen traditions last only as long as their amusement. So, in case you didn't catch it, it's an island ran by monkeys, but they, like, gather souls, and the more souls you have, the higher up the rank you go in this island. Anyway, we need to go back to the boat. The guards stare as you row away. We're gonna go to the next place, to the Ash Isthmus. Neither man nor ape claims this volcanic remnant between islands. Haunted, they say. Ridiculous. Of apes and monkeys, the trip offers a little time to think on the penties. Technically, they are monkeys rather than apes, but it is not tactful to remind them of this. To their high-souled faces, the accepted name is Pentecost apes. In private, though, the bloody monkeys is about as common. It is, one might say, an ad hominem insult. We will enter the forest. Parasynthetic vegetation thrives in the empire of hands, fertile soil, and cool humidity. Into the woods! White natural paths run between clumps of trees softly lit by a dim green glow and the occasional glimmer of false stars through the canopy. Only the cracking of leaves and the soothing sounds of the water breaks the serenity of this volcano-forged paradise. You can hunt for supplies with a low chance. We can relax. Oh, we gotta relax in a hot spring. We gotta relax in a hot spring. Steam and a hint of sulfur gently rise from a secluded natural pool flanked by trees and mushroom. A moment for yourself. You slip out of your itchy clothes and into the welcoming caress of hot, deep water. The salt and sweats of sailing life melts away as you simply float bare and free. Above, false stars glimmer, bright enough to be worth wishing on. All around, the glow of the trees cast ambient calm on the silent peace. How long has it been since you had a moment like this? Since London? Longer? We lose 5 terror. A thought for your lover. What is the likely lass doing right now? Are you on her mind like she is on yours? Let's be romantic. Oh, those nights in Wolfstack docks. The noise, the passion, the delightful filth, the hot water hugs you tight as you remember her touch. Your last words before departing, the half smile almost but That half smile, almost but not quite blossoming into completeness. How long will it be before you feel the touch of skin on skin once again? Awake to see her sleeping brow, always so furrowed, as soft and calm as the Z itself. Wait, what was that? Sounded like giggling? Caught! A tiny blonde girl perches, watching on a rock. Her innocent grin is spiced with mischievous glee. She moves like a monkey, but she giggles like an imp at the look on your face being caught bathing in her hot spring, and the one that floods onto it. Wait. At the look on your face at being caught bathing in her hot spring, and that the one that floods onto it as she scoops up your clothes. Shipwrecked as a baby, raised by the Empire of Hands, she now placed between the worlds of apes and men, neither quite one nor entirely of the other. Demand that she puts those down at once you shout, or there will be trouble. The anger only makes it funnier. The monkey foundling sticks out her tongue, grins, and scampers off into the forest on all fours, your stolen possessions in a leather bag slung over her back. Her giggles echoes from the deep in the forest as you splash after her in your goosebumps. Chase the monkey foundling! Damn it, you cannot return to your crew like this. Into the forest, the branches scrape against your skin. The damp mud squidges between your toes. There is no sign of the monkey foundling, but her tracks are easily followed. The forest glaring. The footprints lead here. She has not even attempted to hide them. It is as if she wants you to follow. Ouch! Your hand slaps to your stinging buttock. This little stone lands in the dirt as a familiar giggle comes from above. You look to see the monkey foundling dangling upside down from a branch by her legs, a blowpipe in hand and a bag just out of your reach, tantalizingly so. Taking a deep breath, you politely, very politely request that she return your damned clothes now. The monkey foundling listens and gives it some thought, tapping her blowpipe against her lips as she decides, say please. She grins. Please! There, it is said. The monkey foundling thinks for a moment. Pretty please? Pretty please! With an imaginary cherry on top if she likes. The monkey foundling has never heard of cherries. Pretty please? She adds, stifling a giggle. Pretty please? Damn it, it is freezing. How much longer? The monkey foundling is poker faced. Pretty please? Pretty. You get it. Your anguished plea echoes through the trees. A gift from the monkey foundling. You appear to have pretty pleased her, and she decided you deserve a reward. She fishes in her bag and generously throws you a sock, a single solitary sock. She learns a few new swear words as she races off across the branches, near doubled up with laughter. Pursue the monkey foundling, absolutely. A trap! Your feet just recognize the looped rope in time to jump over it, avoiding what could otherwise have been a nasty trip in the air. The monkey foundling looks disappointed. Your heart does not bleed for her. The chase continues. The monkey foundling slides down a vine in front of you. She sticks out her tongue and scampers through a break in the trees. A marsh of terrible stench. It is a place that skunks would think twice of entering. If the Empire of Hands had such creatures, the monkey foundling, of course, is unconcerned. As much at home here as high in the branches or running the forest paths. She almost dances effortlessly across a thin fallen tree that crosses the mire, surrounded by the foulest bubbling mud that has ever invaded your nostrils. She balances in the middle, daring you to try and follow. A high-risk challenge. She wants to play, you'll play. Though the crossing is treacherous, particularly when one's hands are torn between modesty and balance. We succeed! It was like 19%. It is slow going. Your muddy feet slide against it, and the thin trunk barely carrying your weight, inch by inch, step by step, you slowly make your way without slipping. The monkey foundling is visibly disappointed, even trying to jump up and down to shake the tree and make you take a messy tumble, but no, not today. You cross triumphantly to her grudging admiration. We got some fragments. The monkey foundling dances. She pirouettes on a tree stump, saluting as you approach. Ambush! A screeching Pentecost ape drops from the branches. The shock on the monkey foundling's face makes it clear this is not part of her little game. Its rage is focused entirely on her, the ghost of the Isthmus, and the bright soul with which it can uplift itself to glory. It limps from some trap earlier, its fur blood-soaked and glistening. It lunges at the monkey foundling, who half rolls, half falls off the stump, and yelps as it catches her by the leg. She rolls, shrieks her own howl as she lashes back with a kick that shatters fang and splits its lip. This only further enrages the frothing ape. It strikes. We are gonna help her. Help the monkey foundling. She meant you no real harm. She was only playing. Rock beats ape. You reach for a stone and bring it crashing down on the distracted ape's head. Its skull cracks, dampness spreading. It collapses to the ground, hard. It is not a child's face that looks up at you. Still, you reach a hand down. The monkey foundling just stares at it for a moment. Something human returning as the adrenaline fades. For a moment, it almost looks as though she will take it, but no. She leaps up on her own, bounding away towards the dark safety of her jungle, and then stops, hesitates. She looks back and tilts her head, beckoning you to follow. It is a look that suggests the game is over, but perhaps not quite finished. A small hut in the middle of the forest. Is this where the monkey foundling lives? Why would she lead you here, of all places? Playmate of the monkey foundling. The monkey foundling herself is nowhere to be seen, but she has left you something. It sits outside the hut, carefully placed by a large happy face drawn in the black sand. A little prize for being such a good sport. Your clothes, however, are nowhere to be seen, of course, as the monkey part of her would no doubt demand, where would be the fun in that? We do gain another outlandish artifact, and we can now return to the ship. Well, there is no avoiding this any longer. An out of uniform experience. The crew reacts with the expected amount of sympathy to your naked return, which is to say, exactly none. By the time you board the ship, every last crew member is on hand to see and cheer, with more than a couple letting off flares as impromptu fireworks. It is many, many days before the needling ceases, and you are able to give an order without first scouring it for innuendo. On the plus side, it does boost at least the rest of the ship's mood while it lasts, and you have a new treasure for your collection. You have had worse days. We lose 10 terror. I love that story. It's so good. And we're still not done here, though. We got another scouting trip to the Fountainhead Island. Ancient secrets peek out of the trees. Any may visit, but few penties ever bother to make the pilgrimage. A young ancient empire. The Empire of Hands is hardly as old as they pretend, but mimicry and theft infuses their whole culture. If the penties have come to think that rulers should be buried in ancient temples, then it is ancient temples they will build. It would hardly be the first time their attempts to mirror humanity have entirely missed the point. A temple in the forest. In a clearing of parasynthetic trees, there's a temple. The vault of the first emperor. It stretches through the forest in a mix of stone and wood. Its style at the mercy of the Pentecost costs apes current whimsies and inspirations. It would take a dedicated team to break in and uncover its secrets. Perhaps you will bring one here later. Let's return to the boat. An investigation for another day. Perhaps there is someone in fallen London who might be able to help you get the treasures of this island. And we have one more place, to the Heartsake Island. The Blumenbach Quarantine. The Admiralty has never stated precisely why it seeks to keep the Empire confined, though most opposition to it fades once said opposer actually encounters a Pentecost ape. They have been easy to corral, however, though they do not lack wit, there is not an inventive bone in their hairy bodies, and no amount of stolen humanity has taught them the art of creating engines. The survivors of a pirate expedition have stolen this land where apes are unwelcome except as an entree. The lost treasure hunter. He squints at a map, muttering incoherently. North for each city the bats have brought down. He wipes his brow. Have you seen a big X on the ground by any chance? I got these 4 map pieces that got me this far and said X would mark the spot, but I can't find an X anywhere. He looks at the map sadly. It should be here, it says. Now where am I supposed to dig? He is too busy to talk now, but adds that he will be in the village later if you want to trade adventuring supplies. Don't try the meatballs, he warns, getting back to his search. You just don't want to do that. We will approach the village. Greasy smoke and guiltily tempting aromas rise from a collection of huts around a long beached pirate ship and a field of pointedly impaled monkeys. An explosion almost takes off your head. Sorry about that, booms the boisterous pirate, lowering a smoking blunderbuss as bits of shattered tree rain down. New arrival, are we? Well, if you haven't got a tail, you're right by me. He squints momentarily, suspiciously. You don't have a tail, do you? Wouldn't put it past the thieving little buggers to go shaving off one of their own. Wouldn't know fair play if it kicked them right up the arse. His voice is louder than his blunderbuss. The congealed meat juices in his thick beard are better not considered. We can dine at the captain's stable. All are welcome to share the pirate's wealth, provided they have the stomach for it and the table manners. Is that a good idea? Not sure if that's a good idea, but let's try it anyway. Well, at least at a feast of forbidden flesh, it is not a table, but a long plank from the pirate's old vessel, stretched along the sand and set with bone cutlery whittled from their fallen. Once grace is duly spoken, everyone dives into the bounty, snatching up thigh and heart and strips of tender meat dripping in well-crisped fat. Not with your fingers, boy! The boisterous pirate blooms at one hungry soul with juice dripping from his lips. We are hardly savages! He considers his pirates. We are hardly ever savages, he corrects, exploding with a laugh that threatens to shake the table clear. We gain some terror, but we do lose a bit of hunger. That might have not been the most valuable thing to do, but anyway, let's return to the boat. The sea is quiet. The journey is pleasantly uneventful. You have not been eaten by cannibal pirates. All things considered, a successful trip. The explorations are complete. Prepare a comprehensive port report. Few have reason to brave the waters this far east, especially with the trade embargo. The Admiralty will pay especially well for up-to-date intelligence. We have 100 fragments in a port report. All of them warrant further attention. For now, though, it will be best to see if your initial discoveries can whet the interest of anyone back at home. We're going to have to go back to further the quest here. We will, however, do some shore leave, I guess, and find 3 supplies. Thank you very much. We are low on fuel, but that is the stuff we can't really buy here. All right, so that's it for now in this island, but we're going to be back here at some point. All right, 8 fuel is not a lot of fuel, so I am, I think, considering to just go back. There should still be an island over here somewhere, and an island down here somewhere that we can find. If we go up there... I think that quest is going to be longer, so I think... Oh god, there's this guy. I would love to fight this guy, but bad idea right now because we don't have enough fuel. It's literally going to cost like 5 fuel at least to fight this guy, and then we're going to have to spend like an ungodly amount on this. Plus we're going to be damaged a bunch, so we're just going to take the safe route and head over here to see what we can find along the way. We're gonna take a little stop here, back at the Fathom King's hold. Look at all these, dude. They look so sick. I'm assuming they're giant mushrooms. Kind of look like coral as well. And I think we have another story we could share with him. Let's see what we want to do here. First, we, of course... Oh, we can trade for their drowning pearls. We can trade the skintalak. Interesting. Let's first do a port report, because we always want that. Trade for a white molly flower. It looks like a fish in water and a flower in air. The Drownies recommend owning one if you are going to their cousins in Dahut. I don't know if this is going to be taking a spot in my inventory is my question. A white molly flower? But we need to... I'm assuming Dahut is underwater somewhere. If this doesn't take a space, I would be okay taking that, but let's take the drowning pearls because I know for a fact that this won't take a space. Oh, it takes 7 skintalak to do that. Okay, but now we have... I didn't realize it was going to take all of them. What the fuck? An exchange. Where do drownies find their pearls? Do they rip them for oysters, evolve them from the alien machinery of their throats? Here they are, chilly and lustrous, and just a little streaked with slime. All right, we're going to have more than enough drowning pearls forever. Whatever. We can't buy anything here, plus I think, yeah, we can't do this right now. We're just gonna move on. We just wanted the port report, and now at least we made some space in our cargo hold, but, we're gonna have to keep going. We need to get to an island where we can buy some fuel here, or we're gonna be in trouble. Uh-oh, there's an enemy. What are you? Who are you? Oh, you're the pirate. Have we seen you yet? I don't remember. Oh, you missed! Idiot!
Beautiful. Don't. Oh, you're a little smart. You're a little smart bugger. We gotta stay behind you as much as possible because you're really fucking fast. Just like 2 more shots. 1 more shot. There we go. We have defeated the pirate poet. Investigate the wreckage. You steer close, shining the lamp on the debris. Captain, quick, over here, port side. Rescue the pirate poet. Throw her a rope. Claim a bounty. I think that's the first time we found it in. The price of freedom. It takes 3 crewmen to pull the pirate poet from the Z's clutches, while others mutter about bringing an unfinished man, an unfinished woman, aboard ship. She just smirks. She carries little on her but the verses of poetry tattooed all over every visible inch, and an old sword almost as chipped as she is. Fortunately, her salvaged possessions also include the jangling money purse on her belt, fat and ready to pay the traditional freedom price of her current bounty. As much as the crew could subdue her, all are relieved once she is aboard a lifeboat, rowing away through the darkness towards Gator's Morn. We gain 400 echo. Actually, like, killing the pirate poet over and over again can be an insane way to get a bunch of money, because she just keeps like getting new ships for some reason and just keeps trying to attack you and losing every time. Anyway, that's a nice little detour for 400 bucks. It's really, the question is now, can we make it back without running out of fuel? Besides that, we're doing pretty solid. The Mangrove College. It looks like it's trees, but it must be like mushrooms or something, because trees wouldn't grow down here. We're gonna pick up another passenger here. They want us again when to go to Gator's Morn. We could gather supplies, but we're like kind of doing fine in terms of supplies. Let's do a port report. We gain another supply there too. We have too many damn supplies, bro. Let's go beachcombing. Maybe we can find some fuel that way, because that's the main thing we need. A nasty glob of goo. It shines on the shingle like a discarded heart. Driftwood might have fuel. Let's try. Oh, an outlandish artifact. Wow, we'll take that too, I guess. A horrid carving. And besides that, we don't really have shit. All right, we got 3 fuel to get, I guess, here. Oh boy, not great right now, but hopefully just barely enough. 2 fuel. Uh-oh. The Isle of Cats. Oh, that's incredible. That's where we want to go. Okay. Just barely. I think we're going to have enough. There's a shark. There's a shark. Turn off the light. Don't eat me, shark. Don't eat me, shark. I don't have fuel to put it in the thing. Oh my god, and that's you again. Is the fucking pirate poet back for another one? Another round. Please leave me alone. I got shit to do right now. Okay. Port Cavendish. This is the island I was looking for a while, but I was so close to it. We were at Visage, but we did not find this one. But anyway, land. Can we buy fuel here, though, is my question. Okay, we can. We can buy fuel. It's fine. Port Cavendish. A scatter of yellow-lit honey dens and brightly painted alehouses. To the southeast rises the stone tower of Cavendish Abbey, its ramparts hung with crimson and gold banners. There are sailors from all across the Neath hauling cargo, dicing and brawling good-naturedly on the docks. The air carries the sound of Z shanties sung with more enthusiasm than skill, and the smell of roses edged with brimstone. A piratical welcome. Welcome to the Isle of Cats, the wide-eyed dockmaster says brightly. Would you like to bribe me not to write down your details in this nice official ledger? Sure, I'll give you, well, first get the port report. Sure, I'll give you this, I'll give you $5. Here you go. You hand over the coins, and she tips you a sharp smile before waving you to the nearest alehouse. The entire process is straightforwardly corrupt and surprisingly and pleasingly efficient. We gained some suspicions, though, but anyway. The Rose and Tiger. The alehouse's sign is a tiger painted the color of rose petals. Someone has gone to the great trouble and expense to gild the creature's eyes. They look out over the port, feral and unseeing. A caged hive of lamplighter bees hangs from the ceiling like a chandelier. A few sailors give you hard-mouthed, assessing looks, but most ignore your presence entirely. I love all the details here. Significant tokens. The caddies all wear a pair of amber stones threaded around their necks or pinned to their collars. Cat size.
One of them says, "For the Pirate King!" As far as you can gather, the Pirate King's name is Leopold, and he controls all the trade on the island. Half of the caddies believe that he can take the form of a crimson tiger and creep into their dreams. The other half suspect more prosaically that he simply eats those who displease him. Clandestine doings. A whispered conversation, the clink of coins in exchange of goods. The merest taste. You turn your head as though you are admiring one of the moldering draperies hung from the wall. A vial flashes in the buyer's trembling hands. He uncorks it, pours a few drops of thick red liquid down his throat. The vial drops to the floor. When you look back up, he's gone. You blink and look around. Nobody else seems in the least perturbed that a man disappeared from their midst. You pick up the fallen vial and examine the traces left inside. Sticky honey, gleaming with redness, entirely unlike blood. Religious observances. Is that a crimson-veiled nun? But what sort of nun would be in a place like this? A mellifluous sister, of course, she responds, performing a complicated negotiation between veiled, thick glove and glass of mushroom wine. You ask what one of those is, and she snorts, "I'm glaring at you underneath this bloomin' veil." You act appropriately code, and the mellifluous sister thaws a little. "We are the beekeepers and honey harvesters. The caddies owe their prosperity to us, and the Pirate King too." She slurps the last of the mushroom wine behind her veil, and the barkeep glides over to refill her glass, eyes respectfully downcast. We're gonna leave the alehouse, make sure we've done everything we did. Laws of the land. The barkeep stops you before you reach the door and hands you a brooch set with 2 amber stones. He waits impassively until you pin it to your clothes. "Everybody wears the cat's eyes here," he tells you, moving aside to let you pass. "Just a friendly reminder that the Pirate King is watching." It seems that no place, then, is truly lawless. Well... We went... This is a different place, is it? The Honey Tongue. It is both brothel and honey den, run by someone the caddies refer to as the King's Claw. And then we have Cavendish Abbey. The crimson-clad mellifluous sisters patrol its ramparts and tend their hives of lamplighter bees. Let's do this one first. Entering the brothel was like sliding into a dream of a surface orientalist. Jewel-embroidered cushions, bright silk drapes, gilded statues of elephants, sun bears, and clouded leopards. Silver censers release curling plumes of rose-scented smoke into the air. The courtesans are red-lipped and coal-smudged. When you catch their eyes, they smile back at you with professional interest. Your actions here will attract the Pirate King's notice. You need 5 Pirate King's notice to gain an offer from a patron. We can ask what red honey is. You know, of course, only the particulars may have slipped your mind. Oh, one of the nearby courtesans' eyebrows lift infinitesimally, but his reply is practice. When lamplighter bees suck the nectar of crimson strain of the exile's rose, they are driven to madness. They enter the brains of humans and harvest their memories. He shudders, as though imagining the process himself. Those memories are instilled in honey. Each sip is a burst of memory on the tongue. So yeah, the bees go into the brains of people and take their memories. Deliciously awful, isn't it? He flutters his dyed feather fan. We gain a terror from that. And we can do that over and over again. We're not going to do that. Comfort a Z-Captain. A Z-Captain is weeping gently into a courtesan's bosom, muttering of her lost crew and rose gardens. "They're all tending the gardens now," she wails, and begins to weep again. "My poor crew." You wait for a hitch in the sobs and inquire further. It is a slow, delicate business drawing answers out of her, but you are nothing if not perseverant. It seems her crew was conscripted by the Lady of the Gardens, and that their duties are something far worse than horticulture. You leave her reciting the names of her lost sailors and commending them to Salt's mercy. We lose 60 fragments, but we gain one of those notices. We need a bunch of these, so I think we're just going to spend... Well, let's check the other place first before we spend more. Cavendish Abbey. The mellifluous sisters make their home in the richly appointed stone tower of Cavendish Abbey. Their thick-gloved and crimson mesh helmets are worn, less for modesty and more for practicality. They tend the hives of the lamplighter bees all across the isle, and make a religious observance of harvesting red honey for the pirate king. We can gossip with a novice to lose a relic. We're gonna do the other thing that's less valuable than the relic. So we're gonna do this. Lose another 60. It's the same again. We need to do this 2 more times. This is 4. And then 1 more time. It loses basically a secret, but that's totally fine. We now have 5. We have the Pirate King's attention. So we can choose here to meet with King's Claw or to meet with the lady here. Now, I gotta be honest, this is an extreme... If we mess up this quest line, we literally cannot finish the game through our ambition, because this is a required thing. You have to do this properly. So I'm gonna do the one that I'm familiar with, which is doing this one. The Lady of the Garden's offer. Her name, she says, is Zyra. You should use it. We have not met, have we? No, this is definitely the first time, but The Lady of the Cages shakes her head sharply. Best to proceed as if it's the first, don't you think? A veil of gold mesh obscures only her eyes, leaving her glistening bitten lips bare. Perhaps 100 small silver keys jangle in a bunch at her left hip. I think we should be friends. I'm very important, you know. Or I was. No, still am. She pauses. Yes, I am quite sure I still am. We can accept her offer, but we can only do one. We cannot do both, so we're gonna do her and not the King's Claw. You should come back last Tuesday for another little chat. She pauses and huffs. No, that's not quite it. Come back soon, another time. Pick a good one. There aren't enough of those. That was probably a dismissal. Can we talk to you? A request from Zyra. When you enter, the Lady of the Cages is sitting on the windowsill, staring out at her gardens. On the desk is an open casket. Within it are 10 gleaming vials of red honey, carefully packed, freshly harvested by the mellifluous sisters. Touch them. Go on. They're still warm from the honey spinner. Zyra turns towards you. They are for the merchant venturer over in London. You'll take them for me, won't you? Unless you already have. No. Clearly not. No. We will accept you are hardly squeamish about smuggling red honey. If you can change your mind, you could always turn the shipment over to the Admiralty instead. Do say hello to the merchant venturer for me, won't you? He was such an awful child. Zyra's lips curve into something like a smile. I drank the memories of someone that went to school with him. You must make some sort of sound, because she gives you a little shrug. I like to know my business partners. It was Lippold's idea, of course. He's very thorough. You are smuggling a proscribed cargo of red honey. This stuff is dangerous, even to be properly illegal. Too dangerous, even to be properly illegal. Be cautious taking it to London. We're gonna have to do that, though. We did already get the port report and everything. We are gonna have to buy some fuel here, unfortunately. Let's see, how far are we from London? We are, we could stop here at Pigmode Isle as well, along the way. We could even stop at the Salt Lions to pick up a cargo. Wait, how much do we have? Well, we could easily, well, maybe easily. We do have, I think we should repair with the supplies, because we have too many supplies. You can use supplies to repair, which costs, well, it takes 1 supply to give you hold back, so then we get rid of a few items so that we have more hold space here, so that we can buy some fuel. I think we're gonna need like around 8 to get around here. We want to go to Visage. We want to go to Pigmode Isle. Well, we maybe don't want to go to Pigmode Isle. We might just go this way instead because we have too much. How do we have so much? Well, what is in our hold right now? It's just lots of supplies and like random shit like this. Unfortunately. I would also like to find Polythreme, which I think is going to be up there all the way, so that we can do the thing in Hunter's Keep. But, I think we're just gonna, let's buy 2 more. 2 more just in case. There you go. And then we're gonna get out there again and get just over to Visage real quick. Oh, shit, now there's the pirate. He's still here. That's actually fine now, because now we have the fuel to kill you, and that's gonna give us a bunch of money again.
You're probably gonna shoot us though, unfortunately. Don't shoot. Oh! Maybe it's just fine. Took one hit, but it wasn't bad at all. There you go. Easy peasy. Now what do you give us this time? We're gonna investigate the wreckage. And we will rescue you once again. Once again, we are victorious. We gain 400 echo and a cask of mushroom wine. Gracious in defeat, the pirate poet hauls herself up the rope, nodding her gratitude to the crew. Another battle well fought, Captain, she grunts. Few earn a second verse. Along with her freedom price, she presents a gift, a cask of wine, saved from the sinking vessel by her own mighty arms. They say it is a fine vintage. My men were saving it to toast our victory against you. Perhaps you would join me in a drink then. Well, apparently we can't. But anyway, we got a bunch of money. Very nice. That's actually like such a good way to make money. Just keep fighting her. As long as you do the back dancing strat, it's relatively safe, but they are very fast, so you gotta just keep spinning. And now we're back at Visage. We're gonna just, I guess, quickly do the same thing. Let's get a port report and then do a quick adventure here with the frog mask. We could also, I mean, this is where you can try other masks. I just want to lose some terror here, so I'm just gonna like quickly click through and trade the mask, and then visit this, bring a necklace, visit the temple, and then do this, which always gives you an outlandish artifact, very useful. Can we do that again? I don't think so. No, we can't do it again. Oh, we got an interesting snippet, and then we end and you lose some terror. Right? Did we just do that? I clicked pretty fast. My bad. But I think we got this. An interesting snippet. We can actually sell that at the Scholar in London. So that's just a nice little stop right there. And then we can go further. I kind of want to do one of those dilemmas at Pigmode Isle because it's fun. You can build up the island even more. And there we are. The Rise of Pigmode Isle. Help Marinia resolve a dilemma. An aide runs over. Hairless advisor, you return to us. Please praise the tide. We need your wisdom once again. A dilemma. How will you advise Pigmode Isle? The aide squeals. Wonderful news, Hairless advisor. Our Skintellect harvest has been bountiful. Our harvesters can temporarily be put to use somewhere else. What should we have them work on? We can suggest they construct housing. We can suggest they build defenses, or let them enjoy this moment. I think I'm gonna let them enjoy this moment because I want Spirit to be built up so I can broker a union between them and the Cavias without that falling apart. They gain a Spirit and we gain some fragments and we lose some hunger. We resolved this dilemma. Partying in the streets for a few hours, Marinia comes together in celebration. It reminds everyone why they fight. The harvesters return to work, energized and ready. And now, can we do the other thing? Is it the thing? It's still a chancy challenge, unfortunately. But we can't do it when we have more than 5 and we have 6. So oh shit, we should have done this instead. My bad. I didn't know there was a requirement like that. Well, we're gonna try. 60%, of course, not guaranteed. We did succeed. Hail Marinia! Chief Engineer Edgar is a pragmatic rat. He listens to your proposition and agrees to discuss the future. The Seneschal, no less proud for the mutt in her fur, holds firm on her people's needs, but is ready to compromise on a few of their wants. In particular, we renounce all our claims to, she almost chokes on the words, the Rat Star. The chief engineer sits back, his whiskers twitch happily. The Red Star, you say? In that case, let us talk terms. You succeeded in the challenge. We forced peace between the rats and the cavies. Look at that. And we gained 3 spirit. We now have 9. Delighted. Let's see if we can do something else. We can make a port report. They'll probably not believe it, but whatever. And then we can just, every time you come here, you just want to do one of those dilemmas. Just keep building on it. That did help though. We got 9 spirit, 5 might, and then 4 civilization. You want to build this up as high as you can. For the trials ahead. Anyway, can they not give me shit? Request repairs. I don't want to do that. Whatever. Okay, so with that, do we have hold space? We have too much to get all the cargo from the Salt Lions. So I guess we can't really.
Instead, we could go to the Iron... Somebody wanted to go to the Iron Republic, but that's over there somewhere, and I don't think we have all the items for it. So we're just gonna go over here and then see how much we have by the time we get there. We were very low on fuel, but we still got lots of supplies. I think I have another plan, but let's just land here first and grab a quick... Oh, we can do Salt's Rights. Oh yeah, we should do this to get a extraordinary implication, which gains us terror, unfortunately, but we do get that, which is nice. We can grab a port report, and then we're gonna just ignore this for now because we'd have to ditch some stuff that I don't want to ditch. Instead, we're gonna keep going, and I think just go to Port Cecil if we can, buy some fuel along the way to pick up a bunch of the Skintilac, and then try to sell that in London for like a big profit. And also complete some parts of the quests already so that we can empty out our inventory. Because right now we're holding a bunch of stuff that we're keeping for that quest. So that will save up some space. A quick stop at Abbey Rock right here. Oh god, hello there. Sir Jelly, I don't really want to talk to you. There's a crab there too. The Sister's Lair where we just... Oh, we can trade supplies here for money. We're gonna just... We can watch them. What does that do for me? We gain some fragments and that's it. Get a port report. I guess we could sell like 2 of these because we have quite too many. Let's sell for like good price here. Let's sell down to like 6 here. There you go. We get a bit more money and then we can gather more along the way and then just let's take a quick stop at Shepherd Isle 2. We can fight you. You're probably gonna bonk me, but that's fine. You're turned the wrong way. If I can shoot you twice, I think I can get you. It's gonna turn around. Stay back. 2 shots. Easy peasy. They bonk you if they're going straight at you. But if you can shoot them twice, they're dead if you have the better gun. Gilliflower's End. The gilliflower, is it a young jellyfish? A lesser subspecies? Do the dreams of jellyfish become real? In any case, now it's a sad slick of goo dissolving into the sea. We can scoop it up. Or we can let it disperse. I think if you let it disperse, you get like a Z story. If you scoop it up, we might get... I really want Hunter's Trophies. Strange catch. Okay, I mean, that's fine too. Anyway, I want to gather more hunting trophies because I need those in several quests. But we'll hopefully pick those up along the way. Oh, and recurring nightmare happens immediately. We'll go, so you can either flee the nightmare and try to make it go to 0 and go away, or you can go deeper in the nightmare, and once it reaches 5, if you win, you will get a secret. We're gonna try and go deeper into the nightmare. What's the worst that could happen? We gain a stronger nightmare, we gain a Tale of Terror and some terror, and then we lose one of the restful nights, which makes this challenge easier. So hopefully we're not going to have that happen multiple times in a row, because if it happens multiple times quickly, then you're going to be out of restful nights before you can get back to London, which I've had this happen like 3 times in a row within like 5 minutes. It's just complete RNG. I don't actually know how it works. There's Pirate Man. It doesn't look... The really fast one is the Pirate Poet. I don't think that's the Pirate Poet. Anyway, I just quickly want a port report. And then we do need to pick up some more fuel here, unfortunately. Which is... It's getting quite expensive, but... it's worth it. Maybe we can get some more stuff from you. I'm gonna shoot at you. You are quite far away. That's not fast enough. I think it's gonna be a small pirate. Maybe either 30 HP or 80 HP. It's 30 HP. Easy peasy. That's like 2-shot max. Although we are shooting very slow. He's literally just sitting there. Are you okay, sir? Well, goodbye, Mr. Pirate. You're going down. Maybe we get another cash. And we get some linen, which is worth 60, so that's totally nice. I guess we could get a hunting trophy by killing you, maybe. I don't know if that's a good idea, though, because you're very tanky. You're probably gonna bonk me now, huh? Go back. Are you fast enough? He's gonna bonk me. Don't bonk me! Don't bonk me! Wait, we actually might kill her. I think you can, like, turbo giga cheese this. As soon as you get into the circle, they go away. They literally just lose line of sight of you immediately. We're just kind of fucked up. But, I couldn't have gone anywhere else. Hey, don't go underwater. Don't dive all the way. Don't do it. Come back out again. Come on now, sir. There we go. Boink. I don't even know if these give hunting trophies, but I really want to get a hunting trophy. I think if he charges now, he's not going to be able to get me. Oh. And he... Dude, get cheesed. Get turbo cheesed. I'm waiting for you to go away. I just need to shoot you probably 3 more times, unfortunately. Okay. I literally can't... This is not... I'm not even trying to cheese. There's just no way I can avoid not cheesing. Go forward. He's done. He's done for. Get out again, sir. Uh-oh. Come here. Bye. All right, hunting trophy. That's what we want. Let's see. We can butcher it. Or, well, I guess butchering it is the only way we could get a hunting trophy. And we get a hunting trophy and an ivory. Very nice. We will smoke it. Yup. We gain a terror. We gain 2 more supplies. Bro, we have too many fucking supplies. We suffer from success. All right, that's perfect. Now we have a hunting trophy extra, which I forgot where exactly we need it, but we need it. We need it for something. I think we need 7 of them, actually. All right, Port Cecil, here we are. Let's do... We've already been here. We can explore, but let's do the extra move thing. So we have... We can do 3... No, 14. We can have 2... We can hand in 2 things. What do we want to hand in? Probably this one, so it's finally out of our inventory. And this one. These are the 2 that take inventory. So we should prioritize those. Yeah, the hunting trophy doesn't take inventory. We're gonna give you the principles. Give the principal a fluke core. Oh, my cousin, my enemy. I was of their kind before I began my descent. Now you see me as I am, but I would be so much less. I would dissolve on the water. Waves like old foam help me and kill my emissary, but not until we are ready. We get a secret 7 Skintalak. We do lose the important item, but we'll try to get 1 more of that. Here's your Skintalak, my emissary. Recalls how it burned. See him flinch. No matter, he will end when I do. Now your secret. These sea sailors, sea lords you slay. They give of themselves for the drowning feast. Kneel, and I will whisper you a fragment of the recipe. Then we will hand in the Stygian ivory. My emissary, as your payment, a little of me. There I shine, and a secret, the spiders of Savior's Rock. Crush them, made arrangement with my cousin. Bargains to blind a monster. Remember that. There are many alliances. We gain another 7. Now with that, do we have enough? We do have enough space to get another. I don't know if we can make it back with that. We have too fucking much space of our hold used up for good stuff, which is kind of like a nice problem to have, but anyway. I think we will do it. Get another one. Let's do the U. Wait, where's the hunting trophy one? Oh, was that a choice? Wait, am I crazy? I didn't realize that was a choice. Should have probably given the hunting trophy then. My bad. Whatever it was. I guess the ivory and that one shared, because I know the fluke core is like a must hand over. You can't avoid that one. Kneel, and my emissary will give you Skintalak, the secret the bazaar brought us all us shapelings, exiles, the flukes, the misers, even my emissary. Why? Too deep a secret for me, my friend. Even here, too deep for me, perhaps when you end me. Okay, 7 more, and another secret as well. Now we can't do any more. We need to still bring, you can see it over here. We need to still bring you a heart metal ingot and a wakeful idol. Now these are kind of tricky to get, but we will have to get an idol and then bring it to another place. And here we just need to get one of those boxes again. Anyway, that's so much for that. Let's go explore, or let's first, I guess, sell a supply. I wish there was like a button to just eat the supplies right now to lower the hunger, but you can't do that. Anyway, we'll sell 1 more and then see what we get from this. Another raggedy fellow. Sure, I guess we will take you with us. We get another... Wait, can we get the salt's attention again then? Permit it? Yo, nice. That's a nice way to get the salt's attention easily. Okay, and then we can Next stop, I guess, let's see, we could go all the way up here to get that strategic information. I think that's a bit of a too large detour. Instead, we should just go back. I think we have so much stuff to sell that if we stay out too long, we're going to be in trouble. So we're just going to go back and see if we can even make it, because it is going to be quite far. Quick stop at the Mo Island. Let's see. I don't actually know if there's good events here. Tea with the Factor or Explore. We don't really need supplies, so maybe Explore. Just anything that can give me fuel, man. What the hell? Okay. A shadowy predator. It's the little things, the click of a sliding stone where there should be silence, a motion in the shadows, as if they were thick stirred like ink, a lull in the cries of the sea bats. Something is watching you, drawing closer hour by hour. You and your crew draw back to back, watching the darkness. Wait, watch, and end it. 24% chance, or retreat back to the ship with 80% chance. Let's retreat to the ship. This guy looks pretty angry. I was unlucky. 80% chance. Wow. Fantastic. You'll love to see it. The retreat to the ship. You retreat to the ship in good order. Your lanterns keep the darkness at arm's reach, and you neither see nor hear any trace of the creature. But when you count your crew up the gangplank, you come up one short. You gain some terror. I mean, honestly, losing a crew is not the worst. We do get another tale of terror. Unfortunate, I guess. Gather some supplies. We are about to get to London. How many? We have hold spots. Let's do it. Why not? We gain some terror, and we gain supplies. This seems like a really cheap way to gain... Oh, fuck me, I guess. Oh, yeah, it is 60%. One more time. Fuck! So whatever. Get me out of here, you piece of shit. Anyway... Almost entirely out of fuel. Oh god, what's that? But we have arrived at our destination. There's a big ship right there. We can actually try and shoot those guys. I wanted to drop off you for some more money. Thank you very much. And then since we have this much crew, we could get a port report. Let's get lucky. We failed the challenge. I love to see it. Whatever. We'll take the port report and move on. And then we could sell the wine. Might as well. It's a slight profit here. And then we should buy... We could get this, the contraband concealment, but let's not do that. Let's just pray we get lucky here. I do think we need like 2 fuel here to be able to get back from here to London. So we're gonna take that and hopefully just make it barely. I think so. Home sweet home at long last. I think we started with around this much crew, then we gained some crew, and then we lost some crew again at the end there. But anyway, most people made it back. Oh, a remedy for the cheery man. Oh yeah, a pleasure, Captain, a pleasure. Have you acquired the cure for my employer's unjust and mournful condition? Give him the restorative. It glistens in the bottle, the color of snail trails. The bruiser listens to your tale. A journey, a visitation, a cave, how impressively Orphic. I shall take this to my employer forthwith. I will not deceive you. I mean to take the bulk of the credit this way, as this was predominantly an endeavor of my own invention, but I am not ungrateful. Here is a sum of monies. Here are necessary. Here are necessaries for your next excursion. Here are some peculiar fruit, what I do not otherwise know what to do with. 2 days later, the rumors race around London. The cheery man is dead, choked on his dinner, they say. It's a surprise then when you receive an invitation to drink with the cheery man at the Medusa's Head. What? Well, we gained some money. I guess he has more to tell us. Let's see. Collect messages. I will be interested to know. I've actually never done the quest this way, so this is interesting. Let's hand off the trinket that we picked up at the spider place somewhere. Still a firmly sealed crate of what are absolutely not Sora spider eggs. Well, that's a relief. Or maybe you just got lucky. Either way, they made it. So did you. Then we get another 100 trinkets. Someone else's problems now. And then we can hand over you the outlandish artifacts. Very nice. Which gives us 1,500 echoes. Holy shit. Oh, thank you, thank you. When I look at these, I want so much to travel again, but there's only one journey left in me, I think. You, on the other hand? Ooh, Skindalac, how convenient, we already have this. Port Ciso and the Principles of Korra, it's usually northeast or whereabouts. That's where Skindalac comes from, around 10,000 echoes for 7. Absolutely, you will get this. Nice, another 1,000. Oh, wait, he's going? No, I need to talk to you, because I need to give you the shipment. Here, a shipment from the Lady of Cages. Hand it over then, but quietly. No need to attract any unwanted attention. We have a Venturer's Medallion. Middleman, the Venturer hands you a black medallion. Tell the lady I'll send the usual payment by the expected channels, mostly urchins this time, he adds. Admiralty is cracking down. Sure. You will be well rewarded when you return to the Isle of Cats. Make sure you have at least 10 spaces in your cargo hold. We got more missions to go here. I would love to take drinks with the Cheery Man. Maybe do that first. How much space? We have enough space. Let's do that first. Let's see what he got. Tonight, you will drink the Medusa's Head's best stock with the proprietor himself, the Cheery Man. It is not the Cheery Man you were expecting. He's young and smiling, but you were expecting my father, I bet. Well, it's true he's dead, but he left it all to me. Drink? What? Am I gonna get killed? Sure. Long live the king! The Cheery Man had a son, illegitimate, he says, pouring you a gin. Came as a surprise to me, too. A few months ago, he sought me out, started teaching me, said he wouldn't be around forever. He said the crown was heavy and the throne hurt his ass. Anyway, turns out I have a natural inclination to the family business, and I'm not sure what got me here, but I think you had a part in it. He strides around the bar and hands you your gin. Here's to the new beginnings. The new Cheery Man gives you a smile of crooked teeth and downs his drink. I guess the Cheery Man was the guy that was sick. The blind bruiser or something was the guy that was giving us the task, right? But I guess he killed him before giving him the medicine, or the medicine killed him, in which case I would expect to be attacked. So I guess it wasn't my fault that happened, I guess. Anyway, let's discuss legitimate business. Who are his partners and rivals? The widow. The gracious widow? Don't make me laugh. Gracious as a shark. Reckons she used to be a princess. She thinks she's a big nose in spite. The Topsy King. He runs the flit, if you can call it running. Mad as paint. Fiduci? Who's supposed to be a tomb colonist, but I don't know. Runs the ring fights. December from the Calendar Council? Yeah, he's a wrong one. Wrong one. And me? He smiles all teeth. You don't want to get on the wrong side of me. I give him a bit of a weird voice for this guy, but anyway. Ask his advice on smuggling. It would be a crime not to pick his brain, for educational purpose only, of course. A gold tooth winks as he smiles. I found a way to bring in sunlight. The tricks in boxes paid off Mr. Fires, but it's a long way down and sunlight doesn't last. So I thought, why not cut it with moonlight? Hard to tell the difference down here. Has some funny effects, of course, but I'm looking into that. Could be useful in its own right. Interesting. And let's call it a night, I guess. You'll be unable to return after this. It's getting late, early, whatever. You now have 3 casks of mushroom wine. We lost a bunch of terror. Your business with the Cheery Man is over for now. Interesting. Okay. We have... I don't have the vital intelligence anymore. You want the intriguing snippets. Yeah, let's give those to you because that gives 50 echo. Easy peasy. We have 4,200 echoes. Holy shit, what a journey it was. I think I'm going to hold on to the extraordinary implication because I think we need this if we want to go to a specific spot. I guess we can pick one up in Salt Lions every time, but it's only 250 anyway. Let's see what the rows... Oh, you want one of these for 150, totally. 150 echoes. That's like 50% more. I guess it costs 150 to buy them, so it might not necessarily be that big of a of a win. But anyway, how much space? We have 8 spaces right now. I think we're gonna have to make some space here by selling like all of this basically. The mushroom wine we can use eventually. We should just sell the this stuff. Like, just not having it all in my inventory here is just weighing us down massively. I'm gonna sell that to... You can hold on to this because this doesn't take a spot. I don't actually know if you use it much, but anyway, I'm selling all of this. We're making money. We're making big money. We got 5,500. Actually, kind of close to, like, jump... What the ultimate ship that we would want is, like, this one. This is a good ship. I actually like this one more. I was looking a little bit online to see what ship people like. People hate this ship because it's so insanely heavy compared to the ship we're running right now, for example, which is only 1,000 weight. Which makes it like much slower and use more fuel overall, but the 120 cargo capacity is crazy. Now the main downside of this one is that it doesn't have a shield or a cannon on the front. Now this is the only other ship we can buy like reasonably that has additional hull capacity, because the problem with any of the other ships here is that they don't have hold capacity higher than 40, and you really need that for specific quests where you need to carry around a bunch of stuff. Like, it's already been so annoying having the inventory be so limited. You could buy this here, and then we are super strong. Got 200 hull. We have slightly more quarters, so we're going to have more people that we need to take care of. And we're going to be double the weight, which means more fuel consumption. But that the extra forward gun is just insane. And we now have the money to be able to... like, also buy a gun for it, so I think we are going to do that. I actually usually, because when I'm not, like, making a video, I would just take super long and do this really slowly and then buy this one immediately. How much would the trade-in value? I'm assuming it's going to be half the price of the thing. What is the one we're using? This one costs 20 and it's trade for, yeah, so half the stuff can be traded. So we're kind of spending, like, we're spending 3,000 and we can get 2,000 back. So it's really not the end of the world. Because then we can get this one for 13,000, which, I mean, that's a fuck ton of money. Rather not spend... I mean, it's just a very expensive ship. It's the only ship that... Well, this one you can buy, which is like 600 hull, the Dreadnought, but it's super fucking heavy. It costs 30,000. Like, you're never going to have that much at once. And we could just sit on this money forever. Let's keep the ball rolling. Let's get a big upgrade to our hull, get a forward gun. I think this is going to be totally worth it. A ship upgrade. Bada bim, bada boom. Give your ship a name. It's called the Adrastea by default. And I don't think I really have a clever name. So we'll be the Adrastea. We'll just stick with the default one. Let's see. We need... to now get a gun for it, because now we have an extra slot. So now we have the forward spot for a gun, which is going to mean that we can shoot twice as much, which is going to double our damage, more than double. Let's see what the guns are. We have an aft weapon, which goes on the back, or a forward weapon here, which costs 900, gives 20 hull damage and 28 life damage. What's the other gun? This guy sells it. Let's see. You have... forward weapon. I need to be able to read this. That is 24 and 24. Interesting. So that is just... Wait, why is it cheaper? It does crew damage of 1. Stagger amount... So wait, 24, 24, crew damage 1. This does 20... this is more for hunting, I guess. Interesting. Stagger amount only 2 seconds. Well, I'd rather just have, like, solid all-round damage, to be honest. So I think... and it's also cheaper? This one costs 900. This one is just straight up better, then I would say. It also has a much longer stagger time. Same warm-up time, right? Wait. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Yeah, the warm-up time is also 4 seconds, so I don't see a reason why we wouldn't want to take the one that is just stronger. So we're going to buy this guy right here. The pneumatic dynamo. Oh, it's a torpedo gun? Does it use torpedoes? This device operates in so absurd a manner as to not be easily credited. It does nevertheless permit torpedo attacks. Wait, so... because some say... where is it? Cost 1 torpedo per use. Permits torpedo attacks? I'm assuming it uses torpedoes then? But it doesn't say it does. Because if it does, then it's completely garbage. You don't want to have to use it. Okay, I looked it up and it does indeed use torpedoes. So that is, I guess it only says it for the first one. When you hover over it, and the other ones it doesn't say it, which is very confusing. All right, so that makes it horrible. Obviously, we're gonna go with this one then, which is more expensive, but it doesn't use torpedoes, right? A powerful weapon that permits flensing attacks. So we are gonna get another golden weapon. Put that shit on. Boom. Now we have double the gun capacity, and we can actually stagger with this one. This one doesn't stagger. Interesting. So we can now actually go hunting. Now, our ship is also much stronger, 200 hull. So we can actually hunt pretty much every time we see one of those Lorn flukes. I think I'm gonna go for it now, which will give tons of money in return. So that is gonna be a big payoff. Yeah, you're done. You want romantic literature or 21 bolts of spider silks? Are you insane? We're gonna get some romantic literature instead for sure. That is much easier to come by. And then I need to hand in all of my port reports. We have more than enough cargo right now because we sold everything. So let's go get all this money. And let's see, can we get this challenge? 24%. We succeeded, another 50 echoes, very lucky. 10. Dude, I love handing in all these. After a long journey, what was this? The Isle of Cats. Yeah, yes, well, we did rather know about his rose gardens. Not good news that they're prospering, though. Really should have nipped it in the, if you'll allow me, bud. Ha! And trading with the Khanate, with the Iron Republic? Bother. I may have to have a meeting about this. We get so much money. The Empire of what the fuck? 300? Such a ghastly place. A pause. You know there was somebody here asking about it only recently. Delightful lady, as I recall. Most delightful, yes. I shall take the liberty of forwarding her your address. Something new awaits you in your lodgings. Plus we get $300. Astival, 50 as well. Dude, all of these giving, like, so much damn money. We lose terror from that one again. And there we go. We now have still 2,000 remaining. Holy shit. Very nice. Let's go to our lodgings. Read the morning paper, get some supplies, and then have a little chat. An invitation to Benthic College. Your travels have caught someone's attention. Benthic College is pleased to invite you to an exclusive and educational evening with Lady Agatha Treadgold, delightful adventuress and raconteurs of thrilling true tales of feist and spunk. On the back is a scribbled note. Come speak to me afterwards, darling. Opportunity beckons. We will attend the lecture. Benthic is the most open-minded of the London colleges. You find yourself waiting for the lecture in a queue of students, devils and bohemians, observed with some scorn by passers-by in Somerset colors. An evening, her feet have trodden lands most in the neath have never even heard of. Her eyes have seen every opportunity for fame and glory while there. An evening with the delightful adventuress. Whoever she is, she knows how to pack a hall. Not a seat is empty as she takes the stage. The fine cuisine of the Chelonet, the darling Clayman, all but a prelude to my dears. Her stories tend towards the fanciful and conveniently unprovable, but the delightful adventuress has the credulous audience spellbound for hours. Many of her tales of monsters and lost city have a common theme. She visited them ahead of a certain lady, Leonora Fortescue, that quite admirable darling archaeologist with whom she sparked a bracing rivalry back at finishing school. The rest are tales, bitter as the sourest grapes, of being cheated of triumphs by the very same Fortescue whose fanciful fictions are fit only for the penny dreadfuls. By the end, her stories are notably more bitter than boastful. She still receives a standing ovation. Well then, a business proposition. The delightful adventuress's masked Clayman Barnabas escorts you to the principal of Benthic's study, where she sits sipping brandy by the fire. Ah, my dear Capitano. Firelight glints in her eyes as she raises the glass. I hear you are recently returned from the Empire of Oh, monkeys? Hands, yes, of course. It is a rare breed that can make such a voyage. Foolhardy, too, perhaps. She sips her brandy. I wish to charter your no doubt fine vessel to that primitive little island chain. There I shall find what I need to show up the infernal Leonora Fortescue once and for all. And you? The delightful adventurer squints, sizing you up. Sufficient compensation will not be a difficulty. A most mutually beneficial arrangement, you will agree? We will accept. It is a long voyage, but you know the way. Splendid. The delightful adventuress drains her glass dry. Then we shall see you upon the morrow for the voyage. Barnabas, pack my valise. Adventure awaits. Well, we're going to be having a passenger, which, why not take double the passengers then? I think, honestly, at this time, especially with our additional firepower now, we might be good to just go on a bit of a journey here. Although this one, I think it's quite the complicated journey, but I mean, we'll try it. Let's see how it goes. Midnight, a presence dominates your lodgings. Its fur-trimmed robe is red of blood and snow. Over your chair hangs a familiar brown sack, bulging with offerings. Londoners give generously to the crimson beast of winter, anything to be rid of it. The figure stares into the fireplace, smelling of soft musk and harsh ammonia. I require a sturdy vessel and a captain. Yours comes recommended. You will suffice. Mr. Sachs, take my surface, an ancient contract, words not to be spoken lightly. You may wish to until you have explored the main trading ports around London before doing this. Here it tells you that you should have done some exploration before you take this quest because it's going to send you to places, and if you don't have those places explored, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But we have already done that, so we're going to take it. A deal is struck. The beast withdraws its hand from the fireplace, examining it. Packed lacquer, neath snow. It disappears back into the incarnadine robe. 3 deliveries by your release. Do not tarry. You have much to lose. Welp, we're gonna be going on a journey. Let's cruise. We need to hire crew because we have not enough crew right now. So we're gonna get 2 crew, which is enough now. So 7 wasn't. Yeah, okay. So we need 8 at least. So we have 1 more. You just don't want to get too many crew because then you're gonna be using supplies faster. So I think we're just gonna stick to 9 for now. I'm a little scared that we might lose some crew and then like be very slow, but we're just gonna deal with it for now. Rich pickings, we get 3 crew or 2 crew, and then we're gonna cruise the Wolfstack docks as well. We lose some terror and the likely last trouble and romance. That night in Wolfstack docks, you find yourself sharing a table with the likely last. Don't think I came down to the docks just to see you. I've got business here. But all right, it did cross my mind that you might drop by. We lose 10 terror, a few hours together. Shared warmth, new memories. It's harder to say goodbye this time. We lose 10 terror, and we get something new. Let's see if we get a new recruit. Ooh, we get the Genial Magicians. Good afternoon, Captain. Perhaps I can do your engines some good. No, I'm quite the engineer. Difficult to credit, isn't it? But here are my references. 50 echoes. I guess we will take you. You kind of just take everybody. Because there's no downside to having, like, officers over here. But I'm not really planning to do, like, 100,000. Like, you can talk to these people and start quests right now. But it's going to get quite crazy. We still need to do yours. And we need to do the other ones. We need to get to Judge Egg somehow. Okay, let's think, right? What is our next trip? We have lots of money, so we could do some expensive stuff as well. And we should, well, the main decision here is going to depend on where he wants us to go. The creature calls for you. It's time to begin. A hunger that can never be satiated. Mr. Sachs is waiting, clutching what looks like a leg of lamb. The meat is rotten, the bone is well chewed. A fool sought a name that devours. It devoured him. A lifetime's wealth wasted on cravings that can never be satiated. When all was eaten, he stripped the meat from his fingers in search of solace. Still the hunger gnawed and screamed in his belly. He thought this pitiful offering of poison might free him. Debts are not so easily paid. Deliver this to Khan's Heart or Pigmode Isle. Well, Khan's Heart is much further than Pig Mode Isle. Pig Mode Isle is just there. So we can just take a quick tour to Pig Mode Isle, no problem. But he's gonna ask, I think we're just gonna have to stock up massively and just prioritize this quest like as fast as possible. So we're just gonna stock up on, we didn't need that many supplies, but we do have more crew now. I'm just gonna get 8. And then I'm considering, are we gonna go past Nuncio? There's a good chance it's gonna tell us to go here. And I would love to do Nuncio's thing. So then I'm gonna take, I think we needed 5 of these, 5 Foxfire candles and 1 flare. And then this will be just more supplies. We have a strange catch as well. Can we, somebody's gonna want a strange catch eventually. The human souls are kind of weighing us down. Plus the delightful adventurers, the mirror catch box, all these things we need to get rid of over time. But I think with that, we are good to head out once again. Actually, we should, let's just hand in this thing. Let's hand in the extraordinary implication for some additional money so that, because you can only have 1 of these in your inventory, otherwise you can't pick up the one at the Salt Lions, which is very close to Pig Mode Isle, so there's a good chance we're gonna go by there. And then we're good to go. So let's see, our new ship, let's go battle mode. So we now have 2 guns, you can see that, well, hello, that's fast. We're interrupted. Let's focus on this first. An unexpected letter. Who sent it and what does it say? Your sweetheart. Return to London as soon as you may, your sweetheart says. You are a father. Choose this option if you sired a child. You can choose this option if there's a, you can adopt somebody if you don't want to have the child or be a father or a mother. Or you can give birth yourself, but we are going to be the father to a child. A new life, go quickly. You have a child, return to London to look after them, and they may become a scion, allowing you to take 2 legacies. So if you have a scion and you die, you can, instead of picking 1 good thing for your next character, you can pick 2, which is very, very important. Now, I don't have the will yet, but I don't really feel like we need it right now because we're so damn strong. We have the new ship right now with the double cannons. Will be harder to kill, that's for sure. I think we're just gonna go straight, stop at Mudden Island, and then head to Pig Mode Isle. We need to get rid of this guy ASAP. Oh, and there's our first enemy, crab right here. Let's see. Charging takes quite a while. Come on now. Point. We are not hungry, so we're gonna dissect it. And there's another crab. So the forward gun, I'm just noticing, only has a very narrow beam at the front. So you do need to be actually forward. That gun has a much wider beam than that. Oh, we're gonna click on you and shoot you as well. I'm assuming this was just 1 shot. I guess they both 1 shot. We don't even have much. Oh, and there's a pirate. Wait, let's go fighting a little bit, I guess. I'm gonna shoot you. I will stop here though, I think, because we're right next to it. We're gonna get more knowledge. 20 even more fragments. And then, is there even anything to do here? Baker's Haven, we can chat to the fisherman, and then Midnight Ceremony, a warm night on Mudden Island. Balmy wind blows from the east, rich with promise. There are torches bobbing up the hill. Whatever's happening, it's for locals only, but you could follow them. Sure, let's do it. We failed. Fuck me. Too late. You don't know the hill paths like the locals do, and you have to climb more than walk. Your skin is sheened with sweat by the time you reach the top. The black rocks greet you with empty indifference. If something happened up here, you're too late to see it. Still, the climb was good practice. Well, that was kind of pointless, but whatever. I want to kill the pirate. Since you're mostly going to attack these guys from behind, the forward gun won't be like super mega good against ships specifically. Since you want to be behind them. But look at that double hit right off the bat. And maybe if I can stay here. Oh god, don't shoot me. You can do this with with buttons, by the way. That's why it's much easier than clicking on it. Dude, that's so much faster. Holy shit. And you're absolutely wrecked. We get a bunch of supplies and fuel. And some fabric, which unfortunately we have no space. I guess we're gonna just yeet 1 singular supply overboard. Thank you very much. Something in the water right there. That's a crab. Wait a minute. We have never fought one of these guys. Now I feel pretty confident. Double shot. I'm backing off. This is kind of like the strat against monsters. You just kind of back up as much as you can. Oh, and he got staggered. You can't really see him, unfortunately.
Dude, the stagger is crazy. Dude, a forward gun is insane. I don't usually go for that. I'm usually more like a merchant.
But damn, that seems strong. Dissect it for knowledge. Or we can butcher it for... We need the... Oh, I was hoping for a hunting trophy. We lose the hunger. We're gonna shoot you as well. I'm feeling murderous right now. Stay at range. Oh god. Back up, back up. He's fast. He's fast. Stagger him. Boom. Yo, the fact that you can... Oh, I missed. That you can stop their charge is crazy. And... Okay, it didn't...
He's already dead! What the fuck? Holy hell, dude.
Nice. What a gun. Examine its cage armature. So all these knowledge challenges are so much easier when you have this many pages. Someone has bound it savagely with black iron, sunk bands, and joined mechanisms deep into its flesh. We succeeded. We gain a hunting trophy. The cage has begun to distort its shape, more than seems reasonable. But then a shark has no bones. Rods of iron inserted deep into its flesh have done impossible things. There are organs in there. None of you recognize. Its suffering must have been extraordinary. You take a tooth as a trophy. If your hull is damaged, your engineer will repurpose some of its cage as repair materials. We have no damage, and we gain a bit of terror, but we get another hunting trophy. So this is when we can start really stacking up the money from hunting, which can be, like, honestly the most lucrative way to make money in this game. Is just, like, killing all the creatures you see, especially Lorn flukes every time you see one. Oh, speaking of, even more. More enemies. You will be shot before you even reach me. Boom, boom, bye-bye. And now we can get Z stories from these guys, because we need to get a whole heck of a lot of Z stories. We're gonna let it disperse, get a Z story. Now, the fastest way to get all the stories we need is gonna be on the Isle of Cats later, so we don't really have to worry too much about gathering the stories, because there will be much faster ways to do it later. It's also not really feeling like I'm using much more fuel than before, even though this ship is twice as heavy as the other one. I guess I'm just slightly slower than I was before. I'm not really noticing any downsides. Anyway, we need to deliver a delivery for Mr. Sachs. This is far enough from London. It will suffice. We gain Skintalak. Look at that. Pig mode's a hunger that can never be satiated. Pig mode's stored food diminishes quickly. Hungry rats and cavies stare at each other. A new glint passing from eye to eye as the cravings and stomach pangs spread. They stop to watch you in silence as you go past, mouth salivating. In the middle of the small town, a few of the hungriest begin digging a well. What? All right, where do you want me to go next? A prize that became a curse. Mr. Sachs produces a jeweled bird. The thief thought it would bring her riches. Perhaps it would. But when the gracious widow and the cheery man both covet what you stole, mere money ceases to be of concern. To offend one or make an enemy of the other, she sought a third way. A moment of inspiration that came too late. We want no part in this feud. Settle it. Take this to the smugglers of Isle of Cats to favor the widow or the cheery man's agent on Mudden Island. We don't even... Who's the gracious widow? That's not you, right? You are not... No, you are the Lady of the Gardens, because that's the only other person I would care about. I guess I will take it to Mudden Island, because that's also really close. I mean, Isle of Cats is close too. But anyway, we got a dilemma to... resolve here. Let's do that. What do we get? We can donate supplies. 5 supplies. Good lord. I mean, we should do this because it gives you big like civilization and spirit, and we need to have this as high as possible. We gain 2 civilization, a careful delivery. The Ide meets you at your ship with a pair of trusted assistants. None are used to manual labor and can barely pull the small, heavily loaded cart. They squeak first in appreciation and then with exhaustion as they slowly drag it away to the town gates. We gain spirit as well as civilization. Honestly, going pretty well. Now, I would love to have supplies, but I guess I'm gonna have to get them somewhere else. So yeah, Isle of Cats. I mean, we do want to go to the Isle of Cats. I don't know if the cheery man is gonna be upset with us if we do that, but we really want to go there. So, honestly, I don't even know who the fuck the widow is, to be fair, though. So, hopefully he's not gonna be too upset, but I think I am gonna do that just out of convenience, because then we would just have to go back and get absolutely nowhere. Like, come on now. Let's not be silly. I think that might be the pirate poet again. I just got the port report from Visage, and that's all I did. I didn't want to go ashore. Get stunned. Get smacked. You are going to be too fast for me to actually use my forward gun here, I think, unfortunately. Unless I can spin real quick like. Oh, you're going the wrong way, buddy. And you even missed. You absolute silly, bro. This is so much faster. The combat becomes way quicker if you have like an actual military ship. We're gonna once again send the lifeboat. What the hell? Dinner with the enemy. With business dealt with, the pirate poet joins you and a few select members of the senior crew for a late supper. She treats the assembled audience to baptism of glass about her first days at Z after years of servitude. By demand, she follows it with shorter works and reforged a cry for broken chains. In Polythreme, we are given our words. We are not allowed to hope they will be kind. In London, I learned to write my own, and in that moment, I was free. One day, others of my homeland will read them, and they too will learn one day my king's dreams must end. Dinner follows hot wine and cold spiced meats. Sailors openly place bets on whether she actually eats. The pirate poet ignores them. Her stoic facade doesn't even quiver until dessert is served. At that, just for a moment, even she cannot hide a slight smile. Sorbet, Captain? She asks, ridge raised. Don't make me tell folk you're even softer than they say. Well, apparently we had a dinner, and we didn't get any money that time. That's kind of fucked up, honestly. I mean, it's nice to eat and all, but I would love to have some 400 echoes, please. Whatever, next time. And we reached the Isle of Cats, where we're going to be doing your business. A message for Zyra. How is the Venturer still a rubbery man? He isn't? You quite sure? He isn't? You're quite sure? The Lady of Cages rubs her cheeks. Maybe that part comes later. I shall have to make a note. She, is confused about time and space. Hand her the medallion. Urchins again. I'll tell the sisters to prepare the baths. Oh, shit. What is all that, man? I'll have a reward sent to your ship, don't worry. I asked the sisters to pick. I can't seem to remember what is edible and what isn't these days. Zyra gives a sudden start and demands, Can you fry wine in batter? I don't see why not. She stalks hurriedly out of the room, muttering about asking the abbess. 500 echoes, 2 supplies, 3 wine, and 5 caskets of sapphires. Holy fuck. I can hold it? Just barely, exactly enough space. Holy shit, let's go. Tending the rose garden. Before you is a garden washed with blood. What the fuck? What is this? A sea of petal. Before you is a garden washed with blood, a sea of petaled crimson. They say these particular exile's roses are of a variety crossbred with a flower from hell. That would explain the stench of brimstone underneath the sweetness. Winding paths lead to the irregular rows of cages, each covered in tangles of thorn and vine. Some of the prisoners inside the cages call out to you. Others mutter to themselves or weep. A few simply stare, hopeless and silent. Good, you're here. Zyra snips a rose head with her shears. I'd like a new addition to the garden. Could I borrow one of your crew? Well, have one, really. I doubt you'd want them back after. We will do it. But yeah, it says you need to have 10 free spaces. You can also give the cannoneer, but that would be, you would lose him. And it's not the biggest reward, actually. I was expecting a bigger reward when I did this the first time, but anyway. I don't know if we have space to do this right now, because we'd have to ditch stuff. We need to sell, these sapphires before we can have enough space. Can we do these? We should do a port report. I don't think we can do these yet, but let's do the delivery. The Pirate King will have context with the Gracious Widow. Oh shit! Firkin of red honey caught in the middle. King Leopold examines the small jeweled bird with care and a measure of delight. I do not want to know how you came by this. Should anyone ask, you did not. We shall return it to the owner, yes? Such fine craftsmanship, a true one-of-a-kind creation. He cradles it for a moment and snaps off the head. Deliver this to the widow. He orders, throwing it to his least fortunate smuggler. We have unfavorable deals to renegotiate. What the fuck? All right, where do you want to go last? Your final assignment? A life that was never lived. Mr. Sachs is staring at a small wooden box as you enter the hold. Inside, wrapped in a few pitiful scraps of velvet, is a lock of blonde hair and a set of teeth. Carefully polished, barely used. The winter was harsh. The fire went cold. Later, the mother wished to forget. A convenient tragedy. Deliver this to the avid horizon in the north. All the way in the north. Well. Okay. We have... I think we're not going to do this quest just yet. We need to come back here anyway. I would love to. If I mean, I can't sell these guys. We just have so much money worth of supplies that doing this right now would just waste so much money. It would be stupid. We're not going to deliver the adventurers here just yet. We're literally just going to book it straight up all the way, just stopping by ports, getting port reports, because I need to get to the Avid Horizon before we start getting in trouble with Santa Claus, evil Santa Claus. Knock, knock. A crewman steps into your cavern. His uniform is one of your issue, though the face rings no bells. They do blend together after a while. This, however, does not look like a chap who swabs decks or loads cannons. Begging your pardon, Captain, permit me to introduce myself, Gervais, at your service, at least while the poor fellow tied up behind the galley remains regrettably indisposed. Might I trouble you for a brief moment of your time before my escort to the brig? We'll hear him out. He is at least honest about his dishonesty. A message from London. My gracious employer has grave concerns about your guest down in the hold, Captain, and the course to which you are now committed. Blood will spill before this voyage is over, but it needn't be yours. Gervais produces a small vial. Crystal. The blood is red, redder than normal blood, almost glowing with vitality. Here's a more bitter vintage. When the time comes, I urge you to choose wisely. A favor from on high is rarely a poor investment. Vial of highly questionable blood. Well, we'll make that decision when we get there. Another big crab. I don't usually kill these crabs. I think they can give you the hunting trophies that we really need, so why not? We got the insane gun now. Bonk. Just like... Oh god, I'm a little too close. Get staggered. Get staggered. Uh-oh! Hey, buddy, get staggered. Yes! Dude, that's insane, man. Nice. All right, we could get knowledge, but we're getting supplies again. We just got a bunch of supplies. Whatever, that's fine, too. We're going to take a little stop at the Salt Lions, where I don't know if I actually did the Salt's attention again. Did I? I did. We have the Gods of Salt's attention. Oh, yeah, we got it from the guy that wanted to go on our ship. So then we'll get another extraordinary implication real quick. And then get the port report. And we're off. Bye-bye. I think I'm gonna do a bit of a detour here. I want to get the Nuncio so that we can deliver the candles and the flare. And Khan's Shadow, I think, has one thing we need for the Sea Sail quest. So we're gonna take a bit of a risky detour, get over there, and hopefully not make Santa Claus mad at us in the process. But I think we've been so fast that I think this should be fine. Uh-oh, Restless Night. Let's see. Inquire. Oh yeah, we still have the nightmare too. We're gonna just ignore these nightmares again so we lose terror. Is there gonna be any sharks in the water here? Oh, burning blue. A hiss of horror from the lookout. The glim lamp at the front of the ship is sputtering and arcing, fizzing with blue light. Even as you watch, the blue fades, but it is not a good omen. We have 88% chance to succeed. Come on now, there we go. It's totally fine. Don't be upset, everybody. We're all right. Oh shit, Polythreme. Wait a minute. Polythreme is some distance. There it is. That's what we need. Okay. It was right here. We were going past it the whole time. Okay, this is the clay people island where we need to find a clay men that we can take to Hunter's Keep for a very important quest with our this guy. If you remember, the tireless mechanic wanted a clay men so that you could finally have some dreams again. And we haven't been here yet, so this is going to be the first time. Polythreme. Taciturn claymen. Evasive clothes. Colonies. Walking like humans. Cobbles that groan underfoot on the hills above. A palace villa of marble. But even that writhes like buried bodies in an earthquake. Let's get some intelligence. The king with 100 hearts rules from his palace above the city. He is never seen. He makes no treaties with other lands, but there is unrest in the air. The clay men you speak to are obedient and humble, but they speak nervously of those who are not. The maimed, the rebellious, the unfinished. We can carry clay men to London, which we don't have enough space for. Unfortunately. Does this even cost any money? I guess we could just take them when we need. And this is important. An audience with the king of 100 hearts. This is how we get that watchful curio we need. Or, what is it? Yeah, we need the watchful curio and then give it to them to get the wakeful curio, which then gives us another piece for the chess game that we're doing. It can get quite convoluted, but once you've done it a few times, you remember these important aspects and you can do it more smoothly. I think we're just gonna take them and then throw like one overboard. I'm sorry. Goodbye. It's kind of fucked up, and see ya. Because we don't have space, and it costs no money. So we're gonna be okay. Alright, there was not much here, but we're gonna be here later again. And now we're gonna take our trip to Nuncio. Actually, I completely forgot. In this place, we can both sell our... Wait, we can't buy this? Oh, because we don't have enough room. We can sell our sapphire, so we should do that. We can also sell the judgment egg, but we don't have that. Get rid of the sapphires to make space. We could have done that before throwing the guy overboard. My bad. But what we want is this. We are clay. This trio of clay stokers will reduce crew requirements, but also crew capacity, and will slightly increase engine power. They are fitted to an auxiliary slot. When they are not in use, they will stand patiently, hands by their side, flat, gray, eyes unreadable. One will say sometimes, "I like it when it is quiet." This gives you engine power 5 iron, as well as -3/4, which is actually good because that means in order to get to half speed, or like be able to only go at 1 speed, you now need less crew, which is very useful. So we're gonna buy this one, and then we're gonna put him in the auxiliary slot, which also gives us additional iron. So now we have 50, 65. I mean, some of these stats are ticking up through quests and getting all these officers in place, and now we only need 6, but we have way more. But it's useful to have a little bit over so you don't like lose 1 crew and then immediately are fucked forever. Anyway, we made even more money, 3,000, and now we go to Nuncio. And there we are, back at Nuncio. Nice. All right, so now we get to do a spooky one. Let's first get the port report, and then we'll go into the basement. Descend into the basement with flame, properly equipped, candles for the way, and a flare for the bottom. Spiral on spiral on spiral. The descent is long and slow. You count the turns at first, but the time comes when you can't see the square of light from the door above and can't mark how far you have come around the spiral. You exhaust one candle after another. At the end, you come to a place where the ramp opens onto a bowl-shaped floor. The cavern must be hundreds of feet wide here. You light your flare, but even that does not show the cavern walls. The floor is carpeted with... At first you think it's gravel, but no. It is broken shards of clay and stone, all scribbled over in words too old to read. At the center of this place is a needle of deep black rock, glossy as resin, glittering with ice, inscribed with 3 arcane sigils that hurt to look at. You feel a maddening meaning in their presence, a prohibition or a commandment, that all things must come to their destined place, that what cannot be delivered immediately must be saved against a future date, that a message message that goes unheard is a tragedy. That the signal must be carried no matter how far, no matter through what darkness, no matter whether the sender still lives, nor whether the recipient can even read the language of the writing. The inscription resolves itself around itself and is known to you. No word lost. You now have one searing enigma. And this is probably what's pulling all the letters here, I guess. And we lose the candle, we lose that. We have visited the center stone, and we do get some terror from that, which I guess is fair. We will sit down for just a moment. The rest of the spiral will still be there after you've got your breath. Visions, dreams. You relax against a shelf. It isn't comfortable at all, as the edge of the metal box is prodding you between the spine and the shoulder blade. And somewhere off to your right is a sound like hoarse breathing. It doesn't matter. In the dimness you see, or remember, or dream. A silver tree growing in a courtyard. The reverie lasts only a few heartbeats before you're properly awake again. Well, let's go up now. At the surface, the dead letter office is still there. Its machine still working. Its basket still filling with missed invitations and misplaced wills. Shouldn't it have been blasted away, destroyed by the force of what lies beneath? Let's tell him what we saw. Maybe he will be curious. Without name. You start to explain, but your language doesn't have the right words to express it. The weight of the delivery commandment, the sacred necessity for every word to reach its destination, and the countless individual miscarriages of meaning from one entity to another which have occurred throughout history and are still occurring to the detriment of the whole universe. He holds up a paw. Not going to understand it no matter how much you explain, he says. And I'm glad, as if I did understand, I'd be likely to run mad, working where and as I do. After a moment, he adds, likely you'll forget. At least forget some of it. After all, you never wore a uniform. Then he points out where your hair has singed at the temples, and gives you an ointment he keeps in a drawer. Well, we got the searing enigma, which was what I came here for. The special secret that you can pick up only a few of throughout the whole playthrough. Lay claim to a parcel. We could do that. Let's see what we get. We've lost terror and we gain an outlandish artifact. Sure thing, I'll take it. Now we probably need to buy some fuel here, unfortunately, because it is... we are still a little further away. Let's see. We need to get the Con Shadow, I think, is where we need to go. And then, obviously, to the Avid Horizon for the final part of this mission. So that's going to take quite some fuel to get there. So let's buy, like, up to 15 fuel here. And then also 2 supplies, I think, even though that's quite expensive. That should be fine for now. We have arrived at Con Shadow, where I don't know if this is actually going to be available yet. I think it's only available a little later. Yeah, we can't do it yet, but we can get the port report. And we could sell some of our wine. I guess this is just taking slots right now. Oh, you can buy fuel here for cheaper. We should have done that instead. My bad. Well, let's buy the fuel then. We could actually keep going further here. I'm buying 1 supply as well and 1 additional fuel. To go up here. I'm considering. I mean, let's do it. We're here. Worst case, we'll get in trouble with Santa, but it takes a little while before he actually starts doing really, really bad things. So I think we should be okay. Alright, we're kind of going into a new territory now. Spooky darkness over here, which there is a Lorn fluke. Let's try our new guns, I guess. But we are in the fog, which is kind of annoying. I want to try and pull you out of the fog. I don't know if it's a savage one. The savage ones have even more HP. But I can't see your health bar yet. Come closer, sir. Oh, you're going on the water? Come on now. What the fuck? Crawling stars, the lookout shouts far above the false star and the cavern roofs are shifting, a rare and ominous events. What now? Record the change and assign a name. If the new shape seems well omened, your crew might be cheered. Who knows? 50% chance, sure. We were unlucky. The alarming pig. Pigs, one sailor sighs. It's always pigs. What's wrong with pigs? The bosun shakes his solemn head. Never ask about pigs at sea, he insists. All right, buddy, we're busy right now. Can you kind of out of the water? There we go. We literally cannot see his health bar for some reason. I'm not sure what's up with this. Oh god, he's coming. Yeah, oh there he is. He is 600 HP. That's just a regular one. That's totally fine. As long as you're dashing at me, you're not doing as much. Oh, there we go. Holy shit. Just backwards. Not the nightmare again. I'm busy right now. We will go deeper into the nightmare, even though this is kind of fucked up. Okay, we succeeded. We are at nightmare strength 4, but we lost our final restless night, which is going to be scary if we get this again here. Not much we can do about that now, though. We're a little busy here. Like one more volley, and I think we're good. There we go. Boom! Very nice. Much faster than before. That was like super dicey. We only got one scream hit right there. All right, 78%. Come on. Succeeded. So the success here only is what determines if you get the secrets or not. It doesn't determine if you get the colossal fluke. You get that always. Which now that we have so many secrets, we only need 40, and we're gonna get way more secrets in a bit. I am considering like upgrading some stats. I just don't really know what we should upgrade. Mostly, like maybe iron. But like I think this guy's gonna like blow up my ship if I do that. The ship must be in good shape to sustain the impact of the cannoneer's experiments. So I don't really want to do that when I'm not in port. And like I haven't really we haven't had that many crazy skill checks so far. There will be quite a few crazy skill checks to come. Which, are you seeing this thing right here? That's a full bone. What the fuck? It's also foggy too. There can be like a huge creature here. Well, not huge, but very strong. The Tussler's Channel. No island so far. Terror is going up big time in the spooky zone. Still going. Nabla's Reef. Oh, you can see the bones. The spine underwater. Oh shit. Oh, here it is. New islands. We're getting there. To the corner. There's a new port. We have discovered Carlisle Haven in Irem. We've been hearing a little bit about Irem here and there. None have ever spoken truthfully about this place. Irem, the pillared city. She will rise from the sea and the ice like dawn. She will be garlanded with red and decked with gold. The seven serpent will watch you longingly from its high pedestal. You will always arrive as a stranger, but when you leave, some part of you will always remain. We could get, we should have had one coffee here in order to talk to you or do something special. We're just going to compile a port report, a conundrum. When you will sit down to write the report, you will recall that it was already written. Who wrote it? The report records that. It was already written when it was found. Who found it? The report describes another report which will indicate the name of the finder. Where is the other report? There's a footnote which describes when you will record its location. When will that be? When all is well, and all manner of thing is well. Well, complicated shit here, huh? Now, why I was trying to find this is because we can do both we can get a Watchful Curio and a Cooper Longbox here, and a Judgment Egg. Now, I think you can get a Judgment Egg through other means, so I kind of don't want to do that, because that's a lot of damn secrets to spend. But I will get a Watchful Curio, because we just need one of these, and then a Soothing Cooper Longbox. We only need one of these, and I think that is just literally, is that the last things we need for this? Because we just need to do... That is the last thing we need for this, and then we can finish the chest quest and get like a ton of stuff from that. Now you can buy all kinds of like weird curiosities here. You can also, this is kind of a trade you can do. You can buy coffee and then sell it here for Parabola linen, which is more expensive, but you do have to go really, really far, of course, because this place is all the way across. You can buy strange catches here. Interesting. Let's buy some additional fuel, I think. And this is where you can also trade tails for each other. And you can sell Searing Enigmas here. And even buy secrets for 1,000 gold for one single secret. Which we're not going to be doing here. We are just going to buy like 2. Well, I think like this is going to be fine. All right. So that's why we're here. Now we need to go to, in order for this, I mean, we could be super greed. It's not, it's too much greed. It's too much greed. I was thinking we could go all the way to Polystream to turn the Curio into the thing we need, station to get the ingot, and then go back to Cecil. But even if we do that, we're not gonna have enough storage space to carry all the stuff we're gonna get from that. So we should probably just do that on the next trip and now just focus on finishing the Santa quest. After a long and cold journey, we finally make it to the Avid Horizon here, which I actually think I'm gonna choose a different option than I usually do, which might be a little risky, but I think it's gonna be better. Let's see. Service at Avid Horizon. As soon as you dock, Mr. Sachs lumbers ashore. It has been preparing for this. Plunging a hand into its cloak, it removes a handful of ammonia-scented snow. It places it on the ground and adds another on top. Into this one, it presses the teeth and the hair of from the small box. Potential substance. Only one thing needs to be added. As in the tales of the Gnomon, the Crimson Beast of Winter waits impatiently for you to provide it. So previously, I almost always choose this, but I'm always underwhelmed with the rewards you get from this. It's easier, but less rewards. So I kind of want to try the harder and more rewarding option this time. Let's give our own blood. A few drops should suffice. The essence of life. You nick your hand with a blade and hold it above the frozen mound. A drop wells up and falls. More follow, they fizz in the laker, which softens and melts into a puddle of snow. A puddle from which a hand emerges, then a head, then another hand, stretching as it clambers up from nowhere, the shape of a child. Its skin glistening, white snow rippled with red. You reach out a hand. The child grips it with the chill of frostbite. Its legs finally form from the last of the laker, and it falls to its new knees, shivering and looking around in confusion. One of your sailors hurries over with a warm blanket. Another smacks his idiot head. Mr. Sachs stares down at the creature, which shivers and hugs itself. Inadequate, Sachs says, again. Striding to the sealed gate, it rests a gloved hand against it, basking in the chill. The whispers of a place too cold for gods. Refreshing. Dispose of the mongrel as you see fit. Your service is done. Be gone before I change my mind. Something new will shortly appear in your lodgings. We lose the blood. We conclude our service, but... Wait. Oh, here we go. Approach the snow child. It cowers from the crimson beast. Its snow still settling. It's so freaky. It looks up at you, frightened and shivering for reasons that have nothing to do with cold. Your blood streaks through its ice. Are you taking me home now? Ask the child about home. It remembers a life on the streets of London. A distant memory. London? London, yes. I wanted to play on the rooftops, but it made Mother cry. She cries a lot, but she says it's not my fault. She'll be worried. Wait, you're not a devil, are you? Mother says to look out for devils. It gives you a suspicious sniff. No eggy smell. You can take me back, right? I've always wanted to go sailing. The snow child looks up at you. It won't take up much room. It could do with a name though, at least until remembers if it used to have one. Okay. Winter, lots of different names. I want to name you Winter. That seems appropriately seasonal name. You reach out to take its cold hand in yours, leaving the crimson beast behind. The snow child has joined the ship. Let's retrieve the strategic information as well. Below the sign, an authoritative hand has carved this message. If you wish to return to London, if you seek the forgiveness of the Empress, if you will sacrifice all to make amends, record your name and crime. Below are the names of murders. Oh yeah, we saw this with the sigil-ridden navigator. Hopeless villains who fled into exile. They've made the icy pilgrimage here to the end of the world to prove their desperation to return home. You record them all, the old and the freshly carved. The Admiralty will pick through the names and make their choice. Leave now quickly. The ultimate snitch? Well, it is what it is. We'll take the port report as well. And there's probably other places you need this Hunter's Eye, but I really only found a use for it with the quest, the last curator, so I'm not gonna take another one. Okay, well, we did the thing. Now, what the fuck do you do with this guy? Because I think he melts, and you need to do something fast. Oh, is he not here? He's just in my hold? Snowchild? Every day it melts a little more. A say, cannot be sold in London. What a surprise. I guess we're gonna find out where it needs to go, hopefully. And with that, we should probably head back ourselves. Now, we should go over here and get a stop at Venderbite. I think that's what we're gonna be doing, just picking up some port reports along the way. Oh, we can kill you guys now as well, actually. Wait a minute. Oh god. Please stay away. I'm really slow. I need to get out of the fog. The life bergs that we avoided for dear life before, but now we are pretty strong. Because I think they can give you artifacts, which are obviously pretty pricey. Oh, he's coming. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Get stunned just in time. And then he usually goes away for some reason. I don't know what's up with this guy. Get staggered. Get staggered. Stay back. You're too far away now. You're done for, sir. The double cannon. So by the way, we did that mission with the, what the fuck? Oh, this again? Calm them, whatever. With the, Santa mission, I call him Santa, I don't know what, Mr. Shax. You can eventually, like, get random events where he will slowly start hurting you, take your crew, take your money, take you eventually. Like, you can actually die from that if you do it too slow. But, like, we didn't even get a single one of those events. We did it really fast. We are going to concentrate on gathering treasures. Yeah, this is where you get hunting trophies and those outlandish artifacts, which is really awesome. So we can kind of just farm these guys now. Every single time you do that, like, one outlandish artifact at least is worth 100. So that's 200 off of just... like a quick hunt like that. We're gonna stop at the demon place now finally, so that we can hand in our souls as well. Oh, and we get the same event again. It's just, what is happening? We keep succeeding, so I'll take it. Whatever. Go up to the crater, visiting the wistful Devilis. A hesitant request. Do you happen to have a case of souls for me? Yes, we do. A crate of human souls. Watchful and clinking. The Devilis lifts the lid of the crate. The light from the souls within illuminates her face. She stares at them for a long moment, and then tears begin to roll silently down her face. Thank you, she says. I've missed them so. One of her tears lands on the wood of the crate, which begins to smoke. Let me tell you something very special. She whispers it in your ear. Her breath smells like hot stone. But you should go now. Thank you. Come back soon. We gained a secret, and we lost a crate, and we continued her quest as well. We're gonna pick up port report. Could dig, but it costs us supplies, which we don't have any supplies. Luckily, we can buy some here. We should buy up to 5, and then just tons of fuel here. Because this place has very cheap fuel. And we're gonna... just go to... I was thinking to go to Codex and Wither. I guess we should, just to pick up the port report. Sure, I'm just gonna go by there, but the main thing we're trying to get to is Venderbite. I thought while we're at it up here, we might as well shoot some of these icebergs here, get some extra money. Oh god, I'm gonna bonk. Uh-oh. Are you about to die? Because I'm kind of stuck here, thank you. Bonking only does 1 damage. If you bonk multiple times in a row, it keeps doing 1 damage. So that's how you can take a bunch, but it's not as big of a deal as I expected when I first played the game. We get 3 outlandish artifacts this time and a hunting trophy, which we need 7 of those. The main downside, so we're trying to build the super book, right? The main downside of crafting those items that you get that you need to use the secrets for is that they all take a space in your inventory forever, and you need to hold them like the whole time. So we kind of don't want to craft them just yet until we are a little bit later. I'm just gonna leave you guys all alone, and you can sell supplies for Tales of Terror. Interesting. So that's a way to get Tales of Terror, I guess. Anyway, I'm probably gonna kill another one of these icebergs before we hit the vendor bite. Uh-oh, I got stuck on the buoy. No, you fucker. Stupid. 30 damage. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why all these sea creatures are so insanely dangerous if you are not stronger. Like, we have so much hull now that doesn't even matter. Also, Heart of Snow. The chill of avid horizon runs deep in winter's laker, but even such primal cold cannot last forever. A worried face. Winter has something to show you. The nature of snow. Winter hurries you into the cargo hold. The walls are covered with charcoal marks. See, I'm shorter today. It is only a centimeter shorter than the previous mark, if that. But the worry is real. Every day it melts a little more. I don't know where to take you, bro. What the fuck? Did it? I guess, was Mr. Sax a demon? We could take him to Demon Land. I don't know if that makes sense. But it seems like the worst place to be for a for a man made of snow, no? Anyway, yeah, I don't even know if you saw him. He was like hiding underneath the toolbar here, but we did get another one of these Iceman, which means another 3 outlandish artifacts. You can see how this adds up quick. Like, this will pay for the ship pretty quickly if you just keep killing all the monsters you see along the way. Alright, we return to Venderbite. It's been a little while. However, we have picked up another one of these. We have the Colossal Fluke, which you both need one of these for this quest as well as for the Port Cecil quest, but we already killed 2 of them. Give it your Colossal Fluke. Yes, end it. I will find my own ending. At its direction, you place the core in a bath of frothing acid. It dissolves slowly, irigo vapors ascend, and snake into your mouth, eyes, heart. For a long minute, you forget who you are. When you return to yourself, no trace of the fluke remains. Thank you, the curator whispers. Perhaps you have saved me from the sanatorium, and perhaps the emergence will be less painful. Its chest pulses feebly. You accept a single huge black pearl. The curator's fancies grow worse, but it pays very well. We get another captivating treasure. Thank you very much. That's only 2. We need 5 more of these, but we're gonna pick them up as time goes along. And we should also go explore Venderbite. We have gained terror, but we gained a lamentable relic. Nice. You need to collect a bunch of those. And then just get the port report as well, and sell a shipment of red honey to tomb colonists? Interesting. I'm not gonna do that because it's more expensive in the other place. Oh, and we can do the tour now, since we have explored a lot, but we don't have the supplies to do this right now. But anyway, that's something for another time. We're just gonna, I guess, go back to London now. We're also, once again, gonna quickly stop at the Hunter's Keep. Well, we haven't been here. And, oh, this is where we're gonna do that mission, which, oh, we can do it now. I forgot. Yeah, we need to do this. We should talk to Cynthia before we do that. So we get the God of Sea Salt's attention, which, by the way, I'm thinking now, I should do this again. Which attention do I have? How do I see that? You can see it down here. We only have Salt's attention, so it doesn't really matter. We'll just talk to, let's see, Lucy or Phoebe. How about Phoebe? We get Storm's attention and another supply and another story and losing even more terror. Now it is time to do visiting the cellar. We will need, so this is for the tireless mechanic. We will need, the mechanic tells the sisters, to visit your sub-cellar. Oh, that is a nasty place, Lucy says airily, a little hastily. Yes, we will take you down there, she smiles. But we'll need stories, something alarming for Cynthia, a Z story for Phoebe, and a tale of distant places for me. Well, we have all of that, luckily. Only 2 stories. We have already 10 Tales of Terror. We have the Mirror Catch Box and the Clay Man. Beneath the Hunter's Keep. The sisters listen with delight to your stories and unlock the cellar door for you. The key is so heavy that Cynthia can only lift it with both hands. We won't go in, she says. We don't go in. The signs on the stones have a Kaganian look. In the deepest subcellar, your candles illuminate a litter of tumbled stones, the remnants of a temple. The pool at the cellar's center is almost dry. The remaining water there seethes oddly in the candlelight, as if it were near boiling, but it's quite cool to the touch. The writhing river flows near here, the mechanic remarks, one of the tributaries of Dream. I hope it doesn't touch the well those poor girls drink from. My enemies find me when I sleep, but this water will attract my enemies to this poor fella. He bends to dip his hands in the water and sketches a sign on the clay man's forehead. The man watches him stolidly. The mechanic hands him the mirror catch box. Hold this, he says. Keep it open, don't let go, no matter what happens. The clay man's huge hands unfold the box. There, the mechanic says, turning to you, a serpent trap. Now I can sleep. I can finally sleep, he smiles. And then I think I may be able to offer you something rather interesting. We can speak to the mechanic on board the ship to go further. We lost Clayman, all this stuff, but we do have the serpent trap now. This will allow the tireless mechanic to get a night's sleep. Let's have a little chat, shall we? Allow the mechanic to enjoy his sleep. We apparently need 3 crew for this, but we can go down to 6 to be fine. It might be messy, he warns you. Could you have a couple of strong sailors standing by? Tell them to snap the box shut when the trouble begins. He holds up a bottle of laudanum. I will be sleeping deeply. A certain amount of excitement. When nothing seems to be happening, you take to your own bunk, but a roar from the clayman brings you sprinting back to the mechanic's cabin. You fling open the door. The man's eyes seethe with Viric flame. It's struggling against the efforts of the sailors to restrain it. As you rush to assist, it flings one sailor off, but the other manages to snap the box closed. Instantly, the man goes stiff, a lifeless clay statue. The Viric glow now pulsates from the box. In the bunk, the mechanic sleeps on, his face wreathed in dreamy smiles. He will sleep so until morning. We did not lose crew, nice, but we got a mirror catch box full of very angry dream snakes. And we have learned that the mechanic stole a secret from the dreams of the stone pigs. What the fuck? Now, with this box, we can once again, I think, okay, we already did this. Let's do this first before I talk about that. Ask the mechanic to explain exactly what the hell is going on. Well, it's like this. I stole a secret from the Echo Bazaar with the help of the Finger Kings, you know? The serpents who rule Dream. Then I reneged on the Finger Kings. Don't look at me like that. Would you rather I'd give them the secret? Let's talk. Pigs of stone. I talk about engines all the time. I'm sure you've noticed, and I dream about them. I found myself dreaming of the stone pigs. I don't entirely understand still, but they're how the bazaar travels between stars. Did you know they do that? And they sleep, so the Finger King can crack their dreams open. So the Finger Kings recruited me. I found a secret in those dreams, an engine like the Z's never seen. Oh, Captain, let me build it for you. You won't be sorry, but there are some things I'll need. I know. Isn't it always the way? This is maybe the most important quest in the entire game. You need a fuck ton of shit for this, though. We need the Unsettling Sage. Rescue or ransom him from Wisdom, the prison that it said you shouldn't try to rescue anybody until you have a good reason for it. Now we have a good reason for it. And then we need to find the mechanic's secret in Frostfound. Frostwind is in the north, and retrieve the mechanic's secret from the penultimate chamber. If you remember, Frostfound also said you should really not go in here unless you have a very, very good reason, which this is now our reason. So yeah, these are going to be very hard things to do. And then materials for the impeller, we need to take 1 element of dawn, 1 casket of sapphires, and 40 units of Stygian ivory, along with the mechanic's secret and the unsettling sage, to King Eater Castle. So yeah, we can't even do this right now because 40 units is our cargo hold, and we need to take more than 40 things to be able to do this. Plus, we would need fuel to get there anyway. So yeah, you need to have like at least a ship that has 70 cargo hold to be able to do this. So we won't be doing this for quite a while. But that is the important quest you need to unlock eventually. So yeah, if we are ever in a good position to do these 2 things, we should do them. But this is going to be put on hold for quite a bit here. And we're just going to get out of here now. And I think before we go to London, we are quickly going to drop by at Venderbite one more time. Just give me a second, so that we can go once again back to the first curator to quickly hand in the very angry, what is it? A mirror catch box full of very angry dream snakes. Oh my, they are cross. A tomb dry chuckle. They won't stay imprisoned long, but longer than I will. It becomes motionless for so long that you wonder if it is finally truly dead. At last it expels a rattling breath and points wordlessly at a cloison, whatever, mask on a trophy stand, half visible in the gloom. Elder continent, it wheezes, made within sight of the mountain. Wear it and think of me. We gain yet another captivating treasure. We now have 2. And we are not, but almost halfway through this quest, although some of the things that we still need are going to be hard to come by. Anyway, I wanted to get the special relic right there so we could trade it in London for some money. And we are finally back in London. Let's go. Alrighty. Oh, the lights of London. Winter rushes to the rail to watch the city emerge from the fog. Home, it cries. It grinning. Everyone's going to be so surprised. Maybe Mother will cook roast blemigan. The grin fades. The snow child looks down at its hands. Only I couldn't eat it, or bring her egg hot, or sit by her feet at the fire. It'd be like last year with the snow. We played with it and it was fun, but then it melted and... Winter sniffles. I can't go home, can I? I'd make her cry again. Try to help Winter. Is there an alternative you can offer? The smile of this guy kind of freaks me out. Unfinished business. My grandma always told me stories of the East. I always wanted to go see it. Mother said he only kept going out to Z because the trumpets at Gator's Morn. But she must have lied because when I asked, he just laughed and said he never played any instrument. Winter's eyes shine. East, he never got there, but I will. I'll go further than anyone's ever gone. Not if I just melt, though, because that'd be pointless. Winter looks up at you, clearly expecting you to perform the impossible. There is a city without kings where devils gather to rewrite the laws of nature. They may be able to assist you with this dream for a price. All right, well, I know what city they're talking about. We are going to be going into the Iron Republic, which we have not gone to yet, actually, which is surprising. The Snow Child has made a wish. It's nice that they actually give you like a bit of information here to know where to go, because I would not have gone necessarily to the Iron Republic, because that is literally devils, which is like the last place you would want to take a Snow Child that is melting actively. Well, that's where we're gonna go next, but I see some other stuff. A new arrival. You, your sweetheart, and your child. You don't want to raise a child, or you can't afford to. Turn away, let your sweetheart raise the brat if they can. What the fuck? Yes, we are the child's father. Here it is. Small, warm, apprehensive, affectionate creature. Treat it gently. You may visit your child at your lodgings when you gain a free evening. You always get a free evening when you return to London, but here is one now. Let's go. We have a child. What the fuck? Read the morning papers. Get some supplies, of course. We should have... Oh, here we go. The Carnarvon robe of Mr. Sachs. It sits on your chair. This has possibilities. We have 5 cargo holds, so why not take it? Let's see what the reward is. We gain 4 drowning pearl, 2 skin. Oh, that's how you get the judgment egg. Nice. Okay, that's what we needed for one of the quests from our one of our guys. The gunnery officer. Yes, we needed that one. We gained Zoop. We gave some approved romantic literature, some secrets, 2 strategic information. Holy shit. And more Skintalak as well. Very nice. Let's go say hi to all our other friends. We got you, who you still... Oh, yeah, you want literature. We got some approved literature. I actually don't know how to get any more of that. I know how to get this. So we're probably going to do this one right here, which means we're, I think, going to sell the approved literature for 22 coins. Very nice. Yeah, definitely sell that one as well. Zoop, does this take spots? It does, so then we're going to sell that too. We can always buy more somewhere else. And then I did look this up really quickly. Since this quest has given us a lot of Skintalak, we actually need some of this to continue it, which these are like the fucked up things where if you kind of don't know what you're doing, you can get yourself completely screwed. For the Snow Child, we're going to need a few of these. Now we need, I think 3, so we're going to keep 3. Sell 2. Hopefully that will be fine then, because we do need to save space, of course. Besides that, we should talk to you. Nope, you have nothing. We can hand in strategic information, but we could also turn it into, because we have more now. We have 3, so we will use it and turn a memory of distant shores into another vital intelligence, and then hand it into the diplomat for another 600 echoes this time. Is that not more than last time? I think it is. Etched in memory, the diplomat takes no notes and makes no sign, only listens in absolute silence, and finally nods and declares, I'll pass this on to where it will do most good. Thank you. Thank you for the money very much. We got $3,000 now. Holy shit. And we got a lot more to do because we need to hand in tons of port reports here. Let's see what we get. Hunter's Keep. I think we got most similar. Did we get to any new islands this time? We went past mostly similar islands that we went to before, so I'm gonna click through all of these, get tons of money. We were at like 330 or 3,300 before. After all is said and done, look at all these islands. You know how long your journey was based on how long it takes to hand all these suckers back in. Oh, we got overboard. My bad. I guess we're gonna have to ditch 1 fuel. Whoopsie. I should hand over those clay men. Yeah, here we go. Deliver clay men. This is where they wanted to be, or at least where they're supposed to be, to save up 4 slots. And then we could also hand over the firkin of red honey. Honey at the crossroads. Wait here, the instructions said. Wear a crimson feather in your hat. Okay. Whoa, hello. The Veiled Lady. Oh, this is the widow. Okay. A black carriage stripped of livery slows beside you. When the door opens, a veiled woman in midnight blue gestures curtly. In, she demands. You wait on a deep cushioned seat. A furrow-browed old gentleman with a mild and sheeply gaze samples the honey. He nods approvingly. The upholstery smells like flowers and rust. Go, the veiled woman says. She tosses you a lacquered serpent bracelet. It is freezing to the touch. Its mouth is stuffed with jewels. We lose the honey, but we get a captivating treasure. We now have 3 of those. Holy. Nice. Okay, let's see if there's any more events here. We can get more crew, but we definitely don't need more crew because we already have far over half of what we need. Then I guess we should start handing in some of this stuff. Now, we are not going to hand in any more Searing Enigmas because we will need quite a few of these to complete our ambition, and they are kind of hard to come by. We turned 1 in earlier, but it's fine to do it in the early game. You can get these later, but I kind of just want to save them up now. We are, however, going to hand in these treasures. Now, we can also, if we visit our study, we can turn one of these. Where is it? Oh, here. We need, what is this? Unlocked when the gods of Z, Stone, Storm, and Salt is something. That's so unclear. I dislike these ones where it's just really unclear as to what you have to get. I guess I don't know what that is. So these, we need one captivating treasure for this. However, we're going to get many more captivating treasures, so we're fine. We could make this one, the Monstrous Almanac. But as I said, it's kind of annoying. So if I were to make this one, we would have like a permanent slot in our inventory taken up by these things, which is not the end of the world because we do get 7 stats from it. We get 7 pages. So I guess we could just do it. Turn 7 secrets into 7 pages, make our chance. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's create this one. We create a monstrous almanac. You could fill whole shelves of notebooks with what you've learned of the Z, its monsters, its treasures, its secrets, and so you will. A distillation of treasures, the most complex truths await easy revelation. One must track them, harry them, cage them. They may be caged only by ink wrung from the veins of treasures. To record these truths, I must grind these treasures for ink. They will call me eccentric, they will call me deranged, but they will never call me ignorant. We gain a monstrous almanac, 7 secrets, 7 pages, and we could, if we have a chance, we can always put this in our, so that we can apply this, and then go from 7... Interesting, by putting that on, I made it so that I gained a secret because my fragments were high enough to gain a secret. Interesting. Well, that's one way to do it, I guess. Oh, you can see right there, this bar, this gray bar, is like your default bar depending on your pages. So if I put this on, it goes up. That's why we got a secret just now. Anyway, we are gonna leave this in our inventory for now. We can always apply it if we need to do a skill check or something. And we did one of the many things we need to make. And I think we could make another one. Like this one's relatively easy to make. Strange catch, we just need 7 strange catches. That is like so easy to do. And then you gain 7 veils. You need 1 live specimen, is not that hard. 7 lamentable relics can be annoying, but you can gather these. And I guess we just have to pick this up eventually. I think you get this kind of randomly through random events, if I remember. Now we could quickly write a will. We might as well. Should you die, this will ensure your heir retains your lodgings and any heirlooms you've acquired. You should definitely do this like super early if you are new to the game, because there's a high chance you die, and it's useful to have this. Baseborn and filing please. The lawyer peers at you like a vulture composed of crocodiles. Come now, she creaks. There's a few years in you yet, but your caution does you credit. Sign here. No, ink is fine. This isn't the brass embassy. So that's, we've done that one. We can now see that we got one of these. So you need to collect port reports as well. But those are easy to collect once you've gotten the rest. It's really about the dread surmise is the hard part, and getting all of these filled out is the hard part. And then honestly, like 77 of each of the stories is like kind of crazy. But we'll get to that later. Now let's hand in the treasures here. We're gonna make a ton of money. We're gonna give you a captivating treasure, gain 1,000. Do it again, gain another 1,000, do it another time, gain 6,600. So we're actually on our path to try and get this next ship, I guess, at this point. We should be, we need 13,000 with the current ship that we have, with the trade-in value of 2,000 to get this, which we are like halfway there pretty much. So that is kind of awesome. So this, once we get this one, we can do that like crazy engine quest, which is gonna be amazing. But yeah, we're gonna be saving up for that. And I think besides that, we are largely good with this one. We don't want to hand in the Searing Enigma. We could hand in the Extraordinary Implication, but I think we can actually, as long as we have the outlandish things. Just get some more money that way. Sure thing. Here you go. Another 250 echoes, no big deal. I think we still have, yeah, we still have our agent from the diplomat, so we can't get any more. Let's go hang out with our family, shall we? Time with your family. Your sweetheart comes and goes. They have their own complicated business, but they always return to your shared home and your child. What do we get? It is a delight, but will it always be a delight? The Zailer knows 2 worlds. If you give suitable presents to your child, they will gain sea fever. If sea fever reaches 25, they will decide to run away to sea, become your scion, This will establish a permanent dynasty of future Z captains. You really want to do this. So we are going to be handing you stuff. Give them a souvenir. That's quite a... You don't want to hand them this because we need this one right now. I guess we're going to give you an outlandish artifact. You gain 7 sea fever and lose 20 terror. Danger of breakage. Your child seems powerfully inclined to play with the artifact. Perhaps it will break. Perhaps there's a jewel inside, or a map, or a spirit. Perhaps it is edible. Perhaps you should employ a more vigilant nurse. I think that was about everything we could do here. And then London is also done. We could repair. I don't know if with this much hull, I don't think it's worth repairing right now. And we should probably buy fuel. Actually, we're going to the Iron Republic, so we shouldn't buy fuel because we can get fuel there. So I think we're just off to the races immediately. Let's get out of here. We made a lot of money. We are going to go to the Iron Republic, which is always in the same spot along the coast. So we're just going to go down the coast and try to get there. And also, you wanted a Judgment Egg plus go to the Iron Republic as well. So that is actually perfect. We're going 2 birds with 1 stone right here. Which, by the way, while we're here, we have some extra fuel. We can do this. It's fine. You can actually go down here into this little area of Fallen London, and I think you can explore. Yeah, here. It's hard to see. The Echo Bazaar, which is like some kind of living being, supposedly. It is why we pay in echoes. I don't really know the details of that. That's probably something that's clearer if you like play the browser game or whatever. But there it is. Anyway, we have reached the Cumian Canal here, where you can go to the surface, which we should definitely do that at some point, but you need a lot of fuel to do that. We can, however, listen for surface gossip, which gives us another move in the great game. And we can get the quick port report right here. This is actually something that really scared me, but this is a really cool thing to do, and it is not as scary as it sounds. It sounds way scarier to go to the surface. Like, you think you would die because of the sun. You just need to make sure you have 22 fuel, basically, because up and down is around 22 fuel, and then you can always buy fuel there as well if you have money. So it's actually, if you have 22 fuel, you're largely safe to go up there. You can buy it. It's a bit expensive, but you can totally buy it. Now we're about to head into a new area. There's also something on the water there. What is this? What's hiding under here? Is this some kind of jellyfish? Hello? It is a jellyfish. Hello there, jelly. I'm gonna shoot you with a big gun, and then you're gonna be gone. Bye-bye. Dude, I'm in love with this gun. Holy shit. We'll let it disperse. Get her another sea story for the collection. Eventually. And then we should be pretty close here. Don't know if there's gonna be any other island here. Might as well keep sending the Z-Bat. Always useful to find. Oh, are we there? I see islands. Something. So yeah, the Iron Republic is literally hell on earth. There it is. Some distance to the south. Also, there is one of these guys. It is a place. Sizzling vapors rise from the sea. Time slips sideways. A coil of rope has stung a stoker, and his fellows beat it to death. We are under the hand of the Iron Republic. Look at these guys. Quite like some kind of demonic factory here. Oh, the snow child is melting. No, I'm working on it, man. Emergency measures. The crew packs Winter's bed with ice, hoping to hold it together as it sleeps. The snow child is beginning to melt. I'm trying to do this as fast as I could. I guess I should have gone. Did I waste time going back to London? Maybe a little bit. Anywho, this is a very cool place. Look at all this. Holy. Lava everywhere. Hell's client state, be wary. Their laws are not the laws of man or nature. Factory engines roar like false lions. Blood thunders in dock pipes. Crimson lightning skitters across the deck. Leaps to the rail, curls like a cat. The city is reflected in glassy, calm harbor water. The citizens here have the heads of dogs and serpents. Hell has brought freedom to the Iron Republic, freedom from all laws, even those of nature. Seek help for winter. Here we go. This is where we needed this intellect. A dapper devil listens to Winter's story with glee. Oh, yes, I know just the thing for a delightfully excessive price, of course. If you still had to get this now, then you would definitely have been out of time. So we're gonna do that. A simple violation of nature's laws. Such a sweet child. There's the problem. Sweetness never lasts. A drop on the tongue and pff, gone. No good at all. Bitterness, dear Winter. That's what you need. Ice must melt and snow must thaw, but nothing lingers quite like a good hard grudge. Let me share one of my favorites taken from a man who may never escape the smell of our burning roses. The devil whispers something not for your ears. The snow child's face fills with captivated horror. The devil smiles. Just so. Now to hold it in place, I recommend, what do you call it? Heart metal, yes. I hear you people have been doing delightfully terrible things with it lately, and for all the wrong reasons. A fine apprenticeship. We really must reconsider sharing some of our notes. Take them this, with our compliments. We gain a Soothe and Cooper long box, which now we have 2, very useful. We need to take it to Station 3 to get a heart metal ingot, but there's more to do. We can Market of Hungers, the Parliament of Flies, the Market of Hungers with its spires and sigils. Is it a parody of the bazaar? Today, flies fill its arcades. Buzz, buzz. We gain terror, but we can have access to the shop now, where we can. Oh, you can buy a judgment egg with a colossal fluke core. Interesting. And this is where you can also buy a dread surmise for 9 searing enigmas. That's extremely expensive. We are, I guess, just gonna buy. Oh, you can buy linen here. Wait a minute. Was that the one? No, we needed spider thing, right? That's actually, you can buy it here and then sell it at a profit. I don't know why they decided to do it this way. In this game is one of the things I don't understand. This like whole trading system, like you have so limited cargo hold, and then you're really gonna tell me I can buy it here for 57 and then sell it for 60, $3 profit every time I buy this? Like it's just the whole trading system with these items. If you buy them outright, it's just really low margins. But there's other ways to trade things and turn them. Like you kind of want to buy something and then turn it into a different thing by trading, and then turn it into another thing, and then sell it. That's when you really start getting the margins, but just buying and selling directly is not that profitable. We're gonna take, I also realized, by the way, that I forgot to turn in like 3 port reports, my bad. So we missed out on a bit of money there, but we'll hand them in when we get there next. We're gonna buy a bunch. We have 6 supplies. I think we'll literally just buy everything we got here. Just fill out. Now you can get a port report, but I kind of don't want to do it because it's just annoying. You will just lose stats sometimes, and there's really not a reason to have to do this. So I'm just going to leave it alone. This is like the only one where you don't want to do the port report. And maybe the other one is Guiders Morn, where you can lose crew. These are like the only 2 where you kind of don't want to do it sometimes. Seek a tittering artificer's help to awaken the seal. I know people here, the cannoneer confides. From the old days. Perhaps we shouldn't talk about the old days. We have the Judgment Egg and the Seal of the Red Science. An awakening. The cannoneer and the artificers place the Judgment's Egg on the seal and apply their instruments. The light in the artificer's chamber grows dim. This, then, is what it sounds like when a soul screams. When they're done, the egg lies in shards, and the seal looks a little different, but there is a watchfulness about it. The artificer shakes the cannoneer's hand. I've missed working with you, she says. I've missed it so much. The cannoneer grins that grin. Nearly done. We can mount it on the bridge if you like, but we'll need a housing if we want to use it further. It'll have to be heart metal. I know a man long ago, but I hear he went to Station 3, swam there, the story says. If you can get us to the run of Station 3, I can get you to see him. No, I don't know where Station 3 is. It is a secret. We gain a searing enigma. Holy shit, nice. And an awakened seal of red science. Awakened seal of red science. A sky-scarred hunk of meteoric iron, the size of a wheelbarrow. Burning glyphs mark its flanks. A star spore lives in it. It's watching you. Are you sure you know what you're doing with this thing? We have a lot of things that we need to do at Station 3, so that is definitely where we're going next. And we can also put this on. What does it give us? It gives us 3 mirrors and 3 iron. Sure, we'll put it on our bridge. We actually have nothing there yet. We don't have an aft slot. Interesting. Okay, next up, I think is literally just gonna be straight to... we need to go as fast as possible to complete this quest. As much as I would like to, like, dilly-daddle and go around here, go past some islands, we really need to just rush. I'm gonna stop at Pig Mode Isle, but then we should get to Station 3 as fast as possible to continue this quest with the Snow Child before he melts, because that would be bad. All right, quick stop. Oh, there was a jelly, I think. Quick stop at Pig Mode Isle to solve another dilemma. Let's see. Help Marinia resolve a dilemma. What do we get? Have them burnt. What do we got? Up here. We need to read this first. Rats and cavies lie quivering on canvas sheets in this part of town. We think it started from something in the water, whispers the aide. We thought we'd contain it, but it's spreading. Our medicines are powerless against it. What do we do? Have them burn the infected part of town. Recommend the sick to be quarantined. Building a hospital will take the workers away from other tasks, but demonstrate Marinia's compassion. We probably lose civilization, gain a spirit, or the other way around. And here we will probably lose a spirit, gain a might. I think we'd rather do this one here. We do lose a civilization, but we're still at 5. Oh, you cannot increase spirit past 10. Oh, then I definitely should have chosen the other one. I did not realize it can't go higher. Away from the contaminated water, the symptoms of disease soon fade, but it will be considerably longer before the sufferers are ready to return to work. Okay, that is unfortunate. I did not realize it works that way. We'll take this, and then next time we'll do another one. And we're off again. And now we should be bound for Station 3. Oh, hello. Is that the pirate poet? That would be nice. It is. Let's go. Don't shoot at me. Don't shoot at me, you fool. I got business. Double shot. This one goes so weird. I wonder how the AI works. It's a little strange in this game. Easily taken down. Didn't even take damage. And once again, we are victorious. You would think she'd give up by now, but here we go again. The legendary clay woman Corsair, she clings tight to the last few scraps of floating debris, defeated but defiant. A measure of professional assistance. You could just fish her out again, but she said it herself the last time you crossed paths. She'd hate to have to spread the word that you've gone soft. Interesting. We have an officer rescuer. They can bring you her freedom price. You have more important matters to attend to. We'll still do this anyway, I think. Yeah, we'll still do this anyway. Let's see. Technically a rescue, a lifeboat. Oh dear, no. Whatever will people say? The pirate poet glares up at you as the lifeboat hits the water, but she grabs it regardless. Your message is received, and her look makes it quite clear that for this there will be a reckoning. The half-glimpsed smirk as she turns away, though, suggests that it is a challenge she is already looking forward to. You don't give me money? Come on now. Well, I guess I did go soft, giving her, or taking her in without even getting any money for it. Whatever. And there's Station 3. We're gonna have a lot of business here, because we have so many Soothing Cooper long boxes. Meeting the Heart Metal Smith. I don't know where he is. Ask directions. A clay man directs you with a minimum of enthusiasm and even fewer words. Easy to overlook. The smithy is a long, low building that you missed on your first survey of the island. The smith is a quiet man with a pinched face who works entirely in heart metal. The cannoneer greets him with a yell of delight. The smith winces, puts down his hammer, pinches the bridge of his nose. It's you, he says. 2 of you. A twist, okay. You are now familiar with the heart metal smith. You fucker. We need devil bone dice. I didn't know that. And we need to use a searing enigma here as well, but this is definitely worth doing. We can ask the smith to construct an assembly housing for the cannoneer's weapon. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that. We need 3, I guess we write it down. 3 devil bone dice. Get rid of this. Three times devil bone dice, which I think you can buy at Wither or something, I think. Anyway, let's ask the smith about life on the island. Disinclination to talk. He tells you that folk here keep them to themselves. He says he doesn't go up to the building with the steeple, and the acolytes hardly ever come down here. It sounds like a solitary sort of life. He claims he prefers it that way. When he turns back to his work, you see the chain of heart metal links he wears around his neck, and the closed locket that hangs from it. Interesting. Now we should definitely... So we don't actually need a heart metal for that guy, which is interesting. Right? It didn't. I don't think it needed a heart metal. So we can turn. We need hard metal ingot here. So we're gonna exchange a long box for a hard metal ingot. What use is hard metal to you? But then, what is used is a long box. Perhaps you imagine the whisper at shoulder. What use indeed is a heart. When you turn, there's only the ragged flirting of the wind. We gain a hard metal ingot covert exchange. And now, find assistance for the snow child. A hard metal heart. Not sure you've got the measure of the damn stuff. The hard metal smith shrugs. No skin off my nose. Bring us an ingot, I'll shape it for you. If you needed long bows in exchange for an ingot, you can find them in caches of curiosity, literally like a 1% chance, or hidden in less traveled parts of islands around. It doesn't even tell you that you can get them in Irem. Yeah, you would be totally doomed. Anyway, luckily we have one. For the Snowlim, a heart. The snow child will no longer melt. Let's go. The smith hammers the ingot into a rough heart shape, leaving it to cool in a bucket of water. Not much time remains. Winter drips constantly now, leaving puddles as it paces up and down outside the gate. Fitting the heart is an unpleasant matter for all concerned, but what must be done is soon finished. At first, nothing seems to have happened. Soon, though, the drips stop. The wound heals. Winter looks up at you, something new behind its crystal eyes. I think it worked. Winter smiles at you. It is time for its journey to begin. At Irem, where all journeys east must depart, we need to go to Irem. Awesome, and you no longer melt, so we can take our time at least. And then we should make another hard metal ingot, because we're going to need this for the Port Cecil chest quest. Another covert exchange, very nice. It's nice that they gave you one of those in the Iron Republic for this quest, otherwise it would have been very annoying. That all works out quite nicely. And with that, our business here has concluded for now, and we're gonna go past Polythreme. So now we can take it a little bit slower. We're not in much of a rush anymore, which, let's see, we have 21 fuel. I was considering going to deliver the Adventurous now. We need to go past Polythreme, but we can easily do that on the way through here. And then we're just going to go down to the Isle of Cats because there's something I want to pick up over there. But we also have all those supplies that we still need to get. So I think we're just going to head down there real quick. We have more than enough fuel. Pick up some supplies and then head back out. The creepy face of Visage every time we go past. We're just going to pick up the port report here real quick while we're at it. We can of course do like the mask thing here. The problem is that the Isle of Cats and Visage are so close together that if you do the mask thing, you will not have what awaits you before you reach Isle of Cats, because it's literally right across the bay here. Now, I don't know if we're gonna be able to complete the quest here. We need to just pick up the supplies, which we're very happy to do because we only have 3 more supplies. Do we have space? We have more than enough space. We're gonna not give you, that would be stupid. We are instead just offering her a crewman. You just happen to have brought one with you. Handy that, so she needed somebody to do some experiment on. We will be well rewarded. We're gonna have 10 free cargo space. Memories of Sultan Z. She'll do nicely, won't you? Yes, I think so. Yes, have you had a little accident, my dear? No matter, the flowers like the ammonia. Yeah, we basically just offered someone to be tortured, pretty much, which is kind of insanely fucked up, but anyway. We got 10 supplies for it, though, so yeah, it's not a big reward. That's why it's not worth giving the Cannoneer. I did that once, and then you get 20 supplies, which, like, okay, that's fine, but, like, I lost my officer, come on now. A walk with the Lady of the Cages. Leopold has a particular fascination with the surface. He thinks of it as a home. In some ways endearing, isn't it? She doesn't wait for your answer. Personally, I've drunk the memories of so many homes, I couldn't pick a particular one out of the lot. Tricky things. Still, it does make him easier to buy birthday presents for. Have I muddled this up? I did say I set up a meeting with the king for you, didn't I? Well, I did. Bring Leopold a gift. Someone with memories from the surface. It's not his birthday exactly, but you'll want to make a good impression. Do we have memories from the surface? I don't think we do, unfortunately. Usually, I'm hoping it's gonna let me, I'm gonna say yes. Oh, we are seeking a gift. Oh no, we need to get the gift. Your patron dismisses you with the advice that the Cumean Canal is the likeliest place to source a particular gift. So for the, I don't think we wrote this one down. We also can just get rid of some of these because some of these we've already done. Of course, the mechanic, this one we did the soul here. We are going to be doing pirate gift Cumean Canal. So that we know, remember that that's a thing. All right. And then we'll do a quick port report. Besides that, I was hoping to pick up something here, but we don't have the key to the cage gardens yet. So we're going to have to do that later, but at least we started that now. So Cumean Canal is going to be all the way back there. That's not where we're going. I think before we go here, now that we have time and the snow child isn't melting anymore, we should just go down here and explore some of the further islands over here. Wait, actually, can we buy some fuel? Probably want to pick up a little bit of fuel here. We're just going to spend money until we're full. And then since we are going on a bit of a longer trip now through some new territory we haven't explored before. So I tend to cut quite a bit when we're doing these trips through territory we've already seen, but when it's completely new, I of course like to show it. So let's see, down here we're going to be meeting some new creatures, I think, as well. And I think this is also, I read the tutorial of the submarine. I think this is where we should go for the submarine, potentially. Which we haven't even gotten that yet. That's going to open up a whole new world for us, which will be very, I've never done that. I'm actually really curious how it's going to work. I think it's just an upgrade of your ship. So it doesn't, like, require you to use a new ship. So our upgrade, I wanted to make sure to have upgraded our ship before we even tried this. Because I have a feeling there's going to be some even worse things down there. There's lots of nice looking islands here, actually. Is this the way to go? We're just kind of following the shoreline this way. So yeah, these, I mean, they look like plants, but I don't think plants would grow underground like this. You can see some mushrooms poking out there. We're discovering all kinds of things here. Let's send out the Zebat. We might be having to go across the other way. Oh, Crying Heights is some distance to the east. That's the wrong way. We're not going that way right now. I guess we're just gonna follow it. Booble's Thicket here. Oh, I see houses maybe? Mushrooms. That looks like a place. Crazy large mushrooms. There are no islands in range. Ooh, there is the thing. Oh god, and there's houses. No, I hate you guys. Use the thing. I fucking hate these guys. Turn off the light. Stupid ass birds or whatever the fuck. Merchant, be careful! There's birds on the loose! He doesn't give a shit. Anyway, we didn't get spotted. And we have arrived at Port Carnelian Submariner, the fierce philanthropist. Fallen London's sole imperial possession. Treasure it. We're gonna click on that, but let's first learn what this place is. London's first undersea colony sweats under a blanket of southern heat. To the right of the dock, the sapphire mines yawn. To the left, the governor's house stands, prim as an Elderwick mansion. Behind lies the fungal jungle, ghostly in white and violet. The fungal jungle? We can talk to somebody. Archcross House to just get a port report real quick. The governor is very, very busy. An attaché offers you a bowl of sugared puffballs and explains the work the governor does among the natives. Got to keep him happy. What? After all, they are tigers. We can get some sapphires, potentially. We can try to get an agent into Port Carnelian here with a 39% chance. I kind of want to give it a shot. I mean, 39%. We failed 50% before. Failed again. Fuck you, man.
Okay, we're never getting these spy networks online. We're just not getting lucky enough. Whatever. Submariner, the first philanthropist. Her house is built in the tall, porticoed London style. Red brick and white plaster, decorative iron railings painted black. Its mistress is the subject of intense colonial gossip. Independently wealthy, an industrialist daughter, a widow, unwelcome in London. Wait, what then does she want with you? An invitation arrived as soon as you docked. Accept her invitation. It wouldn't hurt to have the backing of a wealthy benefactor. This will begin the quest which allows you to obtain a submarine. Yes, please. You expected a sizable gathering, but it's just you, her, and a decanter of admirable sherry. She is not a small woman, comprehensively occupies her armchair. What a way to write that. Oh my goodness. She is not a small woman and comprehensively occupies her armchair. Anyway, she wears sensible satins and sensible shoes. Her hair is impeccably curled. I've heard a number of shocking things about you, Captain, all of which I consider thoroughly promising. Her accent has a hint of Midland's melancholy to it. She must have spent much of her life on the surface. For a time, she asks questions about your travels and listens avidly to your answers. Then she gets down to business. A question, Captain. She tops up her sherry. Some years ago, the nations of the Neath struck an agreement to abandon their research into submarine travel and leave the Z depths untouched. Ah, the agreement about nothing of conscience. Sailors mutter about it when listing the Admiralty's follies. You nod. She raises her glass to her lips. And what is your opinion of this agreement? She asks. Scoff about it. It's a nonsense. Nowhere should be forbidden to the capable explorer. We will begin our quest, of course. A new friend. Her smile is conspiratorial. Then we can help each other. I am prepared to finance, in a large part, improvements to your ship that will make it capable of submarine travel. The Admiralty and other powers disapprove of such innovation. Therefore, we will need to be discreet. I have procured experts, laborers, and a workshop. They are well paid and loyal. Here is the address. Meet us here. We can begin our work. The hidden workshop. On the shore of a gloomy inlet stands a rickety factory. Once, and supposedly still, it was committed to the cutting and polishing of sapphires. Now it is the place where the fierce philanthropist houses her intrepid staff of engineers, the ingenious men and women who will convert your ship into a submarine. What the hell? Phase 1. Contribute nautical stuff. Okay, we need to do phase 1. Then phase 2, let's see, we need to hand them stuff. I'm assuming we need to reach 100. We can give them Z stories for 20. Outlandish artifacts for 60. That's an easy one. You can spend echoes as well. 75 echoes is not a lot. Well, I mean, outlandish artifacts is like 100, so we'll do this one. Which gives us 60. Can we just do that one again? I guess we'll just do that one twice. We have 100 now. Is that enough? And then we can retrieve a set of sonar schematics. The engineers have reached an impasse. It's the sonar. It's unreliable, loud, and stops working below 70 fathoms. But the Admiralty and the Khanate must have cracked this back in the day. Well... We need to... The engineers brim with conspiracy theories about the old submarine programs before the agreement about nothing of conscience. London's Admiralty conducted their submarine research at Station 3. The location of the Khanate's research base is unknown, but a number of its scientists relocated to Khan Shadow. Perhaps one of these locations has information you could use. Retrieve sonar schematics from Station 3 or Khan Shadow. Well, that's crazy. We should definitely do that. We can also pan for sapphires in the fungal jungle. We gotta go to the fungal jungle, dude. That sounds like a party house. We failed immediately and gained terror. That's fine, though. Whatever. I didn't want to go to the fungal jungle anyway.
You can buy sapphires here, actually, at like a pretty good price. Which we do need sapphires for one of our quests, but we need that like when we have the capacity to be able to complete the whole thing, which we don't have the capacity for that right now. Okay, so Station 3 is over there. We could obviously just go directly there. We can also, I think we should just, well, there's more to explore. Let's explore another island over here before we go out there. Did we finish this one? We got the port report, right? Yes, we did. We did not get the thing online, unfortunately. Whatever. We're moving on through the fog here. So yeah, these guys, they have like 400 HP and they bonk you over and over again with tons of damage. They're insanely annoying. Also, there is vortexes here that are going to have names, so you get more fragments. Yet another secret. We have ungodly 38 secrets right now, which... kind of insane. I'm just going around the fog bank because I saw an enemy there, which means that we might have to shoot, and I would want to have the right visibility for that. It's kind of like you need to be mostly not getting yourself into a bad situation. If you're in a really bad situation, you kind of can't survive it. You got to just make sure to prevent them from happening by steering out of hazards and knowing like when you're in dangerous areas, which is just like a matter of expertise. Like I know around these ports here is usually some sea creatures that are very annoying. There's also some like upcoming iron. I think there's a glorious dreadnought here as well somewhere. One of those golden ships that is kind of fucked up. And there is Iron Republic ships around the Iron Republic itself. Let's see if we can go down again. There was like this weird fish as well, like a golden fish we saw in the fog, but I guess he's just staying in the fog. We're not really gonna go in there. And lo and behold, another island. This one is so pretty. Look at that. What is this name's gonna be? Surprise, surprise. It's gonna be Geode. The Grand Geode. Who would have thought? And there's the dreadnought, the glorious dreadnought down there. Grand Geode, a naval base with the Royal Navy's emblems curiously amended. Efficient, bright-eyed women and men work briskly everywhere you look. They are singing hymns with unfamiliar words. Hard-faced Royal Marines watch you carefully, barring entry to the Geode's heart. A plaque by the docks has been defaced with orange paint, but you can still make out the original inscription, Station 5, Adjunct. Asked to speak with someone in authority. What is this place? Oh, we lose a crew. That's not great. A blank space in your memory. You saw the Commodore, and then there was something bright. You discussed matters of importance. You're certain of it. Teasing clues linger in your memory. A sailor asked to stay behind, and you permitted it because it'll all come clear later, probably. We get an extraordinary implication, tons of fear. Memoirs of a sunstroke. You've spoken to the Commodore in Grand Geode, but your memory is a little hazy. The light, it's pretty. Well, that's unlucky. We can purchase an element of dawn. We didn't need that for the super quest, I think, for this guy's super quest. Yeah, the materials for the impeller take one element of dawn, so we do need this eventually. So now we know where to get it. At the Grand Geode, we need a vital intelligence and 50 supplies. So yeah, this is another one where you're gonna need a large storage space to be able to bring 50 supplies with you. We couldn't even do that right now. Compile a port report. The Marines are watching, and that is pretty much all. We can also ask the Commodore for a defense against sunlight for Estival. He smiles warmly. Of course, he says, but we'll need our usual consideration to do the work. And it won't be easy. We'll need a Gans source from near the Kellenet and a particular insight. A very, very particular insight. This is another way. If you don't have the ambition where you need to use the Dread Surmise to build the book, this is another place where you could use the Dread Surmise to get something. You also need to get a figurehead of the Eater of Names, which is an enemy we haven't seen yet, another vital intelligence, and another 50 supplies, don't worry. So yeah, that is. I've never done this. I've never done the colony on Estival. Probably really cool, but there's just so much to do. Anyway, that was kind of a spooky place, I guess. We should go just back around. We could go past the Cumian Canal now, and then just go back to the Isle of Cats, I guess. We have more than enough fuel to do this. Just need to be careful not to get spotted by any, I think even if we get spotted by the Iron Republic ships now, we should be largely fine. It's just those glorious dreadnoughts are kind of fucked up. And they also don't even really give you any good stuff, to be honest. They're not really worth. I'm obviously going to stay out of the storm here, even though we haven't explored there. But as far as I know, there's not going to be any more islands over here. We're kind of at the edge of the map anyway. I think the Iron Republic is just pretty much ahead, and there won't really be anything in the impasse unless there's a ship going. Oh, there we go. All right, well, we might as well try fighting one of these. Let's see. How much HP do you have? I'm going to try and get behind you. 400 HP? Okay, maybe I shouldn't fight you then. I'm just going to get the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Don't really want to deal with that. Am I far enough away? Maybe get shot once here. 400 HP, brother. I don't think they even give you anything. They're kind of useless. We're just gonna dock at Iron... Do we even need to be here? I don't think we need to be here. We need to be at the Cumian Canal for the Pirate's Gift. The Iron Republic, I just want to get de-aggroed by the guy. Yeah, we're not gonna allow them time ashore. That seems like a bad idea. We can also fund the Tittering Artificers project. Oh, I think this is the one. This is a forward-mounted weapon with unusual characteristics. Yeah, ammunition will be difficult. It will cost you so much. But the weapon, oh, the weapon. This is a weapon that does like 500 damage. But it uses doomed, doomed monster hunters or whatever that you can buy, which are just ungodly expensive. They cost 1,000, you fucker. They cost 1,000 echoes per single shot, which is just like, why did they even add that to the game? Nobody is ever going to use that. I guess if you, I mean, there's some enemies that you could fight the mountain with that one and just shoot it twice and kill the mountain pretty much instantly, I guess. But like, I mean, if you want to pay 2,000 to kill the mountain, oh, tears. Your cheeks are wet. You think for a moment that it's sweat, but then the sorrow hits you like a falling stalactite. You are weeping. You double over, inconsolable. Let's weep. Give yourself over to it. The flood tide. Your crew watch in alarm as you collapse to the boards. Tears burst from your eyes. Your body is racked with sobs. It passes as suddenly as it started, but your thoughts are stained dark with unlikely grief. We gain a terror and we gain some fragments. If you control your crying there, I think there's a small chance that you get cursed by one of the gods, which is an insane outcome. So I always just click the cry button, since it doesn't really do very much. I always like when I go around to take a slight detour to fill out like the map as much as possible. I mean, look how much we've already explored now. I don't know if we have to give up anything here at the Cumian Canal in order to get this gift, but we're gonna try and get it. I should have really bought some fuel at Iron Republic. That's my bad. Anywho, Cumian Canal. A gift for the Pirate King. 28%. Well, go big or go home, I guess. Success! Okay, guess right. You can be charming when you exert yourself. You entice the surface sailor on board with promises of Z-stories and neath delicacies, and bludgeon them over the head between courses. They fall gently into a bowl of sea lily soup. You order your crew to take the prisoner below decks and lock them up. They comply quickly enough, but you see them shoot dark looks at each other out of the corner of your eye. We gained some menaces, and we now have a gift for the Pirate King. That was very lucky. Unfortunately, we have so much terror, because we got a bunch of terror just now. Yeah, and I really made an oopsie-doopsie by not buying some fuel earlier. Luckily, we are kind of rich. We're just buying, like, a tiny bit of fuel. We're gonna go past Pigmode Isle, do another one of those dilemmas, and then we're gonna move on to the Isle of Cats to hand this thing in before, because if you bring this to to London, they're gonna be
very upset with you and take it from you, which you don't want to have it be taken. I wish you could see the rat star on the art here, because there should be like a bright star somewhere, but you can't see the blue glow from it. But I'm assuming that's the rat camp. You got the wall around it. And the boat from the Kavi's right there. Interesting. Let's see. What do you got for us this time? A guilty rodent stands, his head bowed. The aide pushes him forward. Hairless advisor, this traitor stole food from our stores to feed a sick child, he claims. Do we show mercy or make an example of the wretch? We can insist an example be made of him. A nation cannot afford to set such a precedent, which will probably increase might and lower spirit. No half measures. Insist the wretch be hung, drawn, quartered, and the pieces impaled on spikes as warning to all, and his family too. Probably not a good idea. Unfortunately for us, I think if we advocate mercy, that's just gonna, like, lower civilization and increase spirit, but we can't increase it. So we are, unfortunately, gotta make an example of him, because this is, like, the only option that does something. Yeah, we gain 2 might. Law and order. The execution is kept as painless as possible, but conducted in public. Citizens argue bitterly whether what they witnessed can be called justice, but its impact is clear. Few dare risk theft again. We gain a civilization 2 might. Holy shit. And we lose only 1 spirit? That's like the best one by far. We're trying to get all these numbers as close to 10 as possible. Oh, well, here we are. Okay. The crossroads of Pigmote Isle. 2 vessels are docked at Saints Haven. From the island of Visage comes a commandeered pirate ship. Its figurehead is a dying bull transfixed with a spear. Next to it floats a decaying wreck barely held together by barnacles. Tales of Pigmote Isle have spread, and the powers of the sea have taken notice. Between 2 empires, a rotting drowny and a woman in a crocodile mask stands on the docks. Both loom over the rodents, deciding Marinia's response. Caught in the middle. Hairless advisor, your timing is impeccable. Please grant us your counsel one last time. They both demand our treasure in exchange for their protection. We cannot decide what will be the best. The rodents surround you, noses pressed to the dock in supplication. Guide us! Pigmote must decide its fate. 2 vessels are docked at Saints Haven. From the island of Visage comes a commandeered pirate ship. We already read that. I think, yes. Support the Fathom King's claim. The drowny bows, his complexity's blessing upon you. My lord will be pleased to see the glorious Talasine return to the deeps. In gratitude, he will reach his soggy hands over Pigmote in justice and protection. He looks expectantly first at you, then at the rodents. So this is the Fathom King that wants to take the piece of coral that they call the Rat Star. And then Visage, the island of masks. The ambassador bows, the left eye of flourishing of years called to us from across the waves. It is ours by birthright and ours to claim, yet let none say we are not generous. In exchange for its return, we offer both our friendship and our wisdom. Secrets, Captain, that can guarantee the prosperity of a nation. Or we can advocate for independence. Great rewards demand great risks, but they are ready. This is a gamble. The higher Pigmote's Isle's might, civilization, and spirit, the better its chances. This is by far the highest I've ever managed to get these numbers. All of them are above half. This one is at 9, 6, and 1 at 7. I'm going to try this. There's a chance that this just kills the entire island. But if you do one of these options, it also kind of just dies. Like, it gives you options when you're here to do things, which are, like, okay. Like, you can get something from it. But I would really love to see the Pigmote Isle be free for once. And if they fail with this amount, then at least I have, like, a reference point. Like, okay, even 9 and 6 and 7 is not enough to be able to do this. So I'm actually going to take like 3 screenshots here to remind myself that this was what we had.
And then if it fails, so be it. But here we go. Advocate for independency. The die is cast. The drowning returns to his vessel, his bloated feet squelching with each angry step. The visage ambassador is silent behind her mask. Neither of their masters will let this insult go unanswered. Marinia fights for independence. Pigmode's war for independence has begun. And now we're just kind of waiting. We're just... the struggle for Pigmode Isle. The gates of town are closed. 2 rodents stand guards. One of them, a rat, is trying to light a cigarette. The other, a guinea pig, holds the rat's whiskers back from the waxy match flame. Both yelp as they see you approach. 1,000 apologies, hairless advisor, but this is our fight. We must fight it alone. They exchange a nod and escort you respectfully but firmly away from the gate. Return to the ship. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait this one out. Come back here, and so far, every time I've tried this option, I come back later and then everybody's fucking dead. But let's hope today is different. Now, yeah, we pretty much, except that one option where I overflowed my spirit, which I should have picked another option. That was pretty much the best options ever. This is actually, where I had a few, like, chance options one time that were, like, 80% chance, and I filled it twice in a row, and, like, it completely destroyed my chances at winning. The War of Independence, which was brutal, but that's just how it goes sometimes in this game. You just get really unlucky. Anywho, let's go deliver this present to the Pirate King. Our terror is indeed terrifying, by the way. I'm just noticing that bar is up real high. A gift for the Pirate King. Your patron is overjoyed at your return. Hand over your writhing, tear-stained cargo. 2 attendants drag the prisoner off to the Rose Garden. You do your best to ignore the screaming. Your patron tells you that it will take some time for your gift's memories to be harvested and the resultant honey collected. You should return later for your introduction to the Pirate King. Oh fuck! We gained 20 terror. We're gonna have to get the fuck out of here, that's for sure. To get back to London, I guess. Dang it. I mean, this is all, like, pretty fucked up things that we're doing, so it makes sense that we're getting terror, but we're getting, like, all the terror events together, unfortunately. We get 200 echoes. A meeting with the Pirate King. Please don't give me more terror. What might one expect from Leopold, Pirate King of the Isle of Cats? A hulking, grizzled presence with a crimson cat tattooed across his back. An oil-bearded wretch with a brace of pistols strapped to each hip, and eyes like wildfire, a gaunt-cheeked honey seeker wasted from years of dissolution. He looks, as it turns out, more like a lawyer than a dissolute lord, though he is at least wearing a robe of patterned silk over his dark suit. Behind him you see a wall of what you think are wine racks. On closer inspections, the racks hold bottle upon carefully labeled bottle of red honey, which this is the thing that distills people's memories, and if you drink it you get their memories, or you see their memories. Captain's compliments, my king. Isery enters with a wine glass of thick honey. Behind them, Zyra drags in a stumbling prisoner. It is the sailor you stole from the Cumian Canal, only they do not seem to recognize you at all. Your patron offers the Pirate King the wine glass. The king takes a sip and the prisoner cries out as though his skin is being flayed from his bones. The spice-scented docks of Malacca. Leopold breathes before he is plucked away by the honey. He returns hours later, skin flushed and eyes bright. I am very partial to the memories of the Far East, very thoughtful of you. He bestows a humming, honey-soaked kiss on Isery's lips, and then Zyra's before holding out the vial to you. We can take a sip. The prisoner gazes at the ceiling blankly with no sign of his earlier distress. Sure thing. Each luscious drop coats your tongue like fire and longing. Someone screams, but it feels far away. You are consumed with the touch of a woman's hand in yours. You in the memory. Turn your face to the right, and there she is, Kembang. You met her 3 weeks ago, serving drinks by the docks. Her father threatened to break your legs if you so much as looked at her, but you cannot help yourself. Her hands are softer than anything you've ever imagined and dappled in warm sunlight. The The curve of her smile slices into you like a blade. You come back to yourself in a sudden rush. You are lying on the floor alone, your face wet with stolen tears. On the desk, a key to the Cage Gardens, which you slip into your pocket, and a gold statuette of a tiger with eyes of polished ruby. Something about this statuette makes you decidedly uneasy. Still, this will probably sell for a good price. We gain 10 visions of the surface. We gained a key and a captivating treasure, which this key is extremely important because this key, okay, we can't do it right now, but this key allows you to walk in the Rose Garden, which is really the only way that I know how to reliably complete the Song of Z ambition, because this will give you tons of different stories. I don't know if it's also going to give you terror, so I guess it's maybe good in a way that we can't do it right now. It's real unfortunate that we got such bad terror rating here, because I think this literally just means we have to abort our journey right now, unfortunately. Do we have hold space? We do kind of have hold space, so I guess we're just going to quickly go past the Salt Lions. And then I guess we go to Station 3 to gain the secret. I don't know if that's also going to give us terror. I would really like to avoid maxing out on terror. So we're probably safe for just, like, bomb rushing it all the way back to London, to be honest. So let's just play it safe here. I have a much better plan. We are just gonna, I have to wait here in the port to get to Something Awaits You, but we can literally just go to Visage and then quickly go to shore and have a little party here with the masks, with the frog mask. I'm just gonna play it safe for sure. Go to the flood court, show oafish enthusiasm about this wonderful pool, trade masks, and then definitely want to quickly get the artifact, collect some blood for yourself. Do this one, bring in lapis beads. Visit the temple again. I don't think we can do anything. We'll leave a respectful offering. And then lose 10 terror. Very important. Now, we could just do this over and over again, just staying in this port and losing all our terror. But we're just gonna do the normal route and just go back to London with this. We just needed to lose a little bit of terror because we're gonna build up some terror along the way as well here. Hopefully not much, though. We could even stop by Pigmode Isle as well. But I don't know if that's gonna give us terror. All right, let's just see. Pigmode Isle. What? Oh, man. That is crazy. Even with these stats, it still fails. The fall of Pigmode Isle. Pigmode's fight for independence is lost. A viscous fog curses what remains of its civilization, turning any water it touches to black tar. The twitching bodies of rats and cavies lie on the streets, black jackal masks nailed to their faces. A lingering smell of burned fur catches in your throat as you leave. That is insanely fucked up. Why do people from Visage do this? They seem nice. What the fuck? They're insane? Leave this place. There is nothing more to be done here. The end of a dream. We gain a bunch of terror. Oh my god. Don't fucking kill me. The end of a dream. A few pieces of scintillac catch your eye as you return to the ship. You take them with you, along with the story of this place. In a port report and Pigmode Isle's fall. I need to look this up. Are we just insanely unlucky or like what the fuck? How is that fail? That was such high stats, man. Okay, that is insane. I looked it up and the way that this is calculated is that when you click the gamble button, it sums up your might and your civilization, which we had 6 and we had 7. So that together is 13. And then it does a random roll between 1 and your spirit, which our spirit was like 9, I think. And if the sum of all those together is higher or equal to 17, you win the War of Independence. Which means that 13 plus a random roll between 1 and 9 ended up being lower than 17, which meant the 1 and 9 roll was below 4, which is insanely unlucky. Well, like, come on, man. All right, well, you can't win them all. You're gonna fail sometimes. Just the rewards for doing one of the other options is just super lame, does barely nothing. Like, either way, you're basically never coming back here again if you could choose any of the other options because it doesn't really give you much. So this is like the go big or go home option, and it's really nice if you get this because you get some pretty good rewards, but unfortunately we didn't. It happens.
You can get that on your playthrough, but just know that it's a pretty hard thing to get. The ruins of Pigmode Isle. A few survivors still scavenge through the remnants, hissing when you approach. They have little worth protecting. Raiders, pirates, and other opportunists have wasted no time picking Pigmode Isle to the bones. I'm not sure if we're gonna click this because this might give me more terror, and I really cannot get any fucking terror right now. So I think what we're just gonna let that be for now. And then just head to London because we need to get this terror down. Because if this terror reaches 100, you are very likely to just straight up lose the game. It's very, very bad. We can also quickly stop at the lightship right here to give them news, and that already loses us some terror. Now, more about Pigmode Isle, I was thinking that really does mean that when you're choosing options, like knowing that the spirit stat gets randomized instead of just giving you the number means that if you have options to prioritize civilization or might over spirit, you should always pick those because the spirit can completely be nullified by the random chance, and the might and the civilization will always stay. So yeah, I think that one option where I chose the spirit that was already at max was the main thing. If we did that another way, we would have probably won it. But anyway, returning to London, a sigh of relief. As soon, we did it. Our nightmare remains unchanged since we already had a nightmare anyway. Gonna get some messages. The blind bruiser attends to the dock. It says that, but there is no blind bruiser. I don't know what you're on about, unless you're gonna talk to me right now. There is no blind bruiser. We can hand you an extraordinary implication for big time money, which I guess we will do. 375, thank you very much. We have hold space, we have lots of hold space. Let's hand in all of our port reports properly this time. Let's see, I'm not certain I heard you correctly. Well, apparently they don't even care about the fate of Pigmode Isle. That's fucked up. Even when it completely dies, they don't give a shit. Port Carnelian, Grand Geode. Admiralty take notes scrupulously, but with an expression of mild terror, like a novice vivisector winces with a scalpel. The rest of the office studiously busy themselves with other tasks. Yeah, that one I forgot to hand in. This one I forgot to hand in as well. Oh, and I didn't want to give that to you, but luckily I didn't. I forgot to ask where they want us to go next. Frostbound, bro, this guy is obsessed with the north. He keeps sending us there every single fucking time. All right then, sir. Whatever, I guess. Oh, I can ask him not to go to Frostbound, but we're fine. We have one more of these. We have 2 of these. We are going to hand this one in. Get another 1,000. 8,000! Monies, very nice. Let's read the morning paper, gain some news, and let's spend some time with our family so that, oh, and now I can give him Vision of the Surface, which loses a bunch of terror and gives him more Z fever, which you want to build this up to 25. And then we should also look for a new recruit. No more officers. Eventually, it runs out of officers. We can, however, just get 1 crew member, which we will get just 1 crew member here because we were a little low on it. Now we're back at 8, which is totally fine. And then I think we have largely... What is this? A little present from the scholar. You've been so helpful. I wanted to give you something for your next voyage. I bottled it myself. 2 supplies. Thank you very much. Now, we still have some terror. I kind of want to try and lower that a little more. We're not going to hire more crew. I guess, wait, can't we do carouse? I guess we can't carouse anymore because that's what you do now. Instead, you're doing it with your family. We should sleep in the townhouse so that we get more restless night. There we go. And we lose 15 terror. We're going to do that one more time. Just make sure that we're at 0 terror, so we're not going to be getting into one of those situations. Like 100 terror is just like a death sentence, pretty much. And then we don't have any more to create here. So I think, oh, we have the 40 secrets now. We have exactly 40. Let's see about buying. We can now fully sell this, I guess. Just make some money off of this because we're going to get way more of this where we're going in a bit. Besides that, we're not holding on to anything.
And we should just buy a bunch of fuel. Could buy fuel. We could also, so let's see, right? We're going to Station 3, but we can also go past Abbey Rock and go into the cathedral, which for that we would need a bunch of candles, like 10 candles if we want to do that properly, which would mean we kind of want to sell. So how about instead of selling the supplies, we just use like 4 of it to repair. So we're gonna, I think, oh, it repairs 5. You can cancel this, right? Like, sometimes I struggle to cancel this. I'm gonna press R, I assume. R, oh, I canceled it too early, my bad. But at least I know that that's how it works. There you go. All right, so then we've used some supplies while getting that back. Wait, we still have 7. Excuse me? Am I crazy here? No, we don't have 7. And it still keeps going there. What the fuck? You need to launch in order to cancel it. That's why I sometimes get confused. Anyway, we have 5 supplies. We're gonna get 10 candles, which might be too many, but it's really good to have more than you have than having too little. And then we'll buy fuel for the road. And I think just 1 more supply right there. And then we are good to go out again. We are gonna go do the Abbey, or it's Godfall where we need to go, actually, now that I think. Abbey Rock, I think it's Godfall, because it's the one that fell from the sky, so you would call that Godfall. That makes sense. Hello there, sir. I guess we will just kill you, because you guys don't stand a chance anymore. You're probably gonna hit me at least once, though. That's unfortunate. Stay back. Oh, they shoot torpedoes. I forgot. These motherfuckers. Oh, I missed. Pirate bitches. Oh, look at that. And we don't even have, like, the best guns yet, by the way. We're gonna be... One of the guns that we're working on with one of the quests is gonna be, like, way stronger. Can I hit you before you? There we go. Supply of fuel. Are we gonna have to throw this overboard? And 1 cask of mushroom wine. We don't have to throw it overboard. I was just going this way to fill out some of these map tiles, so that we're slowly but surely filling out everything. And there's another pirate. I guess we're doing a good deed by cleaning these guys up. Don't shoot at me. Bro, it's brutal. He's gonna hit me. You fucker. Nope. Nope. You're too stupid. Okay, you did hit me. The 7 damage, bro. Give me 2 supplies to... It's actually such a good way. We're gonna have to throw something. Yeah. It's actually a really good way to gain a bunch of supplies by killing these pirates. Look at this, by the way. The Neath's greatest explorer, in her own mind at least, take her and her bodyguard to the Empire of Hanch. In red, I don't think so. You cannot throw her overboard, which makes sense. We're gonna just do the strange catch, I guess, and like just a little bit of everything. Would be nice if you could just use it right now to like eat and use it for repairs, but instead you gotta throw it in the ocean. It's a little silly that that's how it has to be done, but whatever. It's fine. Here we are, Station 3. This is where we needed to get the... we needed to learn something about the submarine, right? I think. Visit the Emporium. Nope. Do I need to get one of these? Oh, here we go. Search Shed 12. A long, low building propped against a wall. Boarded windows. A rusting padlock. Your bosun shatters the lock. Your bosun shatters the lock with a ball-peen hammer. Inside... Your lamps reveal dust-choked workbenches, strewn with discarded tools, shelves of cardboard boxes filled with rivets and bolts, washers and screws, blackboards roughly scrubbed. There's an old lunchbox, it's half-eaten, sandwiches encased in a successive generations of exciting fungus. In a rusted filing cabinet, you find the documents you need, a folder of tea-stained research into Zonar. You leave the rotting workshop quietly and return to your ship. The next time you sneeze, your handkerchief comes away black with the workshop dust that crept into your lungs. Return to Port Carnelian to complete your submarine research. Yo? What the fuck? Okay. Well, that's gonna be sick. We are close to Godfall, do this, since we have all those candles right now. But I'm very excited to go do the submarine now. All right, we're also gonna quickly take a tour here at Polythreme because there we can go turn our idol, our watchful curio, into the thing we need for the chess. An audience with the king with the 100 hearts. The clay broker, leaning on his copper staff, examines you coolly. The king will see you, your little friend. He says, no, he won't see you. Not just now. He gestures for you to hand him the watchful curio. That night, the hill of Polythreme quakes. The words on the walls uncurl themselves. The birth cries are everywhere heard as claymen sit up, opening incurious eyes, awaiting their tithing to London. The clay broker waits on the quayside, on the flat palm of his broad hand. The watchful curio squats, but it is changed. Our regards to stone, is all he says. We now have a wakeful idol and Sig's fragments, which is where we're gonna bring. We're not gonna get these people right now because we're gonna need all the space we can. Now it's time for Godfall. I think that is our pirate friend right there. Once again, having another go. Let's see how it goes this time. Maybe we'll lose. Who knows? I think now you start getting money again, hopefully. There's like the one section where you have to do the dinner, and then she stops giving you money, and then she just gives up and starts paying you again, I think. 2 more shots. Bye-bye. Give me the money. You better pay me, or I'm actually gonna throw you away. Oh, you did hit me in the end. There we go. Only $100. Words are no longer needed. The pirate poet bows her head, acknowledging your victory. Next time, though, a slight smile adds, do not expect her to go easy on you. Well, she literally has never... Oh my god, even come close? That is 5 supplies right there. Good lord. And we even lost some terror. There were peaches in there. Very nice. Okay, we're gonna go on a bit of an adventure here. These are actually like pretty neat. Like the Nuncio one where you need the candle and this one are pretty neat. Like if you're looking for something to do, just pick up candles and go to these places and you get like a spooky story. Godfall. So no, we're not doing that. We are gonna get the port report and then explore the shattered citadel. Before the stalactite was a monastery. Before it ever fell from the roof, it was a citadel. The fall shattered it and killed all its occupants, probably. Why don't you take a look? The more foxfire candles you have, the better. So we have 10. We have double the amount they're asking for. I think this is enough. Let's try. Explore through the cellars. The monks have blocked the tunnels into the citadel. The starved men lived here, one says vaguely. They're all dead, of course, but you still wouldn't want to meet them. Still, there's a gap in the cellar wall that they keep meaning to fix. You have moved to a new area. The spooky citadel. What the heck? All beneath is dark. The citadel is dark as all beneath is dark. The citadel is dark as only a once bright place can be. It hung up there among the false stars, drowned in azure light for how long? Now it's here, and so are you. Very bad things will happen if you run out of candles. We'll definitely go deeper. 86% chance of success with our mirrors. Come on. We succeeded. We lose a candle. You found your way deeper into the citadel. The citadel lies on its side. All its halls and tunnels tilt crazily. Etch your way through like an ant through a broken puzzle box. A black-jawed beast. Mandibles slide wetly from the wall. 100% chance of success. That's nice. A hollow snap. You had your eye on that curious projection. You push a sailor to the ground as the jaws close futilely overhead. We will go deeper once more. 80. Oh, we have lots of mirrors, so this makes it a lot easier to do these. We succeed once again. Creep across a chasm. The stalactite has cracked right across. The crack is a plunging chasm. The dark sea thunders below. You can probably get across. After all, you are sailors. Sailors have rope. 99% chance. Imagine I lose. A difficult crossing. It's harder in the candlelit gloom than it would be in the deck of a ship. The crevices of the stalactite seem alive with eyes, but you all make it safely across. We will go deeper once more. We failed! 86% chance. Come on, you bitch. Go back. This isn't where you meant to be. You've gone no deeper, but what's this? Creep across the chasm again, 99%. We succeeded it once more. We will go deeper again. We succeeded it this time. Search the church of starved men. Let the nacreous outcast approach the altar. He burbles, his frangils tremble? I don't usually have this guy here. That's interesting. Question mark? I quickly looked it up to see if this would get rid of this guy somehow, because that would, I think, completely ruin the chest quest. But no, you can click this one. Let the nacreous outcast approach the altar. He burbles, his frangils tremble. Imitators, the outcast burbles. They stole our exile arch. They fought. They would be us. It shakes with rage or laughter and collapses before the altar. Still, the change remains. The change remains. It's the longest speech you've ever heard from it. It remains motionless in prayer while you search. An inscription on the altar reads, "So are we shapedy." The stonecraft is perfect, but the spelling seems eccentric. 2 stone knives rest on its surface, along with a chunk of flint that might be a knife, a tool, or simply a lump of rock. 3 human skulls wait in a niche at the back. 2 have warped and lengthened jaws. The 3rd has slumped and run like a melted candle, although it feels as solid as any bone to the touch. What now? You can press on, but the going will get harder from here, or you could go back with your treasure. We have 3 secrets, 2 outlandish artifacts, 3 lamentable relics, and an ambiguous eolith. How many candles do we still have? We still have 6. I mean, we gotta go deeper. We gotta go deeper. We also have pretty good success here. We succeeded again. Now it gets harder, though. The glittering crisis. You stumble into the heart of a geode. Quartz crystals twist the light and spangle it into your eyes. It's like trying to outstare molten silver. Go carefully. 72%, though, still pretty high. And we succeeded safe enough. You graze the back of your hand against a sharp crystal. Blood blooms briefly. We will go deeper once more. We failed! Are you kidding me? Lost in amber. A spherical room, the ceiling drips honey. The walls and floor are glazed with warm orange yellow. It gives under your touch, slowly, but when you try to pull your hand free, it takes all your strength. Tables and chairs project through the yard-thick amber on the floor, enough to cross, perhaps. 33% chance! Come on, can we get lucky? We filled two 86% chance rolls. You gotta give us a 33% roll now, right? You absolute fucker. A fall. A Z-man at the back grows complacent. He dawdles too long on amber glazed table. His boot sticks when he tries to raise it. With a single scream, he topples sideways into the grasping goo. His mates try to tug him free, but the stuff has an iron grip. The screaming goes on until he sinks deep enough. The amber pushes its careless fist into his mouth, and finally he's silenced. Move on, move on. That is fucking terrifying. Okay, yeah, I see how we gained some terror. We'll go deeper still. Okay, we succeeded this time. The glittering crisis again. Come on, 72%. Okay, succeeded that one at least. We go deeper still. We got 3 candles. Onwards. Fight off a frenzied assault. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. A rabble of leathery mummy things. Mouths agape. Come boiling from crevices. Crooked limbs reach for you. Come on, 50%. Failed! We lose another crew, you fucker! You are in the 6th angle of tunnels? This might be bad, actually. Your crew crumbles. They're not strong, these leather remnants, but they're terribly tenacious. Not dead exactly. Half-living memories persisting on reflex and hate. Fall back! Fall back! Come on, please. Alright, we succeeded that one. Glittering Christ, come on, 72. Fail the challenge? I swear to fuck, you piece of shit. Dazzled, you trip. A knife-length projection of crystal parts your peacoat as if it were crepe paper. You lurch to the exit. Your crew helps you bandage it as best they may. Nasty cut. The bosun helpfully observes. A little to the left and it'll bleed you like a Christmas pig. And it'd bleed you like a Christmas pig. Well, we have 1 of 3 wounds. We'll be okay. We just need to get there. We have 1 more candle. Literally the last candle. Oh my god. Onwards. Oh, holy shit, we did it.
And you need the Eelith here. Okay, but you get that from the middle hall. Okay, well, 10 candles is the bare minimum, that's for sure. Holy shit, I thought that was a little easier than it ended up being. The Gate of Forms here in the floor, because of the stalactite's fall, is a gate of glittering chalcedony. I don't know what that is. Half lost beneath rubble, but thick enough to resist the most determined assault. Its surface is a relief of twisted limbs. Distorted faces screaming in glee, carved, molded, impossibly natural? A pit at its center might be a key socket or only a mouth. We're gonna put in the thing. Making an entrance. Perhaps once the gate was fiercely counterbalanced. Perhaps once hidden machineries would have roared at the touch of the Eelith, and the gate would have swung open like oiled glass. Now, the Eelith only triggers the unlocking mechanism. It takes 3 sailors with crowbars to move the rubble and force the door open. Or door open, down open, so that when you bring it free, it collapses inwards with an echoing crash, climb through the gap into a space that roars with wind. The Root Gallery. You've traversed half the length of the stalactite called Godfall. From the monastery to here, the starved men cut a tremendous gallery around the whole root of the stalactite, leaving a vast central pillar to support its weight. In its day, the view must have been unrivaled. Remnants of salvaged glass and wooden eating houses, viewing booths, side temples still cling to the edges, but the root has been shattered, and the stalactite fell. Go a little closer, clamber carefully across the tilted surface of the gallery floor towards the shattered stump of the root. A dozen corpses, decades dry, lie at the stalagmite's root. You think there was a barricade here, but the fall has smashed it, and the remnants have fallen into the sea. Were they defending the root? Gunnar Atkins squints at the scorched and shattered rock and nods wisely. Gunpowder, he opines. Blew it up themselves, killed the whole city. Starved men, eh? Alice heard they fight each other, mad as toads. In the immemorial tradition of the subterranean adventurers, you search the corpses. Well, it's not like they've been buried. Their bones of their limbs and faces are blurred and twisted like melted wax. You find trinkets, disgusting remnant chunks, and oh good God, yes, that's worth a bit, worth a lot. Best not let your men see it. Nothing else remains here. Signal your ship with flares and she'll approach. You can scramble down and drop into the Z to be retrieved much safer than the tunnels of Godfall. We gain a captivating treasure, 2 secrets, 7 relics, and an eyeless skull. Which looks very creepy, so we get another captivating treasure, and we had the perfect amount of candles to do that, which is very nice. So then we end up saving the perfect amount of space, and I think, wait, how much do we still have? 12 and 9. We are more than good to go to Port Cecil now. We might not have enough space to carry all the stuff they're gonna give us, but that is suffering from success that I am totally okay with. We have like, yeah, we have 1 treasure right now. We actually might be able to buy the boat soon. That's gonna be crazy. All right, there was an eel in the way, but I think he's about to be fish food now. Well, never mind, 1 more shot. Hey, stay back, stay back. Goodbye there, sir. Alright, we should probably use up some of these supplies to also repair real quick here. Let's see what we get. We could dissect it for knowledge. We now have a really high chance to do it. But we still need more hunting trophies. So I think we're gonna still, yeah, we still need those hunting trophies here. We also lose hunger, which is very nice. And then let's pause here for a second and quickly see how much I need. I think 26 spaces of cargo, so we're actually just like we're probably gonna throw some of this overboard, some of this wine and some of this ivory. That would save us 3 spots. Then we need to get like down to let's see, we need to save 9 spots now then, or no, even more. Is this even gonna be possible? We can only have like 14 things, which means we need to use like almost all the supplies. I guess we are just gonna go straight back to London after this. So let's just use up almost all our supplies here.
like down to 2, I think, something like that. And then just repair everything. At least we don't have to repair anymore. Yeah, we basically fully repaired right there. Now we do only have 2. Does it not update on time? It still says 3 supplies here, but it says 2 supplies here. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Anyway, can we sell? We cannot sell anything here, whatever. Let's go do this thing, shall we? An extra move after the port report. Thank you very much. Stronger silver. Give the principals a wakeful idol. That gorgeous little spark. A counterweight. I will devolve and my emissary must end with me. To satisfy the chain, we must have an ascension. This little fellow will rise as I descend. Perhaps you can take her with you. We gain 7 Skintalak. Here, your Skintalak, another secret. I have so few remaining. Will you despoil me further? You will? No, I am tired. No secret for you today. If you press me, I will sulk. I am old. I want to be less than I am. I want to be only coral. Call that a secret, if you must. And then the final one, give the principals heart metal. I long for my ending, but I fear it beside. This is needed to encase my fear. Ice and oysters, the trap jaws. Give me courage. I want to be so to be less. Give it to me. Your payment is there in the corner, and here in this secret. I was forbidden love by the bazaar when I left the world exile, but I don't regret it. I never regret. Even more Skintalak. And now, the last game. I will miss chess most when this is done. The black waves, my children's glows, let them pass. But oh, my sweet diagonal, it's time. Afraid, I find. Quickly, the board awaits. The emissary, trembling, takes his place across the board from you. You will dissolve with me, the principals tells you, consolingly. It's for the best. You must win the game, defeat him, and he and I will end. I will leave treasure. Hurry, my thoughts grow burdensome. So, at the end game, silvery lights fills a sea cave, dripping from the walls. It is Didn't we already say this? Yeah, we already read this. This is the thing we're looking for. We can either win the match or lose the match. Let's see. The principals will be reduced as it desires to a mindless hump of coral. The outcast stands trembling behind the board, ready to enact the principal's moves. Its mind will be destroyed with its masters. We can otherwise lose the match. You are enmeshed in an alien scheme. Perhaps you mistrust it. Perhaps you pity the outcast. Whatever your motives, you will throw the match on purpose, leaving the principals trapped in consciousness, defeating the purpose of this whole quest. You get a much lower reward if you lose the match, but you do keep the outcast as a crew member, and they become stronger and give you more stats. But this is like, the reward here is insane. You almost always want to win the match unless you already have the item that this gives you somehow. But let's win. Oh, and there we go. Jump scared by the notification. I'm just gonna yeet this shit overboard. Bye-bye. Don't need that no more. Move and counter move. The pieces click and hiss on the board. The victory is easy. The emissary whimpers and topples his own kin. He begins to melt like snow in a desert wind. Skintalak sloughs from the roof, gathers around you in great shining drifts. The voice of the principals washes over you like the Z, urgently chanting secrets. For everyone you hear, another two are lost to the grinding of the rock, or incomprehensible to a mind that has not layered centuries beneath the waves. But you learn and learn. Your brain is bursting with knowledge. Now the voice of the principals falters, is gone. It subsides into happy mindfulness with a last melodious sigh. The outcast's face blinks at you from its puddle of goo, and then it too dissolves. The wakeful idol which sat on the chessboard now squats by your feet, eyes bright. The principal had suggested that it would become more. When the principals became less, it seems a little taller, somehow. And our reward, a victory, 21 secrets, 1 vigilant idol. We no longer have the outcast. 12 Skintalak, the Apician
chess piece, 4 lumps of blue scintillac, and a memory of distant source. This right here, I don't know why you get 4. 1 of these is insane. 4 of this is absurd. This allows you to instantly recharge your weapons during combat. So you can shoot your weapons, use this, and then immediately use them again. Now, it has a huge cooldown of like 20 seconds, but this allows you to like burst down massively some monsters and just instantly kill them. Plus, we get this, which is going to be for the last curator. And we gain this, which we can obviously sell. And this is one of the ways you get a bunch of secrets for writing the book that we're going to be writing, which now we have just an unreasonable amount of secrets, 67 secrets here, what the fuck. So yeah, that was pretty darn good. We are not going to sell this beast, no thank you. We could explore the shore, but we're just going to be getting stuff that we can't even hold anyway. So I think what we're going to be doing here is just go over to the wither area, I guess. We should, or no, with the vendor bite, we could deliver this thing, I guess. Which, I mean, Fallen in London is really close to this anyway, so we might as well just go over here, explore some of this black stuff, and then get the vendor bite. Hello there. Well, I guess we get to try out the new weapon here. Oh, it's also the pirate poet. Well, that's poetic, I guess, in a way. So you're gonna wait until you have them both charged, then you shoot, and then you reload. I clicked the wrong button. You reload, and then you just immediately shoot again. It actually is so good. Especially when you're, like, backing off against a monster. You just keep firing. Because these weapons should align. They're not aligned right now because the range is a little wacky. But yeah, you can see 20 seconds. You can use this forever. Now, you only need 1 of these in order to be able to do this. We can 500 echoes at that time. We're not going to have the storage space to be able to carry this. 3 zoop? Come on now. That's so much money. But I don't think... I mean, whatever. We drop this. We drop this. We're making money here. We're in the money-making business after all. You only need 1, so you can give the others away to the alarming scholar and just get like even more money off of that. It is just disgusting. And that, I mean, it's a really long quest, and you need to have a lot of knowledge about the game in order to be able to gather the things that they want. It's definitely not an easy quest, but the rewards, it's relatively okay to complete while doing other things, and it just gives you such cool rewards. This is my favorite quest in the game. Just because it's relatively easy, but requires you to be smart, and just the reward of that weapon. Like, even a ship that doesn't have the forward gun, like has only 1 gun, becomes like suddenly really strong if you have the double or like the instant reload thing. Like, it's just so crazy. So yeah, that was a very big quest completed. Now the next big quest we really want to do is like the vendor bite last curator one, which that one I think is going to take a little bit longer than this one. We're going to be carrying that one through quite a lot more. And then after that we're going to just hand in the chess piece over there. And we really should get the submarine, because I'm so curious what's underneath the water. What kind of crazy monsters are going to be out there? I saw a few screenshots. I tried to avoid spoilers, because it seems crazy. Is this going to be the pirate poet again? Oh, it's just a regular pirate ship. Well, you made your final mistake. Goodbye. Oh, I missed. That's awkward. 1 HP left. Goodbye for now. And we get 4 supplies. Holy shit. Even a lowly pirate ship like that can give you 4 supplies. That's crazy, which is actually very useful because we were about to run out. We are also about to run out of fuel, but we can buy a little bit in vendor buy. I don't think we can sell our scintillac there because we're just like absolutely sitting on, what is it? Like 26 scintillac, which we can turn all of this into 70 coins. We needed 13,000 for the ship. So we're gonna pick up another artifact here. We got 2 artifacts already in our inventory. This might just be it, actually. That's gonna be wild. And then we can do the engine, because then we have enough storage space to do all that shit. Holy. Do I have the... Oh, he wanted me to go to Frostfound. I should have stopped there, because I need to get 2 strategic information so we can get the vital intelligence
that we need for a mission. My bad. Anywho, here we are. We need to talk to you. Because you can either give the Skintalak or this chess piece. I have not found any other use for this chess piece ever besides giving it to the curator. So, and this can be sold somewhere else for a big price. So we're just gonna give them the chess piece. Give it your Apocyon chess piece. Ah, yes, it also wants. You get another captivating treasure. The curator cups its hands over the soft glowing chess piece. Its face, you see now, is masked with copper. Its fingers wither in the light. A curl of smoke rises, but it only clutches the chess piece tighter. The sea, it whispers. I smell the sea. You smell scorched dust, but here's your payment. In rubies of antique cut, the curator seems happy. Yeah, you only need to give one. So we are now over halfway. We need to give these, and I think this one's still hard to get. This one's a little tough. Anyway, it just doesn't tell you at all how to get these, by the way. You just literally have to figure this shit out through trial and error, which is kind of silly, but anyway. I want some fuel. I guess just 2 fuel. Can we not sell anything here? You can sell the Monster's Almanac, but then you have to make it again, which would cost additional secrets. Which do we have? We don't have the artifacts right now to be able to make one, because we do have more than enough secrets to just make these things now. The main thing I'm scared of is that we're going to have them stuck in our hold, but if we can upgrade our ship, I'm not going to be worried about that anymore, really. So that can be kind of crazy. So let's sell 1 supply here and replace it for a fuel. 2 supplies, replace it for a fuel, because we're gonna need to go down. We'll definitely make it to London. It's not that far. Also here, by the way, you can see like an underwater building, which is really cool. I wonder if we'll get to see that if we go underneath there. That would be sick. But anyway, we have reached London. Another successful journey, completed a major quest. Plus, with all the stuff we have, we might be saying goodbye to this ship already. It feels like we just got this yesterday. Like a few hours ago, and now we're gonna sell it again. But it has to be done. Collect the messages. And let's see. We're gonna go Scholar, or first probably Shop here. And just get rid of a ton of this stuff. Well, the Zoop is just bye-bye. And then just literally get rid of everything. Oh, we should have gotten some Devil Bone dice. That's my bad. Yeah, I'm just gonna make money here. You can use Skintalak for a few other things, but I just want my inventory to be empty right now. 10,000 already. Well, we're absolutely gonna do it then, because we are going to hand you 1 captivating treasure. Yes. And then can we make the thing now? Let me see. We should visit my study. We still have not picked this up, whatever it is. The storm and... I looked this up really quickly, and you're just supposed to get this through random events, which seems incredibly silly. That just happened when you're out on the ocean. We can, however, create this thing, an anatomical cabinet, which will give us 7 iron, which is gonna put us at 60. Boom. That's where you need the lamentable relics for, so that's 7 secrets down. We could... 1 live specimen. We need to get that somewhere. 7 strange catches. So yeah, we kind of need to hold on to... Well, we don't have to hold on to this. We can get another one later. Let's just sell it now. Then we get 12,000. And then we have 4 of these, so we might as well sell one of them to you, which is going to give us 800 echoes. And then we have 13,000. I think... we'll just sell another one. We'll have 1 left over, just to, because we don't want to sell all of them. But we're gonna have 2, I guess. Whatever. And now we have 14,000, which means we should get this, I think. So you can also get this one, but it's just super heavy and super slow. This one is 3,000, but the hold capacity, man. Finally having 70 hold capacity almost doubles what we already had. It does lower your veils, so we're going to be less sneaky. We gain mirrors and we gain iron as well. It's the first time I've ever gotten this ship. I've never gotten it. We're gonna trade the Kilgore. Absolute beast right here. Take a look. Holy shit. Look at that. That's sick. Nice. Yo, and then we're gonna have the, oh, look at you. You want Solace Fruit. Perfect. You can have it for 75 bucks. So now we can have everything. We can have the AF too. We can have forward guns and backward guns. Better engine would probably be welcome pretty soon here. But we could just try to hard force now trying to do the engine quest. Since that is going to be relatively possible. We mainly just need a vital intelligence for that. Which we're going to have to go to Frostfound in order to do that. I'm just thinking what we should put here. Because we can go to the shop, I guess. And buy... we can put a secure compartment. Not really super interesting. I think we can put a gun. Yeah, we can put guns there. But I don't know if backwards guns are necessarily that crazy. You can put this there. 28. I mean, if we have another gun at the back, that means we can, like, reload that gun as well when we use the the blue Skintalak. This Cabinet Yard's Avid Suppressor gives you some veils and suppression. What is that? Devours engine emissions, ensuring that your engine never explodes at full power. Also slightly improves your chances of evading enemy attention. Interesting. Never exploding your engine means that you can just kind of throw fuel on the fire. Full power to the engines all the time, which just means that in like speedy, if you want to get speedy, you can just do that for free. Having the extra gun though is kind of neat, but that's kind of cool. I think I want to do that. I've never actually had this thing. Sure, let's go. And that will also kind of make up for the lowered veils that we have from the ship here. So now we have every slot finally filled out. And we also have more than enough cargo space now. So let's see. We should hand in all these port reports so that we can make space. Port Cecil. Godfall. We don't have that many. Venderbite. Abbey Rock. Polythreme. And then we do need to buy some fuel, which we can also turn in fuel. You can save some money by going to the dry dock and then doing this. Visit the Admiralty fuel stores. For 1 Admiralty point, you can gain 2 or 3 fuel. So we might as well just save some money here and get some fuel that way. 3 fuel. We're going to be using a lot more fuel. We have so many favors, there's like kind of no point to have all of this. So we're just getting like 30 fuel here. There we go. We succeeded quite a few times. 30 fuel. Now we do need more crew. Because we have 25 crew, but -3 from the clay. So we're going to have to go to London here and do some recruiting. We gain 2 crew only. 2 crew again. 3 crew. Now we're just barely above half. And I think we're just going to take 1 more crew from this, the new recruit, which can just add 1. So we're going to be at 14. So we're just... so 11 is half. We have like 3 crew to spare, which is more than enough. What do you want again? Oh yeah, I never got your literature, my bad. And then we should go hang out with our family. Lose a bunch of terror. And we could give them an artifact. I think we're just gonna give them more visions of the surface. They're getting there. They need 10 more points in order to become a scion. So 450 hull now, by the way. That is insane. That is doubled the hull since the last ship. Absolute insanity. And I think we're just gonna go up to like Frostfound to get the strategic intelligence. Could we tell you to fuck off, actually? Because I really don't want to go there. It's such out of the way. It's so annoying. We can give up 1 favor to not have to go to Frostfound. Let's see. Retrieve from Mount Palmerston. I mean, it is closer. It's actually, that's kind of in a good place. You have a good point. Because I think that's right around where we can buy the Devil Bone dice. So then we can also get the other cannon that we want to get. So let's just go up to Mount Palmerston. We really need this. And then try to get the Devil Bone dice as well. Look at, oh, I almost forgot to buy fuel or to buy supplies here. That would have been embarrassing because we have more crew now. We got to be careful. We'll get 10, I guess. We'll die a little bit more. There you go. We have 47 out of 70 slots used, which now means that these are not that problematic anymore. They only take up one of, like, a lot less. Like, there's much more space to go around now, which means in quests we can pick up stuff more easily without having to, like, constantly mind our hold capacity as much. It's really fucked up that it takes so long in the game before you get your first ship that has more storage capacity. Like, it's really tough in this game. They're very stringent about what you can get in terms of ships. Now we should also stop at the Hunter's Keep here, actually, because I think something bad might happen. I'm not entirely sure. So there's actually like a time system in this game where time does go on. So right now it's April 25th. I don't know when we started, to be honest. Let's see. Hunter's Keep in darkness. A hump of dark rise. That's the same. Go up to the house. Crunch across the gravel up to the door. The brass of the door knocker is tarnished. The paint is beginning to peel in the salt sea air. No one answers, but the door is unlocked. 96% chance. Imagine we fail this now. You succeeded. Words in darkness. The hall is dark, the parlor too. There are signs of disturbance here and there. A smashed cup, an overturned piano stool, scratches on the walls. You bend to pick up a page of paper and hold it to the light. It is an unfinished poem. You think the handwriting may be Phoebe's. The absent moon, the gnawing hunger in the heart, the well, the sea, a great many crossings out. There are sounds from downstairs, from the kitchen. You push open the door cautiously. Something clings to the ceiling. Something turns yellow eyes to you and hisses. Something somewhere has changed. I love the cryptic shit. Uh-oh. What the fuck? The thing in the kitchen, the yellow-eyed maid, clings to the ceiling like a lizard. We can catch her in a net. 72% chance. Yellow-eyed maid clings to the ceiling like a lizard, fierce and wiry. In her ragged form, she hisses furiously. When you advance a step, she scurries away to the far end of the room, still on the ceiling, weeping. 72% chance, that's guaranteed, right? Succeeded, baby! Hold down. It's likely to get a jaguar out of a tree. It's like trying to get a jaguar out of a tree. 3 of your crew are badly bitten, but at last you restrain her, and she lies on the table, glaring and growling. What now? You try to question her. Those poor sailors, she spits. You realize that in all the time you spent at Hunter's Keep, she had never spoken. The poor sailors. I didn't come here for this. Damn them all to the well. With a serpentine wriggle, she's free of the net. She returns to the ceiling in an inhuman leap. We gain some terror and some fragments as well. The silent house. We can search the house for 57% chance. Discover what you can about what happened here. We don't have one that gives mirrors, right? Yeah, we have one that gives pages, not mirrors, unfortunately. I mean, it's above 50%. We failed. Fuck you. An empty house. Bedrooms, bathrooms, the breakfast room, the servants' stairs, all empty of life. The long case clock at the top of the stairs ticks like a heart outside the sea sighs. Can we try again? Try again? Failed again! Try again! A distant song. You cock your head and listen. Someone is singing, a woman's voice. Soft o'er the fountain, lingering falls the southern moon. The sound takes you up the winding stairs to the turret at the back of the house. You try the door at the top, locked. The sound ceases. It was Phoebe's voice. You call out to her. What's happened? We wanted their stories, she explains reasonably. We only wanted their stories in the beginning. We get so starved for stories here, out here. But then Lucy, she breaks down in sobbing. Want us to break down the door? Your bosun whispers. While you're considering the answer, one of your crew swears and points. Smoke is leaking from beneath the door. I deserve an ending, Phoebe calls out. When you press your hand to the door, you can feel the heat on your palms. I think I forgot what you need for this. A very chancy challenge. We need veils for this. Well, we have 46% chance to get it. The fire begins in Phoebe's turret room. Tourette room? Whatever. But it spreads quickly. Zailers tumble, choking from the door as the smoke billows out. The yellow-eyed maid leaps from a window and streaks across the lawn on all fours. Save Phoebe. Her mind may be lost to grief and madness, but at least perhaps you can save her flesh from the flames. I've had this thing like 5 separate times. Every time with like a 50% chance. I have never succeeded this. So let's see if we can get 6 for 6. We succeeded! A desperate rescue. A bucket chain passes up water from the Z, enough to slow the flames a fraction. And to soak the cloths you wrap yourself in, you dash through the flames, your skin crisping, eyebrows sizzling, your hair grows back patchy after. Phoebe is slumped against the wall. You seize her, sling her over his shoulder, dash out. The spine of the house breaks with a roar as the roof falls in. Sparks fly up towards the false star, so far above. The death of the house takes hours, but it is total. Only a cindered shell remains. Phoebe weeps when she wakes, racking sobs that shake her body. "You should have left me," is all that she will say for the longest time. Her face is horribly burned. She goes bandaged after, like the half-dead of the tomb colonies. Perhaps she's half-dead herself. It can be difficult to tell in the Neath. We lost a crew. We gained a scarred sister. Interesting. She was the youngest sister of Hunter's Keep's 3. Now her home is gone. She will not show her face nor speak of what occurred, but she is prepared to use her education to help heal your crew. Interesting. The house on Hunter's Keep is a blackened shell, and we gain a port report Keep's End. We lose terror and a crew from that, and we actually succeeded the challenge. Pick over the ruins of the great house. We lose more terror. We gain an outlandish artifact and a memory of distant shores. No one has come to reclaim Hunter's Keep despite its proximity to London. The place has an eerie reputation. It's difficult to see why. Why today? The place is as peaceful as folly in a park. The air is still far across the water. The lights of London glow. So yeah, the story of them is that they're like super obsessed with stories, which is why we always have to share them news, and they give us like tales of distant shores and tales of terror and stuff. And they like kill sailors by like throwing them down the well or something, I think, which that eventually like comes back to haunt them like this, and the house burns down. But I feel like this is almost always triggered by you doing the quest of the chief engineer, the tireless mechanic, because it always happens after that, it feels. Also, by the way, we have the eyeless skull as a mascot, and we have a surgeon, the scarred sister, but she is much worse than the other surgeon, which we haven't really interacted with this in a while. We need a live specimen, which, can we get that now? We need to be... Oh, we can get that now. If this is above 50, I think we can get it somewhere. This is like how long the game has been going. 54. That's the time of the game, whatever. So, can we talk to anybody else? We can talk to you with a Searing Enigma, but I kind of want to save those. You needed a strange catch. No, I don't think anybody else really wants to chat. Or you maybe. We have 13 supplies. We can talk to you. Chat about science. Or let's ask about his medical career. He looks up from a wounded sailor. No, I mustn't. No, I have no stories. I would wish... You would wish to hear? He sniffs. Unless... Would that be sea trout? A dour companion. The doctor pushes more food around his plate than he puts into his mouth. And what he eats, he chews until all taste has been squeezed out. Between bites, he sips only water, evading all questions where opinion is sought. It is only when the subject turns to his trade that something flickers inside him, old memories of pain and pride. I fear it was my training that let me see the world for what it was. Its corpus infested by malignancies with human faces. How could I dare face Hippocrates in the hereafter if I just stood by and did nothing? Nothing. The Hippocratic oath, I'm assuming that's referencing. His eye, because he has a patch, meets Yours, for the first time, fierce damned. If 2 drops of medicine can cure the body, could 2 drops of poison cure the world? For a moment, it actually seemed that easy. The fire fades. He pushes back his chair. Pardon me, Captain. I fear I have had my fill for today. We lose a supply and begin an intriguing snippet. Chat about science? Well, we have more than enough supplies. The nature of nature. Sunlight is, in certain senses, literally, quite literally, law. Without sunlight, the Earth would spin off into space. And the absence of sunlight down here means the absence of a dozen laws. Death operates unreliably, though more reliably on the Z, as you know. Geography is uncertain and shifting. And dreams. He had grown animated. Now he seems distracted. He apologizes and composes himself. It was a particular interest of mine. Luminosity, the anatomy of the eye, the many liberations of night. Excuse me, this gruel is a little too rich for my taste. Invite him to drink with us. We need a mushroom wine, but at least we furthered his story a little bit. Anywho, so yeah, the Hunter's Keep is now burned down. You can actually see a change on the map as well, which is kind of sick. You can now see there's like burned stuff around it and like holes in the roof, which I don't think they were there before. We need to get the Mount Palmerstone, but I'm pretty sure we're just gonna hop by these, get some port reports. I got the port report here. We can also quickly explore Vendor Bite. Let's see what we get. Oh, we get another one of these. The Raggedy Fellow. We could use one more crew, sure. We'll take you with us. And then we will permit the altar once again. We've seen this guy like 3 times this playthrough. This so many times. It's always a different guy, I guess. Anyway. Now stuff like this becomes so much easier. You go boom, boom, fire again. How much HP do you have left, sir? Oh, 23 left. Like these, any large creature that you can easily fire on or keep in your crosshairs now becomes like absolute cannon fodder. We will once again take a trophy and outlandish artifacts. I would love to find a few Lorn Flukes as well, because those are going to be huge rewards. Each of those Lorn Fluke cores you can sell for like 600 in London, so that's like a really good way to make money. And another one of these. Bye-bye, sir. Oh, never mind. You're not dead yet. Don't bang me. Stay back. There we go. A fallen stone. Now and then, rocky fragments fall from the roof of the Neath. The decks of older ships are poked with scars. The sound is one of no landlubber knows, and no sailor will ever forget. This one has smashed the glass of a deck binnacle. Ill omen, one sailor cries. The god in the roof storm is angry. We can do nothing. One of the 3 nameless gods of the sea, an absurd superstition. Or we can make a sacrifice to avert misfortune. In the stories, Storm is the noisiest, angriest, and least reasonable of the Z-gods. Better not take chances. Yeah, let's make sure to give them supplies. And this is how we get the shit. We got it. A simple rite. Your sailors know the words. You mumble them. A gift of wine and fish is suitable, marked with the captain's blood. Ow. Bound with copper wire and cast overboard from the bow. From the bow. The package bobs for a moment and then is sucked beneath the ship. So yeah, we, oh no, we only know something of the 3 gods. We don't get it. This looks like the logo from the thing that we need, but it's not the thing that we need, I'm pretty sure. It's just, we just know something. We got the attention though. So yeah, you need one of these events and one of them will give you the shit that we need. Anyway, maybe that's it. I don't know. We were at Mount Palmerston, which is the main thing, which, this is, I think, also where we're gonna get the Devil Bone dice, which means we could even consider going all the way to Frostfound anyway to get the secret out of Frostfound, because if we can get that engine, man, that engine, I'm not spoiling what it's gonna be, but you'll be fucking shocked at the OP-ness of the engine you can get from that quest. I was shocked when I first saw it, and now that we can actually do it, it would be useful to maybe prioritize it. But just like freeing this guy, and we need to get 3,000, to get the guy out of prison, which is gonna be massively expensive. We don't have 3,000 right now. But anyway, I guess we'll go up to the crater. Why not? Visiting the wistful Deviless. The Deviless disconsolate. She pours the tea with a shaking hand. Her eyes are distanced, the lights. The agonies, the scalding mists of lead, I miss them so. I long to return from exile. I was such a fool. There is no future with the convention. Will you help me? I overhear things here at the gate. The convention's plans, take them back to London for me. The officialdom of hell will show gratitude to me, and I will show gratitude to you. She hands you an envelope. Unsealed, she points out. I choose to trust you. She's certainly lying. Devils do not trust. We need to bring this to London. A message from the wistful Deviless. I wonder if we can actually read that. Can you? It says it was... No. Unsealed, but written in one of the more esoteric scripts of hell. Okay, so we can't even read it anyway. No wonder she doesn't need to trust me. We find our contract. Don't take my soul, please. No, we just get the strategic information, which gives us the 2 that we need. And then we need the port report, of course. And then at the shop, we need 3 devil bone dice, which we needed for the gun. And I think that's the main thing. And now we just need to get back to station 3 in order to actually get the weapon. So I think that's just where we're going to be going, because this weapon is actually going to be crazy. All right, there we go. We are at station 3, and we need to visit the smith, and now we can ask the smith to construct an assembly housing for the cannoneer's weapon. Why is the smith so willing to help? Just how many outstanding favors are owed? The cannoneer shrugs the question off, smiling. I made a lot of bombs back in the day. A lot of bombs for a lot of people who don't like me to talk about it. I think that's why the university threw me out. I never dared go back and ask, though. We lose the Sirig Enigma, which is unfortunate, and we lose this thing, which was actually kind of sick, but we get a Shining Horror. For 7 days, the smith's work. Only the cannoneer is permitted within. Your sailors place bets on whether they'll blow themselves up and whether the explosion will eradicate Station 3 as well. There are no explosions. At last, the cannoneer opens the smithy door, grinning a tired but dazzling grin. He gestures to the seal. The armature that now constrains it is meshed with silvery hard metal. The glyphs flicker frantically like trapped insects. The weapon emits a constant, low, barely audible growl. The air in the room is stifling hot. Behold, the cannoneer says, the memento mori. The grin dissipates. It's finished. I'm not sure what to do now. Mount the memento mori on your ship or sell it to one of the warlike sea nations. Some will give you better prices than others. You may tilt the balance of power on the Z. We gain the memento mori gun, which does +6 iron, +3 mirrors, and it's a forward weapon. 24 hull damage, 32 life damage, so 4 more in both regards than our existing weapon right now. It does have the same, it has more crew damage, same stagger amount, same warm-up time, and it has like stats attached to it, whereas the one we're using right now has no stats. So with this one equipped, we get an additional bunch of stats on top, which is very nice. And now we do need to find something else to put in the brig, plus we need to sell this one. We still have you. Oh shit, we should bring you to the thing. I completely forgot about this lady. My bad. That's fine or whatever. Okay, I'm thinking we could... we should probably just go to that island, just go across from here. But in order to make this the most efficient, we need to be able to buy something at the Isle of Cats. So what I think I'm gonna do is just quickly head back to London so that we get some money so that we can do that and then make this journey from here to the Empire of Hands and then all the way up to Arem. Probably around, we're gonna do a bit of a long one, but I need some money, so give me a second. All right, a quick detour, London. Let's see. Also, something can happen here every time you enter. Can we sell some stuff? we can do this again. Another 75 there. I also saw, where was it? The Brass Embassy. Oh yeah, we're on the quest for the devil at Mount Palmerston. Pass on the wistful devil's information. This is Hell's Foothold in London. It's warm, bright, and handsome. Every window blazes with light. There's a screech abruptly cut off from the excruciation annex. Pass on the wistful devil's information. The deviless has provided intelligence from inside the Brimstone Convention, the aristocrat exiles of Hell. Hell will no doubt be interested. A warm welcome. An urbane devil ushers you into a copper-paneled interview room. There are hunting prints on the walls, but the hunters are devils and their quarry women and men. The devil listens, fingers steepled to your story, nodding encouragingly. That's terribly helpful of you. Terribly helpful. Could I have the message, please? He reads it with interest. Oh, that's very good. Allow me to offer a consideration to you here for your trouble. Bring me more and I'll give you something else. But do you mind performing some independent verification? You know how expats can get. Sometimes their imagination runs away with them. Anyway, here's a little present for your source. We have a gift for the Wistful Deviless and 150 echoes. All right, already. I was just planning to hand you this one since we do not need more than one, and I just need the money right now. But let's also hand in just the port reports here. I don't think this is going to put me over the amount needed. Unless we succeed this one. We do not succeed that one. Yeah, we're just going to hand this in and take it. Also, where does he want me to go, by the way? He wants me to go to Chapel of Light. This guy is fucking obsessed with North, bro. Send me literally anywhere else. Empire of Hands or something. Come on now, that's where we want to go. We get some more supplies for the collection over there. We'll read the morning paper. Even more supplies for the collection, and we'll just take the. We'll take the 800. Okay, so we need 600 for the thing I'm planning to do. Which does mean we could, oh, I have a plan. What if we need more crew for that though? I think we're gonna lose crew there. So we're gonna do a different detour. We're gonna get you 3 crew. I'm gonna just, I think, max out the crew here. Because I have a feeling, oh, never mind. We get an officer. Cost 50 echoes. They're still officers. The Presbyterate Adventurers. Oh, hello, Captain. Is this one of yours? I have to knock her out about a bit. She didn't like taking orders from foreigners. Still, we're good friends now. The adventuress claps the black-eyed sailor on the back. Oddly enough, they do seem to be friends now. We get another person for our ship. And then I think instead of buying tons and tons of supplies, which is very expensive, we are going to try and be smart here by instead buying a bunch of fuel that we're going to need anyway. And then I think we're going to take a little trip to the surface where we can spend our money much more efficiently to buy stuff. Now, we don't have that much money remaining. I'm just looking if I should sell this stuff. I think I should sell both of these here. And then buy an additional fuel, because we're going to need a lot of fuel there. There we go. I think we can make some money up there, actually, as long as we have the crew. So, I'm just going to make sure to buy literally all the fuel I need. All the fuel. And then get one more crew here to have it absolutely pretty much maxed out right there. Since we might be losing crew along the way. You still don't have anything to say? Alright, now we should be fine. But let's spend some time with our family, of course. Almost forget. Give you an artifact. You're almost there. 22. And then we're good to go. Alright, 50 fuel, no big deal. So we're going to go to the Cumian Canal so that we can go to the surface. And you can also see that because we haven't done that before. Oh, recurring nightmare. Wait a minute. We should go deeper into the nightmare. We are at 4 now. If it reaches 5, you'll confront the nightmare. This is dangerous, but you may gain a secret. It's only 37% chance of success now. We did succeed, though. But we are at 5. So, yeah, that was not that useful, because now we're at 5, which means the next one we have to succeed. And we do only have 1 restful night. We immediately use it up. We're literally right here. I'm not going to go back, though. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, hopefully. Who knows?
Alright, we're about to go through all of this here and take the trip to the surface, which
Absolutely terrified me the first time I did it. Oh, hello. Travel to the surface. Let's first listen to some gossip. We gain a vision of the surface. We gain a port report. And then you need 22 fuel and at least 2 supplies. Ensure you're well stocked with supplies and fuel, or you may never return. The coils of the earth. The engineers of the canal took advantage of existing caves and passages where they could. In ancient times, this was a passage to the underworld, they say, but still, the labor must have been staggering. The story goes that the masters of the bazaar lent their arts and alleys to the tasks, but the surface nations play down the fact. Certainly, some of the tunnels look blasted or tunneled. Others look dissolved. Stone pigs. A stoker whispers, stone pigs. We lose 10 fuel just to get there. But we do lose a ton of terror. And look at that. We are actually on the surface. It does exist in this universe, which is crazy. Avernus. The canal emerges in the little lake called Avernus. A warm breeze ruffles blue waters. You and your crew shelter like vampires from the light, with awnings, curtains, broad-brimmed hats, poplars, birdsong, the warmth of the Campanian sun. You can fill mirror catch boxes here, so you can gather sunlight in your mirror catch box, which is cool. We will instead go to Naples. The very last stretch of the canal runs overland to the bay by Bacoli. Then it's an easy run down the Tyrrhenian coast to Naples. 1 fuel to do this. Green and gold, the trees are the dusty green of old jade, the hill tawny as lion. You are pale as milk, all of you. The crew splash in the canal whenever they can to cool themselves after the heat of the sun. It's not right up here, your bosun confides. I keep thinking I'm going to fall off up, like. But it calms the heart to look at it, don't it? The surface is restful, but your crew may die here. The longer you spend up here, the more may die. This includes you. Even by night, the port of Naples is alive with shouts and laughter and work songs. The roar of engines, brick warehouses loom over the moon-dazzled bay. By day, you try to stay below deck. The sun hits like a hammer, and the wind always seems to come straight from the struggling sewers of the slums. We can buy a ticket to Vienna. We can spend some time ashore. All the urges of flesh may be satisfied here, and when that's done, perhaps your crew will find time to pray. We can share news from below. We kind of need that news, I think, for an area that we might go. Goodbye to the scarred sister. She taps you timidly on the elbow. You've been good to me, but here on the surface, I want to see my homeland. Will you pay my fare? Sure. I've never had the scarred sister because she always dies because I always get unlucky. So let's give it a shot. A walk to the station. You see her to the train. The bosun carries her bag. The street is busy with travelers, families, beggars. The dust of the road rises up to make you cough. All 3 of you. Phoebe has been very quiet, but now, suddenly, she starts to speak. We have family in Greece, or had, long ago. My grandmother kept the mystery and watched the judgments up in the mountains above Corinth. When the bazaar came to earth, they saw an opportunity, so they came below. She shakes her head. It didn't end well for us. I wish I could have told you more, only there's so little left of me now. I must have my last few secrets, or I'll just blow away on the wind. But I want you to have this. This is a slim volume entitled A Dream of Red, a romantic novella.
She kisses your cheek, shakes your hand, and she is gone. You now have a dream of red. We gain 3 secrets, a vision of the surface, and Phoebe's fate quality is now above the Gulf of Corinth. We do lose money. This is a chapter of the Crimson Book, the notorious compilation of love stories long sought by the masters of the bazaar. Isn't this one of those items that you can keep when you die? I think. This might give you extra stats when you die. That's kind of crazy if that's what it is. I think that gives you like starting stats. Yo, that's really cool. Now we can also buy purchase supplies, share news. We can carry cargo around the Mediterranean, which costs a bunch of stuff. We could, it's 60%. That's like 100%, right? You were unlucky. We did still gain 200 echoes, though. We lose supplies, we lose 2 crew and 10 fuel. Well, so much for that one. Can I purchase some stuff? This is what I wanted to do. I thought you could buy them in amounts of 10. Didn't realize you could only buy them in amounts of 1. Wait, since when is that the case? Do I need to give them news for that to work? I might need to give them news for this to work. Let's give them some news. I gain 2 supplies, 2 fuel. Nope, it still doesn't work. I'm not sure. I guess that's something that happens later in the game. That completely fucks up my plan, because that means I now have to buy it 1 at a time. So you can buy supplies here at 5 echoes instead of 20 echoes, which is much better. Now, I don't know if my guys are going to eventually start dying here, because I was hoping to pick up a bunch of supplies here. So usually you can do this in like bundles of 10. Nobody is dying yet, though. I'm getting supplies. We're gonna have to click this one a heck of a lot in order to, I think we need like 60 supplies in order for us to also have enough for the journey ahead. Wait a minute, there's like no way. I think I have too much fuel and supplies now. I'm pretty sure that once I click this, it's gonna like make me throw them away, maybe. Oh, no, it didn't. We're just gonna leave. So there's more to do here. But you need to like go to Vienna, and then you can like you can sell like coffee there, and when you do that enough, you can like continue some kind of quest line. It's quite complicated. It involves like going up and down a bunch. We have 28 fuel and 58 supplies. As you might remember, our hold only has 70 slots. So I'm not sure how this is fitting right now, but I guess I appreciate it. Almost to the point where we might want to do, actually, but we don't want to lose more crew. Let's just leave. Yeah, we're gonna have to throw a bunch overboard immediately. My bad. This thing is worth 450. I should have sold that. We just were in London. My bad. I was a little oopsie doopsie. I'm just gonna throw fuel overboard because we need this right now. We're gonna be getting rid of all this like very soon here, and then buying more. My bad. I just bought a bunch that I then immediately threw overboard. Anyway, we went to the surface. We did it. Let's listen to surface gossip and get the fuck out of here. Now we are going to be going to the Grand Geode so that we can get the thing. But we also need the vital intelligence for this, actually, which we can just make by turning a story into that. There we go. And we're sleeping when we're dead, apparently, which will cost us a supply to heal a wound. So now we have no wounds anymore, so that's nice. All right, I'm gonna take a quick detour. This looks a bit scary here, and it is gonna be scary. We are going into the corner. I completely forgot that there is actually something crazy out here. I hope we have enough fuel and supplies. We're actually like almost out of supplies. I hope we can buy some in the store. It's gonna be embarrassing. I'm going at a snail's pace. There is a glorious dreadnought there. What the fuck is that ship? That looks different than usual. It looks like mine. Wait, what? That's kind of crazy. I don't know if I could get behind that one without getting shot. I have a feeling it's gonna shoot me. Oh, glorious frigate. Hey, I'm busy. Uh-oh. We're behind the Grand Geode. It's gonna like get covered up by the logbook. Runeshmi port.
Oh, wait, this is not it? I thought this was where it was. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm crazy. Hutcherson's Bluff. There's like some wild shit here that we've kind of been hearing about here and there. Should turn off the lamp so you don't bother me. Oh, no, there it is. The Dawn Machine. What the hell? I actually have no idea what this is. I think it's supposed to be some kind of artificial sun or something. It's pretty crazy though. Yeah, that's the Dawn Machine. That's the type of mystery, man, in this game. Just always something to find. Okay, well, we now no longer have enough supplies. Let's try and fight this one by being, like, behind you. Because then you can shoot a lot less. We're gonna take a few hits, though, I think, here. Like, for sure. You be... I mean, we're doing lots of damage, and you haven't shot a single time, so I think we'll be okay here, but this is gonna kind of be scary. Finding a dreadnought. It goes to show the Skintalak just being, like, absolutely insane. The earlier you can get that, the better. You can actually... That is what the red star is, by the way. The rat star on Big Mode Isle. So if you want to be evil and you just want to steal it from them, you can get, like, the Skintalak super early and then make fighting in the early game much easier. I don't know why they're not shooting behind them. I guess I'm, like, at a really weird angle here. It is a little silly, this, like, cheese strats you can employ on some of these enemy vessels. Get wrecked, though. You have destroyed a glorious dreadnought. The ship is all yours. What will you do with her? Apparently, we're just opening a thing. Rich wild scent. 3 zoop. Wow. Dude, imagine you fought for your fucking life to get that, and then you just get some zoop. That's why it's not worth fighting those guys ever. Can we buy supplies in this place? I'm gonna be so pissed off if I can't. I don't think we can. We might have to go up. Let's fight this guy. Maybe he will have supplies for us. Please, sir, could you give me some supplies in the fucking storm too? This is a damn disaster, bro. What a mess we've gotten ourselves into here. I'm gonna wait until they're both charged and then absolutely blast this guy. Half HP just like that. Come on. You are me, bro. You look exactly like me, but you're gold. Which I'm not sure if you're even real. Maybe you're in my head or something, and that's why we're not getting many supplies from these. That would make sense, I guess, kind of. I'm just charging. Come on. Can I shoot you? Give me good stuff. Come on now. A memory of distant short. These are just such a scam. Okay. Let's quickly stop here. I have a feeling... Is there even stores here? We're gonna just see. Please, just let me buy a handful of supplies. No shops available. Are you kidding me, man? We're not gonna sell you the thing. Let's get a port report. Don't screw me over again. You did not do that. Let's ask to speak with someone in authority. Please give me some supplies. We lose terror, which is nice, I guess. We gain a memory, but nothing else. Yeah, I think we're gonna be fucked here. We do have everything we need. 7 crew? You're gonna take 7 crew from me here? That's insane. If we just have this, it's gonna be so neat. Let's try to go to Port Carnelian, since we have to go there for the submarine thing anyway. Maybe they got some supplies for us, and then we can do this fucking thing here. Hello there, spooky fish man. Let's see. This should also be easy, but you are kind of scary. 210 HP. Don't dash at me. Get staggered. I love the animation on the gun. The red. I can't see your HP, bro, but I'm assuming you're dying soon. Please die. Hey, you're not supposed to hit me 16 damage, you dick. Whatever. Oh, this is our first time. You've defeated a Bahi mustache. The mouth gapes, the eyes are dull. We can harvest its flesh and its mustache. The one is oily, the other is both oily and magnificent. Or we can dig around its innards. Not a pleasant job, but perhaps a profitable one. That might give us supplies. Let's try it for supplies. We get an unprepossessing mask, that's all. 1 watchful curio. You gotta be fucking me right now. All right.
Well, anyway, sometimes you make plans and then they don't really go the way you wanted them to go. It is what it is. We have, however, reached a nice place here. I should have gotten another agent from the diplomat because I think we already used it here and we got completely screwed. Those agents, I mean, you can like take over these places, I think, with agents. Like, you can do all kinds of stuff with that. There's so many like cool mechanics in this game. You can spend just hours figuring them out. I can buy supplies here. Okay, very nice. But let's do this. Hidden workshop. Complete phase 2. You brandish your pilfered sonar schematics. The engineers cheer. They set to work immediately. Your ship is docked at the workshop and concealed beneath a set of awnings. Beneath, hammers ring, drills whir, mechanics argue, reconcile, improvise. From the outside, your ship looks largely unaltered, but inside, new pipes gleam. A satisfying lever stands by the helm, surrounded by an array of mysterious gauges and dials. This extends the shell hull, a weary engineer explains. Don't pull it until you're out at Z, huh? The fierce philanthropist offers you a sherry. We've done it, she says, to your new journeys, Captain, wherever they may lead. If you trade the ship for another, your chief engineer will automatically apply the submarine conversion process to your new vessel. Future captains can obtain a submarine conversion by returning to Port Carnelian. They will not have to repeat the quest. Your ship may now transform into a submarine. Press T when at Z to transform. What? That is fucking crazy. to play for like 10 hours. I don't know how long this video is at this point. Probably quite long. And suddenly you can go under fucking water. What the hell? All right, let's get some supplies here. We need at least like... Fuck, we're gonna be out of fuel. We need to just go hand this shit in. I need to hand this in right now because it's making me fucking crash out. Tutorial, submerging. You're now the proud owner of a submersible ship. Submersible ship. Use the submerge button to convert your ship into a submarine. Use the same button when underwater to resurface. We will do... Uh-oh, I'm scared. Oh. What the fuck? Achievements galore? What is happening? Sonar lets you see beneath the sea. When underwater, it highlights nearby obstacles, discoveries. What the fuck? This is crazy. And creatures with dim blue glow. You'll have to get closer to find out what they are. I'm scared. What the fuck is all this? There's current. Is this bad? This looks kind of bad. Should I get out of this thing? Get me out of here? Bro, I'm a damn submarine, brother. What? I have oxygen meter, by the way. Can I get out of the water for a second? I don't know, it's kind of freaking me out right now. I'm going up. Oh yeah, it's getting larger. Because we should be right around... Can you actually move, like, that way? Yo, you can. We're closer to... Are you fucking kidding me? I'm about to run out of supplies again. I just need to do this quest, man. So yeah, if you're going up, you gain oxygen. That's insanely cool. All right, we're gonna be doing lots of exploration. It looks quite empty down there, but I'm assuming... I mean, the Z also looks quite empty, just in most areas. Okay, we're literally gonna have one supply left, so we're gonna have to go somewhere to buy stuff, so then we probably won't have money left over. We already don't have money left over. We're just gonna do this shit, man, because this... I don't want to have to come back here again with 50 fucking supplies. Purchase an element of dawn from the Commodore. The Commodore welcomes you, smiling to his immaculate office. Crystals glitter in the walls. Of course, he says, glad to help. But we'll need to cover expenses for an element. The light only produces so many, you know? Here you go. 7 crew. 7 crew lost. Expenses? No, your 7 youths and maidens. I mean, your 7 crew are not expenses. They will live rich, satisfied, glorious lives. I will ensure it personally. And thank you for the information. We will make very good use of it. You have lost 50 fucking supplies. What an insane quest. I think it's just done this way so that you have to have a bigger ship in order to do this. So yeah, this is step 1 of the many steps we need to do in order to gather the stuff. I think it's over here, yeah. Element of Dawn. We need 40 units of ivory and a casket of sapphire. So this is the hardest part of this. So this is mostly done. Now we need to get the Frost Found, get the thing from Frost Found, and then get the guy from Wisdom, and that will finally give us access to be able to do this. Now, however, we have to make sure not to starve to death by quickly going back to where we just came from to buy some additional supplies. And then we're just gonna forego the honey thing that I was planning. I was planning to buy honey at the Isle of Cats because you can trade it in at the Empire of Hands for one of the things that we need, but you need to have money for that. And we don't have any money right now because we spent it all on fucking supplies that we then gave away, which, I mean, we did get something in return for it, so I guess it ended up being a trade that we wanted. But I'm about to run through my last supply. I'm kind of scared to go underwater right now. I just want to get to the port, please. Now, the nice part of losing all those crew is that we're not going to have too many mouths to feed anymore, which I guess is convenient. Anyway, let's get port report, and could get sapphires, but I don't really want to do that. I mostly just want supplies. These are actually cheaper than the ones you buy in London, interestingly enough. So we should buy like 10 at least. Probably 15. And then, I mean, also just buy a bunch of this, because it's only 12, it's not that expensive. And just make sure that we have enough. So we're just spending all of our money here. 25 fuel, 15 supplies. Good lord. Okay. Very cool. We have the submarine, though, which is awesome. And now we can explore a little underwater, as well as just get to the Empire of Hands. But this finally allows us to access these type of ports. There's like ports underwater that you can see, but we haven't been able to access yet, which is going to be crazy. I think it's finally time for us to start heading towards the Empire of Hands to actually deliver the adventures, because she's been going on a wild journey with us, that's for sure. There's a bunch of islands along the way that we're probably going to stop at some of them. All right, a quick stop at Isle of Cats. I think we have the key now, right? So we can actually do the very important thing. Port report, of course. Yes, we have the key. So what you can do, this is how we're going to get most of the stories we need to beat the game. If you go walk in the Rose Garden, what uses a key if you don't open things with it? And then 2 mellifluous sisters unlock the gates. Your key is mostly ceremonial. Before you is a garden dipped in blood. A sea of petaled crimson, winding paths lead to irregular rows of cages, each covered in tangles of thorns and vine. Some of the prisoners inside the cages call out to you, others mutter to themselves or weep. A few simply stare, hopeless and silent. A sip of red honey. A mellifluous sister is pouring it into a glass vial, fresh from the honey spinner. You could beg a drop. And if you do that, you gain 10 stories. Now, I think you can get both Memories of Distant Shores as well as Tales of Terror. And there's other places where you can like turn these into each other, so you can get the Z stories by trading in your Tales of Terror, I think. So you basically just go to this interaction over and over again, get like hundreds of stories from it, and then turn them into the things you need. It's kind of crazy. The succulent drop hits your tongue and you are transported. You are sitting in the shadow of a spire of polished obsidian. Some children nearby are playing an unfamiliar game involving skipping stones and swapping feathered masks. You, in the memory, are peeling the skin from a round, translucent fruit. The sharp taste of it chases the honey sweetness from your mouth. You taste that ghost taste on your tongue for days after, longed for and familiar. So yeah, this is, you can also, we're not going to do it here because we literally have 0 money and we need to save our fuel for the journey ahead. But you can just sit in this port and like wait. So if you launch your ship and then stop the engine and just sit still, it will still give you the little bell that something awaits you in the next port, and you can just like farm that over and over again here. So you don't have to like do 100 different journeys. You can just do one. You just need to make sure you have a lot of fuel and supplies to be able to do that. But yeah, anyway, that's we're gonna be coming back here for sure. But as of now, we got other places to be, of course. Wait a minute.
This thing is probably an underwater port. It's kind of out of the way, though. I feel like we can find other stuff, but we're definitely going to go to these, of course, now that we have the submarine. Kind of want to go check out underwater over here. Let's see if we can find anything. Such a cool animation. I also like that it just allows you to turn any ship into a submarine. It's like a special ship. So you can just keep your really good ship already. Okay, what's happening down here? We have currents. We got underwater music. That's really cool. And the sonar is automatic. I think that's fine. It should beep when it finds something, right? Oh, is that a rock? Oh god, it's probably gonna be, yo, hello. That's sick. Big sea urchin right there. Oh, it's cool that it still explores the map as well if you're underwater. Yeah, you're gonna have to be careful to hit stuff. Oh. Did it just make a sound or did I take damage? I don't think I took damage, but I went through some seaweeds or something. There's islands down here we could stop at. So far, no enemies, huh? Let's go with the current. Oh, what is that? What the hell? That is a big fish, bro. What? Watchful skull. A vast skull, grotesquely elongated, glowers up at you. Its eye sockets gleam with sharp blue light. Its jaw is long and strong as a ship's bow. Look into the skull's eye socket. We basically guarantee success. So let's try it. You don your diving gear. You place your gloved hands on the bone, peering into the socket as if it were a shop window. Behind the light is darkness. Black stone walls rise. 1,000 stone doors and an ancient hunger. In your hands, a knife, coral black. Someone writhes upon the altar. Hooded figures enfold. You draw back from the socket. The light lingers. We gain terror in some pages. Just a spooky story. That's really cool, though, that there's, like, interactions. Is this a port? It's a port above water. I think we're gonna go up here and check it out. Oh, yeah, there it is. Adam's Way. Yo, this one's sick. Let's do it. I mean, I said we were going to the Empire of Hands. We're getting there eventually. We're taking some detours. We got stuff to do. All right, Adam's Way. On a bed of monumental ruins, warehouses and way stations of shroom timber rises. All ships that approach Adam's Way are intercepted by the gracious. Their presbyteries splendidly head-dressed coast guards. A quaint but inviolable I don't know how to say that. Tradition governs entry. You must tell them one of 3 stories. In return, you will be permitted to spend a single day in the port. Well, unfortunately, we apparently don't have news. I forgot where I spent that. Probably in, like, in the Cumian Canal or something. So yeah, if you come here with recent news, unread log, or a port report of Mount Palmerston, which is interesting, the Demon Island with the volcano, you can get in here. So right now we can't even buy stuff because we have no money, but we know where it is at least. What's really cool though here is that you can go in between these wasp statues, and then look at this, the ocean turns like blood. I don't know if it's blood or what's going on here. And I also wonder what happens if you go off the map here. Probably very bad things. I just wanted to show it. Look at that. Dark red stained. I'm turning back. It's also making noises. That's a bad sign. Let's get out of here. I've been going along the coast here, and I think we're reaching Varkas, the mirrored city right here. Which they actually, like, look at all these mirrors right here, and look how bright it is. This is like the city of light, I think. Let's see what we can do here. The mirrored city where light was always the law. The burning white light of Varkas. The walled city of Varkas is a tangle of green vines and luminescent fungal flowers slow blooming around moldering stone. The quincunx of carved stepped towers rise over the walls and pour burning white light into the bleak sky. A rough shadowed path leads from the dock to the mirrored gates of Varkas. 2 towering carved stone lamps throw their light on the angled mirrors, and a blue cloaked guard stands in the reflected pool of light. The city is a beacon against a tree hushed
sprawling darkness of the Elder Continent. In the far distance, a vast mountain glimmers. We can choke on the smell. It is overpoweringly sweet. It comes from the fungus growing wild all over the city stone. The Zailers wave you over. They are sitting on... Okay, well, let's just do all these because they don't have any skill checks or anything. The flowers have whitey, waxy leaves, which leave powdery traces on your fingers. The light coming from the city has the same camphorous quality, and the smell perfume worn too many days on the body. Unread books left to turn into ink-stained pulp. A garden drowned and rotting in still water. The sailors wave you over. They are sitting on some upturned crates on the docks, playing a game with mirrored chips and stylized snakes made of bone. You're not thinking of going in there, the sailor gawk at you in unconcealed horror. Anyway, they take turns telling you gruesome stories of Varkas, which they no doubt invented whole cloth. Some are convinced that the Varkasi render sailors into tallow to light their city. Others say they steal shadows and sell them to their masters. All of them are convinced that they blind any strangers who dare to gaze too long upon their city's secrets. We're just waiting to be paid and then we're off, one of the sailors says, nervously fingering a mirror chip. I've only got one eye left and I'd like to keep it. Ask the guards a few questions. Never a bad idea to gather a little intelligence before heading into unknown waters, or cities, as the case may be. The blue-cloaked guard only acknowledges your existence when you step out of the darkness of the path and into the light from the lamps. The guard stands in the middle of the pool of light, looking warily at the darkness beyond you. Up close, the guard's blue cloak is threadbare, and mossy along the hem. A pattern of embroidered suns runs along the collar, but the gold thread is dull. The kohl around her eyes is smudged. Well, Tamaz, she asks, are you going to ask your questions, or are you just going to stare? Her tone is brusque, but her expression is curiously eager. You do not think Varkas receives many visitors. Your name is not Tamas. You correct her politely. The guard looks scandalized and tries to stop her ears. All those who are not Varkasi are Tamas. You have been touched by the darkness, and it has taken your name. She fixes you with an admonished look and adds, it is very ill-mannered to pretend you still have one. You begin to see, a little, why Varkas is not often visited. It looks like you will have to get used to being called Tamas if you wish to enter. Ask about the light. It all seems a bit wasteful, possibly even ostentatious. We must always walk in Mihir's light, so we burn our lamps night and day to banish darkness from the mirrored city, she tells you proudly. If we let darkness corrupt us, we would not be Varkasi any longer, but Tamas, like you. You wonder, is that so terribly a fate? Her mocking laugh answers you even before her words do. Yes, it will be terrible indeed, Tamas, and before you ask, she adds, no, I do not have any desire to leave Varkas. The rest of the Neath has fallen from Mihir's grace, and I have no wish to join them. Ask about her. Does she like her job? Does anyone? It is great honor to guard the mirrored gates, she snaps defensively. She gestures to the edge of the pool of light illuminating her post. It is very dangerous. Even a small stumble and I could fall into the dark. Her voice grows thready. I would be banished from Mihir's grace. I would lose my name. That is why they only sent the bravest outside the walls. Ask about the city's customs. Best to know before you flout them. Easier to plan an escape route that way. Don't touch the mirrors. Don't even look into the mirrors, she says, her voice hard. And try very hard not to dream. Were you expecting something along the lines of don't murder anyone or only wear red on special occasions? Still, you nod and smile. You have no more questions. You are satisfied, or perhaps the guard's voice is beginning to grate a little. She looks a little disappointed, but does not try to engage any further. Let's compile a port report the Admiralty would like to know. Tone down the details of the light and its brilliance. You don't want to inspire envy in the Admiralty staff. Tell the guard you wish to enter. Well, what else are gates for, if not to go through?
She makes a mark in her ledger before ringing a brass bell. The mirrors of the gates rearrange to give you space to pass, but never once allow shadow to touch the guard. Our ways are not yours, Thomas. Remember that, and walk in the light of me here. Your eyes are blinded by the brilliance of the light. The verdant rot smell is even thicker. The heat of so much flame and reflected light presses oppressively against your skin. Your head pounds. It is a few minutes before your eyes adjust and you can look around. Brass lamps and gilded sconces hang from every wall, and phosphorus fungus grows moss-like upon doorways and ceilings. Cunningly arranged mirrors catch every droplet of light and diffuse it till each cobblestone and rampart of the city is drenched and blazing and utterly without shadow. Who do you wish to speak to? The firekeeper, dressed in all saffron, a pair of thick fireproof gloves dangle from a silver chain at her waist. I'm too important to play guy to you, Thomas, she tells you before you even open your mouth. I'm the keeper of the Western Principal Mirror. She points up at the enormous multi-faced mirrors set atop each of the city's 5 towers. I'm only here because I'm looking for my idiot brother. He is probably busy pouring wine down some pretty dark-eyed boy's throat in the tavern. It is a matter of great urgency, you wonder. Is it a matter of great urgency, you wonder? He's late for his lamp checks in the sacred district, is her terse reply as she hurries away. If the Agni-Hotri found out, he'd be lucky to end up a lake dredger.
We gain a story, and we now know that somebody is a little late for their work. We can talk to the white-cloaked guard. Let's do that. Let's just do them in order, I guess. The suns embroidered on his dark cloak are picked out with gold thread, and the edge is jeweled with carnelian. Thomas. He presses his hands together in greeting, then gives you an anguished look. You look terrible. Are you sick with a terrible outsider disease? Or is that what your nose is naturally like? Over your protestations, he gives you directions to the hospital. The medics are all butchers to be sure, but they walk in the light of me here, he adds breezily, and then points out the guardhouse and the vague direction of the Temple of Mihir, and a street of bars and gaming houses. We don't want to get a reputation for being inhospitable. He laughs as if he has made a grand joke, and you laugh along weakly. Okay, then. There's only one more person. The yellow-turbaned youth. He is winking at you. That is a furtive wink, or a flirtatious one? Only one way to find out. He looks utterly overjoyed to make your acquaintance. The bangles on his wrist flashing as he presses his hands together in greetings. My friends and I would be honored if you would attend a small gathering with us, Thomas. We are so eager to hear about the world outside Varkas's walls. It seems an innocuous enough invitation, but then why does his gaze dart around so anxiously as he tells you how to find his mansion to the in the Eastern District? Also, there's some kind of time system here, by the way. The second tower bell is sounded. Varkas has 5 mirror towers. When each has sounded its bell, it is evening. Continue our exploration. Time to venture further than the outer district. The mirrored city gleams invitingly. You'll get used to the smell in time. You walk galleried courtyards wreathed with vines and fungal blooms. Long straight roadways crisscross the length and breadth of Varkas. The stone worn by the wheels of carts and the thread of thousands of slippered feet. Lamplighters constantly check the fuel levels of the sconces and replace wicks. Firekeepers check the coiled spring mechanisms that control the angle of the mirrors. There's much to explore. Where will you go next? So you can't do everything. So you usually just come here multiple times to explore the whole story. Entertainment in Varkas, the hospital, the guardhouse, the temple, the mansion, the inn, and then the pilgrimage to Amaradri, which you need a bunch of stuff for this, so we don't have any of that. Let's go to the hospital. Why not? Are you feeling a little fevered? Do you hope to learn medical secrets? Or perhaps you just enjoy the moans and flushed faces of the sick and suffering? Let's see. Who offer the services of the haunted doctor. You've won his trust. He's prepared to come ashore. Sure. We can offer our own services, but we only have a 22%. Did I read what this says? The charitable hospital is a long galleried building divided into a series of curtained walls with their own light sources and mirror series.
A dour-faced nurse glances at you expectantly. Which ward are you here to visit? So we can visit a bunch of different ones. I guess we will offer the services of our doctor. Is he gonna leave? I'm not sure, but let's try. Holy! Okay. The dour-faced nurse watches you carefully as you assist the doctor in cleaning wounds and changing bandages. She gives you a satisfied nod. The guards are pleased to have a new attendant and call you Nurse Thomas with warm, welcoming mockery, which makes you feel part of their crew. The doctor essays a cautious smile. You see the nurse watch him consideringly. Good work, she says at the end of your shift, handing you each a cup of steaming mushroom tea. It revives you greatly. Do you detect a hint of tree sap liquor at the bottom of the cup? And something else. Something of the south. We gained the nurse's approval. It is hard-earned. We lose terror. We gain a heart, iron, and a mirror. We gain a bunch of stats. Very nice. And we gain a story as well. Awesome. Oh. Wait, what? Apparently we're just going back in. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, sometimes it just kicks you back out, but you just click back into it. Okay, so we did the hospital, and that is one of the things we need to earn. Now, you kind of don't want to do this right away if you unlock it fast, because it does close... It does lead to some event that can close off the city of Varkos for you forever, or for a while, I'm not sure. But you can work towards it, and it does lead to more story. Let's see, so we did the hospital... let's do the guardhouse, I guess. Down a side street, you can see the sun-blazoned flag from here. Just follow the stream of white cloaks. A modest stone building with bas-relief lintels and wide unshuttered windows. The stylized sun of Mihir flutters from a silk flag above the portico. It is a scene of controlled chaos. You can see the white-cloaked guards bustling to and fro within, shouting companionably to each other, while a stream of fungus carters, merchants, and ordinary citizens petition them. What's going on? Is it a particularly busy day, or are they always so besieged? Train with the guards. We have 100% success. There's a formation of new recruits doing basic forms in the courtyards. Well, let's do that, because that's 100%. We gain 2 iron. Yo, you can farm so many stats here. That's crazy. The sergeant does not object when you slip into line, but he doesn't treat you with any particular gentleness either. You practice hand-to-hand combat for a few hours and end up on your back more often than not. They fight in an unfamiliar way, light-footed style. A few of the more advanced recruits duel with curving, twin-bladed scimitars. Interesting, the sergeant grunts at the end of your session. You are bruised and possibly concussed, but quite satisfied with your morning, and you think they may have learned something in turn. So nice, we gained, that was the 4th bell, but we gained 2 stats from that. Awesome. So let's see, we've done 2 out of 3 already. The Vakazi Agni Hatri's interest, whatever, that's probably at the temple if I were to guess. Let's go there. It lies, you can do all these other things as well. We will do them in time, but I'm just doing the things that give us stats, which seems nice right now. The sound of bells grow louder and more reverberant as you approach. Let's see. Ooh, that's a tough challenge. The Verkasi equivalent of a king. Sunseers? Oh, yeah. Now, you never want to turn in your last lump of blue scintillac. It's very important. But you can turn, I think, scintillac, which is that, like, coral that you can find in some places, into more valuable stuff here. I think you turn them into, like, 2 or 3 outlandish artifacts, which is just worth way more than the scintillac. So this way you can earn a bunch of money. And you can click this one. So if you go into the city center and then you can click this like 5 times, you can make, I don't know, like 500 off of that easily, probably more. So yeah, we probably don't want to do this right now. I don't know if you fail it forever. Probably not, but we have this that we can do. Let's read this first. The temple tower pierces through the city's heart, taller than the other 4 towers which stand at each of the cardinal points. Around the temple sprawls the sacred district, vine-covered stone shrines, still ponds glowing with algae and flesh-finned carp, priests in white, their wrists heavy with metal chains. There are no mirrors in the temple of Mihir. The rest of the city has to make do with mirrored lights and reflections, but Mihir's most sacred space is filled with hundreds of lamps and lit candles of hard-packed phosphorescent fungus. Damn, what a word. Alright, the bas-reliefs.
Every surface of the temple is carved and worked. If you peer closer, the bas reliefs depict Varkasa's fall into the Neath. A low-risk challenge. We failed it! Like 86% chance. God damn. Perhaps it is the sound of the temple's brass bells ringing, or the chanting of the sun priest, or the smell of incense mingled with sweet rot, but the carvings swim in front of your eyes. You cannot make sense of them. 2 terror. Unlucky. Whatever. Yeah, so we're done for now. We can't do anything more because the 5th bell has sounded. So it is time to go to the inn. At evening, after the 5th bell, each Tamas is assigned a room. The light is endless and merciless. Will you sleep? All visitors to Farkas are given one night's accommodation in the city's only inn. It is a handsome stone mansion arranged around a pleasantly cool courtyard. Frescoes of city life are painted on the walls. Given how few visitors Varkas hosts, you suspect the inn is more usually used by philandering locals. Evening falls, or does it? The town's 5 principal mirrors are mounted on coil spring mechanisms and alter their angles subtly to create the impression of evening. Across the city, the firekeepers throw pinches of colored powder into the lamps, and the quality of light yellows to a softer brightness. The wine-mazed lamplighter. He is dressed in saffron robes and is indeed pouring wine down the throat of a very attractive dark-eyed boy. You could tell him his sister is looking for him. He starts up in horror, spilling burgundy red wine everywhere. His young companion looks irritated. I'm late, he shouts. Mihir, forgive me. The Agnihatri is going to skin me alive. He pumps your hand in gratitude. Thank you, Thomas. I won't forget this. Here, take my arc jewels. 3 outlandish artifacts, thank you very much. Now we can go to the kitchens, the courtyard. We can sleep or we can not sleep. Let's see, we got really high chance for the courtyard, so let's do that one. Cushions are arranged around the marble fountain in the middle. Musicians pluck their instruments under the shade of twisted yellow leaf trees. Their songs are curiously prosaic, the lyrics more like a biographical report than a poetic invention. You listen to a lake dredger's waterlogged, lotus-rooted dirge. You sway to the slow, steady ballad of the fungus collectors and join in the lamplighter's quick-footed dance which mimics their evening rounds. The evening finishes with a song of Mihir, which is sung to the accompaniment of stringed instruments and drums and polished glass prisms which split the light into rainbows in counterpoint to the notes. We succeeded, we gain 3 stories, and we lose some terror, and we gain some fragment. It is night, although there is no darkness in Varkas. Time to sleep. You can sleep, or we can not sleep. We'll try not to sleep. 45% chance, let's get lucky. We succeeded! We did gain terror, though. A meditative evening. Up late, reading, thinking, watching. The shouts from the streets die as Varkas sleeps. But you're tired the next morning, of course. Okay, well, we have spent our time here. It is dawn in Varkas. Outsider time in Varkas is strictly rationed. Each morning at dawn, the guard visits the inn to eject any Tamas they find. They are polite, but very definite. We gain some terror. Into the dark, return, the guard tells you, but not yet. With that, they usher you into the darkness beyond the walls. You blink, mirror dazzles from your eyes. It is cold out here. You've gained a terror. All right, so we learned a bit about Varkas, the city of light. Very, very cool. I love this one. So yeah, there's more to explore here, of course, but for now, we're going to be leaving. Anything? We cannot buy anything here. I'm kind of looking at our fuel cost and a little concerned about it. There is something over there that we need to go to. But there's not really a reason to go there now, necessarily. So I think we're just going to go in a direct line to the Empire of Hands here, because we are very much running out of fuel fast. Uh-oh, what the hell, Milliner bats? I don't know if this is a good thing. I'm gonna shoot you guys, though. What's happening? Burning blue! A straightforward challenge? Sure thing. We succeeded. Alright, I gotta shoot these guys. How much damage? 18 damage? That's not great, but I'm doing a lot of damage myself. They're already half HP. Can I go back faster? Sucks that we are going back, because this means we have to go forward again, which costs more fuel. Okay, like, one more hit, and then we shoot twice. We reload, and we shoot again.
Nice. Okay, I think that might be the first time I've ever killed one of those. What the fuck? You've destroyed the millionaire bats. A bat swarm, Madam Doctor. But they are, I assure you, feathered. Blue feathers, Madam Doctor. Tremendous feathers. No, Madam Doctor, not proportionate. Not indeed. I suspect the bats of theft, Madam Doctor. No. I have not touched a bottle since Tuesday last. No, Madam Doctor. Not the hole. Not the hole. I'm not sure. Scavenge the bat feathers. Are these, in fact, feathered mammals? Gather up the corpses. They are succulent with stolen blood into the pot. Dispose of the corpses. This will slightly reduce terror. I mean, let's scavenge the bat feathers. Supplies is good too, though, to be honest. Considering that we're quite low. But let's get the feathers. You now have 23 royal blue feather. What the fuck? Airslet's plumage. They look very like parrot feathers, but they have been glued to the bats. By the bats themselves? By some unknown bat farmer with an avian grudge? The answers remain mysterious, but at least you can sell the feathers in London or in Khan's heart. Okay. Well, we got 23 feathers, and we gain a fragment in the story. Interesting. Anyway, we took a little bit of damage, but we're sailing a damn tank around, so we're fine. We can see a hand coming out of the water here. There is a place over here that is interesting to go to, but we're already on our route there at some point because it is involved in a quest that we're trying to complete, the mechanics quest. So I'm gonna leave it for now just to save fuel, because otherwise I don't know if we're gonna make it back, because we have no money right now. It's kind of the problem. So we need to try and collect some fuel, or we literally will just get stranded here. And we are at the Empire of Hands, which is one good thing at least. Yeah, 12 fuel. That might just barely get us back to London if we land here and then immediately just go straight back. But I was planning to go to Irem and deliver the Snow Child if possible, but seems like unless we can pick up some fuel here, that's not going to be a possible adventure. But let's see, we need to go through these and then land at the island. Also, you can see the crawling stars. Record the change and assign a name. If new shape is... That's just eyes on the deck. You lose a terror. Yeah, that's what I want. You can see this thing right here. Look at that. A giant Zeppelin. I don't think we stopped here once, and I don't think they mentioned it. We went through all the islands, and that was about it. But you can see they are building some kind of Zeppelin here. And we're going to be learning a lot more about that as the story goes on. There's actually like a lot of different quests on this. We already did like the monkey girl thing, which was... I love that one. But anyway, let's deliver the adventurers here now, finally, after such a long journey. There we go, a delightful welcome. The delightful adventurers leans over the rail of the ship, sniffing the humid air with evident distaste. What a filthy, damp little place. Oh well, we shall endure. At the sight of the mayor's hobbling up, she straightens. A thin, insincere smile spreads across her face. Ah, you there, my good primitive, she calls, striding down the ramp and clasping his arm tight. Now then, I come in search of your first Emperor's vault, and for that I shall be needing a few things. Some of your finest workers and tools and some food, do you understand me? She shakes her head, barely waiting for a response. Food, she repeats. Comprenas? Oh dear, I see we shall be here for a while. Listen, I hear you fellows rather like souls. Shall we discuss that like higher primates? Payment for the journey. Barnabas stays to settle up with while his mistress negotiates the value of her soul with the mayor. A man with no face. Barnabas removes his mask with what looks to be a silent moment of great relief. Underneath is nothing. Just a flat surface where his face should have been. Ah, an unfinished clay man. One of those flawed products of Polythreme that follow their own rules. If only you'd known that before he boarded. Of course, that's why the adventurers never mentioned it. He silently presents you with your agreed fee, dips his head in a polite bow, and lumbers back to his mistress. It appears she has struck a deal with the mayor. The delightful adventurers will establish a base camp on Mountain Head Island. She welcomes your assistance as one who has proven to not be entirely useless. We gain 200 echo, which is very important because that actually allows us to buy some fuel here. Although we might not want to buy it here because it's quite expensive in this place. Okay, what are we doing here? Ooh, we can do these now, of course, because we have the submarine now.
A weak call for help. An emaciated man is slumped against the wall of the dock, sitting on a huge crate. He waves weakly at you.
Oh, thank God, the dogged apprentice gasped. I don't know how long I've been here. It's been days, weeks since I ran out of money. I've got to go back to Rosegate beneath the waves.
His crates rumbles beneath him.
Please help me, and if you had anything I could eat.
You'll help him to Rosegate, but that's it. You'll not only take him to Rosegate, you'll feed him too. He's clearly weak with hunger. You can spare a little sustenance. We're gonna try it, because I think we're gonna run out of fuel before we run out of supplies anyway. Thank you, thank you. The dogged apprentice springs up to embrace you, but collapses onto the dock. After seeing him to a bunk, you check and double check that your crew has securely stored away his rumbling crate. You have agreed to take the dogged apprentice to Rosegate. Interesting. Everyone has a dream when I hover over that. Creepy. Okay, cool. Let's get a port report. Then we could do shore leave, which I can only do if I have a soul, which is kind of ominous as fuck. The Zeppelin. Intense work is underway across the bridge. Turned away. 2 monkey guards wielding rifles and rusty bayonets block the bridge. This is not for your eyes, outsider. Avert them. Walk away. Walk faster. Good human. Okay, we're just gonna sail the islands. Let's go to the Fountainhead Islands, where the adventurers is. Visit the delightful adventurers camp. The foliage is thick and unforgiving. The delightful adventurer is helped by her faceless clay man bodyguard Barnabas, and a small group of worker monkeys hired for the price of her soul works to excavate the vault of the first emperor. The delightful adventuress has already uncovered and put aside many treasures. A small statue amongst them looks particularly interesting. We can do that. We can just take it. Yoink. Nobody is watching. At least you don't think so. It is hard to tell. With Barnabas's blank face giving nothing away, can he see? He seems to be able to somehow. In any event, he makes no move to raise an alarm as you take the small trinket. We can speak with the delightful adventuress.
Oh, it's you, of course. Help me with these blasted maps, would you? The monkeys are quite clueless.
She shakes her head.
They claim our souls uplift them, but if you ask me, it's just a case of monkey see, monkey do. Can you believe they think the Zeppelin of theirs will let them create a new empire? Wait, you there! Take that out of your mouth this very second!
To the vault of the first emperor. A not so ancient edifice. It may look centuries old, but this entryway is relatively new. The monkeys can never leave alone, always adding bits on as their whims demand. Outside the vault, the delightful adventuress flits back and forth between her base camp and the vault's entrance.
To rush, darling, is to court tragedy.
The delightful adventuress pays barely any attention to you as she prepares. She is not yet ready to open the vault. You should return later when she has had a chance to organize her monkey workers. This may take a while, and it will in fact take an absolutely massive amount of time. Sometimes you do this so late into the game that it doesn't take that long, but you will have to wait quite a while before it actually allows you to do that, I think. To the vault? Yeah, so there's no point right now. None of this actually does anything. We're just gonna go back, and I think that's about it. So let's return to the boat, and then now we have a gift for the Emperor. Sorry, I'm clicking the wrong button. So we go to Sovereign Island, where we are gonna gain access to the court. The gates are guarded by 2 armored monkeys that would look adorable if not for the blood on their bayonets. Humans are not welcome without an invitation or a worthy gift for the Emperor. We have a monkey gift. The Wild-Wheeled Court. The stench and heat as the gates open are a sucker punch to your senses. Inside, the stagnant air of the windowless wood palace hangs with sweat and tastes of hair. Everything is filthy, and every surface used. The apes as likely to swing across the roof as walk the floors. In priced oases of relative calm, the high-souled conduct themselves with the poise of highborn lords and ladies. Around them, they're barely uplifted, lesser scamper around exhausted, taking orders and cruelties from all who care to dispense them. In the middle are countless more, a sea of apes longing for advancement and fighting for what they have with tooth, claw, and low cunning. We gain wild-wheeled status, quality of 5, and some monkey business. Summoned by the Emperor. Emperor Crispin IV holds court in the heart of his palace. None may speak without permission, but the voice of the Emperor is still the least heard of all. To step into his throne room is to step into another world, a polished one of cool and blessed quiet that already feels as alien as it is pleasant. An official welcome. The Emperor sits on his throne, wrapped in robes of violet and wearing an ornate golden mask. He remains motionless, silent. He could be mistaken for a statue if not for an almost imperceptible nod to grant his seneschal permission to speak in his name. She approaches, arms folded in the red-trimmed yellow robes of a court mandarin. Her expression is carefully blank, the chestnut hair on her face powdered alabaster white, and decorated with exquisite detail in red and black. The rings on her fingers mark her as a 10-souled ape, a status even the Admiralty can respect. She bows before you, a complicated ritual of display sweeping sleeves that somehow never breaks eye contact. Finished, she awaits your response. We can return the bow, 57%. We can do a courtesy instead. Well, 57% is higher than 50, which means it's a 100% chance, right? We succeeded! A flicker of approval. You bow deeply, but not to the exquisite seneschal. She is but the voice of the Emperor, and it is to him that your respect is due. He makes no move and says nothing, but a test has been passed nevertheless. Now, there is business to be discussed. Let's go. The Great Exodus. Exquisite Seneschal requests your assistance to supply the Empire of Han's great work, a zeppelin that will take them to a new home far away from here. Materials for the journey. You point out that the Admiralty has the Empire of Han's both under embargo and quarantined. The only thing worse to be caught doing here than supplying them would be helping them escape their confinement. Have you people not already caused us enough pain? She demands. We starve and you would prevent us being fed. We thirst to explore and you cage us like animals. Why? For what fine purpose? What threats are we to you, who happily dine with devils? She shakes her head, almost with pity. What could you possibly see in us that shames you so? We will accept the commission. You will help the apes complete their zeppelin. The exquisite seneschal bows again, deeper. With a pair of servants to row the boat, she takes you to the zeppelin site in Port Stanton. It was originally the project of a traveler from afar hoping to travel east who encountered an accident. In his plans and engine, however, the monkeys saw their opportunity. The exodus will require supplies and fuel, of course, explains the exquisite seneschal. We also seek souls to uplift our brethren that may join the work. You will, of course, be reasonably compensated for your expenses and rewarded upon completion. She also hints that there may be a faster way to complete the zeppelin. To say more, though, would require a level of trust that you have not yet earned. We gain another 5 trust, or status, whatever. Okay, so at the Zeppelin under construction, the Pentecost apes work feverishly to complete their craft that will take them on their great exodus. They will pay for resources, but at less than London prices. So we need to collect like 100 fuel stuff for them, 100 supply stuff for them, and a bunch of souls as well, which is going to be extremely expensive to do, but we can make it easier. Now, the way to make this easier is by trading with the Monkey Emperor and then getting a bunch of status with them and then, like, talking to the Seneschal for easier missions, which, let's see, can we do that right now? If we go to the Wild Wheeled Court. Oh, what's happening here? Trade with the Wild Wheeled Court. Oh, you can only do this when you have 15 status, and we could succeed at the, like, bow, skill check to get us this, so otherwise you wouldn't have been able to do this, which is actually really lucky because then you would have had to trade in a bunch of supplies and fuel at high cost before you would get access to this, so we got really lucky with that. The Keeping of Appearances. A small group of powder-faced apes in the red-trimmed robes of court mandarins invite you into a quiet, cushioned room. Drinks and honey cakes are served, and business carefully not discussed. After a while, however, the charade gives way to polite expectation. You can give souls, wines, prisoner honey, or a gift of red honey, which this is what I wanted to buy at the Isle of Cats, but we just did not have the money for it. Now, this is actually a really good way to make money. If you trade them mushroom wine, they will give you back coffee, which is like double the price. And then you can go to another place, I think it's Arem, where you can then trade the coffee for linen, which is 60 bucks. So you can basically triple. You buy this for like 20 in London, then you double it here to 40, and then you make it 60 in Arem, and then you can like triple your money that you put in. Now, you obviously need a bunch of supplies or a bunch of cargo space, and you need to have money to do this, but it is a good way to make money. We are gonna leave this now, though, and then we're gonna do a visitor at court, I guess. Silent gallery. What is this? While the emperor sleeps and feasts, the exquisite seneschal coordinates the great exodus. Oh, you can talk to them here to get the... Yeah, this is a plan. Supplies for the Zeppelin, fuel for the Zeppelin, or just tell them it's done. You need to have 35 and 25 for these. And you need to have some archaeology completed, but we haven't done that yet. But this one is relatively easy to do if you bring them some wine. But yeah, we can't do that right now. Visitor at court. The alchemy of souls. The alchemist arranges a set of souls on a shelf. In fallen London, it is believed that Pentecost apes thirst for the savage unsouled. That is true. Once uplifted, however, their attention soon turned to finding the right souls, both individually and as a mix. There is no greater honor for an emperor than to be entombed with their souls unreclaimed. It is a declaration that none other could hope to do as much with them. What the fuck? Of course, what they see as uplifting could be simple copying, nothing more. To suggest that here, however, is considered the highest heresy, for it implies the emperor fit to rule on merely his own merits. Unthinkable! We gain 5 Empire of Hand status. Nice. We only need 5 more to be able to get the fuel thing. I don't think there is... Chandler, so your rising status in the court has inspired assorted parties to inquire about your willingness to meet. We can't do this because we don't have another... I don't think so. No. So I'm pretty sure that's it. Okay, so we definitely are in a pretty rough spot when it comes to fuel and supplies, but we did start this quest at least, and we can come back here with wine another time. Now I'm thinking, so we have a choice to go to Arem and just, like, absolutely probably get screwed along the way, or to just go straight back. But even if we go straight back, will we be able to make it back in time? We only have 200 bucks. Which isn't a lot. I think in Khan's Shadow we can sell all the outlandish artifacts that we've collected, so we can buy some fuel there. Plus we can go to Nuncio, which is relatively okay with us. So I'm thinking we're gonna do the risky, but it is very risky. But let's give it a shot. We're gonna go just the Estival and go through there. Let's get the hell out of here. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Hello there, sir. We could try to fight you. And just see if we can get some money here if we get behind you. I don't think they give you much money, though. But please, could you get... Oh, God. Hopefully this doesn't cost a bunch of extra fuel. You're not shooting me yet, you idiot. Fuck. Did I miss? Wait, have you even hit me yet? Bro, you suck. You're getting wrecked right now. These should have guns on the back, so I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll take it. So far, so good. Oh, he missed. Silly goober. That was insanely easy. Come on, what did we get? What? I was about to say nothing. A rich, wild scent. We gained 3 zoop. Oh, boy. I mean, we have 6 total zoop now. We can trade it. So we have money, but not, like... liquid. We have it in goods, which isn't good because you can't spend that on the sea, but if we can survive, we're gonna be rich. Oh, and look at that, a stowaway. The quartermaster has been complaining of food going missing as of late, and you know why. The monkey foundling sits smiling innocently behind a crate, mouth surrounded by fresh crumbs and in a bed of... Wait, your stolen clothes? Yeah, you seemed fun, she says. She desperately wants to explore the Z with you. Let her stay. She can earn her keep doing odd jobs for now. Your treasures need polishing. Your mug needs filling in time. Maybe you can make an officer out of her. Obviously, we're gonna let her stay. Let's not be evil. Yay! The monkey foundling hugs you tight and asks, "Eye sparkling, where you keep the weapons?" Let's go. She returns. Oh, it's such a cool quest. She can actually even do some things later on the monkey island, I think, that makes some quests easier. We're about to reach Estival here, by the way. Look, I love this island so much. I really want to do the Estival colony quest at some point, but it requires basically a whole dedicated playthrough to it, because it is extremely resource intensive. So if you're doing other stuff at the same time, you're not going to be able to complete everything. But we are going to stop here. We're going to get the port report and then maybe gather supplies or go beach combing. Gather supplies, you get so many supplies right here. Oh, 9 supplies. Holy shit, yes. That's so good. God damn. All right, beautiful. There's a big mustache fish. Hello, sir. You can actually click on them from a distance to make your thing charge faster. Oh god, I gotta be careful. 7 fuel. Good lord. Bro, this gun is so insanely good against animals. You don't stand a fucking chance, bro. Get wrecked. You're already dead. Oh, don't go underwater, please. I need to shoot you. Sure. Thank you. Goodbye. What do you give me? I don't think he's gonna give us fuel. That doesn't really make much sense. It's a fish after all. We can harvest. Let's do this again. Hunting trophies, ivory, supplies, outlandish artifacts. It's good stuff. Fling it overboard. Apparently I'm flinging something overboard. Anyway, this is a port that's underwater. That might also be a port that's underwater. We should go there. Because we're gonna be in trouble. We need to stop somewhere we can buy fuel, man. We got 6 fuel remaining. Or we're gonna be absolutely stranded. Now, luckily we have a lot of supplies. So we might be able to spend those to get fuel in events, but I'm not necessarily happy. Or trying to find that out. Oh no, this is the stupid spider island, and that's the stupid ship. Never mind. These are not boats, so there's no point in being here right now. We're just gonna turn off our light to save some fuel. And then we're gonna try and get the Nuncio, which should have some fuel. Oh, there's a ship there, but he's stuck in a vortex, bro. I mean, now that we can go underwater, should I even be scared of these vortexes anymore? I'm not sure. I'm gonna just sit out here, shoot you in the face, and then I'm gonna try and steal the stuff. I mean, you're literally already dead. I'm gonna go rush in there, try to get through without dying. Gonna get it. Gimme. Wait, what the fuck? Oh god, I went around. My bad. I'm too powerful. Can I fucking get it? Why am I bouncing up against it, bro? What the fuck? This is bugged. Hello? What the fuck? Give me the thing! Oh god! I'm getting sucked! I'm spinning! There you go, finally. Give it to me. We wait, come on, please fuel. Oh my, it's one singular fuel, that was not worth it. Not worth it. Anyway, we're almost there. We're almost at Nuncio. These guys are usually around Nuncio, yeah, it didn't get sucked underwater there. But I wasn't too scared if it actually did that, because we do have the thing now. Okay. Can we get some fuel here is the question. Let's see. Nuncio. Let's do port report. We can explore along the beach. And get something. Can we buy? We can buy fuel at 20 bucks. I mean, we can get 10 fuel that way, but that's so much money. Do some work. Make a study. I don't really care about that. You can get a heavy parcel. Let's explore the beach. Let's see if we get lucky here. Rescue a squashy parcel. That's all. We gain 10 fragments. Okay, let's see. We are... that's the Gan pole, by the way, which I think is an underwater thing. We could just... This might just be a ship. I'm not sure if that's a thing underwater. I would so love to go to Arem. So I think what I am doing is just literally buying 10 fuel here so we can go that way, and then we just need to make some more money along the way. We're spending all our money. It's fine. We're getting 10 fuel now. At least we can keep going. And then we stop at Khan Shadow, I think.
to maybe sell some of our artifacts. I don't know if you can do that. I don't remember. We'll try. We get some Restless Night here. Let's ignore them to lose some terror, and we have also arrived at Khan Shadow, which hopefully we can do some stuff here to get fuel, because this is a bad situation. Khan Shadow, let's see. We will not acquire a Doom Monster Hunter, never do that. Approach a man staring at you. We can do that now. Let's see. Ooh, what the fuck? The severe chemist glares at you over his glasses.
Beneath the sea, Captain, there's a city of murderers within it. A plant known as Tether. Bring me a jarful and I will pay you handsomely.
You get him a jarful of tethered, no trouble. He smiles in the manner of a corpse whose skin has just dried out.
Excellent. You'll find it in Rack, City of Pleasures. I'll be waiting for you on the other shroom where my studies will continue.
Okay. Sure. We need to go there. I'm taking a screenshot just in case I forget. Get the port report. And this is where you can also get the Watchful Curios, by the way. You can trade a hunting trophy for Watchful Curios. You just need to have 50 time to have passed, which is kind of weird how the time works, but anyway. So this is another way you can complete the chest quest a little bit easier. Okay, we can... Yeah, we could have bought it here at much cheaper price, so we're gonna sell like 2 of these and then buy some fuel to not be in so much trouble. Okay, now we have 26. Wait a minute, with that, I think I'm gonna sell 2 more and just buy even more. And then be totally fine. All right, 39 fuel. I feel a lot better now about our situation. Beautiful. And then I really want to go... I mean, we can go through Khan's Heart and stuff. Wait, what was... There was something that someone wanted from Khan's Heart. I forgot. Oh, yeah, we still need to open up the Merchant's Quarter here so we can do stuff there. I would love to check out one of these underwater ports finally. So I think what I'm going to do is not go to Khan's Heart for now and go to this underwater area. I really want to see that because we haven't been there yet. A quick stop by the port next to it as well, of course, where we just... Oh, we can agree to a proud request. Interesting. Let's get the port report first, and then let's see what that is. Seeing your ship, a hunter strides up to you. For the pride of her family and yours, she demands passage to the undersea spire of Scrimshander. A deal is struck. Few return from Scrimshander, not because of the danger, but because of the cost of leaving. Still, your guest promises compensation to cover the trip and your safe departure afterwards. How generous. Cool. Yeah, we're just going past and picking up all these things. Supply the redolent flesh merchant? What the fuck? Need a barrel of stuff. Interesting. Show off a hunting trophy. Trade a hunting trophy for an outlandish artifact. I mean, sure, I guess. Might as well do something here. And then can't really buy anything here. So now let's go underwater, I guess. We need to get here. Can I? Oh, here goes. There are gonna be monsters below here. Discover the gained pole achievement unlocked. What the heck? Right, you gotta hit me with the Restless Night, bro. Ignore it. I can go in? I'm assuming. Looked like a gate just opened. Is that a heart? Uh-oh. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I'm doing it. So, you cannot go in there. I guess fuck me. Oh, Doc. There we go. My bad. Where the Z goes to die. The submarine surfaces in a pocket of air in the middle of the giant stone heart. You are not the only new arrival. A midnight whale lies mortally wounded on a small beach of bone and blubber. Moaning softly, an elderly woman in ragged red robes is carving its flesh, attended by a few disciples. Approach the woman in red. Her hands move with expert, if incomprehensible precision. A demonstration of haruspicy? The art of divination through entrails. Not the most pleasant or reliable way of seeing the future, especially with the organs in question still warm and oozing as she plucks them from the great beast. Whatever she is looking for, the focus it demands exhausts her. A sudden sound rumbling from the tunnels, the ventricles, the sound of a stampede, a cry of "Protect the mistress!" as a flood of naked old men and women
wielding primitive bone harpoons, charges towards the whale. Old Zailers, fixated on one goal, feast on the Z-flesh, whether the Haruspex is finished or not. The Haruspex fades a little more. Her time draws nearer. The flesh reveals all. Okay, what the fuck? Defend the fading Haruspex. These Zailers look old enough to collapse at a slight breeze. Join the attack. Stay out of it. Well, I guess we'll try to protect her, because I would love to learn more. Hopefully it's not going to take more than one crew, though, if it goes wrong. Okay, nothing went wrong. A rancid rout. You stride into the melee. Haruspex and her disciples are outnumbered, but your contribution to the fray is worth at least 10 of the elderly attackers. Their harpoons barely leave a scratch, wrenching one from the nearest attacker. You easily hold the geriatric horde back with little but pointed gestures. The Haruspex returns to her work. From the corner of your eye, you see a little of the method behind it. Just a little, but enough to see the traces of a pattern in the grooves of a small ivory slate. Beneath the waves, 2 cities live, they grow, they hunger. She frowns, unsatisfied. The whale moans its last as she finishes up. Her work done, she thanks you with a nod and has her people allow the old Zailers to approach the slowly cooling carcass. Hunt Thelatus, Behe Mustache's beloved or Triskele to bring more beasts to the Gant Pole. Interesting. Interesting? That's really cool. You need to hunt the creatures, like the mustache one we've seen. We literally just killed one. So kill creatures and they will show up here. That's really cool. Let's compile a port report. The Gant Pole. That fevered, hazing method of many a veteran Zailer. Saved for that particular wet-behind-the-ears recruit. Ask your captain to deliver this to the Gant Pole. Go to the Gant Pole and find my pocket watch. Tell the crew tonight we dine at the Gant Pole. A hilarious jape when not standing in the blasted place and hoping someone will pay for recent news from it. Well, we got the port report at least. Speak with the fading Haruspex. We can also... Oh yeah, these guys, we need to pick up some docile Blemigans and then release them in the right place. Cut some flesh for the Chelinet. The carcass of the last beast to expire in this place still has plenty of meat hanging from its bones. I guess we'll do it. Your crew would face starvation 100 times before adding this still quivering mass of gluttonous blubber to the supplies. To the Chelinet, however, it probably counts as haute cuisine. Let's speak with you. She sits in a ghoulish tent made of bone and hide from long dead beasts, saving her energy for the next great behemoth to reach its grisly end. We can bring recent news to the Haruspex. So boost your apprenticeship to a maximum of 3. Ask, we don't have this. Let's ask about the art of Haruspicy. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I've never seen this word in my life. I don't know if it's Haruspicy. That would be kind of weird though. What does she see in the bodies of the dead? The nearly dead, she corrects. There's nothing to be predicted from meat but the quality of one's dinner. A wheezing laugh escapes her lungs. In Babylon, the quivering livers of 100 sheep showed us the fate of the first. In Rome, had Caesar only asked the right question. It is the life that leads to answers, not the meat. Down here, centuries of life, so many secrets, but the great beasts of the sea pass on so rarely. I cannot hold on much longer in the hope of finding what I seek. Ask about her. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000, it is all the same after a while. The flesh keeps the body together. The mind, well, that is a trickier matter. I have coped. Others have not. You have seen them, the oldest of the Zailers, with no warm bed and loving families to calling them to the shore. They are as much creatures of the sea as any that swim in it. The heart welcomes them and they embrace it. It is their fate. I see a far more important one in your future. Okay, well, we need to do either bring news or bring them sea creatures, I would assume. Interesting. We need foxfire candles to explore here. Probably. Oh, there is a shop with 12 here? What the fuck? You can buy Stygian ivory with Tales of Terror. Harlot Fry. Tree of the Ages. Interesting. Live specimen. Wow. Cool. We can buy Carboy of Primordial Shrieks. Interesting. Okay, we're just gonna leave that all, I guess. Cool. Cool place. I think we're gonna get the fuck out of here now, though. I'm kind of spooked. So there's a heart here, and if we kill creatures, we can do stuff with it. Now, I want to go up. Because there's actually a creature here that I don't know if it's gonna count for this. But I would love to try and kill it. Also, wasn't this a turtle, by the way? Wait a minute. Wasn't this like a big turtle? I would love to see. I know we just went up and now we're going down again. But I would love to see if that's different from the bottom, because that would be really cool. Let's see. Are you actually a turtle, sir? There is a... That's not an enemy? Ooh, that's an enemy. What the fuck? Is it? I guess it is. I'm fighting it now. What the fuck? Looked like a flat fish. I'm shooting you big time. You're not even going to attack me. Oh, you're already dead. Well, rest in peace. I didn't even really get to see you. My bad. What is it? You have defeated a beloved. That's one of the creatures we need, no? Let the beast go. This will send the beast to Gant Pole. Let's do that. We're literally right here. We gain terror. A behemoth goes to die. The crew watches uncomfortably as the red wake spreads. Is this mercy or cruelty? The murmured arguments continue long into the night. They look like they shoot you. The looks they shoot you are all the harsher for their uncertainty. Am I about to hit something? Oh no, it's Shadow because we're underneath. Yo, the Lorna's Fluke? What the fuck? Oh, I can shoot it. Will it attack me? Oh yeah, it is doing stuff. Did it do any damage though? It's moving. It's moving, I think. It's hard to, oh god! It's definitely moving. And I got hit. My bad. I think you're about to die though. Luckily for me. Oh, come on. No, I couldn't do the reset in time. My bad. I took a bunch of more damage for no reason. That's fucking creepy. You have defeated the Lorna's Fluke. Observe the Lorna's Fluke's death from a distance. Harvest the Fluke core. We should do this. Right? This gives... Fuck you. We gain a page, though. An unpleasant spillage. No sooner have you brought the clump of livid flesh and quivering spines on board than it begins to liquefy. Beneath the needles, bloated organs extrude from bulges within the skin. They slip and slide to the floor. You cannot fathom how to piece together the creature's anatomy. All too soon, it is little more than a violet stain on your deck. Someone calls for a mop. And we gain a page, though. Terror is not good, but the page is nice. Okay, this is so sick, man. The underwater. Any more creatures here? I'm going to Gampole again because I want to check this out. We actually are, like, the terror is kind of spooky, of course, but we are in a decent spot when it comes to the other supplies now. And let's see, Doc. Assist the fading Haruspex. You can keep away the old Zailers while watching her work. You may learn something of her art. Yes. Whoa, what the fuck? We gain 5 intriguing snippets. We can sell this for like 50 bucks, no? It's like 250 bucks right there. And we gain a bunch of fragments. A few pointed jabs with one of the sailors' own harpoons keeps the mob at bay. Sever the flesh, whispers the Haruspex. Let the entrails form my path. Somewhere in the blood, guts and blubber, a pattern emerges. She closes her eyes. The preacher travels to the bell tower. The bell! Oh god, that's horrid. Okay. We should talk to you, because we have a creature here, no? Ask about the previous visitor? It has been so long, the last who came here without being... It has been so long, the last who came here without being drawn. Not long ago. Time enough that these nails were short and this face still held some beauty. Ah, spare me the sympathetic murmurings. I see the present better than the future. Like any other. But where was I? Yes, the Presbyterate princess was the last to find me. She came from the city on the mountain to ask the fate of an uprising. Not that of the 7 who fell, but the 7 who follow. Would the pain be worth it? She asked. That part I could not answer. Interesting. Okay, apparently there is the creature. We already did the creature? That was the event that we just got? Okay. I'm just gonna move on now. Get out of here. That was cool. Oh, and you gain oxygen from stopping at a port. That's also neat. Any other creatures here? We did not get the flu core, unfortunately, from the thing. But hey, a stat is always good. We got 73 pages right now. What the fuck is that? Oh, this is the bones from underneath. That's fucking freaky. Look at all that. I don't know if I want to go in there. Any monsters out? No, we already fought a monster. Ooh, there's more bones. Whoa. Oh, this is the gateway, but from the underside. This is where we can fight the monster that I'm looking for. So maybe I should go up here. I'm just fascinated by this. Man, they fucking cooked with this game. It's so cool. It's so good, man. What a mysterious world. I love it. What is that? Big stains. Okay, it might be time to go up. If it doesn't detect anything. Ooh, it doesn't detect anything. I'm going up. I want to see if there's the monster up here that I want to find. Alright, I don't see any monster. There's like a special creature here sometimes lurking around. I should go to Arem though while we're here. We can always go on the way back. There's these bones too. Damn. Alright, so now we can finally finish the story of the Snow Child, which I'm very curious because I've not done that before. I usually did the other quest, which doesn't give much loot at all. Have we even been to London at that? I guess we've been to London since then, right? But anyway, Arem. Voyage of the Snow Child. Let's do it. A small boat will be prepared for it at the docks. A traveler will depart. A crew will gather to see their snow child on its adventure, bringing it gifts for the journey. A few supplies none will miss. The occasional weapon. It will accept them all with gratitude, even as its mind begins traveling far beyond any map's border. I will row, Winter whispers. I will take myself where the light beneath glass shines green and gold, past the beach where an exile recalls the warmth of suns he left behind. I will find the frozen forest and climb trees tall enough to touch the moon. I will remember you, Captain. The moment will break. Winter will board the boat and man the heavy oars. With a salute and a final smile, it will begin its journey. You will watch it go until the smile is just a memory, lost deep in the darkness. We gain a searing enigma, 2 hearts and 2 pages. Even more pages. 75 pages is an insane amount. So yeah, we gain a searing enigma, which we need at least 7 of these. So we're on path. That's really cool, but we do lose the child, obviously. We can sacrifice a lamentable relic for 2 moves in the grade game. We do have this one already, right? Yeah. Which I think that wasn't that the one we made with the lamentable relics? I think it was. So we can't just trade these in, I guess. But the 2 moves in the grade game don't really do anything, so I guess... I mean, whatever. I don't think it takes up storage anyway. So we'll just do that. Okay, and then here, shop, you can turn in the... Where is it? We can buy Sooth and Cooper long boxes. We don't care right now. Sell an Element of Dawn. We're not doing that. That was hard to get. Yeah, you can trade them. You can trade Z Story. So you need a bunch of these. A bunch of Tales of Terror to be able to buy these. So you just go to Isle of Cats over and over again. Also, I just realized we have over 60 secrets. That is insane. We only need 40. I wonder what the stat is we would most want to be upgraded. Like maybe iron, maybe just level out our hearts a little bit because we have like the more stat we have on everything, the better it is gonna be. I think we should go to Frostfound now because we're right next to it. We can go try and get the secret from Frostfound. That would be kind of sick. I'm looking for a specific enemy, but I can't find it. But I did find this guy right here. Hello, Mr. Lornfluke. Bye-bye, Mr. Lornfluke. This should... Okay, we take a little bit of damage at the end, no worries. This is a 90% chance now with all our pages, and we succeed, and then you gain even more secrets, and we gain the Colossal Flucor that we can't sell. So it's an amazing place to farm. I think usually this guy, I'm looking for the Eater of Names in case you know this game, by the way. I think he's around these islands usually, but I just don't see him this time, because he's kind of the same vibe as all these skeleton remains here. Oh, I forgot about this. I was stopping at the challenge, but we have that barrel that we picked up in the heart thingy. It's only one barrel, but a very large barrel. Here you go. We get 200 echo from that. The lit house. The Regilant Flesh Merchant dips a finger into the quivering blubber and tastes it with shivering enjoyment. He pays you and gets to work selling it by the cupful. It is impossible to tell if the Chelonid prefers it to their customary diet of rancid turtle meat, but it is at least a different flavor of terrible. His customers are still licking their lips when the barrel is drained to the last oily drop. Okay, that's a way to make money, I guess. Anything? Can trade another hunting trophy for an outlandish artifact. Sure thing. Whatever. Oh, hello there, mister. You're not who I'm looking for, and you're gonna smack me, so please wait a second while I stagger you with my guns. Back off. I'm killing all the enemies, but not the one I've... Maybe he hasn't spawned yet. I think it takes a while for him to spawn. Brother, you are screwed right now. Are you underwater? I think we should fight the giant spider monster. Like, we're actually in a position that we have enough guns to be able to do it, I think. We don't have a full hold, but I think we're gonna be okay. And it's just kind of a sick thing to do. Are you dead yet, please? Would you be dead? I can't see your health bar right now, sir. Oh, you still got 100. Never mind. Don't bug me, don't bug me. There we go. Okay, oh. What? Oh, it's because he can be sent to the thing, maybe? Never mind, it might just be a bug. Dissected for knowledge. We definitely need supplies right now, so let's butcher it for supplies. We gain 4 supplies and a secret. Very nice. Okay, so let's try this crazy shit. So this is like a boss. We are 300 hull. The way you fight this guy is very specific. And if you don't fight him this way, you get absolutely roasted. He was here, right? We saw him already, I think. And I don't think he despawns as long as he is here. It is still very dangerous to fight him. However, I found, by accident kind of, a bit of a circle strat you can use to kill it without it really attacking you. Now, you do have to kind of nail the execution of this, or you get in a lot of trouble. I'm not seeing it right now. Oh, there. I can see the path. See the path. Lock onto it so we can charge. So what I want to do is I want to just rotate around this guy. Recurring Nightmare. Not the time for it right now, but I guess we're going to take the 26% chance. We fail, we gain 25 terror. You're a motherfucker. You're a motherfucker. Not the time to do this, bro. So what we do, 900 HP. I accidentally paused the game. I didn't even know you could do that, I gotta be honest. So you just rotate around it. You really don't want it to... yeah, there you go. You really don't want it to be at a distance of you and just starts charging the super attack it has. You kind of just want to spin like this. Because then it keeps charging you, missing you, and you keep going around it. It's obviously... Oh god, it's gonna charge me now. Oh, it misses completely. It's obviously quite cheese, but without this, you are in a lot of trouble. And I mean, it's not my fault that it's got a terrible turning circle. Nice. I'm trying to get a shot off. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. 60 damage! My bad. My bad. See, that's where you really don't want to get hit at all. I'm also against the wall. It's kind of annoying. Okay, here we go. Just keep rotating. Rotating the strat. Oh, God. Dash for me, please. There we go. Beautiful. So this enemy has an insane long-range attack that does like a bunch of terror and does a ton of damage. So you really don't want to get hit by that. And luckily, we have that deck gun that gives us like really nice arc on this. So as long as we stay in this circle, we are able to outlast it. Which I'm assuming this is how everybody fights this one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what other people's strats are. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Ooh, shit.
Okay. Just kind of found this one time and I was like, wait a minute, that seemed to work just fine. You just keep doing this shit. Okay, you want to keep them turning into the same radius, because if they turn another way, they're gonna like cut you off suddenly. Now this is where you really don't want to do this. Are you fucking kidding me? 20% chance confront the nightmare. We succeeded. That's so fucking lucky. That's so fucking lucky. We gained the secret that we wanted, and the nightmare is gone. I'll fucking take it. We're going on a bit of an insane spree here for sure. Not the safest way to play. Can you keep turning that way, please? Thank you. Now, it's already at 300 HP. We can't use our other gun here because it's way too far front. That's annoying. Can you keep rotating? I'm trying to not go too far ahead, so it's going to keep rotating in the same way. Oh, God. Okay, we're losing a bunch of fuel here, but we can go back to another place. Keep rotating, please. Thank you. But yeah, you haven't seen it use the attack. You would be like, oh, let's use the strat where you stay at a distance and you shoot at it. No, it's terrible because it has like a 60 damage long range attack. So you really want to bait it into charging all the time so you don't ever have that attack. Oh, God. Okay, so far so good. Keep rotating, please. Is this basically a giant ship made out of spiders, by the way? Is this the right time to mention that? 100 HP left. A dash. We only got hit once. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay, just keep at it. Oh, restless night. How funny. How funny. Thank you. Oh, God, don't hit me, please. Okay. Boom. Recharge. Boom. I think I could hit it now with the other attack, but I'm just gonna stay methodical. Just hit it one more with the save attack. Boom. We did it! Nice. The Tree of Ages uprooted. So that is like one of the big bosses that you at some point want to fight throughout your playthrough. Its carapace cracks like armored ice. Bulbous, many-legged shapes swarm out, flood the water. The spiders which comprise its flesh fleeing like rats. It's breaking up. We can loot the Tree of Ages. The Tree of Ages carries no cargo, only spider flesh and venom. But perhaps you have need for spider flesh. Or we could learn, wash the dissolution, learn what you can. I think if you have the Father's Bone quest, you would have to loot it, because you need one of the parts from it, but learning in any other situation, I think, is just the best choice, because you get another Searing Enigma. Now, we also gain Terror, which isn't great, but the Searing Enigmas, we need as many as possible. So now that we've killed it, it can eventually respawn, which would be another easy pickup of a Searing Enigma, which is why I was like, well, I'm here anyway, might as well fight it. Okay. Well, now I've gone a bit off course because I'm all the way back here. We really need to go back to Frostfound, so I think we're going to go through Con Shadow, pick up some more fuel again. And also we should do this Restless Night and just ignore them so we lose some terror. There we go. Now, I don't think with this amount of terror we can do the Frostfound quest because you need to have basically no terror at all. Unless we can get enough supplies and fuel to be able to just sit there, because you have a thing that lowers terror in Frostfound, so we might be able to do that. We'll see. Home? A sailor runs to the rails, stripping off his clothes. As he goes, beaming rapturously. Home, he cries, home! Circle to try to pick him up. It'll cost fuel and time, and it's useless unless he comes to his senses. Well, we can lose one more crew, but that's really annoying. But it's only 40% chance of success anyway. So I think we're gonna let him go, unfortunately. South. He swims south towards the Elder Continent. His head is visible in the faint light of the false stars, silhouetted as he bobs above the wave. A wave. Then he's gone. Okay, well, we have, exactly half, so losing any more sailors right now would mean we move at slow speed. Anyway, we should stop here. We could buy the crates of souls as well. Here, I just realized. Anyway, we need fuel. Fuel relatively cheap, and we need some supplies. So let's get, like, 2 supplies and the rest fuel.
26 fuel, 9 supplies. It's gotta be what it is what it is. Let's take a stop at Khan's Heart as well. Was there something that we need to do here? A panicked wave. There's someone in the shadows trying to draw your attention with equal parts discretion and desperation. The impolite investigator shakes your hand with extreme vigor. Good day, Captain. When do we leave port? Can your ship outrun the Khan's best? Not that you'll have to, but it'd be comforting to know that you could. Take his hints. He needs to escape, and you can get him away. Sure. I welcome myself aboard. Where's my bunk? He heads up the plank before you. He continues talking, expecting you to keep up. The Kaganians didn't seem to like me asking questions. Not many people do. It's made me unpopular in most ports, but there's still one I haven't tried. Could you take me to Hideaway? It's beneath the waves, on the back of a gigantic beast. You cannot miss it. Okay, we have a bunch of people that want to go to underwater ports somewhere. Could wander Khan's Heart. Compile a port report for like no chance to succeed. Gather intelligence. We don't got shit. I guess we'll wander Khan's Heart. We have 5 suspicion. We lose 5 terror. That is beautiful. Yeah, we can't buy shit here because they hate us. Anyway, whatever. We're picking up as many of those quests as possible. Now we really need to go to Frostfound. Alright, let's see if we stand a chance at this. I highly doubt it, but Frostfound. Port report, and then we should do take tea with the squatters at the dock. This will give you supplies and fuel and lose you terror. Now, I think you can do this over and over again. So what you can do then is we can launch and turn off the light and just sit in port, because without the light... Oh, you do build up a little bit of terror, actually, now that I'm seeing it, so maybe we should keep the light on. Oh, you need to, like, juggle the light on and off. So kind of, you can see that the fuel still goes down by not moving, and the hunger still goes up. However, we do gain a supply and a fuel from doing this interaction. So I think, like, after a minute here, it should give us the ding, and then we can just do it again. Oh, apparently we're getting an event first, though. We need to weep. Give yourself over to the tears. We gain a terror. Thank you very much for nothing. Whatever. Yeah, I think that just works. We used up 1 supply, 1 fuel, so then we just do tea with the squatters again. We lose 10 terror again. So the reason I'm doing this, by the way, well, first of all, losing terror is nice, but you need to enter Frostfound. We need 1 more mirror, actually, but we can get that from spending our secrets. Interesting, I didn't know there was a limit to that. So yeah. We need to be below 20 terror, and this is not a requirement, this is something you want. Well, it is a requirement, but if you don't do this, you will lose the game, pretty much, because you're going to gain a ton of terror by being here. I don't know if we're going to lose crew as well, that might be annoying. So I'm obviously not going to bore you with this, I'm just going to do this over and over again, making sure to get our terror down to 0. And there you go, the last one. So we actually got a positive overall amount of fuel. I forgot what we were at before, but I think we gained like 2 fuel, and I think we also gained like 2 supplies. So I guess this is an infinite fuel and supply thing you can do. Anyway, we lost all terror. There we go. So now we just need to gain a mirror by talking to one of our officers, which I think was you right here. Yes, spend secrets. Nice. Let's do... let's see. So we have a ton of this. We could literally just increase this to like 60 here. I don't know if they require us to use mirrors. We're probably going to need mirrors. So we should just increase this up a little bit. Since we already have more than enough secrets. And we will be gathering way more secrets throughout this as well. 60 right there. We can also do some hearts, which I think we get by talking to like you, for example. Some hearts. Hopefully you're not going to like do some bad things. We lose the secrets. I think I'm just doing 10 here as well. Just making sure we have everything up to 50. Hopefully that's fine. I don't know. We have very low veils right now. But I think we'll be okay. Maybe. Do we have an officer that has veils? Anybody here? Probably you. Speak to... Yes, there we go. We'll do like up to 35 veils here. Finally spending some of our stuff. There we go. So we have some skill points. Let's
I was thinking 70 iron is also kind of a nice round number. How many more secrets do we have? We got 48 more secrets. So we need 40 at least, and then we need a few... It'll be fine, but let's just hold. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go head into Frostfound now, which is very scary. We have 0 terror, and we have the mirrors required to do this. So, in case you forgot, by the way, Frostfound. So, the reason we're here is for this guy's quest, we need to get a specific person, or we need a secret out of this, I think. Yeah, this. The mechanic's secret. I had to hide the secret somewhere. The Finger Kings couldn't go. I hope they would leave me alone then, so I put it in Frostfound. Not the very heart of Frostfound. I'm not insane, but quite close to the heart. The penultimate chamber. So, yeah, very close to the heart. Because he dreamed about an engine, and then he stole the secret of the engine, and we're now trying to build the engine, which is going to be insane. So yeah, we're gonna this is Frostfound. Towers and ramps and galleries and stairs of ice, raised and spun like an architect's honey dream. No spider ever wove so complex a web. The towers are utterly pristine, untouched by human life, but a pitiable encampment squats by the dock. And when we enter Frostfound, it tells you this. A long flight of stairs rises, glistening to a sheer tower. There is no door. Your reflection hangs in the cloudy ice. You cannot enter Frostfound if your terror is greater than 20, and you should not enter Frostfound without a good reason. Unfortunately for us, we have a good reason, so we are gonna do it. Face the wall. You probably shouldn't do that, one of the squatters advises. Ignore her. Face the wall. Examine your cloudy reflection. Close your eyes. Step forward. Shiver. Frostfound radiates, both cold and a subtler chill of the heart. Did you move at all? Or is it your reflection that moved? You are inside Frostfound. We have moved to a new area. The corridors... Wait, have we? Shouldn't it change the background? Maybe once we complete this here. The corridors of Frostfound, light. 100 rich and blinding colors filter through the ice. It's like drinking a kaleidoscope. It's like being kidnapped by rainbows. The colors shift with every step you take, revealing shining corridors in each and every corridor. Your reflection waits. Enter the Sapphire Chamber. This corridor shimmers with a blue as rich as the sky of the surface. This gains us a bunch of terror, I'm assuming. A howling wind, it fills your ears, but the air is still. A sapphire chamber. I think it might be bugged. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to change the background, but anyway. Every facet of the ice crystal wall is the heart and depthless blue of a desert sky. You take one step further in, and that blue plucks at your senses. Vertigo spins you, a voice intones, "This was the sky." You recall other places where there is no sky. You are far from any sky. Stare fiercely into that fierce blue and call to mind your memories of skyless islands. So you can do these quests in 2 different ways. You can either do the really risky skill check, or you could just lose 1 point of a specific skill. Now, especially this one, we definitely should do that. You'll be terribly exposed, but perhaps you'll learn something. Because, yeah, there's 21%. Come on, now. We're not going to get that, so we're going to do this. We lose a veil, and we gain some terrors. The horror of emptiness. Yes, this blue is a brittle, savage barrier. Press against it, and it will shatter, spilling you into the high wilderness. The stars are hungry, and there is horror upon you. Your head spins. Increase your terror further to penetrate further into Frostfound. The right items mean you may not have to sacrifice skill points. Light. 100 rich and blinding colors filter through the ice. Oh, we already read this. Enter the Amethyst Gallery. Over here, a corridor is the deep violet of the more colorful undersea corals. Dappled shadows drift like fish. Predatory shapes. You are the center of Hunter's attention. Things like and unlike shark. Sharks, long, sleek, half visible behind the walls. You have the sudden sense that they are vaster than sharks, vaster than Frostfound itself. What the fuck? The Amethyst Gallery. Perspective confounds you. This place stretches away every direction through a dusty purple haze as if you float in a cloud. The air is chill and crackling. Vast and shadowy shapes hang lifeless in the distant cloud. Fluid staining their hides. Whale things and beast things bigger than dirigibles, bigger than cities. You are a speck in the cloud. Are you still inside Frostfound? Once again, there is a voice lifeless as leaden type. There were casualties.
31% chance. Nah, we're just gonna sacrifice the points. Like, I guess if you're really late game, you could do this and have a decent chance, but like, come on. 1 point is not too bad. We do gain more terror. Terror profundi.
Great sad dead eyes like stagnant crater lakes, mouths which could drink rivers. Your entire ship would be a glint on a speck in a pockmark on the least limb of these things. Every time you enter battle, you will remember this. What the fuck? We will enter the cavity. That corridor glows the rich red of sunlight on fresh blood. Bright as pain. As you tread the corridor's crimson facets, you almost expect your feet to come away sticky. You are bathed in crimson light, thick as cream. It warms your skin and fills your mouth with the taste of iron. This is only a memory of a memory. A voice intones, the crime is forgotten, its shadow remain. Surrender to the traces of horror. Whatever was remembered here is gone, but even its traces still scald the air. You can give into it, but it will damage you. That art. All living things are joined in the chain. Men and apes, bees and roses, messengers and stars. When the red science breaks it, even time is scarred. Now that scar has touched your spirit. I lose some stuff, even more. Enter the Emerald Vista, the green of forests of poison, of leaves hallowed by arc light. Leaf shadows in motion, chilly air, the scent of pine. Rich, deep, fresh green and of infinite depth and tints. If secrets had a color, it would be this. It baffles and delights the eye. A chilly wind brushes you. Something sought. The voice intones, something lost. We will peer into the depths. Surrender your understanding to the winds. 20 terror. Changes. There are changes which will wash away all that you were and all that you are. Nothing is familiar. Everything is new as morning. Your sight is dazzled. Your perceptions confounded. Light. No, that's it. Same shit again. Across the diamond bridge. Here the light is the brightest. Lightning bright, migraine bright, bright as humiliation. Even when you close your eyes, the light does not diminish. A narrow space of blinding light. All colors and none between the towers of Bright and the towers of Teneb. Once on the bridge, you will be exposed like an insect in the desert. Like a fresh carcass on the operating table. Like a jewel in the sun. Oh, interesting. We have sun in our pocket. You can give up the element of dawn, but we need this for the mission that we're trying to complete right now. So we're not going to give this up, of course, because 1 point of pages is worth much less to us than this. So we're just going to do that. Unless it literally doesn't use it up, but I'm assuming it uses it up. We've lost pages, that's fine. You stumble through a mounting haze of dread. The light tears at you. Thoughts wither like charring paper across into the merely brilliant light of inner Frostfound. Enter the iridescence, a softer, pearlier mirror fog glow coils from this corridor. Is this Frostfound's pearl? What dark inclusion provoked it? The iridescence. The light here is very different. The ice crystal walls are invisible behind a soft and luminous fog. Even the air is warmer. Your shadow paces you, stalking the boundaries of the fog. Know yourself, a voice intones. Retrieve the mechanic's secret. What is this? This will sacrifice 1 point of each skill and increase your wounds. Holy. You have brought burning knowledge across the sea. Use it now to unveil your shadow reflection in the fog. Interesting. Retrieve the mechanic's secret. This, the mechanic says very quietly, is as far as we go. Let's get what we came for and get out. I don't want to see what's in the fog. Not again. Has he been here all along? Nothing is certain in Frostfound. Boop! The mechanic fumbles Oh, we lose terror. The mechanic fumbles in the drifting mist on the floor. His shadow does the same from within the fog as it scrapes away in imitation. There is a dull, grating noise as of claws on rock. He comes up with a stone piglet, small enough to lie comfortably on the palm of his hand. Its eyes are bright pearls. I'm sorry, the mechanic confesses. My imagination is rather literal. He stows the pig away out of sight. Now, please, can we go? I can feel my teeth chattering out here. We have the mechanic's secret, and we lose some terror. So yeah, that's, it's not as scary as I thought it was gonna be when I first read that message, don't do this. I mean, it would be really, it would be really stupid to lose a bunch of skill points, but losing like one of each skill point is not the end of the world. So yeah, we lose terror, and we got the secret. So now we're just gonna leave. Leave, get the hell out of here. You have moved to a new area. Okay. And we can do this. Can we do this again? Oh, nice. Wait, we didn't even I didn't even have the thing there, but it let me do it anyway. Okay, so I'm considering if we do just a bunch of these again. I think we do. I'm just going to lower my terror here while we're at it. It just wastes some of my time, but not yours, so give me a second. All right, there we go. We got 32 fuel, 14 supplies. Holy. Now let's see. So I'm considering going back here to try and hunt for the creature that I want to kill, and then going up here to go past some more ports. I think I'm gonna do that. Worst case, we find another like Lorn fluke there. We have so many supplies now. I think we should be largely okay. And there it is. That's what I'm looking for. Holy shit. Nice. So yeah, it should be around the challenge usually. Eater of Names, 700 HP, 77 crew. Now, if you stay behind it, you can fight it, but it is actually potentially going to damage us a few times. I'm just trying to stay behind it. Oh boy. 500, come on. Shoot twice, reload, shoot again. You haven't shot me yet, and I'm already down to a bunch of... Never even hit me. Usually he shoots you. This guy has guns. There we go. He has guns on the back. I know that. Oh god, we might lose our crew here and then it might be really annoying, but it is what it is. Not much we can do about that. Don't shoot me. Please die. Please die. Don't go off the map, by the way. This motherfucker can go off the map and be really annoying. Sir, come back. You missed, idiot. Don't go off the map, man. Sir, please go back. Okay, he's dead. I don't know what's going on with the bodies, like, floating around still. Like, it's just something crazy. Maybe I gotta reload the game. The Eater of Names is destroyed. That was so easy, by the way. We took one single hit, which, if we took a few more hits, we would have started losing crew. So, the worms are screaming. The boat is shattered. Wild-eyed Kellanite zealots leap into the sea. None of them try to swim. As far as you can tell, they're diving straight down with no intention of coming back up. Seize its cargo. The Eater of Names has long plundered unwise strangers in the name of death and the Great Shell. Perhaps they've kept something of use. What we are gonna do, however, is seize its figurehead. The color is the color of which remains when all else has been consumed. Because we want this, because this is one of the things we can turn in at the last curator to get another relic, which I wanted to make some money, so that's why I wanted to get this guy, because that's $1,000 right there. A grisly relic. They must have taken this from the Z near the Ganth Pole, the place that draws dying monsters. The memories of slow, deep death adhere to it like rags of skin to bone. Perhaps you'll find a use for it. We will definitely find a use for it. Okay. Very nice. With that out of the way, we are done with our business in this area. Now, you can have this guy respawn and then, I guess, take the supplies next time. Okay, now we don't really care anymore, and now I kind of just want to go back. I think there's an underwater here, or this might just be a boat. But we're going to go up top, go past all these checkpoints right there to get some more port reports. I'm not seeing anything here, so I think this might be an underwater port, so let's go. Oh, you can't dive here. Wait a second. You discover the underground. What is happening? The impolite investigator's question. The impolite investigator approaches you, smiling. Now we're safely submerged. I have a question, Captain. I've discovered that several crew members are attracted to you. Would you become intimate with any? If so, who? How would you engage, and why haven't you indulged yet? What? Eye him hungrily? Isn't he delicious? Threaten to keelhaul him, respond with a secretive smile, refuse to reply. This is true. This is an impolite investigator for real. Does he want to play the voyeur? If so, you can arrange for him to be jettisoned from the submarine and dragged along. Maybe he can peek through a porthole and find an answer himself. We'll just refuse to reply, I guess. You meet his gaze, waiting for him to recognize his impropriety. The investigator's smile doesn't falter. Your silent is sufficient answer. Thank you. You'll waste no more time with this man. There are important matters for you to attend to. Interesting. Okay, another... That's why we couldn't land here, because there was a damn port. And what does it have? The underwater entrance to the Crow. A deep, well-lit cavern thick with a fungal smoke and cave moths. Far above, a lighthouse fire burns. The scent of it is curiously medicinal. It clouds your head and burns your lungs. Farther into the fog, you can make out labored breathing. Explore the fog. A hollow voice rings down through the fog. No visitors. But surely an exception can be made for your case. Well, let's assemble a port report. It's little more than a cave and a lighthouse fire, but the Admiralty appreciates thoroughness. A ramshackle array of pulleys allows the Undercrow's reclusive resident to feed the fire above. The herby smoke of the fungal fire has preservative qualities, but dusts everything in a fine gray deposit. Meanwhile, the fire distracts the more aggressive moths and warns ships far above. All is well, or as well as can be expected. Well, let's explore the fog. What's the worst that could happen? Distinctly unwelcome. No use for new faces. The voice creaks. A shape withdraws deeper into the fog. Find my student back in Port Carnelian. Or maybe hunting in Venderbite. A rattling breath. Tell him he hasn't long. Collect the incomparable Aurelian from Port Carnelian or Venderbite to win the speaker's trust. Interesting. Alright, you sell me nothing, so I guess we're out of here. This is so cool. Is there any other close by? Not really. Yeah, we don't really have anything more to do in Port Cecil necessarily. I'm kind of scared to stay underwater, because if there's like scary monsters down here, that's really bad because we are currently in quite the rough shape. I'm just checking this. What is that right there? Seeing a rock? Oh, so I would love to know what those faces look like from underneath. What the heck? You can see the ripples here. There's a big something. Big something right there. Why is it glowing? Yo, what? It's a ship. Can I go check it out, or am I gonna bonk into it right now? They look like there's supplies over here. This is so sick. I love it. A wreck. The wreck waits below, a dark shape in dark water. What caused it to sink, and does anything salvageable remain? Retrieve supplies. The cargo hold is intact. Perishables will have spoiled, but preserved supplies may endure. 3 supplies. Nice. You don your diving suit. The hold is a wretched, half-collapsed thing. Shattered beams and floating debris. Your navigator helps you move a spar of fallen steel, uncovering sealed boxes that contain heavily salted biscuits, hardtack, preservatives, and lard. This is kind of like Barotrauma vibes now, which Barotrauma is another incredible game, by the way. Which I guess in some way is a bit similar, but it's more like action heavy. You're like controlling a character. It's really easy to die. It's also a multiplayer game. You can play it single player, but it's really hard to play single player properly. Not seeing anything else here. Ooh, I thought I saw a light there for a second. Should probably just go to the Avid Horizon here. Anything? Nothing. I'm going up. We really are only going to the Avid Horizon to just quickly get the port report, because they usually care about these ones that are far away. The further away, the more money you can make. Oh god, the mountain is right there. I wonder if you could do the same thing, like rotating around this one. I'm not gonna try it though. I'm gonna land here immediately. All right, Chapel of Lights. We're gonna eat. Yo, perfect. 48 hunger. Bye-bye hunger. Oh, we're apparently sent here to collect information. I already forgot about that. We get the strategic information. Very nice. Gather the intelligence. Oh, you can do this now. Holy shit. Okay, so you need above 50 timed and able to allow you to do this. This is a way that you can farm infinite searing enigmas. The way that this works is you need to go, I think, to Mount Palmerston. You need to buy 3 ambiguous eoliths there. It's also kind of infinite money, which costs 35 each. So it's like a little over 100 for the total, 105. And then you can go here to turn these 3 into an extraordinary implication, which already that can be sold for 250. So you turn 105 into 250, which is already a lot of money. And then if you are specifically farming for Searing Enigmas, you can bring 5 extraordinary implications to Irem over here, and you can trade 5 for 1 Searing Enigma. So this is like, if you're doing this, the epic quest that we're doing, that's the way you can farm those. You just have to go back and forth between these 2 islands, but you do have to have a lot of money, because then you can't. You obviously are not making any money, you're just turning them into Searing Enigmas. But this is another way you can farm here, by just farming the this event right here. Anything else? We don't want to reject what we have learned. We don't want to waste any supplies because we don't have many. So I think we're just going to wait for this guy to leave and get going here. I don't know if we can complete the Devilish quest, can we? Independent verification. The Brass Embassy has asked you for independent verification of the Devilish's intelligence. It is possible that you might be able to eavesdrop on the convention somehow. 35% chance. Sure. That's a 1 in 3 chance, right? Let's just give it a shot. It might go bad. We failed, and we gained some terror. Wake in fright. You scramble up the stones. The ground is warm. You grow tired before you are more than halfway up your... Your mouth is full of ashes. There is a sound in the earth, a profound, complex, overwhelming drone, like the buzzing of a billion bees. You bend your head a little closer, and that's all you remember. When you wake up, you're in the Devilish's cottage. Your head is in her lap. I found you on the slope, she said. I thought I'd better bring you in before you heard anything you shouldn't. She smiles. Strictly speaking, I should burn your ears off, but it is so nice to see you. Well, I guess we're just gonna give you this. Give the Devilish the news of the embassy, but not the gift. You already sold it. She'll never know. No, we're just gonna give it to you. Give the Devilish the news of the embassy and the gift. The Devilish keeps little snakes as pets now, each no bigger than her little finger. She scratches their heads. She calls them by name, and once, when she thinks you aren't looking, she pops one in her mouth to chew it like a licorice treat. Delight. The Devilish opens the parcel. Amanita Cherry. She pours you each a splashy glass, chattering giddily. She blushes when she sees you push the glass away. Force of habit. I don't really want to poison you. It's such good news, isn't it? Do you really think they trust me? I would so love to get away from this ghastly little rock back to where the souls glow and the dances never end. So listen, I have something more valuable for them. The names of 7 devils back home who remain loyal to the aristocracy, to Brimstone. Here, take the names, give them to the embassy, ask them if I can come home. Sail swiftly, my brave captain. All my hopes rest with you. Okay, so we're going once again back to London now. We have the message. There's another thing here. Take note of a veiled woman. A middle-aged woman in a veiled hat is staring at you, waiting for you to notice and listen to her. The imperious sister's tale. She begins commandingly, as though you had met at a salon in London, as though there were no burning mountain at her back, as though you were socially just a little her inferior. Thank goodness, someone who might help me, she says. I've been searching everywhere. My brother is troubled, you see, troubled by some past difficulties. I came to Mount Palmerston because I thought possibly they had his soul. She drops her voice to a whisper on the last words. But it isn't here. And now there's something else I must try, and you have a submarine. Okay. What the fuck? The woman is no longer exactly youthful, but she speaks passionately from under her veil. Perhaps she has studied heroines on the stage. I need help to be reconciled with my dear brother. Listen to what she wants. She has a brother who is dear to her, and sensitive soul, very reserved. He used to work for the Admiralty. Something happened to distress him there. When I asked him about it, he said that I had enough to worry about with my own concerns. My husband was ill at the time, but I could help him. If you would only permit me to know his troubles for you know. She puts a hand on her heart. Bearing one another's burden is what makes us truly good. She tells you that you'll need to go to Aigul, the city of regrets. Find her brother's regret and return it to her. She will pay gladly. Okay, then. We'll dig. Give me some supplies. Lost 2 supplies. Oh, shit, I thought I was going to gain supplies. Well, I was fortunate, and I lost the supplies. My bad. Hey, we got a lot of zoop, though. So, yeah, here's where you can buy the, I think. Yeah, the Elith right here. We can also buy 1 singular fuel. Beautiful. We can't sell anything here, so we're just gonna get going to the next location. Oh, I was unveiling the map here, and I found another port on the water. Can I go? I can't dive here, but we gotta check this out, of course. Yo, what the fuck? Discover Anthe, that looks crazy. What is that? Okay. I don't know if anybody has wanted us to go here, but I want to go here, so that's reason enough. Let's see. Anthe. They call it the City of Flowers, but the flowers are crystals, spiral matrices grown on the walls of Anthean caves. The inhabitants of Anthe are at least partly crystal too. They call it going sharp, becoming more perfect and clearer and colder. Study the chambers of Anthe. Wander where you can, gain a preliminary understanding of the place. Those who go sharp. The inhabitants of Anthe go sharp. Not all at once, but piece by piece they turn to crystal. They sort themselves by sharpness, too. The sharp-handed clusters with others of their kind, ignoring the keen-footed and the brittle-waisted. To progress through Anthe is to take on more and more of these attributes. To enter the deeper chambers is restricted by sharp style. Choose which chambers you would most like to discover. The Antheans speak of a woman named Rosina dying of a curious disease and sequestered among the sharp-spleened. You've seen the outer chambers of Anthe and learned what the place is. Gather a port report. Access to Anthe is restricted by type of sharpness. Those who are sharp in the ears do not necessarily mingle with the sharp-tongued. As for the inhabitants who are sharp throughout their full bodies, they don't circulate much. There is said to be a cavern, broad and shallow-floored, where the perfectly sharp grow old together. They aren't capable of anyone else's company anymore. At least that's what you're told, and you can hardly go and ask. At any rate, they are more like growing crystals than like people, slowly expanding and bonding with the rock. What the fuck? Consider your own condition. Apparently we need to get sharp. Consider your own condition. Should you go sharp, or have you already taken on sharpness that you now regret? Learning and rumor. Consult the woman with the cubical eyes. Learn how to accept the blessing that Anthe offers. Determine what is best for yourself and whose companion you seek in the bubble caverns. A woman gives advice to new Antheans. Her eyes are cubes of salt. She speaks of going sharp as numbness and as an awakening, as the loss of sensation and the beginning of insight. Some Antheans use other metaphors: clarity, dryness, regularity, and structure. Cultivate the capacity of sharpness. Cultivate the capacity for sharpness through chemical means. Interesting. It's 73 chance. Come on, we got this. Nice. It isn't easy to go sharp as the Antheans do, but most who come here find themselves desiring the condition sooner or later. Nights of meditation. The environment is a help, but you must also prepare your mind and your will. Going sharp means giving up many sensations. You can now take on a single sharpness. We needed sharpness of the spleen, right? Yeah. I guess. We shouldn't be doing everything, I feel. What the fuck? There's so many. Good lord. Okay, well, we do sharpness of the spleen. Surrender your capacity for anger. Join the Society of... I didn't even read that. Join the Society of Diplomats, Saints, and Cold-Blooded Tyrants. The Venice Salon. Descend into the Anthe Chamber. Reserved for those who flourish at the spleen. The stone of the chamber is veined with red. Some members of the Venice Salon wear clothes that reveal the midriff. so that one can see the telltale points of the crystal form under their skin. It is a party game here to take turns reading aloud offensive letters to the London newspapers and insulting missives from home, and to compete at not caring in the least. Well, now we can do this. Visit Rosina in her chamber. She is both healer and patient, convalescing in an ice bath among the sharp spleened. The Anthians speak of her often. Ice crystals. The air gets chillier as you approach, and there are patches of frost on the walls. The cavern is crowded. In the center is a bathtub full of ice, in which sits a woman in an obvious state of illness. Several Anthians attend her, one with deft, clear fingers. Then there are a number of other people attending who mostly talk amongst themselves, but sometimes turn to watch Rosina. Meet Rosina. She has seen you come in. Baked from within, Rosina is dying of animescence, the disease of the elder continent. Any passion spreads the disease. She must therefore lie very still in an ice bath and think of things that do not interest her. Going sharp in the spleen protects her against the passion of anger, but other passions are still a danger. For a long time she looked for a cure to the disease. Tradition ascribes healing features to certain poems, ointments, and postures of the body, but these only delay the gradual combustion. What the fuck? Learn more of Rosina. Speak to her of her choices and what she requires. She tells you her story. For a long time she looked for cures of the body. I was certain the inhabitants of the elder continent would be able to correct what is wrong, she says. But if they know, they refuse to say. Now I merely keep back the disease as long as I can, and seek cures for the sentiment instead. If I keep very calm, my symptoms subside. If you find anything in your travels, works of philosophy or guidance that might help me compose myself, please bring them to me. We can present a drowny counterpoint. Drowny song. Sing the drowny counterpoint at extra length. We have barming of the lungs, we can do that. My goodness. All of it is locked? All of it is locked. Good lord. What do we need? We need Anthian romance. We can get approved romantic literature or romantic literature. Interesting. That's 29%. It would be very bad for her, of course. She will resist if she is strong enough. Why would we do that? That's actually evil. I didn't even realize. Provide a dry lecture on the social satisfaction of visage. We need acumination of the tongue. I don't know if we want to turn full crystal. That seems pretty bad, huh? Offer Rosina a needle of Fortis. Huh. Storyteller, low Barnet storyteller, drowny hymn. We can do this one. Find out what all the onlookers are for. They aren't assisting in any medical proceedings. 73%. I failed, motherfucker. You ask the onlookers directly. Conflagrati, says one, and titters. Another one curiously puts her hand on your forehead as though to see whether you have a fever. It doesn't look as though any of them have gone sharp at all. What are they doing here? Can we just click that button again? We can just click it again. Succeeded. Carrion birds, you put your question. Rosina glances over at the cluster of men and women. Her expression is blank. The emotion that ought to be there has been controlled or wiped away. There are certain idiotic sects, she says. People who want to suffer what I have. They follow me around hoping to be infected by my conflagration. What the fuck? Okay. Besides that, we can do nothing. So yeah, romantic literature, or we need to be, because we have the expertise in visage, we could do this one. Pure pedantry might just be the thing for Rosina. You have the tongue to tell it. So we need to get the tongue? Do we want that? Consider our own condition? We could try. Very chancy challenge. Is that accumulation of the tongue? If you cannot select this, you may need to raise your capacity for sure. Yeah. Okay, well, 45%. Easy, right? We failed. We gained 7 terror. Try it again. We failed. Gained 7 terror. Try it again. We succeeded. Okay, and now it gets really hard. I see. Okay. I guess we're doing this. Wait, oh, you need 2? What the fuck? Wait, you need number of sharpness is 2. Oh no, you need to have 2 sharpness. What? Number of sharpness no more than 1, you have 1. So I'm assuming we need another sharpness before we can do this. Flourish in the groin. What the fuck? I'm just gonna do this, leave this for later. Because it's kind of spooky. I don't really want to turn into a crystal, thank you very much. Yeah, we can't really do anything right now. Alright, whatever. This is cool, but we need to get some other stuff. Let's just get the fuck out of here for now, because this place is kind of spooky. Cool, though. Yeah, they got whole new storylines. Man, this world's lore is, like, so vast. There's so much to it. It's actually crazy. Oh, there's something. What is it? What is it? Is it bad? Is it a monster? It looks like it's moving. I don't know if that's a good thing. There's multiple? I'm going slow. What the fuck? Wait, it's a crazy shark. Go backwards. Stagger it. Sir? You're getting blasted right now? Uh-oh. Stagger it. No! Okay, I didn't lose crew, but that's real bad. What do we got? You have defeated a boundling. Its corpse is a mound of twisted metal and flesh. Its mottled skin further marred by the gaping rends inflicted by your weapon. Tear the cage from the boundling. The metal is strong and sturdy. You have need for it. Carve the boundling for provisions. I kind of want to do this. I just give 10 whole. I was wondering. Okay, and then 3 trophies. Removing the cage is back-breaking work. Rods of steel run through the boundling's inflamed, swollen flesh. Its body had warped to fit its cage. Even its red eyes are distorted, pulled out from alignment by the band across its face. Before carrying the reclaimed metal away, your engineer wipes frothy slime off it. She gestures to a stain. It'll take a bloody good sanding to get rid of this. Okay. Is there another monster here, or is this like a wreck? That one seems to be moving. I'm gonna just slowly creep up on it here. What is it? What are you hiding? What are you hiding from? It is a wreck. What's the other thing? Yo, the art here is so good. Is that also a wreck? It's not, doesn't seem to move. Yo, what the fuck? Go deeper inside the wreck. Ship of Answers. The wreck has fallen into a crevice in the seabed. It lies embraced by the stones. Board the wreck. The ship is silent as its watery grave. You'll have to enter to uncover its secrets. You gain 3 lamentable relic. You don your diving gear. The whole door opens with a disquieting crunch. A crewman stops to pick bits of skull from his boot. Inside the wreck, bones haunt every surface. Each bone has been split and hollowed out, so that both inside and out could be inscribed. Some of the bones are dated, the first in each skeleton. It appears the crew were chosen for scrivening one at a time. There is something legible on the right ulnar of an otherwise unmarked skeleton, Scrimshander. What the hell? Can I do this? Use an oasis to increase your oxygen levels. Oh, interesting. I'm getting achievements, I guess. Dude, there's so many achievements in this game that are behind this DLC, which is why I got it, because I was looking at the achievements list. I honestly didn't even know it had a DLC for the longest time. Does it go this way? Okay, the thing goes that way. I kind of just wanted to go to Codex. Can you send out a sonar to see if there's anything here? Any spooky monster? So many things to find under here, though. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna land at Codex. We're just here for the port report. Oh, actually, we can agree to a request. Let's offer the Shivering Monkeys a lamentable relic. 3 unread logs. Does that take inventory? Because we definitely should do that. Is that in my hold? That's not in my hold. That's very nice. Let's get the port report. And then also agree to see a damp request. Seeing your ship, a drowny approaches with purpose. After a soggy exchange, it seems he seeks passage to the Untersee Spire of Scrimshander. A deal is struck. Few return from Scrimshander, not because of the danger, but because of the cost of leaving. Okay, interesting. That's the second person that wants to go there. Cool.
Okay. We're just going... you definitely want to go past all the... Once you have the submarine, you want to go past all the ports again to pick up all these people that were waiting for you. Also stopping at Wither, of course. Here, is there anybody that we can pick up? Let's see. Wither. No. We can take intelligence, and then what is this again? The House of Question? Oh, you can gain God's attention here. But we already have this God's attention, I think. So we're just gonna bounce. Bye-bye. I think we were supposed to look for somebody in Venderbite as well, right? So let's see. Assist a specialized collector. Gather gossip, of course. I guess we're gonna do that. A dapper gentleman lounges by a dry fountain, admiring a frost moth with a predatory gleam in his eyes. Would you help him find the quarry of a lifetime? Yup. A man of pins in the jar. With a satisfied nod towards your ship, the incomparable Aurelian slips the frost moth into a killing jar. He explains as the pale blue wings beat against the glass. You've been beneath the waves, I see. And I trust you've seen tyrant moths as well. Fine creatures, but nothing compared to the regal kin of the most moth. The most moth? I know where to find it, and with your ship we can see it hatch. He gazes down at the frost moth, now still. Take me to the Undercrow, and I'll show you something worth preserving forever. Okay, then. Didn't we already just go past there? I swear we already been there. Let's go to the... Oh, it's the first curator, not the last curator. Where we can hand in our figurehead of the Eater of Names to gain... Oh, we don't get a treasure. We gain 7 secrets instead. That's also fine. Satisfactory, it wheezes. There will be another Eater in time. But this trophy I will taste. Your reward. A human skull sits atop a dusty notebook. Okay, well, we gained 7 secrets, which is real great, too. We only need 2 more, which I know how to get both of these. One we get from handing in the honey, the red honey we get from Isle of Cats at the Empire of Hands. And then the other one we get from putting a bunch of mushroom people across the different islands, which is kind of an annoying quest. But we need to start it at the other shroom. You need to bring 7 casks of honeyed wine or whatever. Anyway, we'll do that when we get there. I think we're just gonna move on now though, because we can try to go to the Undercrow is all the way over here. I'm not going there right away. We're just gonna pick up all these people and then we'll lead them where they want to go. We should probably go back to London at this point. We're pretty close and we have done a wildly long journey so far. Oh wait. There is indeed, wait. There is something at this building that is right next to London, underwater. We gotta check it out. Oh, Joe, Low Barnett. I wonder what it looks like. Can I go in there or is that gonna bonk me? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go around. Get another achievement. I'm farming achievements today. Can we stop here? Oh, there. Seems like there's a port. Yo, that is so cool. This building I've been looking at in all my playthroughs, not realizing you can actually go to it. Low Barnett, a sunken church with docking ports. Sediment has built up against the lower walls and long ago choked neglected crypts and crooked tombstones. The interior is sealed, yet the deep peals of the tower's bell can be felt even through a submarine hull. Explore the church. Sorry, we can get a port report. Submarine services. There is no pulpit. The organ is bent, broken pipes, but Low Barnett is still a house of worship of a sort. Groups of sailors gather in the aisles. The choir benches are clean, and the face a makeshift stage. Lantern-eyed fish pass behind colorful windows of stained glass. The door to the bell tower is guarded by 2 burly vergers. The tridents are a nice touch. Trade stories with the congregation. Your appearance and bearing attracts attention. They are eager for new tales. Sure. Speak of Anthe. Oh, interesting. We can become a storyteller here by handing in our reports and stuff.
I was kind of hoping to hand them in London, but we do need to do this, right? To become a storyteller eventually for other quests. So I guess we're gonna do these now. Yeah, we lose the port report, that's fine. Crystal clear, you talk of consuming desire and mornings where every moment gleams with promise. You talk about broken vows and a love shattered, about a heart growing sharp as a barber's razor. You talk about how clearly we see the passions of others while obscuring our own motives. The listening sailor casts their eyes down, looking into the past. We gain a storyteller and a Z-story. We can also speak of the undercrow. You talk of gut moths which inhabit every sailor and provide their nautical instincts, that taste in the throat which heralds a storm front, the ability to digest food even on choppy seas, the welcoming fluttering in the stomach at the sight of a sweetheart on shore, moths in the gut growing all the same. Your listeners shift in their seats, one hurries out, clutching his mouth. Okay. That was all we had for now. Witness a contest of stories. The congregation is gathered before the altar. A sermon? But there seem to be two preachers. A competition is in progress. A voluble visitor tells of the Sideways Regiment, a plunderous legion of trained crabs. First they present a mighty collective shell. Then comes the onslaught of 1,000 nippers. Why, I only escaped thanks to a timely cloud of ink from my squid, which I befriended for precisely such an occasion. The unlikely story wins the acclaim of the congregation, whilst her rival slumps, disappointed, the visitor waves her top hat and processes to the bell tower. Its doors close behind her. Ask about the competition. What kind of contest is won by nonsensical lies about crabs? A regular listener. You approach an apprehensive seaman who is staring into the distance, perhaps imagining marching ranks of crustaceans. You ask what happened here. The competition? The best story wins, Captain says it. Captain says it's all in the delivery. Well, you need a fine yarn to spin too. When you inquire about the winner's reward, his gaze turns wistful. If they're lucky, they get taken up. Wish I had a story to tell. Follow her into the bell tower. What's in there? Wild riches or just a good buffet? Not on the list. Two surly vergers block your approach to the door. One points back at the congregation. Only winners allowed, he grunts. Next one soon. Go about your business. Can we do the competition? Chimes. A few souls linger, gazing at the closed doors of the bell tower. You have just turned away when you hear the sonorous bong of the bell within. Its pearls repeat every few seconds. Its peals repeat every few seconds before becoming abruptly muffled, then finally silent. An excited murmur runs through the congregation. Although you keep an eye on the bell tower door, the winner does not emerge. Okay, if we have storyteller level 4, we can participate ourselves. We can trade your storyteller quality for different rewards. Interesting. Transport a wandering parson to his next destination. Okay, we got lots of stuff to do here. We can also buy fuel for stories. Okay, we're not gonna do that, obviously. Cool. Okay, so place very close to London where you can hand in some port reports, mostly of undersea places, I think. We can also stop at the Hunter's Keep, but I'm not sure if anything will happen here. Let's see, Hunter's Keep in ruins. Luke in the ruins. Has anything changed? Wind, weeds, and water. Tumbled stones, the garden unwinding gently into disorder, week on week. Nothing more. So nothing is here. Feels bad, man. I think we're back. Wait, is it? No, that's the ship. So I think we're just going to London. We made it! Let's go. Alright. I hope we have enough port reports to make money here, because I have some plans, but we need to get some money to make those plans come true. Returning to London. We gain a bunch of stuff. Oh, and the Alarming Scholar wants to give us some supplies, hopefully. A little present. Nice. 2 supplies. Very, very good. We can hand in the Colossal Fluke Core here. I think that's honestly the best thing we could do with this. So we're gonna give that for 500 echoes.
We gain a bunch of terror, but it's fine, because we want to go to sleep at our lodgings anyway. Let's read the papers. We gain more supplies. We're gonna rest in my elegant townhouse for 100. Oh, shit. We need to do it once, though, for the nightmare. Although we don't have a nightmare anymore, because we beat it. Like, that was crazy. Let's have some time with the family. Oh, and we can give you... How much do you have? I don't know how much you have. We're gonna give you a vision of the surface. You are 26. Wait a minute. Your child wants to go sign on with a ship already. But time passes quickly, and most quickly on the Untersee. How many years have you been at Z? Don't ask. Time operates slyly out in the dark. We can permit it. A family tradition. If your child survives, many sailors don't. You, of all people, know that. This is how you gain a scion, allowing your next captain to choose 2 legacies. This is an incredibly important thing to do. You never want to forbid this. Also, it's just... I don't know why you would want to do this, because getting the 2 legacies is incredible for your next playthrough, so you can get double the value off of dying, which obviously you don't want to die until you've completed many things, but we're gonna permit it, and then all is well for now. New Year's Day, 189, quartermaster's assistant. Of legal age, signed on recommendation of legal guardian, give equal treatment. You have a scion. When you die, the next generation may take up the torch. In the meantime, they will still live at home, probably. Very nice. Let's go. Okay, we got lots of stuff to do. Let's see. So, Rose War, always got to go past this. We have the log, so might as well hand it in for 30 echoes. That's not a lot of money, but whatever. Do we have anything for you? We want a diplomat. Yes. We can give you moves in the Great Game. We should just hand in all the port reports. We have more than enough storage space to do this, I think. So let's see. This is going to be a lot, hopefully. We got 40 bucks, 10 bucks. We are at 600 now. Union Canal, they give me almost nothing. Chapel of Lights, Avid Horizon. I guess we didn't stop at too many places. Empire of Hands, 50. Port Cornelian, 30. Frostfount. Astaval, Chalanet. Did we have any underwater things? Did we stop at the Grand Geo too, of course, to do that? Oh yeah, we did that in this run too. In this journey, we did the whole handing in the 50 supplies. Khan Shadow, Loose Terror as well. Varkas, the Mirrored City. Rem, Gant Pole, 60 for the Gant Pole. Low Barnett, yes, the congregation that worships stories. What did they tell you? Almost nothing. Let's see what he wants. This time he wants us to go to Port Cecil. Okay. Well, we're just gonna doing these if we stop by there anyway. We don't much care about it anymore. We're not gonna sell Memento Mori to anybody. That's very important for us. So yeah, we still need to collect the romantic literature, which is what I was considering doing this time. For that, we need to hand in... We need to get some more drowning pearls. This is like, some of the things you do in this game is kind of insane, like convoluted. We need to get drowning pearls from the Empire of Hands so we can turn those in at the Khan's heart so that we can get access to the merchant's quarter there and we can buy the romantic literature and then smuggle it into London, which is what I'm considering doing. I think we need a few souls for this, which shouldn't be too hard to do. We also still have lots of terror. So, can we do the evening? Oh, we can't. We already did that, right? How much more supplies do we need? What do we have right now? We have 24 fuel. We need to sell this. I don't know why I still have this gun. Let's get that shit out of here. Sell the gun for... Do we have... Wait, which one? The deck weapon. Or no, the forward weapon, right? The Communist Heart Ender. That's the one we need to sell. Heart Ender. Bye-bye. So that's another 450, actually. That's really important. Plus, we have all the Zoop we should sell. That's another bunch of money. We can sell Royal Blue Feathers for $1. Literally, get the shit out of here. I'll take the money. Thank you very much. And sell the Stygian Ivory. We eventually need a ton of ivory, but we're not done yet. Okay, so we're going to do that. Okay, so I think we're going to go on a bit of a journey here. Also, we should hand in this note in the brass embassy. Pass on the devil is a second message to the urbane devil.
The urban devil waits with a friendly smile that exposes his neat white teeth. Incendiary material. He reads the letter and emits a long, low whistle that resonates oddly in the metal fittings and gives you the faintest tingle of toothache. There are some very senior names here. Very senior indeed. She wants to come home, eh? Well, either she's telling us straight, in which case Brimstone will have her baked in a pie, or she's trying to swindle us, in which case, well, I'd like her here so I can warm up my own pie oven. Either way, yes, the time has come. Bring her here, will you? We'll pay her fair. Thank you so much. You've advanced the cause of hell today. Not necessarily something you'd like to hear, but whatever, I guess. We should hand in all these snippets, right? Yeah, $50 per snippet. I'm just trying to collect some money here. Trading some of the stuff we have. Still got 5 of these. Unfortunately, I'm gonna scroll down every time. Maybe the implication too, I think. Extraordinary implication. Yeah, we're just trying to get big money. Now, we need to have $3,000 to get a prisoner out of jail in... I think we're gonna do that later. Because then we can actually build the engine, which is gonna be crazy. Yeah, we give you all that. This is more than enough that we need. Okay, so now let's buy the bare minimum supplies that we want to have here. So we definitely need to have... like 15 supplies for sure. We also would like to have at least a tiny bit more crew, I think. Like 3 more crew would go hard here. We get 2 more crew. I think 14 is perfect. So we're going to take an extra recruit here. So we have 14. That's perfect. And then we can buy more. So we get 15 supplies. And then let's buy the stuff we need first before we buy more fuel. So what I need for a quest is we need 7 firkin of prisoner honey, because we need 7 blemigans, which we're gonna get at the other shroom. Then we need to get... We can also sell this, by the way. There you go. We could just... How much does he pay for this? 1,500 echoes for the lot. I could just complete this one by losing $700. Because you could buy the spider silk and then just trade it in. You'd obviously rather make 1,000 echoes. Like, we need to have access to this thing anyway, so it's way better to do it the other way instead of just wasting a bunch of money. Then we're gonna buy a ton of mushroom wine, I think. We need like 10 of this. And then I'm thinking, do we need some crates of human souls? Because that's how you get the pearls, I think. Or we could give them fuel, of course, which we really don't want to do that if we can. I think we buy 5 of these. I don't know how many souls they need. We're gonna buy some crates of human souls. Let's do 4. Just totally not suspicious. Let's buy... This is not even an illegal good, by the way. You can just buy crates of human souls, no worries. And then we'll do like... let's get 5, just in case. They need like a round number. And then we'll do 2 more of this. I think we're just gonna go out there. We have 24 fuel. Let's just go out there with this. And then I think our order of business here. Anything in our hold? Oh, we have the Watchful Curio still. We should just hand that in. I don't want this anymore. I already have what I need. Watchful Curio, you can have it for $20. Thank you very much, she. Anything else we can get rid of? Element of Dawn we still need, of course. Oh yeah, can we make more of these? Visit my study. We need... No, we can't. We still need 7 strange catches and 1 live specimen and 1 captivating treasure. So the 7 strange catches is easy. This we can pick up in the underwater I saw somewhere. It's fine. We'll do that later. Because this would end the game. We're not necessarily interested in ending the game. There's still quite a few quests I want to complete here. I want to do the merchant's quest, for example, which is why we're trying to complete this. Okay, so now that we have all our goods, we're gonna go straight to the Isle of Cats to pick up the wine that we need. And then, because that costs 600, which we're gonna just go down there to the Isle of Cats. Then, I guess, Empire of Hands and Other Shroom are in the other order, but we need to go to both of these. And then we need to get to the... Oh, we need to fix our boat. Almost forget. Of course. We're gonna go trade... How much do we have? 20... Yeah, we'll trade this. There we go. They fully fix our boat back to normal, and I think that's perfect. So now we're gonna get out of here.
Okay, so we'll just go there. Oh, pass through a few ports or something along the way. We'll see. Quick stop at Mudden Island. Is something happening? Approach the dock. Time passes on Mudden Island. Last minute preparations. Oh boy, something's happening. Mudden Island bustles. Villagers scurry on countless errands, and the smell of baking fish wafts from ovens. Locals touch up the whitewash on their cottages. Bunting crowns the village. Down on the shore, a band practices, and beyond, among the rocky shoals around the island, drownies begin to congregate, ask about, sorry, much too busy, a royal visit. You look for something, you look for someone else. In the way, you manage to get a few moments' attention from the custodial chef. It's the fruits of the Z Festival, he tells you. The 30th. 30 were promised, 30 delivered. Now his complexity comes to visit our fair island. He turns to a hurrying fisherman who struggles under a mound of bunting. Is that all there is? More bunting, he screeches. More bunting. You'll get nothing from Mudden Island at the moment. Interesting. Something is going on here. We do lose terror and an intriguing snippet. Quaker's Haven is quiet. Is the festival over? Something is wrong. Where is the chimney smoke? Where are the people? Mudden Island rests. Okay, so the reason that went so fast is because I had a something awaits you, I guess. So something awaits you allows you to like further times in some instances, such as this. After the festival, Mudden Island rests silently under the fall stars. No smoke rises from the chimneys. No feet tread the streets. No ruddy-cheeked locals trade rustic aphorisms on the jetty. What has happened? Explore the shore. What's that on the beach? What the fuck? Laces and soles, shoes litter the length of the shore and bob in the sighing surf. Sunday best boots. Solid farmer shoes studded with hobnails. Small, neat children's shoes with gleaming buckles. Wherever the inhabitants went, they went barefoot. Investigate the cock and magpie. We're getting a bunch of terror here, but we're getting stories, so whatever. Drunk dry. Most of the brasses still hang on beams, but now they are joined by an incongruous studding of barnacles. Behind the bar, the floor is littered with empty bottles. You test the beer kegs, also empty. The cellar is flooded with 3 feet of seawater. Drowned rats float slowly across the surface. Investigate the hill. The effigy. The hill is strewn with dead fish. Silvery scales shine under your lamp. Glassy eyes glint. You come across the old stone well and peer in. The water is high. A salt reek rises from it. On the hilltop, a wicker figure stands. When it was built, it must have been 10 feet high. Now it is slumped and sagging. The papier-mâché of its skin has sloughed away. But it still wears a knobbly crown of coral. Explore the village. You wander through the empty winding streets. Seaweed hangs from the windowsills. Thatches are sodden. Drenched bunting hangs limply from the eaves. No one's home. You check house after house. You don't find a soul. The carpets squelch underfoot, oozing seawater. The curtains drip. No valuables have been left behind. No jewelry, no heirlooms, but there is still cutlery in the drawers. Plates and bowls stacked in the damp, stinking cupboards. Something rattles in a coal scuttle. You tip it over and a crab crawls out. It peers around, clearly lost. Compose a port report, I guess. Entertain your crew's terrified speculation. Each of them has a theory about what happened on the island. Unlikely tales. A sprightly deckhand blames Storm. He's always gushing and blustering around here. The islanders must have angered him. A scraggy crewman shakes his head. No, it were that well of theirs. There was something waiting in the bottom of it, and it finally climbed out. Brr, scoffs the solemn stoker. Mark my words. This is the work of the Fathom King, and his complexity only takes what's offered. We keep gaining terror, which is not great, but we gain Tales of Terror, and we lose Z-stories, which are actually harder to get than Tales of Terror, so that was kind of a bad deal. But we learned more lore about this place, which is actually very fascinating. I don't know much about the story here. It just kind of happens eventually. So we're just going to leave this for now to not get more troubles, and we're going to get the fuck out of here. That was cool. I'm gonna make a quick stop by the Iron Republic to pick up some cheap fuel here. Not getting the port report though, no thank you. Market of Hungers, we could do that. We're not gonna give Hell the special weapon, that would be a bad idea. Let's see about the Market of Hungers, the Cavalry Doctrine. We gain more terror. The Gesundheit conspiracy is open for business. Okay. The House of Milks. Yo, that is cheap. Even cheaper, I think. $8 for supply or for fuel. Holy shit. I'm just gonna buy all of it. Thank you very much. You can also buy slight cheaper coffee here, but I don't really care. There was nothing else for us to do here, right? Except port report, but leave me alone. Okay. If I remember, there was someone we needed to bring to Port Carnelian, or we needed to pick someone up here, right? Let's see. No? Oh, we can do this again. For $100, 40%. I think we felt this every single time so far. What are the chances of failing it again? Well, they're exactly 40%, but let's get lucky. We did indeed get lucky. Okay. We have an agent now. Your agent vanishes into the Carnelian crowds. Within the week, they will have found lodgings, friends, rivals, and victims. We have a spy network here now, which is really cool. We can find out what our spy needs. See if we have it. An elucidation. We can give them 7 tales of terror to make. This is easy to get, so we should definitely do that. 7 tales of terror, no problem. We have another spy network, so then you can build it up. A cautionary tale, whatever, doesn't really matter. And you can seek intelligence here. We can check what the spy network needs again. Maybe we have it. We don't have it. We can seek another opportunity, though, to reset this chance and see what we get this time. I know what the spies need. They need 1 romantic literature. We don't have any of that. We're just going to take the port report. I swear there was supposed to be somebody here that we picked up, but apparently I just... Or maybe we need to do this. Visit Murgatroyd's Imperial Tea Shop. I guess we'll do that. We lose terror. Oh, this is just how you lose terror. Wait, that's actually totally fine. For $20, losing 5 terror. I'll do that a few times. Don't worry. Bye-bye terror. There we go. Okay, fuel here also pretty cheap. And supplies is actually even cheaper than in London. What the fuck? We're gonna buy up to... There you go. Nice. Now you can buy sapphires here too, but we're not gonna do that right now. Okay, well that was kind of pointless then. I was also exploring things to see if I could find any potential underwater ports, but I did not. So now it's finally time to go to the Isle of Cats. Here we are. Let's go. So port report, thank you. So you can do this with the cage as well. Now it costs 600, and this is a really good way to make money, by the way, because you can do this and then sell it in London if they don't see, if the police doesn't catch you. And I think you can sell it for like 1,000, so you can make 400 every trip. So you can go back and forth for a bunch of trips here. Now it is, I think this might, no, I don't know if this is the most ideal position. It can be, I think, here as well, but it can also be further away. And depending on where your Isle of Cats is, this could be another like really good way to make money. Just go back and forth between the Isle of Cats over and over again. Stop at the Iron Republic to get cheap fuel. Just keep going back and forth at no cost, making all this money. You can also get a like secret compartment in Guider's Morn, which would make this easier. So you could just become a smuggler. You can just smuggle. There's lots of ways to play this game, of course. We want it for different reasons. We want it. You do gain suspicion, actually. Interesting. So that builds up as many times as you do this, you keep getting that. We want this for the Empire of Hands. So we're gonna go there next, which I guess I'm gonna explore some of this. We could also stop at Adam's Way, because we have news now, actually. Did we even stop at the Reef of Roses? I don't think we did. There's another water thing there. We should go there. Wait a minute. Also, quickly taking out a shark here, because why not? Goodbye, sir. And then we get examine. We don't want to examine it, we just want to meet. Yeah, the supplies, free supplies, plus losing all our hunger. Very nice. So we're gonna go underwater here. Let's see this. Oh, there's a ship. Can I cancel this? I don't think I can. Goodbye. See ya never. Hey, he hit me? Rude. Discover Rosegate. You only did 5 damage. Let's see. Sonar has picked up something underneath the water some distance to the north. Yeah, this thing right here.
What the hell? It's an island. Rosegate. What is that? Yo, what the fuck? Terror? An eruption of something violent? Terror eruption? Please be stunned. Please be stunned. Don't hit me. Oh, you just barely stopped. Yeah, one more hit and you're dead. You're dead, Zo. Goodbye. What do we get? Oh yeah, we can gain hull, but we don't really care. Let's try this. Carve the boundling up for its provisions. You gain a supply and a bunch of... We're getting so many hunting trophies. Holy. Curious sack. We get another supply. Okay. Seems like this oxygen doesn't really matter that much. Never been... I wonder if it's based on ship size, because I've never been down to the low oxygen. Never really even paid attention to it, I gotta be honest. Alright, let's see. Rosegate. It's not so much a port as a shop with a dock. Colored ceiling lights shine onto display cases lining the walls. A large shop counter dominates the room. Cigars, ashtrays, guillotines, matches, and carved boxes are all for sale. Each step here transports you into a new realm. At one moment, the heady aroma of summer flowers. Then, the earthy fug of fungus. The bitter warmth of morning coffee. The sickening sweetness of sweat and midnight honey. Witness a reunion. The crotchety tobacconist bends over the shop counter, annotating a large sheet of paper. He glances up at the dogged apprentice and bites down on a cigar. His face is blackened with soot. Last batch blew up on me. Welcome back. A man's hope. The crotchety tobacconist reaches across the counter to shake your hand. Our patron has forsaken us. He's only interested in his project to the south. He left my apprentice to starve, and he hasn't arranged a delivery of the materials I require. I've run out of rubies to try to convince him otherwise, which makes your intervention all the more propitious, whatever that means. He puffs a great ring of smoke into the air above your head. It takes several moments for the halo to disperse. What the fuck? Captain, we're on the verge of a tremendous breakthrough. I'm about to create something beautiful, something noble. A cigar which will burn on the water. I think I finally found the right mixture. He taps the sheet on his counter. It is covered in incomprehensible scrawlings. Equations beyond the mathematical. 3 flavors. Something robust, something bitter, and something luscious. Once I have them, I can finally complete it. We need cultivating robust flavor, cultivating bitter flavor, and luscious flavor. Okay. Where do we go for this? I don't know. I guess we could go to Polythreme Salt in London, maybe? The creation of a cigar. Sample a high-quality cigar. Costs money. Take a pamphlet. Oh, yeah, we take the board report. Self-published plaudits. The pamphlet describes Rosegate as a cigar shop with a factory on the upper floor. True. Here, they produce and sell an unparalleled variety of cigars. Also true. The tobacconist is described as a world-renowned figure, respected for his dedication to his craft and the brilliance of his creative vision. The pamphlet boasts that his genius will forever alter the tobacconist's art. Well, that remains to be proven. Sample a high-quality cigar. We lose some terror. Sure thing. The creation of a cigar. Bitter, luscious... Okay, what the fuck? The crotchety tobacconist mutters to himself while fussing with his notes. Occasionally, he glances over his shoulder to the stairs running up one side of his shop. They ascend to a room marked workshop, laboring for the robust flavor. The crotchety tobacconist glowers at the rumbling crate. We'll need to shift the bloody thing up the stairs. Help us get it up there, won't you? Sure. Oh, that was easy. One labored step at a time, the 3 of you carry the crate up the stairs. The apprentice takes heavy breaths. The tobacconist swears often. You're uncertain if he breathes at all. Eventually, you make it into the workshop and chain the cargo into the corner. You unfinished bastard. The tobacconist huffs, strengthening his back. We got you now. Okay. Then we need 3 romantic literature. Don't I already have this? I thought I already had the bitter flavor. Oh, I need to get this. I see. We need to get 2 ambiguous Eolith. I have 1. Damn, close. So I need 3 romantic literature.
and 2 ambiguous eolith in order to complete this. That's relatively easy, but we should write that down, I guess. Romantic times 3 plus 2 eolith or whatever this is spelled, to do the flavor quest underwater. I'll remember where this is, right? Definitely. We can do this, though. Some solemn wait for the bitter flavor. We need an unread log, and we have that. The dogged apprentice sits by the hearth, perusing his journal. The master wants the cigar to have a certain weightiness. Wants to make it something that'll stick with you. Do you have anything that might work? The dogged apprentice flicks through the book you hand him. It isn't long before he closes the book with a grin. This is exactly what we're hoping for, Captain. Tragic and hopeless. This should prove potent indeed. Thank you. We got the taste of sharp chocolate. Something disquieting for the bitter flavor. Do we not already have this? I guess we have to do this multiple times? Or no? Wait, let's see. If I say perhaps not, I guess we need to do these. Well, sure, I guess we'll do this now. We have 3 lamentable relics. 100% chance. Oh, we changed the flavor, though. Wait, what the fuck? Do we even care? The dogged apprentice licks his pencil and makes a note in his journal. We're making good progress, Captain. Next we'll need something stunningly hopeless. Could I trouble you to put something together? You set 3 skulls on the counter. One is missing its jaw and has a few overlong teeth. One is missing a patch of bone in the back. Brains either blown out or bashed in. One still has an eye, not yet taken by the rot. The dogged apprentice grips your arm for support, transfixed. This is... Yes, Captain. I think this is what we need. Helping prepare the bitter flavor. Okay, so you do need to have this at 20. So you do need to do these twice. Okay. 68% chance. Succeeded. The dogged apprentice has set out a paper and pen. I had an idea, Captain. Could I trouble you to write something cruel, something to leave the reader speechless? I suppose it's an art in its own right, he says. Crafting an unkindness is still. Dear God, what did you just write? He snatches the paper away and reads. He covers his mouth and whispers through his fingers. Everything I tried writing was just a blunt cruelty, but that's a razor to the soul. His eyebrows raised, delighted. This will finish it off well, thank you. Okay, we did it. Harvesting the bitter flavor. The dogged apprentice preens against the hearth, blazing at the back of the shop. We've only one last thing to do, Captain, before our flavor is complete. Let's go and have a laugh. What the fuck? A laugh. In the back of the workshop is a small cage surrounded by skulls. Inside, a once talkative Radis Faber sits in a bedding of cruel phrases. We need to overwhelm it with bitterness, the apprentice says. Then we harvest. Sneer coldly at it? This is pretty fucked up. This is cruel. This is wrong. Refuse to assist. They can just do it themselves, right? You push past the dogged apprentice and out the door. The crotchety tobacconist peers at you from the shop counter, and his eyes narrow behind his princeness. He's not callous enough, my apprentice, and the rat is accustomed to him. Besides, our flavor will suffer for it. He blows back black smoke through his nose that wafts to the top of the stairs. It smells of boiled licorice. We gained 5 Rosegate tobacconists. Impatience. New total 6. He won't wait forever? You fucker. What is all this? Sample, high quality cigar, deliver supplies? An hour's rest. The dogged apprentice does have a life beyond making cigars. If only an hour a day, he'd gladly spend it with you. But he's gonna grow impatient. I don't want that. Okay, so we just need these things. We just need the same things. We did one of the flavors, though, which is very good. We can deliver you supplies, which will probably lower... Oh, they will pay well for fresh rations. Yeah, we don't really care. Buy fuel at a large price here. Other shroom sporule. Hunter's eye. Heart metal ingot. Interesting, but whatever. Okay. Cool. This is a boat or another port? I want to check if that's another port. It's nice that you gain oxygen as you go underwater. Or as you go into a port, I mean. Ooh, discover rack achievement. Wait a minute. Knife, cup, and bone. It is indeed another port with a bunch of wrecks down here, all covered in moss or whatever, algae. Let's see. Rack. Earn your entry. The wreckers sound your docked submarine. Surround your docked submarine. They greet you with crooked blades and rusted blunderbusses. Easy, trespasser. You want in? You prove you belong here. We can give them a tale of terror. Yeah, let's not do this. This could go badly. Natural born storyteller. Your words are like hooks in their ears. The violence drags them where you will. By the end, they've sheepishly lowered their weapons before raising them again in great cheer, sounding like the thundering of cannon fire. Damn fine, trespasser. Welcome to Rack. Ships lured by false promise and lights litter the Z floor. Their broken hulls make a city for the wreckers. The citizens are in constant motion, working to survive and appease the fair king who sits deep within the city on his wheeled throne. Go wrecking? We need to have a relation to the fair king, which we need Skintalak for that. Provide for a disgraced Nether priest, so he may provide for you. Unfortunately, we need all the 7 honey, so we cannot do this right now. We will get the port report. The wreckers know their duties. The poets write enticing lies. Talkers travel to other ports to spread them. Miners construct the crevices which shall sink the lured ships, and salvagers strip them bare. The most celebrated of the wreckers wear no special costume, but are easily identified. They mumble poems in Arabic to themselves. They whistle lively tunes and new scales. They wear heavy gloves and carry silver clippers with which to cultivate tether. Okay. Consider the state of the city. Unlock with Rack the state of the city, no more than 16. Stories are running low. There is enough food to subsist for a time, but the poets may soon be out of paper, and the miners won't be able to make their explosives if their powder isn't refreshed. But the fair king ensures there is order. He goes without, just as his subjects do, and he sees that those who forsake their work for despair are flogged. Okay, we can go to the shops tab to buy. Oh, we can buy a firkin honey. Well, let's do that then. Let's spend the supply. So we can buy this, and then we can do this thing. Provide for a disgraced tether priest. There's a gluttonous priest the wreckers avoid, who lost his ability to experience tether after carefully letting it touch his hand. Now he goes to debasing lengths to experience another vision. Blue skies. It is not difficult to find a private cabin. The wreckers avoid him already. When you present him the honey, he snatches it from your hands and slurps it down. He crumbles onto the floor, eyes glazing, his voracious bites turning into stupid nibbles. A jar full of tether rolls out from his robe pocket, but right before he vanishes bodily. What the fuck? What? I got something? Okay. Your relation. So we need to get Skintalak for the fair king. So let's write that down as well. Skintalak for fair king in Rack. There we go. And besides that, we don't really have much to do. We could buy supplies here and fuel at really high cost. We're not going to bother with that. We can sell Foxfire candles. Interesting. Or buy linen for torpedo components. What a weird trade, but it makes lore-wise because they want to blow things up, right? Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to see that. That's cool. Alright, we're almost where I want it to be, the other shroom. So we're gonna pick up some mushroom people here, and they want you to bring them to other places. Now you can literally drop like a mushroom person on every single, let's get the report first. On every single port, but it only works on certain ports, which is kind of weird, so let's read this. Trade honey. Honey, a shroomer explains. Everyone wants honey. Life on the other shroom is unvaryingly and occasionally deadly poisonous. The shroomers are desperate for the diversion that prisoners' honey can bring, but vague about what they can pay in return. Supplies, though, at least. So we're gonna do this. We gain you gain a supply for this too? And a docile Blemigan. Blemigans! The shroomers pile up slabs of sweet mauve? Shroom flesh. It's nourishing, although it does taste rather like muddy horse. They also generously throw in a Blemigan, a whistling eyeless mobile fungus thing. Problems? Throw it in the sea. No room? Throw it in the sea. She shrugs. Probably it'd swim. If not, plenty of room in the sea. Now does this actually take hold space? It does take hold space, but we have enough. We're gonna have exactly enough, I think. We can have 12 more, which is 6 more, so that's perfect. So yeah, we're gonna get, because it gives you both a supply and a docile Blemigan, so we're gonna take 7 of these total. Trade honey. Now we need to go bring these to other ports, and as I said, they can be delivered to every port, but they will only be accepted on like a subset of ports, which is a lot of ports, so you can kind of just figure that out by brute force if you are doing your first playthrough. However, I have already done it, plus this is one of those things there where it's like you can look it up on the wiki to save yourself some time where you can drop these guys, honestly. Consume the jar full of tether. The severe chemist would pay well for it, but can you put a price on love? Give the severe chemist the jar full of tether. Brought all the way from Rack, the chemist promised you a handsome reward. Sure, we'll do that. What? He smiles at you over his teacup. He does not drink. I commend you. Several other interesting adventurers wilted and died before you in this endeavor. He hands you a check, drains his cup in a gulp, and soon is on his own ship. I don't really know what I just gave you. It was probably very valuable, but we got a satisfied client, and I got a bunch of money, so I'll take it, I guess. We are going to explore the village and gain some terror in the Tale of Terror. Sure, whatever. Okay. Also, we have 5 hearts. Interesting. We haven't talked to some of our guys anymore, but we already got so many quests. We're like otherwise going to be overwhelmed. So I think one we can drop it, for example, is Polythreme here, and there's also an underwater port there. So I kind of want to just hop by there. Well, maybe we should get to the Empire of Hands first. I quickly looked at the list, and we can actually make like an insanely efficient trip here by going Polythreme, Station 3, Abbey Rock, Godfall, Nuncio, Savior's Rock, Estival, Uddershroom. These are all locations we can leave the Blemigans, and then we can immediately complete this quest, and obviously also drop by Empire of Hands. So we're gonna do a bit of a run around here, and also check out the underwater port, of course, which is very close by. We discovered Nuke. This is underwater. The dragon in the Z. What is this? Discover Shrim's Hander. Oh my goodness. What the fuck is that? The Edge of Nuke. Holy, okay. A gap in this colossal sea monster's throat has been forced open with thick hard metal beams. They strain under the pressure but hold. As you pass through, your submarine lights pass over a message carved in a floating piece of some unfortunate's hull. Beyond is Nuke, beyond is freedom, beyond is... The rest is scratched out. Enter Nuke. Water presses against the airlock door. The breathing and slithering of the beast gives it the rhythms of a drumbeat. The effects of prolonged stays in Nuke can be reduced in Igol, where memories are sacrificed. Maybe not go into the giant tooth, like, mouth of a monster before we know what that means. So we should go to Igol, I guess, first. Let's not, well, prolonged stays in Nuke, right? Can we just enter and leave? Trespasser and freedom. This might be a bad idea. You don your heavy diving suit and give the order to cycle the airlock. Water rushes in and you begin to slow swim down into the port. It soon becomes obvious that you are overdressed for the occasion. The people of Nuke swim and breathe in the cloudy mall water, with no apparent discomfort. Most are naked, with just a few clad in rotten rags that stream from their skin with no concern for modesty. None will communicate with you, if they even can. Those who acknowledge your presence just laugh silently at your bulky suit and unnecessary air hose. You'll need a different approach. Descend naked into Nuke. At least you're unlikely to run into anyone you know. Sure, I guess. What the fuck? You undress, every button, every stitch, the door opens, ice cold water rushes upwards, instinct holds your mouth shut, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, your lungs burn. Holding in that last gulp of air, your legs thrash, you can't hold it in, it escapes. You're choking on water, it forces its way through your lungs. The taste of burning salt suffocating every attempt to gasp, scream, or... Then, through the exhaustion and panic, you realize you're breathing. It's hard work, your lungs fight against the weight, but it's enough. You can tolerate it, at least for now. The liberal application of wine will make this process easier in the future. Bring a cask. What the fuck? Tolerance for nuke water is 3. The beast quivers with distaste at your trespass. Okay. Swim upwards to the Great Maw. Attempt to mingle with the nuke folk. Compile. Let's get a port report here. No one here has anything to hide. Actually, no one here is hiding anything at all. A vile place, festering, acidic. No laws but those of tooth and claw, written in scars. Civilization? Impossible. Making tea would be a logistical impossibility. Of course. Yet the inhabitants seem content. Many have come here from London, the Khanate, the Presbyterate, abandoning cultured life for this tenuous existence. They grin, their mouths full of stolen flesh, or float naked and carefree. Many have nothing, and nothing to lose. A group of swimmers dart past, hunting gleefully. One squeezes your shoulder, companionably. You've never met her before. We're gaining all these things that I don't know what they mean. Release a Blemigan. I'm not sure if I can do that. This is nuke? Oh, this is also one where you can do it, and apparently is one of the good ones, so let's try it. Go, little mushroom, be free! We need to get propagations this as much as possible. Yeah, propagation, Blemigans abroad. A place to thrive. The Blemigan adapts to the water before it has even left the submarine's airlock. It bubbles contentedly and sinks deep down into the depths where meat is fresher and the light is low. Okay. Return to the submarine. We could get out of here. Take from the weak. Nah, dude. Attempt to mingle with the nuke folk. This increases as you do more in nuke, but the more you do in nuke, the more nuke will change you. It may be friendlier now that you're fashionably undressed. Sure. You've gained a taste of freedom. Lost in freedom. They acknowledge your presence, but little more. Most shrink back, assuming you mean harm. Others deliberately swim just above you in a crude attempt at intimidation. They carry bone knives or tooth-tipped spears. A few gesture to you. In welcome? Invitation? It is unclear. The slightly gluttonous water makes speech impossible, so the natives have developed a language of signs. You can interpret the most basic. A finger pulled across the throat, for example, is one of the more polite invitations to depart. Time to leave. Okay, we're going back. Old habits. There, the bright light of your submarine's beam. The airlock home. Return to the crew. Air again. How refreshing. That is cool. Okay, strictly speaking, you don't need it here, but it couldn't hurt. Okay. We can do it with mushroom bomb, but we're not going to do that because we got other plans for that. Oh, we can buy pretty cheap fuel here. Interesting. And 26. Yeah, I definitely want to buy some fuel for sure. Dude, that is so cheap. What the fuck? How do they have this? Whatever. Okay. You can sell a sunlight-filled mirror catch box for 7 sapphires. That's like 700 bucks. That's a lot of money. You can buy these for like 250. Anyway, okay. So we already did one, and we found a cool location. That was really sick. And now we're gonna go to Polythreme. Just wanna only really stop here for... Oh! What is this? Cure the shirt. I was gonna just pick up the port report and drop the Blemigan. Let's do port report. There's another thing, though, that we're gonna do. We're gonna put a Blemigan ashore, which we have 2 now. And then what is this? Cure the sharpness you gained in Anthe. I see. Enough time in Polythreme and your sharpness will dissolve back to flesh. This will not change your capacity for sharpness or remove any permanent Anthean advantage you may carry. Yeah, we're not gonna do this. But okay, that's good to know that you can get rid of it. That's nice. We're gonna... I picked up this as well. Underwater over there. I'm kind of... While we're here, I might as well. I kind of want to check. Whoa, that looks crazy. What the fuck? Something's here. Is that bones? That is a huge skull? What the heck is that? Is this a place we can stop? Dude, these underwater places look so insanely cool. This is right next to the Sea of Lilies. Oh, there's a port there. Yo. Not many monsters down here, though. I was expecting it to be a little bit more dangerous. Like crazy monsters to show up. Scrimsander, that's where we need to be. Wait a minute. And we have a bunch of people that wanted to go here? I think so. That sound scared me. I thought there was something coming for me. Okay, that should be good. I think. Let's see. Oh, God. Enter Scrimsander. Before you looms the Bone Tower of Scrimsander. The City of Remembrance. Ivory structures jut from the pile supported by buttressing tusks. As your light plays across them, you can make out inscriptions, names, pictures, and dozens of lost languages. The largest ones carry a warning. All are welcome to enter, but none may depart without leaving something of themselves behind. Accept the price and dock. A drowny floats before the docking gate of a bone cathedral. She wears a cowl and carries a ceremonial key carved from a femur. At your approach, she sings a solemn greeting. Soldier, scholar, servant of art, history welcomes without toll. But be warned, ere you depart, none who enter escape whole. Beware, you will have to pay a price to depart from Scrimsander. I mean, we have the things, right? So we have the guys that wanted to pay for us. Yeah, these two. A cowed crew. The Guardian unlocks the ivory gate. Steel glints in her fingers as she carves an image of your ship into her massive bone key. Your brave crew decides to remain on the ship as you disembark for the tower's dry center. Deliver a monastic drownie, sorry. Have I been calling these downies the whole time? I hope not. That's fucked up. They're drownies. Your silent passenger is transfixed by the murals, eyes wide and mouth agape. His unrepeatable exclamation is the first words you've heard from him. What? You have been to Scrimsander, the City of Remembrance. A flood of words. Something within the monastic drownie has been unloosed at the sight of such sweeping histories. After such a long time silent, he is eager to share his own smaller stories, and until he can earn his own bone quill, you are his captive audience. The coins he gives you are valuable, but not as much as the tales that tumble out of him. 5 Z-stories, yo, sick. Deliver a truth-hunting Chelinet. She kneels before an ivory carving of a faceless warrior. Its scarred figure resembles the tattoo on her arm. $50? After saying a wordless prayer, the truth-hunting Chelinet stands and clasps you in a firm embrace. In addition to payment, she proudly presents you with a garland of shark's teeth. My days of hunting monsters is over. Now I hunt heroes through the ages. Okay. Gather at the stage of history. Let's compile a port report while we're here. Few visitors, fewer departures. The inhabitants of Scrimsander spend much of their time preying on the mysteries of the past. They spend almost as much time arguing about their interpretations. Salted residents often collect nearby salvage, studying the results and inscribing their interpretations on any skeletal remains. But those who leave too often are easily recognized by what they have left behind in their travels, memories, personalities, and bones. Otherwise, they rarely consider the present, certainly not with the same focus they give to the histories buried within their tower. Recent world events are met with polite silence, unless it prompts an anecdote about similarities with antiquity. Apart from old grudges and new theories, very little changes here. Interesting. Delve into the ivory archives? We can leave a Blemmigan, so you can do this pretty much anywhere. And apparently this is also one where you can do it. We get another one. I wasn't even planning to take these, but alright. An avid student. The Blemmigan settles in the shadow of a massive tusk inscribed with a genealogy of Z-beasts. You have the nagging suspicion that it is reading for its own name. Assist an ancient chronicler. 51% chance. A bandaged monk sits attempting to carve a tail with a steel-tipped quill. This does not work for a trembling hand. We succeeded! A day dictated. The monk describes a day in the life of a tomb colonist. While you wield the quill, its nib carves the bone easily as if it were mushroom flesh. The tale is dry, but he insists it will be recorded for posterity. Few tome colonists come to share their tales, a historical blind spot he laments at length. When the work is finished, he invites you to see further tales in the Ivory Archives as his guest. Nice. Delve into the Ivory Archives. The Ivory Archives are a wealth of history with ages of visitors' stories carved into the bone pillars that build the citadel. It's something between a library and an ossuary, but less inviting. You will want enough time in the archives to explore and return afterwards. At least 5 points is recommended. I did not read that. Downwards into history. The monks grudgingly allow you to enter, but warn you that staying longer than your allotted time will incur significant penalties. They refrain from going into details, but you notice that their bone quills are significantly larger and sharper than their fellows. Well, fuck me, I guess. What a piece. The tales of the dead surround you. Each step buries you deeper in the past. I think I instantly just gotta leave, because this probably also costs 1. Yup. Alright, well that's unfortunate. We need to gather at the stage of history. We should have collected more. I should have read the... Always read the green, because it gives you information about the choice you're about to make. That's my bad. Gather at the stage of history. Scholars file quietly into a pair of great ivory doors at the far end of the hallway. When they stumble out again, you can hear raised voices, arguments, and laughter. The amphitheater. After the reverent silence of the outside, the boisterous noise of the amphitheater washes over you like the heavy sea beyond these walls. Talk with the glib... What? Actors strut in an amphitheater of bone, performing historical plays of dubious veracity. An audience watches from below, with each roaring drunk member applauding or jeering different details of the work. Above, an imperious figure wearing a crown of ivory judges each performance from a raised theater box. All are served by a single man, weaving between the crowds and wearing a perpetual smirk. Talk with the glib historian. The mushroom wine he serves is stale. The plays he announces are questionable at best, but the impeccably bearded man with the olive skin laughs at every performance and has a smile for every patron. Warring theories on the stage of history. Some cheer history is the work of brave and inspired heroes, especially them who wish they could be heroes themselves. The glib historian rolls his eyes theatrically. Others say it's all shaped by cyclical changes in scientific progress, economics, and such, but nothing gets in the way of a good story quite like nuance. He spits out the word like a rotten grape. Who let them argue up on the stage? We let them argue up on the stage and give an ivory crown to whoever is most convincing at the moment. He waves a hand at the temporary monarch in the raised seat above, but far as I'm concerned, he confides, filling a patron's mug with cheap wine, history is what you make of it, and I make a killing. Interesting. Watch a fierce debate. We can pay $50 to do that. We lose terror, we gain Scrimshander Tides of Time. I'm not sure if this is good. But we lose some terror. Trade wine for time in the archives. Agreed to search for the Ivory Archives. Search the Ivory Archives for a hero. The challenge champions hope to regain their prestige by staging a heroic play. Assist their search in the Ivory Archives and they'll give you a hero's reward. Interesting. That's cool. We can't do this right now anyway, but I guess. You will need to trade coffee or wine for time in the archives in order to pursue this request. I don't know if we... I think we can kind of just do this. I mean, I need 5. 5 mushroom wine. I'm assuming it's 1-to-1. I don't know how much we need to do the Empire of Hands quest that I'm trying to do. I think we can probably do this just fine. I'm gonna take 5 here. Let's do it while we're here. We're giving you wine 5. Because they said I needed 5, right? That better be enough. I swear to God. If this is not enough, I'm gonna be pissed off. We could take 2 more. 2 more just in case. Let's do 2 more just in case. I don't know if we're gonna have enough now, but whatever. Worst case, we have to do another trip. I just want to make sure that we can do this. Okay, we have 7, so let's go in. At least 5 points, but more will allow deeper explorations. Well, 7. We have 7, right? Downwards into history. Continue downwards. 100% chance. We succeeded. Shadows flicker. What came before now? What terrors of yesterday led to today? Question an ancient assumption. Everyone knows that city and its people were completely destroyed. Everyone except the authors of these records, apparently. Survivors of a sort. So much for the old theories. It seems that disaster wasn't so natural after all. Devils were less fond of subtlety back then. Continue downwards. Dreams lie. Bonequake, 78%. Come on. A shower of bone dust falls from above, then a trickle of water. Suddenly, the bones supporting this passage crumble above you. Run! We succeeded. We gained a strange catch, a narrow escape. You look back on the collapsed tunnel behind you. In the puddling remains, you find the culprit, a burrowing bone worm, all teeth and cilia. Good for bait, bad for remains, and mercifully crushed in the passage's collapse. I guess we go deeper. Here we go. Unearthing a heroic tale. Deep within a forgotten corner, a grinning skeleton bears a catalog of extraordinary deeds. The Chelenit's champions are bound to be interested. Let's do it. The exile who found a home. There was a fellow, a renowned collector and scholar, who concluded that the only way to survive was to live underwater. The city was to be destroyed by calamity, he predicted, the 5th of its kind. He was exiled, barely escaping to the Z on his experimental craft. It was designed to survive the abyss, to allow mankind to flourish in impossibility. Few imagined he could have survived. Fewer still could imagine that he found a companion. And though he since died, all exiles have found their home next to his. We got they will pay handsomely for what I've discovered. We still have 4. Let's continue downwards another time. Identify unusual remains. This far down, you should expect anything, but the carved remains of a rubbery man will always be a little surprising. We gain a scintillac. We needed that for the rack, the Fair King. It hasn't got many bones proper, but its calcified tentacles bear inscriptions in an unrecognizable language. As you study the writing, one tentacle crumbles, revealing a gleaming lump clutched to the poor thing's chest. We have... Wait, do we still have that much? Oh, we still have 2 time. We should probably get the fuck out of here, huh? Let's just get out of here. Steal yourself before a dread visage. Okay, we might not be able to make it out, huh? I didn't realize sometimes in these types of things you can just go out with 1 click. Sometimes you have to go out all the way. Seems like this time we're gonna get fucked, so this might be bad. Steal yourself before a dread visage. 58%. We failed. We gained terror. Turn away. Well, fuck me. Leave the archives. I want to leave. We lost time. Oh, we got out. Okay. Let's go. No problem. Let's gather at the stage to give them this. Deliver the details of a hero. 300. Oh, this is good, the playwright beams. Throw in a little romance and a proper moral. And we should have something ready by tomorrow. Nice. Well, 300 bucks is awesome. Watch a heroic play. Chelenit's champions promise the tale of a lone hero who changed the course of history based on historical evidence. Is that the one? That's the one we just caused to happen. Oh, here. No, we already did this. Agreed to search the Ivory archives for a pattern. We can do it again, I guess? I guess you can just keep exploring. Unlock with Scream Center history. What the fuck? I don't know if we want to do this. 50 bucks, we just got some money, but whatever, we'll do it. Oh, it literally just loses your terror. That's fine. Truly, this is what heroes are made of. Courage, charm, and an ample capacity for violence. The moral is clearly defined. The prop horses are surprisingly well painted. How considerate of history to provide such an exemplar of heroism. The crowd roars its approval and keeps the glib historian busy with demands for more wine. His efforts to serve the unruly lot deserve a play of their own. Alright, whatever. We lost more terror. And now we can do this better. But it still costs money. We don't have much terror, so we don't really care. Leave the amphitheater, and I think we're gonna leave the whole thing. Let's see, leave Scrim's Hander. So now we don't have we should be allowed to leave, no? Provide, we can either leave behind, oh, it's that simple. Leave behind a story, a hunting trophy, or one of our stats. Leave something a little more tangible. Missing finger? What the fuck? Provide a transport. Didn't we have somebody that was gonna pay for us to be allowed to leave? Did we just get fucked? I thought we brought people here that said that they would give us more stuff that we would need to get out again. Provide transport for a scholar. A bandaged scholar stands near the exit, angrily brushing ash off himself. At your approach, he brusquely demands passage to hideaway. Of course he'll pay. Sure. In search of history's losers, he studied remains of 100 wars and read 1,000 bitter ends. Now he seeks the survivors so he can interview them in person. He assures you it's a purely academic interest. His life has been splendid. Personally, he merely wishes to see how they live with themselves. Okay, well, it turns out we're actually fucked, I guess, and we're just gonna give a trophy because we have 17, it doesn't matter. You've left part of yourself behind. Some other hero's tale, the guards light incense and clean the trophy with a musky oil. As you recount a victory that won it, a chronicler etches your words into its surface. The scratchings of the bone quill grows louder in your ears with every word. By the time you finished, your trophy has been replaced with an identical copy, but this one has been inscribed with a thrilling fictional tale. As you depart, you wonder if you would recognize the hero of such a thrilling yarn. We're not going to enter it. Can we get out of here? I would like to keep sailing. Bye-bye. Okay. So now we already have a bunch, so I guess we're going to still do these. The Abbey Rock and Station 3 to just quickly finish off this quest, but we're already, like, on our way to complete it fully. Something on the water? What is this? A wreck? Oh god, it's a terror thing! But you do get 100 fragments from that. Wait a minute. Plus 5 terror, 100 fragments. That's totally worth. We're just quickly stopping at Station 3. You can't even get a port report here, but I just wanted to... Wait, where do I click? Here we go. Put a Blemmigan ashore. This is the quest we're trying to complete right now. We are at 4, so we need to do 3 more. That's super easy. A creeping plague. The Blemmigan sidles furtively into a pipe that protrudes from the wall. All is still, you see no more of it. As you turn to go, greasy smoke puffs suddenly from the pipe's end. You smell burning grease. Nevertheless, perhaps it survived. Errands for the Acolyte. Deliveries to the smith. She piles up a crate full of discarded heart metal. If you're willing to be made to fetch and carry now, we can do that. A novel present, 59%. You've gained 3. Oh, we just quickly did I guess some errands for you. Matter of weapons. Smith follows your glance. Heat's not good for claiming. Yeah, whatever. Okay, that's it. Return later. Nothing more to do. You can only do stuff here when you have something awaits you. Okay. We go, I think Godfall, Nuncio. Let's do Abbey Rock, Godfall, Nuncio, Uttershrew, so we can do the last 3 that we need. Quick drop off at Abbey Rock. Let's see. We're not knocking. We're just giving you this thing. This is a mushroom driven more by duty than desire. It disembarks on trembling tendrils. I think we can also deliver it at Shepherd Isle, so let's go there, actually. Quick delivery again. Put a Blemmigan ashore. These, the bearded watchman exclaims. We used to have these long ago. They raised the standing stones, you know, with poetry. We gain a Z story, and we are at 6. 1 more. Also port report. And then we're good. I was thinking we're close by. Might as well quickly stop at Port Cecil, because we need to, we need to get the contact here from the Admiralty to get the strategic information. Thank you very much. I don't think we can put a Blemmigan ashore here, so we're just gonna gather the intelligence and explore. Gather Skintellect. No, let's explore. How bad could it be? Chip 68. Chip some of the amber to sell. Whoa! Big money. Holy shit, I'll take it. Very nice. We are a little low on fuel, but we're fine. I went a little out of the way. We were supposed to be close to this, but whatever. Anyway. I'm gonna quickly buy some fuel at Conch Shadow as well. We're kind of going all over the place right now. It's a bit of a mess, but it's all right. I don't think we can do it here. Actually, we can do it here, so might as well then. Put a Blemmigan ashore. Boom. And now we have 7. A knack for concealment. The Blemmigan disappears into the moist shadow of a nearby wreck. A shadow watches it go. Mushrooms, he says cheerfully. I've missed mushrooms. I wanted to go here just so we could buy some fuel, because if I remember, it was slightly cheaper. Also, we could buy the human souls here. Interesting. We have so much money. That's crazy. Yeah, we could buy this. That's what I needed here. Because I just want to have 25, 30 final offer. There we go. And then anything we can do here. Watchful curios. We don't really care about any of that. We're probably going to use up more fuel actually along the way. So I might as well just buy everything we got right now. There you go. All right, next stop. Oh, Luca's finally back. The pirate poet. We haven't seen you in a long time. Last time you saw us, I don't know we were in this ship. I don't think we were, so you're gonna have a bad time right now. Watch this. I love the reset. Immediately getting shot so many times. Absolutely blasted. Give us money. We really want just as much money as possible so we can complete the engine quest. If we can complete the engine quest, we're about to go insano style. Yes, give me money. 200 bucks and some supplies, plus another fuel, which I unfortunately have to probably... Oh, I can throw the ivory overboard. Also, I killed an eel that gave me a tomb colonist, which honestly is kind of useless. They literally pay like 15 bucks for it. I think you can turn one of these into the spider place though, which is kind of interesting. So I was planning on doing that, so we're just gonna ditch that on the floor. You can kill these guys too. They do give you terror, but they are like merchants. I don't really want to bother with that right now. Are you fighting me? You will regret this. No, they're not. Anyway, I've been like going around every time I do a trip to try and clear up these empty dark tiles, because they'll also reveal the underwater things you're looking for. Which, is that a new one? I don't know if we've been there actually. This one, Nuke, Scrimshander. I don't think we have been there, but that's kind of out of the way now, unfortunately. It's fine. Another pirate wants to die over here. Hello and goodbye. I was on my way to the underwater island. Let's see what you got for us. You got one Tale of Terror, whatever. Yeah, I really want to see this. This is the underwater faces, which I wonder how that's gonna be from under. Oh shit. The beauty of the deep. Discover Dahoot. I'm assuming that's a big mine looking thing. I don't want to go too close to these now because they will actually eat me. What the fuck? It was like an underwater town. Dahoot. Drownies built a copy of London as it never was, a cathedral and houses and fields of flowers all underwater. The water is cool and luminous, and at the same time it is breathable air. What? Assemble a port report, an almost impossible challenge. This will always generate a port report, but the contents of that report may vary. Interesting. Wander, Luke, make no commitments. Stay a while. Note that it is easier to gain terror in Dahoot. Be careful. You're only here as a visitor. You don't need a place to stay. You lose terror. Dahoot, a city of peace. Water and air are the same thing here. A betrayal of nature, a truce between opposites. Swim up the side of the cathedral if you like, and peer in through its rose windows. You won't be able to make out anything inside. Breathe deep, fill your lungs with a substance cooler and more cleansing than ordinary air. Walk in the gardens with the fish around your knees. Do not ask questions about the king of this place. Those will go unanswered. Well, I kind of want to see what this does. We have a Dahoot clarity. We gained known truths. The more you look, the more you see that you are perhaps not intended to. The cathedral's crypt is a prison. The graveyard is larger than it looks, and the bones are not all buried. The border between the breathable water and the dangerous water is not marked clearly. Some have drowned in crossing over, leaving their possessions scattered on the seafloor. What the hell? Okay, well, we got a report. Ask a drowning for the latest news of the Hoot. The weather's been dismal lately. Hardly a single wreck since St. Agadia's Day. Whatever. And then it was only a little yacht with a few sailors aboard, and 2 of those were able to swim to shore and didn't come to Dahoot at all. We just have to hope for the spell to break. I think I'm gonna get out of here. Now you guys sell anything? Yo, you sell drowning pearl. Interesting. You sell cheap fuel. I'm gonna buy... Yo, supplies are also cheap. Buy 14 and 1 more fuel. Very nice. Oh, I can sell my linen here too. I'll do that. Dude, these ports are actually crazy. They have so many, like, cheap supplies and cheap fuel. It's really useful to know these. Like, in the middle here, you can just get some cheap fuel away from London. I think now it's time to go to the other shroom to pick up the reward from doing all this quest line. This is freaking me out, though. I'm kind of curious about this bomb. I don't know if I want to touch that. It seems bad. That looks pretty bad, too. The Hungry Dead. Fuck you! Your cook is outraged. One of the tomb colonists has woken from its coffin rest and found his way to the stores. When the cook came across him, he had consumed half a wheel of cheese and an alarming quantity of suet. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Fling him overboard. That's why it's really annoying to have tomb colonists. I don't understand tomb colonists. Like, they give you almost no money. I was gonna deliver them to the... Ooh, there's something there. I was gonna deliver them to the Savior Rocks, because I know they have some quests with it. I see a wreck here. Oh, they are making some absolutely cursed noises. Holy. Alright, what are we gonna get here? Are you gonna eat me? Don't eat me, please? Uh-oh. I don't think they are eating. Retrieve the sunken treasure. You're recovering salvage. A heavy wooden crate. And we gain 2 supplies. That makes up for the supplies we just lost to the tomb colonists, so that's nice. Okay. There's lots of just absolutely haunted stuff. Yeah, they don't eat you. Even when you go over them. But you can hear them now, which is very creepy. Anyway, I'm out of here. Might as well quickly stop by Nuncio while we're here anyway. And we have a... It doesn't show. Sometimes when something awaits you, it becomes invisible. I'm not sure, but you're going to hover it here to see if you have it. Port report and do some work. Pay for a parcel. Let's pay for a parcel. Let's see what we get. Something random. We gain 30 fragments and a memory. That's literally all. Thank you very much for nothing, I guess. Bye-bye. I'm a bit of a pickle here between a rock and a hard place. Between a crab and a monster. Unfortunately. It's fine, though, because you're dead. And now, you're gonna get it, you motherfucker. Trying to sneak up on me. You bastard. That did take a lot of damage to my hull, but alright. What do we get from you? We get more mushroom. Okay, we're about to get to the place where we can sell that. And what does this guy give us? Even that, we don't even drop much hull at all. Dissected for knowledge. I'd rather have supplies. 2 supplies. Even more supplies. And losing terror. Dude, it's so good. So good to hunt these creatures, man. And there's the other shroom. We made it. There's also another one of these blue crabs right here. So we're just gonna quickly blow you up. Don't hit me again. Oh god, he's gonna hit me. My bad. My bad. My bad. No, you fucker. I've been so sloppy. Getting way too close. I'm also stuck on this mushroom, so we're probably gonna get hit again. Yup. But now you're dead. Goodbye. Alright, butcher, more supplies. Are we gonna be full here? Another tomb colonist? Throw it overboard! Fuck that guy. Get out of here. I don't want you. Bye-bye. In the water you go. See ya. Never wanna see you again. And we arrive. A little battered, but safely. It's fine. Utter shroom. Here we go. A gift!
Psst, seagoers. Here, shroom has something for you. Fell long ago, best elsewhere now.
We need 7 and we need 7. Can we choose or can we get both? Ah, interesting. I think this is from the DLC or something. We want to do a gift here. I just looked it up because I never saw the other options. Because we're looking for this thing right here. The Ray-Drenched Cinder. Sizzling with cosmogon light. It has absorbed radiations not of this earth. Some of its colors can only be seen in sleep. A Ray-Drenched Cinder. The shroomer won't touch it with her bare skin. Wise. Nor should you. It's scorched and twisted the fungus flesh that it lies on. Its cosmogon glow has dyed the air around it. Mother of mushrooms is grateful.
explains the shroomer. You've cashed her far. She gives you a jewel. Now you can, I guess, get more of these guys, do it again, and then do the other thing too. We can experiment with our strange catch to get a live specimen. We need this for one of the, yeah, there we go. New growth. We need this for one of our guys. So we would love to have 2. But we also need this to make one of the special relics we need to beat the game. So I think we're going to save it for that. Alright, so Utter Shroom we completed. Now we just need to go Empire of Hands. And then we can actually complete the super special quest and super long quest in Vendor Bite and get a ton of money from that. Alright, the Pirate Poet is back for more as well, as always. Oh, you did actually get to hit me. That's fucked up. Anyway, you're dead. Goodbye. Give money. 500 echoes. See, that's what you want, dude. Pirate Poet's so good for big money. And we get a honey as well. All right, I'll take it. Quick stop at the Fathom King's Hold along the way. Oh, what do we get here? I don't know if we actually want to get in there. You can repair your ship with a live specimen. Interesting. Trade for a white molly flower. Do we need this? It looks like a fish in water and a flower. Didn't we already do this? I remember seeing this. I don't know if I actually did it. So I don't know if I care about this. I would like a port report though. I mean, we're here, we might as well. Let's do an audience with the king. Listen to a Chalinet envoy. Ask for a boon from the king. Let's listen to an envoy. We gain like absolute jack shit. Whatever. It's fine. Sometimes you win, sometimes you get nothing. It did say that it had random results after all. And here we are, the Zeppelin still looking unfinished. Only at the front, really. Most of the rest is pretty good. And we... Oh, yeah, we're here for the hunt. I was about to say, we needed to do something. Port Stanton. Port report. Audience with the mayor. No, it's the... We need to sail to the... Get the fuck away from me. Monkey Man. We need to go here. And then we need to trade, at which point we're gonna go crazy. Yeah, here, a gift of red honey. We want this. It is so hard to come by. Muses the Mandarin idly fondling a pot of rare violent ink. What the hell? A pity the exquisite seneschal is known to have uses for it. A deliberate accident. Did you pick up the pot of violent ink instead of the honey you were showing to him? How clumsy! At least you have the perfect substance. Should you feel the urge to write a polite apology note at some later date, we wanted the pot of violent ink. Very nice. We also gained some wild wield status. Now we're gonna do a gift of wine. We are trying to... Yeah, you can get coffee from this, plus you get the status. So we're just gonna hand them all of this wine, get a bunch of coffee. Along the way. Don't give them souls, by the way. I think they'll get mad with you if you do that. There we go. And I could give you the honey as well, I guess. Ooh, you gain romantic literature from that. Interesting. I mean, we're going to try and get that. We have 45 now. Okay, so now that we got all that, we're not giving you this for sure. We can do Silent Gallery, where we can talk to the Seneschal, at which point we can say... A plan for fuel for the Zeppelin. The exquisite Seneschal looks for a trusted agent to establish a relationship with the Iron Republic, so this will make it easier to gather fuel for the Zeppelin. A deal with the devils. The exquisite Seneschal provides you with a signed contract in a language it is unlikely any human can read. If you take it to the Iron Republic, they will provide you with hydrogen. It will take several trips to fully supply the Zeppelin, but there will be no charge. So very nice. We can also, so that was mainly what we wanted to do. Might as well do Visitor in Core 2 while we're here. We gained a crate of souls. All right. And then we should go to the Zeppelin to hand in these souls that we got. Zeppelin. They need 2 souls at a time, so it's very important that we just got the one. All right, nice. We gained a casket of sapphires. Yo. We only gained 5 souls. How many do you need? Oh my god, you need to hand in so many of these. That's crazy. Okay, I didn't even got what I wanted. I need to give them this then, I guess. I needed dowsing. Fuck.
I needed the pearls. I want to give you one of these. Yeah, I needed the pearls. I think this is enough. It might be enough to gain access to the quarters. And I don't really have, like, leftover fuel to just hand them all this stuff right now. So I think I'm just going to have to roll with this, to be honest. Let's see if we can go to the Fountainhead Island to talk to you. It's probably not done yet, but always good to check while you're here anyway. Vault of the Emperor. Outside the vault. Oh, wait, it's time already? What the hell? The delightful adventurers consults papers while their clayman Barnabas and a small crew of variable, hard-working monkeys try to force open the doors. Ah, you're here, she calls. Do pick up a crowbar. There's a dear. Bit of elbow grease should do it. Right, on the count of 3. Muscles, human and primate alike, strain as the delightful adventurers harries everyone along. Okay, so we're gonna explore the vault now. Finally, with a crack and screech of triumph and exhaustion, the door slides open. Inside is just blackness. There now. Chop chop, everybody, declares the delightful adventurer, striding into the dark with a personal glim lantern. Behind her, her monkey collapses to the ground, gasping. Occasionally stolen words and squeals of protest escaping into the air. Oh, we need candles to follow her? God damn it. Alright, well now we know. That's very important. Okay. Foxfire candle for Empire of Hands vault. I did not remember that we needed that. I also did not expect it was going to be able to be done right now. Okay, so we'll write that down and move on for now. Okay, so we hopefully have what we need here. We'll see if it was indeed enough. But that's our business concluded here. So now we want to go all the way to the Khan's Glory here, which I guess we're going to stop at Estival, but and clear some map, but that's basically it. Oh, and as I'm clearing the map here, I see another underwater port, which oh god, and a mushroom, which is actually fine because we need one of these for the Gan pole as well, I think. Wait a minute. This is just so important to unlock the map. I guess even more important with the... Don't hit me. With the submarine DLC, he's gonna hit me, you motherfucker. Ah! Hurts. You're dead. Okay, it's gonna be, hopefully we can pick up some supplies on Estival. Let the beast go. Yes, let's do this. This will send the beast to Gan Pole, and we gain terror from that. That's fine. And we should head up here so we can go underwater and check out what's down here. Yo, what the hell? Leviathan? Discover hideaway. Yo. What? They built a whole complex here. And it's also moving. That is kind of freaky. I'm assuming we go back here. Yeah, I see the entrance right there. They built... There's glass, just endless beams and stuff. It's weird. So a lot of these underwater places... Oh, there's something there as well. We can, just be in the water and breathe the water, which is wacky. What is this? That is a bomb, brother! Don't want to touch that one. What's the other thing? Probably also a bomb. We gotta be careful here. Is it a bomb? It is... Wait, isn't that something we need? I guess it's not something we want to touch, though. It looks a little spiky. I thought we needed to gather something. Or maybe it was Hideaway where we needed to go. I know a few people wanted to go to Hideaway, but all these people just want to go to places, so I don't really write down every single one of their quests. Hideaway. On the back of a gigantic beast lives exiles from every corner of the Neath. Here gather the traitors, heretics, artists, fools, and the too honest. Despite possessing a range of radically different ideologies, these outcasts live together peacefully. Well, let's get a port report. Most hideaway dwellers toil to strengthen their city against the Z's crushing weight. Those that don't instead prepare for that night's festival, and all without a word spoken aloud. If they need to communicate, the people of Hideaway rely on a strict system of acutely formal gestures. Buy a memento from the slow-blinking vendor. This costs supplies. Drop off the impolite investigator. Let's do that one. The impolite investigator grins as he disembarks. As soon as he's exited your ship, he spots a small ancient man. The sprightly visionary. The investigator rushes over to see him and rushes over to him and shakes his hand while unleashing a barrage of questions. What's your name? Reason for exile? How's the food? The visionary writes a message in the notebook, chained to his wrist. He presents it to you both. Welcome. Sorry, must run. You need to register yourself. Go straight ahead. Advice, no questions. Befriend Temtem. Good day. There's a search for truth being conducted in Hideaway. Interesting. Aid the sprightly visionary. I thought this was a Searing Enigma. It uses the same logo, but it's not that. Join in a festival. Deliver a scholar of lost causes. Oh yeah, we needed to do that. The banished scholar surveys the miserable crowd with open disdain. Yes, these should suffice. Gain 100 echoes for that. Destined for frustration. The last you see of the scholar, he is trying to get an artist to answer his questions and shaking in frustration. A crowd seems to be closing around him. I guess we do aid the sprightly and visionary. A small man with liver spots on his head and wispy white hairs on his chin is struggling to roll a wheel of heavy cabling. Together you roll the wheel through the hideaway. You pass women lugging blowtorches and bags of cement, and men trying to smile as they put on diving suits. Eventually you pass through an iron gate to a workroom. At the room's center is a deep pit. A large electrical alternator looms against the back wall. The visionary plugs the cable into the alternator and slowly feeds the rest down into the pit. When finished, he writes a short message in the notebook chained to his wrist. Thank you. Usual help's working on faulty line. May need you in the future. As he hands you the note, he looks up, revealing his neck. It's one huge scar. Help him again? Help the sprightly and visionary again? Sure. He's industrious for one so old. He's always running around the city, aiding his cablemen or preparing electrical faults. Supply his engines with fuel. Yeah, we can't do this shit. We don't have the money. Nice art, though, but can't do that. Let's join a festival. We gain another live specimen. That's perfect. Though you do not hesitate and reside in Hideaway, the people of the city will allow you to participate in their festivals. If you aid in the preparation for them, they'll be even more grateful to have extra help. One of the dwellers bows deeply before you and performs the gesture of friendship by showing you her wrists and crossing her arms to touch her shoulders. She then fumbles in her pockets before she presses a small shell into your hand. It's curled like a wave. A claw darts out and nips at your finger. The woman coos at the tiny creature. What the fuck? The Festival of Hideaway? Though everyone in Hideaway has a night to celebrate, a festival of their own making, most dedicate their efforts to one of three great events. Give supply. It's always cost supplies. The silent reel, the hour of reflection, or the rainbowing. We'll do the rainbowing. Revelers will indulge in a colorful feast featuring the finest food Hideaway can manage to find in the abyssal depths. A festival has begun. Banquet tables are laid throughout the festival square. The smell would have a lesser sailor heave out their innards, and all of the lurid dye in the world does not disguise how unappetizing the meat is. Nevertheless, some diners rush eagerly to their seats, participate in the ceremony of 7 sips. A chalice of inky blue liquid is set before you. To your left, the sallow philosopher has a green drink. To your right, the conscientious mercenary is sipping something indigo. You fill your mouth with the foul-dyed water. Your fellow diners spit it out in a spray. You follow suit. When the rainbow clears, the tables, not to mention you and your fellow diners, are covered in color. The green-lipped philosopher holds her stomach but forces a smile. The mercenary grins at everyone down the table, showing off his indigo-stained teeth. You've gained a vision of the surface. Consume the abyssal bounty. A bell rings. The conscientious mercenary licks his lips and begins carving a squelching, squirming fish. The sallow philosopher performs the gesture of good digestion before forcing down a bite. You carve into your dinner a fish whose identifying traits have been lost to the layers of pigment caked onto it. As you carve off a bite, its mouth flaps open. Cosmogon dye trickles out. It might be tasty if the meat weren't as chewy as gum, and if you couldn't feel the dyes coloring your intestines. Hopefully, you're fond of blue. Partake of the lady's black Lady Black's chiefest pearls. Festival servers clear your plates and present the night's dessert. The violent dyed organs of a bound shark, laid across the table with anatomical accuracy. No, we'll do it. We lose, what the fuck, we get a bunch of stuff. The conscientious mercenary looks at you meaningfully and cups his cheeks, the gesture of plenty. He slices you a lobe of the shark's brain and licks the violent jelly from the blade when done. He considers the eyes carefully before he places one on your plate. He adjusts it to look up at you. Your first bite of the brain and the taste... Your first bite of the brain and the taste spreads through your mouth like ivy. The eye is no better. It pops in your mouth, bursting into stinking jelly. It will be more difficult to participate in the Festival of Hideaways for a while. Interesting. We lost hunger, we gained some terror, we gained 3 strange catchers. We actually need this. We gained a skintellect as well. Very nice. We can help the visionary. Oh no, we needed fuel for that. Check on the investigator. The impolite investigator ignores the patterns of resting and walking established in Hideaway. He never seems to sleep. At all hours, he can be found asking questions or studying the city. The waters between. To give up crew here? What the fuck is this? 7 diving suits take up the investigator's room. We're exploring the space between Temtem and its city shell, but we'll need another 5 divers. I can't lose these guys, because then I am fucked completely and I have a big journey ahead, so we're gonna just leave this for now. We're not joining a festival. We're gonna get out of here. Can we buy anything? We cannot buy anything. Okay, so we delivered some people here, and it's cool to find this place. There's so many mysterious places here. Okay, I haven't stopped at Estival. I meant to go there. What the fuck is that thing? Oh my god, I was just going through. I wasn't even really paying attention. Uh-oh, we need to go backwards. We need to go backwards. Thalads. Don't hit me. I don't know if it has a lot of HP. It shot me and it missed, so that's good, I guess. Oh boy. 8? Okay, it's not that strong. It looked pretty scary. It really sucks that this covers up so much of the screen. You can't really see the monster. I mean, we saw it there for a second. What is this? Ooh, now we can see it. You have defeated a Thalid. In death, the Thalid looks like the grisly collage of an untamed vivisectionist. Mercifully, most of it has stopped moving. Dissect it for knowledge, or fillet it for supplies, or let the beast go. We can't, apparently. Unfortunate. So I guess we're gonna dissect it for knowledge because we have a much higher chance to do this. We succeeded. 5 live specimen. What the fuck? Okay, finished, Skipper. Now what about a spot of lunch? The dissection and classification goes slowly. What manner of creature would need a beaked mouth, a hooked sucker maw, and a double handful of maxillipeds? And several organs once removed simply will not stay put in their designated piles. Not until you start staking them. To the deck, anyway. By the end, you have a new appreciation for what astonishing contortionist acts Mother Nature can perform under duress, and you have enough spare parts to open an avant-garde restaurant besides. Okay, well, with that, we should honestly do this one for sure. Speak to you, since we have so many live specimen now. Mr. Iron, truly, find her during an operation. Does the blood of London's cowled masters really run through her veins? Twisted smiles. Smile. You sit with her in a surgery lined with bottles of preserved and pickled body parts. I can't offer you proof, she says. The only strange tongue I speak is my mother's, which is ancient but human. Blades can cut me. I'm not immune to fire, though perhaps the masters are not either. But I have not met anyone who shares my particular skills. And I know my mother. I cannot see her in any ordinary liaison with an ordinary man, much less a husband. She was in her 3rd millennium when she bore me. Tell her about meeting her father. She should know the truth. A skeptical expression. Did he offer proof? Did he look familiar? Did he know secrets about her mother that no one else could have known? Did you even see his face under all those bandages? Did you even hear his real voice? He could have been anyone. He could have been looking for the Clattery's heir's inheritance and using you to find out more. Then she avoids you for a day or two, which is not easy at sea. Well, I want to talk some more. Explore. What is this? Explore her surgery. On her shelf, she keeps things preserved in alcohol or packed in oil, things she cut from patients. Why do you have this tailbone? They're souvenirs, she says. These are souvenirs, she says. Here's the patch of skin from the palm of a woman's hand. I took it from her in order to cure her of the urge to adultery. Now she wears gloves, but she's kept her marriage. There's more difficult work I could be doing. She is playing with her blade between her fingers. Did you know my mother operated on the bazaar itself? She cut away its claydon lobe so that it would be at peace and not have to wander on and on. But the operation changed her. She got some of the ichor on her skin. What the fuck? What happened to the claydon lobe? If the Clattery heir's mother cut off a piece of London's Echo Bazaar, where did it go? To acquire a Clattery souvenir, you must find something for the heir to operate on. Certain unusual items might do, or you can find opportunities to gain one at some ports. We got one of these at Nuncio one time, but let's see what happens. An awkward inheritance. Mother experimented on the lobe various ways, with Mr. Iron bringing her new implements. It wanted to be on the move, however, and in the end she put it on a ship, or built a ship around it. The Clattery heir. The Clattery heir, but it got away from her. Where's the Clattery heir heart now? Or the Clattery heart, sorry. Too casual. Last my mother heard, it was in Adam's Way, or somewhere further into the Elder Continent. It might still be Z-worthy in its day. It was a most unusual ship. Do I want it back? I try not to want anything too much, but if you care to travel in that direction, I could hardly stop you. When you wait long enough, she says a little more. I avoid obsessions myself, but I know one of these days I'll have to operate on myself, remove some desire that has gotten too unwieldy. Okay, so we need to get to Adam's Way, which we found far down. If things go poorly, you will lose her. Let's not do that then. Okay, I was just clearing out the ocean here, or clearing out the map before heading to Estival. And there is beautiful Estival. Let's get the port report and hopefully a bunch of supplies. Gather supplies. 9 supplies. Dude, this place is fucking awesome. Okay, we only have 13 more fuel. So now, we need to go. We have everything we need. So all we really need is just to go over to Venderbite to finish the quest. And then we should go, like, get the prisoner. And I think we can do the engine then, which is going to be crazy. We also got a bunch of sapphires, which we need, well, 3. Oh, no, I forget. We need to go to, I almost forget the most important part. We need to go to Khan's Glory here to try and get access to the merchant's quarter there. Well, that's kind of along the way a little bit in order to get there, so we're gonna go there next. So in order to trade with these guys, you want to stop at this one right here, the Khan's Glory, which I think the only purpose with this is to talk to, like, here are the palaces of the Khan and his court, each a fortress to itself, sleek lords and ladies in belted robes, breakfast on balconies. An unlikely antelope peeks at you from a park. Guns rotate easily on motorized gimbals, so we can give them coffee. So it is indeed in packs of 5 that I need to give it to the leopard, so we can't really do that one more than once, but we can do this one. This is the one I was thinking of. Offer a gift to the Timeman. So you can use drowning pearls to get some, like, I think you can turn them in Guider's Morn for some, like, hunting trophies or something. Something that you can sell, but this seems to be a really useful way to get rid of these as well. You get the Timeman's Mercy here. We're going to be doing this a few times, so you just do this. I think you need... So in order to get access, here you go, to the Nephrite Quarter, you need to get 5 Leopard's Condescension or whatever. And in order to do that one, you just need to turn in these Drowning Pearl. We're going to do that like 4 times, I think, before we can do anything. And then we can, what is it? Plead your case with the Timeman? No, we don't want to do that. This gets rid of your suspicion. If you have too much suspicion, you need to do this to get rid of it, which is very annoying. We want to ask our Timeman contacts to intercede with the leopard. Oh, we can also offer strategic information. Interesting. That's another way to do this. What is this? Cruise pass? No, let's not do that. Ask your Timeman contacts, so that gives us... How much? Let's see. 2. Okay. So we need to do that 3 times, I guess. Which is Do we have that? I guess if we give them strategic information, because we can do this another time. So then we have 4 favors. Okay. And then we can also hand him... Well, let's do this again. So we want to do the time and contracts at the bottom. We have 4 now. Almost there. I guess I could give them the coffee. Might as well. I'll give you the coffee. We gain one favor with that. That's perfect. Okay, so now we have exactly 5. A long afternoon, you meet with an effusive official in a room of blue glass and pierced porcelain. You supply the customary compliments and courtesies while he nods complacently. Finally, you present a sample of the coffee. The official comes suddenly awake, inhales the scent of the coffee, glances respectfully at the porcelain screen behind him. A watcher. He bows to you 3 times and sends you on your way, okay? So now we can petition for access to the Nephrite Quarter. So that's what you have to do like once at least, which gives us the Nephrite Ring, a grand ceremony. The effusive official is today attended by 3 servants and a blue priest, each carrying a candle of a different color. He speaks a formula in Kaganian and Greek, and in one of the languages of the Elder Continent. You are anointed with oils and presented with a pair of sharkskin gloves. The blue priest admits you to a slightly less debased echelon of foreignness, and blesses you in the name of the deep blue haven. After that, you start filling in forms. So we get the Nephrite Ring, which is what we wanted. Now, I almost never come back here after I get the Nephrite Ring. This is just the place to get that one, and after that, you're done. Also, you need to never fight these ships. Those ships over there, you really want to avoid killing them because they give you suspicion, and they don't even give you good loot necessarily. So that's how I, like, on my first few playthroughs, always had a really hard time trading with these guys, because if you kill too many of their ships, they really hate you, and then you have to give them like tons and tons of drowning pearls, but you do get a lot of drowning pearls through the quest of the Empire of Hands, which I don't know where the fuck they get the drowning pearls, but whatever. Or you can turn in Skintalak at the Fathom King's Hold as well, but all of these things cost like money that you could spend elsewhere. Anyway, now we can present them our ring. You have the token that permits you to enter the Nephrite Quarter and buy directly from the Khanate merchants. Visit the shops tab. Now we have access to the shop right here. We can buy decently cheap fuel. We can buy spider silk at cheaper the price. So we could also consider... No, I think... Let's think. So I could buy, I think, 21 for 1,500. So we need to give this to the trader. This is why we're doing all this, because we want to give this to the merchant in London to continue his quest. So we would either have to buy 21 of this, which would be 1,000, a little over 1,000. So we would make 450 on that. And I think we would get 1,000 off of this. So we're definitely buying the romantic literature, which we also needed for somebody else. 3 romantic literature and 2 Eolith for the flavor quest. Oh yeah, in the underwater area. So we could decide to buy like 10 of this then, in that case. Might as well, so we can do that quest too. Although we're going to need a lot of inventory space here in a moment. Hopefully it's not going to get confiscated, because they do like confiscating my shit. Oh, we can go get the Foxfire candles and go back to the Empire of Hands to continue that as well. Here there's actually cheaper Foxfire candles than in the other place. How far are we again? Empire of Hands? That's quite far away, honestly. I kind of want to hand in the vendor bite thing, because we are so close to getting a ton of money off of that, at which point we can like go to the prison to get the prisoner out of prison, and then we can actually build the engine, and at that point you can start traveling around much easier, because you're getting an absolutely insane engine. Anything we can buy at a profit here. How much can you sell this for again? I'm gonna buy 1. Can I sell these too, by the way? Sorry, I'm going from one thing to another. I cannot sell this in London. It's gotta be a way to turn our life specimen into useful things. What we want right now is 7 more of these, or 4 more of these, so we have 7, which we can easily get. And then we needed life specimen for... Oh yeah, 1 we need for 1 of these things, which we're gonna get a lot of these things for more stats as well, which is gonna be crazy here. Yeah, I don't think we necessarily care that much. I'm gonna buy 1 just to see how much it sells for. So we're buying 1 spider silk. You can click here. So you literally, you can buy it here for 50 and you can sell it for 50. So I don't really know what the point of this is. But whatever, I guess. We're just gonna get the fuck out of here. And I guess buy a few more fuel here while we're at it. And then I want to go to a REM to quickly get the strange catches I think you can get from there, if I remember. Or was that Con Shadow? It's one of these. I quickly looked it up, and you can buy them in a REM, but I have an even better idea because I looked what you can do with the live specimen, and we can actually sell that one in the Gant Pole, the underwater area, for 7 strange catches, which is exactly what we wanted. We don't want the live specimen because we have way too many, so we're just going to sell it there then, I guess. What is this thing? Oh, it's an underwater ship. What the fuck? Can I fight you? What are you? Oh, apparently I'm fighting you. You're the putter pony? I was going to Gant Pole, but I guess you're getting wrecked now? Sir, don't shoot me. Are you fast? Not really. You kind of suck. You're already dead. You have defeated a putter pony. The Khanate submarine, is taking on water. Through one of its portholes, a lamplight waves frantically. Loot the putter pony. Hear the crew's last wishes. The putter pony is lost, but you can at least provide a human face at their airlock glass. Quickly, the damage done to its shell was immense. Already the hull is collapsing. We can either loot it or hear the crew's last wishes. I guess we'll do that, because I really didn't want to fight the Khanate. That wasn't my... Oh. Fog on the glass. Water pours into the putter pony. Its tormented metal groans as it's torn by the sea. A woman's face appears at the porthole. It swiftly fogs with her last breaths. Her lips move. Neither of us should be here. The putter pony buckles entirely. She is lost. What the fuck? I didn't mean to do that, man. That's that's messed up. What is this? That looks cool too. I'm going the wrong way right now. Oh god. Yo, what is that? Triskelant? That is crazy. I'm fighting you. Yo, he bounces when I hit him. They got some crazy shit here, huh? Bro, these weapons, man. You don't even... What are you even gonna do? You're already dead. I don't even know what you do. You're dead. You have defeated a Triskelant. Oh, we can't send it to the Gant Pole because there's still beasts waiting for us there, I think. It spins as it dies, jetting boiling water from each of its maws with a noise like 100 mishandled kettles. A dark foamed vortex forms. We can either... Unlocked with below 1? What? It's a risk, but in Fallen London they pay double for anything pole and line caught. Well, we'll definitely do that. It's a 65% chance. Come on now, that's guaranteed. We fucking failed and we lost hull, you piece of crap. We gain an iron though. Whoa, that's useful. The one that got away. The roiling beast seems determined to drive itself further into the deep. Your vessel bucks and heaves as the maelstrom peels the plates from your hull. The beast's screeching drowns out even the sound of the tormented metal until finally, mercifully, the hauling line breaks. You are left listing and leaking as the beast lets out a final screech far, far below. Okay, well, you guys got some crazy shit around you. What the hell? Okay, we're just gonna go to the Gant Pole now. We should also be able to talk to some of the animals here, or what? Or like, the seer has more animals, I think. Ooh, there's something there. A new arrival at the Gant Pole. Your return is met by the sight of a recently wounded Behim mustache oozing its last on the small beach. It has not been here for long. It does not have long left. We are assisting you with a 100% chance. A few pointed jabs with one of the old sailor's own harpoons keeps the mobs at bay. Yeah, they hate you or something. We gain 5 intriguing snippets. That's another 250 bucks. The flesh reveals all. There shall be a new horizon. All shall know it, but the king's city will witness it first. What the fuck? Okay. Thank you or whatever. Nice. We'll take the port report. We can also cut some flesh. Oh yeah, this is such an insane way to make a bunch of money. Can we just do this over and over again? Didn't we get like 250 for this or something? Or maybe like 100. Can I speak with you? Bring recent news. I mean, we're not going to go all the way to Adam's Way, so I guess we can give you this. But we already have... How much? We have 3. It says to a maximum of 3. So what happens if I click this? Tools of the trade. She listens intently to the latest gossip and scandal. How I miss them. Thank you. That makes many things clearer and other things so much more confused. Let me show you some more of my art. I suspect it will have the same effect. Oh, well, we did gain 4, so this is a lie. It said maximum of 3, but we have 4 now. I don't know what we can do with that. Let's ask what she seeks down here. For many years, I considered Wither my home, a city where answers are forbidden. It was quite relaxing after more than one lifetime of being expected to have them. But I broke the rules to spare a child's tears, and for that, I was cast out. I will return with a fabled question that can only be answered with truth. The Haruspex cackles, resting a hand on your arm. Ah, you think I waste my final years on futile revenge? It is a purpose, a dream at my age. It is important to have one. Xibalba writhes with the living corpses aspiring to be nothing but dust. My kings do not need another. Okay. What can we do with her? We already asked everything, right? We know everything. No more questions for now, I guess. Is there anything we can... No? We don't have the candle. We could buy the candles, but... Okay, well, that's it. We can send another monster here now that we got rid of the previous one. So you can only do one at a time. What is this, by the way? I want to see it. Didn't we already see this? Wasn't this just a bunch of, like, sea urchins or something? Oh, what the fuck is another one of these? Dude with the eyes. It's so freaky. So, did I already say that these are, like, things that soak up the memories of people or something? I don't really know how it works, but it's kind of terrifying. And they also have eyes, which is freaky as fuck. Okay, you're absolutely wrecked, though. Please be dead. I don't want to see you anymore. There we go. And then, didn't we fill this last time? I think we filled this last time. Yeah, harvest the flu core for sure. 74? Come on, succeed this time. We did. We gain a secret, 1 terror, and 3 outlandish artifacts. Man, there's some creatures down here that are insane for farming. That's 300 bucks and a secret, which I guess technically is like 1,000 bucks because you can buy them for 1,000. But just a stat point is very welcome. Okay, I did not do the thing I came here to do. Actually, let's go back to Ganpole. Didn't we want to sell? I guess there's a shop here. I guess I can give the living specimen here, I think. Ah, there you go. Yeah, here, this is what I want. So we can sell this for 7. I guess we might as well, because you can sell these in London, no? Oh, never mind, you can't. I thought you could do something with that one. In that case, we don't really care. We have 7 of these, which is all we really need, and then we're gonna buy some relatively cheap fuel here, just like a massive amount of it, because I think we're about to just go on a bit of a long trip back to London. And let's get the hell out of here. So now, next stop is gonna be, like, I guess past some of these, but our main next stop is gonna be Fenderbite, because that's where we want to find we want to hand in the final pieces of the quest. I was just stopping by a REM to get a port report, but I see this one. Cure an obsession not yet acquired. The Clattery Air will notice a riddle fisher in danger of developing an unhealthy obsession. So we're going to click that button. The air will cut out something that is not there yet. She will come away with a sample jar of pickling brine. The specimen will grow there later. Slowly, layers of tissue gradually forming a missing kidney. The riddlefisher cured in advance will suffer no ill effects except occasional lassitude and lack of purpose. We gain another Clattery souvenir, and they treat it in a REM. Which, wait, so the more we collect of that, the closer we can get to completing your quest, right? Yeah, because we need to do this. And because we have 2 of these now, we have a 30% chance instead of a 20% chance, but that's still not nearly enough. We want more, of course. Let's see, by the way, can I... So you can give them a coffee here? Rest, traveler. Our waters are warm, our cushions are petal soft. Lay your head here. You will be healed, or better yet, you will be renewed. Payment in coffee? Yes, please. Close your eyes. The House of Amber Sky is a roofless space beneath the false stars of the Neath, rich with the scent of Irem roses. Despite the ice, it's warm as a desert evening. You will arrange yourself on the cushions. Close your eyes just for a moment. Beneath the skin of dreams, behind the faces of mirrors, an orange sun sails in a fervid sky. Here are the borderlands of that place, close by Irem, and closest still in the House of Amber Sky. And here you are in another place. The sun is warm on your uncovered head. We can rest, recover and dream. We can give them a searing enigma, which we are not going to do. We can bargain for a parabox. This will halve your skills, which must be at least 100. It will, however, give you an item which will allow you to colonize Estefal. Interesting. That's crazy. Halve your skills? God damn, no way I'm doing that. I guess we're just going to do the simple one. Rest, recover, and dream. The water runs deep, sweet and wild. Impassive fish of unguessable age watch you from clear depths. You drink from cupped hands, and your wariness falls from you. Monkeys shriek hilariously. A leopard watches from the undergrowth, but makes no move to attack. Afterwards, you pluck the flax that grows here. When you wake later, you will find it already woven. We lose hunger, we lose 10 terror. Kind of just a neat little adventure right there. And this is also where you could buy the strange catches. That we actually... Oh, you can't sell them here. They don't give you shit. We don't really care for much else. So I'm just gonna move on. Bye-bye. Yo, look at this. This is the area around Port Cecil underwater. You can see all this coral from the underside. That's so cool. Oh, and there's something there. Wait, it's one of those creatures? Oh god. It's another one. We have another try to fight this guy. They're back. It's insanely cursed. They didn't even say what it was. I don't even... It looks like some crazy fidget spinner. Haunted ass fidget spinner. And you're already dead. Luckily, they kind of suck. They do have quite a lot of HP, but I guess they need to ram you. We gotta harpoon it again. Oh, we can let the beast go, though. Nah, we'll harpoon it. 66% chance, come on. We succeeded. We gained Stygian Ivory, which actually we need 40 of this in order to complete the quest, so this saves us some money. And we keep getting more life specimen that we can't do anything with, so that's kind of pointless. Anyway, I was going to stop at the Undercrow here as well. I don't know if we have a quest here, but I don't know. Whenever you're in an area, you might as well just stop somewhere. We'll get a port report. Oh, we can hand this in at the storyteller thing. Approach a voice from the fog. Here at last the voice croaks, come closer. The incomparable Aurelian rolls his eye, but advances nonetheless. What the hell? An almost dead man. Your passenger gazes impassively at a bulbous figure, whispering quietly. As the fog parts, you can make out milky eyes and a toothless grimace. No tomb colonist ever looked as ancient or unwell as the almost dead man before you. Gray, bloated, and nearly embalmed by the fungal smoke. It's difficult to tell where his skin ends and the stone bed beneath him begins. His breath is shallow, but his bare chest heaves to a different rhythm. A shape crawls beneath his ribs, but disappears as the man lets out a gassy sigh. Allow me to introduce you, Captain, the incomparable Aurelian says, slipping you a modest payment. This is Lorenzo, my erstwhile mentor and host of the Most Moth. Well, thank you for the 50 bucks. What do I do with that? Share tales of the outside with the almost dead man. We can give you a Z story. Might as well. We gain 3 memories of distant shores. Undercrow dying grace. Though the almost dead man is not easy to impress. Though the Aurelian goggles at your tail, his mentor only gives you a grizzled nod. Not bad, he allows. Saw a thing or two myself in my youth. The desert of eyes, the listening desert, the desert of delights. Nida on the mountainside with the domes of basalt and porphyry. Okay, thank you for all that or whatever. Entertain a dying man's last requests. Deliver farewells. Mortality is a way of finding us in the end. The almost dead man wheezes to himself, dislodging a cloud of cave moths. The incomparable Aurelian spares them only a disappointed glance. I must set my affairs in order. I owe that much to my successor. He waves a withered hand feebly. It's not clear whether the gesture suggests the companion at his bedside or the one nestled within his ribs. So, Captain, would you help an old man say his farewells? Yes. Deliver a letter of farewell to a sprightly visionary at Hideaway. Sure, we'll take that. Next time we're coming to Hideaway, you've accepted a farewell letter to be delivered to Hideaway. You have an important letter to deliver. Okay. Oh, wait, this is very important because it shows up as a separate menu. Speak with the incomparable Aurelian. A true collector appreciates patience? Well, fuck me, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna need to deliver this letter. Is this like a rush thing? Yeah, because it's popped up like this. Delivering a letter. Someone has entrusted you with correspondence of utmost privacy. Was that wise? Read the farewell letter to Hideaway. Letters are meant to be read, aren't they? Be rid of the letter? Leave a letter untouched. This letter is not for you. You were trusted. We are gonna leave it untouched. You return the letter to your safe. Oh, and it stays there as like a an enticing thing the whole time. Yeah, I'm not gonna go there right now. I think that's gonna be, unless it takes a slot in my inventory. It doesn't. Yeah, it's gonna be quite out of the way. I think we want to check the other places here, just get some port reports, and then honestly, like, go back to London. We have way too many things right now. We're kind of going crazy. An abyss? What is this? There's an abyss here. A chasm gapes below your submarine, descending into unknown fathoms. Down there. We can explore. Sure, what's the worst that could happen? Let's dive into the abyss. Deeper. Your helmsman gives you a questioning look. You say nothing. You are unaccustomed to repeating yourself. With a trembling hand, she steers your vessel down. You sink into the abyss like a coffin into a grave. Stony walls rise above you. Your vessel's light picks out beds of undulating anemones. Record their messages. A true sailor may survive reading these etchings, they say. This rite will increase your hearts by 20, but decrease your iron by 10. Succeed or fail, you will gain the right. What? I mean, 88% chance to get a net positive 10 stats, and then we can just use 10 secrets to increase our iron again? Or we can dive deeper. I mean, come on, 88% chance. Imagine we get fucked here. This would be such a disaster. Let's try. I think this, I mean, we lower iron by 10, but that's not a big deal. Yo! Accept the power of the deep sea? You don your diving gear. You brush away the sand, half filling the carving. Your lamp gives its pattern a sharp shadow. It's uncomfortably warm. Focus. This carving resembles a whirlpool. The lines spiraling outwards brush against the ships. The ancient rowers push into the whirlpool, splinter their own vessels. This must be their destination. To the right of the image is a symbol, a parabolic approach to an object of fascination. The 7-minute bell rings. You must return to your submarine. Yo, a positive 10 stats. So 20 total here, minus 10 there, but that's not a problem at all. Forsake the rite of greeting. Oh, you may only benefit from one rite at the same time. Interesting. We could dive deeper. Now we have a much higher chance. But the failure will damage your hull. It's 59% chance. How bad could it be? Fuck. I can't do it anymore. Perform the ritual of greeting. Performing the abyssal rituals in the correct order will lead to a discovery. Do I know this stuff? The church's niches all possess the same decoration. Statues of men and women standing before a door, bells in their hand, follow their example. We gotta try that. That sounds sick. You don your diving gear. You swim into the nave. Your bubbles float upwards toward the tiled floor, though the mosaic is entirely black. There is form in its formlessness. At the end of the aisle is an archway. Inside, a kelp rope floats upwards from a deep chasm. When it drifts within reach, you snatch it and pull. A great weight moves at the other end. You pull again. It rings out once, twice, thrice. The water stir. A strong current throws you into the nave and carries you back out the mouth of the church. You have made yourself known. She waits in the dark. Okay, apparently we did not do that right, so we're not going to do that, and we're going to get the fuck out of here. We can dive... Oh, we failed it. We took damage, but that's it. All right, I'm getting the hell out of here. I think we saw enough. That is fucking freaky. So yeah, we can go into these abyss areas, I guess. So yeah, let's do... you... I can get iron from you. Don't you damage the boat, though? I think he damages the boat, so maybe talking to you. You give me a wound? Are you kidding me? You're not gonna actually do that. What the fuck? Alright, well... probably don't want to do that anymore. Alright. We're gonna be able to do that in London easy, because we can just rest to get rid of the wounds, but I'm not gonna risk that out at sea. So yeah, look at this. Almost the entire map has been discovered. I've just been going, like, on this trip. Every time I can, like, make a slight detour to get one of these slots filled out, I've been doing it, because look at this. We can now see basically every area on the map, and if you zoom all the way in, by the way, it shows all the little things as well. You can, like, search anything you want to find. It's also just really satisfying to have the map all the way filled out, in my opinion. I mean, you don't need it, because there's nothing really here to find. Gotta zoom in and zoom out. Sometimes the names get bugged out. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, what is this? Oh, no. Vortex from the underside. Still don't know what happens if you go in there. Probably not a... Ooh, boy. Probably not a good idea. Oh yeah, we need to stop here at the Mount Palmerston volcano, because I think we can try this again, I guess. 35% chance. Do we have anything to increase mirrors? Pages? If you have one of these items that gives you mirrors, you can put it on just to get the skill check sometimes. 35% chance, come on now. We failed again. 5 terror, you motherfucker. Anyway, whatever. Tell the Deviless, it's time to go. The Brass Embassy has given you the good word, so we're gonna pick her up and bring her to London. Let's go, she says breathily. The Brimstone Invigilators will be here soon. You don't want to meet them. She lifts a single man-skin valise. This is all I need. Take me back to London. Well, here we go. We're gonna take the devil to London and see how that continues. I actually don't know all the ways that you can do this quest. We should also get this, right? We need 2 Eolith. Now, these don't take any space, so we're just gonna buy these. We can also buy a bunch of fuel. Do Searing Enigmas take space? We could make a bunch of money here, but this much money, we can make, like, endless of... You can buy 3 of these, go to the Chapel of Lights and turn them into Extraordinary Implications, which you can sell for $250. It's an insane way to make a bunch of money. I'm definitely going to buy all the fuel I can carry, though. I also need some supplies here, actually. Wait a minute. Fuck. I didn't realize. I should buy... like 3... We don't really need supplies. I'm just going to buy a few of these. I think I'm genuinely going to buy... just making a bunch of money here. We already have so much money, though. I'm gonna buy all the money I have right now. Like, I'm being crazy here, but this doesn't take any space. So, we just spend literally everything. Because we're about to make an ungodly amount of money. You have no idea. This is... I'm just... getting... Is that... This must be, divided by 3. And then we should buy... I'm just buying 60. 62. Here we go. So then we're gonna... This might not even be possible. I'm gonna try this. This is kind of crazy. So right now, we can do 20 times. We can turn this into a Searing Enigma, which that will give us... Or into an Extraordinary Implication, which means we can buy 4 Searing Enigmas, which is the remainder that we need in order to complete our quest. So I'm like, we're already here, might as well do this. So now, we are gonna go back to Chapel of Lights and just do the farm for like 20 minutes, pretty much. Don't worry, I can cut it out. So yeah, you stop here, and then you go to the Chapel of Lights, and then you give them 3 of these for 1 Extraordinary Implication. Now, you can only do this once every something awaits you. So in order to do it again, what we're gonna have to do is let go, stop, like turn off our light to try and save fuel. Now, luckily, because this is the chapel, what we can do is we can wait for the hunger to proc. It needs to go up. There you go. And then you can eat from the chapel's bounty infinitely, which will basically mean that it is not going to cost any supplies for us to do this. It's only going to cost fuel. So as long as you make sure that you just eat the thing every time, we will be fine. And it will give us a something awaits you right before it uses the next supplies. At least that's what it's hopefully going to do. If you have too many crew, this doesn't work. So let's hope it works. Oh, it works totally fine. Look at that. We only have 42 hunger, which means we eat, and now we're back to 0. And then we also hand in another one. Now we have 2, and you can see how this goes. So we do this over and over again. Now, I don't know if we're going to run out of fuel. That's going to be the only question. But this will give us just like an insane amount of these things, which we can then turn into money. Or like, wait, how much would that be? 20 of these? That would be like 5,000. We turn 2,000 into 5,000. Like double our money pretty much, or we can get Searing Enigmas, which I think is what we're gonna do, just because we have to do this one time, and I'm like, well, might as well do it now. We're here anyway. So yeah, I'll see you when I've done this like 18 more times, so give me a moment. My goodness, it might look like free money, but it actually takes an insanely long time. But here we go. I have done it 20 times. Now we have 20 implications, which 5 of these can be turned into one of these in a REM in the special shop. But anyway, it did cost quite a bit of fuel, and this guy's been bonking into me like the whole time. But luckily he can't hit me. So yeah, it costs quite a bit of fuel, but as long as you keep your lights off, which it's not actually taking up any... Wait. I'm losing terror right now without having my light turned on. Oh, that's a trick I could have done to make it take even longer. I didn't realize that. So what I was doing was just turning off and on my light the whole time to try and save a little bit of fuel. But anyway. Ooh, I don't want to go. I want to eat from the chapel again. And then I need you to get the fuck out of here. I could try and sneak behind you, but you're kind of freaking me out. You know what? Will this work? Will this work? Let's do it, gamers. Get out of here! Go, 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 go. Alright, it's fine. It's totally fine. Anyway, now that we did all that, we should continue our journey, because we need to go over here. Alright, we are basically out of supplies, so we're gonna have to buy some here. Let's see. I could also explore the island. What do we get? What the hell? Zols, my friend. A mass figure entreats you. Zols. Do you have Zols? I missed them, Zol. Let me pay you for them. I could give him a crate of human souls. I will say, refuse politely. No Zols today. That's all. Can we buy provisions? Yeah, there we go. We need like 5 of this. And then a bunch more fuel. That should be enough, I think. Alright, anyway, hopefully, because that's all I got. And there we are, Vendor Bite. Now this is gonna be... This is usually a quest you never finish on your first playthrough, but if you can... Like, there's 2 quests that I think are, like, the most important to learn if you want to, like, get a decent momentum throughout the game, and is the first curated quest and the Port Cecil quest, because both of them give you such big rewards that they give you a lot of money that you can then spend on improving your ship and doing the other quests. So yeah, here we go. First curator, we're gonna get the port report and head in there, and then we have the last 2 ones. So the Violent Ink, we would have made a better contract, but we hungered for the flesh of gods. It extends a brittle arm from beneath its coverlet, dips it in the ink, conveys the finger back to its hidden mouth. Ah, it sighs, the color will enter my bones, and then perhaps the moth. It's plainly rambling, but at least it hasn't forgotten your reward, a cameo of a bandaged beauty painted on the mummified palm of a mummified hand. All right, not to everyone's taste, but it's terribly well executed. We get a captivating treasure, and then the very last page, the ray-drenched cinder. I smell stars. Besides the curator's couch waits a humped machine of iron and brass. There. It wheezes, straining to raise its arm. A recess, approximately the size of the cinder, awaits. You place the cinder there and close the lid. Faint atonal music, like the prickling of starlight, drifts from within. I will never see Parabola, the curator wheezes, but perhaps you will. Take this mirror. It was born in a volcano. Dark glass. serpent carved. We get another captivating treasure, and now receive a final reward. It reaches up to clasp your hand. I am grateful. You don't know what you've done to me. Accelerated the growth beneath the flesh, spared me the sanatorium here, my dissolution. A birth. The curator moves faster than you've ever seen, flinging its arms back as if in delight. Its chest pulses, then crumbles inwards. It cries out softly and turns its masked face to watch you. Its chest crumbles like damp clay. Something damp and sleekly shining pushes out. Antennae rustle, faceted eyes glisten. The curator's hand reaches up to caress the creature and then goes still forever. It frees itself, flexing damp wings, a moth of prodigious size. Its wings are figured with patterns in familiar colors. Pelagian, Vyric, Irigo, all the colors we gave them. The moth perches at the head of the sofa. You've never seen one this big. Its wings are a whole library of glyphs, clues, ink blot images. It's finished, Captain, the obsequious steward says behind you, though he seems less obsequious now. All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. But first, now you can choose your big rewards, and there is, let's see, 4 different rewards. You can get a ship, which is decent if you're still somehow on the starter ship at this point. I guess you could take a free, pretty decent mid-sized ship. Obviously, we already have a really good ship, so we're not going to do that. You can accept a huge trove of secrets. Perhaps it's you get a bunch of secrets you can use for skill points. Or you can accept 7 treasures. 7 different captivating treasures, which each of them gives 1,000. So this is like $7,000, which is crazy. And then I think you can otherwise take the moth as well here, which will just like give you a mascot, I think, or something. I'm not sure if it's super worth it. I think these are one of those... These are those type of rewards where I totally think it's okay to look this up on the wiki and just look at what the buttons will give you and then see which one you should take. Because this is such a like big moment in a playthrough where you pick the reward that you get from this. Now, I know I'm going to go for the 7 treasures because I want to have the money. But yeah, you should just look this up and see what you want the most. But we're going to take the 7 treasures. Old gold, rings, crowns, rods, copper discs, garnet studded, a mirror figured with a map of the lost surface, silver coins with squat glyphs like wax stains, a jade figure with a ruby heart. You earned it, the steward remarks. Spend it in good health. 7 captivating treasure, a total of 9. Holy shit. We are rich. Now that is completed. We are going to explore Venderberg real quick, lose 1 terror. And I guess might as well sample the day's special. Can we do that? We have only... No. We need to buy supplies, bro. I need to buy 1 supply. And I think that's basically it. We could sell the wine. And then buy 1 more supply, 1 fuel. There we go. This should give us more than enough to get to London. Finally. That was a crazy journey. I feel like we've been basically everywhere. Did I get the port report, by the way? I did. Always make sure you get the port report. It's just free money when you get back to London. Which we're going to be absolutely rich over there because we got all those treasures, which you can also use these treasures to turn them into heirlooms for your next character. So this is a really good way to like get 7 heirlooms for your next character immediately. Which you can have like a crazy lineage where you start your next character with like an insane amount of stats right away, as well as like a bunch of money and a bunch of heirlooms, the massive mansion that you can buy. Like you can start off being like extremely strong and just make the whole playthrough much, much easier. Which I honestly think it doesn't feel very rewarding to do it that way, because I did that obviously a few times, like going on a lineage with multiple characters, but I really like the early game where everything is like a struggle and you really have to plan your journeys carefully instead of just being able to go anywhere and like it's only a matter of time if you get everything. I kind of want to stop here at Low Barnet. Yeah, we're gonna stop right here at the bottom of this thing. We needed to become a storyteller for another area, plus it's just cool to do more of these like side quests that I've never seen before on the underwater area. Hello, Barnett. Explore the church for port report, and then trade stories with the congregation. To become a storyteller, what do we have? We can speak of hideaway. We'll just hand in everything, I gotta be honest. So now we get a Z story, and we gain another storyteller perk. Urban adventures. You speak of the city on the back of a beast. It is difficult to find, for it roams throughout the Untersee. Above the waves and below, it scorches its belly on Mount Palmerston and snapped the top of Massey Shaft. It blocked the harbor at Adams Way and gave birth to the Grand Geode. Why, last you heard, it was making for London. We can also hand in Rosegate. You describe the gleaming cabinets of cigars, the impressions of far-flung places conjured by each puff, the uplifting bite of freshly cut grass under the surface sun, the dark whiff of lightless cellars stacked with mushroom wine, the sweating, savage sense of London's flesh pots. Your audience inhales in unison, savoring imaginary smoke. We can do we have more than we need. I guess we'll do the Undercrow. Wings for water, we did this one already. We are now at 5. We do the crazy beast, the nuke, for 6. And then can we do one more? We can do one more. Now we're at 7 storyteller, which means we are unable to do it anymore. So I think that's maxed out. Participate in another contest of stories. Or we could trade stories to the gentleman in the rear. Trade your storyteller quality for different rewards. I kind of don't want to do that. I want to do this, though. A contest of stories. Tell a tale. We don't have shit, man. Feels bad, man. We don't have any of this, whatever. Can I just see what this would give me? Or is it going to use up my storyteller stuff? I kind of want to see it. What can we get? Trade a story for relics and antiquities. Trade a story for a map and knowledge. Trade a story for a gift of life and death. Interesting. Look at this guy. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, this could be good. I'm just gonna hold on to this for now, though. Perhaps not. Maybe for another time. And we're just gonna get out of here. Ooh, there's something there. Wait a minute. What is it? It is a wreck right next to London. How the hell could you have crashed here? Retrieve supplies, I guess. 3 supplies, holy shit. I'll take it. Oh boy, London, we are back. That was a crazy journey. We are about to go to the stratosphere with this stuff. Oh, no, the revenue man. Uh-oh. Talk your way out of the search. We can give up 5 Admiralty favor to talk our way out of the search. We're definitely gonna do that, because they want to steal all my romantic literature, which I need. Okay, there we go. You hint at secret business. The duty officer snaps a salute and barks an order. You may pass. Very nice. All right, let's see. We need to do all kinds of business. First of all, give you the romantic literature. We need to hand you 7, which you give us 1,000. That's our first money. We came in here, by the way, with $0, right? We had like $9. So that's 1,000. What's the next quest? A Lorn Flute core, which we picked up along the way. That's beautiful. We get another 1,000 off of that. Holy shit. And then you need trophies, which we have 7 of that. That's crazy lucky. Another 500. And then he already does the quest. Yo, that was crazy lucky. I don't know if that was lucky. Maybe those are always like that. I'm not sure. But anyway, now he has a plan. My operations here will continue without me, and I have gathered all the supplies I need for my greatest endeavor yet. I need to charter your ship. Will you hear what he has to say? Time to go. You and I, we are not numbered among the timid. Now is the time to complete what we have begun. Come with me. Come north to Avat Horizon, to the High Gate. Okay, so this is his quest completed. Now, we're not going to do this. Do not choose this until you have 40 units of cargo free space, which we might actually have right now, but we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff here. So we can actually complete his quest, which is awesome. We can, I guess, give you some Skintalak. Why not? For $100. Let's see. Do you want to give me something? You want to give me some supplies? I appreciate it. We're also gonna, I guess, just absolutely farm money here. We already have, we need 3,000 at least to get the person out of prison. But I don't really see... I mean, you could save these Let's at least do this one. In our study, we read the morning paper. We go to our study, and we can hand in a captivating treasure here for the Shrine to Stone. I'm just thinking the problem with these is that they take inventory slots, and we're going to need every single inventory slot we can have in order to complete the engine quest. So I think we honestly cannot do these right now, because this is going to be another 2 inventory space. Well, we need to do this one. Because we already need to... Yeah, we need to do this one because the life specimen takes a storage slot anyway. So might as well. We're gonna create the Serene Aquarium. You know the secrets of this peculiar specimen. Construct an environment that will display it to the best advantage. We gain 7 mirrors. Very nice. Mysterious motions. Watch this Ichthid enigma traverse the tank. Its motions are subtle and elegant. They induce tranquility, perhaps too. They reveal divinatory truths. What the fuck? And then we also turn 7 strange catches into 7 veils. Advice from the deep. It's only dreams, of course. Cities of pearl, towers of ivory, the spined and lanky creatures that hisses advice in your ear. The chilly caress of currents, but each morning when you rise from sleep, the Z is a little more familiar. A whispering trophy cage. What the fuck? And then the last one is this, which at that point, we can honestly, like, almost complete the game, which is crazy. Now, there's still a few quests I want to do, and obviously there's tons of stuff that we can still pick up along the way as we go through some of the ports, but we're actually pretty close to being able to complete the game, but you can do that in many different ways anyway. Okay, so that's that one. How many hold spaces? We still got 21 hold spaces right now. We need to make some, I guess we sell some coffee here. Can we not? We really cannot sell the other thing, right? We just need to sell as much as we can. We're going to sell this, sell all the coffee, sell the... all but one. I think we need one of these. I'm selling the Zoop as well. We need, for the engine quest, we need sapphires. We need take 1 element of dawn, 1 casket of sapphire, and 40 units of Stygian ivory, which is why it takes so much space. You need the 40 units of Stygian ivory, and of course fuel in order to get it to the place, right? Which the island we need to go to is the only island I think we haven't seen yet. It's all the way at the bottom here in this dark area where we're going to be going. So yeah, I'm assuming we can't hire anybody. No, we cannot, unfortunate. Let's just hand in all of our port reports right now, which is going to be crazy. Mount Palmerston, 40. Let's see, we were at 41, around 41. I'm just going to click all these buttons. Are we going to succeed? We succeeded. 50 echoes for that. Very nice. I mean, it's not necessarily super profitable to do these. I mean, it is giving us like a few hundred here. It's just for the fuel. And if you're in the area anyway, like it doesn't waste much time to do these. Plus, it's like so satisfying. I mean, look at this. This was like a crazy long journey. What is happening here? They were always a funny lot. Probably got their comeuppance. Well... oh yeah, that was the place that completely disappeared. We got the Hoot, which I think might be the first time. 60 for that one. Holy shit. Low Burnett. They actually give 15 for that? That's right next door, bro. 55? Okay, that's actually a lot. Where do we need to go next? We need to go to... Wither. Okay, come on now. So yeah, I mean, that's 700 and a bunch of fuel, right? 700 plus, now we have 32 fuel, which is insane. I'm thinking how much we're gonna need. I would really like to do the engine quest now. I think that would be just very neat to complete it. We're gonna sell 2 caskets of sapphires because we only need 1. We're gonna sell... can we not... yeah, there, the Skintalak as well. So we need the romantic literature we should hand in at the flavor quest underwater, so we can get rid of that, which we needed 3. The life specimen... they're, like, relatively easy to get now, honestly. I don't know what I need to do with these. Oh, apparently I can literally just sell these to the scholar? Can I? Oh, yo, easy! Alright, we'll just get rid of them. 100 echo each. We'll just give them all to the scholar here. even more money, because I don't really need these right now. We can always pick up more, but I need to make as much space as possible here. There we go. And then, and I already made the I didn't forget, right? I made the Whispering Trophy case. Yeah, we're totally fine. So we got all these right now. We got 4 of them. And then we could also just keep handing in. We still got 8 of these, but we already got 5,000. I guess I'll hand in another one just to have 6,000 for no reason. What else can I give you? We got 20 extraordinary implication. We got so many intriguing snippets, which we could also turn into a bunch of money. Dude, this is like such a satisfying aspect. You've worked so hard for this, hours upon hours of like careful journeys with low money, and then you earn these like huge amounts of money after every trip. At which point you can do like anything you want at this point. I mean, with 7,000, we should be totally fine. I don't know if we can fail the getting the prisoner out and then have to spend an additional 3,000, which will be insanely fucked up. I'm just going to save the captivating treasure. We got 7 of them, 7 in the bank, I guess. Why not? So we could have 14,000 right now, but we don't need it, which is crazy, by the way. At that point, we're like halfway to the biggest ship, which only halfway. Well, no, we're closer. Need only like 8,000 more after that. I don't even know if it's worth this one, honestly. We already got what we need. It's just the hold capacity increase is really nice. Would make the quest that we're trying to do right now much easier. Anyway, do you need anything? Oh yeah, we need to pick up a network, an agent, and then we're gonna go spend some time with our family to enjoy their company, to lose a bunch of terror, very nice. And then we should also just like rest here to lose the wound that we had. Now you can actually buy the sea mansion, which you can give to your next character as well. Where we don't really care right now. This is something you need to do if you have the ambition to make a bunch of money. But we have a different ambition. We should deliver the wistful, or what is it? The Devilish. London, oh, the souls, I haven't smelt so many since. She inhales, eyes closed, face wrapped. Your hackney carriage approaches the embassy. A discreet arrival. The urbane devils meet you and the Devilish by one of the embassy's lesser entrances. He bows, she bows. They chatter together in one of hell's hissing, clicking languages and laugh at a shared joke. For a moment you seem forgotten, but she turns back to thank you? No, to pay you. All shall be well now, she says gleefully, and all manner of things shall be well. People keep saying that. That's freaky. You've done a terrible thing, and I am terribly grateful. Take this. Uh-oh. Another captivating treasure. Are you crazy? This is a smoldering ruby from the throat of Mount Palmerston. It is scorching hot from her touch. She chuckles fondly as you juggle it hastily from hand to hand. Perhaps I'll see you again. You're so much fun. Even more secrets. And another captivating treasure. Good lord, we have way too many of those. So yeah, this is where you could spend the money on everything you want, which I have everything I want right now, so I'm not going to be making more money here. We don't have the capacity right now to take the guy, so I think we're going to hold off on that right now, and we should just actually complete the quest. So let's see. We need to hand in, I think we need a few more supplies. 32 fuel I think might be enough. So we need to buy a few more supplies. We're going to just buy up to 15. And then we should probably fix our ship as well, which I'm just going to pay for it this time. You can actually do this one. If you're badly damaged and short of money, this is worth a go. It seems to indicate that it's like a chance, but it's not a chance. It will just repair like 75% of your hull, which is most of the time totally fine. So yeah, it's you just saving a bit of money that way. So now we're full again. And I'm pretty sure that's all I care about here. We've talked to everybody. So now, our journey is going to be to go to an area where we can buy... Well, first we should probably go to the Sea of Lilies. Then we need to go buy a bunch of Stygian ivory, which we should find an area that's closest to this. Give me a second. I think the closest for us is going to be either Polythreme or Nuke. Both of these sell it, so we can stop, I guess, at Polythreme, buy the Stygian Ivory there, and then we need to have just as little fuel and supply as possible to make it here, and then I guess go to, like, the Empire of Hands to buy some fuel at a really high price to just get the fuck out of there. But once we have this engine, it's going to be incredible. This is, like, one of the best things to do. if you can't complete it. This should always be like an end game goal of every playthrough to try and get this engine. So we're gonna go Sea of Lilies to get this prisoner out of prison, and then we are off to Polythreme. I made a slight detour because I remembered we still had the romantic literature that we needed to hand in. I think it was in this area. Oh yeah, here for the taste. So we're gonna go creation of a cigar, and then give you the romantic literature. There you go. Perfect. A crotchety tobacconist scrutinizes the literature through his pinceness. He carves into pages with a razor and carefully extracts passages of worth. I tell you, he says between puffs of his cigar, reading this makes me feel old. Before London fell, I never dreamed of such carnality. Not because I wouldn't desire it, but because I never imagined the possibilities they explore here. Finely chosen, Captain. Okay. Then we give you the ambiguous eolith that we had saved up. He weighs an eolith in his hand before tossing it into the air. Dense, sturdy. He catches and licks the stone, and well flavored. Perfect. These will make fine tools. I'll get to work immediately. He turns and strides up the stairs to his workshop. Hammer strikes ring through the floorboards above. We can do helping prepare the robust flavor for the cigar or whatever. We did it. The crotchety tobacconist and his apprentice stand with chains as you pry open the crate. An unfinished clay man glares from within and growls as you begin removing planks. Once you've opened it halfway, he roars and hurls his weight forwards. The wood splinters, the box breaks, and you sidestep his charge, letting him run directly into the workbench. From there, it's easy to bind him to the table with heavy chains. Well dodged, Captain. Reminds me of when I was young and spry. His apprentice stifles a giggle. I guess we're gonna harvest the robust flavor now. Shatter him or refuse to assist? I mean, he was running out of patience, right? We're gonna shatter him, I'm sorry. Take up the hammer and chisel, crack the clay man where the tobacconist is marked. Crack on. You work in a miasma of bitter dust and floral cigar smoke. At first, the clay man shouts, drown out the tap of the hammer. Soon, only the hammer rings out. The crotchety tobacconist grabs a fistful of clay shavings from the shattered left arm. He rubs the clay into a fine powder, sniffs it, and beams. Oh, this is exactly robust, but with a fierce bite to it. This'll get into your blood. Thank you, Captain. This is magnificent. What the fuck? And then we create something breathtaking for the luscious flavor. You write with the crotchety tobacconist puffing away behind your shoulder, blowing curling clouds of daffodil-scented smoke over your page. He smirks as he reads and claps you on the back. Fine, nearly too fine, enough to quicken and curdle the blood. Excellent work. And then we help prepare it. You spend hours reciting the popular Z-ballads of love in Wolfstack taverns, love beneath the decks, and love in the far-flung ports. Eventually, the crotchety tobacconist stops by to see your progress. He takes your poem from his pocket and presses it against a jar. The Blemmingham bangs pitifully against the glass. Listen, the tobacconist cries, clapping you on the back. Hear that tapping? It's correcting your meter. He cackles, smoke curling upwards from his lips. Well done, Captain. Harvesting the flavor? We'll do it. I'm sorry. We'll carve it up. It's a little mushroom friend. I'm so sorry. The Blemmingham does not notice you looming over it as it corrects your meter. It does not notice you raising the knife as it considers helpful edits to your rhyme. And when you drive the blade straight through its cap, it just shudders and dies. A viscous purple mixes with the red ink. The tobacconist chuckles and blows a satisfied stream of maple-tasting smoke. Now, Captain, shall I show you how to carve up the little bastard? What? Is that what this says? B blank 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 R? I don't know what that word could be. Some British swear word or whatever. And now we can do the creation of the cigar. The crotchety tobacconist has a dream to create a cigar that can be smoked underwater, and with your help, it might come true. Bitter, luscious, robust, 3 flavors, and we'll have the cigar. Is it time? The flavors have been gathered. Now, what must be done? The shop will close temporarily once you proceed. What can I buy here? I can buy fuel at an outrageous price, so I don't really give a fuck. The crotchety tobacconist blows a small ring around your head and smiles. Quite right. I think it's time we finish this. I'll begin my preparations. Come up. What's the tobacconist shouting about now? We're done gathering flavors, Captain, he shouts as you ascend. We'll make do with what we have. Let's finish it. The dogged apprentice is straining against the cords, holding him flat to the workbench. His wrists are raw and bleeding. The tobacconist blooms over him, sharpening a scalpel. Excellent. Now that you're here, Captain, we can start. I'll just need a donation from the boy and we'll have the last component. Could you keep him still? What the fuck? We can offer ourselves, reduce our hearts by 5? Suggest the tobacconist use himself? Help him get to work. I think we're just going evil mode on this one. I need to see what this is. I've never done this. I don't know if this is going to be worth it or if you're just evil, but let's do it. The dogged apprentice screws shut his eyes as the crotchety tobacconist outlines the corners of a box onto his flesh. At the tobacconist's instruction, you firmly place your hands on the corners, holding taut the skin between the lines. The crotchety tobacconist swiftly draws his scalpel across the apprentice's flesh. The blade cuts easily, snagging only once or twice. Whenever it does, the tobacconist readjusts the edge and gives it a sharp pull. I hate this. Slicing through the obstruction. The apprentice pleads, but his screams go unheeded. Your hands and the tobacconist grow bloody as you pinch and pull the patch of the apprentice's flesh. And when the screams become distracting, the tobacconist blows heavy smoke into his face. The apprentice's eyes flutter shut. The tobacconist grins and peels clean the skin he requires. And as he tends to the wrappings of the cigar, he oversees your preparations of a small tub of water. We're going to test our beauty there. The time has come. The cigar is in hand. He must test it. The crotchety... What? The crotchety tobacconist lowers the cigar into the water with shaking hands. He fumbles in his breast pocket for a cylinder of never-cold brass. It slips into the water with a hiss. Fishing it out, he holds it to the tip of the submerged cigar. The end starts to throb with a dull glow. My God, he cries. It works! He lowers his face into the water and draws on the cigar. He sits up, holding the smoke in. His eyes are closed. His expression is one of rapture. It feels like a long time before he speaks. It burns with hate. At one moment, it has the rawness of hot pitch, but this is tempered with such sweetness, like a beloved's perfume, that one revels in the taste. And this is united in a body of fecund earth. Oh, Captain, we have done it. Yo, you gain 20 Z stories, 25 tales of terror, 25 visions of the surface. We lose hunger, terror, gain fragments, an extraordinary implication, and we don't gain secrets. Interesting, I guess because we already had too many secrets. That is crazy. That's really helpful for what we're trying to do. That just saves us some time later. Very nice. So I guess this is a new quest in the underwater section that can allow you to get some stories, because it really feels like if you don't get them from the Isle of Cats, I don't know how you're supposed to get the stories that you need in order to be able to complete the poet ambition. But anyway, that was kind of fucked up, but also sick. Now what? A last request. A suitcase sits in front of the shop counter. 1 or 2 errant socks hang from the seams. It's time for the work to truly begin. The crotchety tobacconist says, arrangements for Rosegates have already arrived. All is settled. Could I just trouble you to take me from here? He blows a ring before glancing at his apprentice, sitting in the other corner of the counter. He corrects himself. Take us? Sure. Oh, is this going to take up space? The crotchety tobacconist strides into your submarine, humming a jaunty tune. To the Iron Republic, he cries, before resuming his song. The dogged apprentice is slower to board. He all but shuffles to you. The Grand Geode, he whispers, before entering your vessel and leaving Rosegate to the dark. Ooh, so we have a choice, I guess. We can take... Oh, wait, no, we're taking them to different areas, I see. Okay. Now it really depends on if that takes space. Let's take the port report. Are they taking space? They are not taking space, in which case I kinda don't really care. We should replace this though. Oh, I needed this skintalak for the Fair King and I sold it just now, my bad. Sometimes you have these random quests that you forgot about. So we need to go Iron Republic, and Grand Geode. I mean, we're gonna get there eventually anyway. Okay. That was sick. We completed that. I mean, it's all the way out here, so we don't want to do that right now. We just want to go to the Sea of Lilies to get the prisoner. There's the prison. Look at this area. I love the giant frogs. You never actually get to interact with those. I'm pretty sure they got, like, eyes on their back, by the way. You see, and then that's freaky. So, yeah, this is the prison, the wisdom prison, where we need to be because we need to... Well, get the port report. And then this one right here. 23% chance of success. You can also rescue the prisoner, which... saves you, you only get one chance at this. It is unlikely to be profitable unless you have someone in mind. Well, 14% chance is kind of fucked up. We can put on, do we have the thing that gives hearts? No, we don't, unfortunately. That's the one thing we still haven't made yet, so we can't increase our chances here. So we're just gonna go for this. Now, I think this is slightly misleading. It shows that it's a high-risk challenge and that it costs 3,000, which this is terrifying, right? But I'm pretty sure that if you fail it, you still get the prisoner. But succeeding this makes it cheaper. So let's try.
We succeeded! 23% chance, baby!
Oh, go on. I'm sure you'll bring me a replacement someday. He is so we talk to the... What are we doing here? Wisdom will release prisoners on payment of an eye-wateringly high redemption fee. It's not entirely clear whether this constitutes bribery or a legal instance of Kaganian mercy. He is convivial, the unctuous fellow. He convives to the extent of a half bottle of Greyfield's first sporing. A good thing you'd kept it for special occasions. You have a pleasant chat about Z weather and the loneliness of life out here in the Sea of Lilies. And he generously discounts the fee, so this is what happens. I actually don't know what happens if you fail. For some reason, I've done this only twice, and every time I've succeeded this. Like, I've been insanely lucky with this specific skill check here. So yeah, we... lost only 2,000 instead of 3,000, so I'm assuming otherwise it would either be the same or maybe even more expensive. Anyway, that saves us $1,000. That's awesome. And then you can do this, which gives you, I'm assuming, almost nothing. But if you have the specific person in mind, you can click this one right here. The Unsettling Sage. This is the man you came here for. Is he a man? There's something peculiar about the line of his jaw, the shape of his eyes, but he's grateful to see you. You now have the Unsettling Sage. You have my gratitude. Those not oracles. They have choked on me. They would have choked on me, but it would have done me little good. I would be gently digesting now, were it not for you. I see you have my friend with you. We are going to do great work, yes, my friend? Perhaps the great work. We shall wake those forces. Do you have the pattern? I can hardly wait. Why the fuck do you talk like this? Alright, there you go. So these quests were like so scary for me on my first playthrough, and I was like, oh my god, a high-risk challenge with 3,000 money? Like, what the fuck? But eventually they become very... manageable. Okay, so now we need to look at our hold. So we need to get 40 units of Stygian ivory, which we don't have the capacity for that, so we're gonna have to throw some overboard. I'm thinking probably 3 of these can go overboard, and then maybe some supplies can go overboard, because we really don't need this much. Let's just get over there, though, and see how much we have left. Alright, let's see. We have 24 slots available. So that means we need to free up 9 additional slots, which I think throwing this overboard is an easy way to make 3 slots. So we're gonna ditch that right there, because we can always get those easily in other places. And then we should probably use the supplies here to quickly repair. I think we can just use up like all of the supplies here to repair fully until it doesn't let me anymore. But I don't think we're gonna need this many. And then we probably just want to ditch a few more. Let's see. So now we have 30 or 31 slots available, which means we need 2 more slots. So I think we're just gonna go bye-bye to our 1 fuel, 1 supply. I think this should be totally fine. Then we're gonna go land here, and apparently you can buy it here. Let's see. Yes. No, you can sell it here. Oh, my bad. Wait a minute. Oops. Oh, but it's fine, because you can literally buy it in this underwater area. Does that mean you can literally just go back and forth between these two? I guess it's because they luckily spawn next to each other. So you can see that the way the map is divided into columns, every like tile has a set spawn of the islands on it, I think, and then the tiles can move around. So these are 2 different tiles. So I guess we just got really lucky here. Yeah, we need to go to Nuke, which is the big jaw monster thing that's underwater. This terrifying guy right here. Holy. We could also go into the mouth. We did that already, right? Which, for some reason, you could breathe in there. Like, you had to be naked and stuff. It was a wacky adventure for sure. Still many secrets here that I have not discovered. We're going to check out the shops here. Yeah, we just want to buy the Stygian Ivory. So we need to buy 40 units of this, which is very expensive, but it'll be extremely worth it. And then we have 2 slots available, so I guess we're just gonna buy a fuel and a supply back. So then we're fully done. So now we have 1 casket of sapphire, 40 Stygian Ivory, 1 element of dawn, the unsettling sage, the secret of the guy from Frostfound, and all of that combined. So the really hard things to get here is the secret from Frostfound, the element of dawn. You need to trade 50 supplies, remember, to get one of these in the Grand Geode. The unsettling stage is really expensive. The Stygian Ivory is really expensive. And then, of course, you need to have enough inventory to do both the Element of Dawn quest as well as this part of the quest where you need to have 40 in your inventory while still having fuel to get over there. So it's quite the difficult quest to complete, of course, but you're gonna be amazed. We got a journey over down here to the King Eater Castle. Alright, we are almost there, going into the one of the last unexplored areas of the map. We got this area still, and this up here is basically nothing. So I think there could still be underwater islands here too, actually. And I'm pretty sure there's like at least 1 massive ship. So take note of how fast we are right now. Pretty slow, right? This is how we've been going around the map. Now, obviously, you're watching the YouTube video, so I've been cutting out a lot of the traveling, but it's taken me ungodly amounts of times, oh god, to go between all these ports, because this is just the max speed that we can go at. Now I could shoot you. You have a lot, actually. I kind of want to just avoid you if possible. I'm gonna go, you're probably gonna shoot me once. But yeah, this is the King Eater Castle here, which probably has a bunch of lore that I don't really know about. There's always a glorious dreadnought here, which I don't know what these are. Are these like ghost ships or something? Or god ships? I'm not sure. Anyway, here we are. King Eater Castle. An old veracity lives here in the far reaches of the sea. The priests are gone, but sacrifices are still made. Perhaps you have come here to make a sacrifice. Perhaps the sacrifice is you. The 6th witness, a woman in rags, stands on the battlement, staring to the east. What the fuck? Well, let's do what we came here for first, before we do anything else. Construct the Fulgent Impeller. Under directions from the mechanic, your crew pieced the slabs of black ivory together, as the ancients were set to assemble stone walls without mortar. Sometimes they must saw a piece in half or abrade its sides to make it fit, but the work proceeds with surprising speed. The impeller begins to take shape, a squat, heavy-shouldered shape, like a scarecrow built to resemble an engine. I don't think this is engineering anymore, the mechanic confides. Possibly it's witchcraft, but I don't really mind. He rubs his hands. Oh god, we're gonna give up crew. We're gonna be slow as fuck. I didn't realize that was part of it. We need to have the materials for the impeller, the casket of sapphire, the unsettling sage, the mechanic's secret, the 40 Stygian ivory, the element of dawn, which will then allow us to click this button. Destiny's engine. Now the mechanic wraps ivory segments with wire and scalds them with acid. He stains them with blood. I'll need some of yours too, he says apologetic. You're the captain. He studs the bones with sapphires. He has the sailors bring up his last 2 custom-made components, an assemblage of copper tubes in which he places the element of dawn, and a steel capsule the size of a barrel, which he has the sailors lock into the impeller's black bone core. Almost ready. he affirms. It just needs a spark and a heart. He looks to the unsettling sage. Yes, I know, the sage says, a little sadly. The heart is destiny's engine. He climbs into the capsule at the impeller's heart and locks the framework into place behind him. The mechanic strikes the tube which contains the element and spits forth a sizzle of rosy light. The ivory blazes instantly with energy. The capsule instantly incandescent with heat, seals shut forever. With a ticking sound, it slowly begins to cool. The impeller stands radiant, and whole before you, a jigsaw of heatlessly blazing ivory with a martyr at its core. What a relief, the merchant says. I wasn't entirely sure that would work. He claps you on the shoulder. My work is done. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, it uses up everything that we gave it. We do gain a Searing Enigma, actually. And we get the Fulgent Impeller. Now let's take a look at that engine, shall we? This is an engine. Let's look at our current engine. It is the Leadbeater and Stainrod Bodicay, or whatever. And it gives us 1,500 engine power, which I'm pretty sure this costs like $2,000 to buy. This thing gives you 50% fuel efficiency, so you use half as much fuel at all times. Engine power plus 5,000, which is insane. Plus you get iron stats and mirror stats from it. Holy shit, it is so good. Let's put it on, baby. So yeah, this thing, from now on, it's gonna make everything so much nicer. And it's just such an achievement to get this one, the 50% fuel efficiency. Now, the unfortunate part about this is that you cannot give the engine to your next character. I think you can give a weapon to your next character, but you can't give an engine. That would be insane if you could give this to your next character. Holy shit. So yeah, we now have still enough to get out here, and we can check. So let's go. Did I get the port report, by the way? And there's might be a little more to do here. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, you can offer all of your stories. We have 38 of them to randomly teleport around the map. We're not going to do that, of course. The sixth witness, though. What is this? Startled by your approach. I am sorry. I didn't expect anyone else to be here. Sit with me. No, do not look east. I only dare because I know I will see nothing, like the 5 before me. It is my first time at Z. We do not get out much, but you must have traveled far to end up here. Tell me your stories. You barely begin before she interrupts. How about the Gant Pole? They say they see the future. If you go, would you ask what the 7th will witness? I happily give my life to prepare the ground, but to know would be the greatest of honors. Well, I guess we'll do that. Besides that, we can eat our crew. Holy fuck. Do not do that. Wait, what? Eat your crew. Not all of them will go easily. Do not do this. This will destroy all your crew and any human or near-human officers. The struggle will wound or even kill you. Why is it an option then? Do not do this. I love that. Do not do this. Wait, lose your mind. Offer your thoughts to the altar. Do not do this. Okay, well, why do you give me the option then? Now you're tempting me. I'm not gonna do it though, that's crazy. We're gonna get the port report here, that's for sure. Everything is horrible. It's not really an appropriate title for a formal report, is it? Let's find something a little more clinical. Wait, did you even read this? I did read this, right? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. In the far reaches of the sea, the priests are long gone, but sacrifices are still made. You have come here to make a sacrifice. Perhaps the sacrifice is you. I don't know what's going on with this background. Oh, that's the heart here? This thing? Connected with like a bunch of weird cables. It's like a weird altar here. Eat your crew, crazy option. So yeah, let's see how this engine works, right? The 50% fuel. So the fuel, so you can see with the fastest engine, it still feels maybe slow if you're used to, if you are not used to this game, but this is insanely fast. Like, holy fuck. We are gonna outspeed everything. I mean, we're like at least double as fast as we were before. And the 50% fuel use is just absolutely unbelievably good. Because it allows you to just have much less fuel in your inventory at times. It saves so much money. And you can have more space for other things instead of just carrying around. Like, half your inventory is almost always fuel because you just need that much to get around. Which this way you just save so much And you could do many more trade runs. And just time is money. There's another glorious dreadnought. I don't know why this guy isn't shooting me, by the way. I guess he's just taking it. I don't know. But anyway, he's down. Maybe he's scared. Did that give me nothing? Oh, there we go. We got a crate of human souls. Alright, whatever. So yeah, much faster than we were before. You can rewind the video to see the comparison. We are absolutely flying. It feels like... That's crazy. It's so good. Okay, so where are we going now? We still have the letter for Hideaway. We really want to do the Avid Horizon quest as well. And we need to get to the Iron Republic and the Grand Geo to deliver the other guys, as well as get stuff for the Empire of Hands, because we need to do some deliveries. I wanted to make sure to get the engine before I did some of these, like, time-intensive back-and-forth type quests. But yeah, look at this. We're just absolutely flying right now. I'm just going through the dark area. Let's see if we can find another island here. Dude, this is so satisfying. After going slow as fuck the whole time, which there's something so nice about this game and it being so slow. Like, it's not for everybody. Obviously, if you're hearing these words, it is for you because you made it this far. Just the satisfaction of going from, like, this really tiny ship, having no... Oh, wait, there's an island here. Having no idea where the hell you are. Like, not knowing the lore and slowly reading all the islands, knowing what things are and what kind of things you can chain together. Like, I think one of the most one of the most satisfying things is, like, planning a good early game route and then, like, chaining that into late game mission completions, because some of these missions can take, like, entire hours of gameplay just, like, trying to figure out how to chain them together. But if you can do that, like, a little bit faster, it saves so much time. Like, this playthrough, I mean, it's an insanely long video you're watching, obviously, but the time that this took me on the first playthrough was, like, at least 3 times longer. Like, everything is just... if you don't know how to do it, it can save you a lot of, or it can cost much more time by nature of you just, like, going back and forth a bunch more. Anyway, Igol, the station is pinned to the surface of Igol. Once it was a roving vessel, the Fortas Kettle, and floating freely from place to place. Now it is stuck on spines of fluke rock. Ask the first mate for help finding the regret of the sensitive brother. What the hell? We can bribe the first mate with solace fruit. Interesting. Let's assemble a port report. You gather a description of the Fortas Kettle and a survey of its resources. You scrape away a little of the sealant, the color of amber and the texture of wax that keeps out seawater where the hull is pierced by the spines of Igol. You sketch the arrangement of decks and hatches so far as you've been able to reach. But about the population, you cannot offer as much detail. The tomb colonists declined to be identified, and the traveling postman laughs at you. Okay, so we need solace fruit, which, that's the thing. You can turn drowning pearls into solace fruit in Guider's Morn, I think, and you can sell this as well. We need to have acquaintance. So we just need to bribe you a bunch. We just need to give you tons of solace fruit, I guess. Oh, you can also get it from the Mangrove College. I guess we can write that down. Solace fruit for Igul. Whatever. Is there anything to buy? There is fuel. Dude, all the fuel here is so cheap underwater. I don't understand why it's so cheap on these underwater ports. I guess I'll buy a bunch now that I have space again. I want to buy like 25. I guess we don't need that many. And then like 15 supplies, so we're just good again. We have more than enough to get around. So yeah, you can have much less fuel now, which is amazing. You're definitely a little bit slower underwater, I think. I mean, dude, it's like the difference here feels like I'm a damn speedboat over here. Now, this is also a heavy ship, by the way. So if you have a smaller ship, you're going way faster. What the fuck is all this? So much weird stuff here. Just trying to explore the different map tiles here. See if we can find anything on the water. Just want to show some of the speed of this ship now. Like, cause... Oh. Did we find something? I heard a sound. I did find something. What is it? Oh, it's a weird fish man. A beloved fish man. Look at that guy. What the fuck? You're going against the current, sir. Can he even reach me? Is he just stuck? Dude, he's getting screwed over there. Feels bad, man. Rest in peace. Bye-bye. Another thing on the water. Fillet for supply, get knowledge, or get a beast. I think we already did this one, didn't we? I'm gonna dissect it for knowledge. 2 hunting trophies, thank you very much. What is this thing? There's another thing over there too. Things everywhere. Oh shit. Whale bones. The Z has not been kind. The colossal skull is intact, but the body has been reduced to a gnawed frame of bones. Carvings have been scored into the bones. Examine the engravings. Collect unknown toxins or harvest Stygian ivory. Let's examine the engravings. Someone has made a palimpsest of the bones. This is not a corpse, but a bone book. A Z voyage is engraved on the skull from a city of a confluence of 3 rivers. A woman is at the helm, on the underside of a rib. The same image is reversed. She returns. An ancient language is scrawled over everything. Someone has attempted to score out the words, but was prevented halfway through or gave up. We gained a tiny bit of fragments and one singular intriguing snippet. That was not the most valuable stuff, but whatever. I want to check the other thing underwater too. Oh, and there's another thing. There's so much stuff here. What the fuck? Oh, that's literally just a bomb. Ay, 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 ay. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. It made weird sounds. I didn't like that. I don't know if it did anything bad though. What are these? Ooh, disease bounty sustains us, +1 supplies? What the fuck? Oh, it's another one of these motherfuckers, dude. Hello, sir. I'm gonna absolutely explode you. 2 more shots and you're done for. Bye-bye. It's so dirty. I think there's still another weapon you can also get. Dissected for knowledge again, I guess. 2 more hunting trophies. So this weapon was also a quest. I mean, we've done so much in this playthrough. Which that weapon is another, like, big milestone that we reached at that... Oh god, it's dark here. What the fuck, that's kind of freaky. Ooh, what is all this? I probably should go up, huh? Because we're almost running out of oxygen here. Maybe that took my oxygen or something, I'm not sure. Is this another abyss? That might just be a rock. What is... Am I gonna hit this? What the fuck is this? Ow! Okay, it's just a rock. Fuck me. Okay, I should get the fuck out of here before I drown in my little submarine. Thank you very much. Oh shit. Escape underwater combat by resurfacing. Apparently, I didn't realize. I was being attacked. We still have news, right? So we can go stop at Adam's Way as well. Hand in the news. I'm just finishing this one last tile. Here, we almost have the full map completed. I mean, because, like, these areas don't matter. I don't think you can even get all of this, because this is, like, out of bounds. Because you can't go on land with a boat. So you can't get those, unfortunately. We've never gone into Adam's Way, I think. Oh, God. You're a Republican Dreadnought. I don't think you give me jack shit for fighting you. But... you're fighting me, so I guess I'm fighting you. I mean, this engine also makes all those, like, fights where you have to rotate so much easier. Definitely the combat in this game is not, like, the greatest, obviously. Just, like, staying at the back and rotating behind them, and they kind of just don't know how to deal with it. But it's just such a tricky game in all other regards that it totally... It's also a thing you have to, like, learn. I mean, it's pretty easy to learn, but anyway. What do you give me? You give me a memory of distant shores. Yeah, we need to go collect all the stories now from the Isle of Cats. Since we can almost make the Song of the Z. And we should do the merchant quest. But let's stop at Adam's Way here. It's so nice. Now I can include some of these sections. Because I was cutting out, like, almost all of the traveling. Because it just took, like, 5 minutes between locations sometimes. And, like, it's just the video's already long enough, you know. But now you can see just the difference. Near Adam's Way. Oh, we have an unfinished still, too. All ships that approach Adam's Way are intercepted by the gracious, the presbyterate, splendidly head-dressed coast guards. A quaint but inviolable tradition governs entry. You must tell them one of 3 stories. In return, you will be permitted to spend a single day in the port. Well, we have 4 unread logs, so might as well do that one because we only have 1 recent news. A new day. The log ends immediately after an intriguing discovery. Did the captain survive? Did she return to her sweetheart? The gracious are unconcerned. Endings always disappoint, don't you think? The day has just begun. In the town's square, a yellow-robed priestess plants a seed in a bed of black soil. No sooner has she patted down the soil than a tiny shoot pokes forth. By mid-morning, it will be a sapling. By lunchtime, a budding tree. By the evening's end, it will wither and fall. You must be back on your ship before then. The tree of a single day is a hopeful sapling, green and budding. Okay. Ask storytellers about the Clattery Heart. So this is a quest. There's a few quests, like obviously it's a absolutely massive game. There's lots of ways to go through it. I've just shown you only one way, and also based on RNG and the random placements of islands, you can have completely different stories. You can also have different officers, like I have these officers. You do see a lot of these faces, like you probably are going to see this one too. Now the Clattery Heart is a ship that you can get. However, we already have a better ship than this one, so I'm not going to be following the Clattery Heart quest, but this is actually a relatively decent quest to do. It's not like the best ship, but I mean, it's a free ship that you can get through quests, so you could do that one. Visit an exhibition of presbyterate curiosities. For the insignificant price of a single echo, the sober showman will lay the wonders of the elder continent directly at your feet. Listen to a storyteller? Yeah, we definitely want the port report. Let's do that. Ignore the gaudy entertainments intended to defraud visitors. Past the street hawkers. They will only tell you what you want to hear. Shun the tavern gossip, most of which is fabricated by the Mithridate office. The Prester's propagandists. The buzzing of the bees. Climb the stairs, cut into the hill, sit at the foot of the bee-capped stone columns. They will shield you from the southern mountain heat. Be quiet, listen. Old storytellers share the shadow. The Prester is on the verge of declaring the Dawn Machine a blasphemy. London's bureaucracy is riddled with the children of the thief of faces. An expedition of foreigners recently put the shore to the west, then went south in search of the garden. They were discovered and given to the Red River. What the fuck? Assist at an animescence hospital. An avuncular broker has a commission. His client has a task of modest but scriptural significance. He is conducting interviews. Sure. He meets you on the balcony of a shoreside coffee house. His handshake is effusive. His smile and cummerbund are abroad. What the hell? So many words I'd never heard before. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing half some of these words correctly, but anyway. He urges you to squares of sticky baklava and a tiny glass of black coffee sweetened with a sprig of mint. I trust you won't mind answering a few questions, he asks, opening a notebook, to ensure we're on the same page, so to speak. The interview is scandalously personal. What business has he to ask such things? We can lie with a 25% chance, or just give him one singular secret. We will do that. Here you go. An unexpected tactic. He blinks in surprise. Goodness, I must admit, I expected you to lie. Never mind, never mind. Knowing you as well as I do now. He studies his notebook, too embarrassed to meet your eye. I think we can do business. Well, we did it. Now can we do business? Accept the avuncular's broker's commission. He orders a plate of figs soaked in honey. Tell me what do you know about the disciples of the thief of faces? Doing the Prester's work. Or snuffers to children and Londoners. Awful creatures. Eat candles, steal faces. Erasing them is a sacrament. An associate of mine recently found one in Port Carnelian. But before he could expose it, he disappeared. Perhaps the snuffer got him. Or perhaps one of the port spies. The place is stuffed with them. Your commission is to root out Port Carnelian's snuffer. Capture it. Bring it back here. I'd like to ask it a question or two. He pops a fig into his mouth. Okay, so we're going to Port Carnelian. Port Carnelian for Adam's Way quest. Oh boy. Assist at the Animescence Hospital. Might as well try that. Let's see. Assist in the cloisters. We can do both of these for, like, no risk. So let's do this one, I guess. Where the monks catalog the patient's dispositions, particularities, and progress. 2 supplies. Nice. Taxonomy. You conduct interviews, record observations, track the simmering, inexorable advancement of a dozen cases of the disease. The more phlegmatic patients endure better than the melancholy on the sanguine and the sanguine. The abbot commends your attention to detail. The monks are not wealthy, but they pay for your assistance with barrels of fresh well water, gold-crusted bread, and a small precious box of lemons. Nice. We will carry water in the Chapel of Pyres. Ooh, you gain stories? Oh, that's another way to gain stories, I guess. I mean, we can literally just farm that here. Oh, apparently it's done, though. Return to your ship, that's it? I mean, we have enough...
Wait, we could do this so many times! What the fuck? Do it another one? We can do another day? Wait, we can farm like crazy here. But is there any other thing? We should do this one too. We should just get more lore. I'm gonna read that one next time because I didn't read it. Visit an exhibition of presbyterate curiosities. Costs a single echo, a pleasant distraction. The sign advertising his entertainments bristle with exclamation marks. In person, he is more circumspect. We can grant your crew shore leave for losing terror. Visit the grotesquerie. A sign stands before the Crimson Tent. Today, behold a monstrous aboriginal of the elder continent, a disciple of the Thief of Faces. Attend the Cabinet of Curiosity. A sign outside the tent reads, revealed for the first time, innumerable mysteries of the interior, a profusion of presbyterate secrets to perplex and petrify. A case catches your eyes. It is labeled The Covenant. Let's do that one. We gain a story and some fragments. The Prester saith, here's a plaster cast of one of the tablets that stands at the mountain's foot. A helpful plaque furnishes a translation. The Prester saith, when I die, yet shall I not die. The hour of my death shall be chosen, yet no man shall choose it. I am eternal, and yet my reign is circumscribed by law and fate. I will feast at my funeral, and my child shall be my cupbearer. Whatever the fuck that means. Okay. I think these just give you random, like, little bits of lore of things. More about the world. Catch a nut that falls off the tree. Now, I think we're just gonna farm that story thing. That seems really good. This one, Carry the Waters. Yo. Where patients in their final throes rave on stone beds. Deathbed confessions. The chapel smells like a chop house at lunchtime. You make your way between the beds, tipping sips of water between parched lips and holding hands as hot as kettles. In their final fevers, the patients whisper their regrets, their secrets, their solace. Yo, that is super nice to farm these here. We're gonna just do that as many times as it lets me. Oh, I failed it. I can fail it. I forgot that that's a thing that can happen. I can just do it again. Return to my ship. Give them news of London. Go back to the hospital. Carry water. Carry water. Yo, that's crazy. And then we have another few unfinished logs, which we can get these. I forget where exactly. I think it's at, like, Codex. You can hand in, like, a lamentable relic for a few of these. This might actually be an even better way to farm this. Because we need 77 of each of these. I'm just going to hand in the final one, too, here. Finish still. And especially the Z stories are really annoying to get. We have 50 of those now. Dude, what the fuck? Just farm. Okay, nice. Very cool. And now we're done with this, though. I think there's more to do here. I'm not necessarily sure. Let's see. So we now have... where does this even show? It shows in the... it shows between here. There you go. The Z stories are here, but I can't see the Tales of Terror. They're right up there. So 57, 53. We got a bunch of Visions of the Surface as well, and Memories of Distant Shores. So I think what we're gonna do now, I guess, is just go to the Isle of Cats to pick up the remainders of the stories, and then go Grand Geode and Iron Republic to deliver the other guys. Which we are honestly just kind of, like... I mean, this is using up a lot of fuel, right?
but the fuel is based on the engine power. So I definitely could have and should have probably gotten a better, what the fuck? A better engine for a while now, because it definitely slows you down. But I was like, well, it's mostly just wasting my time, because I can just cut it out of the video. And it definitely helps us, like, keep the momentum up for quests that we're trying to do. So I did the slightly slower time-wise decision, for my time at least, in order to make the playthrough more smooth overall. Because obviously if you spend a few $1,000s on an engine, you're gonna have less money to do other things. Plus I knew that we were going for the quest anyway. Are you underwater? What's happening here? Oh, there you go. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's a big purple blob. That's the first time we saw one of those, I think. Jellyfish passing. It was a colossus of toxic tentacles capped with hardened ramming goo. Now it is a smear on the ocean surface. Jellyfish dissolve in minutes once they're dead. We will let it disperse, of course. We gain a Z story, a face. It looks very like flourishing of years, the grand shrine face of visage. Something about the eyes, the sternness of the mouth. Perhaps only that it stares at the roof, just as flourishing of years does. Now it dissolves. You could swear it's mouthing a word. Home. We gain yet another Z story for the collection. And we're going up a little bit to get one of these here. We're, like, genuinely almost done with the whole map here. And come on, there you go. I just open the map over and over again to see if I export the tile. You can still get these, but there's no island there, so we don't really care. There's actually this guy here, though. But I don't think we have anything for you. These light ships are kind of pointless. There's another enemy. So yeah, I've been doing this, by the way. I've not shown every single time I've done this, but like when I go around and there's like monsters, I just shoot them. Because it's just so free now to farm them. Oh god, you're gonna hit me. My bad. Got a little too fast, so a little too close. Because we're so damn quick now. Good lord. I've only used one fuel so far in this like journey. Crazy. What do you give me? We can examine its cage for some... Yeah, one hull, but the hunting trophies. We got 25 hunting trophies. I think there are ways to turn hunting trophies into valuable stuff. And you can also, like, can't you hand them in at the scholar? I think you can do that, too. It's crazy. The scholar is so busted. You can get so much money. I don't know where they're getting all the money from. Yeah, port report. And then we will walk in the rose garden. Let's see what we get. 10 Tales of Terror. So what you do now... is we need to farm these, right? So you just sit here. You can even turn off the light sometimes. Yeah, so you can turn off the lamp. It's only building up terror extremely slowly, and then every minute you can do this. Now, it is going to take up like one supply per time you try this. So it will, and also the terror is building up. So basically you just wait until it's all the way full. Then you turn on your light, and then it should go down again. So then it goes down, and then once it reaches 0, you turn the light back off, and you just ping-pong it back and forth, because when you have the light on, it does use fuel. Obviously, we're not moving right now. And we have... This is such an important mechanic of the game, by the way, if I haven't stated it clearly enough, if you're playing for yourself after you've watched and you want to play. You need to not max out your crew. One of the worst things you can do is maxing out your crew and having, like, massive supply use, because it is gonna require you to have so many more things carrying around. Like, you have to have maybe more supplies, which is expensive. It is also, like, wasteful, because your hold space is very valuable to do quests and stuff. We're gonna walk again. We're gonna get 10 memories of this is short. So yeah, I'm gonna do this a few times. We're just gonna sit here and get as many stories as we need, or until we kind of run out of supplies, I guess. I think we have enough now. We got 157 Tales of Terror. Very, very nice. We also have 74 Distant Shore memories, so you can only get the Tales of Terror and the Distant Shore memories this way, and you can turn those into the Z stories. So we have more than enough right now, so that's all of the 77 of each, which is such an insane thing to ask, and it kind of requires you to, like, farm it in a bit of a weird way. It's cool that you can also do this, like, in Adam's way. You can just turn a bunch of... I think it's these lamentable relics into unread logs at Codex, and then go to Adam's Way and just farm stories over and over again. Because I think you can get like 4 or 5 of each in Adam's Way per unread log. So do that a few times and you have all of them in no time. So that might actually be an easier way to do it. Anyway, well, this is also a pretty easy way. You just have to complete the Isle of Cats quest, which we've done. It's crazy. Like seeing this map now and like realizing like how many quests you've done on each and every one of the islands. It's such a fun experience. And then you can start from the beginning again and do it all over again in different orders, more efficient. Like that's why I love games like this, because not only is there so much like there's really fun gameplay when it comes to like I guess we might as well go while we're talking. Really fun gameplay when it comes to I thought there was a there you go. I saw this one. When it comes to completing all the quests and chaining them together, at least in my opinion. Like, I know this is definitely one of those games that's not for everybody, but man, is it a beautiful game. And then the depth of the story and the places you can find, and it goes even beyond this game. Like, there is also Sunless Skies. There's another game that I haven't even played yet, which is in the same universe, where you're, like, flying in the cave as well, I think. I'm not really sure what happens in that game, but that one is... oh, nice, we get 400 echoes. You're flying instead of in a boat, which is interesting. I don't know how that works, because I haven't seen the game or played it. But that game came after this one. Even though this game is like 10 years old, it holds up so well. Like, it's just such a cool game. But like every single island, I think what really like is simultaneously really weird when you first play it and also really satisfying when you get more into the game is that the world is like all these little islands that kind of feel completely separate. Like they feel like separate stories, but that also means that you can like tackle them one at a time. Like you can just go to Visage, do the whole Visage masquerade ball thing, like focus on that. And then you can do the Isle of Cats smuggling quest. You can go to Port Cecil to play quest with coral monsters. You can go to the Empire of Hands to deal with a bunch of monkey people stealing or trying to get souls for their ascension or whatever. Like there's just different wacky shit happening all over. And like you'll definitely miss some of these quests, like even as I've played here, and especially if you are not familiar with the game and you watch the whole video, you're gonna be you must be confused about a lot of the things and a lot of the locations. But that's the beauty of like just replaying it and seeing locations another time. You learn like, oh, this was that location where we did all the chests, and then you have like kind of a background already about a location, and then you can like have that as background knowledge, and then while you read all the information, you like have kind of an idea in what context it's happening, which really helps with like digesting the overall lore. Because I mean, the writing is really good. It's a bit, I guess, pretentious in a way with some of the words that it uses, but I think it's really pretty writing, and pretty succinct. Like I know it's a lot of reading. It's kind of like an audiobook video, I guess, in a way, but that this massive video where I did all the reading, so you didn't have to do it. But it's such a nice experience. It's just a satisfying experience to actually read. And you don't have to read everything. Like, you can just, for a lot of things, just, like, click through it really fast. Do we do a port report? Do we get screwed here? Oh, we just get a port report. We don't get screwed. Let's part with the dogged apprentice, which is why we got here. He stands on the deck, staring at the glittering geode beyond the Royal Marines. His lips twitch. He has something to say. The apprentice's voice catches in his throat when he tries to speak. Finally, he takes a deep breath and manages to whisper, "He'll make thousands more, just like the first one." He turns to you. Beads of sweat have gathered at his temples. "I wanted to defy the laws of nature, but not like that. And now the Z will burn." The dogged apprentice dabs his forehead with a handkerchief, then brushes past you to join the bright-eyed people of the Grand Geode. Well, we may have done something bad. Asked to speak with someone in authority. This is also such a fascinating quest, which is not that hard to do. The main thing that makes it hard if you're doing like the other quest is you need a second Dread Surmise to do this. So the Dread Surmise you can buy. I think you can literally, no, you can't buy it here. Well, maybe you can if you get, you can buy it somewhere. You can buy it for either 9 Searing Enigmas or 7, but if you use the 7 at the Alarming Scholar in London, you kill them, I think, or something. They become unavailable, which means that you can't turn in any stuff to them for money. They will come back on the next playthrough, so it's fine. But yeah, getting one of these is really hard because a bunch of Searing Enigmas is extremely expensive. I mean, we have 4 right now, and we can buy more. But yeah, they are fucked up. Like, I've been saving these up. I think I've only turned in like 1 or 2 maybe, and I've been saving them up, and like you just get so few of them. Anyway, we have brought you here, which is what I wanted to do. I guess we'll talk to somebody. We lose some terror. I'll take it. And besides that, we are gonna move on here. And then go to the Iron Republic, I guess. This is where the Dawn machine is, by the way. The machine that, like, makes sunlight or something. There's, like, things in the overarching universe. There's also, like, quests that allow you to further London supremacy and, like, the Dawn machine supremacy, which I don't know what happens if you do that too much and, like, something takes over. I don't know, some kind of revolution. Maybe the sun returns to the Untersee. I'm not sure what you could do. Probably crazy shit. Man, it's so nice to just go in a direction, and before I even finish really talking, and I'm already there. It's so fast, and saving so much fuel too, which we can buy nice cheap fuel here as well. So yeah, we bring the other one here. Oh yeah, you can pick up hydrogen, only 1 at a time, for the Zeppelin of the monkeys. No deposit is required. Whatever deal the monkeys have with the Republic considers them good for it. I think you need to do this 5 times, unfortunately, so it is quite the time-intensive quest. We are going to deliver the crotchety tobacconist. The crotchety tobacconist shakes your hand vigorously. I owe you my gratitude. This will be a fine place for us to produce more of these underwater beauties. By this time next year, should have the entire Z burning. He extracts a cigar from his seemingly bottomless case, but pauses before lighting it. Thank you again, my friend. We now have 1 supremacy for the anarchists. Lo thy dread empire, chaos is restored, light dies before thy uncreating word. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not selling you shit. We have never done the port report. Let me just show you what happens when you do. I'm gonna click it. Let's see. You lose... It's not that big of a deal, but you lose a stat point for this, which is kind of wild. New passions. Wait, it won't be entirely straightforward. The streets won't lie straight, and the ink freezes whenever you look away from the inkwell. New passions. The sensations of the Republic are overwhelming. This is a desire for years. That is a hatred for fountains. Here is an emotion that can only be expressed mathematically. Now you are awash with nostalgia for the hatching of the egg. Write it down, write it all down. Perhaps you'll be rid of it. We gain a tale of terror, memory of distant shores, and we lose a heart. And the Gesundheit conspiracy is open for business. Which, is that this? I don't know. I'm buying a bunch of fuel, though. This is literally cheaper than in London, so I don't see a reason why we shouldn't buy, like, 40 of this. We're gonna need 40 cargo slots to be able to carry the merchant to Avid Horizon, which I think is gonna be our next mission here. Can I? No, nothing else to do here. All right, whatever. Let's go, I guess, just back to London now. Back to London, pick up the Avid Adventure. I mean, we can also go to the Empire of Hands, like, back and forth over and over again. We do need a candle before we get there, right? Because we also want to do the archaeological expedition with the adventurers still. I think that's still a cool quest that we need to complete. So, I think I'm going to skip to London. Give me a second. Oh, hello there. I just stopped at the Cumian Canal for a port report, but there is somebody here. Have the Clattery Air perform an urgent intervention. A bandage-wrapped sailor is trying to gain passage to the surface. He must stop desiring it. The trip would kill him. 60% chance. I guess we'll give that a shot. We succeeded. We gained a crew. Yo, what the fuck? That's not very useful, but... Bright shining. You offer the sailor passage upwards and direct him to the Clattery Air surgery. When he sees the operating table, he knows he has been tricked, but there is no fight in him. The Clattery air extracts something from the sailor. It gleams with its own light. The sailor curses you for saving his life. Now there's nothing but sailing in the dock, he says, and I'll likely drown instead of burn. But for now, you'd better have me on your crew, since you're the reason I still need a job and rations. So yeah, we gain another Clattery treatment, which we could go up to the surface, to be honest, to get some cheap supplies and get rid of this crew, which is fucked up. I'm going to the surface right now. We losing all the terror. We haven't been here in a bit anyway. We're going to Naples, lose some fuel. So this is, you can do all kinds of quests on the surface. I have not dove much into this. There's so much to do here. Let's do, we need to buy some supplies. Buy supplies for really cheap. And then we can do carry cargoes around the Mediterranean, which will definitely lose us some crew. There we go. 500 though. Holy shit, it's such a good way to make money. And we are at half crew now, so I'm gonna be careful. We wanna buy how much supplies? I mean, it's so much cheaper here. It's crazy compared to London. You save 15 per supply purchase. So I think for the journey ahead, I remember you can buy 10 at a time here. I don't know what's going on, why I can't do that now, but whatever. I think 15 might be enough. But since we're here and it's so cheap, I think I'm going to go all the way up to 20. And then we could also do some more. This is so annoying having to click this so many times, but it is what it is. There you go. Buy some fuel. How much fuel do we have? Purchase fuel. We have 18. It's 15 bucks though, and we're close to London, so I'm not going to waste my money here. I think we're just going to leave. Get out of here again. I just wanted to get rid of the crew. There's not that many ways to get rid of crew members. Oh god, we lose even more fuel. Wait a minute. I mean, we got 7 fuel with the engine. That should be enough. And you really don't want to be above, like too far above. There's this like Reddit post. If you just search like optimal crew member Sunless Sea, you'll find the Reddit post where it shares you for every ship how many crew is like optimal for like not using a lot of supplies, which is extremely useful. I think for this ship with the dissect it. The ship that we have, as well as this item, so we are clay, reduces the crew requirements, which is really useful because you need to use less food then. It's 14, so we want to be at like 14. That's ideal, but anything between 11 and 14 is better than higher, because then you start using more and more food, which is going to absolutely... Like, it's not necessarily that it costs a lot of money, it's just annoying to carry that much food around, you know? That's the main deal. Hello there, sir. I just literally go so fast up to them that I just scare off. They're like, what the fuck? Did I get hit? I don't think I did. I'm just dissecting these for knowledge. It's just, over time, this will give you like 3 secrets in an entire playthrough pretty much, which isn't like amazing, but it's something at least. But anyway, we have already reached London, just like that. Beautiful journey indeed. Oh, my light is turned on. Still got 18 supplies. And we have enough port reports. I need to save some port reports so we can do the quest as well. Let's see. We're gonna do that one, and then I should check in my lodgings, in my study. Now we can also do this one. The shrine, create the shrine to stone. You know the hymns, the prayers, the traditions. Perhaps you believe, perhaps you don't, but it'll comfort the sailors. So we gain another 7 hearts, or we gain 7 hearts for this. And it costs 7 secrets. A glittering shrine. You labor on the shrine for a night and day and a night. Following the prescribed patterns with care. Stone likes beautiful things. Stone likes light. So the stories go. Of course, stone, if she even exists, is a shining mountain 1,000 miles to the north, to the south. I can't read. But your shrine is pretty. We lose the treasure, but we have the final piece now. So now we have all these different pieces. We have the secrets, the tales of terror. We just need to finish out our Z stories and memories. And then we need Cecil, Irem, Khan's Heart. Oh, so we do need the port report of Khan's Heart. We've never had that before. And Mount Palmerston. And, of course, we need the Dread Surmise as well. So, yeah, I'm going to take a screenshot of these guys so I remember which these are so we can hold on to those. So I need to not hand in the port report of King Eater Castle now, so I got to be careful. Let's submit all of them. So the Iron Republic, let's see what they say. Excuse me, I need to unlock this and this. Oops, and this. Could you place your report inside? Yes, I imagine someone will read it eventually. There's always someone. Wait, this is blank. Yes, both sides. No, I assure you, no. I know these things happen in the Republic. Consider this an ex gratia payment to cover your cost. We lose terror? All right, then. Isle of Cats, Grand Geode. They don't care much. Wisdom. Adam's Way. King Eater Castle, we're skipping. Igul. Bro, so much money, so much fuel. I don't want to give you strategic information, which we could turn this into Vita. We don't need anything for money. Like, here you can just do what you want. You can make money, lots of money, buy the best ship you want, do lots of trading, get all the heirlooms that you need for your next character. Like, you can build up, like, absolute insane here. So we have a little bit too much... when it comes to supplies. We should also get rid of this soul here. Actually, if we're going to the Empire of Hands, we need more souls. We could do that as well. I'm just trying to sell this engine here. It was only 1,000, actually. So yeah, we definitely had a pretty bad engine. But until recently, we did not have much money. We weren't that rich. Can I sell some more? We can sell the crate. Or we could buy... It was 2 at a time, right? We only handed in like 3 of them or something, and it gives you 5 each, and you needed to get 100. So maybe we need like 8 times. I think we need like over 30 crates in order to be able to complete all of this, which is kind of insane. I do really want to do the monkey quest still. I think that's still a really cool quest. So I might just go insane and literally buy all of that and just go straight to the monkey island and then back so that we deliver the fuel as well. So I'm gonna buy literally like 20 of this, which is 10. I'm buying 30 of this. I don't even care. 30 crates. We have 4 more slots, which I think we need to definitely get some more fuel for that here. We'll buy fuel with the remaining. And then we can hand in more, of course, here. We'll hand in the snippets. There you go. You got 50 bucks. Anything to do here? You can sell crates to human souls here immediately. I wonder what happens if you do that. Is this bad? Let's try it. On the one hand, devils pay a little better than the merchants at Wolfstack Docks. On the other hand, you are literally selling other people's souls to the devils. You gain 63 back. So you literally just get the same amount of money that it costs to buy these. That's interesting. Probably, I don't know if there are negative consequences to doing that. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Oh, and we need to... Wait, I almost forget that we need to have a Foxfire candle as well. So I think this is perfect. We have 30 souls, which might not be enough. It's close, though. And then we have the... 1 singular Foxfire candle to go into the exploration. I think we're gonna just rush straight over there. Although, I haven't visited you yet. There's nothing to do here. We need 1 recruit. Yeah, there you go. I just want to have closer to 14. And then I should also spend time with my family. It doesn't really matter, but that sounds bad. We already are low terror, so yeah, we lose 1 terror. It's fine. Perfect. All right, let me get the fuck out of here. And we're just going straight across Empire of Hands. We just want to rush there. We haven't been in Guider's Morn in a while. I stopped here because I wanted to do this one here. Trade a Drowning Pearl for 2 Solace Fruits. So we get some Solace Fruits for that 1 mission in... What was it? Solace Fruit for Igul or whatever. So yeah, you can click this one and get 2 of them for 1 Drowning Pearl, which this is also 100 bucks. So this is like, if you're doing the Empire of Hands quest early, which in my playthrough, the Empire of Hands is in a pretty bad spot. Sometimes it's a little closer, or like in a bit of a better spot. And it's always far away from London. But anyway, you can get 100 bucks every time going through here, which is nice. A little extra money. And there is also a familiar face here. We'll get the port report. We lose a crew, you fucker. Whatever. What is the familiar face? The pirate poet, of course. Versus amongst iniquity. She is halfway through the familiar baptism in glass as you approach. The pirates and corsairs as enraptured by the heavy thumbs of verse as are your own crew. She moves on to her most famous work, Remember Polythrene, before finally noticing you during the scream of clay. As the applause and clinking of coins fades, she tilts her head towards the pub door. We can have drinks with the pirate poet, a tryst with the pirate poet. You fought many times, tale of your mighty battles are told across the neath. Your names are often spoken together. Is this the next step? Let's have some drinks with the pirate poet. I don't think we're gonna beat you in drinking, though, that's for sure. An evening of haze and regret. Oh, boy. We lose some terror, though. What's happening? Where is this? London? Vanderbite? Naples? No, it's still the morn. Your mouth is dry, your body sore, your head... You clasp a hand to it. It burns almost as much as it aches. Memories rush back, the clap of the pirate poet's hand on your shoulder as she describes the aftermath of your last encounter. Her story of countless days spent fighting her way through the slime and stench of a zeebee's stomach, rescued by slavers, then shoveling coal until opportunity arose to escape, and then there was more. Now, just aching all over, but mostly there. Why there, of all places? A bandage. Is it a wound from an ill-judged duel? No, you recall. A parting gift given with a smirk and a baptized with a loving splash of cheap whiskey. You peel back the fabric. A tattoo? Oh no. An occurrence your memoirs, a pirate's tattoo quality is now obscene, illegal, and atomically most improbable. What the hell? I don't know what that does. I'm not sure if it does anything. Anyway, whatever. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Alright, here we are, Empire of Hands. I also went by Estival real quick to pick up some supplies so we can give that all to the Zeppelin here. So Zeppelin, you can deliver only one at a time, but the fuel, which gives you 20. So you need to do this 5 times and you get a bunch of drowning pearls as well. And here, we're gonna go hand in all the souls. We have 15, yes. We gain sapphires in return, so it basically doesn't cost us much money at all. How much is this gonna be? Did I get too much? Let's just click all the buttons and see how much we have by the end. 7 caskets. Holy fuck, this is ridiculous how much you need to do this. Still have a few more. There you go. We have 90, so we need to get 4 more. Okay, so 4 more crates and we're done with that one. Then we can also deliver some supplies while we're here. We have 20 now. And you get 7 drowning pearls from that. I'm gonna hand in another one. There you go. We have, so we need to do this 6 more times, which is not that hard. And then we need to do this a bunch of times as well. But you can do that one for free. You just need to go back and forth between the Iron Republic. So 4 more crates here. Let's go to the wistful, whatever, Delightful Adventurers. I think that's her name. Here we go. Delightful Adventurers camp. We're gonna go into the vault of the first Emperor. Enter the vault through the doors into the depths. The Delightful Adventurers will not relinquish her glim lantern. You will need foxfire candles. You say, oh no, 1 crate will suffice for the entire exploration. Thank you. The antechamber. At the bottom of the stairs is a room with a sealed stone door. In front of that stands a pointedly placed plinth holding 3 thin pillars and some stone discs. The Delightful Adventurers rolls her eyes. A trial of the mind. It appears how very adorable. A trial of the mind, it appears. How very adorable. It appears that our monkey friends' ancestors have absorbed more than a few souls with a passion for things of the pulp. Oh well, that should make things interesting. She slaps your shoulder. Do the honors, Capitano. Solve the puzzle. We have a 100% chance because of our pages skill. 3 pulled stone discs. Oh, please. The Towers of Hanoi puzzle? That little children's game that has been amusing London in recent years? This antechamber must be a more recent addition to the vault than it looks. If even the monkeys have bought into its legend. You roll up your sleeves. This will be easy enough. 15 stone discs. Ah, a minor problem suddenly reveals itself. Well, I see that you have this under control, declares the delightful adventuress, heading back upstairs. I leave it in your evidently very capable hands. An occurrence, your Empire of Hands, Towers of Hanoi moves remaining quality is now 32,767. Continue solving the puzzle. They cannot be serious about this, surely. Do it again. Do it again. You can click this 32,000 times if you want, and you will eventually solve the puzzle. But that would drive anybody fucking insane, so obviously we're not gonna do that. But yeah, you could do that. You can just click this over and over again. So I guess we're gonna leave the vault for now. I don't remember how we actually solved this. Maybe we should go ask somebody else to the... Maybe I actually don't remember how the fuck you solved that one. Maybe they know though. In the court here. Trade with them. Silent gallery. They don't know apparently. What the fuck? We just need to get... We need to get a little further in this so we can do this one. So we can make the supplies easier. Because that would actually be really nice. We also have a visitor in court. We gain 25 echoes. That's all. That was kind of worthless. I can trade here so you can hand in even more. You can do this multiple times. I don't know what you would want to do with another violent ink. I think this is just for the curator quest. Besides that, we don't really care. Oh, yeah, I remember now. You need to go to this. I did this by accident my first time. You're going to go to the mayor here. I think you can buy... you can get dynamite somehow in this place. I forgot how, but you can get dynamite, and that's how you can do this. Let's go to the Heartstake Village. Maybe they got dynamite. The Lost Treasure Hunters. He joined the Pirates of the Sea. Now he just hopes one day to see something he recognizes. What? Ahoy! How goes your search, he asks. Find anything? It is a voice that so badly wants the answer to be no. Ah, there we go. Trade recent news for dynamite. You have a newspaper? At least I won't feel entirely lost when I finally get back home. You can also trade life specimen for a flare. What a useless thing. They will trade 10 Tales of Terror for 10 Z stories. Interesting. That's also a way to trade them around. Yeah, we're not doing any of that. We're just gonna do this. Thank you for 3 sticks of dynamite. And now we can go back to the thing. So this is just another place where you can also join a raid on the Empire of Hands. We're not gonna do any of that shit. I'm leaving you alone. Goodbye. And I'm just gonna go back to the Fountainhead Islands. Go back to this. I also looked this up. This is insanely fucked up. I guess technically spoiler, but I'm saving you time. Oh wait, you can consult her? Yeah, you can blow it up. If you actually click 32,000 times, it doesn't even work. That's the fucked up part. It doesn't even let you through. I was expecting it to do that, because that's an insane amount of commitment, but it literally just doesn't do anything. Anyway, we're blowing it up with dynamite. There's more than one way to show your intelligence. Boom! Bits of rubble and clockwork fly. The stonework trembles slightly as if about to collapse, but then settles with just the occasional plink-plink of metal and the tinkle of falling shards and gears of all sizes. Well, that is certainly one solution, declares the delightful adventuress, unplugging her ears. I think, though, darling, I shall be taking the rest of those. Cannot fault your thinking, but we would rather reach the center of this quaint little tomb without ourselves becoming buried in it, would we not? Still, splendid resourcefulness, splendid, top marks. She takes all the rest of the dynamite. We go further. A huge maze stretches out before you. The delightful adventuress produces a large ball of yarn. With all due credit to Theseus, she says, nailing one end into the wall. I suspect, however, we shall not have to worry about a minotaur lurking in this particular maze. Come on, such things are hardly a problem for a woman of adventure. This will take but a jiffy. She leads the way with utter confidence, even when it becomes clear she has no idea where she's going, even when it becomes painfully obvious to all that she is merely turning left at every intersection, confident that eventually this will lead to the exit. The string runs out long before the maze does, yet somehow this does not feel like an insurmountable problem for returning. Onwards, apparently. This part of the temple looks distinctly more ancient and more carefully crafted by its architects. A sense of respect and history pervades. The Hall of Histories. A mosaic floor stands between you and the door. The delightful adventurers catches your arm before you can step onto it. Oh, sweetie, she sighs, pointing at the walls. Little holes run down both of them, just large enough to see the ready crossbow bolts behind. Isn't this wonderful, she says. I have seen many, many tombs, and most just put something big and heavy in front of the door. Bless their hearts for putting all this effort into something nobody was ever supposed to see. Anyway, be a dear. I will be outside if you need me. Well, we can attempt to read the inscriptions. The language is unrecognizable. Is that a bit of a pictogram? Why is it by the cricket stumps? We can step on the tiles. I wonder if this is always the same, because I remember I did this. But anyway, we are going to try this. We failed it. We try it again. We failed it again. We try it again. We failed it again. We try it again. We succeeded. And I clicked through, so I didn't get to read what it said, so now we're going to try it again. Your skills still fail you. The monkey tongue follows no apparent rules, being a creole of many and diluted with each new scribe. It would take someone capable of writing it to even stand a chance of decrypting it. But the age of the inscriptions and lack of anything similar elsewhere in the Empire of Han suggests it is a long-lost art. Perhaps the exquisite seneschal can help. So now we're going to get the fuck out of here. And then we're going to go back to the... You have to go on a bit of an adventure here. To the Wild Weald Court again, so that we can talk to the Seneschal and ask for help translating the vault inscriptions. The exquisite Seneschal often finds herself looking to the past for assistance. She may have an idea. Oh, and we can do this too now. A plan, supplies for the Zeppelin. I've never done this. The exquisite Seneschal may have an unpalatable way of gathering supplies, but only for a trusted friend. The cannibal pirates of Hearthsake Island have long been a thorn in the Empire's paw. With a few little drops of this vial, you could deal with them for good. Their supplies would be very welcome for the voyage. A particularly potent poison. Yo, let's go. Let's ask for help as well. A chip of the past. The exquisite Seneschal looks around cautiously and bids you to follow her into a small room behind the Emperor's throne. She fishes for a small wooden box and from it produces what looks like a shard of salt. The glimmer of red honey inside. The memory of an architect long dead. They were scribes also. This is not like the honey you may know. It is frozen, saved. Let it melt into your tongue should anybody see you. It will be said you stole it. She glares. From the Emperor. Okay, thank you. First of all, though, I think we should go back to the Heartsake village and then do the poison. Here we go. Poison the cannibal pirates. Their leaders' toasts guarantee they will at least drink some wine. This vintage will have a particular kick. An evening of careful abstinence. A toast, bellows the boisterous pirate, leading to a new round of quaffing from atop the table. To the good captain, to our enduring majesty, may we eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we... His face freezes, his grip on the mug slips, his legs fall limp, and he crashes down onto the table. The wood cracks, bone cutlery flies. He lies grave-faced, staring you in the eye with a dying look born not of hate, but of the deepest disappointment. And envoys from the Wild Weald Court are soon at the scene to collect the supplies and burn down the village. We gained 60 supplies for the Empire of Han, which wasn't that exactly how much we needed? I think that was exactly how much we needed. Or maybe it just maxes it out. Well, there you go. That's one way to do it. Are they gone now forever? Yep, they're gone forever. All right, then. Well, rip. To the Fountainhead Island. Continue the... What? I didn't mean to talk to you. I want to go to the vault. I want to enter the vault. And then we need to attempt to read the inscriptions. The exquisite Seneschal said this frozen drop of red honey might help. It is not the usual rush of red honey, but a slow fizzling sense as it spreads through your mouth. For a moment, you have the sense of your body being too big, your blood pumping wrong. Memories hang at the edge of your consciousness, unclear, faded. As you look at the inscriptions, though, chaos melts into meaning. Read the inscriptions. A slightly dubious retelling of history. A terrible light cast from afar, a sliver of cosmogon in darkness, burning cinders ashore the sea of dead. The apes who are not yet of the Pentecost fear them, but their covetous natures will not be denied. Those who hold them burn harder, yet are cursed with torturous ambition. No blood spilling can sate. It is an addictive melancholy. This is the Icteran age. Uncounted times hence, he who will be the first emperor is not yet the first emperor. It is he who is first blessed to conquer the blue-clad emissaries from the waters of the dead and drink deep of their stolen life breath by cinderlight. So dawns the cerulean age. The Pentecost reach encircles the world shore to shore, and all who are not ape are cast to the dark. The life breaths of emissaries from the waters of the dead have birthed the empire eternal in blood and light. All forever bask in the glory of the Amaranth Age. Okay, so we need to get colors from these. So we have the first. So each of these, I think you need to find the color. A terrible light cast from afar. So light. Sliver of cosmogon in the darkness. Burning cinders. But they're covetous. Those who hold them burn harder, yet are cursed with tortured ambition. No blood spilling can sate. Like, I'm assuming maybe light? It's just what we need to do. We need to do... Wait, I need to see what the colors are. Yellow, red, blue. So probably yellow for that. Wait, can I read it again, please? Yes. And then here, uncounted... It is he who is first blessed to conquer the blue-clad emissaries from the waters of the dead. Okay, well, that's just blue. The Pentecost reach encircles the world shore to shore, and all who are not ape are cast to dark. The life breaths of emissaries from the waters of the dead have birthed the empire, eternal in blood and light. Blood? Just blood? All right, anyway. So... I need to take a screenshot of this, because we might need to take a screenshot in case we need to reread it. I think the first one, yellow, because that's light. A cautious step. Death does not seem to follow, so that's good. Then, wait, we have green now as well. What the fuck? We had, it was just blue, though, right? It was just blue? The tile creaks, but you remain unpunctured. And then we have white... blue and red. So now white is here as well. I mean, we said it was going to just be red. We can always... We know the first two, so even if this is wrong, it's fine. History is conquered. With deep relief, you step off the mosaic tile and make a note of the correct sequence. If your mental map is correct, you are near your destination. I'm pretty sure that's the same every time, so I guess you could skip it. If you know it, if you do it once. A pit of although I didn't remember because I did that before. A pit of venomous snakes. You see them through the door, thousands of them, in a pit crossable only by a thin beam lit by inconsistent neath light through a hole in the roof. It will be no problem for a monkey to cross, but a human? It is the delightful adventurer's turn to go first. To her credit, she does not try to weasel her way out of it. Lantern held between her teeth, an adventurer's rapier bouncing casually on her hips. She steps confidently onto the thin beam and swiftly crosses foot over foot without so much as a glance down. Your turn. A high-risk challenge, 25% chance to complete it. Well, let's see. Success! A terrifying crossing. Every step is treacherous, and your foot almost slips several times before you half collapse. Sweat streaming from every pore. On the other side, the delightful adventurer seems utterly unconcerned by her own near brush with writhing dead. Oh, do pay attention, darling, she sighs, shining her lantern on the snakes. The thousands of snakes, the thousands of venomous snakes, the thousands of dead, dried up snakes. See, this is what happens when one decides to build oneself a snake pit, only to neglect to consider how the poor things will be fed. Seen it 100 times. Well, perhaps twice. She chuckles. I was scared that they weren't gonna tell that because I fell into this, and if you just fall into it, you realize that there is no... that all the snakes are dead. So yeah, even if you cry, then you would get some terror, so at least we didn't get that. An underground courtyard, down a flight of steps, the center of the vault. So close, yet so far. This is very obviously the oldest part of the temple, around which all else has grown over time. Ancient tapestries hang from walls decorated with portraits of a single ape, clothed in violet and crowned by the sun. He is the first emperor, the 100-souled founder of the Empire of Hans. His authority reaches across time. Not much to look at, is it? Declares the delightful adventurers. They say they buried the old bugger with all of them. 100 of the finest souls. A hecatomb, if you will. She laughs for a moment at a joke only she and perhaps 3 others in the Neath would appreciate. Mark of respect by the primates, you know, to say no one else could do half as much with them. What the fuck? Her eyes glint. Let's do something about that. The final door. Huge, imposing, impassable. Is there a way through? There's no obvious method. There's no handle, and though there is a gap at that a crowbar could fit through, the door seems too thick to get any leverage. Scratch marks around the side suggest that more than a few monkeys have tried. Around it are gaping holes where gemstones were once seated. You press a hand to the door, holding a candle to the cracks. Stone, very thick. Even dynamite is unlikely to make much of a dent without bringing the whole temple down around you. There must be a way to open it, though. Why would anyone bother building a door that they never expected anyone to be able to get through? A dusty bowl of glassy red chips. It stands on a plinth in the middle of the room, its contents seemingly untouched by the monkeys who have tried to get through the door. You take a chip. A drop of red honey hangs in the middle, bleeding out through cracks in the salt. Red honey contains memories. Why would the chips be here? Consume the red honey chip. The test of understanding. The memories are diluted, largely unspecific, but that is not important. What this red honey carries is something far deeper, a connection of souls across centuries, the birth of an empire in which even the lowest could be uplifted, and sparks of greatness itself passed on, magnified, never lost with the passing of flesh. This was the dream of the first emperor, one of unity and evolution, transcendence and glory. His memory was placed here that all could see their true destiny, purpose. Instead, it is as if the emperor himself is receiving a glimpse of the empire his dream became. His tears run uncontrollably down your cheeks. Open the emperor's tomb. We need a tale of terrors, story, and a memory of distant shores. Easy peasy. The memory fades, but something remains. Only one who is as worldly wise as the first emperor hoped his people would be can open this door. We gain a secret. It seems like such a simple thing now. It is slightly more complicated than simply pushing the door open, but only a little. The burial chamber. The first emperor's bones lie in state, surrounded by souls in spheres of blue, green, and silver. The delightful adventurers applauds politely. Oh, very, very fine work, she declares, taking a moment to admire the architecture before turning her attention to the souls. Now, unless my eyes deceive me, there are not 100, not even close. Blasted legends and their exaggerations. This will complicate matters. Oh well, Barnabas, do be a dear and gather those up. Ah, and as for you, she adds, drawing a rapier that glistens at the end, kindly remain where you are. Attack the delightful adventurers, 37% chance of success. That's not even that bad. This entirely unexpected betrayal will not stand. I'm gonna try that. 37%. Did I fail? Probably. A blade with a sting. The delightful adventurous tuts. I would not, she warns. There's just a tiny bit of efficacious little drop of contigaster venom on the tip, purchased at considerable expense for just this kind of eventuality. Oh, don't sulk, she adds. When I tell this story, your death will be glorious. Your crew especially will be most moved on our journey home. All Deneath will know of your great sacrifice, though I may change your name to something that rolls better off the tongue, something with a little more pep. I am sure you understand. The clay man finishes gathering the souls. This could be going better. A delightful scheme. Such simple things, aren't they? Says the delightful adventurers. Goodness only knows what the devils do with them, but opportunity, is it not? My friends in the Iron Republic were quite happy to agree safe passage to and from their homeland in exchange for this legacy. They will have to be satisfied, I suppose. Her lips turn up into a smug smile. And next time I bid the accursed Leonora Fortescue go to hell, well, I shall be able to recommend the bloody sights. A calculated risk. With the bag over her shoulder, she is going to be slower. You just have to avoid that poisoned sword. And a loyal clayman, of course. You barely get close before Barnabas's arms close around yours. The delightful adventuress nods appreciatively. Well, that's that then, she says, backing out of the vault. Oh, except for one minor detail. Barnabas, I thank you for your loyalty and fine service. As a final courtesy, please do the honors and ensure our friend here remains buried. It is a fine resting place. Such a shame it'd be wasted on just one ape. The clay man lurches towards her as she produces one of your confiscated sticks of dynamite, lights it, and drops it in the corridor. Before either of you get close, it explodes in a cloud of dirt and rubble that seals the exit. Barnabas has no face. He does, however, most definitely have expressions. The one he wears now is chilling. Attempt to dig a way out. She won't get away with this! A helping hand, Barnabas immediately joins you in the excavation. Were he a regular clayman, he would likely be obeying his last order right now and ending your life for his mistress. Being unfinished, however, he is no mere golem. He, in her arrogance, the delightful adventuress appears to have forgotten that loyalty is a two-way street. Even with both of you digging, though, it will take far too long to clear the rubble. If the delightful adventuress gets back to your ship with the legacy, she will no doubt persuade the crew to leave without you. The monkey foundling to the rescue! If any of your crew was going to save you... ... She slides down a rope into the vault. Captain, she salutes, hanging upside down by your face and grinning. The Empire of Hands used to be her playground, and she couldn't resist the last spin around for some old haunts. When she heard the dynamite go off in the spooky old temple of the boring dead monkey, somehow she knew she'd find you close by. Helping, grins the monkey foundling, letting you climb her rope to safety. Barnabas remains behind, too heavy. He continues to dig his way out, rock by rock. A delightful reunion. It appears the delightful adventuress is having problems with her own by the rowboats. A double betrayal. Whatever the once flea-ridden mayor of Port Stanton took from the delightful adventuress's soul, it evidently came with her loose grip on ethics. He suspected she could try to sneak away without giving him his cut. He was not wrong. Unfortunately for her, he has a small squad of monkeys at his disposal. Unfortunately for him, she has both her rapier and one last stick of dynamite for mutually assured unpleasantness. Well, says the delightful adventuress, seeing you approach, this is an irritating stalemate. We can team up with the delightful adventuress. With her poisoned rapier and your wits, you can take out those uppity apes. We can propose a fair deal, split the souls 3 ways, and everyone can be happy. Or we can team up with the mayor. Even if you defeat him, there could be an army of his kind between you and your ship. Well, she sucks ass, so I'm gonna team up with the mayor. The delightful adventuress snarls. Species traitor, she spits, lowering the rapier. Even she acknowledges that now she is outmatched. But then comes a rumbling sound from the jungle. She glances over her shoulder and back with a sudden look of endless smugness as Barnabas slowly trudges towards her from the vault. Splendid, she declares. Barnabas, do please deal with this smelly animal, and also the monkey. Triumph of the delightful adventuress. Barnabas's clay muscles seem to swell as he lumbers forward, silent but purposeful. An unfinished man of clay. Claymen are obedient, claymen are loyal, claymen are reliable. Unfinished claymen can be all of these things too. They can, however, be them by choice rather than nature. They can also hold grudges extremely well. The delightful adventuress shrieks in fury as Barnabas effortlessly picks her up, dangling her upside down by one leg. The obscenities are muffled by her skirt falling over her mouth, but the gist is quite clear. Well then, says the mayor, carefully eyeing up the clay giant's spare arm, should we talk deals now, perhaps? We can split the legacy 3 ways. You, the mayor, and Barnabas, though it seems unlikely that the mayor will agree to a straight 3-way split. Well, we only need, like, 10 more souls for the Zeppelin, but I guess we'll donate them to the Zeppelin, whatever. I mean, we could try this, 46, and then give the remainder to the Zeppelin. I'm fine just donating. Donate the legacy to the Zeppelin. This will completely fulfill its requirements for souls. So yeah, this is why I never did the other one, because you can just do it this way and not waste your money, I guess. Well, in that case, I should probably click this one. Let's try it. Failed, but I did gain 10 though. Negotiations could have gone better. If only the mayor was still the flea-ridden bureaucrat who met you on the arrival to the empire. Oh well. Also, we will take that one, as the mayor pointing at the delightful adventuress trying to sneak away our empire's legacy, or our emperor's legacy. Tch. Oh, do not worry. The punishment is not severe. We approve of the avarice still. He grins. We will teach her a little lesson. Yes, then banish in shame. Yes, then banish in shame. A gift to you from the empire. We gain 10 crates of souls. Punish the delightful adventuress. She deserves it, and she is not getting a ride home. Let Barnabas decide her fate. He is, after all, the one that she betrayed the most. Let's do that one. Barnabas nods, ignoring the angry protests. He follows the monkeys into the woods towards their boat, still carrying a thrashing, delightful adventuress. He will not allow her to come to any real harm, but appears to concur that a little humility may be in order. But that is their business. Yours now lies elsewhere. It's so cool. I love these stories, man. And this is like the culmination of like doing a bunch of things and waiting a bunch of time. So now we can go to the Zeppelin and hand in the 2, I think. Yeah, we need this 2 more times. So we're going to hand in 2 souls, 2 more souls, and then this is completed. So now all we need is the fuel, which we could just bring fuel as well. You don't have, like, we have so much money now that we can probably just buy some fuel and deliver it here. I kind of want to finish the Zeppelin quest now, I think. So we don't have a something awaits you. We're quickly going to go to this guy. And let's see. The delightful adventuress. She stands fuming, her head and hands locked tight in a pillory near the center of the palace. She glares at you with the purest hate. The honorable thing would be to take the high moral ground and not enjoy this at all. Buy a tomato. Heavy and squishy in just the right stages of rot, juices drip down your hand as you squeeze its soft skin. Barnabas stoically stands by his seething mistress, ensuring the monkeys do not take their fun too far. His bruised loyalty does not, however, stretch through interfering with the opportunistic monkeys selling ammunition. Let's do it. It's 37%. Failed! A rotten tomato flies wild, splattering against the wall. The monkeys howl in disappointment. The delightful adventurer's lips curl in a sneer of contempt. We lose status. That's unfortunate. Wait, don't we have something that gives us iron? This gives us iron. Let's put on that. And then we can do it again with slightly higher chance, hopefully. Let's see. I want to try it again. I think we can lose a little bit without it being too big of a deal. Delightful adventurers. Now it's 38%. Well, that's not too great, but let's try it again. We failed again? Come on now. Another one. Another one. Another tomato. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm doing it again. You succeeded! A direct hit! The rotten tomato splatters into the delightful adventuress's face, dripping from her hair and chin as she splutters incoherent rage. The monkeys cheer wildly. You gained 5 status back. That's so good. There you go. That's, I guess, how you can farm that if you have a bunch of iron. I just wanted to go there. All right, so that completed. Now all we need to do is just finish off the Zeppelin, and then we can finish the whole Empire of Hands quest. We're gonna put this back on though, or we're gonna be slow here. Okay, so I think what we just do here. How much do we have? We have a little bit of fuel. I'm just gonna rush straight to the Iron Republic and like go back and forth a few times because it's gonna be really cheap to buy fuel there, and with the money we have, it's not gonna be a problem. And we're just gonna be finishing this quest. I want to just finish this right now. It's gonna be quite a bit of my time, but for you it will be just a moment. Give me a second. What the hell is this? I was just going back and I'm getting an event I've never seen before. The Screaming Sage. Captain, I dream of that engine. I dream of the sage in its core. Screaming, Captain. I dream of joining him. Let it be so. Permit the Zailor to join the sage in the impeller's heart. Refuse, it will not take another life. Or we can speak to the... tireless mechanic. He built the thing. He must be able to manage it. What am I looking at here? Is this a flying island? What the fuck? I don't know if this guy is gonna die if we let it do it. Oh no, permit the Sailor to join the Sage in the Impeller's heart. So we would lose a crew. We don't really want that. We have this guy. He built the thing. He must be able to manage it. I know. It calls to me too. These things will happen. We have employed forces not intended for mortal use. I mean that quite literally. We must take our knocks, he shrugs. He does look regretful. Apparently we need to do it. So we can either, we need to either refuse, it will not take another life, or we can lose one sailor, which is not the end of the world. Terror is still so low. I think I'm just gonna refuse.
20 terror.
No, Captain, I must, the sun. Your crew subdues the wretched sailor, and eventually he calms. What the Impeller speaks in your dreams, and in the dreams of your crew. All is not well. All is very far from well. All right, that's unlucky. Anyway. All right, and that should be the last strip. That took quite a bit of time, of course, but here we go. That's one more, and then I have 95, and then we can hand in one final stack of 10 fuel and finish it off at 100. So now the Zeppelin is complete. It is time to return to the Exquisite Seneschal. For your reward, the apes will handle the final details. Escorted to the Wild Wild Court, the overseers dispatch a pair of spare monkeys to row you to Sovereign Island. The trip is endlessly more pleasurable without having to do the rowing. By the time you arrive, the Exquisite Seneschal has already summoned the court. Monkeys of every status line the silent gallery, awaiting the pleasure of the Emperor. Hero of the Wild Wild Court, there is no applause as you walk into the silent gallery. There is, however, a measure of gratitude and grudging respect buzzing in the air. The Exquisite Seneschal addresses the crowd. My fellows, my friends, a great new era is upon us. Soon, the great exodus shall begin, and we shall forge the second great empire in a land far, far away. It will require everything we have and more. Only if we all pull together from our highest to our lowest, one united empire striding forwards in unison, can we prove ourselves worthy of the souls we have claimed. She pauses, gestures to you, but we would not have been here without one human, one with the bravery to stand against the prejudices of their bat people. By imperial decree, it shall therefore be our guest's honor to give name to the instrument of our salvation. She turns to you, the monkeys lean in expectantly. We can choose any of these names. It doesn't matter. Let's choose Flying Monkey. Oh shit, that actually worked? No, it doesn't. The Flying Monkey. You murmur your chosen name. The Exquisite Seneschal listens, nods, and turns to the audience. The human has spoken, she shouts. Our salvation shall be named the soaring glory of Emperor Crispin IV, greatest of his name. With a slight raise of his right paw, the Emperor graciously gives the audience permission to whoop. Bloody monkeys. At least they pay up as promised. You gain 3 rage-wrenched cinders. Interesting. Not sure what I can even do with that at this point, but alright. We did it. Silent Court. Can we go back? Gain the Emperor's favor. We already did all this stuff. No, oh, we can choose a destination past the uttermost edge. Before the Zeppelin can depart, the monkeys must agree on a destination. Suggest they head east. A destination, the Elder Continent. Suggest they head south. You can either use Tale of Terror or Z-Stories. Well, Z-Stories are more rare. So how about we send them to the Elder Continent? I don't really know what it does anyway. Endless adventure, just think of it, the Elder Continent in all its wonder and majesty. There, a monkey can be free to build, to farm, to swing in the trees that at least they know are there and almost certainly don't bite. You're filling their head with third-hand stories, myths, and nonsense, but they drink it up. As you leave, they are already arguing about which legendary creature sounds the most delicious. Oh, it only used up 1 Tale of Terror. I thought it was 10. My bad, I didn't read properly. All right, gain the Emperor's favor? Steal the Zeppelin. Now there's an idea. A shame it is so well guarded. You would need to get behind him if you want to stab him in the back. You can do this. This is another way to end your game by stealing the Zeppelin. I'm not going to do it, though. I would like to just send the Zeppelin. Something I can do. Trade with the court. I can give them a gift of wine. There you go. Turn it into a coffee. Why not? Oh, we can give you a gift of cinders. I'm actually curious what this does. A mandarin grants you a glimpse of a judgment. Oh, you get a judgment egg. Very rare. Most prized. Almost as much as cinders traded only between the highest of high-souled apes. Okay, well, we're not going to deal with that then because we don't really need it. Okay. How do I get the Zeppelin to leave? Let's see. Go back to the port. The Zeppelin? The most precious thing in the Empire. The Emperor is not a trusting ape. His guards are stationed all around the Zeppelin. None will get close without his explicit permission. Also, can you... It still has the top missing, so... Anyway, whatever. Flight of the Soaring Glory. Steal the Zeppelin. We need to have Salt's attention, Storm's attention, no traveling light, and we need to have the monkey's favor. This will end your game, but your next captain will begin with something very interesting. So yeah, this is like a special quest that gives you a permanent stat boost for every character you play as going forward, I think, which is really cool. These are really good things to build up an insane legacy to complete like even more things. But anyway, Flight of the Soaring Glory, we're gonna do that. The Pentecost apes are ready to depart. Dawn of a new empire. You watch the launch preparations of the Soaring Glory of Emperor Crispin IV, greatest of his name, surrounded by hundreds of excited monkeys. The Emperor is carried past the guards and up the ramp on a sedan chair. After him, in uniforms of gold and purple, walk the nobility. They are followed by the mandarins, led by the exquisite seneschal. Next to the board are the lower-souled monkeys, who... The guards open fire with their rifles, holding back the crowd as the ramp is pulled up. A sea of betrayed faces can only stare in horror as the Soaring Glory rises into the sky and turns towards the Elder Continent, taking with it their stockpiled food and the last of their hopes. The howl grows angrier with each new voice. Something somewhere has changed. Monkey business is high. Oh! And it's gone. The Zeppelin is fully gone. What the hell? Can we talk about this? An audience with the civilized mayor? There's nothing to say about this? Nobody's like, hey, what the fuck? We got betrayed by the damn Emperor. He left us all behind. Traveled to Sovereign Island. An angry mob. Pentecost apes from across the Empire are massing outside the Wild Court, screaming for answers and comfort those inside cannot give. Attempt to enter the Wild Court. The delightful adventurers, they released her. How thoughtful. She sees you over the crowd. Ah, she shouts, Capitano! She strides through the crowd, her hair and clothes encrusted with dry bits of egg and tomato, and things better not even recognized. Capitano, I wanted you to know, I bear you no grudges. Have you ever been to a place called, Savior's Rock? The monkeys tell me it is most interesting. You have run faster in the past, but not often. We just leave. Attempt to enter the Wild Court. An empire betrayed. Outsiders are no longer welcome in the court, so now you can't trade anymore. So if you do this, you lose the profitable trade route of turning wine into coffee, into linen, and then selling it at London. So I guess if you want to do that one forever, you don't want to do the Zeppelin yet. But anyway, I wanted to just complete the quest of the monkeys. I think that's really cool. You don't really get anything for it in the end. I mean, you get all those downing pearls, right? Like, how many do we have? Got like 61 downing pearls that you can turn into a bunch of money over time. But it's mostly just like one of the long quests. And you can also like steal the Zeppelin, and that's a different thing. Anyway, that's done. Let's go. We should now, I think quickly, there's the letter we need to deliver at Hideaway. We have very little fuel, but I think I'm quickly gonna go to Hideaway. Maybe we should buy a little bit of fuel here, because we can buy it from the mayor at like a sicko price. 60 per barrel. Fuck you, dude. I'm just getting up to 10 and then I'm gonna leave it. That's insanely expensive. Whatever, get me out of here. I just want to quickly deliver this letter to have it off the screen. And here we are. This is the one on the back of the massive, massive crab thingy, whatever the hell. Assemble a port report, and then help the sprightly visionary. We need to. This is the one. Present a farewell letter to the sprightly visionary. The withered man stares at the letter in silent anticipation. A farewell accepted. The sprightly visionary tears open the letter, scanning it quickly, then reading it again more closely. His emotions are guarded, but his fingers gently trace the ascot around his neck. In response, the visionary writes only, "Tell Lorenzo he is dismissed from his service." Hesitantly, he gives you the salute of a cognate commander before rushing off to busy himself with other work. Your undercrow delivering a letter quality is gone. We have another thing, delivering a lover's wordless response. I guess we're bringing that back now. What is this? Buy a memento. Can we help you even more? What do we need for this? We need fuel. I could give you... Can we buy fuel here? Nope. We cannot buy fuel here. Can I get any other fuel? Because I just don't have it. We could join a festival. This cost a bunch of supplies. Maybe a bad idea. Alright, whatever. We delivered the letter. That's all I wanted to do. Next up is going back to London and doing the Avid Horizon quest. But we should also get some port reports. To pick up the final port reports, we need to finish the book that we're writing. So I think I think that's like Port Cecil, Arem, Mount Palmerston, Avid Horizon. I think it's really those mostly. So we just pick those up along the way. Oh my goodness, it is back. The Tree of Ages.
Look at that. Look at the beautiful spider monster made out of spiders.
Yeah, we're gonna fight it again. Because I want another Searing Enigma, plus it's a cool thing to do. I've actually never fought this one twice. It's a very rare enemy. It doesn't often spawn. Watch this. We're gonna try shoot once. Recharge. Point at it, shoot twice, and then with the engine, I think we can instill out of... Oh no, it shoots me! The juke. So yeah, the 32 damage from one single shot, plus the charge does just so much damage. So we're just gonna be rotating around this one, that's for sure. There you go. Easy peasy. That's like, I think I only took damage from the one shot and that was it. We will learn once again for another Searing Enigma, which now we have 5, and we have enough extraordinary implications that we can get 9, so we don't have to kill the adventure or the alarming scholar in London, so we can get the more expensive what is it called? I always forget what it's called, but whatever, the Dread Surmise, I think it's called. We can get the more expensive version, which saves that character, which I don't really mind if we're gonna end the game anyway. You don't really care about saving them, but it's a nice thing to do, so whatever. Plus we fought another Tree of Ages. Now I don't think we're gonna be able to fight the the big mountain enemy, because that one's just insane. I don't know if you can cheese that one too. Maybe you can cheese it by rotating around it, but I mean, I guess I could try that, because I've never done that before. That would be really cool as well. But anyway, we got a few places to go to still. Plus we can quickly stop at the Chelonet, I think, to sell our sapphires, because we picked up so many sapphires from the Empire of Hands quest. Oh, and this guy's back too, the Eater of Names. Also a rare enemy, which I guess will take you to. I mean, why not? Last time you did basically nothing. We just rotated around you. I feel like we're definitely gonna take a few hits because this guy has a cannon on the butt. There we go, 16 damage already. I mean, you're pretty weak though. Plus we can actually use both of our cannon here. We can pin him against a wall. Wait a minute. Oh god. I mean, we're taking some damage. 20 damage. We're gonna lose some people here. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, sir. You can get him like at a perfect angle where he doesn't shoot you at all. Maybe I need to be further behind him. Oh no. Oh no, buddy. That's not ideal. I'm losing my other cannon. Please. Okay, 200. Now he's not shooting much. I think just being directly behind him is so much better than being like to the side of him, because then he's gonna use his deck cannon still. Yeah, there you go. Alright, so we took quite a few hits, but that's totally fine. And now we can try to see what happens when we loot him. Because the last time we had to take the figurehead for the the other quest, but now we can just do this. Seize its cargo. It's just a cache of curiosity. Okay, that is so not worth it. What the fuck? Alright, well, you live and you learn, I guess. Yeah, definitely don't want to fight that guy more than once, I guess. You really only care about the figurehead one time, and after that you can just leave him. Yeah, I don't feel very confident with this amount of hull to find the mountain, that's for sure. But we can repair and do it when we're on our way to Avid Horizon, maybe? But let's go stop here real quick to sell all of our sapphire, which is going to be a bunch of money as well. I mean, money is not really our issue right now. We are swimming in it pretty much. I think at this guy, if we go to the... Oh, we can trade a hunting trophy for a outlandish artifact. That's also a nice trade. Supply the redolent flesh merchant. Oh, I forgot about this. Yes, we can... Oh, that's 200, bro. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Thank you. That's just something you pick up over here. You pick it up at the Gant pole and then you deliver it to the Chalinet. I'm not sure if these are just lucky close together, because that's crazy. That's crazy lucky. Anyway, I was looking for this guy, I think. Tails for bone? Bring him a tail. I could bring you a tail. Pay the Chronicle to inscribe a Z story onto a hunting trophy and you'll receive an outlandish artifact. Not really what I was looking for. Oh, it's literally just a store. Here we go. Yeah, we want to sell... This is the best price we can get for sapphire, so we just sell all of this, basically, and get absolutely filthy. It's $4,000, and we still have 7 more captivating treasures, by the way. Can I buy any... No, I can't buy shit here. Alright, so we're gonna quickly stop at Irem to finish off our story collection that we need for the main quest that we've been doing throughout the whole playthrough. Also pick up another Lorn Fluke along the way. He did hit me once, but that's fine. These are just such insane enemies, man. Like, 3 secrets, 1 Colossal Fluke. Every single one of these is $600. It's disgusting. Yo, and there we are again. Irem, such a cool place. I love the snake thing. Look at what. Alright, so board report, thank you. We can also give you some coffee, because why not? Which will give us... You can get the rarest fruit here, which I think just lowers terror and a bunch of wounds. We don't really care about that. We'll just dream and lose some terror that way. And then we can buy what we need. So... we have a bunch of Tales of Terror. All we need is Z story, so we're just going to spend it on... Or we're going to spend Tales of Terror to buy 77 Z stories. Well, 78 apparently. So now we have all the stories we need, and then we can also buy more Searing Enigmas. So we have 20 Extraordinary Implication, which means 1, 2, 3... 4 Searing Enigmas. That's crazy, dude. Nice. Okay, so we have everything we need. You can also kind of do an insane trade run, by the way, by buying a Dread Surmise, which I think is in Port Carnelian or the Grand Geode. Somewhere around here you can buy it. Never mind, you can buy it at the Iron Republic. So Iron Republic, you can buy it, and then you can sell it here. Now, that is obviously all the way across the map, so doing that is... quite the long journey, but if you're going like on big trade trips, you can do this and trade. Like this will give you, you can buy it for 9 and then sell it for 10, so you gain 1 additional Searing Enigma, and you can do that back and forth. And eventually, if you have multiple, like if you have 18 Searing Enigmas, you can buy 2, and then every trip gives you 2 Searing Enigma surplus, and then eventually you'll go like exponential. Because since these don't give in, they don't take up hold space, you could do this like infinitely and get actually infinite money eventually. Because you can buy like 100 Searing or 100 Dread Surmises and then get 100 Searing Enigma, which eases 1,000, and then you can buy even more. So yeah, eventually you'll go completely nuts with that. Now obviously you don't need that much money, so it's kind of pointless. But anyway, I will buy a few more fuel here. I think just 2. You can also sell a captivating treasure for 50 fuel. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but that's kind of cool, I guess. Anyway, that is one of the port reports that we need, I think, for our main quest as well. And another one of the port reports we need is from Khan's Heart, which I don't think we've ever had before. So in order to do this, we have to build up our spy network as much as possible. Create a port report would only be 42%. And this gets easier. As Gaganian suspicion increases, this action becomes more difficult. If you have an intelligence network here, it becomes easier. So we can establish a spy, which is a Veils challenge, so we might as well put in the Veils Whispering Trophy case to try and make that just a little bit more likely. It was 50%, now it is 58%, so that actually helps quite a bit. So I guess we do this. I'm also even considering getting a few Veils more, since we have more than enough secrets left over, since I really would like to do this. So how about we talk to our officer right here, speak to you, and then increase our Veils by like another 5 or something. We put it up to 55 here, I think. 55. No, I do 2 more. 2 more. There you go. 57 Veils, more than enough. Let's see if that makes it even easier. That's 68, so I mean, it's significantly above 50%, but you never know. Always can fail, of course, so let's try it. We did succeed, though. We have a network here now. Your agent sends a message via Bat Courier. They have found Logic's contacts possibilities. Nice, and then we can see if we can grow it even more, find out what the spies need. They need a Firkin honey, which I do not have, unfortunately. Now, how much do we have for doing the port report? 62% chance. We'll try, I think. We just need it once. We succeeded, nice. We gain a suspicion, but that's fine. We just needed the port report. That's all we really cared about, so that's very nice. I gotta put this back on, otherwise I'm gonna be slow. And now, next place we're gonna go is Port Cecil, which is right next door. I love this place. It's so cool. All the coral. It also looks so sick from below. We just saw. Give me the port report. That's really all. Besides that, we're pretty much done here. Can buy some fuel, but we don't need it. All right, next stop is just continuing to get some more port reports along the way here. Oh, and there's a big fish. Let's kill that guy real quick. There you go. He did hit me once, but it's fine. Record the... what? Oh, this is a different event. No, eyes on deck, because we lose terror that way. And then we can dissect it for knowledge or butcher it for supplies. We'll dissect it for knowledge, why not? Hunting trophies, man. You have so many hunting trophies. So much shit. Eventually, you just get such a crazy inventory where you have like tens, if not hundreds of different random shit. That you, like, if you ever go into, like, a quest and you need something specific, there's, like, a pretty high chance that you already have it for some reason because you picked it up, like, through one of the many quests you've done. I wanted to stop at the Undercrow because I think this is that place where we could do the storytelling. No, this is not the place. Give the sprightly visionary's response. Oh, we can do this, though. The almost dead man is dismissed from his service. Surely that's good news. The almost dead man asks you to describe his commander's response in maddening detail. He only desists when an attempt to return to the Gaganian salute results in a spasm of pain. As the incomparable Aurelian offers him some water, you watch his ribs rise and fall like the keys on a pianoforte. When the pain has subsided, the old man's grimace settles into a far-away smile. He still wears the ascot I gave him. Delivered the lover's wordless response. We got more dying grace. Deliver a letter of apology to the flinty what the fuck? Latitudinarian. The almost dead man assures you, at length, that the whatever the hell is not a man to blame the messenger. Okay. We have another letter to deliver at Nuke, which I guess we could just go there straight away. Might as well see about these quests, like some of these quests that we can now easily complete because we are so darn fast. Nuke is just right over there. I'm gonna rush there. Another one of these freaky guys. Look at that. What the hell? Weirdo. It was right next to the Undercrow here. What does he give us? Harpoon it. We did succeed this, didn't we? It gave you a bunch of hunting trophies? We failed it, but every time you fail it, you gain an iron. That's so good. Nice. Very cool. And here you can see the underside of Port Cecil that I was talking about. Look how pretty that is. Is this gonna hurt me going through there? No, it doesn't. Got all this coral and cool stuff from below. Plus the music, the muffled music. So cool. Whoa, look at that. I really want to touch it. Is that gonna hurt me? I'm gonna go in there really slowly. I'm not sure what it does. Oh, fluke needles. A cluster of quivering spines shivers in the current. A dead fluke's flesh dissolves in the water. These brittle remnants, however, remain stony hard. Remove something stuck on the spines. An unfortunate diver, bones hang impaled on the decaying spines. Be aware, if you fail, you will gain a wound, which I think is fine. I'm pretty sure we have 0 wounds at the moment, so I'm gonna try it. Apparently I fucked it up by clicking the button. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. If you go to your hold, it apparently cancels the event. I mean, we probably would have failed it anyway. I am gonna kill this guy, though. Hello, sir. Another freaky fish. I really like the design of these underwater fish. They're so cool. They're so different from the ones up top. I think there must still be creatures that we haven't found yet as well. Goodbye, sir. I wonder what oh, is this hurting me? Oh, this is hurting my ship. I didn't even realize. I was burning my hull by being in the bush there. Anyway, we can get supplies or knowledge. Always just knowledge. More hunting trophies that we'll never even need, but that's totally fine. Yeah, I am quite hurt now, but it's fine. Nothing will really hurt us. The only thing that can hurt us is if they hit us hard and then they make us lose crew, at which point we're gonna be very slow and annoyed. Anyway, we're almost there. We want to get the nuke. Almost gonna find out what happens if you run out of oxygen. Hopefully we can make it. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Hopefully not immediately bad. Go, 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 go. Oh, we're running out of oxygen. No! We're right here, dude. A Vic stowaway. Rats may have gotten into the hole. Tiny oxygen stealing. Can we not dock? I guess I have to create or throw away a supply. You've lost 1 oxygen. Find oxygen quickly. Yeah, I'm right here, bro. There we go. Okay, we made it. That was creepy. Okay, so it's immediately bad if you run out of oxygen. What a supply, or what a surprise. Let's give you the thing. Check diving suit. Oh, we can't return to nuke because we need we need alcohol? Motherfucker. Alright, well, in that case, your dying wish can just be a dying wish, and I will not deliver it, because I got shit to do here. But at least we get to see some cool stuff, plus we're back at the awesome place that looks insane. I will just buy some pretty cheap fuel here. Some pretty cheap supplies, too. Just stock up, completely honestly. Alright, well, that was kind of a nonsense trip then, so we're gonna just go somewhere else. Look at this, man. From the bottom, this looks crazy. I was gonna stop at this crystal thing again. But look at this is Mount Palmerston from below. That looks so cool. All the glowy rocks. There's not much I can do, I think. But anyway, there's something there, though. Is that gonna be... It looks like it's swimming away. He's a fish. It's a big shark, man. Stay back. If you hit me, I'm actually fucked. Because I have very low hull right now. I can't be stopped. You're donezo, sir. Goodbye. I wonder if this is the storytelling place. I need to, like, I'm not familiar with these underwater ports very much. I will get your provisions. Even more. More supplies or hunting relics, whatever. That looks like a rock. Alright, let's see if this is the one though. This giant... Oh, this is where you have to become a crystal man, right? You have to slowly turn yourself into crystal to talk to them, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Visit Rosina. Consider your own condition. Gather report. That's nice. Consider your condition. I think we need to become crystal. We have 2 capacity for sharpness. What did we need again? We need a tongue, right? Yeah, but we need another sharpness in order to do that. So how about let your lungs become a chamber of crystal? I'm not sure if that's a good idea. What else do we need for you? We do need lungs.
Attained at a price in Dahut. We don't have this, right? Do we have this? I don't think we do. Oh, we can. Oh, yeah, we can tell Rosina a story from Lo Barnett. That's where we needed the 7th storyteller. Nice, let's do it. Well, begins as a traveler's tale. So she has, like, an illness, right? Where if she is passionate about anything, it will kill her slowly, or something like that. Well, begins as a traveler's tale. You present your story as though it were simply a documentary account. A bit ordinary, nothing to threaten the balance of her mind. It is only slowly that you introduced a romance between 2 of the characters. The understated devotion, the inevitable betrayal. Rosina listens with her eyes closed, never startled into alarm, but the ice around her begins to melt. You can feel the heat from here. Uh-oh. You have lost 5 Rosina's health. New total 5. Heating quickly. Is that a good thing? Am I trying to kill this lady? In order to do this, we need accumulate. Yeah, that's where we need the tongue thing. Oh, we could have romantic literature. That would be an easy challenge, but we can do. That costs 7 storytelling. That was fucking crazy. Okay, well, in that case, we should probably just do anything. It doesn't really matter. We just make ourselves crystal of the lungs. That sounds fantastic. Let's do that. Yep. Now, the salon of incense. The chamber is lined with black crystal. Braziers are lit and low haze hangs in the air, troubling none of the inhabitants. Your exaltations are cold and dry. And then we can... Ooh, what is all this? Follow a polythreme exile, a hulking... So if you have specific crystal aspects, you can do different things here. That's cool. A hulking clay figure is visible through the smoke. It moves away through the opposite door. Let's follow it. The speed of unhappiness you follow. The clayman is moving fast down several corridors towards this section of the anthe, reserved for the bone sharp. A sight like that would not be at all extraordinary in London, but most of the inhabitants of Anthe seem complacent, possibly even indolent. Hardly anyone is ever in a hurry. The man ducks into the bone barrow. A person would be unwise to follow unless they had considerable confidence in their own skeleton. Well, let's not do that. Let's consider our condition once again. Can we do the tongue thing now? Cut away your sharpness. Tongue. So now we need... Oh, it says no more than 1. Oh, shit. So you fucking lied to me is what you tell me here. You need... So number of sharpnesses needs to be no more than 1, and we have 2. So... You said, if you cannot select this, you may need to raise your capacity for sharpness. So your capacity for sharpness is different than your actual sharpness. Okay, so I actually completely fucked that by making myself more sharp. So that's not going to work at all then. Well, in that case... I mean, these are quests that are like... that have all kinds of weird conditions to them. They're really cool though, but like, they're just... There's a lot to explore. There's just so much in this game that it can't possibly show everything. But it's interesting, like these, you could go to the different places that you need to collect all these things, obviously. And then slowly try to kill this lady, which seems like a kind of an insane thing to do, but anyway. What do they sell here? They sell some cheap, they always sell cheap fuel in these places, man, it's wild. Oh, and they sell even cheaper ambiguous eoliths here? What the fuck? Okay. You could get even more money. And then you could trade... You could buy them here and sell them at the Chapel of Lights for insane cash. Well, anyway, I already picked up the port reports from Abbott Horizon, Mount Palmerston, Codex, and Wither. So I'm pretty sure we're good to go to London now. And we should actually have everything for the book, but I definitely want to do the Merchant's Quest before we do that. And there it is, London is back. Now we're gonna actually read this letter real quick because I want to get this off the screen. We're just gonna read the letter, apology letter. Let's see if we can succeed. We did succeed. No one could tell it's been read, could they? To Batuk, the ever gracious. Careful work opens the envelope without marking it. The letter is heartfelt or hand-wringing. If you'd rather
Wait, what? The letter is heartfelt, or rather hand-wringing, if you'd rather. Apology. Oh, it's a heartfelt apology. This sentence is so fucked. The letter is a heartfelt, or hand-wringing, if you'd rather, apology. 2 apologies, in fact. The first apology is for conducting an affair with the recipient's cousin, Rosina. The second is for a military blunder. The almost dead man was a scout who failed to detect the approach of the hyenas. Enemy reinforcements? The outcome, it seems, was catastrophic. Sensitive subjects. How is this Batuk likely to take them? Interesting. Alright, well, anyway. We didn't get rid of the letter, but we are in London. Our home sweet home. Hand in some trinkets for some money. Talk to you to give you these guys. The colossal fluke cores might as well. That's 500 bucks. Another 500 bucks. I actually handed in one of those. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. I was trying to hand in this one. It doesn't really matter at this point. Oh, you can hand these in here. So you can make money off of these here. Let's see how much. Raid Wrench Cinder. 800. Oh, yosh. That's a lot of money. I'm just going to hand in another one. 6,000. Just like that. We also have still a bunch of extraordinary implications and stuff. Let's pick up at least one recruit for sure. Oh, there's another new officer. The doctor. Risk campaigner is a skilled doctor who increases hearts and iron. I mean, sure, why not? We're not really in need for a doctor, but there's still more officers you can pick up now. That's kind of crazy. We're gonna continue reading the newspaper, just your regular stuff in London. A calling card, a smoky flake of hand-lettered vellum. The wistful Deviless has come to visit? What the fuck? She is elegant as ever, a little careworn though. You almost think she looks older, but she will never look older. I miss the peace of that place, she says. Palmerston, there was a little wind that walked in the grey grass on the mountain slopes. It carried the smell of ashes. I hated it, because it reminded me of home. But now I wake, and I think I hear it. At the convention, I had a purpose. We were going to destroy so many things. I lost faith in that purpose, but I have no more faith here. I should never have made you bring me here. Sympathy for the Deviless. Console her as best you can. No sympathy. A marriage proposal for the Deviless. We can take you back. We'll do sympathy, whatever. We gain an outlandish artifact. Caustic tears. Her tears make a singed wreck of your handkerchief. It's fortunate that she isn't actually weeping on your shoulder. I don't have a home, she snuffles. I can't have a home. I should never have been hatched. You pat her consolingly and wait for her to finish. It takes a while. She seems embarrassed when she leaves, irritated even, as if she blames you. The remnants of the handkerchief are oddly beautiful, actually, like a singed snowflake. You can probably auction it. That's why we get a relic right there. Can't we not take you? We could take you to back to Bound Palmerston, but apparently she doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Whatever. You want nothing. We probably want to get rid of our terror, huh? I'm just realizing that's insanely high. I think when you hand in those Lorn Fluke cores, you gain terror. So we're going to spend some time with the family, which lowers terror by 20. And we can also go rest a little bit. Minus 15. Minus 15. If you have money, you can just lower your terror here super, super fast. Now, what I'm thinking is to go to the study here. Let's see if we can do this. I just want to make sure that we have it all. Oh, we need the Dread Surmise, of course. Let's make this thing now. Wait. Oh, no, this is a different thing. We can... So you can make these heirlooms with captivating treasures and outlandish artifacts, which these will turn... this is a way to pass on money to your next character. You can have no more than 12 heirlooms or 16 in a mansion, and you'll need to pay a small fee to write these treasures into your will. So you can actually turn all of these into heirlooms. So now we have... We're just going to do that, because this is for the next character. Boom. So now you basically start with 6,000 money on your next character, which is insane. We can also do this one right here, have another... so now we have 7,000 on the next character. And let's see, we have all of these. all of this. All we need is this one. And I think that's going to be our next destination before we do the merchant quest. Because I'm pretty sure our cargo is way too full right now. So we can't do that one. So we're going to go sell. We have a few things, I think, to make some space here. We can sell the coffee, all the souls. We don't really care for the souls anymore. We can sell all the linen that we got. We should buy one mushroom wine so we can do deliver the letter that we need, I guess. I'm also not gonna hand in the port reports, I think, because I don't want to accidentally hand in the wrong one. So we're just gonna quickly go by. Let's see. I don't think there's much else for us to really do here. Oh, maybe we can pick up. Yeah, we can pick up a diplomatic agent. Why not? Discuss a move in the great game for 50 bucks. Thank you. And then I'm just gonna quickly rush over to the repair my ship. And then rush over to the Iron Republic so we can pick up the Dread Surmise and then have literally everything collected for the book. It's so much work to do that, but it's actually been done. Excuse me, the lady that just joined us collapses? One moment she's lecturing an apologetic sailor on personal hygiene, the next she's stretched full length on the deck. By the time you reach her, she's regaining consciousness. You have kept things from me. You are ill. I want you off the ship. You were indisposed. I wonder. Ask her if she's been to the Elder Continent. Hint at what might be wrong. You have your suspicions. Yes, it's called animescence. Oh, that's the same thing that the other lady has, no? The lady in the Undercrow, I think? In the Elder Continent, there's a flame that burns souls. The soul caught alight, it only smolders. Souls burn long and slow, but long before it is consumed, it will sizzle my brain and bake my heart. No, it's not dangerous to anyone else, until I die. You should give my body to the sea when that happens. Yes, there is little danger. There is a little danger. I apologize deeply, I should have told you. I've been selfish, but you might have refused my service, and I hope still there are things out there on the Z that will save me. You have seen the brisk campaigner collapse. What do you need? Her circumstances are desperate. Her deception is easily forgiven. Wary hope. If I swear to you that no matter what happens next, I will keep no other secrets from you. She pauses to think. No secrets of my own. I am a doctor yet. You have my deepest thanks, my very deepest. May we adjourn to your cabin to discuss the matter in private. What the fuck? We need all this? Mother Salt, Strange Catch, and a Docile Blamigan? It's not super hard to get, but kind of annoying. We can get this with a wine. Well, in that case, I should probably go back to London and quickly pick up a wine so I can do that. 1 second. She literally collapsed, like, right next to London. Oh, God. Let them do their worst, because we have nothing, apparently. Well, at least we can pick up some fragments. I thought you were going to give me supplies. Whatever, then. Okay, we want one singular wine. Firkin honey wine. And we have the other wine that we need. And I'm pretty sure we needed this for, like, a spy network or something, but we don't really care about that anymore because we already have the port report. We're also making some space by burning our fuel and supplies, so I guess that's kind of working out for us. Anyway, that's all we really needed, so now we're going to head back out there. We still want to stop at the Iron Republic, though, first, because this is where we want to trade the Dread Surmise. Let's see, we need to get access to the Market of Hunger. Is that the one we need? Market of Hunger, the Expulses. I'm pretty sure that's not the one we need. Unlocked with another day, Iron Republic, days 15? Did we not do it, actually? Yeah, that's not the one we need. You can trade... Well, you can buy a fuel for a lamentable relic. What an insane price. Oh, but you can sell Devil Bone dice for 5 lamentable relics? What the fuck? Interesting. I mean, we don't need this. Wait a minute. Can I not get access to this anymore? Market of Hungers. The Parliament of Flies. I'm pretty sure we need this. Is that the one? Yeah, there we go. This is the one we need. Dread surmise, the awful daring of a moment's supposition which an age of ignorance can never deny. If you sell this, you may not find it easy to replace. Yes, it's very expensive. We are gonna buy it. Boom. Dread surmise. Holy shit. All right, so now we have all the things which we need. And we also have space now, pretty much. But we still wanted to go to Nuke, I guess, to quickly... Also, Port Carnelian had something. Let me quickly go over there 1 second. I'm pretty sure that one guy from Adam's Way sent us here, right? Also, we can refer a patient to the Clattery Air, apparently. There's a lady at Murgatroyd's who dresses in tiger pelts and shows her teeth to customers. Unacceptable! The lady insists that she belongs in the jungle. The tigers disagree. There are questions about where her pelts came from and how the former owners died. The Clattery Air offers her a consultation. Afterwards, the patient has a curious crescent scar on her forehead, roughly the shape of a claw. But I can wear a hat. It's no matter. She buries the pelts with honors and buys a ticket for the next ship back to London. 4 Clattery souvenirs. Get a port report, and then we have a spy here. Find the avuncular broker Snuffer. He wants it captured alive. We need a spy network here. We actually might be able to do that, though. Can we fulfill our spy's need? We would need romantic literature, which we don't have, but we can reset it and maybe get something else. We would need a searing enigma. Oh, actually? This will increase your network substantially, although not past 7. Interesting. So if you have a searing enigma, you can increase it by a lot here, which would definitely help. I mean, we could just try it. 30% chance is not nothing, and we're not really going to come back here ever. So how about we take it? 30% chance. We failed. We lost the network. Can we do it again? 15% chance, motherfucker. There's just no chance. There's just, it's just literally just gonna throw away your network for no reason. All right, well, fuck that then. At least now you know you just need to build up a spy network to do that. What is this? Mountain Sherd. This was struck from the side of the Mountain of Light, who is the god called Stone. It is holy, treated accordingly. Right-click to use this item. What the fuck? Anyway, I just wanted to stop here to see what that was, but we're gonna leave that for now. We're gonna move on, and I guess go all the way to Nuke. Yup. Because now we can actually go in here with the wine that we got, right? Yeah, return to Nuke with the wine. Undressing for adventure. That's one way to say it. Search for the recipient of the almost dead man's letter. Where will you find this etched tooth house? We succeeded. A complex exchange of hand signals suggests you should swim up. The latitudinarian home can be found in the Great Maw. It's said to swim up, right? To the Great Maw. So we need to go up a little bit. Let's get the board report while we're at it. Take from the weak. Let's not do that. That's not nice. Swim upwards. Investigate the etched tooth house. A flinty latitudinarian, whatever, keeps its upper cavities filled with compressed air, allowing a number of activities otherwise impossible in watery Nuke. The external surface of the tooth is covered with engravings, rows of battling soldiers, some with the heads of dogs, a mountain ablaze, ships riding on a river, and each ship has a human mouth. You swim inside and up to chambers of aggy air. Whoa, look at this art, what the hell? In the cavity of this etched tooth home, trapped air pockets allow an activity largely forsaken in Nuke, conversation. A handful of Nukefolk gather here to reminisce. Brevity is admired, the air is precious and rapidly fouls. The latitudinarian watches and listens. He keeps a merciless peace within this house, and cares not a damn for what happens outside it. Deliver the almost dead man's letter. What? He reads slowly. Correspondence is unknown in Nuke. When he finishes, he reads it again.
Fool, he says. His voice is rough and fond. Tell Lorenzo that Rosina makes her own choices, and tell him the route was never his damn fault. I took the decision to charge the gate. I missed the hyenas' approach. He blames himself for too much, and I'll be damned if he's taking this one from me. It's my fault, and I mean to be buried with it. Tell him he can get his own failures, and tell him, nah, never mind, too late. Too bloody late. We have a memory of Nuke, which is an insane art. I don't know what the fuck is going on there, like a wasp going into someone's eye. We gain strategic information and a secret. Okay, so we need to go back once again. We can tell him of our recent news. Trade recent news for intriguing snippets or other reports. We don't really care about that. Cool. That was all we really came for here, so we kind of don't care now. So we should probably get the fuck out of here. Return to the submarine. Bye-bye. There we go. Also, once again, cheap fuel here, but we kind of are trying to get this empty. So right now we almost have 40 spaces. We need 40 empty spaces. Okay, so Undercrow is on the way to the Avid Horizon, so we don't need to do that. So I'm pretty sure we just head back to London now, and then we should have enough spaces to do the quest of the merchant, hopefully. I almost forgot that we needed to go to the other shroom because we needed to get one of these guys. Yeah, we needed to get a Blemigan because we need to eat this or something. We'll also have to drop by a Rem, I think, to buy the strange catch that we need, unless we can get that from an enemy, but I'm just gonna go to a Rem. I think that's just the easiest way to do it. Because here we can literally just buy it from the store. You can just buy one strange catch, and then we need a mutter salt as well, I think. Yeah, we need one mutter salt, which we can do that by trading in 5 Z stories, which we can also gain some more here. So we need to have at least a surplus of 5, so there. I'll get one more. And then we might as well buy, while we're here, also 3 of these and then 1 Searing Enigma, so we can actually do the quest there. If we ever come back to Port Carnelian, we can do the spy network there, but I don't know. We're kind of going all over, but it's just all so fast with the engine now that it doesn't really matter. So we're going to go through here to buy the mutter salt that we need, and we might as well stop by the Undercrow as well to handle the letter. And we're here already. So let's see, we can give you... Bestow the Latitudinarian's forgiveness. The almost dead man has less to apologize for than he thought. The almost dead man's agape. He can insist you repeat the exchange, probing it for falsehood or insincerity. Then he shakes his head with some effort and releases an immense sigh. For a moment, he resembles a bloated, beatific cherub, whatever that is. Deliver the final letter to the burning lady in Anthe. One last message. The almost dead man clutches it to his chest. She was, the man's voice catches. With a trembling hand, he caresses the decorated R on the seal. I never should have left her. The old man's fingers are loath to release the letter. When they do, the most moth trembles in his chest. The incomparable Aurelian has the decency to look away. You've accepted a love letter to be delivered to Anthe. Okay, the final letter? We're not gonna read it. We're not gonna read the love letter. Come on now. Alright, well, that's literally on the way that I was going to anyway, so we might as well stop there and see what he's got to say. And there we are. Let's see. I hope we can just do this without becoming more crystallized, but let's see. Mingle with hurriers, getters, and thrusters. Visit Rosina? Is that... Oh, that is the Rosina! Oh, I see. It's all connected. Ah, I didn't even connect the dots. Well, this is probably bad, though, no? Aren't you gonna die for this? Present a love letter to Rosina. 77% chance. I could quickly leave and then put on the thing that gives me hearts. Yes, there we go. To make this slightly easier, maybe? Let's see. Now it's 84% chance. Alright, come on now. Don't fuck me here.
We succeeded. A love letter carefully consumed. Rosina will not deny the letter, but at your warning, she takes every precaution. Her nurses prepare fresh ice for the tub. One sings a somber hymn. Another transcribes the letter into separate pages, each sentence to be administered as the burning lady's disposition allows her to receive them. Rosina reads slowly. She looks in your directions. Her expression is fierce, as though you were talking in church. You step away into the other room until she is ready for you to return. Already you have seen enough. The page in her hand curls languorously from the heat. You're not gonna tell me anything? You're not gonna say anything. What am I supposed to say to the guy, man? There's nothing else? Form a hymn, tell Rosina a story, read romantic literature. But we could do that and like completely kill herself. It would be very bad for her. No, we're not doing that shit. Okay, I guess we're going back. We're going back all the way again to try to see if that's enough, if that's what they wanted. So then I'm just gonna go back to the end, well, whatever. I want to see it. I hope he's gonna be okay with this, because I don't really have her reaction. Tell a kindly lie about the burning lady's response. What kind of response did the corpse in waiting expect? Best to soothe his mind. It won't be long now. 40%. Recount Rosina's response to the almost dead man. What did she say? Eagerness is unbecoming on a bulbous cadaver. Tell him quickly. I mean, unfortunately, we're gonna tell him the truth, I guess. His wheezing turns to laughter. Even the Aurelian shares his smile. For a moment, the damp cave has the warmth of home. Giddy as an almost dead schoolboy. What? Okay, I lost her. Offer a private moment? A hushed conversation between the incomparable Aurelian and his aging master. A moment demanding reverence and privacy, or at least discreet eavesdropping. Well, we might as well put on the veils thing then. Make it slightly easier, 45%, let's see. We succeeded! Deathbed confessions. The almost dead man's voice is barely a whisper. His friend bends low to hear it. I found the paths the others followed. We meant to retrieve that what Nida stole and share it with all, but a raking cough consumes him. When it abates, he continues. Instead, the mountain gave me a gift of its own. You won't pin it in one of your displays, will you? The Aurelian can barely stifle a damp laugh. Of course not, sir. No spreading board could hold you. We gained a secret. Very nice. Attend to the hatching. The almost dead man's breathing has faded to a rattle joylessly. The incomparable Aurelian says it's time. At long last, the passage is gentle but not without horrors. You ensure that pain is kept to a minimum, while the incomparable Aurelian sits by the old man's side, taking notes in one hand and holding his mentor's hand with the other. There's almost no thrashing, and once everything is still, and translucent wings quiver in the cave smoke, the notebook is filled. Lorenzo's face is serene and empty. Feathered antennae brush across it. Multifaceted eyes regard you with curiosity. Wordlessly, the incomparable Aurelian hands you a small velvet bag as payment, then returns to meticulously reproducing every scale of the most moth's wings in a new notebook. This is kind of similar. Yo, $1,000. This is kind of similar to the first curator quest, which was much more profitable, but still, you get $1,000. Lorenzo has shed his life. Deal with what's left behind. Lorenzo, the most moth, stretches its scaled wings lazily. The incomparable Aurelian continues his sketches without a thought of his old master's corpse shell. Drawn to the fire. Reluctantly, the Aurelian closes his notebook. If I keep the lighthouse fire burning, I could observe you for a lifetime, he tells the moth. But there's a final matter of his to deal with. He turns to the crumpled remains of the almost dead man. His brother, the factor at Port de Meaux, will want something to bury. He can make do with this husk. With a rush of the wind, the most moth flies up into the fog, circling the fire and casting flickering patterns onto the cave walls. We now have the Lorenzo's corpse. Okay. We need to bring it to Port Demio, or whatever. Discuss Lorenzo's passing. The incomparable Aurelian sits on the stone tablet that was his friend's deathbed, listlessly staring at his collection. A quiet celebration. Without looking up, the incomparable Aurelian tells you that your assistance has been appreciated. Studying the most moth so closely will be the highlight of my career, he says excitedly. I'm sure Lorenzo would want to thank you as well. What the fuck? Looking up from his notebook of pressed moths, the incomparable Aurelian fixes you with his stare. Lorenzo came to the Neath looking for a way to cheat death. I can't say whether whether or not he succeeded. Tell him Lorenzo has lost. An honest death would have been better than what he endured. Tell him Lorenzo triumphed. Some part of him eluded death. He lives on. A triumph over death, albeit a messy one. Life is unreliably pleasant, but it's better than the alternative. Lorenzo found a way to prolong it. It was, after all, why he came to the Neath. The incomparable Aurelian sighs. He has a new life now, maybe a happier one. He closes his collection book with a quiet smile. Nothing is worse than death. Alright. Can we speak to him again? Nothing more to say, huh? Alright, well that's cool. Now we should go to Port Jimo, which is literally right there, to drop off his body and see what happens. Alright, let's see. Deliver Lorenzo's remains to the Factor. The affable Factor receives his brother's coffin solemnly. You counsel against looking within. A moth, you say? Can't say it was how he'd have wanted... Can't say it as it was how he'd wanted... Can't say as it was how he'd have wanted to go. What the fuck? I'm giving a stroke reading this. Can't say as it was how he'd have wanted to go, but I don't think he ever intended to go at all. Good lord. The affable Factor sighs and lights his pipe. The fungal smoke is all too familiar. Knew he'd meet a bad end with that lot. Not much stirring up trouble. Not enough enjoying what they'd got. 7's an unlucky number, if you ask me. He rests a hand on the coffin. Thank you anyway. I'll do something appropriate with him. We gain another secret. Very nice. We'll have tea with you as well. And that's pretty much all. Now we need to go, which we can buy some fuel here. Nice. I just need a little bit, like 10 fuel, I think. Because we need to drop by Wither in order to buy the mother salt, which we need to talk to our officer. So 1 second. Because here, I think, yeah, there must be other places to buy this, but this is like the only one I remember. So we're going to buy for 5 Z stories, 1 mother salt, and then we talk to you. A cure for animescence. I have an idea, but I'm going to need flesh from chillier kingdoms, solace fruit from the melting isle where the mangrove college lies, and yes, more mother salt. I regret that it's not cheap. Here you go. Grim resolution. She returns from her workroom, eyes downcast. No, my blood still runs too hot. It will increase day by day, but I wonder if this matter of blood is the key. We gained a secret, at least. Skintalak and solace fruit. Come on, lady. You need too many things, man. I don't have that shit, so, I mean, we can maybe get this somewhere, I guess. But anyway, I just wanted to get that. Now, I mean, you can get this in, like, the Fathom King's Hold. You can do all kinds of stuff. There's infinite quests to do if you want to. I just really want to go back to London to get the merchant quest and then go to the Avid Horizon. Alright, finally, here we go. Oh, an inspection by the Ministry of Public Decency. You can do that. Nothing to hide. And then you want me to get something? Thank you for the 2 supplies. We actually need those. Alright, how much do we have? We have 43 slots available. I also picked up some Deliver Claimant, so that gives us another 6 slots available. We should get one more recruit here. Thank you very much. Do you not have another message for me? Apparently you don't. Whatever, I guess. I can't really do this. I want to go rest with my family real quick to lose some more terror before we get out here. And then it is time. North. Take the Venturer to Avid Horizon, where the sea ends and the Watchers wait. The Venturer and his 40 units of essential cargo. Do not choose this option unless you have 40 units of free cargo space. We do have that. And now, let us sail when you are ready. All that you've assembled for me, it's here. Treasures too great for this world. Take me north to Avid Horizon in Void's Approach. If you lose the supplies, you can buy more, but they won't be cheap. 40 materials for the passage. Well, with the remaining slots we have, we should, I guess, oh, we also have ivory here that I don't need, so we should sell that. I'm just trying to make as much space as possible because we're going to need more fuel than what we have right now. We can also hand in the live specimen for another 100 echoes. Thank you very much. And then, I mean, we do have the stuff we need right now to make the book, but I kind of want to do that as our very last thing. I want to click the button and then beat the game and say that it was a playthrough well done. Like, it's such a cool journey we've gone on with all these many different places we've visited, so many quests, like, and too much to count, as you can tell by the length of the video that we've been doing. It's been a bit of a wild journey, but I've had so much fun. Hope you had as well. I'm saying it as if it's over. It's not over yet, don't worry. We're gonna do this quest right now. So let's buy fuel. We need a few supplies and then like 10 fuel, I think. That's the main thing we need. All right, 18 fuel, 7 supplies should be more than enough to get going to the Avid Horizon and deliver the merchant on an epic journey. And here we are, the Avid Horizon. Some kind of gateway. 2 vast winged shapes guard the gate. Guard a gate of something like resin, smooth but uneven. It is deep gant, the color that remains when all other colors have been eaten. Eyes crust over the crack between its valves. Approach, and your breath freezes. Falls tinkling in shards from the air. It will be utterly foolish to touch the thing. A merciless wind blows from everywhere to everywhere. It passes without effort through your breech coat, your flesh, your lungs. The dock lies empty. Open the high gate. Also, apparently we need strategic information, so we'll take that. A curious miscellany gathered from all across the wide Black Sea. Your companion knows how to use these materials. Complete a certain manner in London to achieve this. Almost there. Most of the supplies remain packed. The Venturer extracts gems, wire, bone. At the base of each statue, he constructs a kind of cage. At the heart of each cage is a candle. We won't light them, he says. He tells you confidently. We'd be seen. The gate only opens when the Watchers are blind. Watch as he completes his scheme. Pass beyond with him. This is another way to end your game. This will end your game, although your next character will retain something interesting. So we could have left with the Zeppelin, or you could do this one as well for another permanent stat buff for all the characters you're going to play as later. Now, you can only do one of these each playthrough. Your sailors assist the merchant Venturer as he assembles the contents of the crates. A platform takes shape before the gate. A structure like a vast dragonfly or a carnival float. He piles it with cargo. The gate, he tells you, is a law, not a door. In a moment of inattention from its guardians, the law may be broken. I'm just going to watch how he completes it. Trade exists beyond the gate, in the high wilderness. The bazaar itself has told me this. I will earn the currencies of heaven. I will return strong with strange riches. A ravishing light. The gate does not open in the way of other gates. Nothing moves, but its surface blazes bright as the skin of a star. The light is like the savage radiance from the dawn machine's ruptures.
The Venturer and his machine shine like glass, their bones illuminated within, a sight so beautiful that sailors cry out and fall to their knees. The light grows brighter still, and now all the colors and all the ice around you are visible, brighter and you can see nothing at all. The light fades, the high gate is closed. The Venturer and his cargo are gone, into the void. As your eyes recover, far, far away, in the uttermost south, you glimpse a pulse of ruddy, envious light. We gain 5 pages. Damn, I didn't know you gain 5 pages. And you also gain a Searing Enigma, another one. So yeah, this is another one of the crazy quests that you can do. Crazy long quests, which I always like to do this one. Like to do this one, the Empire of Hands. They're just like, they feel like real achievements where you complete them, because there's a lot of like mini quests where you do like little things going from place to place, and then there's like a handful of really large quests like the Port Cecil quest, the Vanderbite quest, I guess the Estival quest, Empire of Hands. We didn't do the Estival one. The Snowchild quest was really cool too with the Santa Claus one. I think we can go to Varkos to finish off another like pretty large quest there as well. Now obviously that's all the way across the entire ocean, but that's not a problem because we can just cut it. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, and I might as well stop by the Fathom King's Hold as well to quickly pick up a Skintalak so we can maybe complete the officer's quest, because if I can do both of those things that would be still really cool. Now obviously there's always going to be some loose ends in a playthrough like this, because a playthrough can take like 100+ hours if you want to do like 80% of the stuff. So I mean, we've done a large amount of the stuff in much less time than it would take if you didn't know what you were doing, obviously. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think we can actually maybe pick up some Skintalak here. Yeah, there's Skintalak, 75% chance with our mirrors. Can we increase that? Mirrors. Now we have an 82% chance. Come on now. We succeeded and we gained 1 Skintalak, which is perfect because now we can talk to you. And Skintalak and Solace Fruit. I have a theory about the properties of fluid light and their procession through the highways of the heart. Approaching despair. A night, a day, and a night pass, and she returns to your cabin, fists clenched, lips tight. Nothing. It has not even won me time. But if my soul is irretrievably contaminated, then perhaps... ... I have one more idea. You need a judgment egg? Are you crazy? And we need the God of Stone's attention? The attention I think we can get and wither. The judgment egg, we would have to kill a fluke core and then trade that in at the Iron Republic to get that. I mean, we can do it. I think so. If we just stop by over here, we pick up a Lorn fluke along the way. That should be relatively doable. Holy shit, this one is back again. What the hell? The Tree of Ages has spawned 3 times already in this playthrough? Also, you're stuck right now. Wait, can I farm you? Can I cheese you? Not really. I should leave. I mean, I can... Oh, God, don't hit me. That thing does so much damage if it hits you once. You really don't want to get that. It's so... You kind of just gotta play it safe. You gotta just do the rotating game. Give me a second. Alright, finally. That took forever. But anyway, here you go. Goodbye. That's insane. I've only seen this one once in my previous playthroughs, which were way longer than this one. But I guess we fought it earlier than I would usually do, but it doesn't usually respawn so fast. So yeah, another Searing Enigma. We have way too many, but always worth. If you see that enemy, you should honestly just always kill it, because it just gives you so much money. Ah, and there's the Lorn Fluke that we need right next to it. That's so perfect. There you go, easy peasy. And then, can we get this too? 94% chance. Yes, we can. Even more secrets. Lorn Flukes are even better because they're much easier to fight. They have like 600 HP. This thing has like 900 HP, but it also is just much easier to shoot it because you can fight it in the normal way, so you can use both your cannons instead of just one. Anyway, let me see once again. I forgot what we need exactly. We need to get one more thing right.
Oh yeah, we need to get the attention, which for that, we need to get to Wither. So that shouldn't be too hard. And then the Judgment Egg, we can turn... Yeah, we need to get the Iron Republic. Of course, there's another Lorn Fluke right here, but, I mean, I'll take it, I guess. Also, I was thinking we should stop at the Varkas area, because maybe we can actually complete the special quest there as well. Since we're so close anyway. The City of Light. Let's see. Do we need something? Welcome. You're welcome. We're gonna talk to the white cloaked guard. I don't think it really matters. We need to get into the town. Continue your explorations. And then we need to do this one. So we need to get the Agnihatri's interest. And we need to get the yellow or jewel turbaned youth's invitation. So let's talk to you. What do you need? You are not entirely sure what you were expecting from the jewel turbaned youth's invitation. Perhaps a candlelit dinner and a genteel seduction. It turns out to be an evening of card games and chilled wine with his rather eclectic collection of friends. But as the wine is drunk and the cards are played, the gathering takes on a certain political tone. A raggedly dressed artisan begins complaining of the Agnihatri's trade restrictions. A novice priest points out contradictions in Mihir's mantras. A stone carver questions whether his daughter should have to follow in the same profession. Will you? The yellow turbaned youth stares at you, licking his lips. Will you tell us a story? Tell them of yourself. Tell them a fanciful tale. Tell them a wanderer's tale. It might be nice to be honest, especially to a group of people you'll never have to meet again. We'll do that. Oh, apparently they actually don't care. You wet your throat with tart wine and fix your eyes on a carved lintel and begin your own, somewhat convoluted tale. At the end, they look simply dissatisfied, slightly relieved. We were hoping I hate this name. The youth clears his throat. That you would tell us, he pitches, his voice lowers, lies. You are a little insulted. After all, it's not as if you make a habit of telling strangers of your past. I mean no insult, he adds placatingly. We only have true stories here in Varkas, and no inventions, no made-up tales. Well, I guess I'll tell you a fanciful tale then. 60% chance. We failed, you motherfucker. Do it again. There we go. Yo, you get a searing enigma from just doing that. That's fucking crazy. What? Your crew would have enjoyed this tale and probably added their own asides and embellishments. Still, you couldn't have hoped for a more appreciative audience. They gasp a moan and shudder guiltily as your story comes to a climax. Afterwards, the youth takes you by the hand and his own is shaking and his skin is clammy. We are forbidden from the trickery of storytelling in Varkas, he tells you hoarsely. I've never heard anything so sublime. We got what we needed and a searing enigma as well. Can we do the temple? We need to do the temple, right? The Agnihatri, 60% chance. Come on. We succeeded! You go to pay your respects. Well, what did we do here? The Varkasi equivalent of a king or governor. He is overseeing the rituals and gives you a slanted glance. You go to pay your respect, and he is at pains to impress upon you that he is no despot or tyrant prince, but rather rules Varkas with his council of sun-seers and fire-keepers. What do you think of Varkas so far, Thomas? He asks, and you know better than to mutter anything but meaningless platitudes in response. He nods as though satisfied, but you catch him giving you sharp, speculative looks as you wander the temple. It seems you have aroused his interest. We gain veils, very nice, and we gain the interest, which now we have what we needed, but we don't have we don't have any more time here. Well, maybe we do actually. Oh, we do! The pilgrimage to Amaradri. The Agnathri seek wisdom. The sick are ready to begin a long journey. The young and the restless have made their plans. The sword of the guards have been renewed. The pilgrimage is ready to begin. So you need to convince everybody, and then you can do this. It is hard not to be carried along by the excitement and anticipation of the Varkasi. The pilgrimage to Amaradri. It seems as though half the city has joined the pilgrimage to the Mountain of Light. The other half lines the street and hangs out from upper-story windows to watch their friends and loved ones depart. Musicians play stirring tunes on polished brass instruments and little calabash lyres, all undercut with the rhythmic sound of drums. A towering machine piled high with fungus is wheeled to the front of the procession. The drivers sit in a lamp-lit cabin in the front, their faces grim. The Agnihotri raises his hand, and a hush falls over all of Varkas. The mirrored gates slide open, rays of light reflecting jaggedly. Outside, the Elder Continent is dark and hushed and vast. You have the dizzying feeling that it is vaster and onyx blacker than the Untersee. Somehow, but that cannot be. Wish us luck, Tomas. The Agnihotri is next to you, at the very front of the procession. His aging face looks suddenly youthful and taut. His eyes glimmer with purpose. You can only nod weakly. The Agnihotri laughs wildly, and then shouts a command, and the machine rumbles out of the city gates. It lays down 2 thick rows of fungus to either side of it. The lamplighters dart to the very edge of the darkness and light the fungus with their torches. It blazes up, illuminating the path inland in brilliant white, rot-scented light. The people of Varkas cheer so loudly you think your eardrums will burst. The pilgrimage stream slowly out of the city. The pilgrims stream slowly out of the city in a glimmering procession, leaving it half empty behind them. We gain 7 stories and a secret. Time to leave. You know when to leave. Besides, your crew is probably growing restless. The guard gives you a quick grin as he opens the mirrored gates for you and makes a mark in her ledger as you step out of the circle of light. The familiar shadowy bleakness of the dark is comforting against your skin. Your ship awaits. Compile a port report. I need to know what happened here, and I think for that we just need to get another something awaits you, so we need to wait 1 second. Let's see. Oh, it's you! The guard at the mirrored gates gives you a startled look. Clearly, she remembers you. Up close, the blue-cloaked guard looks grimly fearful and wide-eyed. There are strange things going on in Varkas these days. She turns away. Sometimes I think Mihir has turned his gaze away from us forever. She seems to recollect herself all of a sudden, and stands a bit straighter. You will see for yourself, Tomas. Step lightly and walk in the light of Mihir. Cracked glass and doused lamps everywhere. There are pools of shadow visible in the formerly shadowless city, and the Varkasi huddle together and avoid the dark spaces with fear twisting their faces. You see Varkasi clashing with white-cloaked guards in the streets, shouting slogans. They call themselves the Neathers, and wear pieces of broken mirror around their necks. Even the Temple of Mihir has not escaped their anger. Across the stone threshold, the Neathers have arranged thousands of glittering pieces of broken mirror into the words, "We have already fallen." The pilgrims are still away, and with them, the Agnihotri and his council of sun priests. It is the perfect moment for a revolution. And what will you do? Sail away. This is none of your concerns, and it should stay that way. We could hear out the Neathers. What exactly do they hope to achieve? Hear out the Sun Priests, side with the Mihir's priests, join the Neather revolution. Let's hear out the Neathers. What do they hope to achieve? You are barely surprised to find the jewel-turbaned youth is the leader of the Neathers. This is all because of you, Thomas, he tells you brightly. Your very presence in Varkas made us think and wonder and imagine. He turns to the other Neathers and holds up a shard of broken mirror hanging around his neck by a thin thread. We deny the tyranny of Mihir and his priests and his high-born fire keepers. We refuse to isolate ourselves from the rest of the Neath any longer. We refuse to fear the dark and cower in the light. His voice raises to a roar. We are fallen! The Neathers shout their enthusiasm and hold up their mirror shards like banners. We are fallen, they cry. Well, they are certainly enthusiastic, but does that mean they are right? Let's hear out the Sun Priests. The Temple of Mihir is a war room
We cannot let Farkas fall into darkness. The oldest Sun Priest addresses the assembled guards and citizens. The Neithers have not simply turned away from Mihir's gaze, but they actively conspire with his enemies. A susurration goes through the crowd as the Sun Priest holds up a shard of broken mirror. They are enthralled to the Parabolan powers who whisper through mirrors and entice through dreams and trickery. They are breaking the mirrors and dousing the lamps. If they are breaking mirrors, you point out, how can they be in league with the Mirror Lords? The Sun Priest gives you a pitying look. Oh, Tomas, what happens when you break a mirror? He snaps the shard he is holding and holds the broken pieces in either hand. They glint jaggedly. You simply make more mirrors. Perhaps he is telling the truth, or perhaps he merely fears the Neithers and their desire to curtail the power of the temple to which he is sworn. Okay. We can join the revolution or side with the priests. I think we should probably leave this place to be how it was, maybe? I'm not sure. It seems like they were doing okay here, but I don't really know much of the inside politics of this place. But let's side with the priests. Even without the Agnihothri and the ruling council of the Sun Priests, the Temple of Mihir is swift to act. The jewel-turbaned youth and the leaders of the Neithers are dragged into the burning light of the temple by a dozen guards. The Sun Priests form a ring in the middle of the temple under the statue of Mihir's watchful carnelian-eyed gaze. The Sun Priests begin to chant faster and faster and faster and faster until your heart begins to hammer in time to their words. They douse lamp after lamp until they create a perfect circle of darkness bound by their joined hands. One by one, the Sun Priests throw the revolutionaries into the shadow. The youth is the last to be thrown in, and he is weeping piteously. You are Tamash now, the Sun Priests declare. You have no name. The darkness has taken it from you. Mihir has turned his gaze away. Then they break the circle, relight the lamps, and simply turn away. We gain a secret and a page. The Sun Priests come to you, flanked by guards. I think, the oldest one says thoughtfully, that it is time for you to go, Tomas. You have caused enough disruption in our glorious city. You nod. It is good advice. Best to leave before the Agnihothri returns from pilgrimage. You have learned a great deal here. The affairs of Varkas touch on the mysteries of the continent. Walk in the light, Mihir. Light of Mihir, Thomas. The guard at the gate barely even looks up as she lets you out of the city. It burns beacon bright behind you. You walk down the dark pebbled path that leads to the docks, feeling the familiar shadowy bleakness of the Neath cool your skin. Your ship await. We get another Searing Enigma. We've been farming this like crazy, I guess, by accident. I wasn't really planning on it, but okay. Oh, we changed our port report to a different one because now it's close to outsiders. Interesting. A new settlement. There's a collection of tents and huts clustered in the thin ring of light around the city's walls. Perhaps you could speak to them. Well, let's try it. There we go. Now we can do this. The jewel-turbaned youth greets you with his hands pressed together, only he is not jewel-turbaned any longer, nor does he look particularly youthful. You can see other ill-fated Neithers through open tent flaps. They sit on moldering cushions and sip mushroom tea. We decided to leave Farkas now that we are no longer Farkasi, he explains, though they haven't gone particularly far. He gives you an ironic look. We have not given up our cause, but we are not quite ready for the wide open sea yet. He looks out over the glistening black expanse of the Untersee, and a smile spreads slowly over his wan features. Soon, he whispers, soon. There is little more you have to say to each other. He watches you closely, almost yearningly, as you walk back to your ship. We gained a tale of terror. Well, I actually don't know what happens after this. I'm pretty sure that might just be it. I mean, we gained like a Searing Enigma and a bunch of lore from this place. So yeah, I just wanted to do that big happening as well over there. Now we go to Port Carnelian to get the quest for Adam's Way while we're at it. I think the one where we need to make the spy network.
There we go, Port Carnelian, and then we can do fulfill your spy's need. Now we can give them a searing enigma because we have 5 of these, which will increase our spy network substantially. How much? Burning bright. The prince lounges in the arch of a high glassless window, kneeling. You recount a tale of how his forebears earned their title. His ears prick as you speak of a war behind mirrors. His eyes open when you mention the satraps from across a smoking sea. He growls as you describe a battle against a legion of heart-takers and tiger blood blackening a pebbled beach. You recite his full and original title, the Prince of the Smoking Shore and the Duke of all the Isles, archipelagos and peninsula that were once the sovereignty of the humbled satraps. How the truth burns in him. His eyes blaze ember spark in his fur. You helpfully beat them out. It will be useful having royalty in your debt. We gain 3 networks, which is that going to be enough? What do they need next, by the way? Ooh, they need a high, that's super high risk, but we could do this one. Insight. We need the god's attention. We can do that. Oh, and then we have another one. Nice. And then we can do this now. A modest challenge, 75%. If we can do it one more time, I think we have 100%. Which we're not going to be able to do. Money by secrets. That's 12%, bro. Unless it's not actually 12%. It might be one of those where you can like get a discount. If you succeed, I'm going to try it. It literally didn't do shit. And it gave me a bunch. It gave me suspicion and I lose money. And we gain a menace. So that was fucking useless. What else do they need? Okay, I could try it again, over and over again. Oh, wait, but we can do this. A rival agent besets your network. You need to draw them out. 2 secrets? I guess. There you go. Now it's at 6. Wait a minute. I've never had like a spy network this high. Now we can do this. 90% chance. Come on. Don't fuck me. You succeeded. Okay. A good day's work. You issue coded instructions to your agents. Within the day, the snuffer is identified, isolated, subdued with the gift of a carefully poisoned hat steeped in paralytic jellyfish extracts, placed in a coffin, carried to your ship, and chained in the hold before the poison wears off. A diet of mudder salt candles keeps it quiet for the return journey. It had been masquerading as an aide at the governor's mansion. Undoubtedly, questions will be asked regarding his disappearance, but you'll be long gone by then. All right, well, we have what he needs. Plus, I have a really high spy network here. We could seek intelligence, but I would like to influence affairs in Port Carnelian. Your network's influence over the colony is extensive. How will you use it? Shore up the governor's rule. Port Carnelian is a vital part of her enduring majesty's dominion, and so it shall remain. Insert Khanate agents into key positions. Broker an alliance of tigers. Interesting. Well, we can't do this because we need a vital intelligence, which we can actually get by just turning some of these into vital intelligence. We just need a move in a great game, whatever. And now we can do it. So you can choose to side with London, with the Khanate, or with, I guess, the Isle of Cats, which we've been kind of following the Isle of Cats quest. So I guess we'll do that. Why not? The beginning of something bigger. It doesn't take much to rouse the tigers to action. Their grievances are... Well, maybe it's not the Isle of Cats, but anyway. Their grievances are genuine, only their organizational skills were lacking. You form a restitution committee, soothing tigerish egos by giving every member a splendid title. Any other business? Demands the over-secretary in charge of cultural conspiracy at the first meeting. One of your agents scribbles terrified minutes. Their first act is to organize a march protesting the practice of separate theater performances for tigers and humans. They can't carry placards and can't agree on slogans, but their roars rattle every window in the colony. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are just literal tigers, maybe. Okay, I lose... I'm supporting the tigers' aboriginal claim to Port Carnelian. Oh, so I'm supporting the original people that lived there, I guess. Supremacy London, new total, promising. Oh, I lost the supremacy for London. Interesting. We lost the vital intelligence. Can we do that again? Oh, you need 7 and we have 6? Wait, can I do that again? Almost impossible challenge, a diplomatic agent. This is always going to be hard as fuck, I think. We can try to reset it. Because we need to have it up to... Ooh, only 1 romantic literature? That's so easy. That's interesting. So yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff with this and like build up different factions. Like, I haven't done much of that, but you can do like all kinds of politics. Like you can go to the surface and do a bunch of politics stuff there. Talk to people and try to bring a revolution of people from the surfaces back to the Untersea or something like that. You can do wild stuff. I've mostly just focused on a large variety of quests rather than... Well, I did some long quests too, but there's some like really, really wacky long quests where you're just doing like non-stop... or you're doing just like building up lots of different spy networks and stuff like that. Which is fun to do, but it's not what I really focused on this time. Alright, stop at the Iron Republic where we can do... the Parliament of Flies, so that we can hand in the Fluke Core for the Judgment Egg. We could even buy another one, but I'm not going to do that. I will, however, buy just an ungodly amount of fuel here, because it's so damn cheap in this place. I'm literally just going to buy maxed out, because we don't need to have any more. We don't need to worry about inventory anymore. And now, I need to go all the way up to Wither to collect the attention that we need to be able to complete the quest. Oh wow, I stopped by London because I was passing through here anyway. The Venture's Executor. I'm here to fulfill his last request. This is the merchant we just sent through Avid Horizon. Was there something that you wanted? Speak of the surface. He had arranged for a series of frescoes to commemorate what he was. Can you supply inspiration? Yes, I have 50 of these, so you can have 7. The Executor listens in silence. Yes, she says, at last. That's what we've lost, thank you. Only 100? Do it again? Are you kidding me? This seems like a scam. 100 for 7 visions of the service? Whatever then. I just was curious what that was. Give me the supplies. I was just coming by here to buy some supplies so that I could make it over there. And there we are. So we can go get the stone's attention, which, by the way, you have to have the watchful curio, but you can... This is like the insane part of this game a little bit, where like in order to get something, you need something else, which you can get something by trading something. Like it gets quite overwhelming. But anyway, we need a watchful curio, fuel, and some echoes, and then we can get the stone attention. Thank you very much. And with that... we can talk to our officer. Let's see. I have one more idea. I'm uncomfortable with this matter of sea gods, but I cannot afford discomfort. Can you help me find this last thing? It is rare, I know. A kind of desperate delight. Days pass, false stars fade, the sea is silent. At last you find her, calm and grave, standing at the bow. Or bow. She turns. I can report success, I can, but I am uncertain now of the I. Who am I? My old soul is gone forever. I have another, one less combustible. No, there's little more I can say. I promise you I would keep no more of my own secrets, but I am another now. No, this is not some narrow slight. This is a holy mystery I will not curse you with, but you have my thanks anyway. Always, always and forever. We gained 3 secrets, and the brisk campaigner has recovered. We did it? Celebrate with the campaigner by giving her some wine. Bro, I don't have any fucking wine, man. Let's go back to London to get some fucking wine. All right, lady. Let's go get some wine for you. It still says the blind bruiser is here sometimes. I don't know why, because you are dead, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, wine. Thank you. And then, what happens? Celebrate with the campaigner. The campaigner has changed. The irises of her eyes, which were brown, are now charred black. The flesh is shrunken on her bones. She aged 10 years, but her back is straight and her voice is clear. Wine, she says, incisively. Wine! You and the campaigner toast her rebirth. Not a rebirth, she corrects you. Perhaps a pre-death. Hush, don't look at me like that. I'm a realist. Have another glass of wine. She has survived. She has found a cure. If anyone could, she points out, it would be me, after all. You were lucky it was me who fell ill. Her wisdom has been tested, tempered, and not found wanting. Well, quite. But you were an invaluable assistant. A fine vintage this. Another glass? You and she are safe, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Interesting. They keep saying that sentence. Your very fine health. Okay, so we replaced the brisk campaigner with the indomitable campaigner. So we probably upgraded her stats. Let's see. She now gives +5 iron and +9 hearts, which is is that much more? This is 14 compared to, yeah, that is much more. So we're definitely gonna do that instead. We're swapping you out. Yeah, there's still quests to do. Like, you can talk to all these people and do like so many quests, but I mean, this playthrough has to end eventually. I've been having an unbelievably good time. I love this game. It was just like an insane passion project for me. I just really wanted to share this game. I just think it's so cool. I don't even know how this video turns out, because it is an absolutely massive monster of a video of like, I mean, I don't know how long it actually ends up being, because I recorded for far more than 20 hours, so I don't know how much of it actually ended up being in the video. Probably very, very long though. Because I wanted to actually read all of the stories, all of the important stories, and we did so many of them. I mean, look, the whole map explored, not just the map on top, but the map below as well, like the underwater areas we have also explored quite a bit. We went every single place, reading all the stories. Now, obviously, there is always more to explore in this game. There's just so many endless stories to do. You can go, like on many adventures on the surface, many other things that you can influence by doing different choices, many officers that you can find that give you other quests that you can go on. However, I do think we have done a lot of the content, like a serious portion of the content that's been in this video, and a lot of the main quests that you will encounter, pretty much most of the stuff that you will encounter on a first playthrough, you have seen in this video. Now, because I have done pretty much everything that I did on my first playthrough, which was like 50 hours. Now, obviously, this video was not 50 hours, because I haven't recorded for 50 hours. But yeah, all like my favorite quest, the chess quest, doing I think the first curator is such a cool quest. It's a bit a shame that it's such an overwhelming quest to do, because you get so many like tasks all at once that you don't know how to complete them, but it gives you so much money that you can really snowball with it, and like it really helps you to turn, like what you really struggle with in this game when you play is, or when you play for the first time, is how to turn doing quests into making money so that you can like get better boats and get better gear and do better quests and be more efficient. And like it really also helps knowing like what are the really important quests to focus on, such as, for example, the this quest right here. I think is just like the most important quest to eventually do the tireless mechanic quest, because getting this like engine, I didn't even have a light on the bridge the whole time, by the way. I just noticed that. Also, I should swap this out. There we go. The Fulgent Impeller is just absolutely crazy. 50% fuel efficiency. Like, after we got this, we did so many quests that were like, go here and go to the opposite side of the map, and then go back to the opposite side of the map, and just like ping pong all across the entire area. Because at that point, you can just go everywhere so fast and so efficiently that it doesn't really matter. That you can just kind of like go on journeys that you want to go on. So let's see. I think we can still do a few things here. We can hand in, I think, yeah, 10 more outlandish artifacts to get another heirloom. So you can, at this point, right, I have basically everything. I can play forever at this point without dying, really. So what you can do is just collecting as much money as possible to give your next character like an insane amount of stuff, which is a totally fair thing to do. Like, you definitely want to max out your heirlooms. If it's like your actual first playthrough, you can build or you can buy the better mansion as well. I keep clicking the wrong button. There it is. Which costs you 10,000 too. Which we can even turn in... Oh, apparently a little present. Thank you. We can turn in the Searing Enigmas for additional money as well. I mean, we might as well. I don't really plan on doing anything with this. So let's hand them in. That's another 1,000. We can hand this in for another 500. Like, you kind of just want to turn everything in. If you're planning on ending the game, might as well hand in everything, since you're going to be able to take some of the money with you on the next playthrough. So just having an absolute ungodly amount of money at the start is going to really help you out. We'll hand in this too. And now that I'm thinking, there's actually one more thing I want to try, which is to fight the mountain over here, because this could actually kill us, which would also be a way to end the game, I guess. I want to see if we can fight the mountain and then end the video game. That would be really cool. So let's quickly repair our hull, because we're definitely gonna need everything. Also, let's spend some time with our family in case it's actually gonna be our last here. And then we should get some more crew, I think. Let's get a little bit more crew. Yeah, there we go. 15. We'll get an extra one because we probably will take some damage here. So we're going to get up to 16 crew and then repair our ship as well. So that we will not be damaged. There you go. Oh, apparently it didn't fully repair me that time. Weird. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, I'll just do this then. That's the wrong button. Apparently that gave me fuel. My bad. I meant to click the Admiralty, this one. And then we get a maxed out hull. Okay. So let's go all the way over there and see if we can fight him. Oh my god, there he is. I just don't really want to fight you in this storm. Oh god. I think we try the same strategy, honestly. The rotating strategy. That seems like the best idea. So this guy has a long range attack as well. Okay, he's missing right now. As long as we don't get stuck in the storm, we should be fine. We can use our crystal. 1,000 HP. I think this is the strongest creature in the entire game. I could also try my, like, just going face first. Oh god. But it's gonna take so much damage if he shoots me. But then I can use my Scintillact to be able to use both cannons. Yeah, here. Maybe it's not the best idea. 38 damage on that. Are you fucking crazy? I kind of want to try it for at least a few shots here, going backwards and shooting with both of these so that I can reload them both. Oh god, he's coming, but... yeah, because then I can shoot way faster, do way more damage. It's also kind of cooler. Oh, it's doing a lot of damage, though. Come on, come on. And then I can have them in my light so that I can fire both cannons. 41 damage at a time. What the fuck? How much HP? Can you at least charge me a few times? 200 HP left. Wait, this was easy. What the fuck? Holy shit. Back off, back off, back off. 100 HP left. We didn't even lose any crew so far. He's going away. He knows it's about to end. Holy shit. GG. That was crazy. I mean, our guns are insane, but I did not expect that to work. A shattered cliff. A ship cannot destroy a mountain. All you have won is life and time, while it sinks and heals. But for now, Mount Nomad is silent, and here the wreck of another half-consumed ship slides from within. Quickly, we can... a desperate excursion... just a few minutes, 61%. No more chances. You have your life and your ship. Well, we'll try it, 61%. We failed it. We lost crew, but we did gain iron, a captivating treasure, and a Mount Nomad's heart. That's fucking sick, dude. Let's go. So that is the big enemy that you can fight. And we get another captivating treasure for the next character. Alright, well with that, I think we have successfully actually beaten the game. We have done so many quests, like endless amount of content. I've had a blast. This is just such a fun game. I hope I sparked a little bit of the passion about this game in some of you guys watching, because like, man, I mean, if even anybody gets this far, because holy shit, this video was crazy. I just kind of wanted to really share something about this game because I was so busy with this game, like so into it, all of the different ways to do all the quests, and like how much content there is and how much like cool story lore there is. And it's such a like underrated game because of the reading and like the way it presents itself, because it is a like text game. And there's like the whole ocean aspect is such a visual, like it's such a beautiful game. Like there's so much visual interesting to it with the boat and like the ocean and all the different islands, and the music is beautiful and the creatures are awesome and scary, and the underwater area is fucking sick as well. Like it's just, that's such a cool DLC. I never got to play that one. You can see how fast we're going, by the way. I've yapped a little bit and we're already all the way from there, basically back in London. Like there's a ship here. Hello, little guy. Ooh, you're a pretty tanky one, but 2 shots or 3 shots and you're gonna be dead here. Yeah, I can't praise this game enough. I think it holds up super well. If you just give it time, I think that's really what if you like respect the game for what it is and actually read, like you need to be in the mood to play this game to give it the time and the effort that it needs to actually be appreciated. Because if you just like click through everything all the time and you don't read anything, you'll be so wildly confused as to what the fuck is going on. You can't like make the right choices. Like you need to read the important quest lines so that you can actually do proper choices and like make things do a role-playing game. Like, because otherwise you're just kind of like clicking buttons and not really living your own character very much. Which, by the way, this boat is fucking awesome as well. Like, that was such a cool, such a better boat than I usually take. Usually I took the Merchant, and the Merchant's just way too slow. Like, with the Fulgent Impeller, you can make this one work, kind of. 120 hold capacity is really, really nice. But the 70 is honestly fine most of the time. And that forward cannon is, like, incredibly strong. Especially when you get the upgraded cannon from the quest, the Cannoneer, or the Irrepressible Cannoneer quest. So, with that, I have shared you my passion for Sunless Sea. I am so appreciative that you joined me on this journey. Like, you don't know how much it means to me. I'm really glad you did. Thank you so much. And we're gonna go to our lodgings and write ourselves an epic. We will also do one more heirloom here, since we have it anyway. There you go. We now have 9 heirlooms for the next character. And we do have 10,000, so you could also buy the mansion, actually. Because you do get to keep the mansion. But anyway, write the Song of the Sea. You have assembled a store of lore and a collection of antiquities. Your knowledge of the sea rivals that of any captain of history. Write it all down. This will create the Song of the Sea, which allows you to retire happily if you have the correct ambition, and is a pretty nifty item in its own right. It requires the cabinet aquarium, all the stuff you need. You need a Dread Surmise, which needs a bunch of Searing Enigmas, the port report from Irem, port report from King Eater Castle, from Khan's Heart, from Mount Palmerston, from Port Cecil, 40 secrets, 77 Tales of Terror, 77 Z stories, 77 memories, and then all these other like special artifacts, and then you can finally click this button. A final draft. You labor mightily and a stack of pages rewards your labor. Regard it with pride. It is all your voyages condensed into a handily foldable format. Your publisher suggests an epigraph for you from the latest amended Bible to emerge from St. Cyriac's College. The waters were gathered together. The floods slept in the sun's blindness, and the depths rose like the moon in the light at the edge of the sea. And we lose everything. But we get the Song of the Sea. So we've replaced literally everything with that. Now you can make them again, actually, to gain your, to get them all back if you want. Now this item is pretty sick. It doesn't take a slot. Oh, it doesn't take a slot. That's cool. It equips into the auxiliary. And it gives you 10 of each and every stat. So you can put this on
like in, if you're about to like head somewhere where you need to do quests, you can put this on, or like skill checks, I mean, you can put it on and then have like 10 more stats and everything to be able to do skill checks better, which by the way, look at all these stats. We got so many stats. Now we do have 7 secrets remaining, so you can quickly like turn them. I think mirrors is what I'm going to take to the next character, so I'm going to turn all of them into mirrors real quick to just have more stats for the next character, which I think we also have another thing that's going to be permanent as well. We collected that in the surface somewhere at some point. Anything else we can hand in? We can get supplies. Oh yeah, you can hand in the blue scintillac, I guess, since we're not going to need it, since we can't take it with us. So that's another 800 gold. You can click this button like a bunch of times. 5 echoes from the lamentable relic, you fucker. Oh, and we should also hand in all the port reports, I guess, since we have so many. I've been to like so many places. We are 12,000 right now. Let's see how many this is going to give us. Since I've been holding on to these for so long now. Oh boy. 200. All the fuel. I'm going to have to throw some fuel overboard probably. Visage. We've been everywhere. Empire of Hands. Port Carnelian. Frostbound. Estival. Estival, another quest that I definitely am going to do on another playthrough. Oh, there we go. I'm going to throw some shit overboard since we're going to need a bunch. Salt Lions, Hideaway, Demo Island, Nuke. Bro, it never ends. Anthe. Okay, come on now. Come on now, gamers. Undercrow, and that's it. That was like $1,000 worth of stuff. We can also make another strategic information here to hand that into you for another 500, and obviously you could just farm forever. But anyway, I think the playthrough has spoken for itself. Let's go to our lodgings and consider retirement from seafaring life. Maybe it is time. This allows you to review your options, which will end the game. You can safely scrutinize them without choosing one. Victory! Retire to a life of fame. You have written the Song of the Sea, an epic and comprehensible artistic response to the black unknowns of the Neath. It will stand the test of time. Perhaps if anyone betters it, you can have them disposed of. Boom. Fame and fortune. You are acclaimed as the prophet of the Untersee. Your work inspires a whole generation of new captains to risk their ship's crew and selves against the unknown. Rewards of the dark waters, poets and scholars queue to consult you. Your secretary will juggle dinner invitations for years to come. You're at the summit of London's social order. Your crew, of course, is not. They are bit players. Crowd scenes even. Perhaps you keep in touch with them, help them with loans or comfort when their own schemes fail. Perhaps you're content on your lonely pinnacle. This captain's career is complete. Choose a legacy to preserve something for your next captain. So we gain some stats at the end here, which I guess, thank you. And then, this is the screen you reach when you die, usually. Oh, and yeah, we did get the Dream of Red. This was by saving Phoebe from the burning house on Hunter's Keep and then bringing her to the surface. I'd never done that before, so now every character going forward has plus 25 hearts, which is really cool. And you can also, like, the Horizon Codex is what you get from the Avid Horizon. A traveling light. I'm assuming that might be something you get from the Zeppelin or something. Insim, retired January 27th, 1889. You are acclaimed as the prophet of the Untersea. Your work inspires... Oh, this is the same. This is the same lore as before. And then you can choose what you want to keep. So, yeah, this is kind of just up to what you had and what you want to keep around for the next character. I think this one is kind of a little annoying because pages is really hard to come by, and we farmed a lot of pages. Like, if I were to do this, you would gain... So we would start with these stats, right? 25 of each and 50 of hearts. By doing this one, we would gain an additional, like, almost 15, 13 pages, but you would keep the
map from the previous one, which I just kind of like to have a new map because it means like you're going to be exploring again, which the exploring aspect of the game is so much fun. So I think I'm going to keep the mirrors, which keeps 50% of the money as well. So we get 6,700, which you could also do the other one and then keep all of your money and keep 13,000 money. However, what you can do is you can keep the memento mori, so you keep the super strong gun and you don't have to make it next time. Which is really cool. But anyway, obviously, we're not going to do a whole nother playthrough here. So I think we're just going to call it on this screen. We have officially beaten Sunless Sea, done an actual full game playthrough, which as far as I know, that has never been done on YouTube before. I tried to find it. Everybody has always done it in parts because this game is just so long. But I really wanted to make one massive video just to have like the first ever full game playthrough of Sunless Sea with so many of the quests, so much of the content. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I really appreciate you for joining me on this journey. If you're not subscribed, please do so. If you like the video, like it. If you dislike it, dislike it. And if you want to join the live streams, you can join us over at twitch.tv/insim or get the link in the description down below. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.